Status: the God-level talent Blood Overlord is awakening, currently at 99%. Note: talent awakening requires sufficient mental energy and a stable environment. To ensure a smooth awakening process, leveling up and physical labor are prohibited during the awakening period, and at least 16 hours of sleep must be guaranteed each day. Awakening countdown: 46 hours. Lord of Blood. Characteristic 1, lifesteal plus 100%, all damage dealt to the target is converted into the user's own health. Feature 2, attacking the target will cause it to bleed, losing 2% of its health per second for 30 seconds. Feature 3, skill damage and range increased by 1000%, skill cooldown time reduced by 50%. Ningqing stared at the information on his personal panel status bar with a complicated expression, recalling the excitement and elation he felt when he first awakened his talent. That excitement almost kept him awake all night. Talent exists like a cheat code in this world of job advancement. It should be exclusive to mythical professions, but he, an epic profession, actually has the opportunity to awaken his talent, which is especially rare. In particular, the Blood Dominator talent seems to have been tailor-made for him. It is not only a top-level god-level talent, but even mythical professionals find it difficult to possess. As an epic class, the Blood Demon God, his skill damage, critical hit rate, and critical hit damage are all very powerful, truly deserving of his reputation. However, the only drawback is that casting skills consumes health points, and it becomes difficult to continue casting skills once the health bar is depleted. With the Blood Dominator talent, the Blood Demon God's weaknesses will be completely eliminated. Coupled with the other powerful bonuses brought by the talent, he is confident that he can compete with mythical professionals. He couldn't level up or work for 3 years, which meant he could only stay at home and live off his parents. During those 3 years, he suffered countless cold stares and ridicule. Thinking about all this, he felt a mix of emotions, but thankfully there were only 46 hours left, and the moment of triumph was about to arrive. Customer, we have arrived at our destination. Please take your luggage and valuables with you when you get off the vehicle. A synthesized voice sounded, and Ningqing opened the car door and stepped out of the driverless taxi. Looking up, he saw the words Wild Cafe in large characters. Confirming he hadn't gone to the wrong place, he pushed open the door and went inside. As soon as he entered, a man quickly came to greet him with a smile on his face. It was Zhang Meng, his good brother who had grown up with him. Today is the May Day Golden Week, and the entire Federation is on holiday. Zhang Meng has returned from Jiangnan University, and I specially invited him out for coffee. Ningqing, didn't you say it was just around the corner? I've been waiting for you for half an hour. Zhang Meng's loud voice made Ningqing's eardrums hurt, and he slapped Zhang Meng's shoulder hard with his right hand. It's a turn, but the turn is a bit too sharp, Ningqing replied with a smile. Damn it, come on, let's go into the private room. Su Yun will be here soon. You're really something. You don't even ask your girlfriend out yourself. I have to be the one to do it. As Zhang Meng spoke, he put his arm around Ningqing's shoulder and walked towards the private room. Upon hearing the name Su Yun, Ningqing's smile froze for a moment, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. The two went into a private room, ordered 2 coffees, and started chatting. In the past 3 years, only Zhang Meng had never shown any disdain for him. After chatting for about 10 minutes, the door to the private room was pushed open. Ningqing and Zhang Meng turned around at the same time and saw a girl with delicate features walk in. It was Su Yun, their childhood friend. Zhang Meng smiled and stood up to greet them, but the words caught in his throat, and his smile froze. He saw that Su Yun was followed by a boy, and that Su Yun was holding the boy's hand. This scene also caught Ningqing's eye. He glanced at it, his gaze immediately darkening, unwilling to look any longer. Ningqing and Su Yun went from childhood sweethearts to lovers, but now she has brought another boyfriend back. Su Yun glanced at the two of them and then began to introduce the boy who was holding hands with her. Ningqing, Zhang Meng, this is my boyfriend Cheng Gang, a level 102 rare professional fighter, a classmate, and a local from the district government. Her expression was full of pride and satisfaction. She was clearly very happy with her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng's face immediately turned angry, veins bulged on his neck, and he questioned Zhang Meng aggressively. Su Yun, didn't we agree that it was just the 3 of us childhood friends getting together? What's the point of bringing an outsider here? And how can you do this to Ningqing? Upon hearing this, Su Yun showed no anger on her face, remaining calm as if she hadn't heard it at all. However, her gaze toward Zhang Meng had become distant. She reached out and hugged her boyfriend's arm, rested her face on Cheng Gang's shoulder, and said softly, Zhang Meng, Ningqing, and I broke up a long time ago. I didn't expect him not to tell you. Cheng Gang is not an outsider, he is my closest person. Upon hearing this, Cheng Gang smiled smugly, pulled out a chair for Su Yun to sit down, and then sat down himself. Zhang Meng's face flushed red with anger, his eyes burning with fury. He felt indignant and resentful for his brother, Ningqing. It was Su Yun who pursued Ningqing first, but she turned around and threw herself into someone else's arms, even bringing people back to humiliate him in front of everyone. He turned to look at Ningqing and found that Ningqing was still calm. He couldn't understand how his brother could be treated like this without any reaction. Ningqing remained calm, as the past 3 years years of living off his parents had taught him too much, and his heart was no longer troubled. It's not surprising that Soo-yun gave up on him, this good-for-nothing who lives off his parents. They hadn't been in contact for over a year, which he had expected. Looking at Lin Kuang's expressionless face, Soo-yun felt both relieved and resentful. Did he really not care about her betrayal? What about her pursuit of him before? What about her taking the initiative to throw herself into his arms and even undressing him? She gritted her teeth and spoke again, her tone tinged with disdain. Lin Kuang, are you still sponging off your parents at home? Your aunt and uncle are just ordinary workers at a steel factory. Do you plan to live like this forever? Zhang Meng slammed his fist on the table in anger, causing violent ripples in the coffee cup, which crashed against the cup like giant waves hitting rocks, splashing everywhere. The cup also made a thump 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 sound, which made your teeth ache. Soo-yun, Zhang Meng roared. Soo-yun glanced at him. He dares to do it, so I can't say anything? If we weren't childhood friends, I wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Young and sponging off his parents, isn't that just being a good-for-nothing? Enough! Zhang Meng's eyes widened in anger, like an enraged lion. Soo-yun looked disdainful and didn't care at all about Zhang Meng's reprimand. Chen Gang, who was standing next to her, patted her hand, indicating that she should leave everything to him. Then his gaze swept over Zhang Meng and Lin Kuang, and when he passed over Lin Kuang, his eyes were full of mockery and contempt. Don't get agitated. Soo-yun is only doing this for Lin Kuang's own good. She came back this time to help him out. My family runs a chain of restaurants near the district government. If Lin Kuang doesn't mind, I can arrange for him to work as a waiter at one of my restaurants. Chen Gang's words were full of condescension, as if he were giving alms to a beggar on the street. Zhang Meng's eyes blazed with intense heat, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and his knuckles turned white from the force. He would never allow anyone to humiliate his brother like that. Even if his brother was wrong, it was none of the business for outsiders to point fingers. I don't need your charity. I'll take care of my brother. This wild cafe is for my brother. He can sit here and collect money, he replied coldly. Zhang Meng's words stirred up Lin Kuang's previously calm heart. Only this brother had remained steadfastly by his side. Now they've even opened a coffee shop for him, making him the boss. He will always remember this kindness. As for Soo-yun, she had become a complete stranger to him. He finally spoke. Zhang Meng, thank you, but I can't accept the coffee shop. He refused because he didn't need to. 2 days later, he would be promoted to a high-ranking professional. Zhang Meng was stunned, his face full of confusion. He couldn't understand why Lin Kuang, who was once full of vigor and ideals, would be willing to live off his parents forever. Soo-yun's contempt grew even more pronounced, and she scoffed, ha, a hopeless case. A pitiful person has their own pathetic dignity. Chen Gang, let's go. I'm really uncomfortable staying here. As she spoke, she stood up, and Chen Gang followed suit and left. Soo-yun walked to the door, then suddenly remembered something, turned around, and her cold gaze fell on Lin Kuang again. By the way, this is my last time coming back. Chen Gang has already bought me a house in the district government area. I'm coming back this time to take my parents to the district government area to live a good life. Unlike some people who not only fail to repay their parents but also cling to them and leech off them. She finished speaking with a cold laugh, then turned and pulled Chen Gang away together. Inside the private room, only the silent Lin Kuang and the angry and confused Zhang Meng remained. Lin Kuang looked at Zhang Meng, the only brother who cared about him, and rarely spoke up to explain. Zhang Meng, you have to believe me. I'm not useless. Just hold on for 2 more days, and I'll solve everything. Although Zhang Meng couldn't figure out what Lin Kuang was up to, he chose to believe him because Lin Kuang had always been opinionated. He suppressed his anger and sat down. However, he also had his own principles. He gripped Lin Kuang's shoulder tightly, his eyes resolute. 2 days from now, all the profits from this coffee shop will go into your account. Refusing won't help. Lin Kuang shook his head with a wry smile. Zhang Meng was clearly determined to help him. When are you going back to school? Lin Kuang changed the subject. Classes will start tomorrow or the day after. Lin Kuang nodded. Zhang Meng was different. He was a rare professional swordsman, the Gale swordsman, who had been admitted to the region's top university 3 years ago and was now a junior. He has reached level 104, a proper 4th-tier professional, capable of splitting mountains and rivers with a single sword strike, while he is still stuck at level 1. The two chatted for a long time until dinner time, when Zhang Meng drove Lin Kuang home. Watching his brother's skillful driving, Lin Kuang felt more and more that they had grown up and that everyone's thoughts had changed. But what's precious is that their friendship remains unchanged. The car stopped in front of an old house. Lin Kuang said goodbye to Zhang Meng, got out of the car, and stepped into the dark and dilapidated stairwell. Qingmei moved to the district government. Her brother opened a shop and bought a luxury car, but he alone remained poor. He clenched his fists, his expression growing increasingly resolute. All of this would soon change. As he walked down the 7th-floor corridor, a mouse larger than a kitten slowly approached him. It glanced up at Lin Kuang, then ignored him and continued on its way. Lin Kuang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now even the rats were starting to look down on him. Arriving at the door of 703, he knocked, and heard hurried footsteps coming from inside. The door opened, and the first thing that caught the eye was was a strand of gray hair, followed by deep wrinkles at the corners of the eyes, and then a pair of weary eyes with furrowed brows. Every mark on her face tells a story of her hardships. Time has etched deep marks on her face. Lin Kuang sighed inwardly. He felt terrible. His mother was only 50 years old, but she looked older than a 60-year-old, and he was the culprit for all of this. It'll be over soon, Mom. I will be your pride again. Lin Kuang clenched his fist and made a silent vow. When Lin's mother saw her son return, she managed a weak smile, but the wrinkles around her eyes deepened. Son, you're back. Come in and eat. Okay, Mom, Lin Kuang replied with a forced smile. Upon entering, one is greeted by a cramped living room, where the white paint on the walls has long since yellowed and peeled off, and a musty smell permeates the air. Sitting at the dining table was a middle-aged man with a bare chest, a receding hairline, and a face full of sorrow. He kept his head down, focused on eating, and didn't even bother to look up when Lin Kuang returned. But his suppressed anger finally made him unable to hold back and shout. It's one thing if you don't cook, but you expect us to cook and wait for you to come home? How old are you? Can't you be more sensible? Lin Kuang did not answer. He was already used to his father's scolding and had no mood to argue with him. He had tried to explain that he stayed at home because of his awakened talent, but his parents simply didn't believe him. After all, talent is exclusive to mythical professionals, and Lin Kuang is only an epic-level professional, so he could not possibly have talent. Lin Kuang understood that he couldn't blame his parents, because if this got out, anyone in the Federation with common sense would find it absurd. Lin's mother glanced at him worriedly, and seeing his calm expression, she glared at her husband with annoyance. Just eat your food. Why are you saying these things? Upon hearing this, Lin's father angrily shook his head and slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table. A dull thud broke the silence in the room as the dining table creaked under pressure. This table, which has been supporting the family's food and clothing needs, has reached its limit. I'm not eating anymore. I'm full. Lin's father angrily threw down a sentence, then got up and walked straight to his room in his slippers. Seeing this, Lin's mother hesitated, wanting to speak but then looking at her husband and then glancing at her son, ultimately unable to utter a word. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. The family was practically defunct, and she was powerless to keep it together. Lin Kuang pursed his lips tightly, his nose stung, and silently sat back down at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and mechanically began to eat the food in his bowl. For some reason, the once sweet rice now tastes incredibly bitter. His mother sat hunched over beside him, also eating her rice with her head down, occasionally letting out soft sobs. Lin Kuang sighed again. Besides sighing, he didn't know what else to say. He knew that everything needed time to prove itself, and he would definitely become his parents' pride again and bring them a happy life. The meal ended in a somber atmosphere, and Lin Kuang and his mother cleared the dishes together. Just then, his father came out of the room. He stared at Lin Kuang with a blank expression and indifferent eyes. Those eyes, once full of tenderness, are now filled with indifference. He spoke again, his voice like a biting cold wind, issuing Lin Kuang a final ultimatum. Lin Kuang, after you celebrate your mother's birthday the day after tomorrow, you get out of this house. I'll pretend you were never my son. A sharp crack of breaking dishes echoed in the living room, jolting the entire family to their core. Lin's mother dropped all the bowls and chopsticks she was holding. Her tears flowed like a flood, and she looked utterly grief-stricken. She pointed angrily at her husband and screamed in despair, Lin Hua, what are you saying? Don't you want to drive me to the brink of despair? Lin's father's eyes twitched, but this time he was clearly determined. This family could no longer tolerate a good-for-nothing who sponged off his parents. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, all his emotions had vanished. A doting mother spoils her son. It's all because you spoiled him that he's turned out the way he is now. You're already 21 years old, and all you do is eat and sleep at home all day. You've become a complete waste of space, he said mercilessly. Lin's mother broke down even more, her body convulsing, her legs going weak, and she involuntarily backed away. He's your son. How could you say that to him? I don't have a son like that, Lin's father sneered. Lin's mother was so angry that her face turned red, her breathing became rapid, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Two gasps came from inside the house. Lin Kuang quickly hugged his mother and called out anxiously. Lin's father also rushed over, slapping his wife's face with trembling hands. Wake up quickly, don't scare me. His voice trembled, his body shook, and he knelt on the ground, revealing an unprecedented vulnerability, as if he had lost all his backbone. Lin Kuang's heart tightened, and he quickly placed his hand on his mother's philtrum. Lin's mother's eyes moved as she slowly woke up, but her eyes were empty and lifeless, filled with grief. Seeing this, Lin Kuang breathed a sigh of relief, but was filled with self-reproach. Lin's father reached out and tightly grasped his wife's hand, holding on to the world he cherished most. His eyes were red and tears were streaming down his face. The strong man had completely broken down at that moment. Lin Kuang gritted his teeth, desperately holding back his tears. He knew he had no right to cry. This home, which should have been warm and loving, was now in such dire straits because of him. Lin's mother looked at her husband with pleading eyes. Lin Hua, we can't abandon our son, he is our only flesh and blood. Lin's father's face was full of struggle and pain. Wan Ting, I haven't given up on him. I just want to force him to change. We're old and no longer able to support him. I'm just worried about his future. Ningqing lowered his head, his eyes already moist. He understood his father's predicament, so he never argued with him. His fatherly love was always silently endured. He silently wiped away his tears, looked up at his parents, and said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, Zhang Meng helped me open a coffee shop and business is very good. I'm the boss now." He had to use this reason to put his parents at ease. Upon hearing this, Lin's father's dormant eyes finally lit up with life, and Lin's mother's worries turned into joy. "Son, is this true?" she asked expectantly, holding Ningqing's hand tightly, afraid that this was just a lie her son was telling her to comfort her. "Mom, why would I lie to you? I can take you to see it right now." Ningqing was determined to put his parents' minds at ease. "Okay, let's set off now." Lin's mother couldn't wait and was eager for a definite answer. Ningqing nodded in agreement, and he and his father carefully helped his mother up. Then they left the house without even bothering to clean up the broken dishes. The most important thing right now is to reassure your parents they are truly exhausted. Upon reaching the roadside, Lin Feng hailed a taxi and headed straight for the most bustling downtown area of Ningqing, arriving at the Guangming Cafe. When they saw the sign, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were already half believing and half doubting. When Lin Qing pushed open the door and the shop assistants shouted "boss" in unison, Lin's parents were completely convinced. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with relief, and Lin's mother could no longer hold back her tears, which welled up in her eyes. Those were tears of joy, tears of relief after hardship. Lin's father's nose twitched slightly, and he silently lowered his head, unwilling to let anyone see the tears welling up in his eyes. Lin Qing pulled his parents into a private room so they could release their emotions. Lin's mother buried her head in her husband's shoulder and wept softly, while Lin's father gently patted her back. "Lin Hua, our son has finally pulled himself together. I knew he would do it." Lin's mother choked up, her voice full of relief. Lin's father's voice was hoarse, like a fierce wind blowing through rusty steel. I know, he murmured repeatedly. Although they were bent over, they did not appear hunched over. Their gloomy mood quickly dissipated, like withered trees coming back to life. After his emotions gradually stabilized, Lin's mother held Lin Qing's hand and repeatedly urged him not to forget Zhang Meng's kindness. She suggested that they cook a meal the next day to properly thank Zhang Meng. Lin Qing repeatedly promised to repay Zhang Meng, and even invited Zhang Meng to his home for dinner the next day in front of his mother, which put his mother at ease. Although Lin's father didn't say much, his tense expression relaxed. "Brother, I will repay this kindness 1,000-fold." Lin Qing secretly vowed that Zhang Meng's coffee shop had become a lifesaver for his parents, and that kindness was as heavy as a mountain. The next day, Lin's parents took the unusual day off and went to the market early to buy groceries. Zhang Meng arrived early and gave Lin Qing a big bear hug as soon as they met. He was very happy to see that Lin Qing was willing to accept the coffee shop. When Lin's parents returned, they thanked Zhang Meng with great gratitude. Zhang Meng was flattered and repeatedly said that it was nothing, as he and Lin Qing were brothers who had risked their lives for each other. Lunch was a sumptuous meal, and Lin's father, unusually, took out his treasured liquor and poured Zhang Meng a full glass. The man's gratitude was all in the wine. Despite Zhang Meng's advice, he insisted on offering a toast. After downing the wine in one gulp, Lin's father exclaimed, "That's powerful." Lin Qing knew that his father had finally put his mind at ease. Lin Qing also toasted Zhang Meng, pouring all his emotions into it. During the meal, Lin Qing and his father both got drunk, while Zhang Meng, due to his strong physique, remained sober. After the meal, Lin Qing and his family saw Zhang Meng to the door. Zhang Meng said they would come back for a reunion during the summer vacation, and then left to go back to school. Lin Qing went back to his room to sleep, heavily intoxicated, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Qing woke up and immediately checked the mission panel. There were still 3 hours left on the countdown, and he was wide awake. He felt an unprecedented surge of excitement and trepidation. He and his family had endured so much hardship for this mission, and now it was all about to end. After washing up, he went to the living room. His parents were still asleep, so Lin Qing began preparing breakfast. Lin's mother got up and saw him busy in the kitchen. Her eyes were full of relief, and tears welled up in her eyes. "My son is finally back." Soon after, Lin's father also came out of the room. Seeing that Lin Qing had prepared breakfast, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Perhaps the smile looked a little stiff because it had been so long since she had smiled. Breakfast ended in a pleasant atmosphere, and Lin's parents went to work, leaving Lin Qing alone at home. He sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for the countdown to end, never feeling that 2 hours had been so long. Finally, the countdown reached its last 10 seconds, and Lin Qing stared intently at the status bar on the panel. My heart was pounding. The sound of my heartbeat was deafening. My fists were clenched so tightly that my nails dug deep into my palms. 10, 9, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. At the same time, the awakening progress of the Blood Overlord talent has reached 100%. Upon seeing this message, Lin Qing felt a great sense of relief and leaned heavily against the sofa. He looked as if he had just been pulled from the bottom of the water. His whole body was soaked, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. He stared at his personal panel and, sure enough, a new talent had appeared, and the skill skill's power had increased tenfold. Class: Blood Demon God, Epic. Talent: Blood Domination. Blood Frenzy. After casting, Blood Frenzy enters a berserk state, losing 1% of base health per second, while critical strike chance, critical strike damage, bleed chance, and casting speed are increased by 1100%. Cross Slash, in Blood Frenzy state, consumes 5% of base health to unleash a cross-shaped blade of energy, dealing 1300% damage to the target. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Lin Kuang's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with suppressed emotions. This moment had finally arrived. All suffering found an outlet at this moment. After a long while, as his excitement subsided, Lin Kuang noticed a glaring red mark in his status bar. Red signifies the highest level of warning. He instantly snapped to attention, his eyes fixed on the status bar. Status: Cursed. The Blood Demon God was originally a mythic level class, but was demoted to epic level due to the curse of the gods. The curse will trigger when you advance to the 4th, 7th, and 10th job advancements. If you cannot overcome it, you will be eternally condemned to hell. After reading this message, Lin Kuang's excitement vanished, replaced by a deep chill. Pale-faced, cold-blooded, as if all her strength had been drained, she collapsed helplessly onto the sofa. What seemed like the dawn had broken turned out to be the beginning of a descent into hell. How could this happen? Why is this happening? How could this profession be cursed by the gods? He muttered to himself absent-mindedly, his voice seeming to leak from a tattered leather bag. He was just a mortal, how could he withstand the curse of the gods? The intense threat of death made Lin Kuang feel as if a large hand was gripping his throat, and the suffocating sensation caused his whole body to tremble, his eyes completely losing their light. At that moment, the blood frenzy skill was passively triggered, and the blood energy within Lin Kuang's body became increasingly intense. The surging blood flames erupted from his body, radiating a violent aura. His eyes turned crimson, his face became cold and sinister, and a wild, violent, and domineering aura emanated from him, completely dispelling fear. The curse of the gods: interesting. Slaying gods is much more exciting than killing monsters. He. A low, sinister laugh echoed in the otherwise silent and oppressive living room. As the fear subsided and reason returned, Lin Kuang cancelled his berserk state and regained his composure, but he was no longer afraid of the curse. He couldn't explain why either. Perhaps demons don't have fear, otherwise how could they become demons? Then, Lin Kuang noticed an exclamation mark on his personal taskbar, indicating that there were tasks yet to be completed. Out of curiosity, he opened the taskbar. Mission: win the top score in the Jiangnan region's college entrance examination and be rewarded with the god-level talent Immortality. Lin Kuang's usually calm eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and his heart, which had just calmed down, started pounding violently again. Talent, and a god-level talent at that. He actually possessed another god-level talent. The curse of the gods was like a butcher's knife hanging over his head, which would surely sever his life when it fell. But if one gains an additional god-level talent, even if the executioner's blade falls, it will still be able to cut a gap in it. He clicked on the immortal body attribute and marveled at how powerful the god-level talent truly was. Immortality. Feature 1, increases health, defense, and recovery by 1000%. Feature 2, when health drops to 1 point, health is locked for 10 seconds. Feature 3, immune to 1 fatal attack per day. Lin Kuang's breathing became rapid, and his face flushed slightly. With the blood god in his immortal body, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. The blood demon god, who could only last 100 seconds when he used the blood frenzy skill, is now gradually transforming into an immortal demon god with the blessing of god-level talent. Who can believe it? His gaze grew increasingly determined. He had already locked onto the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the Jiangnan region. Even if the college entrance examination is postponed for a year, making it 5 times more difficult than the previous year, or postponed for 3 years, making it 125 times more difficult, it cannot shake his determination. He stood up, left home, and decided to go out and level up. 3 years had passed in vain. His peers had already reached the 3rd or even 4th job advancement, while he was still stuck at level 1. He had to catch up. Lin Kuang went downstairs, hailed a driverless vehicle, and headed straight for the entrance to the mine dungeon. This world is a blend of game and reality, and every city is filled with various dungeons, Ning City being no exception. The mine dungeon is a low-level dungeon, ranging from level 1 to 10, which is just right for Lin Kuang's strength. The dungeon entrance was unusually deserted, without a single person in sight. Today was the day this year's graduating high school. Students were changing jobs, and it wouldn't be until the afternoon at the earliest that anyone would come to run the dungeon. As for the others, they no longer needed to grind this lowest level dungeon, except for Lin Kuang. Logically, he should have arrived here 3 years ago, but the mission delayed it until today. A vortex stood before him, the entrance to the instance. Beside the entrance stood a stone with an inscription: Chu Yufay, 6 minutes 52.3 seconds. This is the clear record for the mine dungeon, created by Chu Yufay. Upon seeing this familiar name, a cool and aloof figure came to mind for Lin Kuang. Chu Yufay was his classmate, deskmate, and best friend. 3 years ago, she switched to the legendary class Frost Queen, becoming the strongest professional in Ningqing since the Federation's history. I don't know if I can break her record, Lin Kuang thought to himself, a fierce fighting spirit burning on his face. With this thought in mind, he stepped into the vortex before him and naturally chose the Hell difficulty level. The difficulty of dungeons is divided into 5 levels: Normal, Adventure, Brave, King, and Hell. Hell difficulty is a challenge reserved for legendary and mythical classes, but today, it welcomes an epic challenger. As soon as Lin Kuang entered, he saw 5 firefoxes engulfed in flames, baring their ferocious fangs, and rushing madly at him. Firefox, rare. Skills, Flame Throw, Fireball, Fireball combo. Encountering such a lineup from the very beginning would be tantamount to suicide for a typical level 1 epic class player. Lin Kuang took out the blank heavy sword he received from the Professional Association on the day he changed jobs from his spatial backpack. He was wearing a set of blank heavy armor, which barely improved his defense. Bloodlust rages. Lin Kuang shouted in a deep voice, and his whole body was engulfed in violent blood flames that shot into the sky, reaching a height of 10 meters, like a volcanic eruption. His eyes turned crimson again, shooting out 2 tangible beams of blood-red light, and his entire body exuded a wild and tyrannical aura. Upon seeing this, the 5 firefoxes all showed expressions of fear, sensing an extremely terrifying threat. Cross slash. Lin Kuang let out a deep shout, wielding his heavy sword and unleashing a cross-shaped sword aura that stretched for 10 meters, sweeping out with the force to split mountains and cleave seas. Wherever the sword energy passed, a deep crack was carved into the ground. It was extremely fast, sweeping across the bodies of the 5 firefoxes in the blink of an eye. Before the firefoxes could react, their bodies were severed, their health instantly depleted, and 2 items dropped. Experience points plus 50, experience points plus 50. The information in the information bar jumped around rapidly, and the experience bar rose quickly, instantly filling 1/5 of its capacity. Lin Kuang was overjoyed to have killed 5 level 10 rare monsters in one move, considering it a reward for his 3 years of enduring humiliation. At the same time, Lin Kuang's lost health was quickly replenished, even overflowing. He didn't cancel his blood frenzy state, picked up the materials, and rushed forward. Squads of firefoxes appeared in front of Lin Kuang one after another, only to be killed by the cross slash. Lin Kuang's experience bar soared like a rocket. When he killed the 20th firefox, he successfully leveled up to level 2, and his strength improved again. Lin Kuang continued deeper into the mine, which stretched for more than 200 meters, with a wave of firefox monsters guarding it every 10 meters. Every 50 meters, you'll encounter an epic level firefox as a guardian. Epic level firefoxes are about 20 times stronger than rare level ones, but Lin Kuang still manages to kill them in one move. Seeing the equipment radiating a purple glow on the ground, Lin Kuang's face lit up with joy. Purple signifies rare equipment. Even a level 10 item could be worth around 10,000. This is also why professionals can make money so quickly. Even a single piece of ordinary equipment can be equivalent to 2 months of hard work for an average person. Lin Kuang picked up the equipment. It was a cloth armor, suitable for mages and priests, but not for him. He put it away, intending to sell it and buy his mother a birthday present. With good luck, when Lin Kuang arrived at the next epic level firefox, he obtained 2 more elite equipment pieces, worth 2 or 3,000. Including the materials, his harvest was about 20,000. This epic firefox also dropped a rare cloth armor piece, which greatly pleased Lin Kuang. As for epic level equipment, he dared not hope for it. The drop rate was simply too low to count on. As he ventured deeper into the mine, 3 level 10 epic firefoxes were staring intently at him, their gazes fierce. At this moment, Lin Kuang had already reached level 4 and didn't take these firefoxes seriously at all. He killed them all with a single cross slash. With the blessing of godlike talent, his combat power is almost absurdly strong. A piece of equipment emitting an orange glow fell to the ground, instantly attracting Lin Kuang's full attention. He was stunned, almost unable to believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard, making sure the orange-colored equipment was still lying quietly on the ground, before he was convinced that he had really gotten an epic item. In this lowest level dungeon, the probability of getting epic equipment is almost the same as winning the lottery. Lin Kuang strode forward, taking 2 steps at a time, bending down, reaching out and grabbing the epic equipment in a swift and efficient motion. Checking the equipment attributes, it is still a cloth armor, belonging to the upper body piece. Although he couldn't wear it for the time being, it didn't diminish Lin Kuang's excitement and joy at all, because this epic equipment was worth over 1 million. Each epic item can be worn up to level 60. For example, the cloth armor in front of us is restricted to levels 10 to 70, which means that even level 70 professionals can wear it, making it extremely valuable. The thought that with this money, his parents' already exhausted health could be restored filled Lin Kuang with undisguised excitement. With a heart full of excitement, Lin Kuang picked up the other 2 materials and then left the instance through the exit. Each professional can only enter the dungeon once a day, otherwise they would definitely spend the whole day grinding. As Lin Kuang reached the exit, he looked at the recording stone to the side. The writing had changed, displaying a new recorded time, 4 minutes and 5.7 seconds. A blank space is left before the time, waiting for the record breaker to write their name. After a moment's thought, Ningqing wrote down the words madman. He didn't leave his real name, fearing it would attract unnecessary trouble. He just wants to level up and live a quiet life now. Ningqing took out his phone and called a car. Soon a driverless car stopped in front of him and then took him to the professional trading center. Ningqing was wearing faded clothes, but his outstanding looks still attracted many female professionals to turn around frequently. Su-yun took the initiative to pursue him back then, and her good looks were undoubtedly her biggest advantage. Although Ningqing is a small city, in this era of widespread job hopping, there are quite a few professionals, and it is one of the places where professionals gather, bustling with activity. Ningqing walked into an equipment shop, and a girl in business attire quickly came forward to greet him. She gazed at Ningqing's face, her eyes sparkling. His handsome appearance filled her with joy. "Sir, how can I help you?" she asked politely. Although Ningqing was dressed plainly, she did not look down on him in the slightest, because good looks are justice. "I want to sell some equipment," Ningqing said bluntly. "Okay, please follow me to the back room. All equipment evaluations in our store are done by an AI assistant to ensure fairness and impartiality." The girl spoke professionally, leading Ningqing to the back to ensure privacy. She didn't expect Ningqing to have anything good in his hands. After all, his attire was too ordinary. Upon entering the room, the female shop assistant activated the smart device, projecting a cute intelligent sprite to welcome Ningqing. Ningqing placed all the equipment on the table, where purple and orange light intertwined, casting a dazzling display of colors on the pristine white wall. The female shop assistant's eyes widened instantly, her pupils almost bulging out, her mouth slightly open, her face full of disbelief. She knew perfectly well what the orange glow meant, but she never expected that someone in this small town would bring epic equipment. Her gaze toward Ningqing instantly turned one of awe and admiration. She bowed deeply to Ningqing, her impressive cleavage coming into his view. "Thank you so much for your trust in our store. Your patronage has brought honor to our shop." She spoke with utmost respect. Ningqing remained expressionless, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with her respect, and said, "Let the AI alpha praise it." The female shop assistant carefully placed the epic cloth armor in front of the intelligent elf. The intelligent sprite shot two beams of light from its eyes onto the equipment, and then emitted a synthesized mechanical voice. Level 10 to 70 epic cloth armor top, estimated value 1.32 million. Ningqing nodded to himself. It was similar to the transaction records online. Then the female shop assistant placed the other equipment in front of the smart elf one by one. In a short while, the valuation of all the equipment was completed, totaling 1.37 million. The female shop assistant cautiously sized up Ningqing, and with a hint of trepidation, tentatively asked him if he was satisfied. Ningqing nodded, and the female shop assistant's face immediately lit up with a heart-pounding smile. She hurriedly urged Ningqing to provide his account information, and after a quick transaction, Ningqing received a notification of the deposit. Ningqing got up to leave, but the female shop assistant bit her lips lightly, a struggle flashing across her face, but she quickly made up her mind and called him back. "Sir, don't rush off. You can rest here for an hour. No one will bother you." Her words were suggestive, pressing closer with every step, her eyes subtly conveying her desire. She longed to hook up with Ningqing, this rich young master, in order to change her fate. She believed she still had some advantages, and when she looked down, she couldn't see her own toes. Ningqing understood her implication, but he shook his head and continued walking out. He wasn't someone who could be easily swayed by just anyone. The female shop assistant showed resentment and disappointment, but still respectfully saw Ningqing out and earnestly asked him to come to her shop to buy equipment in the future. Ningqing did not respond and walked straight towards another shop. It was a pharmacy, and he was greeted by a female clerk who looked to be in her 30s. However, when the female shop assistant saw Ningqing's faded white clothes, the smile that had just appeared on her face quickly disappeared. After the passion subsided like a receding tide, their eyes turned to disdain and contempt. She had seen too many people like Ningqing, who had most bought some basic recovery and mental potions, and received pitifully small commissions. Time and life have worn away her passion. "See for yourself what you need." She left with a curt remark, then put on a professional smile and greeted a well-dressed middle-aged man. Ningqing raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that his good looks were no longer effective. Indeed, when facing older single women, money was far more important than good looks. He didn't leave, but decided to make the female shop assistant understand that you can't judge a book by its cover, and you'll have to pay the price for it. He went straight to the counter and focused his gaze on the valuable medicine display case behind it. The goal is clear: a basic life potion, one vial of which can heal all internal injuries below level 30, restoring the body to its optimal state. His parents had long suffered from chronic illnesses due to their demanding work at the steel factory, and their joints were often in pain, requiring them to apply medication regularly. Although they hid in the room to apply the medicine, how could the strong smell of medicine be blocked by the dilapidated door? Ningqing was fully aware of the situation, but he pretended not to notice. Before we even reached the display case, a pretty young girl came up to greet us. She had a shy smile on her face, probably probably because she had just entered the industry. She spoke softly and didn't even dare to look Lin Kuang in the eye. "Hello, how can I help you?" "Take a look at the basic life potion." Lin Kuang smiled. Upon hearing this, the female shop assistant's eyes immediately sparkled and her face flushed with excitement. She never expected to receive such a large order. A single tube of basic life-saving potion costs 300,000, and selling just one tube fulfilled her 3-month business volume. "Honored guest, please follow me." She spoke cheerfully and walked briskly, leading Lin Kuang to the counter. Then, she carefully took a vial of basic life potion from the display case behind the counter and handed it to him. "Honored guest, please look, this is a basic life potion that can cure all diseases and hidden injuries below level 30. Is there a discount if I buy 2 tubes? Lin Kuang asked. The female shop assistant was even more excited when she heard this. 2 tubes would be 600,000 yuan, which would be her sales target for 6 months in one go. "Honorable guest, if you buy 2 tubes, I'll offer you the highest discount of 9.5%. Is that alright with you?" she asked nervously and expectantly. "Then give me 2 tubes," Lin Kuang readily agreed. The female shop assistant took out another tube and carefully packed the 2 bottles of medicine together. Not far away, the female shop assistant who had previously ignored Lin Kuang caught a glimpse of him standing in front of the counter, and a sense of foreboding welled up in her heart. When she saw the 2 vials of medicine in the little girl's hand, her heart tightened suddenly, and then a strong sense of regret welled up inside her. That's 600,000 in sales revenue. It should have been hers, but she turned it away herself. Her face instantly darkened as if she had swallowed a fly, her gaze fixed on the new girl, her eyes filled with jealousy. "Who are you looking at? Is this your service attitude? I'm going to file a complaint against you." A stern rebuke pulled her back to reality from her regret, and she realized that she was entertaining guests, so she quickly apologized. But the middle-aged customer was very stubborn and made a scene, calling the manager over. The female shop assistant was struck dumb and panicked. She knew that each complaint would result in a 500 yuan deduction, and she felt like she wanted to disappear into the ground. She looked at the counter again and saw the little girl with a bright smile on her face handing the medicine to Lin Kuang, a stark contrast to the worried look on her own face. Lin Kuang took the medicine, glanced at her casually, his eyes full of mockery. What kind of status did she have to dare to look down on him? That gaze pierced the female shop assistant's heart, and fear immediately rose within her, realizing that she had offended someone extraordinary. Lin Kuang had no interest in getting entangled with her. After buying a few bottles of basic recovery potions, he left the shop amidst the smiling farewell of the young girl. He then left the trading center and took a taxi to a coffee shop. He didn't choose to go home. His parents ate lunch at the factory, and he was too lazy to go back and cook, so he simply came to the coffee shop for a meal. Although it's a cafe, they also serve dishes like steak, noodles, and fried rice. As soon as he entered, the shop assistants greeted Lin Kuang respectfully. He nodded in acknowledgement and then went straight to the second floor, where his private office was located. He sat on the soft sofa and casually turned on the air conditioner. The environment here was much more comfortable than at home. Just then, he heard a commotion downstairs. Thinking something had happened, he quickly opened the door, went to the corridor, and looked down. A legendary profession has appeared in Ningqing, the death-slaying Arrow King. A legendary class? Awesome. Listening to these sounds, Lin Kuang finally understood why it was so lively. It was the time for senior high school students to change jobs, and the appearance of a powerful new job would cause a sensation. Instead of returning to his office, he stood in the corridor, listening to which outstanding talents had emerged from this year's graduating class. A legendary professional healer has emerged in Xincheng. A legendary professional sea emperor, Raging Tide, has appeared in Haichang. A mythical profession, Purple Heaven Thunder God, has emerged in the district government. It's a mythical class. We haven't seen one in our Jiangnan region for 3 years. My god, who is so lucky? Mu Ziyun, the daughter of the leader of Lei Fa Guild, the #1 guild in the Jiangnan region. Hearing this news, Lin Kuang's eyes gradually darkened. This year's students are exceptionally talented. It won't be easy for them to become the top scorer in the regional college entrance examination. After all, his college entrance exam was 125 times more difficult than others. If he wants to win the top score in the college entrance examination from Mu Ziyun, it means he must be 125 times better than her. The other party is the princess of the Thunder Mage Guild, with top-notch equipment and skills, and she even has someone to help her level up. In particular, they can freely go to the wild to level up without being restricted by dungeons. It is estimated that they can reach level 60 or above and reach the 3rd job advancement by the time of the college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Lin Kuang felt immense pressure. The top scorer in the regional college entrance examination was crucial to his immortality, and he could not afford to make the slightest mistake. However, he must reach level 10 to leave the city, otherwise, he cannot level up in the wild even if he wants to now. He clenched his fists, his expression resolute. So what if they were mythical professions? In the end, they could only be trampled under his feet. Just then, another exclamation came from downstairs, attracting Lin Kuang's attention. Oh my god, the record for clearing the mine dungeon has been broken. Chu Yufay's record has been surpassed. Who is this amazing expert? It's Madman. The name of the person who broke the record is Madman. That's a really arrogant name. Ningqing was surprised to hear news about himself. He felt a little uncomfortable being praised by so many people, as he had become accustomed to ridicule over the past 3 years. Today is destined to be a lively day, with the entire Federation discussing the career changes of high school seniors. This year seems to be the first year of the Federation, with legendary professions that were rarely seen in the past now appearing in droves. Even the rare mythical professions have reached 10 this year, breaking the historical record. Ningqing tapped his fingers on the armrest, his face full of fighting spirit. The stronger this year's students were, the better, otherwise, his 3 years of dedicated preparation would be in vain. Ningqing stayed in the shop until 5 p.m. before leaving. He then went to the market to buy groceries and cakes before returning home. Before his parents got off work, Ningqing started busying himself in the kitchen. Today was his mother's birthday, and he decided to cook a sumptuous meal for her himself. At 6:30, my parents came home on time, and as soon as they opened the door, they smelled the delicious aroma of food. As soon as the door opened, a sumptuous feast was laid out on the dining table. Mr. and Mrs. Lin exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with relief. Their son had truly changed. Mrs. Lin's eyes reddened slightly, all their torment had finally given way to a glimmer of hope. Mr. Lin pulled Mrs. Lin into his arms, but she rolled her eyes at him and quickly pulled away. Her son was already so grown up. This kind of intimacy made her feel somewhat awkward. But Lin's father was very domineering and refused to let go. What's wrong with a little more intimacy between husband and wife? Son, how can we possibly finish all this food? Although Lin's mother complained, she couldn't help but smile. Mom, what's the waste? You only have one birthday a year, Ningqing said with a smile. He walked over to Lin's mother and took her hand, leading her to the main seat. Mom, it's your birthday today, so just sit and wait to eat. I'll go get the rice. Lin's mother's eyes welled up even more, and she nodded frantically, trying her best to hold back her tears. Seeing her husband sit down next to her, she gave him a nudge. Hurry up and help our son get his food. Why don't you be more understanding of your son and your husband? Lin's father teased. You're a grown man, what's there to be considerate of? Mom, you two sit down, I can do it myself. Ningqing quickly tried to smooth things over, afraid that the two would start arguing again. Once the food was served, Ningqing sat down. His father had already poured 3 glasses of wine and placed them in front of the 3 of them. Ningqing raised his glass. Mom, let me toast you. You've worked so hard. It's not hard work at all. Lin's mother shook her head repeatedly. Her son had become sensible, and her abundant motivation made her feel no fatigue at all. She drank the wine in one gulp but choked and started coughing. Mom, slow down, just drink whatever you like. It's okay, Mom's in a good mood today. Lin's father also picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. Ah, that's strong. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the joyful atmosphere, the last time they were this happy was before Ningqing changed jobs. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Ningqing took out a cake from the refrigerator. Son, Mom is an adult now. Why are you still buying cakes? Mom, in my heart you'll always be 18, Ningqing said with a grin. Lin's mother laughed so hard she almost fell over. Sure enough, mothers are the easiest girls in the world to coax. Lin's father frowned. You brat, how dare you steal my lines? Lin's mother pinched his arm and said irritably, you're jealous of your son? Do you think I'm some little girl? Mr. Lin smiled and apologized. Wife, be gentle, you're clearly just a young girl. Get out, get out, get out. Lin's mother looked disgusted, but the smile on her face never disappeared. Ningqing put a birthday hat on his mother and lit the candles. Mom, make a wish. Lin's mother clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and quietly made a wish on the cake. Soon she opened her eyes and blew out the candle in front of her. Mom, is your wish that simple? Ningqing teased. Lin's mother looked at Ningqing with deep affection. My only wish has always been this. Ningqing understood his mother's wish. He pursed his lips, felt a slight pang of sadness, and then picked up a plastic knife to start cutting the cake. Just then, a loud knocking came from the door. The old door shook violently and creaked under the weight of the knocking. The sudden noise shattered the warm atmosphere, and Ningqing frowned, his face showing displeasure. He knew exactly who had come, and his initially pleasant mood was immediately dampened. Sure enough, the sound coming from the doorway confirmed his guess. Brother, sister-in-law, it's me, Donglan, open the door quickly. The smiles on Lin's father and mother's faces also disappeared, replaced by helplessness. I'll go open the door. After Ningqing finished speaking, he walked towards the door. The knocking continued, which was annoying. Ningqing reluctantly opened the door, and a sharp-tongued face came into view. That was Ningqing's second aunt, his father's younger brother's wife. The sudden, overpowering scent of cheap perfume made Ningqing sneeze several times in a row. Hey, what wind blew you out of your room and into the living room today, Ningqing? Seeing Ningqing's forced smile, his second aunt spoke with a mocking tone, her voice just like a madam's. Ningqing shrugged and curled his lips slightly. It's probably just the wind carrying the smell of cheap perfume. He had no intention of indulging his second aunt's temper. Auntie's face turned cold upon hearing this. Ha, you haven't learned learned any skills, but you have learned to sponge off your parents and have no sense of hierarchy. It's better than someone who refuses to admit they're old, with half their face caked with foundation, yet still insisting on applying more. It's a pure waste of cosmetics, Lin Kuang retorted with a cold laugh. Lin Kuang, how can you talk to my mother like that? A sharp rebuke rang out from behind the second aunt, and a girl dressed like a trendy young woman walked out. Her face was also heavily made up, and her brows were full of arrogance and pride. Like a dazzling peacock, it was Lin Kuang's cousin, Lin Shui. Lin Kuang grew even more impatient, raising an eyebrow and retorting, "Oh, how dare you talk to your brother like that?" Lin Shui's eyes were full of disdain, and her lips curled into a sneer. "I don't have a good-for-nothing brother who just sponges off his parents." Lin Kuang chuckled lightly. "I don't have a sister who can't offer wise advice either." Lin Shui was shocked that her good-for-nothing cousin would be so impolite today. Her face turned cold instantly, as if her dearest loved one had died. "Lin Kuang, let me tell you, I've already changed my class to the rare ice mage. I was originally going to help you out, but judging from your attitude, you're destined to rot in the mud forever." Lin Kuang smiled disdainfully. A rare profession? Could it withstand a single sword strike from him? Seeing this, Lin's mother couldn't sit still any longer and quickly stood up and came over. "Alright, stop arguing. Everyone, say less. Second sister-in-law and Xiaoxue, come in and sit down," she said helplessly. Lin Kuang's second aunt and Lin Shui both glared at him, but Lin Kuang ignored them and turned to the dining table to clear the dishes, too lazy to waste words with the two women. "Sister-in-law, I'm not trying to be mean, but you really need to discipline your son. It's one thing for him to suck your blood, but he doesn't even know the difference between respect and rudeness." The second aunt continued her aggressive tone, gently covering her nose, her brows furrowed, clearly disgusted by the smell. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother's face darkened. No one could easily speak ill of her precious son. Second sister-in-law, Lin Kuang is now the owner of a coffee shop. Today he even cooked a meal and bought a cake. "He's very sensible," she retorted in a calm voice. Auntie was taken aback at first, then a mocking and contemptuous look appeared on her face. Sister-in-law, you have to have a bottom line when you lie. Do you think I don't know your family's situation? You have trouble even making a meal. How could you have money to open a coffee shop?" "We don't have much money, but my son knows how to make friends. That coffee shop was a gift from Zhang Meng," Lin's mother said in a low voice. "Zhang Meng gave it to you?" My aunt's brows were furrowed, forming a deep frown, and the powder on her face flaked off slightly, drifting away in the wind. She sized up Lin's mother, pondering whether her words were true or false. She didn't want to believe that outsiders would treat this family so well. Had they lost their minds? "Ha!" Lin Shui sneered from the side, her eyes seemingly seeing through everything. "You're not just going to let him work as a waiter in the store and then say the store is a gift to him, are you?" The wrinkles on Auntie's brow instantly smoothed out. Her daughter's guess was exactly what she wanted, and this was the only reasonable explanation. For a complete stranger with no family or friends to go to this extent is already the limit. How could they possibly actually deliver it to the store? Her gaze toward Lin's mother grew increasingly disdainful. "Sister-in-law, we're all family, why lie to us? We wouldn't look down on a waitress." Lin's mother was so anxious that her face turned ugly, and she said indignantly, "Kuanger is the boss, I can take you to the coffee shop to prove it. Come on, it's not like Lin Kuang can't get his colleagues to lie to us too. I'm too lazy to waste my time." My second aunt waved her hand impatiently, only believing what she wanted to believe. She walked to the sofa, took out a small blanket from her spatial backpack, spread it out, and then slowly sat down. Lin Shui did the same. Upon seeing this, Lin's father and mother's faces immediately darkened, their eyes sharpening. What did these two take them for? Second aunt and Lin Shui ignored their gazes, crossed their legs, and looked down on the family. They came, clearly to show off. Lin Shui switched to a rare profession, hoping to gain face in front of her relatives. Nothing feels better than showing off in front of your loved ones. "Sister-in-law, brother, I have some amazing news to tell you. My Schwer has successfully changed her class to the rare ice mage today, not some trash class like Lin Kuang's. It's a genuine, super powerful combat profession with a bright future. It seems our move to the district government is just around the corner." My second sister-in-law proudly raised her chin, announcing with a face full of pride. Lin Shui beside her also stood tall and proud, like a swan. Lin's father listened in silence. He didn't like talking to this family much. If he wasn't afraid of hurting his relationship with his younger brother, he would have kicked them out long ago. Lin's mother responded with a blank expression and a soft congratulations. Seeing this, the second aunt showed dissatisfaction, feeling that the two of them had not given her enough face. "Brother and sister-in-law, why do you seem unhappy? We are the closest of family. Xiaoxue is doing well. If she lets you pick up some benefits in the future, won't your whole family become rich too?" she continued to rant. Lin Shui glanced at Lin Kuang's family from the side, a faint smile on her face. "That's right, if I were in a good mood, it wouldn't be impossible for me to open a shop and have Lin Kuang as the manager in the future. But your attitude right now is really disheartening." Finally, Mr. Lin couldn't contain his anger any longer. He glared at his father and said sternly, "Enough, we can manage our own lives. Today is Wan Ting's birthday, so stop making a scene." The second aunt ignored her completely and continued in a voice like a madam. "Oh, brother, you really don't appreciate kindness. I brought a gift for my sister-in-law. Look at this gold bracelet. I've had enough of wearing it, so I'll give it to you." As she spoke, she took out a thin, almost invisible gold bracelet and handed it to Lin's mother, her expression seemingly saying, "Poor beggar, this is a small token of my charity." Even with her good temper, Lin's mother couldn't suppress her anger. Her chest heaved, and her breathing became rapid and heavy. She was truly at her wit's end. "I don't need it, you keep it for yourself." She would never accept such charity. Second aunt pretended not to hear and continued her monologue. "Sister-in-law, you can take it. Someone your age doesn't even have any gold jewelry. If others see this, they'll think our Lin family is all penniless." Shuer also said she'd buy me a gold nugget locket someday. "By the way, I wonder if your sweet son has prepared a birthday present for you? It's not just a cake, is it?" Just then, Ningqing came out of the kitchen after cleaning up the dishes. Hearing his second aunt's words, a surge of anger welled up inside him, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It was time to teach his second aunt and cousin a lesson. "A gold dog head? Is that for tying a dog's head to its head?" he retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the second aunt's face immediately turned ugly, and she glared at Ningqing with disgust. "Stop talking nonsense. You didn't prepare a gift for your mother, did you? But that's normal, since you have to ask your family for every penny." "Hat, of course I've prepared." Ningqing chuckled and then took out an exquisite box with the words "New Green Potion" written on it. Second aunt and Lin Shui glanced at it casually, their eyes filled with disdain, thinking that Ningqing had only bought ordinary medicine, the kind that costs at most 100 yuan a bottle. He. "Ningqing, you didn't buy those basic recovery potions, did you? Aren't they just drinks?" Lin Shui continued to mock. Ningqing was too lazy to waste words and directly took out 2 vials of basic life potion. The medicine had a label that read "Basic Life Potion" in large characters. Auntie and Lin Shui, with their sharp eyes, were stunned when they saw the label. Their eyes widened in disbelief. But soon, they looked at each other and then burst into laughter at the same time. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It's labeled Basic Life Potion. That's hilarious." My second aunt pointed at the medicine and laughed so hard she almost fell over, her mouth agape as if she'd discovered the biggest joke in the world. Lin Shui laughed so hard she clutched her stomach. "I can't take it anymore, Ningqing. If you're going to fake it, can you at least put some effort into it? A single vial of basic life-saving potion costs 300,000. You couldn't afford that even if you sold it all, and you dare to put that price on it? It's hilarious." Ningqing snorted coldly, glanced at them sideways, and said nothing more. Instead, he placed the 2 vials of medicine in front of his parents. At this moment, Lin's father and mother looked puzzled. Of course, they knew the value of the primary life potion, so they couldn't believe it was true. They even suspected that Ningqing had deliberately put up a label to amuse them. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's thoughts. They were determined to help their son cover up this lie. Lin's mother quickly put away the 2 vials of medicine and turned to Ningqing. "Son, this medicine is too precious. We can't bear to drink it. Let's just leave it for now." "Yes, let's keep it for now. It's too precious," Lin's father quickly agreed. They had already planned ahead. As long as they didn't drink it, their sister-in-law and niece wouldn't be able to prove the medicine was fake. The second aunt saw this and her mockery intensified. How could she not see through her elder brother and sister-in-law's intentions? She would not let this go so easily. "Brother and sister-in-law, this is a gift from your son, a basic life-saving potion. Drinking it can heal all hidden injuries, and sister-in-law, your hair will turn black immediately. Brother, your hair can grow back instantly too. What are you two hesitating for? Let Shuer and me see for ourselves." Mr. Lin's face darkened. This sister-in-law wasn't giving him any way out at all. Lin's mother also showed an annoyance. This sister-in-law was too much and didn't give them any face at all. Just as they were about to make an excuse to refuse, Ningqing spoke up again. "Dad, Mom, since Auntie wants to see it, why don't you grant her wish and let her drink it?" Lin's mother and father looked at each other, looking somewhat helpless. They had secretly given Ningqing a meaningful look earlier, so why didn't their son understand their concerns? Ningqing understood his parents' worries. He wanted to take this opportunity to get them to drink it, otherwise he would have to think of other ways to get them to take it. The elderly couple, accustomed to frugality, would never easily drink a vial of medicine worth 300,000 yuan. His eyes were firm, and a smile played on his lips. "Mom and Dad, drink it. Just think of it as a beverage." Seeing this, the second aunt quickly urged, "Your son told you to drink it quickly. Don't waste his good intentions." That's right. Lin Shui added fuel to the fire. Lin's parents looked at each other again, and the hesitation in their eyes gradually disappeared. Since their son had asked them to drink, then they would drink. As for how their second sister-in-law and Lin Shui would laugh at them later, they didn't care. Lin's mother took out 2 vials of medicine from her spatial backpack, and she and her husband each took one. They unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and found it tasted sweet, almost like a beverage. The medicine went down their throats into their stomachs, and then they felt unusual changes. A warm current spread from my stomach throughout my body, making me feel warm and cozy. They stared stared in surprise. This potion seemed extraordinary. Could it really be a basic life-saving potion? Seeing the expressions on Lin's parents' faces, the aunt and Lin Xuejian's mockery became even more pronounced. Keep acting, keep acting. When your bodies show no change, see how I laugh at you. You dare to put on airs in front of us? But their mockery gradually froze, because Lin's mother's gray hair began to turn black rapidly, and fine downy hairs sprouted on Lin's father's bald head. Honey, your hair has turned black. Honey, your hair is growing back. Honey, the fine lines around your eyes are disappearing. Honey, the wrinkles on your forehead have faded too. Lin's parents exclaimed in unison, were so surprised, and turned to look at Ningqing with eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. Son, could this really be a basic life-saving potion? Ningqing smiled without saying a word. The facts had already spoken for themselves. Auntie and Lin Shui stomped their feet in anger, stood up abruptly, their faces full of disbelief. The 2 vials of medicine were actually real. How could they be? How could they be? How could a family that barely makes ends meet afford a tube of medicine that costs 300,000 yuan? That's not just a few dozen yuan, it's 300,000 yuan. Their faces were contorted, their eyes bloodshot with jealousy, their chests heaving violently, and their emotions surging intensely. Ningqing glanced at them sideways, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Trying to play tricks on him? Don't blame him for being impolite. My second aunt, being a seasoned veteran, quickly suppressed the strange expression on her face, though her tone became harsh and bitter. Congratulations, brother and sister-in-law. Ningqing is so generous in buying you basic life potions. I just wonder where he got the money. Did he do it through some illegal means? Upon hearing this, the shock on Lin's parents' faces gradually faded, replaced by worry. They were also afraid that Ningqing would go astray, otherwise where would the money come from? Ningqing gave his parents a reassuring look. He was already prepared to explain, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I borrowed the money from Zhang Meng. The coffee shop's daily net profit is now over 3,000, and I'll be able to pay it back soon. Upon hearing this, the tension on Mr. and Mrs. Lin's faces finally eased, but then they became somewhat reproachful. Son, this is such a waste. You can't keep doing this kind of nonsense in the future, Lin's mother earnestly advised. Yes, we're just an ordinary family, we can't be so extravagant. You need to save the money for when you get married, Lin's father couldn't help but urge. Ningqing nodded helplessly. His parents had been used to living frugally all their lives, and changing their mindset wasn't so easy. Auntie was furious. What happened? It was Zhang Meng again. Why should an outsider be so generous to our family? What sweet words did Ningqing say to Zhang Meng? She couldn't figure it out. Lin Shui's face was full of resentment, and jealousy almost burned her. Her little face was scrunched up, looking just like a monkey's face. How can a good-for-nothing who has been sponging off his parents for 3 years suddenly become a boss and even dare to buy 2 vials of medicine worth 300,000? Humph, she sneered. It's just a basic life potion. Once I become a high-level professional, I can buy high-level life potions. Basic life potions are like drinking a beverage to me. The second aunt also found their own advantages and firmly believed that her daughter was not comparable to that good-for-nothing Ningqing. She then adopted a condescending attitude, looking proudly at her daughter. Shuier, you're right. You have a rare profession with a promising future. After you reach the 5th level, you might even become the city lord of Ningqing. Mom, don't worry, I'm determined to become the city lord someday, and the whole city will be under our family's control, Lin Shui said confidently, as if the position of city lord was already waiting for her to sit on. Ningqing couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. This minor, rare profession was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. His goal was to reach the 10th reincarnation and ascend to the pinnacle of the Federation. However, he noticed the sadness in his parents' eyes and knew their worries. This is a world where professionals are respected. Although he possesses the epic-level profession Blood Demon God, it is generally considered a trash profession. He will almost never have the chance to advance in his lifetime and can only be an ordinary person like them. Mom and Dad, I'll give you a big surprise soon, Lin Kuang thought to himself. Here, the second aunt was preparing to leave. Today's boasting had not achieved the effect she had expected, and she planned to show off again after Lin Shui leveled up. She pulled Lin Shui straight to the door without even saying goodbye. Lin Kuang's family was happy that the two were away so they wouldn't be in the way. Lin Kuang closed the door, and his parents couldn't help but start nagging again, saying that he shouldn't have bought such an expensive medicine. Knowing he would be nagged all night if he stayed home, Lin Kuang simply said he was going to work at the coffee shop and left. Once outside, Mr. and Mrs. Lin looked at their young partner, who appeared to be in his 30s, with complex yet gratified expressions. Mrs. Lin's eyes welled up with tears again. Honey, this is great news. Why are you crying again? I'm going to cry. My son is old enough to understand. What's wrong with me crying for a while? Okay, cry. Do you want to see me cry? I didn't. The two of them looked younger and felt younger too, and they started joking and teasing each other. Lin Kuang arrived at the coffee shop, then quietly stayed in his office, flipping through wilderness travel guides. If all goes well, he will reach level 10 tomorrow and is ready to go into the wild. The pressure on the mythical professional is immense. He must be 100% 125 times stronger than his opponent to have a chance to become the top scorer in the regional college entrance examination. He must go all out to become stronger. Moreover, the curse of the gods is like a thorn in his throat. He can only cope with future crises by becoming stronger. Ningqing kept the advice of his predecessors firmly in mind. These were the secrets to survival. Unlike dungeons, monster levels in the wild are fixed. You might even encounter level 100 or 200 monsters in the wild, so you can't afford to be careless. Ningqing didn't take a taxi home until 10:30 p.m. He planned to earn some more money to buy himself a car, as taking taxis was just too inconvenient. After washing up at home, Ningqing ate breakfast prepared by his parents early the next morning and went out. His parents thought he was going to work, but little did they know that he was going to run a dungeon. Ningqing hailed a driverless car and arrived at the Dark Forest Secret Realm. The level requirement for this secret realm was 5 to 15, and he was exactly level 5, making him suitable for entry. The Dark Forest Secret Realm was deserted. All the senior high school students had gone to the Mine Secret Realm today. Ningqing only reached level 5 by playing solo on Hell difficulty. The students, on the other hand, had to team up and could only play on Warrior difficulty or lower. It would take them several days to reach level 5. Ningqing glanced at the recording stone next to the entrance of the secret realm, where Chu Yufay's record was still engraved. Chu Yufay, 6 minutes 38.6 seconds. After today, this name should be mine, Ningqing said confidently, and then stepped into the teleportation vortex. Upon entering the secret realm, 5 rare level 15 cat demons came into view. Ningqing first unleashed Blood Frenzy, then killed them all with a single cross slash. Experience points plus 120, experience points plus 120. The experience bar rapidly extended, and Ningqing was intoxicated by the feeling of leveling up so quickly. The cross slash, which originally had an attack range of only 2 meters, was stretched to 20 meters in his hands. It was even more exaggerated than the skills of mages of the same level. The single target move was directly transformed into an area of effect attack, making him truly invincible. Today started off well. A level 15 purple leather armor fell from the ground, and Ningqing's face was full of joy. He picked it up and estimated it was worth about 15,000. This isn't picking up equipment, it's picking up money. He traversed the deep forest, slaying cat demons one by one, his experience bar rapidly increasing until he reached level 6, followed by level 7 and then level 8, as if he were on a rocket. If others sought his leveling speed, they would probably be green with envy. Occasionally, you might encounter epic level cat demons blocking your way, but they are still instantly killed by Ningqing in one move. His damage is simply too explosive. Within minutes, he reached the deepest part of the secret realm, where 3 level 15 epic cat demons appeared before him. Although they are cat demons, they are larger than tigers, and their ferocious muscles are terrifying. Their claws are strong enough to crush large rocks. Upon seeing Ningqing arrive, they quickly ran away, scattering in 3 directions to pounce. Ningqing unleashed a cross slash, and the sword energy swept out from 10 meters away, striking 2 cat demons. Those hairs, as hard as steel wire, flesh and skin forged from steel, and bones as strong as black iron, were as fragile as bubbles in the face of sword energy. The 2 cat demons were instantly cleaved into 4 pieces, dying with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Ningqing turned and stared at the last one, seeing fear in its eyes, but there was no turning back in this deadly battle. It swung its claws repeatedly, sending several claw blades hurtling towards Ningqing. Ningqing didn't try to take the blows head-on, because his defense wasn't high, and taking them would hurt a lot. This is also why he must possess immortality. Only with immortality can he truly sweep away everything. He dodged 2 claw blades with a somersault, but was still hit in the back by one. A sharp pain shot through him, and Ningqing couldn't help but gasp. He turned around and saw blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground crimson. There was nothing I could do. I only had a set of basic equipment, which offered very little defense bonus. In addition, he was only level 10, which was 5 levels lower than the cat demon, so it was normal that he couldn't defend against the cat demon's attacks. If he hadn't instantly killed 2 cat demons and absorbed enough blood, his condition would definitely be in terrible shape right now. He took out a vial of healing potion and drank it. His wounds healed rapidly, and then he drew his sword and charged at the cat demon. At this moment, his health was very high, so he wasn't afraid at all. At most, he was in a lot of pain. Seeing that Ningqing was severely injured, the cat demon did not hesitate any longer and pounced on him. Ningqing swung his heavy sword at the cat demon's head, while the cat demon's claws struck his chest. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. As an epic class, Ningqing's basic attack damage was not low, leaving a gash on the cat demon's forehead. Immediately, he was slapped away by the cat demon. The burning pain in his chest made Ningqing gasp again. The pain was excruciating. Seeing the cat demon pounce again, he rolled away to avoid it, thinking there was no need to fight head-on and he would wait for his skills to cool down. However, his agility was clearly slower than that of the cat demon. As soon as he got up, the cat demon bit him on the back, tearing off a piece of flesh. This time, Ningqing didn't gasp in shock. Instead, he broke out in a cold sweat and was in excruciating pain. However, he he still has a lot of health left, so he won't die. You can't die until your health is depleted. That's the rule of this world. Despite the pain, he swung his sword at the cat demon again, draining its health while simultaneously absorbing his own. Because the cat demon is bleeding, losing 2% of its health per second, this health is also absorbed by Ningqing, as if he has a healing buff. However, it's unrealistic to expect to slowly bleed the cat demon to death, as Ningqing's health is depleting too quickly. He had never felt 5 seconds go by so long. The cat demon struck again, sending him flying, making him wince in pain. After falling to the ground, Ningqing gritted his teeth and quickly got up, gripping his longsword tightly with both hands, staring intently at the cat demon that was pouncing again. This time he didn't dodge, because his cross-slash skill had just cooled down. He roared and unleashed another cross-shaped sword strike, the energy sweeping outwards. The cat demon, terrified, was unable to dodge and was instantly cleaved into 4 pieces. Ningqing then took out a bottle of basic recovery potion and drank it, and his wounds healed rapidly. Damn it, looks like I need to buy a set of elite gear before I can leave the city. My defense is too weak, Ningqing said with lingering fear. He picked up the purple equipment and 2 pieces of cat skin material dropped by the cat demon. This time he wasn't so lucky. He didn't get any orange or epic equipment. After leaving the secret realm, Ningqing indeed found a new record on the recording stone, 4 minutes and 46.7 seconds. He wrote Madman next to the note, then took a taxi straight to the professional trading center. His first instinct was to go to the same equipment trading shop as yesterday. Upon seeing Ningqing, the female shop assistant's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. Distinguished guest, you've arrived. Her face was beaming with joy, showing no embarrassment whatsoever from being rejected by him yesterday. When a man has money, a woman naturally dares not show any negative emotions. Ningqing nodded. Sell a few pieces of equipment, and while you're at it, buy me a set of elite heavy armor of level 10 to 20, and a greatsword of the same level. Okay, please follow me. The female shop assistant enthusiastically led Ningqing into the back room. Her smile widened even more when he pulled out 4 purple outfits. She wasn't disappointed that she didn't sell any epic items. Who can sell epic items every day? That's simply unrealistic. As long as Ningqing can sell a few pieces of purple equipment regularly, her income will naturally increase rapidly. This time, the female shop assistant did not try to persuade Ningqing to stay and rest. She knew that saying more would only annoy the customer. After spending 30,000 to buy a set of elite heavy armor and an elite greatsword, Ningqing left the shop and headed straight for the potion shop from yesterday. The female shop assistant who looked down on him yesterday immediately lit up with a glint in her eye when she saw him, and quickly ran up to him in her high heels. She couldn't afford to miss out on Ningqing, such a big client, no matter what. She spent the entire previous night filled with regret and couldn't sleep a wink. She was convinced that with her own methods, she could definitely keep Ningqing, this big client, firmly in her grasp. Men, after all, are all about the same things. She was already prepared to ask Ningqing to spend the night with her. The young girl saw Ningqing yesterday, but she was a step too slow. Seeing her colleague already in front of Ningqing, she had to stop, knowing that stealing customers was a big no-no. The female shop assistant rushed up to Ningqing with a broad smile on her face, her attitude completely different from yesterday. Hello, esteemed guest, it's a pleasure to serve you. What would you like to order? She bowed 90 degrees to Ningqing, demonstrating her profound professionalism. Ningqing glanced at her, then looked away, having no interest in paying attention to such a person. Move aside, I need to buy something from that young lady, he said coldly. The shop assistant's smile froze instantly. She hadn't expected that even with her humility, Ningqing would still refuse to forgive her. But Ningqing didn't care about her thoughts at all and walked straight ahead. The female shop assistant hurriedly stepped back, not daring to block his way. The little girl, her face beaming with joy, approached Ningqing. She hadn't expected him to be so certain of her. Distinguished guest, a warm welcome, she said sweetly. Give me 100 vials of basic recovery potion. Ningqing spoke. Okay, please wait a moment. Not long after, Ningqing left the potion shop with 100 vials of basic recovery potions and went straight into a skill shop. Ningqing has just reached level 10, which gives him an extra skill slot, allowing him to learn new skills. However, learning skills requires skill books, and the drop rate of skill books is extremely low. Ningqing didn't get any, so he had to buy them. Inside the shop, a middle-aged man sat leisurely in a recliner, drinking tea. Take whatever you want, no bargaining, he said it casually. Ningqing scanned the shelves and found only about 20 skill books, which seemed quite scarce. This is also why middle-aged people are indifferent. Skill books are never hard to sell. Once these high school seniors who have reached level 10 flood the market, skill books will definitely be in high demand. Ningqing examined them closely and found that only 2 skill books were suitable for him. The others were not. Staring at one of the books, the relevant information naturally came into view. After unleashing the skill, 5 sword energies rapidly rotated around the body, instantly dealing 400% damage to the target, with an attack range of 3 meters. Ningqing turned to look at another skill book. He gripped his weapon and slammed it heavily into the ground, unleashing unleashing a powerful shockwave that dealt 400% damage to the target and launched them into the air. The attack range was 3 meters, with a 12-second cooldown. Ningqing chose Mountain Crash Slash without hesitation. This skill has both offensive and control effects, making it a rare find. He glanced at the price, 350,000, and his heart tightened. This professional's money came quickly, but he spent it even faster. Ningqing took out his money, scanned the QR code to transfer the money, and the skill book fell into his hand. He then slapped the Mountain Crash Slash onto his body, and a new skill immediately appeared in his skill bar. Looking at the skill panel again, the changes are absolutely drastic. In Blood Frenzy state, consuming 5% of one's base health, one slams their weapon heavily into the ground, unleashing a powerful blood energy shockwave that deals up to 1,400% damage. It also causes the target to float in the air, expands the attack range to 33 meters, and reduces the cooldown time to 6 seconds. What seems like a minor skill is comparable to a third-tier skill in Ningqing's hands. Who wouldn't be tempted by it? Now, with 2 powerful skills, a full set of elite equipment, and 100 bottles of recovery potions, Ningqing has enough confidence to leave the city. He couldn't wait to leave the trading center and took a taxi straight to the city gate. As soon as I got off the bus, the shouts and noises around me pierced my ears. We need one more healer, level 80 or above. Level 60 elite fire mage looking for a group. Elite second job class team with upgrade services, starting at 50,000 per hour. Ningqing rubbed his ears and glanced at the bustling crowd. This place was also one of the gathering places for professionals. Just as he was about to queue to leave the city, a shifty-eyed fellow approached him. Hey bro, need a team to level up? I have tons of teams to choose from, all at fair prices. Ningqing shook his head. He didn't need anyone to practice for him at all. He understood that the reason this person approached him was because he was wearing elite first-tier equipment and had a young face, clearly a newcomer. What about equipment, skill books, and materials? The shifty-eyed man persisted, unwilling to give up. Sorry, I don't need any of that, Ningqing replied impatiently, turning around and continuing on his way. Brother, you can't have all the services, right? I have the best and most complete selection here, all kinds of uniforms, all kinds of silk. The man winked, revealing a meaning that all men understood. Ningqing stroked his chin, a hint of interest in his eyes. Ahem, I'll contact you again later. Upon hearing this, the shifty-eyed man's eyebrows trembled slightly. Alright, brother, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ningqing was at the back of the line leaving the city. He dared to leave the city without a team, which drew strange looks from many professionals. TSK, another one sent to its death. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He'll definitely be throwing a feast at home tonight. Heh, there are idiots like this every year. These words reached Ningqing's ears without any attempt to conceal them. He had no intention of refuting. He only intended to use facts to slap them in the face. Before they could leave the city, they had to have their identity and rank verified. Ningqing took out his citizen card and had it scanned. After confirming that it was correct, the guard stared blankly at the LV-10 mark above his head. Leaving the city alone at level 10? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The guard's face darkened, and his tone became impatient. Young man, I advise you not to go out. The wilderness is very dangerous. To put it bluntly, you're just asking for death if you go out on your own. Ningqing remained calm, knowing that the guards were acting in his best interest, not mocking him, but his mind was made up. Thanks for the reminder. I know the risks, but I have to go out. The guard grew irritated and waved his hand repeatedly. Go. There's no point in me saying anything more. You can't reason with a damned devil. Ningqing strode out of the city and into the wilderness, entering the realm of monsters. There are no laws here, only the law of the jungle. Danger comes not only from monsters, but more often from other professionals. Murder and robbery are commonplace here, and people act without restraint. Ningqing looked ahead and saw a desolate wasteland, overgrown with weeds and dense undergrowth that blocked out the sun. Ningqing, carrying his greatsword, strode forward. The area near Ning City had already been thoroughly cleared by professionals, and there were almost no monsters left. He moved at a fast pace. As a professional, his four-dimensional attributes would increase significantly with each level up. Now his strength was about 3,000 gene. With each step, they leaped 10 meters, and soon they had traversed 10 miles, passing through the buffer zone between human and monster civilizations, and finally entering the monster's territory. As soon as he entered, Ningqing saw a giant wild rabbit, an elite monster of level 17. No wonder the city guards advised him not to rush forward. Most level 10 professionals wouldn't survive against such a monster. This is not a dungeon. Death means permanent, with no chance to return to town and resurrect. The rabbit, which should have been docile, was anything but. Upon seeing Ningqing, it pounced on its hind legs and charged towards him. Its lips parted slightly, revealing scarlet teeth. This hare was carnivorous and especially enjoyed eating human flesh. Ningqing's entire body was engulfed in blood flames, and he unleashed a sweeping cross slash, instantly clearing a large patch of grass and splitting the wild rabbit into 4 pieces. A rabbit pelt fell to the ground. The drop rate of rabbit pelts from wild monsters was higher than that from dungeons. Ningqing picked picked it up and continued on his way. As Lin Kuang continued to venture deeper, the frequency and level of the monsters he encountered also increased. He has encountered quite a few monsters above level 20, mostly ordinary and elite, but he has not yet encountered any rare monsters. Rare monsters are extremely rare and hard to encounter in the wild, but many professionals pray they won't run into one. Rare monsters are called rare leaders, who are minor chiefs of their groups and lead many subordinates. Encountering one means facing an entire horde of monsters. Let alone a professional, even an elite squad would mostly become food when faced with a horde of monsters. More than 10 miles ahead of Lin Kuang, a group of professionals had unfortunately encountered a group of monsters. It was a herd of wild bulls, each one larger than an elephant. The rare wild bull at the head of the herd was over 6 meters tall and over 10 meters long, resembling a large truck. They moved nimbly, faster than cars, their limbs powerfully striding, muscles surging, their bodies charging and crashing as they chased after the professional squad ahead. This is a team of first-tier professional players, all of whom are level 25 or above. The outer edge of the wilderness was not dangerous, but they ran into a herd of wild bulls. More than 30 wild bulls, all above level 25, led by a rare monster, were simply too much for this small team to handle. They could only desperately try to escape. Escape was out of the question. The rare wild bull was far faster than them, leaping over 30 meters in a single bound to block their path, its eyes fixed on them fiercely. These cattle are also carnivorous. The 5 professionals looked desperate, knowing that this time their chances of survival were slim. Scatter and escape, the captain shouted. Everyone who can get away now is a winner. With a hint of mockery, the rare bull stomped heavily on the ground, instantly shattering the ground where the 5 professionals stood and sending them flying into the air. Their wails echoed in the sky, becoming their swan song. Lin Kuang was completely unaware of all this. He was heading towards the herd of wild bulls, oblivious to the danger that was already upon him. Mountain-shattering slash. Lin Kuang roared, gripping the giant's sword tightly with both hands and slashing down fiercely. Immediately, his blood energy erupted violently, covering an area of 33 meters, instantly killing 3 level 22 elite bloodthirsty rats. Lin Kuang smiled with satisfaction as his experience points increased slightly, picked up the materials he had obtained, and continued forward. More than 20 minutes later, Lin Kuang vaguely heard a cow bellow. He looked in the direction of the sound, but his view was blocked by the grass, and he couldn't see anything. He had no intention of letting any monster escape, so he quickened his pace and headed towards the direction from which the bull's roar came. A few minutes later, Lin Kuang emerged from a clump of grass, spitting twice, his mouth full of grass clippings, but he was soon stunned to see more than 30 huge bulls staring at him in surprise. Perhaps they had not expected to encounter a lone human. Immediately, the bull's eyes flashed with a fierce light again. The 5 professionals they had just encountered clearly had not satisfied their appetites, and they thanked heaven for sending them new prey. Lin Kuang's heart tightened. Facing such a massive horde of monsters, he felt significant pressure, but escape was no longer an option. He had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. When humans and monsters meet, there's no need for further explanation. Lin Kuang unleashed his bloodlust and transformed into the blood demon god. The herd of wild bulls surged forward rapidly, and led by their leader, they all charged towards Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang dragged the greatsword on the ground with his right hand and charged towards the herd of wild bulls. The greatsword drew sparks on the ground and left long sword marks. The bull leader looked contemptuous. Facing a junior human, it was too lazy to use its skills and intended to devour Lin Kuang whole, but it quickly regretted its decision. When the two sides were about 5 meters apart, Lin Kuang raised his greatsword and unleashed a cross-shaped sword aura. The 10-meter-long cross-shaped sword energy surged forth with the power to split mountains and cleave rivers. The bull leader felt a strong threat, and its companions behind it were in even greater danger. The bull leader roared in a deep voice and quickly unleashed his defensive skills. His body shone with a metallic luster, and his skin was as if it were made of fine steel, making it difficult for even sniper bullets to penetrate. The cross-shaped sword energy slashed at it, causing blood to gush out. 2 deep wounds appeared on the leader's body, and the power of the sword energy pushed it back violently. As for its subordinates, their bodies were torn apart and turned into corpses when they came into contact with the sword energy. With just one move, more than 10 wild bulls were killed. That wasn't all. Lin Kuang gripped the giant's sword tightly with both hands and slammed it heavily on the ground. Blood energy exploded like a bomb, blasting wild bulls within a radius of 33 meters into the air. Apart from the leader, the other wild bulls that were affected were all turned into corpses, and more than a dozen wild bulls lost their lives. Now there are less than 10 wild bulls left alive. The bull chieftain roared in grief and anger. Most of its people had died, and had vowed to tear the escaped man apart alive. That's right, Lin Kuang chose to run away. Both of his skills were on cooldown, and he had no intention of staying to fight head-on. It would be too foolish to suffer the consequences. He tried to escape, but the raging bull wouldn't let him get away so easily. The bull leader landed and quickly rose, leading his remaining men in pursuit of Lin Kuang. They moved faster and closed the distance. The bull leader stomped heavily on the ground, and the ground beneath Lin Kuang's feet immediately immediately cracked. He was blasted into the air, and his health dropped sharply. Even after instantly killing more than 20 bulls, his health remains astonishing, making it extremely difficult for the bulls to wear him down. While suspended in mid-air, Ningqing was unable to use any skills and could only wait to land. Although the bulls were not very intelligent, they knew they couldn't let Ningqing land, so they used the ground explosion skill repeatedly to blast him away and deplete his health. Meanwhile, they continuously unleashed other skills to bombard Ningqing, striving for a swift victory. But to their horror, Ningqing survived more than 30 skill attacks. After the barrage of skills ended, Ningqing finally landed, covered in wounds, his heavy armor stained with blood, but his aura grew even more ferocious. The blood demon god becomes more ferocious the more blood flows from him. His eyes shoot out tangible blood-red light, inspiring fear in all who behold him. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Have you had enough fun? It's my turn. The bull leader was filled with fear, realizing that the person before it was no ordinary human, but a demon king who killed people like mowing grass. It roared in terror, summoning its people to retreat, completely reversing the roles of hunter and prey. Mountain crushing slash, die. Ningqing roared, and his giant sword slashed down heavily, unleashing a burst of blood energy that claimed the lives of several more wild bulls. He then unleashed a cross slash, striking the bull leader hard and splitting him in two, dropping a rare piece of equipment. Ningqing did not pursue the wild oxen that had already fled far away, as he was too slow. What's your name? He picked up the rare equipment and found it was a heavy armor shoulder guard, requiring a level of 20 to 30, while he was only level 13, so he could only keep it for now. 3 elite heavy armor pieces were scattered on the ground. Ningqing was overjoyed. It seemed that he wouldn't have to worry about equipment before level 30. After collecting the equipment, Ningqing continued on his way, planning to return in the evening. The wilderness at night is extremely dangerous, and as a low-level player, he has no plans to spend the night outdoors for the time being. Monsters fell one after another to Ningqing's hands. Although he was only level 13, his survivability far surpassed that of many level 30 players. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ningqing prepared to return. He had already traveled about 100 miles into the territory, and it would take him some time to get back. He hadn't gone far when he saw a ring of light sweep across from a distance. Ningqing immediately recognized it as a skill. Judging from the range and speed of the light, it's at least a second-tier skill. His heart tightened, and he quickly fled forward. Although he didn't sense any lethality from the aura, he absolutely didn't want to be caught in its crossfire. Unfortunately, his speed was far slower than the speed at which the light circle expanded, and soon the light circle swept past him. Although he was not injured, his expression darkened. You are currently marked. A new notification popped up on the information panel, making Ningqing realize that he had been marked by a skill. Being marked in the wild, whether by monsters or other professionals, is definitely not a good thing. Ningqing continued his mad dash. Second-tier professionals were far stronger than first-tier professionals, and he was no match for them. Kid, where are you going? A mocking voice came from ahead, and there stood a swordsman dressed in second-tier purple armor, holding a long sword and waiting leisurely in front of him. Ningqing stopped in his tracks, knowing he couldn't escape. He gripped his greatsword tightly, staring intently at his opponent, ready to strike first. Seeing that Ningqing showed no fear, the swordsman revealed a playful expression and gently spat out the foxtail grass from his mouth. Kid, come with me obediently, or I'd be happy if you resist. He smiled easily, but without a trace of warmth. Ningqing's eyes were heavy. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to make a move. The swordsman's lack of a marking skill meant he must have teammates behind him. He could barely handle this swordsman alone, let alone the others. Seeing that the other party didn't intend to kill, Ningqing sheathed his greatsword. The swordsman chuckled, praising him for being sensible, then walked straight toward Ningqing and passed by him. Ningqing tactfully followed. After following the swordsman for about 100 meters, 2 groups of people appeared ahead, one group consisting of 3 people, all dressed in second-tier purple armor just like the swordsman. Another group of dozens of people, the vast majority of whom were first-level professionals, with only 3 being second-level professionals. Most of the people in that group looked terrified, but when their eyes swept over the 3 people opposite them, their expressions turned awe. Ningqing quickly deduced that they, like himself, had been captured. Go over there and stay put. The swordsman pointed at the group of people and gave Ningqing an order. Ningqing remained silent and blended into the group. The swordsman returned to the 3 men. Ningqing was thankful he hadn't made a move, otherwise he wouldn't have escaped the pursuit of this second-tier squad. In the wild, professionals are more dangerous than monsters. This statement is vividly illustrated here. This group of people didn't communicate. Fear enveloped them, and no one was willing to speak, fearing that they would be killed by the people opposite them if they said the wrong thing. The opposing second-tier team was talking. The 4 members were a swordsman, a priest, a mage, and a warrior. We have enough men. We'll set off once Wang Bin returns with the captured men, the soldier said. We never expected that our serious squad would encounter crystal-eating rats. It's truly a stroke of luck, the mage exclaimed excitedly. His teammates were equally excited, their eyes shining. Ningqing Quang's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. Crystal-eating rats, as the name suggests, are creatures that feed on crystals, but the crystals mentioned here are not crystals, but elemental crystals. Elemental crystals can be used for equipment enchanting and are a valuable and essential material for paying players. Where crystal-eating rats appear, there are likely elemental crystal deposits. No wonder these people are so excited. Even a small mine, as long as it hasn't been gnawed too badly by crystal-eating rats, can be a fortune. They arrested people, presumably because the crystal-eating rats appeared in large groups, numbering at least over 100. These guys clearly lacked confidence to face this alone, so they were used as cannon fodder. Of course, this is just Lin Kuang's guess, and the truth will be revealed soon. The other people who were arrested gradually realized their situation. Their expressions became even more terrified, their faces turned pale, and some trembled all over, barely managing to stand. Only Lin Kuang and a few other second-tier professionals were able to barely maintain their composure. Not long after, a gaunt assassin returned with 2 first-tier professional players, 2 lucky guys again. Once the members of the serious squad were assembled, they immediately began their operation, driving Lin Kuang and his companions northward. The monsters they encountered along the way were easily dispatched by the serious squad. Even level 50 rare monsters are no match for them, because the warriors of the serious squad are also a rare class, and their level is even higher, reaching level 58. This made the captives even more desperate. Facing such a formidable enemy, they had absolutely no chance to resist. No wonder the 3 second-tier professionals in the team didn't dare to utter a single word. They clearly knew how formidable the Sky Wolf squad was. Lin Kuang's face was grave, as if a huge boulder was pressing on his heart, and his breathing became heavy. The pressure from the serious squad was equally immense. He was no match for them in a direct confrontation. The atmosphere was unusually oppressive, as if walking to the execution ground, no one was willing to say a word. The group walked for nearly 10 miles before the serious squad called a halt. Then, the mage of the serious squad began chanting a spell. After the spell was finished, his staff flashed with a fiery red light. With a wave of his staff, he spewed out a burst of flames, covering an area of about 10 meters in radius. All the weeds in that area were burned away, and then a hole about 2 meters in diameter appeared in front of everyone's eyes, which was obviously the entrance to the mine dug by the crystal-eating rat. The serious squad didn't let Lin Kuang and his group in immediately. Instead, each member took out a spray can and sprayed Lin Kuang and his group's bodies one by one. Lin Kuang didn't recognize the spray, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing. The faces of the arrested men turned grim. They clearly knew the effects of the spray. After the serious squad finished spraying, they forced these cannon fodder into the cave entrance. Lin Kuang and the others had no choice but to enter one by one. The slope of the cave entrance was not steep, so they were able to slowly descend. After turning a corner and losing sight of the serious squad, a second-tier warrior couldn't help but curse and swear. "Serious squad, I'll fuck your ancestors." His angry outburst resonated with others, who joined in with their own curses. "Damn it! Spraying us with intermediate-level hypnotic potion is clearly a death sentence. Once the crystal-eating rats dismember us, we'll fall into a coma. How vicious. A bunch of beasts." Lin Kuang understood the purpose of the spray from their conversation, and gained a deeper understanding of the wickedness of human nature. No wonder they were captured and used as cannon fodder. It turns out they weren't expected to cause much damage to the crystal-eating rats at all, but rather to be used as living mind control drugs. No matter how angry and swearing they are, they cannot change their current situation. They have nowhere to retreat. To survive, the only option is to fight with all your might and wipe out all the crystal-eating rats here. Alright, scolding won't help. It's survival of the fittest. The one who turns around will automatically step forward. He. A second-job professional interrupted the crowd's angry shouts with a deep voice. The other 2 second-tier professionals stood beside him in tacit agreement, forming an alliance. They had previously called the serious squad beasts, but then they did the same thing as the serious squad, which was extremely ironic, but that's the reality of the survival of the fittest. The others looked angry, but most dared not speak out. Only one furious soldier pointed at the 3 men and berated them. "Bastards, how are you any different from those beasts in the serious squad?" No sooner had he finished speaking than an axe cleaved his body from head to toe. The one who struck was none other than the second-tier warrior. Blood gushed out, the corpse split open, and blood and fragments of internal organs splattered, covering the people around. Screams echoed through the mine, and several professionals screamed in fright. His face turned deathly pale, his eyes were filled with fear, his body trembled uncontrollably, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. "Shut up, all of you!" The second-tier warrior glared angrily, his expression fierce as if he wanted to devour everyone, staring intently at the screaming group. Those people quickly covered their mouths with their hands, not daring to make a sound, for fear of repeating the same mistake as that first-level warrior. But their trembling bodies betrayed the deep fear in their hearts. Lin Kuang remained silent throughout. Although it was his first time witnessing a killing scene, as the blood demon god, blood only excited him, not instilled fear in him. Seeing that no one spoke up, the killing intent in the eyes of the second-tier warrior gradually dissipated, and he issued the order again. again. Keep moving forward. If you don't want to die, then kill the crystal rats with all your might. The first-tier professionals had no choice but to obey and dared not resist in the slightest. Ningqing still did not act rashly. Facing 3 second-tier professionals, he was not confident and could only patiently wait for an opportunity. The group continued onward, but the tunnel's length far exceeded Ningqing's expectations. He had already walked at least 100 meters, yet there was still no end in sight, and they hadn't even seen a single crystal-eating rat. Continuing forward another 100 meters, after turning a corner, a huge cave suddenly appeared before us, about 50 meters in diameter. The most eye-catching thing in the cave was the crystals on the walls that emitted a fiery red glow. Ningqing recognized them at a glance as flame crystals, a type of elemental crystal. Even a basic fire element crystal is worth 5,000 yuan, and just looking at it here would probably be worth 2,000 yuan. This means that the value here exceeds 10 million, a figure that would drive many people crazy, but the people here show no signs of madness. Instead, they are plunged into endless fear. Because the burrow was densely filled with monsters the size of calves and resembling rats, these were crystal-eating rats. At a glance, the number is estimated to be 700 or 800, all of which are elite or above, and there are even a few rare ones. In the wild, you can hardly find ordinary monsters, because they have long since become food for other monsters. Only elite-level monsters and above can barely survive. Even more shocking is that nearly a third of these crystal-eating rats are at the second tier, and the highest rare leader level is over 55. Such a powerful lineup would be insurmountable even for a second job team composed entirely of rare professionals, let alone Lin Feng and his group of scattered soldiers. They saw the crystal-eating rats, and the crystal-eating rats naturally noticed them as well, their deep blue eyes all staring over. A chill quickly swept over them, making all the professionals feel cold all over, their scalps tingle, and some were even so frightened that they lost control of their bladders, leaving their feet wet. Someone let out a piercing scream and turned to flee. Just then, a wave several meters high surged from behind Ningqing and the others, violently pushing them into the depths of the cave. Ningqing turned around and saw that it was the second-tier mage who had made the move. He and the other 2 second-tier professionals looked coldly at Ningqing and his group of cannon fodder, and then turned and ran away. Apart from Ningqing, the other first-tier professionals were completely devastated because the crystal-eating rats had turned into a horde and were surging towards them. They watched their fate unfold, destined to be torn apart and devoured. "Help! Someone, please help me! I don't want to die!" Sob. Screams and wails mingled, and fear and despair permeated the entire cave. Just then, an extremely untimely voice rang out. "The more monsters, the better." His voice carried a sense of relief, joy, and a hint of excitement. Although the voices weren't loud, everyone here was a professional with keen senses, so they could hear it clearly. Everyone looked incredulously in the direction from which the sound came, and saw a handsome young man smiling. Yes, in this desperate situation, he was actually laughing. "Where did this madman come from?" a professional muttered helplessly. "Young people these days are really unruly, they go crazy when they suffer setbacks. Flowers grown in a greenhouse are utter waste." Even in such despair, some people still can't shake their habit of mocking others. The one smiling was Ningqing. Of course he had to smile, because the more monsters there were, the more abundant his blood bank would be, and the safer he would be. He had no interest in arguing with others, who would soon become corpses. His gaze swept coldly behind him, fixing on the 3 second-tier professionals who were fleeing. Trying to escape? Without his permission? He slammed his sword heavily into the ground, his blood energy suddenly erupting, and he caught up with the 3 second-tier professionals as swiftly as the wind, blasting them into the air. How could a first-tier professional possess such powerful skills? Anger, fear, and disbelief erupted from the 3 second job changers. They realized things were going badly and they had missed their best chance to escape. Ningqing, on the other hand, had a look of rapture on his face, because his health was rapidly increasing. The mountain-shattering slash swept through numerous crystal-eating rats, converting all the damage into his health. More importantly, those crystal-eating rats are now in a bleeding state, losing 2% of their health per second, which also counts as damage to him, so the amount of health he absorbs per second is enormous. With his current health, even if he encounters a rare third-tier class player, he would still be a formidable opponent. Ningqing looked back and saw a dense barrage of skills surging towards them like a flood. The professionals around him were powerless to fight back and were torn to pieces. Only Ningqing remained steadfast, like an unmoving reef. He then turned and ran away, not out of fear, but because he intended to let the crystal-eating rat deal with the 3 second-tier professionals first. He rushed to the location of the 3 second-tier professionals, just as they landed and regained their mobility. They stared intently at Ningqing, their eyes fierce like those of wild beasts, wishing they could immediately drink his blood and devour his flesh. "Boy, how dare you cut off our path, you bastard." The mage's fingers trembled, his face like a fierce ghost, as he angrily pointed at Ningqing and cursed. Ningqing couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't the mage think of this trick when he used his skill to push them into the cave? The second-tier warrior, his face contorted with rage, raised his axe and brought it down heavily on Ningqing's head. A blade of energy tore through the air, and a shrill whistle rustling sound rushed towards them. Lin Kuang also unleashed a cross slash, a massive cross-shaped sword aura sweeping out and striking 3 second-tier professionals. Blood splattered, and the three men's expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected Lin Kuang to inflict such considerable damage on them, which was completely unexpected. Lin Kuang was also slashed by the blade energy, leaving a deep wound, and fell heavily to the ground. Enraged, the second-tier swordsman drew his sword to retaliate. Despite being wounded, his hatred for Lin Kuang intensified, and he vowed to grind him to dust. 9 sword energies flashed like lightning, striking Lin Kuang and leaving 9 deep wounds. However, the 3 second job changers did not show any satisfaction. Instead, they were full of confusion. Logically speaking, this kid in front of us is only a first-tier professional, wearing elite equipment. He shouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. These 2 blows should have torn him to pieces. But this guy was only injured. His momentum didn't diminish, but instead became even more ferocious, which was truly incomprehensible. Lin Kuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly got up, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. You want to kill me? This attitude further enraged the 3 second-tier professionals, who roared wildly and unleashed their skills to bombard Lin Kuang. Huge wounds kept appearing on Lin Kuang's body. His flesh was mangled and blood splattered everywhere, but his body retreated again and again, and his aura became more and more violent. Ha ha ha. Lin Kuang laughed loudly. Awesome, come on, kill me. He was arrogant like a madman, making the 3 second-tier professionals feel fear. They felt that the person in front of them was not an ordinary person, but an unkillable demon. At this moment, they deeply regretted their actions. If they could do it all over again, they would never have pushed Lin Kuang to his death, but would have cooperated with him properly. Unfortunately, there's no going back in life, so they had to find a way to escape, as the crystal-eating rats were closing in from behind. The second-tier mage roared, startling the swordsmen and warriors who had almost lost their minds. The swordsman and warrior then realized that if they continued to fight Lin Kuang, they would surely die, but they were unwilling to be let go by Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang sheathed his heavy sword, lunged forward, and grabbed the 3 of them tightly. You bastard, get out of here. The 3 were nearly driven mad, their faces contorted with anger and fear as they gritted their teeth and attacked desperately. Lin Kuang's body was riddled with holes, yet they could not kill him. Ha ha ha. Lin Kuang continued to laugh wildly, become a delicious meal for the crystal-eating rat. The 3 second-tier professionals were in despair. They had been held back by Lin Kuang for a short time, and the crystal-eating rats had already surrounded them. They tried to resist, but to no avail. The crystal-eating rats were numerous and powerful. In excruciating pain, their bodies were being devoured, and they nearly fainted. Their eyes were filled with confusion and regret as they looked at Lin Kuang, who stood motionless amidst the swarm of rats. What kind of monster did they encounter? Then, filled with questions, they closed their eyes and headed towards the underworld. As for Lin Kuang, he unleashed the mountain-shattering slash once more, his blood energy sweeping across a radius of 33 meters, affecting hundreds of crystal-eating rats, causing their health to surge once more. No matter how the crystal-eating rat attacked, its health increased instead of decreasing, and its momentum became increasingly ferocious. He wielded his greatsword, frantically slaying the crystal-eating rats around him, fighting against hundreds of monsters far exceeding his own level, without flinching. Even mythical professionals of the same level wouldn't dare to behave like this. If this scene were to spread, it would surely overturn the understanding of countless professionals. Cross slash. Lin Kuang unleashed another cross-shaped sword aura. Wherever the sword aura passed, many first-stage crystal eater rats fell to the ground, and his health continued to increase. At the same time, his level was also rising rapidly. 14, 15, 16. His level would jump once every 10 seconds. As time went by, the number of crystal-eating rats gradually decreased. All of the first-stage rats became Lin Kuang's source of experience, while only the second-stage rats continued to resist. But they couldn't hold out for long. Although Lin Kuang's attacks did limited damage to them, the bleeding condition was enough to put them on the brink of death. Lin Kuang was surrounded by the corpses of crystal-eating rats. He was soaked in blood, and the blood-red light shooting from his eyes became even more dazzling, like a demon god crawling out of hell. The remaining crystal-eating rats were terrified. They felt that what stood before them was no longer an ordinary human, but a demon. They abandoned the forest and fled in panic, retreating back into their caves, wanting only to hide inside and daring not to come out again. Even the rare leaders were filled with fear, for they had never seen such a human before. Despite their weaker strength, they instinctively defeated the opponent easily, leaving countless shocking wounds on his body. Yet, the person did not die. Despite the layers upon layers of wounds, he remained alive. Faced with such an indestructible being, who wouldn't be afraid? Despite their attempts to escape, Lin Kuang refused to allow it. He unleashed the mountain-shattering slash once more, the explosion of blood energy blasting them away. Then the cross slash came down, dealing direct damage to the enemy group and refreshing the duration of their bleeding status. Many of the crystal-eating rats still did not fall, and fled in panic towards the cave or the outside world. But Lin Kuang had a confident smile on his face, because the bleeding state of those crystal-eating rats would last for 30 seconds, losing 2% of their health per second, which would amount to 60% loss in 30 seconds. None of the surviving crystal-eating rats had more than half their health remaining. Death was the only outcome for them. The scattered equipment on the ground came into view, and its level had soared to level 25. Lin Kuang's smile became even brighter. His experience points were still rapidly increasing. Killing a second-tier enemy while only being a first-tier enemy yielded extremely generous experience. Rewards. Once all the crystal-eating rats were eliminated, he was confident that his level would break through to 30, reaching the limit for the first tier. When he left the city, he only hoped to level up 3 or 4 times, but he never expected to reach the peak of the first transformation. Leveling up seems easy, but only Lin Kuang could achieve this level. Any other mythical level professional would have been devoured, leaving not even bones. 3 years of lying low, enduring ridicule and sarcasm, but it was all worth it. With his blood dominator talent, the blood demon god leaps over the dragon gate like a fish, undergoing a complete transformation, destined to roam the heavens and earth and look down upon all living beings. What followed was a joyful time of looting equipment, and to his delight, the heavy armor dropped by the crystal rat was just right for him. He immediately changed into a set of heavy armor of level 20 to 30, which greatly increased his strength. Before he could finish collecting the equipment, Lin Kuang had already reached level 30, and the remaining crystal eater rats had all bled to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't level up before reaching the second job advancement, otherwise his level would have been even higher. However, he was already very satisfied. The gains this time were enormous. My level increased significantly, and I found more than 50 pieces of equipment, including many second-tier equipment and 2 purple items. It was all a fortune. Not to mention the fire element crystals in the cave. That's a huge fortune, estimated to be worth over 10 million. 10 million. That's enough to make an ordinary family financially independent. And now, this wealth is right in front of Lin Kuang, waiting for him to take it into his possession. Not only that, Lin Kuang was also fortunate enough to obtain a skill book that was just right for him. He has an extra skill slot, which is perfect for learning. A desperate strike. By channeling one's health into the weapon, the next attack deals damage equal to 600% of the channeled health. This is a life or death skill, requiring you to sacrifice your health to fight the enemy to the death. But in Lin Kuang's hands, this became a burst skill. Because his health was exceptionally high after absorbing blood, for example, now, after absorbing a large amount of crystal rat's health, his health even exceeded that of a 4th-tier epic warrior. If you channel all your health into your weapon and unleash a single strike, the damage will be terrifying. While they might not be able to instantly kill professionals above the 3rd job advancement level, given their high attributes, powerful skills, and difficulty even in hitting them, but Lin Kuang understood that this strike was enough to make the enemy feel despair. However, for second-tier professionals, almost no one can withstand this move. Encountering it is almost certain death. Moreover, this wasn't just a normal attack, it also included a skill attack. With Lin Kuang's current skill range, a second-tier professional simply couldn't escape. Thinking of this, Lin Kuang's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within them. He hadn't forgotten that it was the serious squad that captured him and brought him here. Although he had gained a lot of benefits this time, it still couldn't change the fact that the other side was using him as cannon fodder. This grudge absolutely cannot be forgotten. Lin Kuang slapped the skill book onto his body, adding another skill to his skill bar. Moreover, the attributes of this skill have also undergone a qualitative change, with its power increased tenfold, capable of dealing 1600% damage. Afterwards, Lin Kuang began digging for elemental crystals. For each one he dug out, he earned 5,000 coins, which was faster than picking up money. This feeling was wonderful. At this moment, Lin Kuang had only one thought in his mind: to hell with childhood sweethearts, making money is the important thing. He kept digging, climbing up and down like a diligent little bee, collecting elemental crystals into his spatial backpack. As time passed, the elemental crystals in the cave gradually decreased, while a small mountain piled up in Lin Kuang's backpack. Outside the cave entrance, the serious squad was already fully prepared to go in and reap the rewards. They estimated that the crystal-eating rats were already unconscious, just waiting for them to enter and make a fortune. On one hand, they could level up their experience, on the other hand, they could obtain equipment and elemental crystals, which made them extremely excited. As for the dozen or so lives sacrificed behind the scenes, they didn't think about it at all. They only felt that it could help them grow, and that those cannon fodder were lucky to have done so in their previous lives. "Let's go," the soldier said enthusiastically. "If we go in and harvest, and the harvest is huge, we'll come back and have fun at the club for 10 days or half a month." The other team members smiled broadly upon hearing this, already fantasizing about the scene of having women on both sides in the club. The thought of those young ladies' slender waists and long, jade-like legs made them swallow hard. Filled with anticipation, they entered the cave and descended along the tunnel. With light steps, they had great confidence in the intermediate-level mind control potion. Even rare monsters that had undergone second-tier advancement would be unconscious for half an hour after being drugged. After turning a corner, a huge underground cave suddenly came into view. But the scene was completely different from what they had expected. They didn't even see a single crystal-eating rat. After a monster is killed, its corpse best disappears quickly. This is one of the rules of this world. The vast cavern was empty except for a handsome young man who was prying fire element crystals off the wall piece by piece and storing them in his spatial backpack. The other cannon fodder they captured have long since disappeared without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. They were filled with confusion, completely bewildered by what was happening. What infuriated them even more was that even after they arrived, the young man continued digging without stopping, completely ignoring their presence. The elemental crystals here were already considered theirs for the taking, but a mere beginner had snatched them up first. Moreover, once the crystals are stored in their spatial backpacks, they can only obtain them if the other party hands them over voluntarily, otherwise, they are helpless. Even if you kill him, the contents of your spatial backpack will be banished to the void forever. Stop right now, the swordsman said coldly, his tone chilling. Ningqing stopped what he was doing upon hearing the sound, turned around and stared at them with a half-smile, an attitude that made the serious squad even angrier. Those ants that we usually crush with a flick of the wrist showed no respect for them, but instead displayed a contemptuous attitude. This was a capital offense. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, shooting out two cold beams of light. Boy, I can't stand your attitude. Even if you hand over all the elemental crystals willingly, I'll still cut off your hands. Ningqing responded dismissively, then dug out another crystal and put it into his backpack. This action was undoubtedly a huge provocation to the serious squad, igniting their fury. The assassin's face was as cold as ice. Boy, you'd better kneel down and kowtow now, begging us to spare your life. The mage's expression was as gloomy as a dark cloud, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I will crush his fingers piece by piece. They cautiously approached Ningqing, but did not make any rash moves. After all, they were seasoned veterans, not impulsive hotheads, and would never let anger cloud their judgment. The atmosphere here is eerily strange. The sudden disappearance of the crystal-eating rats and the professionals is definitely not a coincidence. However, they will never let go of the elemental crystals, so Ningqing and his group must seize these resources. They advanced in battle formation, the priest began to buff his teammates, and the warrior used defensive skills to protect everyone behind him. Seeing this, Ningqing couldn't help but mutter to himself, there really aren't many fools these days. However, the serious squad was unaware that the moment they stepped into the cave, their lives were firmly in Ningqing's hands. Because Ningqing was only a dozen meters away from the cave entrance, he was completely within the range of his skills. He didn't want to waste any more time with the serious squad, so his body suddenly burst into towering blood flames, releasing his blood energy violently. Immediately, his health dropped by a third, and the greatsword in his hand quickly turned blood red, emitting a terrifying crimson light. A desperate strike, ready to be launched at any moment. Ningqing's actions made this serious squad realize that he was ready to make a move. The soldier shouted in a deep voice, wielding his axe and creating a 10-meter-wide axe beam that, with the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, struck straight at Ningqing's head. His face was full of confidence, firmly believing that this move was enough to defeat any legendary professional. As for Ningqing being a mythical level expert, don't be ridiculous. Who doesn't know a mythical level professional? Mountain-shattering slash. Ningqing roared and slammed the giant sword hard onto the ground. The axe struck Ningqing, blood gushed out, and his muscles tore apart. In the eyes of the Sky Wolf squad, he would be cleaved in two the next second. However, at this moment, Ningqing's blood energy suddenly surged, and the powerful impact tore the earth apart, and the aura of death quickly enveloped the Sky Wolf squad. The soldier screamed, his eyes bulged, his mouth opened wide enough to swallow an apple, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. His body trembled involuntarily, a fear born of the instinct for survival. The teammates were even more panicked, some so scared that they wet their pants, leaving a large wet patch on the ground. The blood energy slammed into the defensive barrier erected by the warriors. Click, click, click. The sound of the barrier shattering was like a death sentence to the serious squad. How can he be so strong? Defend immediately! Exclamations of surprise erupted from the members of the serious squad as the swordsman brandished his sword, raising a protective aura of sword energy around himself. Before the others could react, their defensive barriers were instantly destroyed by the blood energy, which then violently assaulted them. The priest, mage, and assassin, three fragile classes, were instantly torn to shreds, leaving only the warrior and swordsman still holding on. But their condition was extremely bad. The soldiers' bodies were like shattered glass, covered in cracks, and their internal organs and bones were also broken. They were on the verge of collapse. The swordsman's sword energy held for a moment before being shattered. He let out a desperate wail, never imagining that the ant he had captured was actually a man-eating dragon. The next second, he was torn apart by the blood energy, and the warrior fell down as well. Ningqing's desperate attack, which drained one-third of his health, was incredibly powerful. Combined with the damage from the mountain-shattering slash, the effect was unimaginable. Ningqing was quite satisfied with the result. He can now unleash two more attacks of the same power, which means he has two trump cards to save his life, greatly enhancing his survivability. Moreover, he can continue to absorb blood in the future, and if he has enough blood, he can kill even a third-tier professional with one blow. This desperate strike boosted his confidence, giving him the strength strength to fight against opponents of higher ranks. Ningqing glanced at his body, which had been split open, and could clearly see his shattered internal organs, but he calmly took out a recovery potion and poured it into his mouth. As long as his health wasn't depleted, he wasn't dead. He was fearless. It really hurts terribly. He desperately wanted the talent of immortality. If he had it, he would never have suffered such a terrible injury. The medicine worked quickly, and the wound began to heal rapidly. Ningqing lay quietly on the ground, waiting for his wounds to heal before getting up to continue collecting fire element crystals. It took more than half an hour to collect all the crystals, totaling 2,232 pieces, worth more than 11 million yuan. Thinking of this huge sum of money, Ningqing couldn't help but smile. With this money, he could give his parents a better life. Buy a nice house, give my parents some money, and let them enjoy their retirement in peace. My parents have worked hard all their lives. It's time for them to enjoy their retirement. Filled with joy, Ningqing left the cave and went outside. At this time, the sun was hanging low in the west, and it was almost 6 o'clock. Ningqing quickened his pace, heading towards Ningqing. As night fell, the wilderness grew increasingly dangerous. He could already hear the roars of beasts rising and falling. With a significant level increase in upgraded equipment, his strength has increased considerably, and his speed has also increased several times over. A figure swiftly darted through the grass, creating a shockwave that caused the surrounding grass to sway violently. A monster suddenly pounced from the side, attempting to ambush the figure, but as a giant sword sliced through the air, the monster was instantly cleaved in two. The figure was Ningqing. He was now within 20 miles of Ningqing, and his movements had become even more unrestrained. The sun had completely set, leaving only its afterglow casting a faint glow on the earth. Ningqing had to race against time. At the city gate, groups of professionals lined up to enter Ningqing. Some of them wore the joy of victory, some were exhausted after a fierce battle, and some showed sadness because of the sacrifice of their teammates. But in any case, they all made it back safely. Those who failed to return may never come back. One of the city guards glanced at the procession and sighed. Oldly, a colleague patted him on the shoulder. Why are you sighing again? You've been here for so many years. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Oldly shook his head, his face full of emotion. I'm just saddened by the loss of yet another young life, leaving only grief for his family. His colleague sighed inwardly, knowing that Oldly's reaction was due to the memory of his son, who had also died in the wild when he was young. Oldly stared blankly at the wilderness, as if lost in memories of the past. Suddenly, a figure rushed over and entered his field of vision, bringing life back to his lifeless eyes. He gradually focused, and as he saw the face becoming clearer and clearer, his expression turned from surprise to relief. That kid actually came back, he said softly. This city guard was the same one who had advised Ningqing not to leave the city that morning. He didn't want Ningqing to repeat the mistakes of his son. His purpose in doing this job was to persuade arrogant and impulsive young people. He couldn't persuade his son back then, and now he just wants to atone for his sins in this way. Ningqing quickly arrived at the city gate and merged into the procession returning to the city. Many professionals cast curious glances at him, their eyes filled with surprise, because they had just heard that Ningqing had gone out to his death this morning. For such a young kid to venture into the wilderness alone and come back alive is quite impressive. But then they began to have doubts. Could it be that this kid has been hiding in the buffer zone all day? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable this reason seemed, and his gaze immediately turned to disdain. Ha, kid, you left the city just to hide in the buffer zone for a day? If you're so free, you might as well stay home and sleep, a bald, burly man sneered. Young people these days are really speechless, they have so much nothing to do. Maybe he took a lot of photos and went back to the city to post an update. I took a walk in the countryside by myself and my clothes are a little muddy. He used it to flirt with girls. Old Lu, you really have a lot of experience. He was a show-off when he was young. The professionals chatted amongst themselves, and the atmosphere became lively again. Ningqing could only shake his head helplessly. What a waste of time. Why do people always like to stir up trouble? He was about to retort, wanting to say a few words of truth, since with his current strength there was no need to swallow his anger. Suddenly, a figure cut in front of him, leaving behind an arrogant back view. Ningqing's face darkened, thinking to himself, do they really think I'm a pushover that anyone can bully? Others are already used to this. In a world where the strong are respected, it's not uncommon for the weak to be cut in line. But Ningqing's reaction drew curious expressions from those around him, indicating that a good show was about to unfold. Hey, Ningqing said rudely, are you blind? Can't you see I'm in line? The guy in front of Ningqing slowly turned his head. He was about 35 years old and wore a set of second-tier light armor. He was probably a swordsman. He stared at Ningqing with disdain, never expecting that a mere junior would dare to disrespect him. He picked at his ear, his expression disdainful. Kid, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Ningqing's face was cold. I think your ears are probably ruined too. Get out of my sight right now. The man's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and his hands clenched into fists, making a cracking sound. Kid, today I'll show you what it means to overpower someone with strength. Those around them, seeing this, wore expressions of anticipation and began to whisper amongst themselves. TSK TSK. Shindong is a level 48 elite swift swordsman. That kid is really stubborn. These hotheads are probably spoiled by the school and have no idea about the dangers outside. I bet he won't last 3 seconds before he kneels down and begs for mercy. I'll bet 1 second. Ningqing was constantly being mocked and ridiculed. No one around him had any faith in him. The city guards simply observed quietly and did not intervene. Strictly speaking, Ningqing and his group were still outside the city and not protected by law. Of course, they would never allow anyone to kill someone right under their noses, as the consequences would be far too severe. Sigh, youthful impetuosity, Oldly sighed, shaking his head. Young people haven't had their edges smoothed out by society yet. They'll have to learn a profound lesson in society soon, his colleague said with a laugh. All eyes were on Ningqing and Shindong. No one even cared about entering the city anymore, for there was a rare good show to watch. Without another word, Shindong slapped Ningqing across the face. The force wasn't great, but the insult was intense. Ningqing's expression changed slightly, and he cursed inwardly that he was courting death. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed Shindong's hand first. Shindong showed a hint of surprise, not expecting Ningqing to react so quickly. After all, the difference in their agility was huge. Just then, Ningqing swung his right hand at Shindong's face, enraging him. How dare a weakling attack a strong man? He reached out and grabbed Ningqing's right wrist, trying to crush it. The two hands collided, and Shindong's expression changed from anger to shock, because he felt as if he were being attacked by a rare second-tier lord. The powerful force far surpassed his own, and with a crack he knew his wrist had broken. Ningqing continued to strike, slapping him hard across the face. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Who would dare say a slap can't make a sound? It was so loud it was terrifying. Several teeth were knocked out, leaving a trail of blood. Shindong's face suddenly collapsed, and he was spun around and violently thrown to the side. A deathly silence enveloped the entire venue. Everyone stared in disbelief, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This scene completely overturned their expectations. Isn't he just a nobody who only gets promoted to a minor character? Isn't he just a useless coward who only dares to hide in the buffer zone? How could he slap a level 48 elite professional flying? Can anyone tell me why? Their minds were filled with doubts, but they also understood one fact. This young man who had just turned 1-year-old was far more complex than they had imagined. Those who had previously mocked Ningqing looked fearful, their faces stinging with pain, as if Ningqing's slap had landed squarely on their faces. Returning our gaze to Ningqing and Shindong, Ningqing was as cold as a knife, while Shindong blushed and lost face after being slapped in public. If he doesn't regain his dignity, he will find it difficult to make any progress in Ningqing's professional circles in the future. Kid, I'll kill you. Shindong's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted, and he was almost insane. A long sword appeared in his hand, and in his irrationality, he no longer cared that he was still outside the city gate. The city guards gripped their weapons, ready to intervene. Just then, a giant sword suddenly appeared in Ningqing's hand, and then blood-red flames erupted from his body, dyeing the surroundings blood red. A tangible red light shot out from his eyes, and the violent and ferocious aura shook the hearts of everyone present, as if a demon god from hell had descended. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, and a sense of fear crept in. Shindong felt the chill deeply when facing Ningqing. The coldness shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura, and his intuition told him that if he made a move, he would surely die. The madness in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by deep fear. His legs went weak, and he knelt down in front of Ningqing. Brother, spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize you. He immediately begged for mercy and even hastily slapped himself a few times. This action almost made people think he had pulled a muscle in his back. Where did that arrogant attitude he had when he cut in line go? Now he's acting like a pushover. Ningqing was also taken aback by the opponent's sudden surrender, not expecting the opponent to admit defeat so readily. He calmly sheathed his greatsword, his boiling bloodlust subsiding. Since the other party was so sensible, he wasn't some bloodthirsty freak. Besides, the city guards have already arrived, and he doesn't dare to challenge the federal government's armed forces. The storm subsided, but the shock it left on everyone lingered for a long time. The most shocked person was Oldly, a guard of the city, whose face was filled with disbelief. He knew that Ningqing was only level 10 when he left the city, but he never expected that in just one day, Ningqing would be able to defeat a level 48 elite professional. This was simply like a fairy tale. He even began to suspect that Ningqing might have a twin brother, and that the young man in front of him was definitely not the one he had seen that morning. With no excitement to be had, everyone continued queuing to enter the city, each with their own thoughts. Soon it was Ningqing's turn, and Oldly hurriedly stepped forward to check his citizenship certificate. After confirming that he was the same person from that morning, his doubts gradually dissipated. But what followed was deep confusion. He simply couldn't understand how Ningqing, who was level 10 in the morning, could become so powerful overnight. Hello, is there a problem? Ningqing asked. The other person stared at him blankly, not returning his citizen card for a long time. It's nothing. Oldly snapped out of his daze and handed the citizen's card back back to Ningqing. No matter how deep his doubts were, he had no right to pry into the secrets of a professional. Ningqing reintegrated into human civilization, looking at the bustling and lively professional trading market as if from another world. At that moment, the shifty-eyed fellow appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. His eyes were also filled with surprise. He hadn't expected Ningqing to actually come back alive. This is good news for him, since only the living can take care of his business. Brother, you've come back just in time. The ladies have just started work, and this is their most energetic time, the man whispered slyly in Ningqing's ear. Ningqing didn't expect this guy to still remember this, but his mind wasn't on that right now. Let's do it another day, he said, and then prepared to leave. Seeing this, the man became anxious. Do you have any equipment or materials that need to be disposed of? The profit from my handling is about 5 percentage points higher than that of the shops in the trading center. Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest flashed in Ningqing's eyes. 5% was no small sum. The materials and equipment he possessed were worth tens of millions, and 5% would translate to a profit of over 500,000. It's obviously not appropriate to leave everything to this guy, but dealing with a portion of it first is something we can consider. He nodded. There are indeed some equipment and materials that need to be dealt with. A glint flashed in the man's eyes, as if he were looking at a stunningly beautiful woman who was completely unsuspecting. He glanced around and said in a low voice, "Brother, this isn't a good place to talk. Come with me." He gestured for Ningqing to walk towards a certain spot. Ningqing followed and arrived at a shop. The man led him into a room at the back and handed him a cup of tea. Ningqing sipped his tea, then placed the unwanted equipment on the ground. Dozens of pieces of equipment came into the man's view. His eyebrows twitched, his eyes gleamed, and his smile almost stretched to the back of his head. "Brother, don't worry, I'll definitely give you the highest price," he said excitedly and began to quickly estimate the price. It took him about 10 minutes to calculate a price of 1.56 million. The second-tier elite equipment made up the majority of the price, at about 50,000 per piece. As Ningqing had predicted, he already had a general understanding of the equipment's value. Ningqing nodded in agreement. The man's smile widened, his eyebrows twitching rapidly as if dancing. His eyes darted around, and he said eagerly, "Brother, do you have any more materials? I'll give you the highest price for them all." Ningqing pondered for a moment, then took out a pile of materials. He didn't take out the fire element crystal, as it was too sensitive and related to the safety of the mine. The man's eyes suddenly brightened, the light becoming blinding. He appraised the materials as if he had discovered a treasure, totaling 110,000. Ordinary materials are not valuable, only epic grade and above materials start to be truly valuable. With Thief Eyebrows transferring the money to Ningqing's account, the transaction came to an end. Thief Eyebrows leaned close to Ningqing's ear and said cheerfully, "Brother, thank you for your trust. I've made arrangements for tonight. Just go to the Spring Breeze Club and give them my name, and I guarantee you'll have a blast like a god." "Let's do it another day," Ningqing declined. "Okay, then I'll add your contact information. Let me know whenever you want to go." After saying this, Ningqing left with Zhe Mei seeing him off and took a taxi back to the coffee shop. He didn't go straight home because he still smelled strongly of blood on him, and his parents would definitely become suspicious if he went back directly. His office had a shower room. He took a shower, changed his clothes, ate a steak, and then took a taxi home. He had already told his parents that he would eat dinner at the restaurant, so they didn't let him go home. When I got home, I found that Mr. and Mrs. Lin had turned on the TV, which they hadn't watched in a long time, and were watching a TV series with great interest. The two had faint smiles on their faces, clearly in good spirits. Seeing this, Ningqing's lips also involuntarily curled up. "Son," Lin's mother called out, then quickly walked up to Ningqing and looked him over carefully. "Was work tiring today?" "Mom, what's so tiring about being a boss like me? You're the ones who are working so hard. Why don't you quit your jobs?" "Anyway, the money I earn in 3 days is equivalent to your monthly salary," Ningqing suggested earnestly. Lin's mother shook her head repeatedly. "Your parents are still young. How can we not work? Besides, you have a lot of expenses. You need to buy a car and a house to get married, so you have to be careful with your money." Sitting on the sofa, Lin's father also looked over and said, "Yes, don't be too extravagant. Business won't always be this easy." Ningqing sighed helplessly. His parents' views were deeply ingrained and difficult to change in a short time. After thinking about it, he decided not to tell his parents that he had started leveling up. If they knew that he often went out into the wild, they would probably feel uneasy and have sleepless nights. He will give his parents a big surprise on the day of the college entrance examination. Ningqing sat in the living room, wanting to watch TV with his parents for a while, but his mother quickly turned the topic to his marriage, urging him to find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Ningqing felt a chill run down his spine and made an excuse to slip back to his room. He had no intention of finding a girlfriend at the moment. Women will only slow down his leveling speed. Back in his room, after taking a shower, Ningqing logged into the professional forum to look up information about the second job advancement. He's already level 30, and his most important task now is to complete his second job advancement, otherwise he won't be able to level up any further. Click to enter the second job advancement section, which is full of experiences shared by professionals. Ningqing carefully examined the document and then made a summary. To change jobs, you need to complete a job change quest. For the second job change, you only need to complete one quest, which is to clear the 30th floor of the job change tower. The job change tower is located in a mysterious space, accessible only through the job change hall in each city. There are 6 job change towers: normal, elite, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Different job levels correspond to different job advancement towers. As an epic job, Ningqing naturally enters the epic job advancement tower. Each floor of the job change tower has a certain number of monsters. Defeating them will allow you to clear the floor. The job change tower also allows you to choose the difficulty level from normal to hell, similar to a dungeon. The higher the difficulty level, the greater the increase in the 4 main attributes and skills after job advancement. For each level of difficulty increase, the bonus is tripled. Most importantly, if you can complete the job change on hell difficulty 5 times, your job level will increase by 1 level. This is a rare and incredible opportunity for professionals to change their fate. Of course, it is extremely difficult, and so far there are not many successful people, and most of them are below the rare level. In the millennium since games merged with reality, there have been no more than 30 people at the epic level or above. Ningqing's eyes gleamed. Although he was already very strong as an epic level blood demon god, his strength would undoubtedly be even greater if he could advance to the legendary or even mythical level. He also remembered that his profession was cursed by the gods, and he had to seize every opportunity to become stronger in order to cope with the future curse crisis. He is determined to seize any opportunity for career advancement. After learning the details of the second job advancement, Ningqing began to rest, as outdoor training was very taxing on both his mental and physical strength. Early the next morning, Ningqing went out after breakfast and then took a taxi straight to the class change hall. The place was deserted, almost no one was there, and he walked straight into the teleportation array. As the array lit up with a dazzling light, Ningqing's vision vanished instantly. When the light faded, he found himself in a wide plaza. A series of loud noises came from his ears, strongly stimulating his hearing and making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. All the professionals in the entire Federation who needed to change jobs gathered here, creating a bustling scene with a large number of people. Ningqing's gaze was immediately drawn to the 6 towering class change towers in front of him. Each tower has 300 floors, each floor is 9 meters high, and the total height reaches 2,700 meters, which is simply a miracle. He strode toward the job change tower, not intending to waste too much time there. A large crowd had gathered in front of the job change towers, discussing job change related topics with great enthusiasm. Most people's attention was focused on the huge stone tablet next to each job change tower. Ningqing knew that those were record tablets, which recorded the top 100 professionals who cleared each stage the fastest. Those who can be enshrined on the stone tablet are extremely rare, and almost all of the Federation's top experts are listed on it. He walked to the epic class change tower and glanced at the record tablet before entering. Phase 1, floors 1 to 30. First place, Chi Feng, the Wind and Thunder Swordsman, 75 minutes and 48.2 seconds. Second place, Mo Hai, Berserker, 76 minutes 32.6 seconds. Ningqing was very familiar with many of the names on the list because they often appeared in federal news. They either hold high-ranking official positions or are senior leaders of large corporations or guilds. For example, Chi Feng, who tops the list, is currently the head of the Jiangda district. He is a veritable regional governor and a renowned 10th-level professional. His life was legendary. He was one of the few who successfully advanced from an epic class to a legendary class. People around were discussing the list, both admiring the strength of those on the list and lamenting how difficult it was to get on it. As time goes by, the difficulty only increases, since the probability of a genius appearing is extremely low, but the number accumulated over thousands of years is not small. The game's job-changing system has now been in existence for 1,000 years, more than 1,000 years since the game merged with reality. During this period, geniuses emerged one after another, leaving brilliant records on various lists. Now, breaking any record is more difficult than imagined. The record for the first stage of this epic list is that the last time someone squeezed onto it was 2 years ago, and they only climbed to 96th place. Sigh, we were really born at the wrong time. Back then, the first 100 epic level players who completed the job change quest could make it onto the leaderboard regardless of their performance. A young man sighed. Don't be silly. What's the use of leaving your name back then? Now, being able to make the list is what real skill is. Nowadays, it's harder than climbing to heaven to leave your name on it. I bet no one will make it into the top 20 within the next 10 years. Top 20? Top 50 is difficult. If the top 50 changes within 10 years, I'll eat my own ancestral hall land. The discussion became increasingly heated, with some even swearing oaths on the grounds of their own ancestral halls. Ningqing looked at the guy who had made the oath, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He secretly imagined how interesting that guy's expression would be if he successfully made it into the top 50. Just as he was about to enter the job change tower, a huge commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd in front of the legendary job change tower on the right, attracting the attention of him and the other professionals. He turned his head and saw that the record stone next to the tower was shining with a dazzling golden light, which meant that someone had just been listed. Ningqing stopped in his tracks. Being able to make it onto the legendary list was no ordinary feat. Someone actually made the list. Who is it? The legendary list has been stagnant for 4 years, and today someone has finally made it onto the list. What a privilege to witness the birth of another prodigy in the Federation. The professionals were buzzing with discussion and flocked to the legend list, all eager to witness the birth of a new legend. Ningqing didn't follow the crowd. He didn't like joining in the fun, and anyway, it would spread quickly whoever it was. It's the 5th stage. How could someone make it onto the list at the 5th reincarnation level? The name has appeared, Chu Yufay. Upon hearing the name Chu Yufay, Ningqing was immediately stunned. The name was too familiar, his deskmate, class beauty, and school beauty from 3 years ago. Could it really be her? He muttered to himself, yet he felt it was almost impossible to mistake her. After all, Chu Yufay was the legendary professional ice emperor. The ranking has started to climb, and the speed of the rise is really fast. It has already reached 90th place. I'm 80. She's 70. At this speed, it looks like they're going to break into the top 50. They might still make it into the top 30. At 50, he's still incredibly fast. My god, I'm already 40. I'm 30, and I'm still getting older. He's 19 now. Does that mean he's aiming for the top 10? The crowd grew increasingly excited. No one had expected Chu Yufay to be so amazing, not only making it onto the list but also firmly securing a spot in the top 20. This was an absolutely remarkable achievement. The job-changing process has been going on for 1,000 years, with 20 to 30 legendary professionals emerging every year, totaling 20 to 30,000 professionals. In such a large group, being ranked in the top 20, or even just the top 20 at a certain stage, is an extremely rare honor. Moreover, the ranking is still slowly climbing, and it would be even more amazing if it could enter the top 10. This means she possesses the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with or even defeat mythical professionals of the same level, making her an unparalleled prodigy. Mythical professions are high and mighty, yet mortals can defy the heavens and fight against the gods. Such a feat is truly awe-inspiring. 10th, a unified shout shook everyone's hearts. Chu Yufay had indeed broken into the top 10, creating a new legend and leaving a significant mark on the history of the Federation. Her name finally stopped, landing at number 10, which was already quite astonishing. At this moment, a cool and aloof figure appeared at the entrance of the legendary job change tower. There was no one watching. Everyone tacitly kept their distance, expressing their awe for the new legendary figure. Even after 3 years apart, Ningqing still recognized her at a glance. Her stunningly beautiful face had not changed, only her temperament had become increasingly aloof. But his physique underwent a dramatic change, becoming unusually muscular in a certain area, making him completely different from before. Hiss, A to D, a second puberty? Ningqing was secretly shocked. This was even more shocking to him than the news that Chu Yufay had ranked 10th on the list. The change was too great. He glanced at it a couple more times subconsciously, then turned away with a hint of reluctance and walked into the job change tower. He didn't plan to meet her. After all, they hadn't been in contact for 3 years, and now she was an unparalleled genius who might not even remember him. He didn't want to make a fool of himself. He believed that since she could create new legends, he could also compose his own epic. Upon entering the tower, he chose the hell difficulty level and found himself in a secluded little world with no one else around. Each professional has their own private space and will not interfere with each other. 10 rare level 30 black-striped leopards appeared before him. The first level of hell difficulty was not to be underestimated. Ningqing's equipment was automatically replaced with a set of level 30 rare equipment. In the job change tower, external assistance is not allowed. Any powerful equipment, pets, etc. will be restricted, making it a true test of individual strength. Therefore, all the professionals who make it onto the list are true masters. 10 black-striped leopards pounced on Ningqing in an instant. Ningqing's eyes shot out bloodlight, and blood flames soared into the sky, unleashing his full power as the blood demon god. Mountain-shattering slash. With a deep shout, he slammed his greatsword into the ground, and the blood energy exploded like a fireball, instantly engulfing all the black-striped leopards and tearing them to shreds. His skill damage is extremely high. After unleashing blood frenzy, the critical hit rate reaches a staggering 1,100%, meaning every hit will be a critical hit. Critical hit damage is twice that of normal attacks, and with the critical hit damage plus 1,100% bonus, the critical hit damage is a full 13 times that of normal attacks. The skills are already powerful, and the critical hit damage is even more explosive, making it easy to instantly kill rare monsters of the same level. With his health surging again, Ningqing felt even more confident and stepped into the portal leading to the second level. The second level features 12 rare monsters that have transformed into giant crocodiles, each as terrifying as an ancient behemoth. Ningqing unleashed a cross slash, instantly killing half of them, and then charged towards the remaining giant crocodiles with his sword. At this time, time, both skills are still on cooldown, so only normal attacks can be used. The greatsword was stained with blood, as if it had been soaked in blood. He had used a desperate attack, and although the amount of blood injected was not much, it was enough to be fatal. He charged forward despite the onslaught of the megalodon, swung his greatsword, and brought it down with a mighty slash. The blade struck the megalodon's head, easily splitting it in two, instantly turning it into a lifeless corpse. With the added benefit of a desperate strike, even a normal attack can unleash astonishing damage. The health he had just lost quickly recovered, and Lin Kuang activated his desperate strike once more. Like Blood Frenzy, this move had no cooldown and could be used at any time. Who would have thought that someone could use this desperate skill as a continuous burst of power? If it were any other blood demon god, where would they find the extra blood to unleash a desperate attack? They simply wouldn't have enough blood to sustain it. Lin Kuang killed one of the giant crocodiles with each sword strike, showing no mercy as he slaughtered the remaining ones before rushing to the next level. On the next floor, 14 rare level 30 monsters appeared, and the number increased by 2 with each floor you went up. Lin Kuang unleashed the mountain-shattering slash, instantly killing most of the enemies, and then finished off the rest with a desperate strike. What would be an extremely difficult and rare leader for others is nothing more than an ordinary monster to Lin Kuang. This is the result of 3 years of relying on his parents. It was all worth it. He is now frighteningly strong, confident that he is not afraid to face any professional of the same level. The first 10 levels are all filled with rare monsters, with 2 more added to each level. Lin Kuang easily cleared the levels, taking less than 30 seconds to clear each level. He descended the 10 floors in less than 5 minutes, an incredibly fast pace. Upon reaching the 11th floor, the monsters changed to 10 level 30 rare monsters, but they were no longer the same type of monster. Instead, they were of various different types. Among these monsters are tank-type monsters that excel at defense, magic-type monsters that are proficient in area of effect attacks, support-type monsters that are responsible for amplification and control, offensive-type monsters with powerful attack capabilities, and assassin-type monsters with amazing burst damage. They work together seamlessly, much like a team of human professionals, making the task even more challenging. Once you're hit by a crowd control skill, the consequences are extremely troublesome. You're likely to be focused down and killed instantly, and it will be difficult to defend yourself. Many people who attempt the hell difficulty level can survive the first 10 levels, but begin to fail on the 11th level. But for Lin Kuang, this was no problem at all. With a single mountain-shattering slash, all the monsters died instantly, and he passed the 11th floor smoothly. After that, 2 more level 30 rare monsters will be added to each floor, and the variety of monsters will be even greater. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Lin Kuang encountered some trouble. The monsters had scattered, and his mountain crash slash and cross slash were no longer able to kill all the enemies in one hit. Among the remaining monsters were support-type monsters. One of them, a poison widow, sprayed out a spider web that covered several meters, trapping Lin Kuang and rendering him unable to move. Without any crowd control immunity skills, he could only be frozen in place. Other monsters seized the opportunity to swarm him and attack him, causing him considerable damage. If it were any other professional, they would definitely feel a strong sense of crisis, but Lin Kuang was not flustered at all. Because his health is so high, these monsters might not be able to kill him even after bombarding him for 10 minutes. As soon as the control effect ended, Lin Kuang unleashed his power again, wielding his sword to kill enemies one by one without looking back. As the levels increase, the monsters become more dispersed, clearly in order to deal with enemies like Lin Kuang who possess wide area attack skills. He couldn't kill all the monsters instantly, so the time to clear the level was naturally longer, but he could still complete one level in about a minute. Finally, he arrived at the 21st floor, where there was only one monster, but it was a level 30 epic boss, a golden lion. Golden lion, epic, skills, roar, pounce, berserk, golden cut, metal storm. The golden lion is enormous, over 10 meters tall, with golden eyes that reveal both majesty and bloodlust. Even a professional would lose most of their courage in an instant if they met his gaze. But Lin Kuang, the blood demon god, had long lost the feeling of fear, and his heart was filled with only violent rage, yearning to destroy everything in front of him. He dragged his greatsword and charged at the golden lion without hesitation, a provocation that thoroughly enraged it. The golden lion let out a deep roar, its fur standing on end and radiating a dazzling golden light. Its aura instantly rises to a higher level. Monsters of epic level and above all possess amplification skills, which double their strength after being used. Even epic level players, without powerful equipment or trump cards, are no match for epic level bosses of the same level. It seems that fate is particularly biased towards monsters. Humans are no longer the masters of this world. After taking 2 running steps, the golden lion leaped forward, covering a distance of 30 or 40 meters, and pounced straight at Lin Kuang. This was exactly what Lin Kuang wanted. He unleashed the cross slash, and the cross-shaped sword energy swept out rapidly, cutting through the air. The golden lion seemed to sense a threat, opened its blood-red maw, and then a dense barrage of blade energy shattered the air, sweeping towards Lin Kuang. The cross-shaped slash struck the golden lion, nearly tearing it apart. The golden lion roared in pain pain, never expecting its opponent to be so terrifying. Its eyes were filled with fear as it looked at Lin Kuang. It was truly terrifying. Lin Kuang's body was also covered with countless wounds, dripping with blood, but his aura grew even wilder. He continued running at full speed, heading straight for the golden lion. The golden lion struggled to steady itself, opened its mouth and roared, a stream of golden energy gushing out from its mouth. This airflow is metallic, gleaming with a sharp edge. Even an alloy wall in its path would be torn apart in an instant. Lin Kuang showed no fear. Faced with an unavoidable attack, he chose to withstand it head-on and charged recklessly into the metal storm. With flesh scattered everywhere and blood splattering, Lin Kuang was suffering the horrific torture of being slowly sliced to death. But his expression grew increasingly crazed and bloodthirsty, showing no sign of pain or fear. His blood would only excite the blood demon god, for he was born for blood. When he broke through the barrier of the metal storm, many of his bones were exposed to the air. If an ordinary person had seen this, they would probably have fainted long ago. The fear in the golden lion's eyes intensified. It felt as if it were not fighting against humans, but against a terrifying demon from hell. Its body involuntarily retreated, its life instinct filling it with fear. Lin Kuang dragged the blood-soaked giant sword to it and slashed down hard, splitting the golden lion's head open. This time, the golden lion was utterly and undeniably dead. For Lin Kuang, an epic boss was easier than 20 rare monsters. He finished them off with a swift stroke of his blade. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, you will face 3 monsters, an epic boss and 2 rare bosses. The epic boss is a steel bull. Its body is hard as steel, radiating an immortal metallic sheen. Its explosive muscles display unparalleled power, capable of smashing even a small mountain to pieces. Both rare leaders are support-type monsters. One is a unicorn skilled in amplification, and the other is a tree spirit adept at control. Such a lineup is enough to give professionals a headache. Epic-level lords are already powerful, and the unicorn's boost can multiply their strength several times over. If he gets controlled by the Treant again, he'll probably be taken down by the steel bull in one fell swoop. But for Lin Kuang, all of this was effortless. He only needed to instantly kill the steel bull. He unleashed another desperate attack, channeling his health into his greatsword, and charged swiftly toward the steel bull. The steel bull first unleashed its amplification skill, making its muscles even more explosive and radiating a berserk aura. Immediately afterwards, the unicorn's amplification skill was applied to it, further boosting its strength. At this moment, it was exceptionally powerful and confident of being invincible. It charged towards Lin Kuang, its limbs swaying and crushing the air. To it, a tiny human was nothing more than something to be crushed with a single step. However, Lin Kuang slammed the giant sword into the ground, unleashing a terrifying burst of blood energy that swept out with unparalleled power. The contempt on the steel bull's face froze, and its ferocious eyes became clear. It sensed the intense scent of death. It tried to escape, but the speed of the blood energy burst far exceeded its reaction. It didn't even have a chance to react before it was swept away by the blood energy, and its body was completely torn apart like steel. Even in death, it could not understand why an epic level class could be so powerful. It even suspected that there was a loophole in the class change tower, allowing a mythical class to sneak in. The remaining unicorns and tree spirits were easily dealt with by Lin Kuang. No monster could stop Lin Kuang's advance. He fought his way to the 30th floor. Once he clears this level, his second job advancement quest will be completed, and his strength will increase once again. There were only 5 monsters standing in front of Lin Kuang. Although the number was small, they were all level 30 epic bosses. Moreover, this is a complete epic squad, with tanks, DPS, mages, supports, and assassins all included. The difficulty is so high that it truly lives up to its hell level designation. It's incredibly difficult for one person to fight against a squad of equal strength, and once controlled, it's practically a death sentence. A streak of light rapidly approached Lin Kuang. It was a shadow rat, an epic leader and master assassin. Extremely fast, with astonishing explosive power, and small in size, being targeted by this monster is more terrifying than facing a behemoth. The giant sword in Lin Kuang's hand once again emitted a dense bloody light, and then the giant sword swung down, and the blood energy suddenly erupted. Since the shadow rat is going to its death, there's no need for him to be polite. Killing the assassin first will greatly reduce the threat. However, Lin Kuang's pupils contracted rapidly, because the shadow rat was completely unaffected by the blood energy and still pounced towards him. This shadow rat actually possesses a skill that guarantees 100% evasion. Lin Kuang thought to himself in amazement. The shadow rat instantly appeared in front of Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang swung his sword to strike, but it was too fast and he couldn't hit it at all. The shadow rat lunged at Lin Kuang's neck, its sharp claws slicing through and snapping half of his throat. Blood gushed out, and the pain instantly triggered Lin Kuang, plunging him into a state of extreme rage. Since he couldn't deal with the shadow rat for the time being, he decided to eliminate the other epic bosses first. Upon seeing this, the epic leaders roared in unison, filled with murderous intent. How dare these mere humans draw their swords and provoke them? The giant-eyed monster's pupils emitted a dazzling light, and then a laser beam strong enough to penetrate the alloy wall shot towards Lin Kuang. The laser was equally fast, leaving Lin Kuang no nowhere to hide and no need to dodge. The laser struck his chest and went straight through. The epic leaders looked on with disdain, thinking that Ningqing's courage was backed by real ability, but they didn't expect him to be so fragile. With his neck broken in half and his chest pierced through, how could a mere human being possibly survive? But when they saw that Ningqing's speed had not slowed down at all and he was still rushing towards them, they were shocked and wondered if he was still human. Taking advantage of their momentary lapse in attention, Ningqing surged to the optimal position, slamming his greatsword down with tremendous force. His blood energy erupted, engulfing the 3 epic bosses and utterly destroying them. The remaining 2 epic bosses were stunned. A chill ran down their spines as they killed 3 of their brethren with a single blow. The scene was too terrifying. The big-eyed monster trembled slightly when Ningqing's gaze swept over it, and it almost lost control of its bladder. It wanted to escape, but it was too slow and couldn't get away at all, so it could only fight to the death. He fired another dense beam of light at Ningqing, piercing through him, but Ningqing was unharmed. After the distance was reduced to 20 meters, he killed his opponent with a cross slash. The last remaining epic boss could not escape Ningqing's pursuit. As its head fell to the ground, Ningqing successfully cleared the 30th floor and advanced to the second job advancement. His body suddenly surged with powerful energy, his 4-dimensional attributes rapidly increased, his skill attributes also underwent a huge change, and he even gained a new skill slot. At the same time, the record stone next to the outer epic job change tower emitted a dazzling orange light, attracting the attention of all the professionals. What's going on? Someone else has made the list. What day is it today? Is it the day the results are announced? Don't tell me it's another top 10 expert? You're overthinking it. The top 10 on the epic list haven't changed in 50 years. What if anyone actually makes it into the top 10, I'll pee on my head. The professionals were buzzing with discussion and flocked to the epic ranking. Standing alone in front of the legendary professional tower, Chu Yufay also looked over curiously. She hadn't left, she was waiting for her roommate. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a ball of light appeared at the bottom of the first stage, taking the place of the 100th person, and quickly rushed upwards. However, all the excited expressions froze instantly, because the ball of light was empty. There was no name, occupation information, or time record. The fact that those who made the list chose to remain anonymous, giving up such a great honor, left everyone puzzled. They were heartbroken that such a clear opportunity to showcase their talents had been wasted. Clutching their chests in anguish, their faces contorted in pain, they cursed the man as a pathetic idiot and wished they could take his place. In fact, Ningqing did not choose to remain anonymous, but rather delayed the announcement, setting it for noon on June 7th. That day happened to be the start of the college entrance examination, and he needed to take this opportunity to increase his fame and make a lot of money by live streaming during the college entrance examination period. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Every year, students take the college entrance examination through this channel to earn hundreds of millions of yuan, providing them with solid capital support to become stronger. Before that, Ningqing only wanted to improve himself quietly and did not want to be disturbed by too much trouble. Although the onlookers did not understand his attitude, they were still curious about how high this person who did not care about fame and fortune could climb. Based on the speed at which the light cluster rises, it is clearly poised to break into the top 50. The guy who had previously vowed to spar with anyone who could get into the top 50 was so nervous that he held his breath. He sensed something was wrong and tried to slip away quietly, but the person next to him held his shoulder. His face was bitter as he thought to himself, I shouldn't have bragged. 80th place already? That's really fast. Making it into the top 50 is a sure thing, but I don't know if it can squeeze into the top 30. This speed is just as good as Chu Yufay's. Could it be that another top 10 contestant is about to emerge? It's unlikely. The competition for epic classes is too fierce. Class changes have been around for 1,000 years, and more than 10 million epic class players have been created. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky to squeeze into the top 10. It's not that easy. The discussion among the onlookers grew increasingly heated, even escalating into heated arguments where everyone stuck to their own opinions and refused to concede. But almost no one believed that this ball of light could make it into the top 10. The difficulty was simply too great. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the ball of light successfully entered the top 50, which was not surprising to anyone, as it was expected. The orb of light continued its steady ascent. 49, 40, 35, 30. When the ball of light rose to 30th place, many people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out and their Adam's apples bobbed, far exceeding their expectations. Moreover, the speed at which the light orb advances remains rapid, causing many to waver and wonder, could it really be able to break into the top 10 again? 20th place. My god, the light orb's speed is still not slowing down. Is it really going to enter the top 10? Impossible. 2 people making it into the top 10 in one day? Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like that. 15th place. 12th place. Holy crap, it really is the 10th. My god, it's still rising. It's 9th now. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, with many people displaying expressions of disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. It all feels like a dream. 50 years have passed, and yet another person has entered the top 10. heaven, and they just happened to run into each other. What was even more frightening was that the ball of light, like a perpetual motion machine, continued to rise. Many people's faces flushed with excitement, and their breathing became rapid, as if they had taken the little blue pill. A crazy idea popped into their heads. Could we possibly make it into the top 3? They felt they were crazy to have such an absurd idea. After all, the top 3 are all extraordinary individuals who have successfully advanced to legendary professions. Trying to dethrone them is like climbing to heaven, and no one has been able to do so for 100 years. Damn, we're in 5th place. Am I insane, or is the world insane? Could they really be going to make it into the top 3? Impossible. The positions of the top 3 big shots are unshakable. Amidst the excited, expectant, or apprehensive gazes of the crowd, the ball of light resolutely climbed another level. We're in 4th place now, just one step away from writing a new epic. Charge! Let's witness the birth of a new epic. Many people were shouting at the top of their lungs, their necks and cheeks bulging with veins, looking somewhat ferocious. The ball of light did not disappoint them. After a slight sway, it climbed another step. Wow, that's awesome. The entire audience cheered. Awesome. They actually made it into the top 3, breaking a century-old record and creating a new legend. Just when everyone was satisfied and thought the ball of light would not rise any further, it shook again and climbed up one place to become number 2. The scene fell into dead silence. The onlookers seemed to be choked, unable to breathe. The entire place was shrouded in the calm before the storm. Their eyes were fixed on the ball of light, as if afraid of missing a single moment. Thoughts churned in my mind, and my soul trembled wildly. They longed for that ball of light to climb another level, to reach the pinnacle of the epic list and to look down upon all living beings. That position has been firmly held for 212 years. Chi Feng is like a towering mountain, pressing down on the heads of all epic-level professionals, unbreakable and unshakable. Countless self-proclaimed exceptionally talented epic-level players have attempted to challenge him, but reality has delivered a resounding slap in the face to them. They haven't even managed to cross the threshold of the leaderboard, let alone shake his number 1 position. Every year, epic-level professionals attempt to challenge Chi Feng, but unfortunately, they don't even get a chance to make a slight mistake. Mo Hai, who is currently ranked 2nd, has obtained powerful bloodline power by some chance, increasing his strength dozens of times and breaking many records in the secret realm. Just when everyone thought he could bring Chi Feng down from his pedestal, he ultimately failed, falling short by one move and making a mistake in the game. Over time, Chi Feng became a demon in the hearts of all epic-level professionals, an insurmountable mountain. But today, they finally glimpsed hope again. The mountain was just one step away from being shaken. The scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one present had ever felt 2 seconds could feel so long. Some people were so nervous that their clothes were soaked with sweat. They feared that if the orb of light stagnated and fell short again, it would bring utter despair. Just as everyone was on edge, the ball of light shook and finally pushed Chi Feng off. Oh my god, we really made it to the top. My god, Mount Chifeng has finally been moved. 212 years, a full 212 years. Do you know how we later epic-level players survived? Wah, I actually feel like crying. A new chapter has begun in the Federation's epic history. Congratulations. The entire venue erupted in cheers, with deafening shouts echoing throughout. Many epic-level players wept with joy. The mountain that weighed on their hearts was finally removed, and they could proudly declare to the world that these successors were by no means useless. On the other side, Chu Yufay, who was standing quietly, also had a strange light flashing in her eyes. She did not look down on it just because it was an epic list. After all, in the records of the 7th stage of the legendary ranking, the 3rd place was none other than Chi Feng, who had successfully advanced to the legendary professional level at the 6th job advancement. He then went on to create his own legend on the legends list. Chi Feng is also a formidable figure in the hearts of legendary professionals. Today, this great mountain has been shaken, achieving unparalleled success. Her gaze was fixed on the entrance of the epic job change tower, waiting for the person who would write a new epic to appear. Just then, a handsome figure entered her field of vision. When she saw his face clearly, she was surprised, and her usually calm heart was slightly stirred. She murmured softly, her tone tinged with doubt, as she could hardly believe that the person was Ningqing. But as classmates for 3 years and former deskmates, she was confident she wouldn't mistake him. However, it was extremely strange that Ningqing was here at this time. As everyone knows, the blood demon god is almost impossible to level up, and no one would bother to level it up in the long run. She knew something about Ningqing's situation. Classmates would occasionally make fun of him in the class group chat. Her steps involuntarily moved closer to that figure, wanting to confirm the truth. Although Ningqing had somewhat anticipated this, he still felt uncomfortable when he stepped outside and saw thousands of fervent eyes fixed on him. Those gazes had lost their reason, almost to the point of madness. Bro, did you break the record? Someone asked, both expectant and nervous. The others also looked at him expectantly, hoping to hear a positive answer. But reason told them that this was impossible. Even if the person in front of them broke the record, they would not admit it easily. Otherwise, why would they remain anonymous? Ningqing looked bewildered. Break the record? record? What record? Seeing this expression, many people's faces turned to disappointment. This person looked like a pretty boy and didn't seem like someone who could break records. But some people still wouldn't give up. Ningqing appeared right after breaking the record. How could it be a coincidence? Brother, tell me the truth. Don't worry, I won't reveal your secret, a young man said eagerly to Ningqing. Ningqing glanced at him helplessly, thinking to himself, what's the point of keeping secrets when you're telling the truth in front of so many people? He spread his hands and said, brothers, I really don't understand what you're talking about. It can't be him, he's the blood demon god. The young man was about to speak again when he was interrupted by a clear, cold voice. Chu Yufay stared at Ningqing with a complicated expression. At first, she was a little doubtful, but after hearing his voice, she immediately realized that she had not mistaken him for someone else. Not only do they look exactly alike, but their voices are also exactly the same? That's impossible. The answer is crystal clear. This boy is none other than her classmate and part-time deskmate, Ningqing. Everyone's attention was drawn to Chu Yufei's words. They hadn't expected that she actually knew this pretty boy. When they realized that this pretty boy was actually the blood demon god, their faces immediately showed disgust and contempt. You should have just said you were the blood demon god. Why waste your expression? The young man's expectant expression turned disdainful, and he complained impatiently. What's the worst epic class doing here? Exactly, isn't it better to just stay in the city and work honestly? Get out of the way, don't block our way of welcoming the new epic. Each harsh word struck Ningqing's eardrums. His eyes turned cold, and he thought to himself, these guys, one day I'll make them lose all face. But now was not the time to argue with them. He turned his gaze to Chu Yufay, a complicated expression on his face. He and Chu Yufay actually had a pretty good relationship. They were classmates, deskmates, and friends. One student ranked first in the grade, and the other second. Their homeroom teacher thoughtfully arranged for them to sit together, encouraging each other to improve. At first, they only exchanged academic information, but later they gradually shared their lives, hobbies and other aspects, and became close friends who could talk about anything, and were even inseparable. The students suspected they were a couple, causing quite a stir. The rumors reached the ears of the homeroom teacher who, to prevent them from dating too early, separated the two. In reality, they were just friends, but Ningqing himself couldn't say for sure whether their friendship was truly pure. But as he transformed into the blood demon god and Chu Yufay became the frost queen, the two drifted further and further apart. The two last contacted each other 2.5 years ago. Since the day Zhang Meng announced in the class group that Ningqing and Su Yun had become a couple, Chu Yufay has not contacted Ningqing again. Their complicated gazes met, and the two remained silent for a moment. They used to talk about everything, but now they can't even utter a single word to each other. Finally, Ningqing broke the silence. Classmate Chu, it's been a long time. Chu Yufay pursed her lips slightly. Yes, it's been more than 3 years since we last met. Shall we have a chat? She turned and walked towards an open area, with Ningqing following closely behind. The others stared at them with gossipy expressions, already conjuring up a dramatic love story in their minds. Hiss, I have a feeling there's something wrong with those two. Could they have been a couple before? What's with that look? Does that kid deserve Goddess Chu? That's true. The blood demon god is such a useless class. I, an elite class, can easily defeat him. They're not even on the same level. It's just good luck that I became classmates with Chu Yufay. These gossips echoed in Ningqing and Chu Yufei's ears. Chu Yufay frowned slightly, her face showing displeasure. She spoke coldly, emanating a terrifying chill that swept through the entire area. The 5th-tier legendary class is already exceptionally powerful, not to mention that she ranked 10th on the list, making her power in no way inferior to that of a typical 5th-tier mythic class. The chill caused those people to shrink back and tremble, and they immediately shut their mouths. In this world where strength reigns supreme, offending a prodigy like Chu Yufay is no trivial matter. Ningqing felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected Chu Yufay to stand up for him. Long-buried memories flooded back, and he couldn't help but smile. Chu Yufay led Ningqing to a place far from the crowd, then turned to look at him. Seeing the smile on his lips, she couldn't help but roll her eyes slightly, her aloofness dissipating and her face instantly becoming more lively and energetic. You can still laugh, she said in a harsh tone. Ningqing's smile grew even brighter, but his tone was full of helplessness. What can I do? I'm just a little blood demon god. I can't beat them at all. A barely perceptible hint of pity flashed across Chu Yufei's face. Didn't you stop leveling up? How come you're already at the 2nd job advancement? Ha! Ningqing chuckled, his laughter tinged with a touch of melancholy. Staying at home all the time isn't a solution. Let's level up and have some fun. At least leveling up can extend our lifespan, and I'm most afraid of dying. Ningqing's words left Chu Yufei speechless, and she could only roll her eyes again. Seeing this, Ningqing felt the estrangement between the two of them was rapidly dissipating, so he joked, congratulations on making it to number 10 on the list. Don't forget to give your old classmate a hand when you become successful in the future. Chu Yufei looked somewhat resentful upon hearing this, her gaze fixed on Ningqing, her lips slightly pursed. You haven't sent me a single message in over 2 years, and you still expect me to pull you back? Ningqing scratched his head awkwardly. awkwardly, his face looking rather unpleasant, as a good-for-nothing who stayed at home all day. Sponging off his parents, how could he dare to take the initiative to contact Chu Yufay? The two were simply not on the same level. Ningqing stammered, "You're busy with your studies, so I didn't want to bother you." This flimsy excuse made him even more embarrassed. Chu Yufay turned her head slightly and glanced at him sideways. Did he really think she was easy to fool? A barely perceptible hint of loneliness flashed in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she calmly asked, "How are things between you and Su Yun? I heard from Zhang Meng that you two are already a couple." Ningqing couldn't help but sense that the other person was a little nervous. After all, the two had once been close, and whenever she was nervous, she always appeared calm on the surface and her gaze never wavered. He shrugged. "We broke up a long time ago. She has a new boyfriend and has moved to the district government area." Chu Yufei's lips curled up into a barely perceptible smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Ningqing was puzzled. "No way, she's so happy to hear about his breakup? She's really gloating." "You seem quite happy," Ningqing said with a pout, sounding annoyed. Chu Yufay tried to cover it up but couldn't help but smile. "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't say that." Her tone was tinged with amusement, which left Ningqing even more speechless. Was this girl really so happy to see him make a fool of himself? Ahem. Chu Yufay coughed strategically. "Which floor did you just reach?" She changed the subject. 20th floor, Ningqing replied casually. Chu Yufei's jewel-like eyes immediately lit up, her expression revealing surprise. Although this result wasn't outstanding, it was still a good performance for the Blood Demon God class. She has a deep understanding of this profession and has done a lot of research beforehand. To level up, you need a piece of equipment with lifesteal properties, otherwise, you can't improve at all. However, the inability to use one's own equipment when venturing into the job advancement tower became an extremely troublesome problem, and she frowned, unable to think of a solution for the time being. Then she sighed softly, took out a greatsword, the blade of which emitted an orange light, clearly an epic-level weapon. She handed the greatsword to Ningqing, saying, "Since you want to level up, I'll give you this sword." Ningqing froze, staring intently at the greatsword. He hadn't expected Chu Yufay to give him an epic-level greatsword, worth at least $1 million. In other people's eyes, he was a good-for-nothing who sponged off his parents, but Chu Yufay was willing to give him such precious equipment. After 3 years of being treated coldly, a feeling of warmth and gratitude welled up in his heart. He never expected that besides Zhang Meng, there would be friends who cared about him so much. Ningqing struggled to find the right words. "It's too valuable, I can't handle it." Chu Yufay glared at him, grabbed his hand, and slammed the sword into it. "If it's yours, it's yours. Didn't anyone tell you that you can't refuse something a girl gives you?" She remains as domineering as ever. Ningqing smiled bitterly. This sentiment was too heavy. How many people in the world would give away millions of dollars worth of equipment to a useless friend? He touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Mainly because, apart from you, no other girl has ever given me a gift." Chu Yufay gave him a half-smile and looked him up and down. "Su Yun hasn't given you a gift either? That's impossible." Ningqing sighed helplessly. "Really, no. Even on her birthday, she only sends a simple blessing. Your boyfriend is really miserable. Others get kisses and hugs, but you don't even get a gift." TSK. Chu Yufay teased with a smile. Ningqing was speechless and could only give her a disgruntled glance. Chu Yufay laughed for a while before stopping and changing the subject. "I'll go back to Ningqing to see my aunt during the summer vacation. If you've completed your second job advancement by then, I'll help you level up." Ningqing smiled and readily agreed. He was really looking forward to seeing Chu Yufei's expression when she saw his true strength. It would be very interesting. A sense of anticipation welled up within him, and he continued, "What's life like at Federal University? It must be amazing." Chu Yufay pursed her lips and replied indifferently, "It's just so, not as fun as high school." Tisk. Ningqing stroked his chin, a hint of disgust on his face. "So this is how boring Federal University is? I'm not going to take the exam." Hearing this, Chu Yufay let out a silvery laugh. "You're complaining now? Take the college entrance exam first before you say that." "Fine, I'll sign up this year," Ningqing said nonchalantly. Chu Yufei's smile froze instantly as she carefully examined Ningqing's expression, trying to figure out if he was really serious. "Are you serious?" she asked tentatively. Ningqing puffed out his chest, his eyes filled with arrogance. "Of course, it's just the college entrance exam, a piece of cake. I'll show you by getting the top score." Chu Yufay couldn't help but laugh out loud, covering her mouth and chuckling for a while. Ningqing was still the same humorous and witty man he always was. "Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news. If you get the top score, remember to come to Federal University, and we'll be classmates again." "You said Federal University is boring. Why would I go there? It's more fun when you come." Chu Yufay blurted out the words unconsciously, then realized that her words were somewhat rash. Her cheeks immediately flushed red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Ningqing. Ningqing stroked his chin, a teasing look in his eyes. "So, in your eyes, I'm just a funny guy." "You always were," Chu Yufay replied softly, looking down. "Bullshit, I've always been following the Idleness fatal route. Pa, you're shameless. The conversation started in this way, and the familiar feeling from before quickly returned. The two returned to the days when they could talk about anything and became so engrossed in their conversation that they forgot everything else, until a lively voice interrupted them. Fei, didn't you say you'd wait for me at the door? Why are you here flirting with handsome guys? I've been looking for you for ages. Ningqing and Chu Yufay reluctantly looked away and turned to the direction from which the sound came. They saw a lively girl with pigtails skipping and hopping towards them. Where did these elementary school students come from? Ningqing thought to himself. Sweetie, you're out. Did you clear the level? Chu Yufay greeted awkwardly, completely forgetting that she was still waiting for her roommate. The girl with pigtails stood with her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. Hell, difficulty is nothing. Anyone can do it. Sweetie, you're amazing, Chu Yufay praised. The girl pouted, looking adorable, and said, come on, you're nowhere near as good as Fei, who's already ranked 10th. By the way, he is. The girl gestured towards Ningqing with her eyes. Chu Yufay was a little flustered and began to introduce them. This is my high school classmate, Ningqing, this is my college roommate, Wei Tian. Upon hearing Ningqing's name, Wei Tian looked surprised. You're Ningqing, Fei's unforgettable deskmate? Ningqing was stunned upon hearing this, wondering to himself, what does this mean? Chu Yufei's face flushed red, and she instinctively covered Wei Tian's mouth, her voice urgent and flustered. Don't talk nonsense. Wei Tian pointed at Ningqing, trying to speak, but Chu Yufay covered her mouth tightly, preventing her from saying anything. Chu Yufei's eyes darted around, avoiding direct eye contact with Ningqing, let's talk another day. I have to go back to class. After saying that, she didn't wait for Ningqing's response and hurriedly left with Wei Tian. Ningqing chuckled softly, looking pleased, and then disappeared from the spot, returning to the job change hall in Ningqing the next moment. He left directly, took a taxi to the professional trading center, and planned to buy a skill book first. Upon entering the center, I found it unusually lively, with all the professionals looking excited and speaking in high spirits. My god, who is it? They actually broke the record left by our district leader. That's amazing. Who is this genius? If only Ningqing could produce such a remarkable person. Dream on. She must be a carefully cultivated junior from a major power in the Federation. We in Ningqing are already lucky to have Chu Yufay. Chu Yufay is the pride of Ningqing. Ranking 10th on the list has brought honor to Ningqing. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, all focusing on the mysterious man and Chu Yufei's ranking on the list. Ningqing rubbed his nose, not expecting the news to cause such a sensation, even spreading to a small place like Ningqing. He remained silent, quietly concealing his strength, and browsed through 3 skill bookstores before finally finding a skill book he liked. Bloodthirsty Hand. Grab the target from a distance, unleash a burst of blood energy, dealing 1000% damage. Attack range, 5 meters. Cooldown, 18 seconds. This skill is a counterattack skill. Ningqing valued this move because it was a counterattack skill that could interrupt enemy skills and play a crucial role at critical moments. This skill was extremely rare, and it cost him a full 600,000. Ningqing finally truly experienced the feeling of spending money like water. He allocated the skill points to himself, checked the panel, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Class, Blood Demon God, Epic. Talent, Blood Domination, 1, 100% lifesteal. 2. Inflicts bleeding on the target, causing 2% bleeding per second. 3. Skill damage and attack range increased by 1000%. Cooldown reduced by 50%. Blood Frenzy. After casting, Blood Frenzy enters a berserk state, losing 2% of base health per second, but critical strike chance, critical strike damage, bleed chance, and casting speed are increased by 1800%. Cross Slash, in Blood Frenzy state, consumes 10% of base health to unleash a cross-shaped blade of energy, dealing 2000% damage to the target. Attack range is 55 meters, and the cooldown is 5 seconds. In Blood Frenzy state, consumes 10% of base health, slams weapon into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that deals 2200% damage and launches the target into the air. Attack range is 66 meters, cooldown is 6 seconds. A Desperate Strike. By channeling one's health into the weapon, the next attack deals damage equal to 2200% of the channeled health. Bloodthirsty Hand. In Blood Frenzy state, consumes 10% of base health to grab the target from a distance, unleashing a surge of blood energy that deals 2000% damage. Attack range is 55 meters, cooldown is 9 seconds. This skill is a counterattack skill. This skill is incredibly powerful, with an attack range exceeding 50 meters and terrifying power. Its skills are comparable to those of the 3rd tier epic classes, and its damage bonus is even better. With everything prepared, it was time to level up. He took a taxi to the entrance of the Dark World dungeon. This is a dungeon suitable for players between levels 30 and 40. The environment is no longer deserted. The overall level of professionals in Ningqing is not high, and many people are stuck in this level range. Level 35 Elite Warrior seeking a group. We are missing one mage, elite rank or higher, for our 4-man team. Many people are teaming up, as soloing is clearly too difficult. Ningqing walked straight to the entrance of the secret secret realm, glanced at the recording stone, which still bore the marks left by Chu Yufay. She is a living legend in Ningqing, and people often talk about her charm today. Lin Kuang stepped into the teleportation portal, selected Hell difficulty, and then changed his equipment. The greatsword in his hand had been replaced with the one given to him by Chu Yufay. Its blade emitted a hazy orange light, dazzling and beautiful. Slaughtering blade, epic. Level 30, 30 to 80. Characteristic 1, lifesteal plus 5%, converts 5% of the damage dealt to the target into health. Feature 2, penetration plus 5%, ignores 5% of the target's defense. This greatsword was practically tailor-made for the blood demon god. Lin Kuang sighed with emotion. Chu Yufay had really gone to great lengths. If the other party wanted to get the sword, they must have put in a lot of effort. He had previously checked equipment with lifesteal properties, and each piece was ridiculously expensive. The slaughtering blade's trading history had never been lower than 8 million. 8 million, given to him for free like that. If he didn't have the Bloodlord talent, this sword would have been his lifeline, granting him the ability to level up and completely rewriting his destiny. This friendship is as heavy as Mount Tai. Yufay, I will repay you 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Federal University, wait for me. Lin Kuang murmured to himself, his eyes as firm as iron. His gaze shifted to the 8 green-skinned dwarves charging towards him, all level 40 rare monsters. They had ferocious faces and quickly approached, wielding bone clubs. Lin Kuang's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and blood flames ignited, transforming him into the blood demon god. Mountain-shattering slash. He let out a low shout and slammed his giant sword into the ground, unleashing a burst of violent blood energy that swept across a radius of 66 meters, like a missile exploding. The charging green-skinned dwarf was instantly killed, and the other dwarves within range met the same fate. With a single skill, more than 20 green-skinned dwarves were killed, making Lin Kuang's monster-clearing ability exceptionally powerful. Experience plus 2,000, experience plus 2,000. The battle log section instantly refreshed with more than 20 experience entries. Lin Kuang glanced at the experience bar. The growth was limited. After the second job advancement, the leveling speed had dropped significantly. Even if you clear a hell difficulty dungeon solo, you might not level up. However, his leveling speed is still more than 10 times that of most professionals. Picking up the materials and equipment, Lin Kuang continued forward. No monster could withstand his skills. Even level 40 epic monsters were instantly killed. Within minutes, Lin Kuang cleared the dungeon, leaving with several pieces of equipment and materials, his experience bar exactly halfway full. When Lin Kuang left the secret realm, the professionals outside were already arguing fiercely. Chu Yufay's record had been broken, and the time had been halved. Chu Yufay's record has been broken again. Could it be that madman again? You're overthinking it. Madman just finished farming the cat demon realm yesterday. Who can level up more than 10 times in a day? Who could it be? Dragons have appeared one after another in the small city of Ning. Is Ning's fortunes about to change? All the professionals got into a heated discussion, arguing until their faces were red, guessing the identity of the record breaker. Lin Kuang chose not to leave his name. He didn't want to become the center of attention. On the day of the college entrance examination, everyone would know that he had set this record. He took a taxi to the city gate again, ready to continue leveling up in the wilderness. This time, no one laughed at him anymore, because he was wearing a set of second-tier equipment. Although the equipment effects have been removed, its extraordinary quality can still be seen through its texture. Moreover, many people witnessed his crushing defeat of Chendong yesterday, so his strength should not be underestimated. Thief Eyebrows reappeared in front of Lin Kuang, still wearing that lewd smile. Brother, remember to contact me if you make any money after we get out. I'll give you the highest price. Okay, Lin Kuang replied casually. Thief Eyebrows cautiously scanned the surroundings, then leaned close to Lin Kuang's ear and whispered, Brother, let me remind you, be careful of the Wolfpack mercenary group after you go out. I heard their Sky Wolf squad was wiped out yesterday, and they're looking for their enemies now. Lin Kuang's face remained calm as he simply nodded, but his heart was in shock. He hadn't expected that the Sky Wolf squad was actually a member of the Wolfpack mercenary group. He had long heard of the Wolfpack mercenary group's infamous reputation for bullying men and women. To his surprise, they were able to confirm so quickly that the serious squad had been wiped out. He secretly became wary, thinking that the other party might also have ways to track him. Professionals have all sorts of tracking skills, so it's not surprising that they are proficient in tracking. But Lin Kuang was not afraid and dared not leave the city because of this. He had his own trump card. With this in mind, Lin Kuang followed the group to the city gate for inspection. When Oldly saw him, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Lin Kuang and stammered, unable to speak. The kid who was only level 10 yesterday has already done his second job advancement today? Are you kidding me? Hello, is there a problem? Lin Kuang asked with a light laugh, knowing full well why the other party was so shocked. His leveling speed was ridiculously fast, exceeding what ordinary people could accept. Oldly nodded stiffly, knowing in his heart that there was a big problem, but he quickly shook his head. Regardless of why Lin Kuang leveled up so quickly, it was none of his business. His job was simply to conduct honest inspections and prevent wanted criminals from sneaking in. He took Lin Kuang's citizenship card, placed it on the instrument for inspection, and respectfully returned it to him after it showed green. He had heard about the madman in Ningqing who had broken records one after another. Lin Kuang's name contained the word madness, and his leveling up was so fast. The answer was obvious. He wasn't stupid. He naturally guessed that Lin Kuang was the real dragon stirring up trouble in Ningqing, and that such a future powerhouse was not someone he could afford to provoke. He would keep this secret to himself until Lin Kuang revealed his identity. Lin Kuang revoked his citizenship and stepped back into the world of monsters. This time, he was even faster, his body crushing the air and creating shockwaves as he quickly passed through the buffer zone. Then, he gradually slowed down. After all, one cannot be careless when crossing the buffer zone. Even mid-level professionals dare not act rashly, because some powerful flying monsters occasionally fly to the outskirts to hunt for food. Once discovered, even escaping becomes a luxury. Sure enough, after Lin Kuang had traveled 30 or 40 miles, he heard a clear cry from the northern sky. The cry had a strong penetrating power, and even from miles away, it still stung his eardrums. Lin Kuang looked up at the sky and saw a figure rapidly enlarging, surrounded by violent shockwaves, its speed clearly exceeding the speed of sound. At a glance, the bird's wingspan was estimated to be over 40 meters, making it a truly enormous creature. Lin Kuang quickly darted into the bushes, fearing he would be targeted by the flying bird. That bird was at least a 4th-level monster, far beyond his ability to contend with. He secretly observed through the gaps in the leaves and saw the bird flip and fall quickly. Soon after, it snatched a monster and returned to the sky before flying into the depths of the wilderness. Lin Kuang emerged from the bushes and continued forward. The smugness he felt from his second job advancement long since vanished. He was still weak, and there were too many monsters around him that could kill him. A sense of urgency rose in his heart. He had to seize the time to become stronger. This feeling of his life being threatened at any moment was suffocating him. Lin Kuang traversed 100 miles, easily defeating all the monsters he encountered along the way with a single skill, instantly killing them. 100 miles is a dividing line. Beyond that lies the realm of second-tier monsters, making it an ideal place to level up. Fortunately, Lin Kuang encountered another group of monsters, more than 30 horned sheep, more than half of whom were second-tier, and the leader was a rare second-tier. No need for words upon meeting, they immediately went to war, with the leader rushing towards Lin Kuang first. Lin Kuang stretched out his left hand, aimed it at the leader, and then unleashed a powerful suction force. The leader's body flew uncontrollably toward Lin Kuang, unable to even use his skills, his eyes filled with deep fear. Then, its head fell into Lin Kuang's hands, and its blood was continuously drawn out and flowed into Lin Kuang's body. Blood energy gushed out from Lin Kuang's hand, like a dam bursting, washing over a 55-meter radius in front of him. The leader was torn to pieces by the blood and qi, and many of his subordinates were also affected. Originally, Bloodthirsty Hand was just a close-range single-target attack skill, but in Lin Kuang's hands, it was transformed into a long-range area of effect attack. The Blood Overlord talent is truly outrageous and worthy of being called a god. Then, Lin Kuang unleashed another mountain-shattering slash, his blood energy erupting, clearing out another herd of cattle and sheep, and his health also surged dramatically. Experience plus 5,000, experience plus 3,300. The feeling of his experience points constantly increasing was intoxicating to Lin Kuang. The remaining horned sheep panicked and fled in disarray, wishing they had more legs, but ultimately they could not escape Lin Kuang's pursuit. Lin Kuang was in high spirits as he cleaned up the battlefield. While others were afraid of monster hordes, he longed to encounter them. As the saying goes, the more monsters, the better. He continued forward, completely unaware that at the gates of Ningqing, two teams dressed in rare, level 3 equipment were walking out of the city. The leader held a Taoist talisman, which moved automatically without wind and pointed in one direction. The man gave a cold shout and quickly chased after the direction indicated by the talisman. The professionals around them watched their retreating figures with awe, their eyes filled with apprehension and fear. The Wolfpack mercenary groups Wild Wolf Squad and Blood Wolf Squad have launched a joint attack. What happened this time? Didn't you see that tracking symbol? It's probably for tracking someone, don't you know? The Sirius squad was wiped out yesterday. These two squads are probably going to get revenge. Hiss, who's so bold as to kill someone from the Wolfwalk mercenary group? They're asking for death. The Wolfwalk mercenary group even has a 4th-tier squad. The professionals whispered amongst themselves, believing that whoever wiped out the Sirius squad was doomed. Lin Kuang, engrossed in killing monsters and leveling up, was completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. At this moment, he was staring in astonishment ahead, only to see a large patch of sunlight distorted, making everything inside appear indistinct and difficult to see clearly. No way. This kind of newbie dungeon thing actually happened to me. Is this a blessing or a curse? Lin Kuang muttered to himself. He himself couldn't tell whether it was good luck or bad luck. The new dungeon was a treasure trove that had never been explored before, rich in resources and with an extremely high monster drop rate. If it could be successfully developed, becoming rich would be a real possibility. However, opportunity often comes with danger. The monsters in the new dungeon are numerous and powerful. For ordinary professionals, going in is practically suicide. Of course, this was not a problem for Ningqing at all. He was not afraid of having many monsters. In fact, the more monsters there were, the more advantageous it would be for him. He just hadn't figured out the level requirements for this dungeon yet. If it was a 4th-tier dungeon, going in would be like throwing his life away. Wilderness dungeons are different from city dungeons. They are less restrictive in terms of level, only limiting the maximum level. Anyone whose professional level is below the maximum limit is eligible to enter. For example, if the limit is 60, then professionals from level 1 to 60 can enter. The space ahead was becoming increasingly distorted, so Ningqing decided to observe it first. If the level limit was below 60, he would go in directly. If it was above 60, he would have to think it over carefully. He now has a high HP, and his damage output is off the charts when he unleashes a desperate attack. He's confident he can handle a few 3rd-tier monsters without any problems. But if there are too many of them, the situation becomes dangerous. 3rd-tier monsters are just as intelligent as humans. If they discover his vampiric properties and attack him from a distance, he'll be in big trouble. No matter how high your health is, you can't withstand the ranged bombardment from dozens of 3rd-tier monsters keeping their distance. As the spatial distortion continued to expand, Ningqing silently pulled back, fearing unpredictable dangers might arise. Slowly, at the center of the spatial distortion, a vortex began to form. Tiny cracks appeared around the vortex, and even hundreds of meters away, Ningqing could still feel a faint pain on his skin. Luckily I didn't go over there, or I would have been torn to shreds by now. Ningqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was completely focused on the vortex, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. An arrow had already locked onto the back of his head. As the bowstring was released, the arrow pierced the air and shot swiftly toward Ningqing. The arrow created a shockwave, its speed far exceeding the speed of sound. The arrowhead gleamed with a golden gleam, easily penetrating even a 20-centimeter thick alloy plate. Ningqing felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then he saw an arrow piercing through his forehead, leaving a trail of blood. His health dropped significantly, but luckily he absorbed a lot of health, otherwise he would have been dead long ago. A wave of fear washed over him, his face turned pale instantly, followed by extreme anger. He had almost died, and someone actually wanted to kill him. Behind him, the archer lowered his bow, a look of contempt on his face. A piece of trash, daring to attack someone who killed our Wolfpack mercenary group. Let's go, check his identity, and while we're at it, send his family to join the Sky Wolf squad. His teammates and the other squad members were all bored, thinking they could have some fun, but they were all killed instantly by an archer's arrow. But their eyes quickly narrowed, because they saw that the young man in front of them had turned around and was staring at them with a murderous look on his face. Interesting, he's still alive. The mage from the Wild Wolf squad chuckled. The swordsman in the group revealed a mocking expression. Humph, Wason, your arrows are really not good. You can't even kill a 2nd-tier trash. I guess he expended too much energy at the Spring Breeze Club last night. Someone nearby chimed in. The archer's teammates burst into laughter, and he lost face. His expression instantly turned cold, and his sharp gaze locked onto Ningqing. A mere 2nd-tier player had actually made him lose face. Two groups of people slowly surrounded Ningqing. They had come to prevent him from escaping. Ningqing stared at the two approaching teams, his brows slowly furrowing. These two level 3 squads posed a significant threat to him, especially since the opponent also has ranged classes like archers. They were hundreds of meters away from him, yet they were still able to hit him accurately, their attack range far exceeding his. Furthermore, archers are likely to be more agile than him, so if the opponent uses a kiting tactic, he will have no chance to fight back. He gripped the massive, killing blade tightly, his right hand slowly applying pressure, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Faced with this situation, he had to act quickly and decisively, eliminating the archer in the first instance to have any chance of victory. So he stood firmly in place, quietly waiting for the enemy to approach. He was confident that he could kill them all as soon as they entered his attack range. Just as Ningqing had predicted, the Wild Wolf squad and the Blood Wolf squad relentlessly closed in on him. Perhaps they didn't take Ningqing, a 2nd-tier professional, seriously at all, thinking he posed no threat to them. But what made Ningqing's face darken was that the mages, priests, and archers of the two squads stopped when they were about 80 or 90 meters away from him. At the same time, the two assassins also went into stealth mode and disappeared from his sight, leaving only the warrior and swordsman still approaching him. As professionals who live on the edge every day, the careless ones are long gone. Those who remain are all cautious and extremely careful. Even a lion goes all out to hunt a rabbit, and these two teams also used their well-honed battle formations to deal with Ningqing, a minor character. You brat, where did you get the guts to kill someone from our Wolfpack mercenary group? A Wild Wolf squad warrior asked in a cold tone. Ningqing didn't expect things to be exposed so quickly, that the Wolfpack mercenary group could pinpoint his location so accurately. Though his heart was heavy, a mocking smile appeared on his face. You're not children, asking such childish questions. In this world, it's clearly either you kill me or I kill you. These words ignited an even stronger killing intent in both squads. How could they tolerate such mockery even on their deathbeds? The Blood Wolf Squad swordsman narrowed his eyes, shooting out a cold glint. Kid, not only will you die if you kill one of our men, but your family and friends will also meet their demise. In your next life, remember not to mess with our Wolfpack mercenary group. Lin Kuang's anger and killing intent suddenly escalated. These damned guys dared to touch his family. That was his bottom line, an inviolable taboo. He absolutely cannot let these people leave, otherwise there will be endless troubles. But he wasn't blinded by anger. He knew he couldn't easily reveal his hand before killing the archer who posed the greatest threat. He turned his gaze back to examine the new instance behind him. At this moment, the teleportation vortex had stabilized, and the surrounding spatial rifts were slowly dissipating. The status of the instance has also been determined. Wolf King Dungeon. Level restriction, 90. It's level 90. This is troublesome. Lin Kuang gritted his teeth, secretly regretting that this level of dungeon was extremely dangerous for him. The members of the Blood Wolf Squad and the Wild Wolf Squad seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and a contemptuous sneer appeared on their lips. Even for their two teams, a level 90 newbie dungeon is something they need to think twice about. Lin Kuang turned his head and silently surveyed the two teams, secretly devising a strategy in his mind. But neither team wanted to waste any more time. The archers knocked their arrows and aimed at him again. Two mages and two priests also began to cast spells, with the mages bombarding from a distance and the priests buffing their teammates. Knowing he had nowhere to retreat, Lin Kuang gritted his teeth, puffed out his cheeks, and his eyes became resolute. He turned around and fled towards the dungeon entrance with all his might. He must rely on the power of the monsters within the dungeon to completely defeat these guys, otherwise his chances of winning are slim. The whistling sound of an arrow piercing the air rang out, and the archer released his bow again, the arrow whistling as it flew straight towards Lin Kuang. Moreover, the arrow continuously condensed elements during its flight, and by the time it reached Lin Kuang's back, it had formed an elemental arrow that was half a meter thick and more than 10 meters long. Lin Kuang tried to dodge, but the arrows had already locked onto him and could turn nimbly, making it impossible for him to avoid them. With a heavy blow, the arrow struck Lin Kuang, like a 100-ton boulder hitting him, sending him flying forward. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking was as piercing as firecrackers, and the excruciating pain made Lin Kuang's face turn deathly pale and his forehead covered in cold sweat. His back was a bloody mess, with many bones broken and his internal organs damaged. He was in so much pain that his expression turned ferocious, but he became even more violent. The archer wore a relieved expression. This guy who had once humiliated him was definitely going to die this time. However, to the archers and their teammates' shock once again, even with his back covered in blood and broken bones, Lin Kuang quickly got up and continued rushing towards the dungeon entrance. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening, their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. How could a second-tier professional survive such an attack? This kid's really weird. Everyone, attack together and make sure to kill him before he enters the dungeon. The warriors of the Wild Wolf Squad roared and pounced on Lin Kuang like tigers, creating waves of violent air. Another warrior and two swordsmen also suddenly accelerated, breaking through the air and rapidly closing in on Lin Kuang, their speed far exceeding his. Lin Kuang glanced back and saw that the warriors and swordsmen had closed to within 50 meters. He was confident that he could kill them with a single blow, but he chose to hold back and not make a move. He couldn't risk alerting ranged classes like archers and mages. He had to ensure their complete annihilation. Two swordsmen brandished their long swords, their sword energy whistling and tearing through the air, falling towards Lin Kuang as if splitting mountains and severing rivers. Lin Kuang's body was almost cleaved in two, and blood sprayed like rain, staining the earth red, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered, never falling down, and continued to move forward. He exerted too much force, causing the veins in his neck to bulge, his temples to throb, and his breathing to become heavy and rough, as if a gale were sweeping through a ripped leather bag. At the same time, the mage's skills were ready to be unleashed. His staff emitted a pale blue light, and a hurricane quickly spun around Lin Kuang, engulfing him in it. The hurricane was filled with countless sharp wind blades, which spun at high speed with the wind and were sharper than the gears of a woodcutter, continuously tearing Lin Kuang's body apart. Lin Kuang appeared to be subjected to slow slicing, his flesh and blood shattered, his bones exposed to the air, yet his body remained resilient. With a deep roar, he smashed through the hurricane's obstruction and continued forward. At that moment, he was more terrifying than any zombie. I'll chop you to death. Even after weathering the storm, the warriors of the Wild Wolf Squad and the Blood Wolf Squad couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They had never seen such a person before. A body that was almost nothing but bones was still alive, exceeding the limits of their understanding. We can't let him live. Priest, take him down, the archer shouted urgently, his voice tinged with fear. He had a vague feeling that if he couldn't kill that guy today, the entire Wolfpack mercenary group would be wiped out. The two priests finally activated their skills. One of their staffs shot out a black beam of light that swiftly struck Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang suddenly felt weak and powerless, and the status bar showed that he had entered a weakened state. The four-dimensional attributes decreased by 50%, and the speed dropped sharply. sharply. Another priest's staff shot out a thin beam of light which landed on Lin Kuang and transformed into a rope of light that bound him tightly. Lin Kuang's expression was solemn. Without any immunity to control skills, he could only let himself be bound. The warriors of the Wild Wolf Squad and the Blood Wolf Squad breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this and immediately launched a full-scale attack without daring to delay. The warriors and swordsmen quickly closed to within 30 meters. The two warriors raised their axes high, and the axe blades cleaved down from above Lin Kuang's head like a giant wave. Lin Kuang's head was split open, and most of his body was torn apart. If it weren't for the support of his equipment, his body would have been split in two long ago. His face was contorted in a grotesque grimace, and even without unleashing his bloodlust, his eyes had already turned crimson. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his entire face crimson. At this moment, he was more terrifying than a vengeful ghost. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Heh, you can't kill me." The soldiers in both squads felt a chill run down their spines. The scene was too terrifying. How could anyone live with such resilience? Even a second-tier mythical professional would have had their health reduced to zero after such a severe blow, but Lin Kuang stood firm. The Wolf Squad members were terrified, their lips trembling and teeth chattering. You are a human or a ghost?" Lin Kuang's smile widened. "Of course, I'm here to take your lives." Suppressing their fear, the Blood Wolf Squad warriors roared to bolster their courage. "Damn it, whether you're human or ghost, I'll chop you to pieces today." He raised his axe high again and swung it at Lin Kuang. The others also joined in, bombarding Lin Kuang's body with their skills. Lin Kuang's body was shattered beyond recognition, but his smile became increasingly ferocious and bloodthirsty, causing even zombies to flee in terror. "Die, ha!" He forced out a contemptuous sneer. "Hurry up, put in more effort. Have you all eaten? Is that all the strength you have? I'll kill you." The soldiers in both squads were on the verge of a mental breakdown. It was terrifying. They had encountered an unkillable monster. No, he is no longer human, but a devil, a demon. If Lin Kuang hadn't been powerless to resist, they would have fled long ago. They simply didn't want to face such an opponent. The two priests took turns controlling and restraining Lin Kuang, who was unable to break free and could only endure it silently. He was thankful that he still had enough blood, otherwise he would have died on the spot. His gaze kept sweeping over the ranged professionals, but they always kept a distance of 70 or 80 meters. Those guys had caution ingrained in their very bones. Lin Kuang could only grit his teeth and endure it. He would never act rashly without a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Finally, both priests' control skills went on cooldown. Lin Kuang threw out a cold and bloodthirsty glare, then turned around and continued his advance towards the dungeon entrance. The warriors and swordsmen, of course, wouldn't let him have his way, blocking the entrance and firmly hindering his path. Their attributes are all stronger than Lin Kuang's, and Lin Kuang simply cannot break through their defenses. Lin Kuang's face was ashen. He knew that this was not a solution and killing was the only option. Just then, a colossal creature suddenly leaped out from the teleportation vortex, a giant gray wolf, a level 52 elite monster. Monsters began to swarm out of the dungeon. Unlike monsters in city dungeons, monsters in open-world dungeons can freely enter and exit, making them the primary source of open-world monsters. The gray wolf heralded the start of the monster's emergence, and a continuous stream of monsters poured out like fire hydrants being turned on. Upon spotting Lin Kuang and his companions, the monsters charged without hesitation. Humans and monsters are natural enemies. A meeting inevitably ends in a fight to the death. This made the faces of Blood Wolf and Wild Wolf Squad members turn ugly, but a hint of joy flashed across Lin Kuang's face. The opportunity had arrived. "Blood Wolves, you two are responsible for holding off the monsters," the Wild Wolf Squad warriors shouted. The swordsman from the Blood Wolf Squad nodded. He was the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad, codenamed Blood Wolf. He led his team of warriors to snipe at the monster, determined to kill Lin Kuang. Initially, thanks to their level advantage, they were able to hold off the monster's attacks, but as the number of monsters increased, they gradually became unable to resist. The monsters broke through the defenses, some rushing towards Lin Kuang, while others charged towards the ranged attackers in the distance. "Let me go." The warriors and swordsmen looked anxious. Although they were extremely unwilling, they could only turn back to protect the ranged classes and could not pay attention to Lin Kuang at all. Lin Kuang glanced at them coldly, then went against the flow of the monster horde, gradually approaching the teleportation vortex. He completely ignored the monster's attacks, simply pushing his way through them in order to rush into the dungeon. He had no other choice. If he didn't go in, he would be worn down by the two squads sooner or later. Going in, on the other hand, offered him a glimmer of hope. The more monsters there were, the more health he would have, giving him the resources to fight a war of attrition. The members of the Blood Wolf Squad and the Wild Wolf Squad gathered together, their faces grim, their eyes fixed on Lin Kuang breaking through the monster's obstruction and entering the dungeon. "Wild Wolf, what should we do?" Blood Wolf asked anxiously to the warriors of the Wild Wolf Squad. The wolf's face showed a struggle, but in the end his expression was firm. "Chase him in and kill that kid, or we'll never have peace." "Can we really kill him?" The priest in the group looked terrified. Lin Kuang had left a deep shadow in his mind. The wolf glared angrily at the priest. "If he's truly unkillable. How could he have escaped into the instance? He must have a limit. He's probably a talent user. We absolutely cannot leave him alive. His words snapped everyone out of their fear. Indeed, if they couldn't be killed, why escape into the instance? Wild Wolf, he roared, leading the charge through the monster's obstruction and heading straight for the teleportation vortex. Initially, only second-tier monsters emerged, posing no threat to their advance. Ningqing entered the instance. The environment was similar to the outside world, but the monsters were all the same. All of them were wolves, in various packs. Perhaps drawn by the teleportation vortex, numerous monsters gathered, numbering over 500. Upon seeing Ningqing, a human, they were excited to the point of near madness. To them, humans were a delicacy, an excellent tonic. Ningqing did not use his skills to wipe them all out, so as not to arouse suspicion from the enemies who would come in and see the equipment and materials scattered all over the ground, and then leave. This instance is his burial ground for his enemies. He must not let them escape. Blood flames soared into the sky, and Ningqing's eyes emitted tangible blood light. The slaughter blade turned blood red, and he unleashed a desperate attack. With a single sword strike, the wolf monster before him was instantly decapitated. Even the second-tier elite monster could not withstand his sword. Ningqing's health increased again, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had lost almost a third of his health to the two squads, but now he was able to quickly replenish it. He transformed into an invincible god of death, enduring the onslaught of monsters and their barrage of skills. With each strike of his sword, he could cleave several monsters in two. Ningqing continued to advance, but did not go far. He had to ensure that the entrance remained within his attack range. As soon as the two squads step inside, he will unleash his strongest attack and take them away instantly. He moved about 30 meters to the side, keeping his eyes fixed on the entrance. Finally, members of the Blood Wolf Squad and the Wild Wolf Squad appeared at the entrance. As soon as they entered, their eyes quickly scanned the surroundings before landing on Ningqing. Seeing Ningqing surrounded by monsters and struggling to wield his greatsword without inflicting any real damage, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. This troublesome guy is just tough. He's mediocre and poses no threat to them at all. Blood Wolf's face was contorted with rage as he said fiercely, "Boy, you think you can survive by escaping into this place? We're going to kill you." Wild Wolf stared coldly and cruelly at Ningqing. "You won't be alone on your journey to the underworld. We'll soon have your family and friends accompany you." They originally thought that Ningqing would be afraid and desperate when he saw them, but surprisingly, Ningqing had a relieved smile on his face, a genuine smile that was not an act. They cursed and drank, thinking that no one but a madman could laugh in this situation. They then rushed toward Ningqing, eager to kill him and return to their mission. They had no desire to linger with a madman for long. Little did they expect that every step they took was a step toward hell, and they lost their last chance. Ha ha ha. Ningqing's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. He had finally waited for this day. He had worried that the enemy wouldn't catch up, but fortunately, fate was on his side. Welcome to my home turf. He smiled, but his tone was chilling, as cold as the winds of hell. The giant blade of slaughter was once again stained with blood-red light, and it slammed heavily into the ground. Mountain-shattering slash. The blood energy exploded like a missile, and the violent shockwave swept around, instantly turning any monsters it touched into blood mist, which then merged into the blood energy. From the air, a ring-shaped blood mass could be seen spreading rapidly with lightning speed. This blood mass is like a demon that devours all life. Those who are corrupted wither away instantly. To the Blood Wolf Squad and the Wild Wolf Squad, this scene was like witnessing the end of the world. The blood mist was terrifying. It instantly killed even a rare level 60 leader, which was chilling. Blood Wolf roared in terror, his face turning from pale to blue, his pupils constricting, and his eyelids twitching wildly. In the critical moment, he erected a protective shield, enveloping everyone within it. The warriors of the Wild Wolf Squad also reacted and began to use their defensive skills. The double protective shield made them feel somewhat safe, but the sense of security is fleeting. When the blood energy descends, the two layers of defensive shields burst like bubbles. The blood energy fell upon them, first tearing apart flesh and blood, then pulverizing bones and internal organs, all dissipating into the blood mist. Desperate wails echoed, the final swan song of the two squads. To ensure their victory, Ningqing exhausted 80% of his health, unleashing a desperate attack. This attack was his strongest move to date, one that even a third-tier legendary professional would find difficult to withstand. The two squads were instantly wiped out. Although they were not alone, all the monsters within a 66-meter radius of Ningqing were destroyed by them. Ningqing's health, which he had just depleted, immediately surged back up, and he was once again enveloped in a strong sense of security. He revealed a look of satisfaction. After enduring for so long, he had finally killed all of these guys. Her reddened eyes swept over the monsters further away, who cowered and retreated, clearly frightened. They felt that what they were seeing were not ordinary humans, but terrifying demons. Ningqing began collecting equipment and materials. The drop rate in the newbie dungeon was extremely high, with a 20% drop rate for equipment and a whopping 50% drop rate for materials. A large amount of equipment and materials were scattered on the ground, waiting for Ningqing to take them home. home. Ningqing remained calm and composed, seemingly fearless, which enraged the surrounding monsters. They were furious, but apart from emitting powerless roars, they posed no threat to him. At this moment, they are no different from those incompetent husbands and lowly subordinates. A low howl came from behind. The wolf monsters around Ningqing seemed to receive a command, forcibly suppressing their inner fear, and pounced on Ningqing. He wielded the giant blade of slaughter, unleashing a barrage of skills as he reaped the lives of wolf monsters one by one. He was relieved that these wolf monsters were all swordsmen, mainly engaged in close-quarters combat, and posed little threat to him. If it were a mage-type monster, he would definitely be put on the defensive and would probably be kited to death. More and more wolf monsters swarmed in, charging at Ningqing without fear. They refused to believe that they could kill an ordinary human with their lives. Professional skill attacks always have gaps. They can't keep using skills to output damage indefinitely. Not to mention that casting skills consumes mental energy, which is extremely limited. But they clearly didn't know what kind of monster they were facing. Ningqing's skills consumed his base health, not his mental energy. In addition, with the skill cooldown time halved, despite having a small number of skills, the intervals between his skills are extremely short. The wolf monster seized the opportunity when Ningqing's skills were ineffective and bombarded him relentlessly, aggravating his injuries and leaving his body in a mangled state. But Ningqing did not die. Instead, he became even more wild and violent, charging into the Wolfpack and slaughtering them indiscriminately. Gradually, the wolf monsters fell into despair again, and even with their leader suppressing them, they dared not advance. It's unclear which wolf monster led the escape, but the others followed suit, all wanting to get away from this devil. Wolf packs are known as the doomsday of professionals. They are numerous, ferocious, and cunning, and most professionals will die if they encounter one. But today, they were forced to flee for their lives by a second-tier professional. Who would believe that? The three-turn wolf leader howled madly, but its subordinates were far more afraid of Ningqing than of it, and refused to obey orders. Shouting themselves hoarse was useless. The enraged third-tier leader glared at Ningqing, his crimson eyes flashing with chilling killing intent. After a long while, he turned and retreated into the depths of the dungeon. Seeing this, Ningqing shook his head and sneered, continuing to collect equipment and materials. This time he reaped a great harvest, with equipment and materials piling up like mountains, and his level also increased to 31, with his experience bar already half full. After getting ready, Ningqing continued on his way. Since he was facing only melee monsters, he wasn't afraid even in a level 90 dungeon. His current health was astonishing, comparable to a 5th-tier epic boss. In addition, all monsters are his life support, making it difficult for him to die. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only can you upgrade, but you can also earn a fortune. What Ningqing urgently needs right now is not equipment, but money, to buy a house in the district government. He had offended the Wolfpack mercenary group and had to relocate his parents. The district government was undoubtedly the best place for them to stay. The Wolfpack mercenary group is rampant in Ningqing, but they are nothing in the district government and would never cause trouble there. As Ningqing ventured deeper, the monsters who had never witnessed his immense strength still pounced on him, but they were nothing more than easy targets to gain experience points. The third-tier leader had also arrived at the center of the instance and was respectfully reporting to a silver giant wolf. Upon hearing this, the silver giant wolf's eyes slowly revealed a chilling killing intent. It stood up, raised its head, and let out a high-pitched wolf howl. The sound carried for miles around, followed by howls of wolves, proclaiming their triumphant return. Gradually, the entire instance was filled with deafening wolf howls. As soon as the king gave his command, all the wolf monsters bowed down in submission. They all set off and gathered at the place where the wolf king was, like thousands of rivers flowing into the sea. The instance area is extremely large, exceeding 30 square kilometers, and the number of wolf monsters is estimated to be over 50,000. Even a team composed entirely of third-tier epic-level professionals would be doomed against such a massive pack of wolves. Therefore, pioneering new dungeons has always been the exclusive domain of major factions, relying on a large number of skilled players to push forward. As for soloing dungeons, don't even dream about it. Even mythic classes can't do it. With limited mental energy, skills can't be continuously used, and mythic classes will also be worn down and killed. Mythical professionals are positioned to fight against mythical lords and block the cutting-edge power of monsters. The monsters below will naturally be dealt with by other professions. This is the culmination of years of combat experience by professionals. Individual strength is ultimately limited. But today, a level 31 epic class player is planning to solo the level 90 newbie dungeon. If people knew about this, they would definitely think he was either an idiot or a madman. Ningqing was clearly neither stupid nor crazy. After 3 years of observing from the sidelines, he finally gained the powerful bug of the Blood Overlord talent, which gave him enough confidence. He noticed that many wolf monsters were gathering in the center, and even when they saw him, they chose to ignore him. He understood that the leader of these monsters was gathering all his subordinates, preparing for a final battle against him. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto his lips, just what he wanted. He moved forward unhurriedly, giving the wolf monsters enough enough time to regroup. Along the way, he discovered many herbs, most of which were basic medicinal materials and raw materials for making basic potions. Each plant is worth between 300 and 800. Although they are not rare, their large quantity adds up to a considerable fortune. If they could thoroughly search the area, the income would be very substantial, not to mention that there is a high possibility that this place contains elemental crystal mines, which would be an even greater fortune. This is also why major factions are keen to develop new dungeons. The money-making opportunities are so plentiful that they make people envious. But Ningqing is all alone, so it's unrealistic for him to completely loot the entire dungeon. For now, he can only focus on killing monsters and leveling up. Half an hour later, Ningqing finally approached the central area. Before him, all kinds of wolf monsters were densely gathered, like a sea of wolves, a truly shocking scene. Countless cold wolf eyes stared at him, and a wild, violent, and bloodthirsty aura permeated the surroundings. A coward would have been terrified and heartbroken in the face of such a sight. But Ningqing laughed heartily. The more monsters, the better. A majestic wolf howl emanated from the center of the pack, and all the wolf monsters bowed down in unison, as if paying homage to the giant silver wolf. Ningqing suddenly had a strange feeling, as if he were a group of ministers kneeling to welcome their king. His gaze locked onto the giant silver wolf. Silver Wolf King, epic level. Skills, command, group amplification, blood boiling, Wolf King's howl, silver moon kill. This silver Wolf King is simply born to rule the Wolfpack, Ningqing thought to himself, his gaze becoming profound. The silver Wolf King had an arrogant expression, his eyes were full of disdain, his steps were elegant and composed, and he exuded the aura of a king. It slowly walked towards Ningqing, and the Wolfpack in front of it automatically parted to form a passage, ensuring that it could pass unimpeded. The wolf monsters on both sides of the passage all prostrated themselves and lowered their heads, as if the common people had seen the emperor. The Wolf King's aura is in no way inferior to that of an ancient emperor. Seeing this, Ningqing couldn't help but curl his lips. Damn it, this guy has a special skill for showing off, doesn't he? Although Ningqing disdained the Silver Wolf King's pretentious act, he still forced himself to watch it put on a show, waiting for it to enter his attack range so he could instantly kill it with a single move. He would never allow such pretentious monsters to continue to exist. Once the Wolf King is eliminated, these wolf monsters will be leaderless, and the trouble will naturally decrease. However, the Silver Wolf King stopped about 100 meters away from Ningqing, a cunning glint in its eyes. Relying on intelligence from its subordinates, it already had some understanding of Ningqing and would never take any risks lightly. Ningqing stared at it disdainfully, then extended his finger and beckoned it with a gesture that was universally understood, and he figured the other side would get it too. The Silver Wolf King narrowed its eyes and shot out two cold beams of light. How dare a second-stage human dare to provoke its majesty like this? It raised its neck and let out a deafening howl. Immediately, its subordinates also roared to the sky in unison, their voices shaking the mountains and rivers. As soon as the wolf howl stopped, the wolf pack charged at Ningqing in unison, with more than 50,000 wolf monsters surging forward like a raging tide. But Ningqing remained as steady as a rock, like a reef that has stood for thousands of years, unmoved. With a single, devastating strike, he unleashed a burst of blood energy, turning a 66-meter radius into a lifeless wasteland, where wolf monsters collapsed one after another. Ningqing dragged his giant sword and charged swiftly toward the Wolf King, thinking to himself, surrounded by 10,000 wolves, I have nothing to fear. He had only one target, the Wolf King. Once within 66 meters, he could kill it instantly. However, the Wolf King seemed to have seen through his intentions and let out another howl. Then, countless powerful skills rained down on Ningqing, like a torrential downpour. These skills have a wide range and great power, leaving Ningqing nowhere to hide. They all come from third-tier wolf monsters. Third-tier monsters have extremely long attack ranges, even melee-type wolves can attack within 70 to 80 meters. The Wolf King's tactics were simple. First, use his first and second-tier subordinates as cannon fodder to deplete Ningqing's health, and then use his third-tier subordinates to bombard Ningqing from a distance. He was convinced that Ningqing would be unable to withstand the attack and would surely die. Actually, there was nothing wrong with the strategy itself, but it didn't expect Ningqing to have such a terrifying talent as the Blood Overlord, which could convert all damage into health. With his extremely high skill damage, the speed at which he drains life far exceeds the comprehension of ordinary people. Ningqing was overwhelmed by countless skills, and his body was shattered once again, but he still stood firm, and his health was exceptionally high. Immersed in a rain of skills, he let out a wild roar, and his slaughtering greatsword suddenly slashed out with a cross, clearing out another group of enemies and immediately restoring his health. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his left hand and sucked a wolf monster into his palm. Then, a terrifying wave of blood gushed out from his left hand, sweeping away and destroying another group of wolf monsters. The three-turn wolf monsters' skills were endless. Ningqing initially took some basic recovery potions, but soon found them to be ineffective, so he simply gave up taking them. As long as his health doesn't drop to zero, he won't die. Even if his body is mangled beyond recognition, even if only a broken skeleton remains, he can still continue to deal damage. If anyone else witnessed this scene, they would surely be terrified out of their wits. The skeleton monster, wielding a giant sword, was bathed in a barrage of attacks, unleashing a series of ferocious strikes that utterly annihilated the wolf monster. The skeleton monster seemed immortal. No matter how the Wolfpack bombarded it or how its bones were shattered, it could not be defeated. Instead, its aura became even more ferocious. At this moment, Ningqing had completely lost his human form. There was no flesh left on his body, all his internal organs had disappeared, and more than half of his bones were broken. However, protected by the power of the rules, he remained immortal, with an astonishingly high amount of health. Deep fear was evident in the eyes of countless wolf monsters. They instinctively felt that the monster before them was simply invincible. Who can defeat a monster that never dies? Even the three-tiered wolf monsters were mentally broken at this moment. They used their skills again and again, exhausting their mental energy, but the human remained standing. The Wolf King's eyes were no longer arrogant, they had become sinister and filled with murderous intent. In a short period of time, thousands of its men were slaughtered. It has some understanding of human professionals. Even a second-tier mythical level professional would inevitably exhaust their mental energy after killing so many subordinates. However, the person in front of him, though now just a broken skeleton, was still able to frequently use his skills. Not only that, its normal attacks also deal incredibly high damage. Even its level 60 rare subordinates couldn't withstand a single sword strike from it. All of this was utterly absurd, almost like a dream, yet it was happening right before its eyes. The Wolf King was now in a dilemma, and it was unknown how much it would take to kill this guy if he continued to weaken his men. But if it gave up and continued to drag on, it worried that this human would disrupt its territory and defeat its subordinates one by one. After struggling for a moment, its expression became resolute. This professional must die. It howled to the sky again, and a silver crescent moon suddenly appeared above its head. The silver moon shone brightly, casting a silvery glow over all the wolf monsters. Immediately, the aura of all the wolf monsters rapidly increased, and the Wolf King unleashed the howling wolf of the moon, empowering his subordinates. The Wolfpack's strength became increasingly terrifying, and their skills, imbued with piercing properties, significantly increased the damage they dealt to Ningqing. Immediately afterwards, the crescent moon in the sky fell towards Ningqing, like a curved blade tens of meters long. This is the ultimate skill of a level 90 epic boss, with terrifying destructive power, enough to destroy a mountain peak 100 meters high. Before the silver moon even touched the ground, the immense pressure had already made Ningqing stagger, completely losing the ability to dodge. But he had no intention of dodging, and unleashed a desperate attack, swinging a cross slash at silver moon. The cross-shaped sword energy surged against the sky, its power reaching its peak with the force of a desperate strike. The silver Wolf King snorted coldly, disdainful, not believing that a second-stage human could compare to its skills. However, the moment the silver moon collided with the cross-shaped sword energy, its pupils suddenly contracted, because the silver moon was actually split into 4 pieces by the cross-shaped sword energy. Its most prized skill was defeated by an attack from a second-tier professional. At this moment, its mind was severely impacted, its heart was in turmoil, its eyes were filled with fear, and its psychological defenses were beginning to crumble. The human's power far exceeded its comprehension, and a long-lost sense of fear welled up in its heart. Its subordinates were completely devastated. These once invincible wolf kings had been defeated by a mere human. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely heavy. If it weren't for their awe of the Wolf King's majesty, these wolves would have already scattered and fled for their lives. The Silver Wolf King's expression shifted again, and its resolve to kill Ningqing began to waver. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope, so at worst, they could lead their men to abandon this place and escape to a wider world. It was torn internally. If it chose to run away with its men, it would lose all face as the Wolf King and find it difficult to hold its head high among the monsters in the future. But if it doesn't escape, its subordinates are very likely to be completely wiped out by this non-human being, which would be more than just a matter of losing face. Its eyes flashed intensely as it scanned Ningqing and its constantly being slaughtered subordinates. It took a deep breath, lowered its head, and let out a heavy roar. All the wolf monsters immediately relaxed and then quickly scattered in all directions. In the end, it decided to abandon its pride and save its subordinates' lives. Ningqing became anxious upon seeing this. In his eyes, these wolf monsters were all valuable experience points and wealth. Who would bear the loss if they ran away? Silver Wolf King, you coward. You surrendered even when outnumbered 50,000. What kind of wolf king are you? You're just a grandson. Ningqing roared. Monsters can understand human speech, especially monsters that have reached the 4th job advancement or higher, which can speak human language. The Silver Wolf King stared at Ningqing with a gloomy expression. How dare this damned human insult it? Faced with the terrifying strength of the human before it, it could only swallow its anger. It could only be called the Wolf King if it had subordinates. Without subordinates, it was just a 3rd-tier epic monster. It turned and left, unwilling to look at Ningqing again, and the other wolf monsters lowered their heads and fled for their lives, unwilling to face him again. It's truly bizarre that a 2nd-tier professional professional could single-handedly defeat 50,000 enemies and force them to flee. Anyone who heard it would think it was a fantasy, but all of this truly happened. Ningqing, possessing the talent of the Blood Overlord, grew stronger the more monsters he encountered. Ningqing anxiously chased after the second-tier wolf monsters, killing as many as he could. He couldn't catch the 3 times advanced wolf monster and could only watch helplessly as a large number of experience packs disappeared without a trace. He pursued them relentlessly, but the number of wolf monsters in his sight gradually decreased as they scattered and fled. Ultimately, the number he could catch was limited. Ningqing's eye twitched, and he couldn't help but curse before starting to clean up the mess. More than 1,000 pieces of equipment were dropped. All of them were second-tier equipment, mostly elite equipment, with a small number of rare equipment. Although the value of each item is not high, the quantity is enormous, and the estimated value exceeds 10 million. There are also a lot of materials and several skill books, which is also a considerable income. Looking at the mountain of equipment piled up in his backpack, Ningqing's frustration gradually dissipated. After all, money can cure all ills. However, since there are no suitable skill books available, they can only purchase them separately when they reach level 40. At this moment, Ningqing's level has reached 38, getting closer and closer to level 40. He didn't leave immediately because it was a well-known fact that valuable resources were hidden at the boss's location in each new instance. Ningqing searched carefully here, and after about 10 minutes, after parting a clump of tall grass, a large patch of grass radiating a silvery light came into view. Ningqing's eyes lit up, his gaze became intense, and the corners of his mouth turned up in excitement because he recognized the grass. Note: herbs imbued with the power of the moon. Although moongrass is a primary medicinal herb, it is the most crucial material for making spiritual potions, and a single plant is worth more than 2,000 yuan. The grassland in front of us now covers more than 3 acres. The number is difficult to estimate, but it is at least more than 20,000. A rough calculation filled Ningqing with excitement. That was tens of millions of dollars in wealth. Just as the saying goes, a pillow is delivered when you're sleepy. He urgently needed money to buy a house in the district government to settle his parents, and the money just came to him in droves. Speechless, Ningqing transformed into a diligent little bee and began frantically pulling weeds. Although weeding is tedious, each weed costs 2,000 yuan, so it's worth it no matter how long it takes. 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000. Ningqing kept muttering to himself. Each moon grass he plucked was worth 2,000 yuan, and he became more and more excited as he plucked. Even a beautiful woman lying naked in front of him couldn't excite him like this. With money, what kind of beautiful woman can't you find? Ningqing had long seen through this truth. When have you ever seen any rich kids in school who don't have pretty girlfriends? Faced with a large patch of moongrass, even though Ningqing moved extremely quickly, it still took him nearly half an hour to harvest it all. How is that possible? A total of 21,583 trees were harvested, worth over 43 million yuan. Ningqing became rich again, and the smile on his face never left his face. He continued exploring, knowing that there were usually crystal mines in the new dungeons, and if he could find them, he could definitely make a fortune. He didn't even let any of the herbs he encountered along the way go to waste. Even small mosquitoes are still meat. He had thought there might still be some wolf monsters left, but he hadn't expected the Silver Wolf King's dominance to be far beyond his imagination. All the wolf monsters had already fled, and he couldn't even find a single one. Before long, Ningqing was surprised to find a large group of black dots rapidly approaching him. As the dots magnified, he recognized them as a pack of wolves. What's going on? Has the Silver Wolf King lost his mind and gone back to his death? Ningqing muttered to himself, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He was just worried about not finding monsters to level up, and the return of the wolf pack was exactly what he wanted. What a considerate little wolf cub. Money comes in big sums, and you rise through the ranks. That's the most wonderful thing in the world. Rewind to when Ningqing was picking moongrass. The Silver Wolf King and his men were already close to the dungeon exit. One of the Wolf King's subordinates looked at the Wolf King, hesitant to speak, his face full of struggle. In the end, it called out to its king. The Silver Wolf King turned its head to look at it in confusion. "Oh, King, I suspect that human has mastered the talent of blood-sucking or has blood-sucking equipment." It hesitated before expressing its guess in wolf language. Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf King's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a flash of inspiration struck him, making him vaguely aware that this guess made a lot of sense. Then, its face turned angry, and it swatted its subordinate away with a vicious claw. "Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? Ah, Your Majesty, spare me." The Wolf King didn't have time to argue with his subordinates. His most important task right now was to go back and settle accounts with that damned human. Although the life-stealing ability is strong, it is useless if you know the opponent's attack range and keep a sufficient distance to avoid being hit. It already knew the range of Ningqing's attacks. Those inferior to it were no match for its third-tier subordinates. It let out a roar, and the wolf pack immediately stopped. "Oh, whoa! Third-tier clansman, come back with me and kill that brat. The rest of the clansmen will wait here." After saying that, it led its massive force of third-tier subordinates back into battle. battle. That's why we're seeing this scene now. The Wolf King has returned with thousands of his men, charging back with overwhelming force. Lin Kuang drew his slaughter blade and waited smugly for the Wolf King to arrive. In less than a minute, the Wolf King led his troops to a distance of about 70 or 80 meters from Lin Kuang. It let out a roar, and its subordinates moved swiftly, forming a circle around Lin Kuang, blocking all his escape routes. Lin Kuang noticed that all the wolf monsters were keeping a distance of 70 or 80 meters from him, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. It's over, I'm probably really done for this time. With a roar from the Silver Wolf King, the wolf monsters surrounding him unleashed their skills, bombarding Lin Kuang relentlessly. Lin Kuang's face turned ashen. Although he had a lot of health, he couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment from the third-tier wolf monster. He charged toward the Wolfpack with his sword, but the wolf monsters retreated immediately, giving him no chance whatsoever. He wasn't agile enough to catch up with the monster, nor could he harm it, let alone suck its life. The wolf monsters from other directions continued to attack him, constantly depleting his health. Lin Kuang understood that the Wolfpack had already discovered his blood-sucking ability, so they wouldn't give an inch. His face darkened. This monster is incredibly intelligent, almost like a human. Just moments ago, Lin Kuang felt sorry that the Wolfpack had escaped, but now he felt no regret at all. On the contrary, he genuinely hoped that they would never come back. The turning point in fate came too quickly, like a sudden tornado. The intense threat of death made Lin Kuang's eyelids twitch, his heart race, and his breathing become rapid. He had family, brothers, friends, and a bright future. He absolutely did not want to die so easily. But now they can neither fight nor escape, and the outcome seems to have been predetermined. There's always a way out. There must be one. Lin Kuang kept repeating to himself, encouraging himself while forcing himself to calm down. He looked around and found himself surrounded by wolves from all sides, with no way out. There were no wolves in only two directions. He looked up at the clear sky, regretting that he couldn't fly. So, there was only one way out left, and he looked down at the ground beneath his feet. Lin Kuang roared, his whole body bursting into blood flames, and his giant sword, condensed with blood, slashed a cross-shaped sword aura towards the ground. The powerful force tore the ground apart, creating a cross-shaped crack 20 meters long and 20 meters wide, with just enough space for one person to crawl through at the intersection. Without hesitation, he leaped into the crevice, his body plummeting downwards. A continuous barrage of attacks roared from above, but the earth shielded him from most of the damage. He did not let his guard down. Although he tried to escape by burrowing underground, the Wolfpack naturally knew how to dig and pursue him. Sure enough, with the Silver Wolf King's roar, Lin Kuang saw the soil layer above rapidly disappear under the bombardment of skills. He had already reached the bottom of the rift. Although he was extremely anxious, he could only wait for the cross-slash skill to cool down, as other skills were not suitable for digging. As for normal attacks, they're a complete waste of time. Lin Kuang was relieved that his skill cooldown time had been halved, and the cross-slash cooldown was only 5 seconds. The soil above was rapidly eroding, and the wolf monster's skills continued to affect him, draining his health. Lin Kuang's expression was grave, but he remained calm. With the wolf pack out of sight and their skills unable to lock onto targets precisely, only residual damage remained, greatly reducing their threat. Moreover, they dare not approach, and can only rely on skills to bombard the soil, which is far slower than him. After the cross-slash cooled down, he unleashed sword energy at his feet once more, tearing the ground apart again as he continued to fall. The wolf pack's attacks had even less of an impact on him. Lin Kuang finally felt relieved, thinking he was safe and the wolf pack would never burrow underground to pursue him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he once again cleaved the earth with his cross-shaped sword energy, his body plummeting downwards. The bombing above stopped, and the Wolf King, unable to see him any longer, knew that continuing the fight was pointless, so he called for a halt. But it didn't leave. Instead, it stayed behind with part of the wolf pack, while the others were sent out to patrol. It didn't believe that Lin Kuang could stay underground forever. Lin Kuang naturally wouldn't hide. The food in his backpack was limited, and staying there for too long would only lead to starvation. He began to use cross slashes horizontally, crawling towards the intersection, and then used another cross slash to clear a path at the bottom. Due to the obstruction of the earth, the attack range of the cross-shaped sword energy was shortened to only 17 or 18 meters each time, but he was already very satisfied. He glanced at his health bar, which was still high, indicating that he reacted quickly and hadn't been worn down by the wolves for too long. The cross-slash only consumes 10% of his base health, which is negligible given his current health. 10,000 cross-slashes would be enough for him to travel a very long way. For safety reasons, Lin Kuang moved sideways for nearly 2 kilometers before starting to clear a path to the ground and climb upwards. When he felt it was about time, he carefully dug with his greatsword, avoiding making too much noise by using a cross-slash. In less than 2 minutes, the giant blade of slaughter emerged from the ground, its faint light piercing Lin Kuang's eyes. He carefully made an opening and slowly stuck his head out. The view was obscured by the grass, so nothing could be seen, which also meant that no one else could detect this place. Lin Kuang quickly climbed out of the cave and ran towards the exit. Right now, all he wanted was to escape. Resources were secondary, his life was more important. Suddenly, a wolf's howl made his heart tighten, and he immediately stopped moving, afraid of being discovered. Wolf howls echoed from other directions, seemingly in response. Ningqing guessed that the Wolf King had sent his men to search for him. My mood suddenly turned heavy. Leaving might not be so easy. After a brief pause, Ningqing continued to advance cautiously, using the bushes to conceal himself. But the wolf monsters were expert trackers with a keen sense of smell. One of the wolf monsters passing by Ningqing twitched its nose and stared sharply in the direction Ningqing had left. Its eyes flashed with ferocity as it quickly gave chase. Ningqing was jogging with his back bent when he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his back. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, landing face first in the mud. He turned around angrily and saw a rare level 86 wolf monster staring at him with hatred, then letting out a long and loud wolf howl. Ningqing cursed angrily, his face darkening. He then stopped concealing his tracks and ran towards the exit with all his might, trying to get as close as possible. Soon, he saw huge wolf monsters rushing towards him. These wolf-like monsters are several meters long and can leap dozens of meters in a single bound, reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters, making them difficult to dodge. When they were 70 or 80 meters away from Ningqing, they began to bombard him with skills. Others ran ahead to intercept him, using knockback skills to block his progress. As more and more level 3 wolf monsters arrived, Ningqing had no choice but to continue burrowing underground to escape. He escaped again by burrowing underground, emerging from the ground about half an hour later, but this time he was discovered not far away. Soon, he was blasted into submission by the skill and could only continue burrowing underground. Ningqing was extremely frustrated, but he was at a loss. At this moment, he really wished he had a skill that could improve his agility. As long as his agility surpasses that of a third-tier wolf monster, those wolf monsters become his health and experience packs. Unfortunately, he never managed to acquire the skill to improve his agility. Although it was frustrating, it was better than losing his life, so Ningqing continued burrowing and emerged again about half an hour later. His clothes were covered in mud, and his face was as black as a beggar's. He looked utterly disheveled, but Ningqing didn't care about any of that. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Instead of running directly to the exit, he went around in circles. He guessed that the Silver Wolf King had already guessed that he wanted to leave through the exit. Sure enough, taking a longer route meant the wolf monsters would discover him, and the wolf pack would need more time to block him, thus increasing his travel efficiency. After burrowing underground again and again, advancing again and again, it took half a day for Ningqing to finally approach the exit. He emerged from the ground again and headed towards the exit, his body pushing through the weeds as he moved forward. Not being able to fly was such a hassle, he could only keep crawling through the grass. Suddenly, as Ningqing crawled through a clump of grass, his eyes met a pair of bewildered eyes. He was stunned, and the wolf monster was stunned as well. Ningqing looked up and saw that there were about 30,000 wolf monsters lying there. All of them were first level or second level wolf monsters. He immediately realized that these wolf monsters were arranged by the Silver Wolf King to ambush him here, and they were all lying in the grass to avoid being discovered. In this way, the chances of Ningqing, who was focused on escaping, discovering them are extremely low. But fate plays tricks on people, and Ningqing happened to take a detour towards the exit, ending up here. His eyes suddenly lit up with elation. These were health packs, experience packs, and equipment packs. Ningqing was worried that his health had been greatly depleted by the third-tier wolf monster, leaving him without a trump card, but unexpectedly, this health pack came to his doorstep. Ha ha ha, this is truly heaven's help. Ningqing roared to the sky, releasing all the pent-up frustration in his heart. Blood flames soared into the sky, and his eyes shot out tangible red light. He was extremely excited, while the wolf monsters were in a panic. They knew how powerful Ningqing was and that they were nothing more than leeks to be harvested in front of him. Terrified howls echoed throughout the area. The wolf monsters offered no resistance, scrambling and rolling away for their lives, wishing they had more legs. Mountain crushing slash, die. Ningqing roared, and the giant blade of slaughter slammed into the ground, unleashing a burst of blood energy that instantly wiped out a large group of wolf monsters. His health quickly recovered, and his experience points increased significantly. Before he could even pick up the equipment and materials, Ningqing chased after the wolf pack and killed them. He unleashed his skills one by one, and the wolf monsters fell to the ground one after another, as helpless as a farmer harvesting leeks. After 3 skill attacks, his level jumped to 39. Although the wolf pack had dispersed slightly, the density was still very high. The commotion caught the attention of the Silver Wolf King, who was guarding the exit. Its eyes darkened. Something had happened to its hidden subordinate. It let out an angry howl and quickly led its 3 subordinates to the rescue. With its extremely fast speed and short distance, it arrived at the scene in less than a minute. At this point, the wolf pack was quite scattered, and Ningqing's skill could only take down a few at most. In just 1 minute, he had already leveled up to level 40 and gained an extra skill slot. Unfortunately, there were no suitable skill books available, which left Ningqing with a sense of regret. Seeing the Silver Wolf King leading his team closer, he used Bloodlust to lock onto a level 60 rare wolf monster. The wolf wolf monster lost control of its body and quickly fell into Ningqing's hands. Ningqing raised an eyebrow at the Silver Wolf King, his eyes full of provocation. This guy had made him run for so long, it was time to recoup some interest. The Silver Wolf King's face was grim, filled with extreme anger. How dare this brat, who only knows how to run away, be so insolent? Its furious roar echoed through the heavens and earth, and the three-turn wolf monsters quickly surrounded it. Ningqing turned to look at the wolf monster in his hand. Blood gushed out, and the wolf monster turned into a blood mist, after which a skill book fell to the ground. Ningqing casually scooped it up, initially not taking it to heart. But when he discovered that the skill book could be learned, his eyes lit up. What a coincidence! How could I possibly learn this? Upon seeing the skill attributes, he was overjoyed and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Heaven is helping me. Truly heaven is helping me. His excitement was barely contained, because this skill could completely turn the tide of his game. It was practically tailor-made for him. While in blood frenzy state, consumes 10% of base health, increases all 4 main attributes by 200% and agility by 300%, lasting for 20 seconds with a 30-second cooldown. The 4 dimensions, strength, intelligence, physique, and spirit, are the most fundamental guarantee of a professional strength. What Ningqing values most is the plus 300% agility, which can greatly increase his movement speed. He activated the skill, and with the blessing of the Blood God talent, the effect was greatly enhanced. All 4 stats are increased to plus 1200%, agility to plus 1300%, duration extended to 20 seconds, and cooldown reduced to 15 seconds. With this skill, Ningqing was confident that his speed was almost unmatched in the 4th stage of the game. This is precisely why he's so excited. Previously, his lack of agility had allowed him to be easily manipulated by the 3rd-tier wolf monster. Now, the situation has completely reversed. It's true what they say, fortunes change, and the wheel of karma turns. Seeing Ningqing's expression, the Silver Wolf King suspected that he had gone mad. What was so funny about a defeated general? Just then, Ningqing stared at it again, this time with contempt in his eyes. The Silver Wolf King grew increasingly furious. How could he tolerate these worthless trash who could be easily destroyed? Tear him to pieces, the Silver Wolf King roared, and the 3-turn wolf monsters unleashed their skills, bombarding Ningqing relentlessly. Ningqing showed no fear, letting out a deep roar and activating his berserk skill. His blood and chi surged within him, and the burning blood energy outside his body became even more violent. He felt his entire body bursting with power, capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch. The skill attacks hit him, but the rate at which his health was lost was greatly slowed down. His physique increased by 12 times, and his defense also increased by 12 times. Moreover, he felt as light as a swallow, as if he could fly. He took a step, his figure transforming into a streak of light, instantly covering 70 or 80 meters, and appeared in front of the 3rd-tier wolf monster. This speed shocked the Silver Wolf King and his men, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. It was precisely because they were fast that they dared to surround Ningqing. However, in terms of skill damage, they are completely incomparable to Ningqing. Ningqing's lips curled into a ferocious smile. If I could run away before, you'd better pray that you can run away too. The giant blade of slaughter, stained crimson with blood, slammed heavily into the ground. The blood energy exploded like a missile, and even a level 90 rare wolf monster couldn't withstand a single blow from Ningqing's desperate attack. Wherever the blood energy reached, all the 3rd-tier wolf monsters turned into blood mist. With his health and experience points surging again, Ningqing felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, finally releasing all the pent-up frustration he had felt before. He looked at the Silver Wolf King, that damned guy who had previously made the blood demon god of hell so embarrassed. The Silver Wolf King felt a chill run down his spine under Ningqing's gaze, his body trembling slightly as he sensed a strong threat to his life. It didn't dare to fight Ningqing head-on, having already experienced the damage from Ningqing's skills firsthand. With a howl, it turned and fled. Its 3 subordinates unleashed their knockback skills, desperately trying to hold off Ningqing and buy the king time to escape. Ningqing was knocked back by the skill and could only watch helplessly as the Silver Wolf King escaped. However, he was not in a hurry. At his current speed, catching up with the other party would not be difficult. He turned his gun towards the 3rd-tier wolf monsters, his figure weaving through various skills like a shadow, finally appearing near the pack of 3rd-tier wolf monsters. With a single cross slash, he instantly slaughtered a large group of wolf monsters. Then, like a tiger invading a wolf pack, he continuously reaped the lives of the wolf monsters. As Ningqing's speed increased, no wolf monster could withstand his attacks. At this moment, his health was extremely high. With the buffs of Blood Frenzy and Desperate Strike, the damage of his skills made even 3rd-tier mythical professionals feel ashamed. After the Silver Wolf King fled far away, all the 3rd-tier wolf monsters scattered and ran away. Ningqing did not pursue them. The most important thing was to deal with the Silver Wolf King first. He had noticed earlier that the Wolf King was running towards the exit of the Silver Wolf dynasty. He guessed that the Wolf King understood that staying in the instance would only lead to death, and that only by leaving the instance and entering the vast world could he have a chance of survival. Ningqing quickly reached the exit. The path had been difficult before, but now it was incredibly easy, and no wolf monster dared to stop him. He crawled out of the exit, looked around, but couldn't find the Silver Wolf King. He leaped up, soaring more than 30 meters, and looked around again. Finally, he spotted the silver figure fleeing at high speed about a kilometer away. Its goal was extremely clear. It headed straight for the depths of the wilderness, presumably hoping to use the intimidation of those powerful monsters to stop Ningqing. After landing, Ningqing pushed off the ground with his right leg, and his body suddenly burst through the air and sped forward. The grass in front of them was torn into pieces, and the powerful gust of air knocked the grass on both sides to the ground. The distance between Ningqing and the Silver Wolf King rapidly closed, his speed far exceeding that of his opponent. The Silver Wolf King ran for his life, not daring to look back, his face filled with deep fear, afraid that if he turned his head he would see the terrible devil grinning at him. It never imagined that it, as a dignified epic leader with tens of thousands of subordinates, would be driven to the brink of despair by a second-tier professional. Now, its only hope is that its subordinates can buy it time so that it can escape to a deeper place. It ran wildly, disregarding everything, naturally attracting the attention of the surrounding monsters. The monsters had a strong sense of territory, and the Silver Wolf King's intrusion into their territory would inevitably draw their questions. Warning howls reached the Silver Wolf King's ears, its face darkening, as if it wanted to tear the monsters' mouths apart. What the hell are you yelling for? What if you attract that kid's attention? Just as it was thinking this, its exceptionally sensitive nose caught a familiar scent, its scalp tingled, and all the fur on its body stood on end instantly. It turned around abruptly and saw that hateful face with a sinister smile on its lips. Who else could it be but Ningqing? Ha! Silver Wolf King, what goes around comes around. You chased me before, and now I'm chasing you. How fair? Ningqing said jokingly. The Silver Wolf King, without waiting for a response, let out a roar and a silver moon materialized, hurtling towards Ningqing. Ningqing chuckled, and the giant blade of slaughter drew across, the cross-shaped sword energy slashing out and instantly tearing the silver moon into pieces. The Silver Wolf King was utterly desperate. Its strongest skill, which was originally enough to contend with a rare fourth-tier leader, was so easily shattered. The distance between the two sides continued to close, 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. As the Silver Wolf King was about to enter its attack range, Ningqing gathered blood in his left hand, preparing to unleash the bloodthirsty hand to finish it off. Just then, a high-pitched cry came from the sky. Ningqing looked up and saw a huge creature with a wingspan of over 40 meters rapidly falling from the sky. He was secretly surprised. This was the same large bird he had seen that morning. Silver Wing Eagle, rare, level 120. Skills: Pounce, Eagle Claw Hand, Giant Eagle Strike, Wings Flying Through the Sky, Silver Blade Aerial Barrage. This is a rare boss with 4-star limit, and its strength is extremely formidable. Each job change, whether it's a profession or a monster, grants a significant boost, with the boost becoming more pronounced as you progress. The 4th and 3rd rank are a clear dividing line. Below the 4th rank is considered low level, while the 4th rank is considered mid-level, with strength far exceeding that of the 3rd rank. A level 90 epic boss can compete with a level 100 rare boss, but it is basically no match for those above level 100. After the 4th job advancement, each level up represents a qualitative leap. The Silverwing Eagle fell in the direction of the Silver Wolf King, clearly indicating that this large bird had its sights set on this epic leader. As for Ningqing, this little guy, he was temporarily selectively ignored. The Silverwing Eagle is extremely fast, and even though Ningqing is currently in a berserk state, he is still quite a bit slower than it. How can running on 2 feet compare to the speed of soaring in the sky? The Silver Wolf King's face was filled with despair. With wolves in front and tigers behind, how could its fate be so unfortunate? Seeing the Silverwing Eagle rapidly approaching, its sharp talons poised to strike, Ningqing's expression immediately turned serious. Damn it, how dare you snatch food from his jaws? Did you even ask him first? A pair of enormous eagle claws suddenly appeared, tightly enveloping the Silver Wolf King. In the next second, it would surely fall into the eagle claws. Just then, an irresistible suction force pulled the Silver Wolf King's body backward, sending it flying backward instantly. Looking back, I saw Ningqing raising his left hand, staring at it with a determined look in his eyes. The Silver Wolf King tried to resist, but its strength had long since vanished, and it could only watch helplessly as its head fell into Ningqing's hands. With its prey stolen, the silver-winged eagle let out an angry screech, its sharp eyes fixed on Ningqing, filled with murderous intent. Ningqing gave him a cold glance, as if to say, "What are you looking at?" He withdrew his gaze and stared at the Silver Wolf King in his hand, which had long lost its arrogance and was now filled with only fear. Those terrified eyes looked helplessly at Ningqing, as if begging for a shred of pity. How could Ningqing show any mercy? Blood gushed out as he tore the Silver Wolf King to pieces. A piece of equipment emitting an orange glow fell from the corpse. Ningqing quickly grabbed it and threw it back into his spatial backpack. Immediately afterwards, he raised the slaughtering blade and unleashed a cross-shaped sword aura, which collided with the eagle claw light and shadow that was powerful enough to tear apart mountains. A powerful powerful shockwave erupted, tearing the surrounding weeds into pieces. Ningqing stood steadily in the eye of the storm, coldly watching the silver-winged eagle. With his current health, he could even kill a level 120 rare boss if he unleashed his full power. His posture enraged the silver-winged eagle even more. Its prey had been stolen, and yet it dared to provoke it. The silver-winged eagle's wings gleamed with silver light, and with a sudden flap, a dense burst of silver feathers shot towards Ningqing like sniper bullets. Extremely fast and extremely dense, Ningqing had no way to dodge it, so he had to take it head-on. The giant blade of slaughter slammed heavily into the ground, unleashing a burst of blood energy that destroyed all the oncoming feathers. However, the silver-winged eagle's feathers seemed inexhaustible, and it continued to howl and attack Ningqing. Ningqing used his cross-slash again to block some of the attacks, but then became a target. The silver-winged eagle circled 200 meters in the air, and Ningqing was helpless against it. Feathers kept striking Ningqing. Despite his physique being increased more than tenfold, he still couldn't withstand it, and clear blood holes appeared all over his body. Damn it, so what if you can fly? Ningqing gritted his teeth and cursed at the silver-winged eagle, then turned and fled. Being able to fly was indeed formidable, at least he was completely helpless against it. Having survived in the perilous wilderness for so long, the silver-winged eagle has long been adept at dealing with any situation and will not easily land to give Ningqing any chance. Ningqing's health was rapidly depleting. If he hadn't had sufficient health, he would have been dead long ago. Silverwing Eagle was completely baffled as to why a mere second-tier professional could withstand its relentless bombardment without falling. It shrieked angrily again, its wings flapped once more, and endless silver blades rained down from the sky, bombarding Ningqing wildly. Ningqing was extremely fast, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of the skills. His body was constantly struck by the silver blades, and his bones shattered with a series of sounds. He was reduced to a broken skeleton once more, yet he remained immortal. The Silverwing Eagle sensed the Silver Wolf King's feelings and began to wonder whether the creature was human or a ghost. Ningqing continued forward despite the Silver-Winged Eagle's relentless attacks, with a clear objective to return to the Wolf King instance. His health wasn't enough to return to Ningqing, so he could only rely on the dungeon's restrictions to stay alive temporarily. As for whether we'll be stuck in the instance by the Silverwing Eagles, there's no time to think about that right now. The Silverwing Eagle noticed the teleportation vortex, guessed Ningqing's intentions, and its attack became even more ferocious, determined to tear him to shreds. Ningqing's health dropped rapidly. Fortunately, he gained the Berserk skill, otherwise he would have already been unable to survive. As Ningqing drew closer to the teleportation vortex, the Silver-Winged Eagle showed a look of struggle on its face. Unable to withstand ranged attacks, it began to plan for close combat. Confident in its strength, it believed that once it caught the kid and flew him into the air, it could wear him down sooner or later. However, the sight of Ningqing instantly killing the Silver Wolf King made it wary. The damage was simply too outrageous, and it feared it couldn't withstand it. After hesitating for a long time, it still did not launch an attack. It simply did not believe that a mere second-stage human could withstand its bombardment for 5 minutes, let alone last for 50 minutes without collapsing. As for the humans hiding in the instance, it wasn't worried. The wilderness instance could only exist for 7 days. After 7 days, it would be completely integrated into the wilderness environment, at which point those humans would have nowhere to hide. Finally, Ningqing, braving the Silverwing Eagle's fierce attacks, charged into the Wolf King instance and was finally able to catch his breath. He took out a recovery potion and vigorously applied it to his body. His bones began to repair, and his flesh and blood slowly recovered. As long as your health isn't depleted, even the most severe injuries can heal. That's the rule. Holding the giant blade of slaughter, Ningqing set off again with firm steps, determined to sweep across the entire secret realm and slay all the monsters. The most crucial thing right now is to increase his level and health, which is his greatest asset in resisting the Silverwing Eagle. He circled the dungeon again and again, constantly exploring, and every monster he encountered was killed by him. He also collected all the resources, accumulating both experience and wealth. He was very quick. Although the instance was quite large, he had completely cleared it in the middle of the day. At this moment, Ningqing was hiding in a cave, excitedly staring at the densely packed light elementor in front of him, numbering no less than 5,000. Light elementor is more precious than fire elementor, with one piece worth approximately 7,000. 5,000 pieces, equivalent to 35 million, is another huge fortune. His discovery of this place was purely accidental. He was chasing a rare level 90 wolf monster, which fled into this area, and he boldly and carefully followed it in thanks to his superb skills. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise, and Ningqing secretly rejoiced at his good luck. Filled with excitement, he quickly put all the light element ores into his spatial backpack. Leaving the mine, he decided to return. He had already reached level 52, the monsters were almost all cleared out, and he had gained a lot of resources. Staying any longer would only be a waste of time. If I don't go back soon, my parents will be extremely worried. It's already 7 p.m., and even if I rush back as fast as I can, it will still take an hour. Moreover, the journey may not be smooth, as a silver-winged eagle might be waiting outside. Unfortunately, he failed to acquire the right skill, but he has just gained a new skill slot. If he can find the right skill, it might greatly alleviate his current predicament. However, he already has enough health. With his current speed, returning to Ningqing shouldn't be a problem. At most, he'll just have to endure some pain. Having made up his mind, Ningqing walked straight toward the exit. As soon as we emerged from the exit, a dense shriek came from the sky. Looking up, countless feathers shot towards him like sniper bullets. Silverwing Eagle had indeed been waiting for him. That guy was incredibly vengeful. Ningqing gave it a federal hand gesture, then lowered his head and ran quickly toward Ningqing. Feathers and silver blades bombarded him relentlessly, and Ningqing was once again reduced to a shattered skeleton, but this did not affect his speed. The silver-winged eagle persisted relentlessly, determined to kill Ningqing. However, as time went by, its confidence began to waver. It had been bombarding Ningqing for 20 minutes. Ningqing was now reduced to a few scattered bones, not even a skeleton, but he was still alive. This shocked it greatly. It had never seen anything like it before. What kind of monster was this? Seeing Ningqing enter the buffer zone, it let out a reluctant screech, stopped in midair, and stared intently at Ningqing. Its gaze was full of resentment, killing intent, and fear. Feeling conflicted, it dared not pursue the matter any further. If it crosses the buffer zone, it might be attacked by professionals, and it doesn't want to lose its life. Ningqing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the silver-winged eagle stop. He had very little health left, and if he continued to be bombarded, the consequences would be unimaginable. His face was filled with hatred as he stared at the back of the silver-winged eagle, his eyes burning with rage and killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "You just wait." He then took out a recovery potion, poured it on his body, and began to repair his physical body. He must recover his health first, otherwise, if he goes back looking like this, he'll probably be attacked as a monster. It took more than 20 minutes to fully recover, and then Ningqing rushed to the city gate. By this time, no professionals were queuing up, and few people returned home at night. Upon seeing Ningqing, Oldley finally felt relieved. Such a prodigy is a precious asset to the Federation, and he absolutely does not want to see Ningqing perish. After the examination, Ningqing returned to Ningqing, where Zhei appeared before him once again. Ningqing was in a hurry, so he didn't make a deal with the other party. He hailed a taxi and quickly drove home. He only had one night to persuade his parents. He had to take them to the district government first thing tomorrow morning. Although he is quite strong now, he is still no match for the Wolfpack mercenary group. Those fourth-tier professionals can fly and are enough to wear him down, just like the Silverwing Eagle. He has no way to deal with them. When Ningqing returned home, his parents were still watching TV. Perhaps the plot was interesting, as they both had smiles on their faces. His heart was heavy, his expression gloomy, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. "Son, you're back. Have you eaten?" Lin's mother asked as soon as she saw Ningqing. Ningqing pursed his lips, gave a simple reply, and then dragged his heavy steps to sit down next to his parents, his expression becoming increasingly conflicted. He scratched his head with both hands, took a deep breath, and his expression gradually hardened as he decided to act decisively. He directly revealed his level information, so anyone who uses a detection skill on him can see his level. "Mom and Dad, look at my level," Ningqing said, attracting his parents' attention. They looked bewildered. Hadn't their son always been at the first level? What was there to see? But she still subconsciously turned her head and used her detection skill to check on Ningqing. When they saw the level 52 above his head, their eyes widened instantly, their mouths gaped open, and they were as horrified as if they had seen a ghost. "Ningqing, you." Lin's father pointed at the level 52 on Ningqing's head and was speechless for a moment. This scene had a huge impact on him and was completely beyond his ability to accept. Lin's mother was also stunned. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen wrong. But no matter how many times she rubbed it or how many times she looked at it, her son remained at level 52. No matter how unbelievable it seemed, he was already a level 52 professional. Her face flushed red, and she exclaimed with joy, "Son, when did you level up? How did you get to level 52 all of a sudden?" Ningqing explained simply, "I haven't gone to work these past 2 days. I've been leveling up, but that's not important. Mom and Dad, I have bad news for you. I've offended the Wolfpack mercenary group. You have to leave with me first thing tomorrow morning and go to the district government to lay low for a while." The excitement and joy on Lin's parents' faces froze instantly. They struggled to process the information Ningqing was conveying, their expressions blank, unsure how to react. After a long while, they gradually understood Ningqing's words, and deep worry appeared on their faces. They were well aware of the Wolfpack mercenary group's infamous reputation. As a local tyrant in Ningqing, the trouble their son would face for offending them was unimaginable, but they found it hard to accept that he was leaving so suddenly. Ningqing patiently explained the pros and cons to the two elders and relayed their words verbatim from the Blood Wolf Squad and the Wild Wolf Squad. The two elders finally realized that their son and the Wolfpack mercenary group were locked in a life-or-death struggle, and if they didn't leave, their lives would be in danger. Lin's father gritted his teeth, slapped his thigh, and said, "Then we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Life is the most important thing." As the head of the family, he made the decision without hesitation. Although Lin's mother felt lost and uneasy about leaving her hometown, she nodded repeatedly, knowing that nothing was more important than the lives of her family. Then they began packing their luggage, knowing that this trip might be their last. Ningqing went back to his room to pack his luggage, mainly clothes, not much else. After packing, he helped his parents pack their luggage. Although the two elders said that going to the district government would be good and would broaden their horizons, the deep worry hidden in their eyes could not be hidden from him. They were just ordinary people, and the Wolfpack mercenary group was an insurmountable behemoth to them, capable of crushing them with a flick of their fingers. The son's deep-seated hatred for the Wolfpack mercenaries, forged through a united front, makes them fear that the other side might attack at any moment. On the other hand, they felt lost about life after going to the district government. That place is the center of the Jiangnan region, a hub of talent and fiercely competitive. It is said that even street sweepers have to be at least second-class graduates. The two ordinary people had almost no place to stand there, their savings were meager, and rent and living expenses were very high. They didn't know how long they could hold out, and the thought of it only deepened their anxiety. After finishing tidying up, the two elderly people couldn't sleep anymore and started searching online for the cheapest house near the district government. When they saw that even the cheapest two-bedroom apartment cost 20,000 yuan a month, their spirits plummeted. The two have worked hard all their lives, and now they only have a little over 100,000 yuan left, which is the savings they have painstakingly accumulated over most of their lives. In any world, life is exceptionally difficult for those at the bottom of society. Buying a house, raising children, and caring for elderly parents, saving even a few $100,000 is considered a remarkable achievement. This sum of over 100,000 yuan was originally intended as a wife's dowry for Ningqing, but now they have to use it to escape. The thought weighed heavily on their hearts. Tens of thousands of yuan, living in a place like the district government, would probably not last even 6 months. What will happen to them 6 months from now? Will they really be forced to sleep on the streets? Seeing his parents' worried faces, Ningqing assumed they were concerned about retaliation from the Wolfpack mercenary group, so he reassured them that the district government was safe and that they could rest assured. The two elderly people sighed inwardly and nodded silently, without uttering their worries. Parents should worry about this kind of thing. There's no need to involve their son. Ningqing then bought the earliest spaceship ticket online and began searching for housing information in the Jiangnan region. Unlike his parents, he focused on the selling price of the house, not the rent. Lin Yuan thought he was worth over 100 million yuan and that everyone in the world was rich. But after seeing the housing prices in the district, he realized he had been too naive. The average house price there is over 500,000 yuan per square meter, and that's for the suburbs. House prices closer to the city center generally exceed 1 million yuan, with villas reaching over 2 million yuan per square meter. There are just too many rich people in this world, Lin Kuang thought to himself. He didn't look at houses in the suburbs, not because he looked down on them, but because the closer to the center, the safer it was. I'd rather buy a smaller one to ensure the safety of my family, because safety is the most important thing. He mainly focuses on 3-bedroom apartments around 90 square meters, and quietly saves them if he feels the layout and location are suitable. The family didn't sleep a wink all night. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were preoccupied and unable to sleep. While accompanying them, Lin Kuang carefully learned about the situation in the district government instance and the wilderness. For the next period of time, he will stay there to level up and will not go back until the college entrance examination registration begins. Time is running out. It's May 7th now, and according to past practice, the college entrance examination registration period is from May 25th to 30th, leaving only 23 days. He must acquire the strength to fight against 4th-tier professionals within these 23 days, otherwise returning to Ningqing would be suicide. Time slowly passed amidst the old couple's worries and Lin Kuang's plans. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the three of them ate breakfast and went out together. The driverless vehicle was already parked downstairs. After getting in, they headed straight for the spaceship transportation center, and Lin Kuang's family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even the daring Wolfpack mercenary group wouldn't dare to make a move here. It would be a serious provocation against the federal government. After their tickets were checked, Lin Kuang and his two companions boarded the spaceship and flew to Jiangnan City, the district government seat. The moment the spaceship took off, Lin Kuang embarked on his first journey away from Ningqing. He looked down at the small town below, his heart filled with complex emotions. This place held all his memories, and now he was being forced to leave in this way. Wolfpack mercenary group. He murmured to himself, his fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged. Lin's parents, standing to the side, felt even more somber. Most of their life's memories were tied to this place, and they had thought they could enjoy their old age in peace, but instead, they were forced to flee their hometown. Lin's mother, who was prone to melancholy, had tears in her eyes and silently lowered her head, not wanting her husband and son to see her sadness and vulnerability. Ningqing gradually receded into the distance as the spaceship continued its journey, passing increasingly prosperous cities below. Some regional metropolises are filled with high-rise buildings, bustling with traffic on the ground, and countless small spaceships shuttle through the air. For ordinary people, cars are just a means of transportation, but wealthy people almost always play with spaceships. Many mid-level professionals also use spaceships to travel in the wild, which can save a lot of energy. The scenery rushed past, and the spaceship drew ever closer to the district government building. About 3 hours later, a vast and majestic steel jungle came into Ningqing's view. The towering skyscrapers, densely packed together, pierced the clouds, a sight that is truly awe-inspiring, like an ant gazing upon a giant tree, marveling at the greatness of humankind. Spaceships kept arriving in the air, so many that they caused a ship jam. This is Jiangnan City, the district government's hometown, a place where powerful figures, dignitaries, and financial tycoons gather. Low-level professionals are at the bottom here. Only mid-level professionals can have a certain status, and only high-level professionals are qualified to dominate a region. Ningqing and his family were about to settle down here, and he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Although he considered himself to be dominant among his peers, he was ultimately just a second-tier professional. In Jiangnan City, he was still at the bottom of society, and it would be extremely difficult for him to gain a foothold there. He clenched his fists, his expression resolute. No matter how difficult it was, he was determined to achieve something. Otherwise, the cold stares and humiliation he had endured for the past 3 years would have been meaningless. Moreover, his parents were forced to leave their warm home with him, and if he couldn't provide them with a stable life, he would be a terrible son. Lin's parents stared blankly out the window at the steel jungle below. Compared to this place, Ningqing was like a beggar compared to an aristocrat. They felt completely out of place in this land. The thought of living here with their meager savings filled them with a sense of bewilderment and unease, and the heavy pressure almost suffocated them. Regardless of their thoughts, the spaceship eventually arrived above the transport station and slowly landed on this bustling land. The moment their feet touched the ground, they became strangers wandering in a foreign land. Lin's parents were at a loss, following Ningqing through the crowd. Most of the travelers here were well-dressed, with confident smiles on their faces. The three of them, dressed simply and with faded clothes, looked particularly out of place. It was as if an ancient beggar had wandered into the capital. Many people instinctively avoided them, and some women even pinched their noses as they passed by, as if they smelled bad. Ningqing couldn't help but laugh. There were always these disdainful looks in his eyes, no matter where he was. He secretly vowed to stand at the pinnacle of this world and slap those people's faces hard. The three of them walked out of the passenger center and came to the spacious square. Here are parked rows of expensive private spaceships and luxury cars. The passengers boarded the spaceship where cars and left, but Ningqing's family was left unattended. Ningqing wanted to contact Zhang Meng, but considering that the other was in class, he decided not to disturb him. Lin's mother gripped her husband's arm tightly, clinging to her greatest support. Manhwa, where do we go next? She had absolutely no idea. Lin's father squeezed his wife's hand. Let's find a place to stay in the suburbs first, he said in a deep voice. This was the most urgent matter. After listening, Ningqing roughly understood his parents' thoughts and knew their predicament. Dad, Mom, come with me to the professional trading center first. I'm going to sell some things, he said, preparing to give his parents a surprise. Mr. and Mrs. Lin looked at their son with a mixture of relief and heartache. They were relieved that their son had become sensible and was willing to share the burden of the family. What breaks my heart is that my son has to sell his belongings to make ends meet. Son, professionals have high expenses. Keep your things for yourself. Your parents still have some savings, which can help us for a while. It might be hard for you, but we're planning to rent a one-bedroom apartment. The two of us will just make do in the living room. Two-bedroom apartments are too expensive. As Lin's mother spoke, her expression grew increasingly awkward. An elderly couple sleeping in the living room, what would outsiders think if they knew? But ultimately they have to bow to reality. They are not children and will not act impulsively. Lin's father let out a bitter sigh. Son, this is all we can do for now. Once we both find jobs, everything will be alright. His tone lacked confidence. It was extremely difficult for two ordinary people to find work in the district government, and even sweeping the streets was undesirable. Ningqing felt a surge of self-reproach and gratitude. He felt guilty for not telling his parents about his financial situation, but he was moved that despite the difficulties they faced, they only thought of their own comfort and never considered the need to make things difficult for him. He pursed his lips, not saying much, knowing he would soon give his parents a big surprise. He led his parents across the square to the main road outside, where he used his phone to call a driverless car and headed to the nearest professional trading center. The car quickly arrived at its destination, and Ningqing got out with his parents. Looking at the magnificent, golden building before them, Mr. and Mrs. Lin hesitated, feeling that they shouldn't have come here at all. Ningqing was filled with emotion. Although Ningqing's trading center was not small, resembling a shopping mall, it was nothing compared to this place, like a small shop. The plaza at the entrance is more than 10 times larger than the Ningqing Professionals Trading Center. In the square, professionals dressed in luxurious gear strolled leisurely, looking radiant and full of energy. Purple equipment has become the norm. Epic equipment radiating orange light is everywhere, and you can even see legendary equipment glowing with gold. Ningqing and his family family were dressed simply, making them stand out conspicuously among the group. Many people turned their gazes toward them, their eyes filled with either pity or disdain. Mr. and Mrs. Lin seemed at a loss, lowering their heads and not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Those cold and piercing gazes were like blades cutting into their hearts. Ningqing ignored the stares, his expression calm, and beckoned his parents to go inside. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. and Mrs. Lin finally followed. Their rough leather shoes made a clattering sound on the smooth marble floor, and they unconsciously softened their steps. Crossing the square, Ningqing and his family stepped into the magnificent trading center. The spacious passageway is comparable to a four-lane road, with shops on both sides covering more than 1,000 square meters. The equipment shop was filled with a dazzling array of equipment, all of which were rare items of purple quality or higher. Low-level white and blue equipment were nowhere to be seen. Ningqing walked towards an equipment shop carrying more than 6,000 pieces of equipment, all of which he had obtained in the Wolf King's secret realm. Although most of them are elite equipment, there are also more than 500 rare items, and one epic light armor of level 90 to 150. He planned to sell them all at once, since none of them fit. For shop assistants at the entrance, with sweet smiles on their faces, kept bowing to customers to express their welcome and gratitude. But when they saw Ningqing's family, their smiles froze, and their eyes instantly turned extremely disgusted, as if they had seen beggars. Ningqing frowned. He had thought that people from big cities would have basic professional ethics, but he hadn't expected them to be like this. He turned and left without hesitation. This kind of shop wasn't worth his time. He then went to the second equipment shop, where all the staff were male, and each of them was a level 60 professional. The sight of a level 60 professional only being able to work as a shop assistant in Jiangnan City struck a chord with Ningqing. Their level was actually higher than his. The shop assistants did not look down on Ningqing's family. On the contrary, they showed them great respect. The Lin family's visit suggests that the parents are prepared to spend all their savings to equip their son with gear. This kind of selfless love is admirable. Men understand men best. Welcome, distinguished guests. The male shop assistant in charge of greeting the guests bowed to Ningqing and his family and said in unison. Ningqing felt a warmth in his heart and walked straight into the store. Sir, what equipment do you need? A male shop assistant greeted him warmly. Do you buy equipment? Ningqing asked. If you've accepted it, please follow me. The male shop assistant reached out and led Ningqing and his two companions toward the reception room. Lu Feng, could you please pour 3 glasses of water? The male clerk called out to another male colleague. Ningqing and his family followed them into the reception room, where a shop assistant named Lu Feng quickly brought over 3 glasses of water. This attitude was indeed comforting, and Lin's parents took the water, their tension easing slightly. Since the shop is so particular, Ningqing doesn't mind letting them make some money. Seeing that the time was right, the shop assistant spoke sincerely. Sir, you can take out your equipment now. All equipment is priced by the intelligent sprite, which is absolutely fair and transparent. Our Shengshi Group is a Fortune 500 company in the Federation, with a guaranteed reputation. You can rest assured. Ningqing nodded, waved his hand, and took out all the purple equipment at once, instantly filling the open space of the reception room with a small mountain of equipment. The purple light bathed the entire reception room in a dreamlike purple hue. The shop assistant stared blankly at the pile of equipment, his Adam's apple bobbing as if it had moistened his parched throat. Mr. and Mrs. Lin's eyes widened suddenly, their faces filled with disbelief. Although they are ordinary people, they know a bit about equipment. Purple represents rarity, and the price is at least tens of thousands. The son has just produced such a large pile, probably several hundred items, worth millions, or even tens of millions. They had always thought that their son would be lucky to sell any common or elite equipment. After all, he had only been leveling up for 2 days. How much equipment could he possibly have gotten? The scene before them shocked them so much that their pupils dilated, and they could not believe what they were seeing. The shop assistant originally thought that Ningqing just wanted to sell a few ordinary pieces of equipment and then use the savings of his 2 parents to buy 1 or 2 pieces of purple equipment. But what he saw now was hundreds of pieces of purple-grade equipment, covering all stages from first to third job advancement. Based on his experience, he roughly estimated that their value had already exceeded 30 million. Her lips trembled slightly, her mind went blank, and she forgot all the words she had prepared. Only one thought remained in her mind: thank goodness she hadn't judged people by their appearance. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. However, with his excellent professionalism, he quickly suppressed his shock. Sir, please wait a moment while I have the AI app appraise your equipment. His tone unconsciously became more respectful. The store's intelligent assistant is highly functional. Its eyes emit 2 beams of light, quickly scanning the equipment and then projecting the equipment information and prices onto the wall for customers to view. Ningqing glanced at the prices and found they were similar to what he had found online, so he didn't bother with them. Lin's parents stared intently, their eyes widening as they saw the numbers behind the equipment starting at 30,000, and some even reaching 200,000 to 300,000. Their excitement made their faces flush red, their chests heave violently, and their hearts feel as if they were about to leap out of their chests. Lin's mother instinctively gripped her husband's hand tightly, her her nails digging into his palm. Lin's father, however, felt no pain because his entire mind was drawn to those numbers. He was both excited and gratified. He had thought that his family would only live a hard life here, and he had even prepared for the possibility of being displaced in the future. But the surprise came too quickly. With the money from this equipment, they could establish themselves here and even live a life 10 or 100 times better than in Ningqing. This is the district government, where every inch of land is incredibly valuable. They never even dared to dream of it before. The two elders exchanged a glance, their eyes glistening with tears. Their son had truly made something of himself. Tears streamed down Lin's mother's face as she wept with joy. Nothing brings parents more joy than their son achieving success. The price was quickly tallied and was roughly the same as the shop assistant's estimate, 31.43 million. Even in this district where land is incredibly valuable, such a transaction amount is still quite astonishing. The shop assistant looked at Ningqing with awe. Sir, please provide your account details so I can transfer the money to you immediately. Ha! Ningqing chuckled softly, no rush. Do you accept white and blue items here? The shop assistant's eyes immediately lit up with surprise, instantly brightening the reception area. He was already satisfied with the transaction amount, but he hadn't expected there to be more. He quickly and humbly replied, Sir, our Shangshur group deals in everything from basic equipment to legendary gear. Ningqing nodded, and with a wave of his hand, another, even larger mountain of equipment appeared, filling the entire space and even reaching the ceiling, which was over 8 meters high. The room is about 50 or 60 square meters, which is quite large, but it is almost completely filled with things. There are at least 2,000 pieces of equipment, and even if they are all basic and elite equipment, it is still a considerable fortune. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were so astonished that their mouths gaped open, wide enough to fit an apple. They wondered, just how much equipment did their son have? How much was it worth? The family was initially satisfied that their son, who had always relied on his parents for financial support, was able to become the owner of the family's coffee shop. In just 2 days, their son not only became a level 52 professional, but also acquired so much equipment. It was simply unbelievable, yet it all happened right before their eyes. The smart device continued scanning the equipment, while the shop assistant put the scanned equipment into their spatial backpack. It took a full 20 minutes to complete the process. Another 20 million in income plus the previous 30 million purple equipment, totaling more than 50 million. Just as the shop assistant was about to settle the payment, Ningqing waved his hand, and another mountain of equipment appeared. The shop assistant stared blankly, his soul trembling. Just how much equipment did this customer have? Had he emptied the entire treasury of some faction? Mr. and Mrs. Lin were so excited they almost fainted. They held their hands tightly together, using their remaining rationality to force themselves not to jump up. 50 million was already an astronomical figure for them, and it was even more than that. How did this poor family suddenly turn their lives around and become a wealthy family? The AI scanner scanned again, and after more than 20 minutes, the price increased by nearly 30 million, bringing the total price to nearly 90 million. The shop assistant asked Ningqing again with anticipation, Honorable guest, do you still have any equipment? Ningqing nodded. There's one more thing. The shop assistant's expression immediately became somewhat complicated. So many pieces of equipment had already been displayed, so why was only one item left out? But when a piece of equipment radiating an orange glow was placed on the table, he was once again stunned into silence. His lips trembled slightly as he pointed at the equipment, his hand shaking uncontrollably. Epic equipment. No wonder they kept this one. It's an epic item, and an epic item for levels 90 to 150 at that. He never imagined that a young man dressed in faded clothes could produce such a precious epic item, in addition to thousands of pieces of equipment, that it could be put directly on the auction house. Is this some kind of twisted hobby of the rich, pretending to be weak while actually being strong? Mr. and Mrs. Lin were filled with doubt. What had their son gone through these past 2 days that allowed him to obtain even epic equipment? They began to completely lose sight of their son. The familiar son suddenly became a stranger, as if they had entered a completely different world. The shop assistant carefully picked up the epic equipment, afraid of damaging it in the slightest, even though it would be difficult to leave a mark even if you cut it with a knife, and then gently placed it in front of the intelligent elf. Wolf King Armor, Epic Leather Armor. Level, 90 to 150. Feature 1, Group Amplification. When equipped, the 4 main attributes of the user and teammates are increased by 200%. Feature 2, Moon Blessing. When equipped, the healing effect for yourself and your teammates is increased by 200%. Estimated value, 110 million to 120 million. This equipment is worth over 100 million, partly because epic equipment that can be used up to the 5th reincarnation is itself very valuable. On the other hand, its rare group amplification characteristic makes it extremely valuable to small teams. The shop assistant was knowledgeable. He held the Wolf King armor with obvious delight. If he could facilitate this transaction, he would be credited with a great achievement. This equipment is something every major power dreams of, and the Shangshur group also desperately needs it. If he succeeds in the acquisition, the bonus will be substantial. His face was filled with undisguised excitement. excitement. He never expected such a windfall to fall into his lap. It was truly an unexpected joy. He looked at Ningqing with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. "Distinguished guest, I'll offer you my highest price directly, 120 million. What do you think?" Seeing Ningqing nod, he was so excited he almost fainted. A huge fortune was just within his grasp. He vowed to always stay true to his original aspirations and treat everyone who enters the store as if they were God. He used to disbelieve this, but now he regards it as an inviolable rule. Ningqing handed his account information to the clerk, who then processed the transaction, and the smart assistant quickly transferred 219,560,000 to Ningqing. In just half an hour, Ningqing's account gained more than 200 million yuan, a speed faster than shoveling money. Hearing the income notification on his phone, Ningqing's lips curled up slightly. The earnings from refreshing the dungeon alone far exceeded his expectations. What's more, he has nearly 100 million worth of materials stored in his spatial backpack. He can earn 300 million from a single dungeon run. No wonder the major powers are all eager to participate in the new dungeons. Upon hearing the news, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were so excited that they hugged each other tightly. Not caring about maintaining their image in front of their son, their joy and excitement were palpable. They no longer had to worry about establishing themselves in the district government, and the family would live a better life from now on. At this moment, the family's fate was completely changed. Ningqing looked at his parents, who were embracing tightly, with a smile on his face. This was one of the original intentions behind his hard work. Afraid of embarrassing his parents, he turned to the shop assistant and said he wanted to buy a set of rare heavy armor of level 50 to 60, preferably a complete set. The shop assistant quickly had the smart assistant display 14 sets of equipment that met the criteria for Ningqing to choose from. As expected of a large corporation, one store can own 14 sets of rare heavy armor sets ranging from level 50 to 60. After all, it's extremely difficult to collect a complete set. Ningqing fought so many wolf monsters, but he only managed to collect 4 elite sets. As for the rare sets, I didn't collect a single piece, which shows how precious and rare the sets are. Ningqing carefully examined the attributes of the set and finally selected a set of equipment that focused on improving defense, because that was exactly what he needed most. This set of equipment is quite expensive. Even just the second-tier equipment would cost over 1.5 million for a complete set. However, for Ningqing now, this amount of money is nothing. The shop assistant even specially processed a gold membership card for Ningqing, which will allow him to enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases at any store under the Shengshi Group. Ningqing was very satisfied with this. As a professional, investing in equipment was essential. Before long, the shop assistant brought over the equipment, which Ningqing took and put on immediately. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. Wearing this rare outfit, Ningqing's looks and temperament have been elevated to a whole new level, making him look like a rich young master. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Lin finally let go. Mrs. Lin, realizing what had happened, hurriedly pushed her husband away, her cheeks flushed, and sat back down in her seat, not daring to lift her head. Mr. Lin looked a little aggrieved, thinking to himself, what's wrong with hugging my son in front of him? However, he didn't dare to say much, knowing his wife was easily embarrassed, so he silently sat back down in his seat. The two elderly people looked at their son carefully, their eyes filled with joy and satisfaction, feeling that their son was even more handsome than many big stars. A smug smile appeared on Lin's father's face. Hee, my genes were right after all. Lin's mother rolled her eyes at him. Our son clearly takes after me. Lin's father didn't refute, but instead smiled and agreed. That's right, whatever you say. My greatest achievement in this life is marrying you. Get out. Lin's mother retorted coquettishly. Ningqing couldn't help but smile. Seeing his parents' faces change from frowning to beaming with joy, he felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. He had intended to leave immediately, but then asked, do you accept materials? The shop assistant's smile returned. Honorable guest, we at Shengshi accept everything, equipment, materials, herbs, skill books, anything. But for materials, you'll have to go to the shop across the street. That's a dedicated materials trading shop. I'll take you there. After saying that, he respectfully led Ningqing out of the reception room and towards the door. Once outside, I walked straight across the street to another shop that also bore the prosperous era sign, but it was a specialized materials trading store. The shop assistant beckoned over a colleague. Old Fong, this is one of our most valued customers. You must treat him with the utmost hospitality, understand? He spoke very seriously, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of hospitality. When the shop assistant named Lao Fong heard the words gold customer, his eyebrows twitched slightly, clearly shocked. Such a young man is actually a gold customer of the group. However, he quickly realized what was happening and patted his chest to assure everyone, Old Lu, don't worry, don't you know my service attitude? Old Lu nodded and handed Ningqing's family over to Old Fong. When Lao Fong learned that Ningqing wanted to sell materials, he humbly led them into the reception room. At this moment, Lao Lu returned to the shop entrance, ready to continue greeting customers, his face full of smiles, showing his enthusiasm for this job. Hearing this, a female shop assistant from a nearby shop sneered, TCH. Lu Chang, you're just entertaining a beggar family. Look how excited you are. Anyone who doesn't know better would think you've met a high-level professional. Lu Chang's smile vanished instantly, his expression turned cold and stern, his gaze sharp, and his voice icy. Lin Feng, shut up. How dare you insult one of Xingshur's top clients? I will definitely file a complaint against you. Upon hearing the words golden customer, the female shop assistant Lin Feng frowned, her eyes filled with suspicion. Golden customer? Don't be ridiculous. Lu Chang snorted coldly, his breathing heavy. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Just wait to get a complaint. After saying that, he walked straight into the store to find the store manager. Upon learning of this, the store manager stormed over to the neighboring store, ready to start a fight. He went directly to the store manager, explained the situation in detail, and expressed his determination not to give up easily. Jiang Meng, if you don't handle this properly, I'll complain to your manager. If the manager finds out that you lost a valuable client because of your attitude, you'll lose your job as store manager, and I'll also contact the media. The store manager finished speaking with a cold laugh, then turned and left without looking back. Jiang Meng's face was gloomy, as if she had swallowed a fly. She knew that to become a top client of Shangshur, the transaction volume had to exceed 100 million. Such a large deal should have been hers, but she missed it because of the rude attitude of the shop assistant. Moreover, the shop assistant even mocked Xingshur's top customer, which was simply intolerable. This is extremely serious. If not handled properly, their store will definitely be thrust into the media spotlight and its reputation will be ruined. She pulled up the surveillance video, reviewed it carefully, and then called Lin Feng and the other 3 store employees responsible for greeting customers into the office. After scolding them, I told them to get out without any mercy. When Lin Feng and the other 3 shop assistants heard this, they felt as if the sky had fallen and the earth had collapsed. They had gotten this job through connections, and now they were being fired. They pleaded desperately, but Jiang Meng showed no mercy and simply kicked them out. The 4 were filled with remorse, never expecting that their poor judgment of people would lead to them losing their jobs. On the other side, Lin Kuang walked out of the shop with Lao Feng seeing him off and sold all the light element crystals, fire element crystals, and other materials and medicinal herbs, earning more than 90 million. At this moment, Lin Kuang had a full 300 million yuan lying coldly in his account. He also spent 800,000 yuan at this store to buy a skill book, finally securing a level 50 skill slot. Lin's parents followed Lin Kuang out of the store in a daze. They were still in shock when they reached the door. Their son had earned 300 million in just 1 hour. They worked hard and saved frugally for most of their lives, but they only managed to save a little over 100,000 yuan. Their son actually earned 300 million yuan, which is like a dream. Seeing his parents' expressions, Lin Kuang couldn't help but laugh. Mom and Dad, let's go buy you some nice clothes. Lin's parents then came to their senses and realized that none of this was an illusion, but reality. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Their son had not only made a lot of money, but also knew how to be filial. That was wonderful. But Lin's mother hesitated for a moment and still refused. Son, we have clothes to wear. As a professional, you have many expenses, so you should be more frugal. She was always frugal, and even though her son earned a lot of money, she didn't want him to waste a single penny. Mr. Lin was a little unhappy. Wife, why are you being such a spoilsport? Our son is a big shot now. What's wrong with him buying us some clothes? Lin's mother had a stern face, but was gentle with her husband while being very strict with her son. You're already in your 50s. Why do you buy so many clothes? How much hardship did our son endure to earn that money? Lin Kuang felt a warmth in his heart. His parents always thought of him. He took out his phone and transferred 30 million yuan directly to his mother's account. Upon hearing the notification sound of the deposit, Lin's mother was first taken aback, then became anxious. Son, why did you transfer so much money to me? Lin Kuang laughed and said, Mom, just take it. I'll be making money faster and faster in the future. You 2 old men can spend as much as you want, and come to me for more when you're done. Son, you're really something. Can you transfer some to me too? Lin's father leaned close to Lin Kuang's ear, grinning shamelessly. He put one hand on Lin Kuang's shoulder and gestured with 2 fingers in front of him with the other. As a result, Lin's mother grabbed his ear hard and yelled, Are you trying to kill me? What do you need money for? Are you planning to find another wife? Lin's father cried out in pain. Wife, I'm innocent. I didn't do it. There are many people watching. Can't I just not take it? Lin Kuang shrugged, spread his hands, and said jokingly, Dad, I can't help you. Anyway, you don't have the right to use the money I transferred to you. If you want to spend money, you should ask Mom for it. Lin Kuang wasn't in a hurry to leave. He planned to buy 2 small spaceships, one for his parents to use and one for himself. In the future, we won't need to rely on our 2 legs to go into the wild, and if we encounter birds of prey, we can use the spaceship to escape. They arrived at a spaceship shop called Star Sea, the largest spaceship group in the Federation, whose quality was guaranteed. Mom and Dad, you can pick one for transportation in the future, Lin Kuang said generously, waving his hand. Mr. and Mrs. Lin quickly shook their heads and refused, saying they dared not accept such a luxury item, as their minds were still stuck in the mindset of poverty. Lin Lin Kuang's kind words were useless. In the end, Lin's father agreed to let him buy them a car, but they refused the spaceship no matter what. Lin Kuang had no choice but to pick one for himself. After repeated selections, he spent 80 million to buy a Tier 5 spaceship. The spaceship's speed was comparable to that of a rare 5th-tier flying monster, greatly enhancing Lin Kuang's escapability. Although it's expensive, it's well worth it. Nothing is more important than saving your life. Lin Kuang sighed again. Money comes quickly, but it goes quickly too. This time, he only bought a basic Tier 5 spaceship. That top-of-the-line version, with its extremely powerful attack and defense capabilities, costs over $1 billion, and even if Lin Kuang poured all his wealth into it, it wouldn't be enough. As a professional, there are so many things to spend money on that there's simply not enough. Afterwards, he bought a car for his parents. His parents originally wanted a car worth less than 100,000 yuan, but Lin Kuang boldly bought a car worth 5 million yuan. We should save where we should save, and spend where we should spend. We can neglect anyone else, but we can't neglect our parents. Although Mr. Lin grumbled that his son was being wasteful, once he sat in the driver's seat, he stroked the steering wheel with a satisfied expression, clearly enjoying it, a silly smile on his face. What man can resist a nice car? Lin's mother gently tapped her husband's temple and scolded him irritably. Shut your mouth, you're drooling. He. Lin's father said with a silly smile, this car is really quite nice. Lin Kuang was in a great mood. 5 million was nothing to make his father so happy. He then got into the car and casually put away the gear he was wearing. He didn't like to attract attention. He wore the gear simply to avoid the hassle of buying things here. I asked my dad to navigate to a neighborhood he picked out last night. The next step is to buy a house there. As for the spaceship, you can have the salesperson deliver it directly to you after you buy the house. Mr. Lin drove excitedly. He had obtained his driver's license when he was young, but unfortunately he never had the money to buy a car. The technology isn't very good. They tried to get it out of the warehouse several times, but it still didn't work. Lin's mother couldn't help but urge, aren't you ashamed? Quickly switch to autopilot mode. Lin's father had no choice but to press the smart driving button. He really wanted to drive himself, but he wasn't skilled enough yet. Lin Kuang smiled to himself, understanding his father's feelings perfectly. About half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of a residential area, and the security guard came over immediately to open the gate to greet the driver. The service in this upscale residential community was indeed different and satisfactory. What reassured Lin Kuang even more was that the security guard was actually a level 3 professional, making the security force very strong. Even if the Wolfpack mercenary group knew that the family lived here, they had no way to make a move. Knowing that Lin Kuang planned to buy a house here, the security guard became even more humble and led them straight to the property management office. There are no off-plan properties in this world. They are already built and fully furnished, ready for you to move in with just your belongings. Both rentals and sales are handled by the property management company, which is the same company as the developer, so there's no need to hire a separate sales agent. However, Lin Kuang did not expect that he would run into an acquaintance here. Even though it was just a side profile, he recognized her at a glance. After all, they were childhood sweethearts and lovers. It was easy to recognize her whether she was dressed or not. That person was naturally Su Yun. Lin Kuang never expected the world to be so small that he would actually run into her here. Her new boyfriend and her mother were also present. Lin Kuang paused, not wanting to have any further contact with Su Yun. Whatever the reason, it's a fact that Su Yun started something and then abandoned him. Although Lin Kuang didn't want to waste time arguing, seeing her still affected his mood. Lin's parents also noticed Su Yun and her mother. They knew both of them. Su Yun's parents were their colleagues and used to live in the same neighborhood. However, Su Yun later made money and bought a villa in Ningqing, where her parents resigned and settled down to enjoy their retirement. As for Lin Kuang and Su Yun's previous relationship, they knew about it. After Su Yun's mother learned that her daughter and Lin Kuang had confirmed their relationship, she strongly opposed it and even came to them in a bad manner, insisting that they tell Lin Kuang to give up on the idea. Lin's parents were naturally furious, and the relationship between the two families plummeted, with no further contact between them. However, they didn't tell Lin Kuang about these things, for fear of upsetting him. They were both very surprised to meet again under these circumstances, marveling at how small the world is. Perhaps sensing their gazes, Su Yun turned to look at Lin Kuang's family, her expression shifting rapidly. First came shock, then disgust. Lin Kuang, you're like a persistent ghost. Haven't I made myself clear enough? We're over. You even brought your uncle and aunt along. Are you planning to have them play the emotional card and act as persuaders? Do you have any shame? She pointed at Lin Kuang and shouted angrily. Her words instantly drew everyone's attention. Sheng Gang, her mother, property management staff, and other residents all turned to look at them. Many people wore gossipy expressions. This drama was more exciting than a TV series and definitely not to be missed. Lin Kuang was so angry he almost laughed out loud. Where did Su Yun get her confidence? He, Lin Kuang, was the kind of person who would never go back to an old flame. Mr. and Mrs. Lin's faces flushed red, their eyes filled with anger. They would never allow anyone to criticize their son. In their hearts, their son was their greatest pride. Cheng Gang stared at Lin Kuang with disdain in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Kuang was nothing more than a clown. Su Yun's mother's face changed from initial surprise to displeasure, becoming as gloomy as a dark cloud. She shared the same thoughts as Su Yun. Lin Hua, Li Wanting, don't you two have any shame? Didn't I warn you to keep your sons away from Yuner? You actually dare to come to our door? You're getting more and more audacious. She pointed at Lin's parents, her voice full of anger. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were so angry that the veins on their necks bulged and their eyes were filled with fury. Zhao Lin, who is shameless here? Su Yun was the one who actively pursued my son, and now she's abandoned him and trying to climb the social ladder. How dare you say such a thing? Lin's father angrily rebuked. Yes, we haven't said anything yet. What right do you have to speak? Lin's mother retorted angrily. In Lin Kuang's memory, this was the first time his mother had ever been so agitated and angry. Pa! Mrs. Su spat heavily, as if she had been greatly insulted. My Yuner actively pursued your good-for-nothing son? Are you all insane? Mr. Lin's lips trembled with anger. I spit on that. Go ask your daughter. Seeing this, the property staff rushed out to separate the two sides. Although watching the commotion was enjoyable, losing their jobs was not a good thing. Say less, a lot of people are watching, and someone is already filming. Calm down, mind your manners. The property management staff tried to calm both sides down. When they heard someone taking pictures, Su's mother and Lin's parents could only suppress their anger. If it gets posted online, it will be incredibly embarrassing. Su Yun pushed aside the staff, her face cold and disgusted, and walked towards Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang, is this interesting? Do you have to make both our families lose face before you'll stop? Lin Kuang frowned, staring at her with equal disgust. With such a vivid imagination, it's a waste of your talent not to write novels. I'm here to buy a house. If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come at all. Upon hearing Lin Kuang's words, Su Yun suddenly burst into laughter, a truly radiant laugh. He. Lin Kuang, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Can't you use your brain to come up with an excuse? The house price here is 1 million per square meter. You can't even buy a toilet in your area, yet you say you want to buy a house here. It's laughable. Cheng Gang sneered, his eyes full of contempt. A family of beggars dared to say they wanted to buy a house in the district government's upscale neighborhood. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Before Lin Kuang could even speak, his mother couldn't hold back any longer, trembling with anger. Su Yun, don't look down on people. My son has hundreds of millions in his hands right now. Su Yun glanced sideways at Lin's mother, her sarcasm deepening. Auntie, I thought you were very honest and simple, but I never expected you to have gone astray. Hundreds of millions? You dare to say it, but I dare not listen. Mother Su laughed so hard she almost fell over. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Several hundred million? Is it ghost money? Lin Kuang's expression turned completely cold. Although he didn't like to be ostentatious, he absolutely could not tolerate others mocking his parents. He took out his phone, opened his personal account, and clicked on the balance report. Dear Mr. Lin Kuang, your account balance is 208 million. As soon as the announcement came on, the entire room fell silent. Su Yun and her mother's smiles froze, Cheng Gang was stunned, and the other onlookers were astonished. Even in the district government, 200 million is not a small amount for most people. They live in upscale neighborhoods and their assets may reach or even exceed 200 million, but that doesn't mean they have 200 million in cash on hand. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were smug, thinking to themselves, you scoundrels really look down on us. Our son is now a millionaire. However, Su Yun's expression quickly returned to mockery. Lin Kuang, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. Did you find this broadcast online? Her words made Cheng Gang and Su's mother realize that this must be true, otherwise where would this poor family get 200 million? It's simply impossible. Ha ha ha. Mother Su laughed so hard she almost cried. Lin Kuang, you're over 20 years old and you're still so childish. Are you trying to fool a child? Ha! Cheng Gang chuckled lightly. There are all kinds of people in the world. Lin Kuang was too lazy to waste words with them, so he handed his phone directly to the property staff, saying, don't you have verification equipment? Take it and verify it. The property staff member took the phone with a complicated expression. To be honest, seeing the Lin family's attire, she would be surprised if they had even 200,000, let alone 200 million. But her professional ethics wouldn't allow her to question it. After taking the phone, she immediately took it to the front desk to connect it to the computer. Su Yun and her daughter, as well as Cheng Gang, also looked puzzled. No matter how stupid Lin Kuang was, he would never tell such an easily exposed lie. Their eyes all turned to the property management staff, waiting for her to give a definite answer. The action was swift. When the balance was verified, the property staff's expression changed drastically. It really was 200 million in cash. Her expression turned respectful as she looked at Lin Kuang. Sir, your account balance is indeed there. These words left Su Yun and the other two in disbelief. Su Yun turned pale and her body stiffened. Lin Kuang actually had 200 million. How can that be? A good-for-nothing who only sponges off his parents and another good-for-nothing who relies on friends for charity actually have 200 million? She was full of incomprehension. Su's mother stared in disbelief. disbelief, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, as if she had seen a ghost. She knew the Lin family too well. The Lin couple's monthly salary was only 5,000, and they were lucky if they could save 2,000 after deducting expenses. As for Lin Quang, he's a good-for-nothing who sponges off his parents and doesn't have a single penny, yet he now has 200 million? Chang Gang's face also darkened. How could a family of beggars possess so much wealth? More than him. Although his family runs a chain of restaurants and has a good income, it belongs to his parents, not him. Lin Quang has completely shocked them this time. Regardless of their speculations, the property staff respectfully handed the phone back to Lin Quang, saying, "Sir, please come with me to see the apartment. We have a full range of apartment types." "No, I don't want to live here, it's too uncomfortable." Lin Quang refused decisively. The property management staff became anxious. "Customer, our group has several properties in Jiangnan City. I can take you to see the others." "Alright, let's go somewhere else, the farther the better, and it has to be more upscale than here." Lin Quang emphasized the word upscale. The property staff member smiled broadly. "Will definitely meet your requirements. Please follow me." She bent down and led Lin Quang away. Lin's parents raised their chins, glanced at Su Yun and the other two, snorted coldly, and proudly turned around and followed, leaving Su Yun and the other two with ashen faces, looking as if they had eaten shit. When Su's mother was swept over by the gazes of Lin's parents, her pride was severely wounded. "What are you so smug about? Your family has been ordinary people your whole lives. Can you compare to my daughter and son-in-law, who are fourth-tier professionals?" she shouted at the back of Lin's parents. Mr. and Mrs. Lin scoffed. Their son was no ordinary person, but they did not continue arguing with Mrs. Su. Su's mother's words made Su Yun and Chang Gang realize something. That's right, no matter how Lin Quang's family obtained this huge sum of money, it doesn't change the fact that he can't upgrade. Maybe they just got lucky and won the lottery. It's a joke that an ordinary family like theirs dares to live in a high-end neighborhood, Chang Gang said disdainfully. Su Yun's lips curled into a mocking smile. When a petty person gains power, he ultimately has no real strength. He's nothing more than an ant. They regained their confidence. In this world, the strong are respected, and they are noble professionals, while ordinary people are nothing more than ants under their feet. On the other side, Lin Quang and his family followed the property management staff to their car. "Sir, do you have a preferred area?" the property staff asked. Lin Quang pondered for a moment. "Near Jiangnan University, perhaps." "Okay, our group has 2 properties nearby, both of which are very nice. I'll give you directions." Afterwards, Lin Quang and his group drove to an upscale residential area near Jiangda University. The property prices here are the highest in the entire Jiangnan city, with an average price of about 1.5 million. Lin Quang chose this place because Zhang Meng lived at Jiangda University, so it would be convenient for the two of them to meet up. The property management staff showed Lin Quang around the 2 residential communities, and he ultimately chose the Jiangbin community, which is closer to the river. This residential area is located next to the Manhwa River, the largest river in the Jiangnan region, offering stunning river views. The apartment he chose faces the Nanhua River, offering exceptionally beautiful views. He bought a 3-bedroom apartment, 100 square meters in size, for 180 million yuan. The apartment with a river view was priced as high as 1.8 million yuan per square meter. Lin Quang once again experienced the feeling of spending money like water. His 300 million yuan was reduced to only 20 million yuan in the blink of an eye. The house is fully equipped. You only need to lay out sheets and blankets and buy some daily necessities to live there normally. Standing on the balcony, Lin Quang looked down at the bustling Nanhua River below, where cruise ships and cargo ships shuttled back and forth, creating a very vivid scene. A surge of pride welled up in his heart. No wonder rich people always love to live in high places. The feeling of looking down on all living beings is indeed exhilarating. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were sitting on the sofa, looking at the property certificate in their hands repeatedly, feeling that it was unreal no matter how they looked at it. Their expressions were a mixture of amazement and deep emotion. Even now, they still find it hard to believe that they own a house worth 180 million. All of this happened so suddenly, they were completely unprepared. "I originally thought my family would only be able to live a hard life, but I never expected that we would be able to live such a comfortable life. My son is truly remarkable," Lin's mother exclaimed, turning her admiring gaze to Lin Quang. Lin's father's face was full of pride. "That's because we have good genes." Lin's mother rolled her eyes at her husband. "You always take all the credit for yourself." Lin Quang listened, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Many children spend their entire lives seeking their parents' approval, and he had finally achieved it. He walked back from the balcony and told his parents that he was going to run a dungeon. "Don't rush, let's have a meal to celebrate first before we go," Lin's mother quickly advised. Lin Quang thought it made sense, so he went downstairs with his parents to the supermarket to buy groceries and then cooked a sumptuous meal. At the dinner table, glasses clinked and toasts were exchanged. Lin's father and Lin Quang drank one glass after another, while Lin's mother did not urge them to drink, because today was a day worth celebrating. Her eyes welled up with tears. Her son had become successful, and the family had rediscovered the warmth of their past. She she felt incredibly gratified. After helping his drunk father back to his room, Ningqing cleaned up the dishes, left home, and went to the parking lot. Both the car and the spaceship were parked in their private parking space. Ningqing touched the spaceship, a satisfied look on his face. This was all the empire he had built. He then drove to the nearest dungeon entrance. The dungeon wasn't far, so there was no need to use a spaceship. About 10 minutes later, Ningqing arrived at the entrance to the Yaksha instance. The number of professionals here is so large that it's like a sea of people. The number of low and mid-level professionals in Jiangnan City is enormous, and there are no deserted dungeons at all. Many people team up, only a few can solo it. Ningqing squeezed to the entrance and glanced at the recording stone. Mu Yunxiao, 5 minutes, and 1.3 seconds. Ningqing knew Mu Yunxiao, a 9-turn mythical professional who was currently the leader of the #1 guild in the Jiangnan region, the Thunder Mage Guild. His daughter, Mu Ziyun, also switched to a mythical profession a few days ago, and is Ningqing's biggest rival in winning the regional college entrance examination. The fact that 2 members of one family have become mythical professionals is extremely rare in the entire federation. The Mu family's luck is truly extraordinary. I don't know if I can break this record, Ningqing thought to himself, stepping into the dungeon to face the hellish difficulty as always. The environment inside the dungeon was dark, but the professional's eyesight was excellent, so it didn't matter to him. A group of ferocious yakshas, each a level 60 rare monster, charged towards Ningqing, brandishing steel forks. Ningqing's body ignited with violent blood flames, and he roared in a deep voice, entering a berserk state. He then unleashed a devastating mountain-shattering strike, instantly wiping out a large group of enemies. He packed his equipment and materials and continued onward. After learning to rampage, his speed increased significantly. Soon, he spotted the 3 epic leaders in the distance, more than 100 meters away, but Ningqing attacked without hesitation. He raised the great sword of slaughter high with both hands, and blood continuously gathered on the sword, condensing into a blood sphere about 3 meters in diameter at the tip of the sword. Ningqing slashed down with his sword, and the blood sphere transformed into a crimson trajectory, crossing 88 meters before striking the ground. Although the target was missed, it didn't matter, everything was under his control. The blood sphere suddenly exploded, bombarding an area of 66 meters in radius like a missile. The 3 epic leaders were swept away by the blood energy and instantly turned into blood mist. This is the new skill Ningqing has learned, Blood Explosion. He chose it because of its extremely long attack range. After mastering this skill, his maximum attack range reached 154 meters, far exceeding that of most third-tier professions. From now on, it won't be so easy for others to kite him from a distance. More importantly, this skill also makes him a threat to aerial targets, preventing him from being completely overwhelmed. After killing the 3 leaders, Ningqing's information panel popped up a notification informing him that he had broken the record and asking if he wanted to publish it. Ningqing thought for a moment and decided to announce it, since no one here knew him anyway. At that moment, the record stone at the entrance of the instance suddenly emitted a dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention. The record stone is shining. Does that mean someone has broken a record? Who is it? Who actually managed to break Chairman Mu's record? Which mythical professional could it be? Everyone excitedly began discussing it. With the new record set, the same question popped into everyone's mind. Who exactly is Ningqing? Ningqing? Never heard of that name before. Could it be a mythical professional from another region? Impossible, there's no such person in the Federation at this level. How did you manage to go 2 minutes fast? Now that you mention it, I realize it. You were a full 2 minutes ahead of Chairman Mu. That's unbelievable. The professionals outside were going even crazier. Mu Yunxiao was already the strongest mythical professional on the same level, yet someone could beat him by 2 minutes. They simply couldn't understand what kind of profession could achieve such speed. It was beyond their comprehension. It's like the Olympic 100-meter sprint record being 9.58 seconds, and then suddenly someone runs it in just over 5 seconds. Nobody can understand it. The news spread rapidly within the professional circles of Jiangnan City, and many people's first reaction was disbelief, suspecting that someone was spreading rumors. But as more and more people uploaded images of the recording stone online, people had no choice but to believe it. Ningqing walked out of the instance and saw a group of people who had gone crazy. He silently squeezed out and kept his merits hidden. Back home, Ningqing planned to tell his parents that he was going out of town to level up and that they didn't need to wait for him for dinner. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed that his parents were staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. Ningqing was puzzled. He had only been gone for a short while. How could he not recognize anyone? Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Don't you recognize your son? Ningqing asked with a light laugh. Lin's father carefully chose his tone. Son, I saw someone online say that a mysterious person named Ningqing broke the Yaksha dungeon record left by Chairman Mu. His gaze was fixed on Ningqing, testing his son's reaction. Lin's mother's gaze was equally fervent, eagerly awaiting an answer. They couldn't help but be suspicious. After all, Ningqing had clearly stated before leaving that he was going to the Yaksha secret realm, and then a mysterious person named Ningqing broke the dungeon record. Reason told them that their son, a mere blood demon god, probably couldn't have done it, but they couldn't help but connect it to their own son. What a coincidence. This made Lin Kuang understand why his parents had those expressions. He shrugged, information spreads too fast, it even reached your ears. Son, I just broke a small record, don't make such a fuss. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother jumped up excitedly, rushed to Lin Kuang, and tightly grasped his shoulders. Son, it really is you. Her voice trembled with excitement. Lin's father also rushed to Lin Kuang's side, looking him over excitedly as if he were seeing his son for the first time. Son, how are you so amazing? Even leveling up in the blood demon god realm is difficult, yet you managed to do it, he said, his voice filled with surprise and disbelief. Lin's mother's face was also full of curiosity, eager to know the secret. Lin Kuang naturally wouldn't hide it, a smile playing on his lips, because your son is now a gifted individual. A gifted individual. A gifted individual. Two screams nearly pierced Lin Kuang's eardrums, and his head throbbed with pain. His parents were getting on in years. Why were they so easily startled? Son, you actually discovered your talent. That's wonderful. Lin's mother shook his shoulders with joy, like an excited little girl. Lin's father was so excited that he danced around like a priest in a ritual. My God, my son has actually awakened his talent. Heaven has eyes. Heaven truly has eyes. As he spoke, his voice became hoarse, and his eyes turned red. Lin Kuang had previously told them that he had awakened a talent, but the two elders simply couldn't believe it. How could an epic-level professional awaken a talent? After a long period of calming down, the two elders gradually calmed down. Tears welled up in Lin's mother's eyes again. She clasped her hands together and silently thanked God and the Lin family ancestors for their protection as she looked out onto the balcony. Once the two elders had calmed down a bit, Lin Kuang told them that he planned to leave the city. Despite their deep concern, the two elders did not stop Lin Kuang, because this was an inevitable path for any professional. Lin Kuang instructed the two elders not to reveal his identity so as not to disrupt their peaceful life, and then left home. Soon after, a spaceship soared into the sky and flew out of the city at an extremely high speed. In an upscale residential complex, in a 3-bedroom apartment, a man and a woman stared at the news with complicated expressions. The news was about Lin Feng breaking through the Yaksha dungeon. Su Yun frowned, her gaze fixed on the name recorded on the stone. It's just a coincidence. It couldn't be him, Chen Gang said confidently. It definitely can't be him. The blood demon god is such a useless class that it's impossible to level up, Su Yun said through gritted teeth. She didn't believe that the mysterious person was her ex-boyfriend either. That guy was clearly a good-for-nothing. In a dormitory room at Jiangnan University, four roommates were having a heated discussion about this matter. If Lin Kuang were here right now, he would definitely recognize one of them as his best friend Zhang Meng. It's amazing that my brother shares the same name. What a small world, Zhang Meng muttered to himself. He never expected that Lin Kuang was actually his brother, because his brother should still be in the coffee shop right now. He initially wanted to tell Lin Kuang the news, but then he thought that Lin Kuang couldn't level up at all, so he shouldn't provoke him. Lin Kuang sat in the spaceship, looking down at the scenery below. The tall buildings gradually became fewer and fewer, and rolling hills began to appear, getting closer and closer to the wilderness. Soon, the majestic city walls came into view, marking the boundary between human civilization and the monster kingdom. The spaceship slowed down and joined a convoy of spaceships. All ships entering and exiting the city gates had to undergo inspection, as required by federal regulations. After waiting for about half an hour, it was Lin Kuang's turn. The spaceship door opened, and a fourth-rank city guard walked in. Hello, please show your citizen ID, the city guard said coldly. Lin Kuang handed over his citizenship certificate, which the other person accepted expressionlessly, but his expression immediately changed to surprise when he saw the name on it. His eyes gleamed sharply. He had clearly heard about the record-breaking news as well. Lin Kuang explained helplessly, it wasn't me who broke the record, it was just someone with the same name. The city guard looked him over suspiciously, pondered for a moment, and then said nothing more, because he had no right to pry into a citizen's privacy. He put the ID into the machine, and after the green light came on, he returned the ID to Lin Kuang. Have a safe journey. He then turned and left. It can't be that bad, can it? Thank you, Lin Kuang replied. The spaceship continued its journey, crossing the boundary between civilizations and officially entering the monster kingdom. There is a buffer zone of 100 miles here. After all, there are too many professionals in Jiangnan City. After the spaceship flew over this area, the spaceships in the sky and the professionals on the ground began to disperse. Lin Kuang maneuvered the spaceship to land, and once it reached a suitable altitude, he jumped off. He planned to proceed on foot from there. Flying a spaceship into the monster zone would be too conspicuous and could easily attract powerful monsters. The spaceship will be waiting for him here. In case of an emergency, he only needs to press the emergency button on the spaceship watch, and the smart assistant will quickly come to pick him up based on the location. Lin Kuang swiftly traversed the hills, easily killing any monsters he encountered, giving them no chance to escape. At this moment, his speed is such that most third-tier monsters cannot catch up with him. After venturing 200 miles deeper, Lin Kuang slowed his pace, as this was now an active area for third-tier monsters monsters, with occasional 4th tier and 5th tier monsters also emerging to hunt for food, so he had to be even more careful. Ningqing wandered back and forth in this area, single-mindedly searching for monster groups. The experience required to level up now was extremely large, and if he continued to kill scattered monsters, he had no idea how long it would take to reach the next level. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely think he was crazy. Everyone else was avoiding the monster horde and dared not approach it, but he was actively going to find it. Ningqing occasionally encounters other professionals, and when those teams see him alone, they instinctively keep their distance. After all, people who dare to travel alone in the wild are no ordinary people, and they don't want to cause trouble. Ningqing, on the contrary, was happy to be at ease. Since he was new to the place, he had no intention of getting into conflicts with anyone and just wanted to focus on leveling up. What annoyed him was that as evening approached, he still hadn't encountered any monsters. Sigh, a whole day has passed, and I haven't leveled up at all. This is so difficult. Ningqing complained as he hurried back, not wanting to spend the night in the wild at all. After walking for about 10 miles, a cry for help suddenly came from afar. A thought struck him, and he leaped up, flying dozens of meters into the air, looking in the direction from which the sound came. Several professionals were being chased by a swarm of giant, fiery red ants, each about the size of an adult husky, and numbering over 200. Not bad luck. Ningqing's face lit up with joy. After landing, he quickly ran towards that direction, his mood completely different from that of the other professionals who were being chased. Captain, what do we do? They're too fast, we can't escape. Among the pursuing professional squad, the female priest said to the mage with a face full of despair. The mage's face was grim. She knew she couldn't escape, but what could she do? Although they are all 3rd tier rare professions with considerable strength, the fire ants are also all 3rd tier. Although the opponent only had one rare leader, their overwhelming numerical advantage meant that they could only await their fate of being devoured. As the fire ants drew ever closer, and the leader's antennae began to gather fire element, his expression hardened, and he decided to fight to the death. Stop! Fight them! Only by killing the leader will we have a chance to survive. The teammates stopped in their tracks, realizing that this was the only way out. The warrior raised his shield, cast a defensive spell, and created an elemental shield that protected everyone inside. The swordsman swung his sword, unleashing hundreds and thousands of sword energies that hurtled towards the swarm of fire ants. The assassin silently concealed himself, preparing to launch a sneak attack. The priest and the sorcerer chanted incantations, preparing to unleash their power. The antennae on the fire ants' heads emitted blinding red light, followed by fireballs as big as refrigerators streaking across the low sky and hurtling towards them. The battle officially broke out, but to the despair of the professionals, the warrior's shields were no match for the fierce attacks of the fire ants and shattered instantly. The warrior desperately used defensive skills, but it was like a death struggle, and soon all his skills went on cooldown. The entire squad was forced into retreat, their flesh quickly turning black and their health rapidly declining. They wanted to kill the rare leader at all costs, but he was hidden in the middle and never gave them a chance. The monk looked sorrowful and said, "Brothers and sisters, let's be teammates again in the next life." "Captain, I'll follow you in my next life too." "Me too." "Kill them. Kill one. Killing two is a sure win." The team members spoke one after another, their faces filled with a death wish, knowing that their deaths were imminent. Just when they were in despair, they suddenly saw a blood orb fly low overhead and land in the fire ant swarm. Immediately, a blood-red shockwave swept out, turning all the fire ants into ashes wherever it passed. With a single move, they wiped out most of the fire ants, their skill range and destructive power astonishing them. This scene left them stunned, and after a moment they revealed their joy, knowing that they had been saved. "Great! A 4th-tier professional has come to our rescue. Thank God." "No, thank you even more to my compatriots." The team members cheered and jumped for joy. How could they not be excited after surviving such a close call? They all looked in the direction from which the blood orb had come, and saw a ball of blazing blood flame descending at terrifying speed, within which a ferocious figure could be vaguely seen. The man wielded a heavy sword and unleashed a cross-shaped sword aura spanning 20 meters, sweeping across dozens of meters. Wherever it passed, the fire ants were cleaved into 4 pieces. Then, he stretched out his left hand, and a 3-stage fire ant, dozens of meters away, uncontrollably fell into his palm. Then it was completely crushed by the gushing blood energy, which swept across a range of tens of meters, crushing more than a dozen fire ants again. That figure was like a god descending from the heavens, slaughtering the 3-stage fire ants as easily as crushing an ant. That invincible domineering aura shook the hearts of the entire team. In less than a minute, all the fire ants were wiped out, the blood flames gradually dissipated, and a young figure appeared in the team members' sight. Their eyes were full of reverence. It is human nature to admire the strong. But when they noticed the 2nd-tier equipment, their expressions froze, and they even doubted that they were seeing things. How could they mistake the 2nd-tier equipment? "I've been wearing it for a long time myself. He's actually a second job advancement expert." The priestess's lips trembled, she stammered, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "My God, could he be a legendary professional?" The warrior's tone was filled with awe. "Can a 2nd-tier legendary legendary professional be this strong? The assassin couldn't help but ask. Stop talking, the captain shouted, and the team members immediately shut up. Then, the captain bowed respectfully to Ningqing, his expression solemn. Thank you for saving us, sir. We are the Bohemia squad, and we will do our best to fulfill any orders you may have in the future. Ningqing glanced back at him and waved his hand. It was nothing, you can leave now. The captain looked dejected. He had wanted to befriend Ningqing, but unfortunately, Ningqing didn't like them. The captain bowed in response, then led his teammates away from the scene. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ningqing also left, returned to the spaceship, boarded the spaceship, and flew towards Jiangnan City. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Meng, inviting him to get together that evening. The spaceship has its own signal transmitter, otherwise, Ningqing would have no way to send messages in the wild, as cell phone signal would be almost zero. Not long after, Zhang Meng replied with several question marks, probably because he couldn't believe that Ningqing had actually come to Jiangnan City. Ningqing told Zhang Meng to choose a place to eat, and they could discuss things in detail while they ate. Zhang Meng quickly sent a location, and Ningqing immediately instructed the AI assistant to navigate there. After inspection, the spacecraft flew to its destination and landed in a parking lot about half an hour later. Ningqing took out his phone and sent Zhang Meng a message. I've arrived. After receiving the message, Zhang Meng walked out of the restaurant and scanned the square in front of the entrance, but did not see Ningqing. Just as he was wondering, he caught a glimpse of a spaceship hatch opening and a familiar figure stepping out. He subconsciously turned his head, his first reaction being that he must have seen wrong. After all, how could Ningqing possibly be on a spaceship? Spaceships are a luxury that not everyone can afford, and Zhang Meng was very clear about Ningqing's situation. However, how could he not recognize that figure, especially since the person was smiling at him? No matter what, that was his brother, Ningqing. Filled with surprise and doubt, Zhang Meng quickly walked up to Ningqing. Ningqing, it really is you. Zhang Meng was so excited that he gave Ningqing a big bear hug. Who else could it be but me? Is there anyone else as handsome as me? Ningqing replied jokingly. Ha ha. Zhang Meng laughed loudly, patting Ningqing on the back. You little rascal, you really gave me a big surprise. Seeing his brother regain his spirits, he was happier than anyone else. He let go of Ningqing, put his arm around his shoulder, and walked towards the restaurant. Come on, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's have a drink and chat, brothers. The two entered the restaurant's private room, and Zhang Meng could no longer contain his curiosity, asking Ningqing what had happened in the past few days and why he had come here. Ningqing then began by talking about his awakened talent. Upon learning that Ningqing had become a talent user, Zhang Meng became so excited that he shook Ningqing's shoulders wildly, almost shaking his bones apart. Holy crap, Ningqing, you're incredibly awesome. How can you be so awesome? Zhang Meng exclaimed excitedly, swearing repeatedly. Ningqing had a smile on his face, knowing that Zhang Meng was genuinely happy for him. He slowly recounted his experiences over the past few days. Zhang Meng became more and more astonished as he listened, his mouth opening wider and wider. The amount of information was too much for him to process, his eyes glazed over, and his brain seemed to shut down. In just 2 days, he went from level 1 to completing the second job advancement, soloed a level 90 dungeon, and made a whopping 300 million. It sounds like an unbelievable story. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he joked, you're not trying to tell me that you're the one who broke the Yeksha dungeon record, are you? Though he asked the question, he did so with a certainty in his voice. Ningqing nodded in agreement, since there was nothing he couldn't say to Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng gasped. His brother's sudden outburst had truly startled him. Suddenly, he remembered something, his eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. Wait, the record left by Qi, the top player in the epic job change tower, has been broken. Ningqing laughed upon seeing this. I broke it myself. It was just something I did on the spur of the moment. Zhang Meng was so shocked that he cursed 3 more times, shaking Ningqing's shoulders violently, almost shaking his head to the side. It's like a childhood friend who grew up together, whose grades were mediocre for 3 years of high school, but suddenly became the top scorer in the province in the college entrance examination. Who wouldn't be shocked? After a while, Zhang Meng calmed down and Ningqing raised the wine bottle in a gesture of respect. Zhang Meng took the bottle and clinked glasses with him, then the two downed their drinks in one gulp. Then, the drinking began. They drank bottle after bottle, and a case of liquor was emptied in no time. Then they opened a new case. Zhang Meng raised the bottle to Ningqing again, saying, Ningqing, today is the happiest day of my 3 years, even happier than the day I was admitted to Jiang University. Come on, drink. Ningqing raised his glass in response, then drank it all in one gulp. He was very happy today. He felt incredibly lucky to have such a true brother. The two drank until after 10 p.m., downing 6 cases of liquor. Both were professionals, otherwise they would have given up long ago. They said goodbye at the parking lot, promising to meet up often in the future, and then went home separately. When Ningqing returned home, his mother smelled alcohol on him and wanted to scold him, but when she heard that he had been drinking with Zhang Meng, she didn't say anything more. Zhang Meng will never forget the kindness shown to their family. She blamed Ningqing for not bringing Zhang Meng home. Ningqing smiled wryly, with our parents parents here. How can the two brothers enjoy their gathering? The next morning, Ningqing finished breakfast and went to run a dungeon early, this time choosing a different one. Naturally, he broke the record again, this time by Mu Yunxiao, causing a sensation. Ningqing's name once dominated the headlines of Jiangnan City, maintaining a high level of popularity, even overshadowing Mu Ziyun, the master of the Purple Cloud Thunder technique. The whole city was looking for Ningqing, but they couldn't find him. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Ningqing is building momentum for himself. On the day of the college entrance examination, he will reveal his identity and make a fortune from it, so that he will never have enough money. Then he went out of the city to hunt monsters, and didn't return until evening. I finally reached level 53. Leveling up was so difficult. After that, Ningqing's life became very regular. He would grind dungeons around 8 o'clock every morning and break records every time. Ningqing's name is already a household name in Jiangnan City. Whether it's a 3-year-old child, a street vendor, a 90-year-old senior citizen, a guild leader, or a high-ranking official, everyone knows the name Ningqing. He is being hotly discussed by major news media and online influencers, and the topic of Ningqing has exceeded 100 million views, making him extremely popular. 12 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and May 20th has arrived, bringing the college entrance examination registration day ever closer. Ningqing's level has increased to 58, just 2 levels away from the 3rd job advancement. That day, as usual, he broke a dungeon record and then piloted his spaceship to the exit checkpoint to prepare to leave the city and kill monsters. Suddenly, he noticed a large spaceship flying past not far from the queue, bypassing the inspection process and heading straight out of the city. The 4 large characters, Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, are particularly eye-catching on the outer shell of the spacecraft. Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, the top middle school in the Jiangnan region, I have indeed heard so much about you, Ningqing said with emotion. Jiangnan No. 1 High School is a formidable mountain that is difficult for all high school students in the Jiangnan region to climb. Before the job change, all high school students studied humanities, and the final exam was a joint exam for the entire region. Every time the results are announced, at least 70 of the top 100 students come from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, and they often take all of the top 10 spots. Ningqing's humanities grades were good, consistently ranking among the top 3 in his grade, but he had never been among the top 1,000 in the entire region. His best result was 1,096th place, which broke the record of Ningqing No. 1 Middle School for many years. Not only do students excel in humanities subjects, but Jiangnan No. 1 High School also has an exceptional talent for career advancement, with legendary and a large number of epic professionals emerging every year. This year, the legendary professional Mu Ziyun has emerged, stealing almost all the limelight. Every year before the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School takes its students to the countryside for a week of training to prepare for the upcoming exam. Today is the day they set off for their trials. According to online news, Mu Ziyun has reached level 56 and has recently broken many secret realm records. If I want to take the top score in the region from her, given that the difficulty of the college entrance exam is 125 times that of the exam, I'll have to work even harder, Ningqing muttered to himself, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The spaceship from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School took off directly and disappeared from Ningqing's sight. Privilege is everywhere, and this place is no exception. Ningqing had no choice but to obediently wait in line. He secretly vowed that one day he would also join the privileged class. After the inspection, Ningqing left the city again and headed forward. When he reached the end of the buffer zone, he found that the spaceship of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School was also parked there. At the front of the spacecraft, more than 2,000 students gathered in large numbers, exploring in small teams. Of course, many students also acted alone. Those were all powerful professionals who had reached at least the epic level. Ningqing immediately noticed the stunningly beautiful girl standing at the very front. She wore a robe that glowed with orange light, and the entire set of epic gear made her look even more noble. The staff in his hand radiated golden light. It was a legendary piece of equipment. Wow, is this what a pay-to-win player is like? This is outrageous. Ningqing couldn't help but exclaim. Epic equipment can be bought with real money, but legendary equipment can usually only be obtained through barter, and is not so easy to acquire. Mu Ziyun is a mythical professional with extremely powerful 4-dimensional attributes and skills. Coupled with the support of top-tier equipment, the damage she unleashes is enough to leave people speechless. To be on the safe side, I need to buy a set of epic gear before the college entrance exam, Ningqing thought to himself. He didn't want to be outclassed by Mu Ziyun's gear. Ningqing's spaceship also found a place to land. He stepped out of the spaceship and ventured deep into the wilderness. He quickened his pace and ran ahead of the students from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School to avoid getting covered in dust with them. After traveling 200 miles, Ningqing once again arrived at the area where third-tier monsters were active, and he easily killed one monster after another. He continued forward, and the deeper he went, the greater the density of monsters became, and the higher the chance of encountering monster groups. Of course, the possibility of encountering mid-level monsters was also higher. higher. About 2 hours later, Ningqing went 200 miles deeper. Although most of the monsters here were still at the 3rd level, their levels and ranks had obviously increased. This region is ruled by epic-level bosses who command thousands of followers and are the dominant forces here. Normally, third-job professionals would never venture into this place rashly, as they could easily become monster food. But Ningqing was highly skilled and incredibly brave, so he was naturally fearless. He began sweeping through the monsters horizontally, and the frequency of encountering monster groups increased significantly, since isolated monsters could hardly survive here. Ningqing walked through the jungle, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. However, he was unaware that danger was quietly approaching. A large, jet-black python was slowly lowering its body overhead. Its body is as thick as a water tank and over 30 meters long. Swallowing a human is nothing to it. It flicked its tongue, which was over a meter long, and its eyes gleamed with a cold light as it slowly approached Ningqing with great patience. Gradually, it closed the distance to Ningqing to less than 2 meters, opened its huge mouth, and was about to swallow Ningqing whole in the next moment. Ningqing smelled a fishy stench coming from above, and his nose wrinkled slightly. He looked up and saw the hideous maw rushing towards him at incredible speed, almost within reach. Ningqing rarely uttered a curse word, admitting that he was indeed startled at that moment. Who wouldn't be afraid in this situation? But he did not falter because of this. He raised the giant blade of slaughter in his hand and slashed fiercely at the giant python's mouth. In an instant, the giant python's health was depleted. Ningqing unleashed a desperate attack, which was enough to kill the monster even with a normal attack. The giant python crashed down, and Ningqing quickly dodged to the side. The python landed with a dull thud, as if sounding an alarm, plunging the entire jungle into chaos. One after another, giant pythons slid down from the tree trunks and pounced on Ningqing, who had already stepped into the snake's den. Ningqing finally understood why this place had been unusually quiet before. It turned out this was the giant python's territory. Humph! Ningqing sneered, thinking to himself, trying to scare me? None of them will survive. He used his skills to quickly clear out the giant pythons, defeating them without any doubt. Gradually, the surviving giant pythons began to feel fear. They had never seen such a powerful second-stage human before, and they crawled and rolled away to escape. Ningqing picked up the dropped equipment, his gaze fixed on the level 90 rare giant python leader, thinking, the leader must be eliminated. The giant python leader turned around and saw Ningqing chasing after it. A deep fear appeared in its usually indifferent eyes. It slithered away with all its might, crashing into many large trees and making a huge commotion. Not far away, a small team was hunting monsters, all of them clad in epic gear, their luxurious attire inspiring envy and jealousy. The python's commotion startled them, and they all turned their attention to the source of the sound. In the ranks, the archer's eyes suddenly turned emerald green, and a beam of emerald light enveloped the arrow. He drew his bow and shot the arrow into the sky. His pupils reflected a bird's eye view, the arrows like his eyes. This was the archer's eagle eye skill. That's a level 90 rare giant python, heading this way, followed by a person I don't recognize, he reported. Upon hearing this, the others involuntarily looked at the soldier in the group, their captain. Without hesitation, the warrior waved his hand and said, let's go, we can't let this level 90 rare monster go. The team members smiled slightly and quickly followed, heading towards the giant python. At this moment, a smile appeared on Ningqing's lips. With his speed, the giant python was destined to fall into his grasp. He mentally calculated the distance. He was currently more than 200 meters away from the opponent. He only needed to catch up to 100 meters to unleash the blood explosion skill and instantly kill the giant python. As the distance closed, just as he was about to enter the attack range, he suddenly saw a huge elemental arrow shoot from in front of the giant python and hit it hard. Ningqing's tone was gloomy as he thought, dare to steal my monster? Haven't you ever been beaten up by society? The arrow caused considerable damage, leaving a deep wound on the giant python. The giant python roared in fury, its throat emitting a heart-wrenching hiss, as the attacker cut off its escape route. A chilling, killing intent shot from the snake's eyes. The snake's head was raised high, looking in the direction from which the arrows came, and it saw 5 figures. It glanced coldly at the 5 people, then turned and continued its escape in a different direction. It wasn't afraid of them, but simply didn't want to get entangled with them, lest it be caught by the demons behind it. However, the 5 people would not let it go easily. The mage in the group had already prepared his spell and raised his staff upon seeing this. A black streak of light shot out from the staff, quickly landing on the giant python's head and transforming into a dark net that enveloped it. The giant python hissed angrily once more, these damned humans deserve to die. It opened its massive maw and spewed a torrent of poisonous mist at the squad. Wherever the mist passed, plants withered rapidly, losing all vitality. The warrior roared and immediately erected a protective shield to protect everyone. The priest also quickly buffed the warrior, significantly increasing his strength. Cooperation between different professions greatly enhances overall combat power, which is why professionals team up for hunting. The swordsman brandished his long sword, unleashing a whistling sword aura that slammed heavily into the giant python. The giant python was forced to stop, and Ningqing had already already close to within 100 meters. If he wanted, he could kill it instantly with a single blow. However, he was not in a hurry, because he noticed that the team was wearing badges of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School on their chests, which meant that they were students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. They also confidently displayed their information, and at a glance, they were all epic-level professionals between level 48 and 50. These are the opponents Ningqing will have to face during the college entrance examination. It will be a good opportunity to see their true strength. The giant python had already despaired at Ningqing's approach, but seeing that he was simply holding the giant sword and observing the situation, its anxiety slowly subsided. When the 5 students saw Ningqing, who was only a second-level professional and didn't have their school badges on his chest, they immediately showed contempt on their faces. "Hey kid, this giant python is already reserved by us. Get out of the way, or you'll be stealing our monster, and don't blame us for being impolite," the swordsman shouted at Ningqing. Ningqing narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, a playful smile playing on his lips. Stealing his monsters was one thing, but now they wanted to drive him away? Did they really think he, Ningqing, was a pushover? Ha! Ningqing sneered. "I'd like to see just how unpolite you are." These words immediately darkened the faces of the students. How dare a guy in purple disrespect them? The soldier's face darkened. "Kid, I'll see how strong you are later, and whether you're as tough as you talk." He. The mage sneered. "A poor wretch dressed in purple dares to show off in front of us. He's really tired of living." Ningqing shook his head slightly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. These canaries really don't know their place. He held his greatsword, watching them exchange blows with the giant python. Although this team of fully equipped epic-level professionals was strong, the level difference was too great. Defeating the python leader wouldn't be easy. However, overall, they still had the upper hand, cooperating seamlessly and continuously leaving deep wounds on the giant python. The giant python was furious and helpless. The 5-person team had a clear division of labor. The warrior intercepted it from the front, the swordsman harassed it from the side, the mage was responsible for control and bombardment, the priest weakened it, and the archer sniped it with all his might, keeping it busy. What it feared most was the demon behind it, which completely blocked its escape route. It knew it couldn't drag this out any longer and had to break the deadlock, so it recklessly charged at the soldier. "Watch out, it's going all out," the warrior shouted, raising his shield with his left hand and creating a huge shield of light and shadow that blocked the giant python's charge. But under the serpent's ferocious ramming, the shield's glow teetered precariously. The overwhelming difference in level rendered even epic-level warriors powerless. The teammates gritted their teeth and unleashed their full power, continuously worsening the python's injuries, and the situation became extremely critical. They fought fiercely, but Ningqing found it utterly boring. A rare level 90 leader taking this long to fight was ridiculously pathetic. He scoffed. "It seems that epic-level professionals will never be a match for me." Too lazy to waste any more time, he ignited his entire body with blood flames, his left hand transforming into a blood-red claw, pointing directly at the giant python. The giant python felt a terrifying suction force and was suddenly dragged backward. Looking back, it saw that Ningqing had already made his move, and despair filled its heart. The 5 students from No. 1 Middle School were furious when they saw Ningqing make a move. "Damn it, how dare you steal our monster?" the warrior roared, charging towards Ningqing first. Ningqing glanced at them coldly, then his gaze returned to the giant python in his hand. Blood gushed out, and the giant python was pulverized by his blood energy. A rare piece of equipment dropped, and Ningqing happily grabbed it and put it into his spatial backpack. This scene enraged the 5 students even more, because those were their equipment. "Fuck you, hand over your equipment," the archer roared, drawing his bow and firing an arrow as fast as a shooting star. The others also joined in, determined to teach Ningqing a lesson today. Ningqing shouted in a deep voice, unleashing his berserk mode, which boosted his 4 main attributes by 12 times and his agility by 13 times. He suddenly vanished from his spot, easily dodging the arrows. The archer's pupils constricted sharply. Avoiding his arrows was extremely difficult. "But since we've already offended them, we must settle this today." The swordsman swung his sword, and the sword energy transformed into a river that swept rapidly towards them. Ningqing unleashed a cross-shaped sword energy, sweeping it out horizontally and instantly shattering the river of sword energy. The swordsman's pupils dilated, sensing that the opponent's strength was far more complex than he had imagined. The mage's staff shot out a black stream of light, which quickly enveloped Ningqing. Ningqing smirked disdainfully and charged forward, creating waves in the air ahead as he reached near the speed of sound. The speed shocked the 5 people. It was too fast. Ningqing easily dodged the black streak of light, which transformed into a giant net, but he still missed. In the blink of an eye, Ningqing had landed in front of the 5 men. The soldiers' expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed, "Watch out!" He immediately activated his defensive skill, and a massive shield of light and shadow tightly surrounded them. Ningqing did not draw his greatsword, but instead kicked the shield of light and shadow with a fierce kick, slamming it into the shield. The soldier felt as if he had been hit by a supersonic spaceship. The immense force far exceeded his tolerance limit. The shield's light and shadow shattered instantly, and Ningqing's feet landed firmly on the shield. Then, he was launched away like a cannonball. The others' expressions changed drastically. The swordsman suppressed his fear and charged at Lin Kuang, swinging his sword. His pride wouldn't allow him to admit defeat. But in Lin Kuang's eyes, his movements were incredibly slow, almost like slow motion. Lin Kuang kicked out again, and the swordsman was also sent flying like a cannonball. Needless to say, the remaining mages, priests, and archers, as ranged and support classes, are greatly weakened when melee classes get close. Lin Kuang unleashed 3 consecutive kicks, giving them a taste of the bitterness of warriors and swordsmen. For Lin Kuang, dealing with them was as easy as crushing a nut. He sneered and turned to leave without a second thought. These students were being secretly watched by teachers. Lin Kuang knew he had gone too far and the teachers might intervene. He didn't want to completely offend Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School for the time being. 5 students collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with despair and frustration. For a formidable epic-level team to be instantly wiped out by someone wearing purple gear was an immense humiliation. But when they thought of Lin Kuang's astonishing strength, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, instantly clearing their minds. They couldn't even muster the thought of fighting Lin Kuang head-on, as that would be tantamount to courting death. The soldier looked up, staring unwillingly at Lin Kuang's retreating figure, and shouted, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Kuang ignored him. The loser had no right to know his name. The soldier felt deeply aggrieved at being ignored, his fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged. "We will definitely win this battle against Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School," he roared. Lin Kuang paused slightly, then chuckled softly, I'll be waiting." He then continued on his journey, embarking on a path of killing monsters and leveling up. The 5 students could only watch Lin Kuang walk away, feeling utterly wronged. "Captain, this guy is too arrogant. I can't even eat if we don't teach him a lesson," the swordsman said through gritted teeth. The archer chimed in indignantly, "Me too. This kid is ridiculously arrogant." The soldier gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Find the squad leader and have him avenge us." "Yes, find the class monitor. He's the legendary immortal warrior. I don't believe he can't take down that guy." The priest nodded repeatedly, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. The team leader immediately took out a walkie-talkie and shouted into the class channel, class monitor, this is Xiao Ming. Please reply if you receive this." A steady voice came from the walkie-talkie, buzz, "Xiao Ming, what's up?" Xiao Ming and his teammates showed a hint of joy on their faces and quickly reported the situation. "Class monitor, our team got our monster stolen. That guy isn't from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Not only did he steal our monster, but he also arrogantly insulted us, saying that students from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School are all trash." These words were like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar. "What? He really dares to say that? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Xiao Ming, give us your location. Let's go teach him a lesson." An angry voice came through the walkie-talkie, with classmates volunteering to teach Lin Feng a lesson. However, Xiao Ming didn't care about the other classmates' requests to fight. They were at most on par with him, and going to find that guy would be tantamount to asking for trouble. What he was really looking forward to was the squad leader's response. Only the squad leader, the immortal war emperor, had a chance of taking down that kid. Fortunately, the class monitor replied and asked Xiao Ming to report his location, which relieved him. He doesn't care at all when others say he's distorting the truth. In this world where strength reigns supreme, morality and justice have long been cast aside by him. Lin Kuang was completely unaware of all this. He continued to traverse the map, and the monsters he encountered became experience points in his hands. About half an hour later, Lin Kuang noticed an arrow flying over his head. He looked up and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He knew that was the archer's eagle eye skill, which allowed them to scout over a wide area, and that he had already been exposed to an archer's line of sight. Could it be that those guys are upset and want to cause me trouble? Lin Kuang wondered to himself, but he didn't take it to heart. The students from Jiangnan No. 1 High School posed no threat to him whatsoever. If it weren't for the teacher watching from the shadows, he was confident he could sweep through the entire Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Even Mu Ziyun couldn't stop him. Several hundred meters away from Lin Kuang, more than 20 people gathered together, 5 of whom were Xiao Ming and his teammates. These people were all Xiao Ming's classmates. After hearing that he had been bullied, they all rushed over to help him regain his dignity. They followed in unison behind a tall young man holding a golden shield. The young man had a resolute face and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. His muscles were as solid as rock, and one could tell at a glance that he was incredibly strong. This person was none other than Li Cuanzhan, the immortal war emperor, who was the class monitor of Xiao Ming's class and had reached level 53. With the formidable strength of a legendary professional, coupled with a full set of epic equipment and legendary weapons, he dared to challenge even a third-tier epic boss. Following the archer's directions, they advanced swiftly, constantly closing the distance between themselves and Lin Kuang. Less than 2 minutes later, Lin Kuang heard a commotion behind him. "I see him, that's the kid. Damn it, how dare he look down on the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Let's see what he's made of. Quick, stop him and teach him a lesson." Lin Kuang looked back and saw more than 20 young people rushing towards him, 5 of whom were the same ones he had taught a lesson earlier. Their purpose was was obvious, they were there to get revenge. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Kuang's lips. Jiangnan No. 1 High School had always been a mountain weighing on the hearts of high school students throughout the Jiangnan region, and today he was going to shatter that mountain completely. He stood quietly in place, waiting for the group of people to come up to him. Lin Kuang's attention was focused on the tall figure at the front. He had never fought a legendary professional before, so he took this opportunity to test the opponent's strength. This was also his competitor in the college entrance examination, although he felt it posed little threat. The giant was over 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Lin Kuang. He walked steadily up to Lin Kuang, looked down at him, and said, "You're the one who stole my classmate's monster, and you still dare to say that the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School are trash?" After hearing this, Lin Kuang glanced at Xiao Ming and his group of 5. They weren't particularly strong, but they were quite adept at twisting the truth. Xiao Ming and the others remained calm. They had already prepared for Lin Kuang to deny it, but these were their classmates, so naturally they would stand on their side and not believe that kid. However, Lin Kuang's next words stunned them. "Ha!" Lin Kuang chuckled lightly. "So what?" This statement immediately ignited the anger of the students at Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, who have always considered themselves the undisputed No. 1 middle school in the Jiangnan region. As students of No. 1 High School, they are arrogant and complacent. They think they are the only ones who have the right to call others trash. When did it become anyone else's turn to call them trash? Kid, I think you don't know the meaning of death. Kid, who do you think you are, daring to call us trash? You're so arrogant. I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees later. Go, kill him." The students were filled with righteous indignation, their faces flushed with anger as they cursed, but Li Tsuanzhan remained silent, and they dared not make any rash moves. However, they had already made up their minds to teach this kid a lesson once he lost to the class monitor. Squad leader Li Tsuanzhan's face was icy cold. The fact that this kid dared to be so presumptuous in front of him meant that he didn't take him seriously at all. This was blatant provocation. "Boy, I'll see what you're really made of. How dare you talk such big words? Kneel down," Li Tsuanzhan shouted in a deep voice. Then, his whole body radiated a dazzling golden light, and an aura of immortality permeated the air. He gripped his battle axe in his right hand and chopped heavily at Lin Kuang's shoulder. The air, unable to withstand the power of the battle axe, exploded with a deafening roar, creating a violent shockwave that tore apart the surrounding plants and trees. He wanted to crush Lin Kuang with absolute power, to make him understand that there are always people more powerful than him. Lin Kuang's entire body erupted with raging blood flames, his eyes shot out tangible bloodlight, exuding a wild and tyrannical aura. He roared and activated his berserk skill, causing his 4 attributes to surge instantly. Seeing Lin Kuang's appearance, some students felt a surge of fear, realizing that they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to offend. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, Lin Kuang drew his slaughtering giant blade to meet the battle axe, and the two forces collided violently. The sparks that flew stung everyone's eyes, and the loud metallic clang shook their eardrums. However, it was their hearts that suffered the most. Their expressions changed from contempt and anger to disbelief in an instant. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their mouths were so wide open they could fit into their shoes. Because they witnessed with their own eyes the battle axe in Li Tsuanzhan's hand being knocked away, and then Li Tsuanzhan's body staggered backward. Each step he took was heavy, leaving deep footprints on the ground. He tried his best to steady himself, but he still couldn't stand up. He knocked over several classmates along the way and finally came to a stop after retreating more than 10 meters. In a pure contest of strength, he lost. Keep in mind, he was the warrior class with the highest strength attribute, and a legendary warrior at that. After using a status skill, the strength attribute can be multiplied several times, but even so, it was still defeated by a swordsman class. If the swordsman had relied on level advantage, that would be one thing, but this swordsman was only a second-class cultivator, with a maximum level of 60, so there was no level advantage at all, so they couldn't understand why the class monitor had lost. Immediately afterwards, a chilling thought flashed through their minds: could this kid be a mythical professional? Only a mythical level swordsman can possibly suppress a legendary level warrior in terms of strength, since mythical level classes are all around powerful and have no weaknesses. They all retreated, silently increasing the distance between themselves and Lin Kuang, since getting close to a mythical level swordsman was tantamount to suicide. The others were filled with resentment towards Xiao Ming and his group of 5, thinking, damn it, you didn't even mention such an important piece of information as the opponent being a mythical professional. In fact, Xiao Ming and his group of 5 were also extremely shocked and terrified at this moment. They had suspected that Lin Kuang was a legendary professional, but they never expected that he would be a mythical professional. In the entire Jiangnan region, there is only one mythical professional this year, Mu Ziyun. Where would there be a second one? Moreover, mythical professionals are well-known figures. For a moment, the middle school students at the scene were completely flustered and didn't know what to do. They instinctively turned their gaze back to Li Tsuanzhan, who had stopped walking. He was their pillar of strength. Li Tsuanzhan's face darkened. He thought to himself, why are you looking at me? Can't you see I've already suffered a great loss? He stared at Lin Kuang with a gloomy expression. Continuing to fight might lead to an even more crushing defeat, while surrendering would result in utter humiliation. He knew that a teacher was watching him secretly. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Anyway, he wouldn't die because the teacher was protecting him. He would risk it. The shield of immortality. He unleashed his strongest defensive skill, his shield erecting a golden shield to protect himself. Mountain-breaking axe. He roared again, and his battle axe cleaved down, a huge battle axe being tens of meters long, shattering the air and striking towards Ningqing's head. Ningqing's smile widened. How interesting that someone would actually compete with him in skills. He wielded the giant blade of slaughter and unleashed a cross-shaped sword aura. The sword energy stretched for 20 meters, sweeping across the front and slicing through the trees in its path. Before everyone's eyes, the sword energy collided with the gleaming light of the battle axe. However, there was no evenly matched situation. Instead, it was a one-sided crushing defeat. The cross-shaped sword energy easily tore through the light and shadow of the battle axe and continued to slash at Li Tsuanjan. Even before the sword energy arrived, Li Tsuanjan felt a stinging pain on his skin. The pressure from the cross-shaped sword energy was extremely terrifying. His eyes turned serious, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. But he had no way to avoid it, so he could only stand firm in his horse stance and do his best to hold up his shield to withstand the sword energy. The other students watched nervously as the cross-shaped sword energy slashed against the golden shield. Warriors are masters of defense, they are born to defend. The legendary class, Immortal War Emperor, takes defense to the extreme and once withstood Mu Ziyun's skills. Thinking of this, the students felt a little more at ease. Even if the guy in front of them was a mythical swordsman, Li Tsuanjan could withstand him. However, their expressions quickly changed, as if they had seen a ghost. Li Tsuanjan's expression changed drastically. His seemingly indestructible shield shattered upon contact with the cross-shaped sword energy. The cross-shaped sword energy struck his legendary shield, but fortunately the shield was tough enough that it did not break. However, he still could not withstand the enormous power contained in the sword energy, and his body was thrown away like a cannonball as if hit by a high-speed train. Li Tsuanjan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his health plummeted, and his face turned ashen. He crashed through several large trees, finally slamming heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater and spurting blood again. A strong sense of lingering fear instantly surged into his heart. He was so close, just a tiny bit more, to have had his health completely depleted. He gently raised his head to look at Ningqing, his eyes filled with fear. Ningqing inspired even more dread in him than Mu Ziyun. This guy's equipment is only purple grade except for his weapon, yet he's so powerful? What kind of class is this? He screamed inwardly, unable to believe what he was seeing. The other students' gazes toward Ningqing were completely filled with fear. It was too terrifying. Even an immortal battle emperor had been defeated by him in one move, without any power to fight back. They, like Li Tsuanjan, were filled with doubt. What exactly is the profession of the person in front of them? Ningqing revealed a satisfied smile, brimming with confidence in his own strength. Just as he had predicted, only mythical realm experts were worthy of fighting him. All those below mythical realm were mere ants. The strength of mythical professionals lies not only in their superior four-dimensional attributes and skills compared to other professionals of the same level, but also in their unique talents. When they change their class to become a mythical professional, they will automatically awaken a talent that greatly increases their strength, making them almost invincible among their peers. Having confirmed his own strength, Ningqing felt utterly bored. Occasionally crushing weaker opponents was fine, but too much of it would easily lead to a mental breakdown. He turned and left without a trace, but he took with him the pride and courage of those students. Seeing Ningqing leave, Li Tsuanjan and his companions felt both relieved and resentful. They were relieved that they wouldn't be beaten again, but resentful because they had tasted the bitterness of being ignored. In the past, they were the ones who ignored others, but today it's their turn to be ignored. This stark contrast has left them disheartened and their pride shattered. They didn't dare to speak until Ningqing had completely disappeared. "What do we do next?" a girl asked in a weak voice. All she received in response was a dry silence. They had no idea what to do. "Do you want me to heal you first?" Li Tsuanjan roared irritably. Didn't anyone see that he was still spitting blood? These words were like a wake-up call. The priest quickly cast a healing spell, and the others hurriedly lifted him out of the pit. Li Tsuanjan regained some strength, helped himself to his feet, and looked in the direction Ningqing had left with a complicated expression. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, having already made up his mind. "Spread the word that guy said we at Jiangnan No. 1 High School are all useless, and let the other students go after him. After all, we're classmates, we should share the good times and the bad." His tone carried an inexplicable firmness. The other students' eyes darted around, a mixture of disdain and schadenfreude, but they all pulled out walkie-talkies and began spreading rumors on the grade's communication channel. "You can't suffer a loss alone." As they spread rumors on the grade-level channel, the channel immediately erupted in excitement, with many students shouting that they wanted to settle scores with Ningqing for daring to underestimate the people from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Li Tsuanjan remained silent. If he spoke, many classmates would probably back down. After all, he was already already among the top 5 in the grade. If he can't even beat him, who would believe they're stronger? They're proud, not stupid. A large number of students quickly poured into the area where Lin Kuan was. Since Lin Kuan had no hiding place, he was easily recognized. He was dressed in purple and wielded an epic greatsword, making him easily recognizable. When a level 48 epic class player stood in front of him, threatening to teach him a lesson, Lin Kuan was stunned. Dude, who gave you the guts? 2 seconds later, Lin Kuan left gracefully, leaving the other person lying in the deep pit, looking utterly dejected, suffering unprecedented physical and mental trauma. After a long while, the man slowly got up, his face showing more anger than embarrassment, his eyes blazing with fury. How could he not know he'd been tricked? Those classmates deliberately concealed the other party's strength, probably hoping to make them suffer as well. Class 5, I'll curse your ancestors, he cursed, wishing he could fight the people in Class 5 to the death. He picked up the walkie-talkie, about to speak, but hesitated. His eyes flickered, his jaw clenched, and he struggled internally. In the end, he put the walkie-talkie back in his pocket. Damn it, you can't just suffer a loss like that. Thus, one after another, students full of confidence and eager to vindicate Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School were brutally beaten to the ground by Lin Kuan, their spirits shattered. They knew perfectly well that they had been framed by their classmates from Class 5, so they could only grit their teeth and remain silent. Having been classmates for many years, they naturally shared hardships and wouldn't easily turn against each other. However, the truth could not be hidden forever. After being severely punished by Lin Kuan, one of the girls was so angry that she almost went crazy and denounced the students in Class 5 as not being human. Despite the fact that the other party was a legendary professional, they deliberately concealed the most crucial information, causing her to suffer a great loss. Her words sparked a heated argument, with other students who had suffered similar treatment joining in, angrily denouncing the students from Class 5 as unworthy of being called human. At this moment, the students of Class 5 were resting under a big tree, listening to the cursing coming from the walkie-talkie, with gloating smiles on their faces. TSK TSK. Finally, they're not the only ones who suffer. After all, classmates are meant to be taken advantage of. As for the other classmates' threats of revenge, they didn't care at all. Although the class monitor couldn't beat the swordsman, dealing with the other classmates was like a father disciplining his son, they didn't take it seriously at all. The students' insults only made Lin Kuan's popularity soar, and even legendary professionals who initially didn't want to participate started to get interested. Students, I'll get your place back for you. A flippant voice came through the walkie-talkie. The channel immediately fell silent as everyone recognized the voice. It belonged to the most arrogant guy in the grade. But this guy was lucky. He was promoted to the legendary class, Flowing Lightsword Emperor, which was so powerful it was frightening, and almost no one in the entire grade could match him. This made him even more arrogant, and he even dared to flirt with Mu Ziyun, resulting in him being beaten up, but he still did whatever he wanted. Although most boys disliked him, many girls were quite fond of him. It's understandable, he's handsome and capable, so naturally he's popular with girls. Shun Bujia, you must help me get revenge. That guy beat me up so hard just now, my chest still hurts a little. A affected, high-pitched voice came from the walkie-talkie, and many girls showed expressions of disgust. Did you get your vocal cords caught in the door? Yeah, can't you talk normally? Seriously, it gives me goosebumps. The girls complained that they had long been fed up with this girl's affected, high-pitched voice. Unruly, look how they're bullying me, the girl said in a seductive voice. Don't worry, sure, I'll go get revenge for you right away, Shin Bujia replied confidently and arrogantly over the walkie-talkie. Although many boys were dissatisfied with Shin Bujia, they all felt that he could help clean up the situation, so they all rushed towards Lin Kuan's direction. Someone in the channel gave out Lin Kuan's coordinates, and everyone went there to find him. Li Tsuanjan and his classmates from Class 5 were even more gloating at this moment. Ha ha, Shin Buji, that sissy, I'll see how he dies this time, Xiao Ming said with a grin. I've disliked this guy for a long time. Let's go record the scene of him getting beaten up and upload it to the campus network. They all rushed towards Lin Kuan's location. On the other side, Lin Kuan was fighting a group of steel-bristled pigs, or rather, a one-sided massacre. Although there were more than 200 steel-bristled pigs, they were no match for Lin Kuan's skill barrage. With Lin Kuan's sword strike that killed the last steel-haired boar, the battle finally ended. He began clearing the battlefield, putting the equipment and materials into his spatial backpack. As he was picking things up, he noticed a flashy young man with slicked back hair picking up a piece of equipment and tossing it around. Hey, not bad luck, actually found some wild equipment, the man muttered, a sly smile on his face. Lin Kuan noticed the badge on his chest and knew that the other person was a student from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. He really couldn't understand why these students from No. 1 High School were so stubborn and liked to seek out torture. Lin Kuan ignored him and continued picking up equipment. To him, this was just a casual battle against a level 53 legendary professional. There was no need to take it to heart. Shin Buji didn't expect that this guy in front of him was even more arrogant than the rumors suggested, actually ignoring him, a legendary professional. Things suddenly became interesting. He didn't rush to make a move because the most important audience hadn't arrived moved yet. He never makes a move in private, and he never puts on airs when there's no audience. In his view, fighting is just about showing off. If there's no audience, who are you showing off to? He planted his legendary longsword into the ground, then bent over and leaned back against the hilt. He then took out a gourd, pulled out the cork, and took a hearty gulp of beer. Perhaps having seen too many of the Sword Immortals tricks, he's now also playing a role-playing game. However, his performance was undoubtedly a great success, and the fans responded with screams. Shinbuji is there. Wow, he's so handsome. OMG, that pose is so cool. A satisfied smile appeared on Shinbuji's lips. He took another swig of wine, let out an ah, and then stomped his foot, performing a beautiful backflip and landing on his knees, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The screams rose again, and Shinbuji felt completely relaxed. He couldn't hide the smile on his lips. He grabbed his long sword, and with the Bagua Yulong step, he wielded the sword with one hand and poured wine with the other, looking exceptionally dashing. The girl screamed repeatedly, and Lin Quan was almost on the verge of collapse. How could there be such a weirdo at Jiangnan No. 1 High School? More and more students flocked here, and upon arrival they saw Shinbuji still practicing his swordplay. Many girls joined in the screaming, while the boys all showed disdain, thinking, damn, they still can't resist showing off. Will they die if they don't show off? Lin Quan did not interrupt Shinbuji's actions. He also wanted to take advantage of the larger audience to defeat Shinbuji and make these students realize the truth. He just wanted to level up. He didn't have time to play with these kids. Gradually, the number of students watching exceeded 200, and 4 legendary professionals arrived. Almost all the legendary professionals from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School in this year's class were present. More than 30 epic-level professionals were present, and almost all of them, except for Mu Ziyun, were gathered in front of Lin Quan. Shinbuji continued twirling his sword, and some students who couldn't bear to watch couldn't help but complain, Shinbuji, have you had enough of twirling your sword? If not, get out of here, I'll go first. The one who spoke was a boy playing with a dagger. He was no ordinary person to dare to speak to Shinbuji like that. He was the legendary professional Death's Thorn. Upon hearing this, Shinbuji glanced at Death's Thorn, his face still showing a look of lingering enjoyment. He hadn't had enough fun yet. But since his classmate had spoken, he had no choice but to stop what he was doing and turn his gaze to Lin Quan. He was the only one who could steal the limelight. No one else could. Brother, I am Shinbuji from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. I don't want to mess with you. How about this? I'll only use 3 moves. If you can withstand them, I'll consider it a loss. He held his sword with both hands, his chin slightly raised at a 45-degree angle, a faint smile on his lips, looking down on everyone, like a proud and invincible swordsman, exuding an aura of superiority. The girls screamed wildly again, their eyes sparkling. The boys were extremely disgusted and wanted nothing more than to rush up and slap Shinbuji across the face. Can you stop pretending? It's unbearable. The students in class 5 couldn't help but laugh, some even laughing until their stomachs hurt. Even Li Tsuanjan, who was usually expressionless, couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 3-move agreement was just too funny. He eagerly anticipated Shinbuji's expression as he was instantly defeated by that person, and had already taken out his phone, ready to record the exciting moment. Li Tsuanjan, what are you laughing at? A boy from another class asked curiously. It's nothing, I've thought of something happy. Li Tsuanjan waved his hand. What could make someone with a poker face laugh like a madman? None of your business. Lin Quan's lips twitched as he stood to the side. Did this guy really think making a 3-move agreement was a joke? He glanced at Li Tsuanjan and, seeing his gloating expression, guessed that he hadn't revealed his strength because he wanted to see his classmates get tricked. Sure enough, the students were all being used. Lin Quan's gaze returned to Shinbuji. Seeing that the other party was still arrogant, Lin Quan couldn't help himself and secretly vowed to make this guy go back with a humiliating defeat. He beckoned to Shinbuji with his finger. 3 moves, right? Bring it on. Shinbuji finally lowered his head slightly, but still maintained a 30-degree angle. Be careful, this sword is going to stab your left shoulder. He specifically reminded Lin Quan to attack the target, displaying his confidence. Lin Quan clicked his tongue, looking impatient. Hurry up, my time is precious. Shinbuji put on a stern face. Young man, you have no patience at all. That won't do. Don't worry, my sword is very fast. You won't feel any pain. After saying that, he transformed into a streak of light and shot swiftly toward Lin Quan. His speed was extremely fast. As the flowing lightsword emperor, what made him most feared was his unparalleled speed. The expressions of the legendary professionals present also became solemn. Although they were dissatisfied with Shinbuji, his strength was undeniable. The other students were even more in awe, as the speed alone was beyond their tolerance. It's so fast, it's like light. Wow, if I were to fight him, I'm afraid I'd be gone before I could even react. That arrogant kid probably can't withstand this move. Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant. Those students who had never fought Lin Quan were certain he would be defeated by this move. After all, how strong could someone dressed entirely in purple armor possibly be? Suddenly, Lin Quan's body burst into rolling blood flames, his eyes shot out tangible red light, and his whole body exuded a violent aura, instantly intimidating many students. Immediately afterwards, Afterwards, he let out a deep shout, unleashed his berserk mode, and his 4 main attributes surged by 12 times, with his agility increasing by 13 times. Shinbujie's movements were indeed extremely fast, but in Lin Kuang's eyes, they seemed unremarkable. Shinbujie remained confident, firmly believing that Lin Kuang, whether a demon or a god, would have to bow down before him. He approached Lin Kuang, his meteor sword flashing like a meteor, aimed directly at Lin Kuang's left shoulder. His sword strikes are lightning fast, and slicing bullets with his sword is no problem at all. Seeing Lin Kuang standing there motionless, he curled up a contemptuous smile, already prepared with sarcastic words. The tip of the sword was getting closer and closer to Lin Kuang's shoulder, almost piercing through his flesh. Just as Shinbujie was preparing to receive the blood splattering on his body, he felt something unusual. Upon closer inspection, it felt as if his sword had pierced an alloy plate. Upon closer inspection, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Kuang's greatsword had already quietly blocked the meteor sword, forcefully stopping the attack. The key point is that he didn't see when Lin Kuang raised his sword. He clearly didn't see him make any move. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind: could this guy be faster than him? The students were stunned when they heard the crisp metallic clanging sound. How could a stab to flesh produce a metallic clanging sound? When they saw Lin Kuang's sword blocking the tip of the meteor sword, they were all stunned with surprise. They also couldn't see when Lin Kuang swung his sword. It was as if the giant sword appeared out of thin air. How is that possible? When did he draw his sword? How could he possibly be that fast? This guy actually managed to block the sword of the flowing light sword emperor? The students were horrified. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, their mouths almost dropped to the ground, and they looked at Lin Kuang as if they had seen a ghost. Besides Li Suanzhan, the other 2 legendary professionals also looked solemn. They had also failed to see Lin Kuang's movements, which made them feel immense pressure. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through. With sufficient speed, strength will naturally follow. Therefore, men who are quick to anger don't need to feel inferior. From a certain perspective, they are the real strong ones. Shinbujie's eyes were serious, but his tone was deliberately relaxed. I didn't expect you to be a superboy too. Lin Kuang's forehead was covered in black lines. You're the one who's a superboy. Your whole family are superboys. Shinbujie raised his chin high and his nostrils slightly upturned. I am indeed a superboy. That's my characteristic, speed. Lin Kuang was speechless and could only secretly award the guy in front of him a superboy award. Many boys couldn't help but chuckle at the conversation between the two, while the girls blushed and pretended not to understand, not daring to laugh out loud. There are only 2 moves left. Hurry up, Lin Kuang urged. Upon hearing this, Shinbujie sheathed his sword and retreated 10 meters away in a flash. The flippancy on his face gradually faded, replaced by seriousness. I didn't use my full strength before. This time I will unleash my true skills, and this move will be even faster. If you are defeated by this move, there is no need to feel inferior. His words made the students watching suddenly realize something. So Shinbujie was just testing the waters earlier. I knew it. How could that kid possibly stop Shinbujie? The legendary professional, every skill of theirs is ridiculously powerful. That guy definitely won't be able to withstand it this time. Of course, this sword strike will definitely kill him instantly. The students in class 5 laughed so hard they almost convulsed, thinking to themselves that there was no need to feel inferior. They would see who would feel inferior later. Shinbujie held his sword in his right hand, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. He lightly shook his head, tossing his bangs to one side, looking incredibly handsome and determined to show off. Immediately, the long sword emitted a dazzling silver light. With a light swing, the sword drew a sword shadow, and a sword aura flashed like a streak of light, heading straight for Lin Kuang. This time, his target was still Lin Kuang's left shoulder. He had locked onto his target and was determined not to give up until he succeeded. The sword energy was extremely fast, so fast that many students couldn't keep up with it. It was even faster than a sniper bullet. However, even such a swift sword aura was still blocked by a giant sword. Many people stared intently at Lin Kuang, only to see his sword appear before them in a flash, blocking the sword aura. A crisp metallic clang echoed, and the surroundings fell silent. Previously, some had doubted Shinbujie's seriousness, but this time was clearly different. He had truly gone all out, yet his attack was still blocked. This reveals a lot. This arrogant kid's strength is far more than it appears on the surface. Many people looked shocked, clearly not expecting Lin Kuang to possess such formidable strength. Shinbujie's smile instantly froze. He couldn't save face. All eyes were on him. He hadn't even managed to defeat his opponent in 2 moves, and the opponent was completely unharmed. What would his classmates think of him now? A mocking smile appeared on Lin Kuang's face. If you wanted to act cool in front of him, you had to be prepared to lose face. Ha! Lin Kuang sneered. You have 1 move left. This time you have to go all out. Don't try to argue that you weren't serious later. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Shinbujie's face, but he quickly suppressed it, regaining his calm and aloof expression. His mental fortitude was extremely strong. Ha! He chuckled softly. I didn't expect you to have some skill. The first 2 moves were just me holding back. I'll go all out in the next move. If you get hurt, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. The students in in Class 5 couldn't hold back any longer. They had never seen such a shameless person. How could someone say such things if they were afraid of hurting others? A girl's eyes flashed, and she quickly jumped out, her chest heaving violently, making the group of boys dizzy and mesmerized, their Adam's apples bobbing incessantly. Her expression was charming, and she deliberately shook her body, causing her breasts to ripple again. Her voice was sweet and coquettish, as if her throat was being gently squeezed. Boogie, go ahead and do your best. With my big breasts supporting him, I can save him no matter how badly he is injured. It has to be said that she has large breasts, which many boys secretly admire. The girls rolled their eyes, cursing under their breath. Shinbuji turned his gaze to the girl, his eyes gentle as water. He flicked his bangs and said, Shingru, I feel relieved to hear you say that. You'd better calculate your skills carefully and save her as soon as possible. Students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School will never do anything like bullying the weak. The girl's eyes sparkled. Unruly, your character is just as outstanding as your abilities. Shinbuji waved his hand and smiled modestly. Shingru, it's enough to keep this to yourself. There's no need to say it out loud. The two of them put on a show, leaving everyone around them dumbfounded. They never expected that No. 1 Middle School would have such talented people. Lin Kuang was also stunned by Shunbujia. He gripped the giant blade tightly, the greatsword seeming to be thirsting for blood. Enough talk, let's get started. Shunbujia glanced at Lin Kuang with displeasure, interrupting his attempt to show off. His longsword shone brightly once more, this time with a deep blue radiance. Meteor shower, be defeated. He shouted in a deep voice, pointing his longsword diagonally at the sky. Then, streaks of azure sword energy roared out from the sword and pierced the heavens. After rising high into the sky, the sword energy suddenly turned and fell, scattering like starlight, heading straight for Lin Kuang. Meteor shower, Shinbuji's strongest technique. He's really serious this time. The attack was incredibly sharp. Even from this distance, my skin felt a stinging sensation. The legendary professionals are indeed powerful. Such powerful swordsmanship once again boosted the confidence of many students in Shinbuji. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the meteor shower of swords rapidly descended, closing in on Lin Kuang step by step. Lin Kuang was not to be outdone. The giant blade of slaughter in his hand shone with a blood-red light. He swung his sword upwards, and a blood ball quickly shot into the sky, colliding violently with the meteor sword rain. The blood sphere exploded like a missile, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The speed was so great that many students were caught off guard and were violently struck by the blast, then thrown away. Their faces turned to unprecedented terror, their pupils constricting to pinpoints. The mere aftershocks of the impact had drastically reduced their health. If they were in the epicenter of the explosion, they couldn't imagine whether they would have survived. Who exactly is he? How can he be so strong? The same question popped into everyone's mind at the same time. In midair, only blood energy remained churning, while the flowing sword energy was instantly destroyed without leaving a trace. Shinbuji was stunned by the scene before him. His strongest skill had been broken just like that? His blank gaze slowly turned to Lin Kuang, his lips and eyes twitching slightly. He saw that the other man was looking at him with a cold smile, revealing a mocking smile. You've had your fun, now it's my turn, Lin Kuang said calmly, his figure instantly transforming into a blood-red shadow as he swiftly pounced on Shinbuji. His speed far surpassed that of Shinbujia, the flowing lightsword emperor, who was renowned for his speed, exceeding the limits of everyone's comprehension. Shinbuji's pupils contracted sharply, and in his dazed state, Lin Kuang had already rushed in front of him, his long sword thrusting fiercely towards his left shoulder. How could it be so fast? He exclaimed in horror, his heart filled with rage. He tried his best to meet the giant, devastating blade with his sword, but unfortunately, he was far too slow and could only watch helplessly as the giant sword pierced his left shoulder. A sharp pain shot through my left shoulder, piercing my mind, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the torment in my heart. He was defeated, utterly defeated, like a lamb to the slaughter, easily pounced on by a hungry wolf. His cheeks burned with pain, his face quickly turned ashen, his eyes darted around, and he was sweating profusely. The gazes of his classmates made him feel like he was being pricked by thorns. The greatsword was pulled from his shoulder, as if it had drained all his strength away with it. His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, sword in hand. Among the students watching, apart from the students from Class 5 who were somewhat prepared, everyone else was so shocked that they were completely stunned, their eyes glazed over, and their mouths were wide open. The mighty Sword Emperor, an invincible legendary professional, clad in epic gear and wielding a legendary sword. He was defeated in a single move by an opponent dressed in purple equipment and wielding an epic greatsword, without any power to resist, as easily as a father beating his son. This scene seemed like something out of a fairy tale, yet it actually happened right before their eyes. It's like randomly picking a sickly young man on the street and having him beat a world champion, utterly absurd. How could he be so strong? What kind of professional is he? Mythical, he must be a mythical professional. There's another mythical professional here. Many students came to their senses, their lips trembling, their voices filled with awe. Upon hearing the words, mythical professional, they all realized that there was no other explanation. The thought that they actually wanted to cause trouble for a mythical professional made his legs go weak and his forehead break out in a sweat. It was simply courting death. Lin Kuang looked down at Shin Bujie from his high position, let out a cold snort, and glanced around. Not a single student dared to meet his gaze. Even those incredibly proud legendary professionals could only lower their heads under Lin Kuang's gaze. The word myth makes it impossible for anyone to feel any desire to resist. Lin Kuang shook his head and chuckled. The top high school in the Jiangnan region was nothing special. His illusions about this school were completely shattered. When one's strength is sufficient, all status and background are insignificant. He strode forward. For him, it was just a game, and he would leave when he was done playing. Many students watched his retreating figure with awe, watching him disappear into the depths of the jungle. "Do you think he might be Lin Kuang?" a student asked cautiously. These words jolted everyone awake. Lin Kuang was a second-tier class changer, and this person was also a second-tier class changer, both with mythical professions. How could it be such a coincidence? The awe in their eyes deepened. There are differences even among mythical professionals. The one who could break President Mu's record was undoubtedly a top-tier mythical professional, standing at the pinnacle of their class. It's definitely him. His level and strength match. It must be. How dare we provoke such a being? I feel like I almost got to the gates of hell just now. The students felt increasingly frightened as they thought about it, breaking out in a cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably. Only the students in Class 5 remained relatively calm, their eyes filled with mockery as they stared intently at Shinbuji. TSK. A 3-move agreement? What a laughable 3-move agreement. Don't feel too inferior if you lose to me with this move. I'm being serious. Be gentle, and you must treat his wounds as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The students in Class 5 imitated Shinbuji's tone and words, and then burst into laughter. Shinbuji was so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He had completely lost face this time. With a complicated expression, Suchingru walked to Shinbuji's side and used the recovery skill she had prepared beforehand. This skill was originally prepared for Lin Kuang, but unexpectedly it was used on Shinbuji, which is a complete reversal. The students from number 1 middle school dispersed with mixed feelings, continuing their journey of learning and growth. At the same time, news about the person suspected to be Lin Kuang spread in the grade channel, causing a great sensation. At the summit of a mountain, a solitary figure stood, holding a walkie-talkie, quietly listening to her classmates' discussions. Lin Kuang, the one who broke my father's record, is actually here? She muttered to herself, her voice carried away by the wind, a fierce fighting spirit burning on her face. She would never allow her father to become someone else's background character. He could only be hers. Instead of rushing to find Lin Kuang, she chose to accumulate stronger power, preparing to defeat Lin Kuang forcefully in front of everyone. The wilderness is the best soil for cultivating my talent. With a talent that can be developed, I am destined to be invincible. The resolute words were carried away by the wind once more, gradually fading away. Lin Kuang finally enjoyed days without being disturbed. He focused on grinding monsters, and the frequency of encountering monster groups also increased significantly. The largest group of brain-eating worms numbered over 1,000, and they were all level 3 monsters. Other people might be terrified and flee in panic if they saw this, but Lin Kuang was extremely excited upon seeing this and rushed towards the brain-eating worm swarm without hesitation. As his violent blood energy surged continuously, the brain-eating worms were quickly wiped out. Time flew by as Lin Kuang battled monsters. As evening approached, he headed towards the spaceship, still not intending to spend the night there. Along the way, he would occasionally encounter students from Jiangnan number 1 middle school who were also on their way back. Every student looked at him with admiration or awe. This gaze pleased Lin Kuang. During his 3 years of high school, he was almost tired of hearing the name Jiangnan number 1 high school, and most of the test papers he did were based on questions from Jiangnan number 1 high school. Now, these once high and mighty students from Jiangnan number 1 high school are bowing their heads before him. Lin Kuang returned to his spaceship, which took off and flew towards Jiangnan City. He glanced at the large spaceship belonging to Jiangnan number 1 middle school and saw that many tents had been set up around it, forming a camp. It seems the students from Jiangnan number 1 middle school will be spending the night here and won't be returning to the city. With the teacher's protection, they don't need to worry too much about their safety. Without the protection of a powerful figure, Lin Kuang chose to return to the city for his safety. Nighttime is the hunting season for monsters. It's pitch black, and even a mid-level monster skilled in stealth can approach silently and die without even knowing how. Back in the city, Lin Kuang first went to the Shangshur store where he had previously traded equipment to sell it. As soon as he arrived at the door, Lu Chang greeted him with a big smile, as respectfully as if he were welcoming a god of wealth. After all, Lin Kuang sells equipment worth over 3 million every day, so Lu Chang doesn't need to worry about performance at all. His colleagues at the store were filled with envy and jealousy, and often said that Lu Chang was lucky. Lu Chang's chest label had changed to assistant store manager, and he knew it was all thanks to Lin Kuang. His respect for Lin Kuang was ingrained in his bones. Mr. Lin, congratulations on your safe return. Your contributions to the people and your achievements for the Federation will be remembered for generations to come and will be forever recorded in history. Lu Lu Chang said sincerely. Lin Kuang felt a little embarrassed. What exactly was this phrase, to be remembered for generations to come, to be recorded in history? The manager of the shop next door felt a pang of pain in his heart as he looked at the humble Lu Chang and the spirited Lin Kuang. This big client should have been hers, but those 4 bastards drove him away. Thinking of this, her facial features twisted slightly, becoming ferocious, and she wished she could give those 4 women a good beating. Lin Kuang sold his equipment and materials and left the shop. Just as he stepped out of the trading center, a woman quickly caught up with him and blocked his path. He vaguely remembered this woman. She was the manager of the shop that had left him with such a terrible impression. Lin Kuang frowned slightly, a displeased expression on his face. He already disliked that shop, so naturally, he couldn't like the people inside either. Sir, the shop manager bowed respectfully, I'm sorry to have taken up your valuable time. You know my time is precious, yet you still stop me? Lin Kuang said bluntly, as he had no time to waste here. Seeing his displeasure, the store manager remained calm and instead humbly admitted his mistake. Sir, I am deeply sorry for the attitude of those 4 employees towards you. They have been fired by me immediately. I'm here to tell you that if you're willing to sell your equipment in our store, I can offer you a higher price. We'll also offer you a bigger discount when you buy equipment. If you're interested, we can find a quiet, undisturbed place to discuss this in detail. As she spoke, the shop manager unconsciously shuddered, her snow-white skin gleaming alluringly in the sunlight, revealing her advantages without any attempt to conceal them. Using profit as leverage, coupled with the allure of her beauty, this tactic has always worked in business, and she must seize this opportunity. It's rare to find a client like Lin Kuang who consistently brings in revenue every day. If you manage to win one over, there's always a chance to move up in rank in the future. Lin Kuang could see through it all. Her cleavage was indeed alluring, but that didn't pique his interest. He wasn't someone who would accept just anything. I'm not interested. Don't bother me anymore, he said coldly before turning and leaving. The store manager didn't dare to stop him and quickly stepped aside, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Lin Kuang's departing figure. Unexpectedly, she failed this time too. She hated those 4 troublesome women even more, her teeth clenched with rage. It was all their fault. Back home, his parents were already busy cooking in the kitchen. The ingredients were all prepared, and they were just waiting for Lin Kuang to come back so they could eat together. Lin Kuang always told them to eat first, but his parents always refused and insisted on waiting for him to come back. He had no choice but to accept it. Once he went to university in another city, his parents wouldn't have to wait for him anymore. The family sat together and enjoyed a delicious meal. After dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Lin continued watching television in the living room. They are living a leisurely life now. Their newly opened shop is still under renovation and will only get busy after it opens. Both of them were restless individuals, so they decided to open a shop and start a business. Lin Kuang could only support them and couldn't interfere, since his parents had their own life plans, and their children shouldn't meddle in their affairs. Lin Kuang returned to his room, took out his phone, and prepared to chat with Chu Yufay. Almost every night, Chu Yufay would chat with him. That's how leisurely college students' lives are. Sure enough, just as he sat down, Chu Yufay sent a message. How was your day? Lin Kuang smiled slightly and replied, same as always, find a dungeon to grind through, another fulfilling day. That was quite fulfilling / I roll. How about you today? Lin Kuang asked. Without you, I'm much more productive. A level 6 beast tide has broken out in Xinjiang, so I came here to provide support. I just came down from the front lines. Lin Kuang never expected that Chu Yufay would personally go to support the beast tide siege of the city. That was an extremely dangerous place, a reaping ground for the lives of professionals. According to official statistics, 1/3 of the Federation's professionals died during the beast horde siege. He couldn't help but worry about Chu Yufay, and the thought of her being in danger made his heart ache. But he was powerless to do anything. With his strength, supporting a level 6 beast tide would be tantamount to suicide. A level 6 beast tide is a beast tide initiated by monsters that have reached the 6th level of rank, involving more than 10 million monsters. Individual strength is insignificant in such a great battle. Although Chu Yufay is a 5th-tier legendary professional, she is still in great danger when facing the overwhelming number of monsters. She had just returned from the battlefield when she sent him a message. Lin Kuang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It felt so good to be cared for. Be careful, I'm waiting for you to come back and help me level up. All his words, however many, were condensed into this one sentence. I always keep my word. Just wait and I'll carry you to new heights / make you proud. Okay, I'll wait for you. I will wait for you. The two talked for less than 10 minutes before Chu Yufay hurriedly said goodbye, preparing to rush back to the front lines. Lin Kuang stared quietly at the screen, silently praying for Chu Yufay, while his determination to become stronger grew even stronger. If one is strong enough, there is no need to pray silently here. One can go to Chu Yufay's side in person and fight alongside her. The next morning, Lin Kuang woke up and immediately checked the latest news about the Xinjiang beast tide. What he saw made him feel increasingly heavy-hearted. The monster's attacks became more and more fierce, clearly determined to break through Xinjiang. Chu Yufay didn't send him a message. Lin Kuang thought for a moment and resisted the urge to to disturb her, he couldn't be distracted on the battlefield. He took a deep breath, suppressed his worries, got up and continued his regular life, running dungeons and hunting monsters in the wild. Back at his residence that evening, Chu Yufay finally sent him a message, which eased Lin Kuang's anxiety slightly. This time she brought good news. The leading 6th-tier mythical monster was severely injured by a senior student from the Federal University, and the beast tide began to recede. The weight lifted from Lin Kuang's heart. The beast tide had finally receded. The next morning, as soon as Lin Kuang woke up, he picked up his phone and found that Chu Yufay had sent him a message in the early hours of the morning, telling him that she had left Ningqing and returned to Federal University. After confirming that Mo Yufay was completely safe, Lin Kuang smiled and replied, "Get some rest," before getting up and leveling up with renewed energy. For the next 3 days, Lin Kuang maintained a fixed routine, breaking dungeon records in the morning, then hunting monsters outside the city, and chatting with Chu Yufay in the evening. His fame grew louder and louder, and had already spread throughout the entire Jiangnan region. The people and professionals of the Jiangnan region all know that an extraordinary prodigy has emerged here. Breaking dungeon records is as easy for him as drinking water. More importantly, his true identity has never been revealed, which adds to his mystique and attracts the curiosity of countless people, making him the top trending topic in the Jiangnan region every day. Lin Kuang knew he had successfully built up his momentum, and once the college entrance examination began, he would become the most watched contestant in the entire region. The date was the 25th, and college entrance examination registration officially began. Lin Kuang was not in a hurry to return to Ningqing. He's already level 59, and his experience bar is 80% full. He should be able to reach level 60 today. He planned to return after his third transformation, to further enhance his strength and ensure his safety, since the threat posed by the Wolfpack mercenary group was something he couldn't ignore. Upon entering the wilderness this time, Lin Kuang clearly felt that the frequency of mid-level monsters appearing had increased significantly. He had only ventured 100 miles into the wilderness when he spotted a four-tailed swift falcon hunting. Less than 20 minutes later, he spotted another enormous creature darting at high speed at low altitude, a rare level 114 King Kong. Its body is over 20 meters tall, comparable to a 7-story building, and its imposing presence is truly awe-inspiring. Lin Kuang quickly hid behind a thick tree to avoid being noticed, since the 4th-tier monster could fly and posed a great threat to him. The giant Vajra swept overhead, the roar of the air shaking Lin Kuang's eardrums. Its speed was close to the speed of sound. He kept a close eye on it out of the corner of his eye, knowing that looking directly at it might alert the other party. Once the giant Vajra had flown far away, Lin Kuang withdrew his gaze and continued forward. Upon arriving at the area where level 3 monsters gathered, he immediately encountered a group of black horned sheep, about 50 or 60 in total, all of which were level 3 monsters. Lin Kuang immediately unleashed a blood explosion attack, instantly killing most of them, and easily dispatching the rest. The experience bar jumped up again, which made Lin Kuang feel happy. After clearing the battlefield, he swept across the area as usual, but before he had gone far, he discovered a large group of monsters, even more numerous. It was a group of black gold ants, more than 300 of them. Tsk tisk. Lin Kuang let out a satisfied, strange laugh. "I'm really lucky today." After saying that, he picked up the slaughtering greatsword and charged forward. The black gold ants were stunned when they saw a second-stage human dare to charge at them alone. Are young people these days so brave? Although puzzled, they didn't want to miss out on the delicious meal that had been delivered to their door, so they quickly pounced on Lin Kuang. Soon, they understood why Lin Kuang dared to charge alone. A blood sphere exploded in their center, instantly wiping out the lives of hundreds of their comrades. The young man slammed the greatsword in his hand into the ground, and a terrifying burst of blood energy instantly wiped out the lives of many of his kind. Before him, those monsters were like ordinary ants, utterly powerless to fight back. They panicked and fled in disarray, but Lin Kuang was far faster than them. Their attempt to escape was futile, and they were all killed by his sword. Lin Kuang watched as his experience bar increased again, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He was very close to level 60. He then began clearing the battlefield, easily reaping the spoils of war. After clearing the battlefield, he continued to advance, but to Lin Kuang's shock, in less than 10 minutes, he encountered another group of about 300 baboons. If he still can't detect anything amiss, then he should really start to doubt his own brain. Monsters have a strong sense of territory, and usually each group will keep a certain distance from the others and will not gather together in one place. A few days ago, he would encounter a group of monsters about once an hour, but now he has encountered them one after another in such a short period of time, which is obviously a big problem. Lin Kuang's expression turned grave. What's going on? Could it be a beast tide like in Xinjiang? While more monsters are more advantageous to him, the prerequisite is that the monster level cannot exceed 90. Wild beast tides are usually initiated by powerful mid-level monsters, followed by a large number of low and mid-level monsters, ranging from hundreds of thousands to hundreds of millions. For example, the beast tide in Xinjiang was initiated by a 6th-tier mythical level monster, with more than 10 million monsters participating. Lin Kuang knew that he would not survive an attack by a large number of mid-level monsters, while a 6th-level monster could kill him with ease. Kill these baboons and then retreat. He made a decisive decision. He couldn't risk his life. Ningqing charged forward again with his sword, quickly slaughtering all the baboons. Meanwhile, other professionals in the area were not so lucky. They also encountered hordes of monsters. The difference is that Ningqing slaughtered monsters, while they were brutally killed by them, with screams echoing everywhere. Many professionals were left behind on this land forever. After clearing out the monster horde, Ningqing began to retreat. The situation was unclear, so it was best to run away first. Unlike the students from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, he didn't have teachers protecting him. He soon realized that his decision to run away was the right one, as more and more monsters were surging in from behind. If he hadn't been able to kill monsters so quickly, he would have been completely blocked and unable to move. Every now and then, he would see a group of people holding hands and whizzing through the air. It was teachers from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School leading students to escape the scene. The fact that all the teachers at Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, who were at least 5th-level professionals, chose to flee speaks volumes about the dire situation. Not long after, Ningqing saw more than a dozen exceptionally powerful monsters sweep across the sky, chasing after the direction in which the teachers and students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School had fled. These monsters were far beyond his detection range. All he could see were question marks. Professionals can only investigate information about monsters that are no higher than their own level, which means that those monsters must be at least level 119. It's at least the peak of the 5th rank, and possibly even the 6th rank. Thinking of this, Ningqing's heart tightened, knowing that the situation was very serious and it was basically certain that the beast tide had really broken out. Damn it, I was worried about Yufay just 2 days ago, and now I'm the one who has to worry about myself. He cursed under his breath as he swung the giant blade of slaughter once more, spurting out spheres of blood that wiped out a large pack of grey wolves. The number of monsters is increasing, and the beast tide has indeed arrived. At this moment, Ningqing was halfway up a mountain. Looking around, he saw that the nearby mountain peaks had been occupied by rampaging monsters. They all rushed toward the outer edges, as if something there was attracting them. Not only that, but more and more monsters are flying in the sky, and even groups of 4th-tier monsters are whistling past, stirring up a gust of wind. Ningqing hid under the tree canopy, afraid of making the slightest sound, as the situation grew increasingly urgent. Monsters kept surging in from behind, and the road back to the city had been blocked by powerful monsters, leaving him in a dilemma. After much deliberation, Ningqing decided to rush towards the outer perimeter. With such a large commotion caused by the beast tide, the authorities of Jiangnan City will definitely react, and may have already sent the city guards to suppress it. As long as he can reunite with the city guards, he will be safe. Just as he was about to continue his actions, a dense cacophony of cries came from the sky. Looking up, I saw countless avian monsters flying rapidly from behind. So many birds. Ningqing cursed, his face darkening. Then, he carefully used the cover of the leaves to move quietly towards the outer perimeter. The avian monsters posed a great threat to him. The scene of being chased by that silver-winged eagle was still vivid in his mind, leaving him with a deep psychological trauma. That was just one. There were thousands upon thousands before us, enough to instill fear in anyone just by looking at them. Ningqing was extremely fast. After activating his berserk mode, he was even faster than most 3rd-tier monsters. With his powerful skill attacks, he cut a bloody path through the enemy and steadily approached the buffer zone. The mountains gradually became lower, and once Ningqing crossed 3 more small hills, he could return to the buffer zone. He dared not send a spaceship to pick him up, because there were too many powerful monsters flying in the sky, making it simply unrealistic for the spaceship to enter directly. 20 minutes later, Ningqing arrived at the boundary between the hills and the buffer zone. Standing on a mountaintop, he looked around and found that the sky and the ground were filled with monsters. He frequently stopped to avoid being targeted by mid-level and avian monsters, which caused many monsters to get ahead of him. Previously, when facing tens of thousands of wolf monsters in the Wolf King's secret realm, he already felt overwhelmed. But compared to this place, it was nothing. The number of monsters here was simply uncountable. Monsters also surrounded Ningqing. He never stopped swinging his sword and continuously unleashing skills to kill the monsters that charged at him one by one. His gaze was fixed intently on the buffer zone below, where most of the area had been occupied by monsters, with only a small group of professionals still putting up a fight. Those professionals were also surrounded by monsters and were struggling to break through. Above them, dozens of professionals were engaged in a fierce battle with powerful monsters, a situation equally critical, as the number of these powerful monsters was even greater. A dazzling bolt of lightning flashed somewhere, attracting Ningqing's attention. A figure surrounded by lightning appeared in his sight. It was Mu Ziyun. She raised her staff high, and a dark cloud flashing with lightning appeared in the air. Then, countless bolts of lightning struck down from the cloud, covering an area of 50 or 60 meters. Among the monsters struck by lightning, those below the 3rd rank rarity were instantly torn to shreds, while even the 3rd rank rarity monsters could only withstand the attack for 2 or 3 seconds before being torn to pieces pieces as well. As expected of a mythical professional, their terrifying attack power is astonishing. For young people around Mu Ziyun performed exceptionally well, blocking all the monsters rushing towards her and creating the best possible environment for her to deal damage. Lin Kuang was quite familiar with the four people, two of whom were Shin Boji and Li Tsuanzhan, whom he had defeated before. Seeing this, Lin Kuang knew that the teachers and students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School had ultimately failed to escape and had been intercepted by the monster. His eyes flashed with deep thought, his jaw clenched and unclenched, and after much deliberation, he finally made up his mind to meet up with Mu Ziyun and the others first. There are powerful beings protecting him there, so he is not afraid of monsters below the 4th rank, but he is most afraid of being targeted by monsters above the 4th rank. Without powerful beings to protect him, he is in great danger. Having made his decision, Lin Kuang did not hesitate. He swung the slaughtering giant blade heavily, shattering all the monsters within a 66-meter radius. He then stomped his foot on the ground and shot out rapidly, covering a distance of dozens of meters. He unleashed another cross-shaped sword aura, clearing out the monsters within dozens of meters ahead and then strode across dozens of meters. Then, he unleashed the blood explosion skill, sending a blood orb crashing to the ground and triggering a terrifying explosion that cleared a large area once again. Lin Kuang's astonishing destructive power was like a splash of ice water, instantly calming the crazed monsters and filling their eyes with fear. The humans in front of them were truly terrifying. They killed their own kind as easily as chopping vegetables, slicing off large numbers of them with a single stroke. Lin Kuang's entire body was engulfed in blood flames, perfectly embodying the title of the blood demon god. As long as his blood flowed, he was a demon from the depths of hell, and anyone who stood in his way, whether god or Buddha, would be killed. Most of the monsters on the ground are below the 4th level, posing little threat to Lin Kuang. He has extremely high health, and when he unleashes a desperate attack, no monster can withstand it. Moreover, his health was being consumed at a rate far slower than his life-stealing rate. His health was increasing rapidly, reaching an astonishing level. He even suspected that the health of a 7th-tier monster was less than his own. Nevertheless, he was not complacent. High health does not mean invincibility. He is still in danger if targeted by mid-level monsters. His biggest weakness is that he cannot fly. To reduce his presence, Lin Kuang later decided to stop using his skills, since even after using his ultimate attack, his normal attacks could still kill monsters instantly. From above, one could see a tiny figure surrounded by monsters, which crashed against it wave after wave like a raging tide. However, that figure is like a reef that has stood for millions of years on the beach, unwavering no matter how the raging waves crash against it. Every time he swung his sword, the monsters blocking his way were cleaved in two. Even rare level 90 monsters could hardly withstand his ordinary sword strike. Countless skills rained down on him, leaving his body riddled with holes, but his aura only grew more ferocious. The blood flames soared into the sky and burned fiercely, like a life-devouring monster, mercilessly tearing apart any monsters that approached. That figure was none other than Lin Kuang. Compared to his indomitable spirit, the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School were now plunged into deep despair. After fighting for so long, their mental energy was almost exhausted, and the recovery speed of the medicine could not keep up with the pace of consumption. Once their mental energy is exhausted, they can no longer use their skills. Without skills, they are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in front of monsters, waiting to be devoured. A student screamed in terror, his face turning pale and his body trembling as the gaping maw approached. He tried to use his skills to block, but without mental energy, he couldn't do so, and his companions around him couldn't spare the time to help. How is that possible? He could only watch helplessly as the gigantic maw descended. His vision suddenly went dark, and excruciating pain struck as half of his body was swallowed by the monster. Blood splattered everywhere, flesh flew everywhere, half of the corpse was torn apart by sharp teeth, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Such horrific scenes continued to unfold, leaving the students who witnessed them terrified. They screamed incessantly, their bodies went limp, some even lost control of their bladders, and some rolled their eyes back and fainted. Help! Someone please help me! Where have the city guards gone? Why haven't they shown up yet? Where are the powerful figures of Jiangnan City? Why haven't they come to our rescue? The students screamed in agony, wailing and collapsing. Having always lived in a sheltered environment, they simply could not bear this hellish scene. In fact, they misunderstood the powerful figures of Jiangnan City. Those powerful figures had already been intercepted. At this moment, the sky above Jiangnan City was changing rapidly. Two powerful figures were facing each other, their auras terrifying, and the mere release of their energy stirred up the wind in clouds. If students from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School were here at this moment, they would surely see that almost all the renowned experts of Jiangnan City had gathered here. Chi Feng, the regional chief of the Jiangnan region, Mu Yunqiao, the president of the Leifa Guild, the commander of the city guard, the president of the Professionals Association, the president of Jiangnan University, and the heads of various guilds and groups. These high-level professionals, whose every stomp would shake the entire Jiangnan region, have all gathered here. Opposite them was another group of people, but these people had various strange characteristics. The leading man had a pair of wings burning with flames on his back, which which emitted an extremely hot aura that evaporated the surrounding clouds. The other people behind him were all different. Some had shimmering scales on their faces, some had tails extending from their buttocks, and some had thick fur growing on their chests. Strictly speaking, they are not real people, but monsters that have taken human form. According to the rules of the world, monsters of the 7th rank or higher can transform into human form. The powerful figures of Jiangnan City are blocked here by powerful monsters and cannot go outside the city to rescue the professionals. Although neither side made a move, they had already released all their energy without reservation, putting pressure on each other. The space between the two powerful figures was distorted and deformed, unable to withstand the collision of their auras, demonstrating the immense strength of both sides. The monstrous powerhouse with fiery wings grinned smugly. Shi Feng, you'd better just watch the show, or I won't hesitate to destroy Jiangnan. Shi Feng's expression was cold and stern. Upon hearing this, a chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes. Zhuge, don't talk nonsense in front of me. I, Shi Feng, am never threatened. Since you're here, stay and accept the challenge. Ha ha ha. Zhuge burst into wild laughter, her tone full of sarcasm. Shi Feng, you're just a legendary professional. Even a 10th level mythical cultivator wouldn't dare to say these things to me. What are you? Two terrifying bolts of lightning shot from Shi Feng's eyes, their light soaring into the sky. Immediately afterward, the wind and clouds gathered, and dark clouds quickly enveloped the entire city of Jiangnan. Thick, dark clouds seemed to press down on the sky, with lightning flashing within them, as if the end of the world had arrived. The wind and thunder divine sword in Shi Feng's hand shone with dazzling light, illuminating the entire city of Jiangnan. He immediately unleashed a sword strike, the sword energy distorting space and shooting towards the vermilion bird at an unimaginable speed. An endless gale swept across the sky, and violent lightning fell from the dark clouds. The wind and thunder intertwined and condensed on the sword energy, greatly enhancing its power. This single sword strike is enough to tear apart 10,000 mountains and cleave 1,000 miles of sea. Although Zhuge outwardly looked down on Shi Feng, he dared not be careless in the face of this attack. After all, no expert who had reached the 10th level was a pushover. He spread his wings, and raging flames shot into the sky instantly, sweeping across the vast expanse of the heavens with lightning speed, their power even surpassing that of the strongest hydrogen bomb. With a flap of its wings, the flames that blotted out the sky formed a pair of giant wings, stirring up an endless storm that even distorted the void and forcefully blasted towards the sword energy. Where the sword energy collided with the fire wings, space twisted violently, as if it had been twisted into a pretzel. The area of distortion spread rapidly, engulfing everything around it. The human powerhouses behind Shi Feng and the monster powerhouses behind Zhuge all charged towards each other, and the fierce battle between the two sides officially broke out. The sky was turbulent with wind and clouds. The people of Jiangnan City looked at the sky, which was sometimes covered with dark clouds and sometimes blazing with flames, and their faces were full of deep worry. Even though they were far apart, the oppressive feeling emanating from the sky made it difficult for them to breathe. They could only silently pray that the human warriors could defeat the monsters, otherwise Jiangnan City would be doomed. In this chaotic world, there is no absolutely safe zone. Tragedies such as the destruction of district governments have also occurred. In the sky, spaceships flew out of the city at top speed. Following the ship's movements, the view shifted to the area outside the city walls, where war was already raging. Whether on the ground or in the air, the flames of war spread, with mid-level human professionals and mid-level monsters fiercely fighting outside the city walls. Blood stained the earth red, and corpses fell like rain. The battlefield was like a machine that harvested lives, with people dying every minute and every second. This war came extremely suddenly and without warning to the professionals in Jiangnan City. The monsters and powerful warriors seemed to have appeared out of thin air and were already at the city gates. They were caught off guard, and now, let alone providing support in the field, it was uncertain whether they could even hold Jiangnan City. The students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School were completely unaware of this. If they wanted to return to the city alive, they had to rely on themselves, because the powerful figures in the city were no longer able to help them. Returning our focus to the students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, as more and more classmates were devoured by the monster, their despair grew day by day, and they could no longer see any hope of survival. Only a few people had not yet fallen into panic, including Mu Ziyun, who was leading the way, and 4 other legendary professionals. However, they were also extremely exhausted. They were able to remain calm because they had received the most rigorous training and their willpower was much stronger than that of ordinary people. A mouthful of blood spurted from Li Tsuanzhan's mouth, and his body fell heavily to the ground. As a soldier of the elite squad, he stood alone at the forefront, enduring the fiercest attacks. Even legendary warriors would find it difficult to withstand the onslaught. He was only level 50-something, while many of the monsters were third-tier monsters, so his injuries were extremely serious. Li Tsuanzhan, you can't fall, Shun Bujie roared. If it weren't for the warriors blocking the monsters' attacks, the remaining few wouldn't have been able to hold on. The legendary holy healer in the team quickly cast a healing spell to heal Li Tsuanzhan's wounds, but Li Tsuanzhan was exhausted and could not get up for a while. Seeing a large number of monsters monsters surging towards them. Mu Ziyun's expression turned solemn, and she coldly raised the staff in her hand. Thunder erupted, and bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from the staff, sweeping across an area of dozens of meters in front, clearing another space. Li Tsuanzhan struggled to his feet, supporting himself with his shield. Cough cough. He coughed up blood twice. This can't go on. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. His words instantly weighed heavily on his teammates' minds. Without their warrior, their chances of holding out against the monster's relentless attacks were undoubtedly greatly reduced. Li Tsuanzhan was the strongest warrior among the students. If even he couldn't hold on, the situation of the other students was even worse. Looking at the endless monster, the few prodigies present felt powerless. They saw no hope whatsoever. Shen Bujie frowned, his lips drooping weakly. Sigh. I never thought that someone as handsome and dashing as me would die at the hands of a woman, which would be acceptable, but to be swallowed by a monster is truly unfortunate. Shen Bujie, don't tell me you're still a virgin, the legendary assassin Deathsthorn exclaimed in surprise. The others also looked surprised, glancing sideways at Shen Bujie. This guy is always flirting with girls and has no shortage of female company, yet he hasn't made a move. He doesn't seem like a gentleman at all. Shen Bujie's face darkened. What kind of question is that? Do I look like a casual man? He retorted with displeasure. Exclamation point. Deathsthorn cried out in alarm. Do you know that your house has collapsed? The others became even more suspicious and began to ponder the truthfulness of Shen Bujie's words. I said, why don't you all go back alive and then talk about these boring topics? Mu Ziyun couldn't help but scold, her impatient voice bringing everyone back from their gossip. Once they realized what was happening, they continued to attack the monster, but their strength was waning, their injuries were worsening, their minds were becoming increasingly heavy, and their mental energy was almost exhausted. Mu Ziyun frowned and continued to use her skills, but even she, the purple heaven thunder god, felt powerless. The monster showed no signs of abating, and she was filled with anxiety, unsure if she could hold out until rescue arrived. At this moment, perhaps only Lin Kuang had not given up hope. He was approaching the students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School step by step, like a sharp arrow piercing through the monster's defenses. A black python suddenly lunged at a girl. She raised her sword to use her skill to block it, but her face turned pale and she trembled as she realized that she could not activate her skill at all. Terrified screams rang out, but the surrounding classmates were too busy trying to survive to offer any help. The girl could only helplessly watch as the gigantic maw drew closer, its stench overwhelming and suffocating. She closed her eyes in despair, awaiting death. However, the expected excruciating pain did not occur. She opened her eyes and saw a figure shrouded in blood flames standing in front of her. The figure exuded a fierce aura, its eyes blazing with crimson light and its entire body stained with blood, making it as terrifying as a demon. The black python was now a corpse, lying to one side. The girl instinctively took a few steps back, the menacing aura emanating from his figure filling her with genuine fear. This person was naturally Lin Kuang. After a bloody battle, he finally reunited with the students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. The girl didn't recognize him, but the surrounding classmates all recognized Lin Kuang. After all, his reputation was too great. Lin Kuang, who defeated Shen Bujie, the Sword Emperor of Flowing Light, in one move, and who seems to break dungeon records every day, is a legendary figure that no one can forget. It's him, that person. How did he get here? It looks like it fought its way out of a horde of monsters. How is this possible? The students were shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief and awe. Lin Kuang had no time to pay attention to these things. He needed to rush to the front line to clear the way and return to Jiangnan City as soon as possible. Along the way, the students made way for him, not daring to obstruct him in the slightest. The murderous aura emanating from Lin Kuang was like that of a demon god descending, and mortals simply did not have the courage to look him in the eye. At the forefront, Mu Ziyun and her 5 elite team members were in dire straits. Li Tsuanzhan had already collapsed and lost consciousness. If Shen Bujie hadn't been quick-witted and dragged him to the back, he probably would have already become the monster's meal. With no warriors available, Shen Bujie, the Sword Emperor of Flowing Light, had to take the lead. However, while he excelled in speed and penetration, defense was not his strong suit. Faced with the monster's relentless bombardment, he was simply powerless to stop it. He couldn't withstand the monster's attacks, and Mu Ziyun and the other two also lost their stable output environment. Not only were they unable to advance, but they were also overwhelmed by the monster. Their injuries worsened rapidly, and if this continued, they would surely die. Why hasn't anyone come to our aid yet? Are we just going to be abandoned like this? Shen Bujie roared angrily. The faces of the others were also filled with anger. So many people were here, and the city's powerful figures certainly knew about it, yet no one came to their rescue. This feeling of abandonment left them feeling both heartbroken and angry, and they found it hard to accept. Damn it! Deaththorn roared, his eyes blazing with fire, his teeth clenched, and his cheeks puffed out. I was thinking of becoming a high-level professional and dominating the world, but I never expected to be dead before even reaching the 3rd job advancement. The holy healer frowned and said anxiously, stop complaining. First, find a way to block the monster's attacks and create a safe environment for Ziyun to deal damage. stage. Her voice trembled slightly, unable to suppress her inner fear. Sigh. Shinbuji sighed. The problem is, where can we find another legendary warrior? If we could find one, I wouldn't have to be at the forefront anymore. Just when they were at their wits' end, a calm voice came from behind them. Perhaps I can give it a try. Upon hearing this, Shinbuji, Deaththorn, and Holy Healer all felt a sense of familiarity. A handsome and domineering face flashed into their minds, and they quickly turned their gaze toward the direction from which the voice came, and sure enough, they saw the person. The three men were overjoyed. They all knew how powerful Lin Kuan was and suspected him to be an extraordinary person. With his help, the current situation would definitely be greatly alleviated. Mu Ziyun, however, looked doubtful. She didn't know Lin Kuan, and how much stronger could someone she didn't know be? Shinbuji grinned from ear to ear, raising an eyebrow. The big boss is here. Quickly take over for me, I can't hold on any longer. Mu Ziyun scrutinized Lin Kuan with a critical look in her eyes. She asked the monk Xingyu beside her, since judging from the monk's eyes, he seemed to know this person. He's the one who defeated Shinbuji in one move, and is suspected to be Lin Kuang, Master Xingyu quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyun's eyes narrowed and her brows furrowed. This was Lin Kuang, who had broken many of her father's records. Oof, she sneered inwardly, I'll see just how strong he really is. Just then, Lin Kuang's gaze turned to her, and the two most outstanding high school graduates in the Jiangnan region made eye contact for the first time. Lin Kuang's eyes were calm yet wild, showing no awe even when facing a mythical professional. The blood demon god is disrespectful to heaven and earth, and to gods and Buddhas, let alone a mere mortal. Mu Ziyun's gaze was proud and domineering. As the apple of the eye of a 9 revolutions mythical professional, she was destined to be extraordinary from birth. Her status didn't allow her to be anything but proud. Raised by her father from a young age, she also had a rather domineering personality. After transforming into the purple heaven thunder god, she became even more arrogant and domineering. Their eyes met, and it was as if a silent thunderclap had exploded into a series of sparks. Leave the monsters on the ground to me, and the monsters in the sky to you, Lin Kuang said calmly. Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyun frowned slightly. Were these words meant to instruct her on how to do things? No one could teach her. You're really arrogant. There are millions of monsters on the ground. What are you going to do to stop them? Why should I listen to you? She retorted coldly, her words sharp and confrontational. A cold expression appeared between Lin Kuang's brows. He couldn't understand why Mu Ziyun would argue with him in such a critical situation. If it weren't for the fact that she was better suited to dealing with avian monsters, he would have turned around and left long ago. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, the others quickly stepped in to mediate. Shinbuji quickly walked to Mu Ziyun's side, flicked his bangs, and said, Mu, don't get excited. This brother means no harm. He's just making a suggestion, and I agree with his opinion. Besides, there's no better way right now. Deaththorn chimed in, yes, now we have no choice but to try anything, we must work together. Master Xingyu gently tugged at Mu Ziyun's sleeve and said softly, Ziyun, he is really strong. Mu Ziyun listened to the three of them and said coldly, I hope someone can last a minute. Lin Kuang was too lazy to waste words on this proud peacock. He turned his gaze to the monsters surging towards him, and his killing intent erupted. A strong chill instantly spread, causing even Shinbuji and the holy healer priest to shiver. Even the Deaththorn couldn't help but tremble. As a professional assassin, he was exceptionally perceptive of killing intent. In his eyes, Lin Kuang was no longer a mortal, but a god of slaughter who had killed millions. Mu Ziyun's eyes were also fixed on Lin Kuang. She was equally sensitive to killing intent. The killing intent emanating from Lin Kuang was actually stronger than that of many fifth-tier professionals in the guild, which surprised her quite a bit. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Kuang, eager to witness firsthand the performance of this swordsman who was like a god of death. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Kuang made a move. Blood began to seep from the giant blade in his hand, and soon the greatsword was completely stained blood red. Then, Lin Kuang drew across with both hands holding the sword, and immediately a cross-shaped sword aura spanning 20 meters swept out. Wherever the sword energy passed, all the monsters it touched were shattered into 4 pieces. Whether they were first-tier, second-tier, or third-tier monsters, or ordinary, elite, or rare monsters, none of them had any chance to fight back. Before this cross-shaped sword energy, all the monsters were like weak ants, completely vulnerable. The sword energy swept across more than 60 meters, clearing a space in the tide of monsters. This scene had a huge impact on Mu Ziyun and the students around them. A second-tier swordsman, wearing only a set of rare equipment, instantly killed hundreds of monsters with a single skill, including many third-tier rare monsters. The damage and range of this skill far exceeded their comprehension. As we all know, among all professions, the mage is second to none in terms of skill damage and attack range. But even Mu Ziyun, a second-tier mythical mage, couldn't match his skills, which she found unbelievable. What kind of swordsman is this? This was the question on their minds. Everyone stared in disbelief, speechless with astonishment. Their mouths were agape enough to swallow an apple, and their eyes were wide open as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Shinbuji patted his chest, still shaken, and said with a dry throat, goodness, if he had used his skills on me last time, I probably would be dead already. Death's Thorn was also quite frightened. Luckily, it wasn't my turn to challenge him. This is too powerful. How can his skills be so abnormal? The holy healer was stunned, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. Mu Ziyun's expression was similar to that of her other classmates. She had always been proud, and this was even more so after she became the Purple Heaven Thunder God. As the princess of the Thunder Mage Guild, she has access to the best equipment and is led by a powerful guild elite team while leveling up, with skills to choose from one after another. Moreover, she is not the kind of lazy, unambitious second-generation rich kid. She has firm goals and has never slacked off, otherwise she would not have reached her current level. Her talent is an extremely rare, growth-type talent, so powerful it's as if she's cheating. She firmly believes that she is invincible among her peers and that no one can defeat her. But after witnessing Lin Kuang's monstrous skills firsthand, her confidence began to waver. Although she could also kill rare monsters at the 3rd tier, it was nowhere near as decisive and efficient as Lin Kuang's. Even rare monsters that have reached the 3rd rank can struggle a bit under her skills, but in the face of Lin Kuang's skills, they are as fragile as bubbles and easily shatter. Just as everyone was still in shock, Lin Kuang acted again. Facing the surging monsters, he slammed the greatsword in his hand heavily into the ground. The blood energy swept across an area of tens of meters in an instant, like a missile explosion. The monsters touched by the blood energy instantly turned into blood foam, merging into the blood mist, and died without a doubt. Immediately afterward, Lin Kuang unleashed another sword strike and a blood sphere exploded, shooting out into the air and landing among the monsters. Then, a dazzling blood-red mushroom cloud exploded, turning another group of monsters into blood foam. The students were stunned into near numbness. One skill being so powerful could be attributed to chance, but every single skill being so abnormal, what could they say? They could only kneel before him and worship him with utmost reverence. This is outrageous. How can a swordsman have every skill that's a wide area attack? It's not just that the area of effect is large, the damage is also terrifyingly high. Isn't that the mage carrying the greatsword? No mage's skills are as overpowered as his. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that this was Lin Kuang. Only a monster like him could drastically break President Mu's dungeon records. The surrounding students were discussing it enthusiastically. Their hopes, which had been extinguished in despair, were rekindled. With such an extraordinary leader to guide them, perhaps they could truly forge a path to victory. Bro, should we save some skills? Shin Buji cautiously reminded Lin Kuang. The greater the power of a skill, the greater its consumption. No matter how strong this guy is right now, he's only at the 2nd tier, and his mental energy is ultimately limited. Lin Kuang responded indifferently, and then once again unleashed his bloodthirsty hand, instantly annihilating a group of monsters. Immediately afterwards, he unleashed a cross slash, tearing open another blood-red passage. The cooldown of Mountain Crash Slash ended, and the giant sword slammed down heavily, bloody aura filling the air, instantly destroying a large number of monsters. Why is his skill cooldown so fast? With such powerful skills and such short cooldowns, what kind of monster is this? I don't understand at all. The students were once again speechless with shock. Lin Kuang's skills had almost no cooldowns, wave after wave, and none of the charging monsters escaped. He was like an incomparably sharp blade, and the monsters that stood in his way were nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He forged ahead relentlessly, his speed increasing dramatically, and some students couldn't keep up with him even when they ran as fast as they could. Don't forget, they're moving through a horde of beasts, not on a flat track. The students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School were completely dumbfounded. They had already prepared themselves to be devoured by the monster, but unexpectedly, they saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Who would believe that someone of similar level could single-handedly lead them through an attack by millions of monsters? Mu Ziyun bit her lip, silently following behind Lin Kuang, her feelings incredibly complex. Her invincible confidence was shattered by Lin Kuang's wild and tyrannical demeanor. A swordsman has skills with higher damage, wider range, shorter cooldown, and all of them are instant cast. The all-encompassing, relentless onslaught left her breathless, and her Dao heart was on the verge of shattering. She could only grit her teeth and use her skills to bombard the birds in the sky, clearing away the aerial threats for everyone. The staff unleashed dazzling lightning, and continuous bolts of lightning blasted into the sky, tearing the swooping birds to shreds. With their combined strength, she and Lin Kuang managed to carve out a bloody path through the desperate situation. However, she showed no excitement. She was both disturbed by Lin Kuang's attack and her mental strength had dropped below the danger level, so she couldn't hold on for long. More importantly, the teachers are at a disadvantage against the monsters in terms of intermediate level strength. Once the intermediate level monsters abandon the teachers and deal with them alone, they are simply unable to resist. Seeing that Lin Kuang was still using his skills, she had to speak up to remind him. Hey you, why don't you save your skills and let Shinbuji and the others take turns? After all, your mental energy is limited. She called out to Lin Kuang's back. Her only response was a bland "it's alright." Mu Ziyun was furious. Why was this guy so stubborn? Did he really think his mental energy was inexhaustible? As time passed, Mu Ziyun's face gradually turned pale, her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she had very little mental energy left. The other students fared even worse. Most of them were no longer able to use their skills due to exhaustion of mental energy. Basic mental energy potions have extremely limited effect on restoring mental energy and are essentially useless. But there was one exception. That person seemed to never tire. With inexhaustible mental energy, he continued to use his skills, and his condition only got better and better, without any signs of overexertion. That person was naturally Ningqing. His skills consumed health points, and with the help of the blood god talent, his health points kept increasing, so his condition naturally got better and better. His entire body was engulfed in blood flames, his eyes blazing with an increasingly blinding crimson light, and his explosive aura grew ever more ferocious, emanating an aura that chilled even the monsters to the bone. Many monsters no longer dared to attack Ningqing. Their fear of high-level monsters was far less than their fear of Ningqing. After all, anyone would instinctively be afraid to see their companions being harvested like leeks. An absurd scene unfolded. The monsters in front of Ningqing all stepped aside, making way for him. Those students would never forget this scene. A figure enveloped in blood flames, wielding a giant sword, walked straight through a million monsters, who retreated as if commoners had encountered an emperor, their eyes filled with fear. The idea that one person could be worth a million enemy soldiers became concrete and real at this moment, and the exaggerated statement was transformed into a vivid portrayal. Above, the teachers from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School and those mid-level monsters also fell silent. They kept a close eye on the fierce battle below. The teachers were extremely anxious, knowing that the students were no match for the onslaught of a million monsters. Without reinforcements, the students were destined to perish in the monsters' bellies. Even with mythical and legendary professionals among the students, it couldn't change the outcome. Many ants can kill an elephant, let alone these monsters, which are not ants but colossal beasts. However, the seemingly inevitable doom was rewritten by a single person and a single sword. A single person and a single sword instilled fear in the hearts of millions of monsters. He possesses inexhaustible energy, his skills have no cooldown, and his damage is off the charts. No monster below the 4th job advancement can survive a single strike from him. He was like a demon god who slaughtered all living beings. All life was nothing but weeds in his eyes, and he could harvest a large number of them with just a light swing of his sword. In contrast, the mid-level monsters felt quite differently. They were originally 100% confident that they could bury all the students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. The plan initially went smoothly, but the strongmen of Jiangnan City were blocked by the strongmen of the Monster Clan, and the teachers were also held back. A million monsters surrounded the students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. The students had long been lambs to the slaughter, and any resistance seemed futile. But with the appearance of that demon-like young man, everything changed completely. His million subordinates were terrified by his killings. No matter what commands the monsters gave, none of their subordinates dared to stop the young man's advance. At the very top of the sky battlefield, a heavily armored warrior swung his axe, its blade powerful enough to tear mountains apart, colliding with a colossal claw reaching for the sky. A terrifying elemental storm swept across the sky, dissipating all the clouds within a radius of 10,000 meters. The skills of a 6th-tier powerhouse already possessed the power to destroy mountains and rivers. This middle-aged man was the principal of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, a 6th-level epic warrior. His opponent was a 6th-level black dragon, also an epic-level creature. How is that possible? The black dragon scanned the area below, its vertical pupils shooting out a cold, icy glint. It was deeply shocked. It considered itself to be knowledgeable and experienced, and familiar with the mythical geniuses of the human race, but it had never seen such a terrifying professional who could single-handedly defeat a million subordinates. This boy must die. Even if we spare Mu Ziyun, we must never let him go. A strong killing intent surged in the black dragon's heart as it sensed the immense threat posed by Ningqing. It had a vague premonition that if it failed to kill that kid this time, the monsters would be in big trouble in the future. The principal also fixed his gaze on Ningqing, his eyes filled with shock. Having served as the principal of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School for over 10 years, he has cultivated two mythical professionals and has a profound understanding of their strength. But the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him completely overturned his understanding. What kind of talent could create such a monster? He dared not and could not imagine it. He felt extremely fortunate that the young man had stepped forward when the students were in dire straits, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If all the students are killed, even if he atones with his death, he will not be able to absolve himself of his guilt. Heaven has been kind to me. Besides Mu Ziyun, another mythical professional has been sent to me. If I can kill both of them, it will be enough to make your federation feel a pang of heartache for a while. Especially that kid. His talent is definitely top-notch, TSK. Although the black dragon was smiling, its tone was icy and chilling. Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes turned cold as he stared at the black dragon and said, "With us here, you can forget about interfering in the battlefield below." His tone was unwavering. Black dragon sneered, "Xie Ping, you're all too busy to take care of yourselves, yet but you still want to look after those little guys? Just wait and see that brat gets swallowed whole by my men." Having finished speaking, it turned its gaze downwards, its dragon claw pointing directly at Lin Kuang. "All mid-level comrades, listen to my command. Break through the defenses at all costs and kill that brat." "Yes, Commander." The mid-level monsters responded in unison, unleashing all their power as they charged downwards. "All teachers, do everything in your power to stop the mid-level monsters. Even if it means death, we cannot let them break through our defenses," the principal roared, his voice carrying down to the others. "We swear to complete the mission, even at the cost of our lives." The teachers at number 1 middle school roared and did their best to stop the mid-level monsters' attack. However, the disparity in strength would not change because of their will. Even if they fought with all their might, coughing up blood, or even sacrificed themselves, they still could not completely stop the offensive of all the mid-level monsters. A level 120 epic level giant dog smashed a teacher's body to pieces before plummeting to the ground below. The other teachers tried to stop it, but they were powerless and could only watch helplessly as the giant descended upon the battlefield below. A thought simultaneously crossed their minds, and their faces were filled with self-reproach. If that young man below, or any other students, were to die because of this, they would surely die with resentment. The students below were thinking the same thing as the teachers. A level 120 epic boss, every move he made carried the power to shatter mountains and split rocks. How could they possibly stop him? Even if the person who claims to have subdued millions of monsters is very strong, he is definitely no match for King Kong. Because it can fly and has an attack range of over 500 meters, the person was completely helpless and could only passively take the beating. A person's blood volume is ultimately limited. If one is passively attacked for a long time, one's life will eventually be exhausted. Shin Bujia's face was pale, filled with helplessness and despair. "It's over," he wailed, unable to believe that Lin Kuang could withstand the giant Vidra that was as big as a small mountain. "Why isn't the reinforcement here yet?" Death Spike roared through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with a death wish. Mu Ziyun's expression also became extremely solemn. The death aura emanating from the great Vajra made her feel an unprecedented sense of despair. Even mythical professionals could not cross the level 60 combat threshold. A wave of helplessness washed over her, and she frankly admitted that she was at her wit's end. Although her attack range was close to 200 meters, the giant was firmly positioned 300 or 400 meters in the air, making it impossible for her to attack. Lin Kuan was the only one who remained calm. He knew he was no match for Dejin Gang, but with his current health and the fact that the monsters around him were practically living blood bags, it was almost impossible for Dejin Gang to kill him. He looked up, his gaze meeting that of the giant golden statue across the distance. The giant, lantern-like eyes looked down at Lin Kuang, a cruel smile spreading across its face. "Kid, the game is over." Then, it threw a punch at Lin Kuang, and then turned around to return to the battlefield. True Vajra never looks back. The fist imprint resembled a falling meteor, crushing the air and creating a rolling wave of air. Before the fist had even fully landed, the shockwave it generated was unbearable for many students, causing their legs and backs to involuntarily bend towards the ground. This is the oppressive aura of the strong. With a single move, the weak don't even have the right to die standing. "Run!" Shin Bujia shouted at Lin Kuang. "Run!" The others also shouted in unison, unable to think of any other way for Lin Kuang to deal with the situation except to escape. However, Lin Kuang did not try to escape, nor could he escape at all. He had already been locked onto by the great Vajra's attack. The fist imprints were like homing missiles, and escaping would be futile. His eyes were full of contempt. A mere level 120 epic boss was not worthy of killing him. He raised the giant blade of slaughter, pointing it directly at the great Vajra, his expression full of provocation. He must be insane. The students were screaming inwardly, "How dare they provoke us at a time like this?" Just then, the fist imprint descended within 100 meters of Lin Kuang. At the critical moment, blinding lightning erupted from above Lin Kuang's head, and bolts of lightning as thick as buckets shot out from Mu Ziyun's staff, striking the fist imprint. She was not completely overwhelmed by the giant golden man. Despite her splitting headache, she still forced herself to use her skills to buy Lin Kuang a moment of life. "Mu Ziyun has made her move. We have a chance. We must block it. It definitely can." A glimmer of hope rekindled in the hearts of the desperate students, but this hope came quickly and went even faster. The lightning, powerful enough to shatter an alloy wall, was instantly crushed and disarmed upon impact with the fist imprint, much like a weak man encountering a fierce woman. The lightning was easily crushed by the fist imprint, which continued to pound down, emitting a suffocating aura. Many students closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Lin Kuang being crushed into mincemeat. Mu Ziyun couldn't stop him, and even though Lin Kuang was strong, he couldn't withstand it either. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her teeth clenched so tightly that they clicked. The difference was simply too great. Her eyes were filled with despair. How could they possibly withstand such a powerful giant dog? Having such a great script, it might all end here. "Mom and Dad, I've let you down." She closed her eyes in anguish. Just then, Lin Kuang finally made his move. The giant blade of slaughter was once again stained with blood. He gripped the sword tightly with both both hands and slashed fiercely at the huge fist imprint. A blood sphere, only 2 meters in diameter, soared into the sky. Compared to the massive fist imprint, which was as large as a small mountain, it appeared extremely small, like a ping-pong ball hitting a basketball. The outcome was already predetermined. As everyone held their breath in suspense, the blood sphere and the fist imprint collided with a deafening roar, followed by the blood sphere exploding violently like a missile. The crowd's expression shifted from despair to disbelief in an instant, because the seemingly indestructible fist imprint in their eyes had been completely shattered by the explosion of blood energy. The blood sphere was not crushed, nor was it evenly matched. Instead, the fist imprint was instantly crushed by the blood sphere in the opposite direction. Is he even human? Is he really a second job class player? My god, I must be dreaming. Many students gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths practically agape, as if they had used up all the shock they had ever experienced in their lives. Mu Ziyun's face turned as if she had seen a ghost, followed by a bitter expression. Is the gap between us really that huge? Ningqing gazed at the giant Vajra that had already soared into the sky, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. Heh, where are you planning to go, you big idiot up there? De Jin Gang was stunned when he heard this. He turned around and saw Ningqing standing there unharmed, his brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character, river. It cautiously looked around, suspecting that mid-level assassins were lurking nearby, and that they were the ones who had blocked its attack. At the highest point, the black dragon, enraged by the sight, roared, "Fool! Nobody's helping you. That brat blocked your attack. Kill him now, or I'll devour you." Upon hearing the black dragon's words, De Jin suddenly realized what was happening, his eyes completely changing as his pupils contracted sharply. A mere second-stage cultivator can actually block my attack? Immediately, a fanatical killing intent appeared on its face, and its eyes shot out a fierce and savage light. Such a monster must not be spared. Kid, I don't believe you can withstand this move, meteor fall. It roared to the sky, its hands bursting forth with earthy yellow light, as earth elements surged and gathered in its palms. Immediately afterwards, it clapped its hands at Ningqing, and huge meteorites with diameters of over 30 meters crashed down on Ningqing. In the blink of an eye, a meteorite belt formed in the sky, and the meteorites ignited with flames as they rubbed against the air. Damn it, even the strongest defense can't completely withstand this kind of continuous attack skill. I hope his defense is as strong as his attack. Impossible. If that were the case, he wouldn't have any injuries. It's over, the level difference is just too big after all. The students' hearts were gripped with fear once again, their expressions filled with dread, lest they witness the horrific sight of Ningqing being smashed into a bloody pulp by the meteorite. Mu Ziyan chanted the incantation again, but when she raised her staff to cast the spell, she found that the staff was unusually dim, and she was no longer able to use her skills. The holy healing priest was in the same boat. He wanted to apply an amplification skill to Ningqing, but he couldn't. Only Ningqing remained calm. He first unleashed a cross slash, the cross-shaped sword energy soaring into the sky and colliding with the meteorite. Without any violent collision, the cross-shaped sword energy easily shattered the meteorite as if splitting a wooden board. The power of this attack was so great that it sent chills down the spines of everyone else, who secretly marveled at its terrifying nature. But this does not mean that Ningqing has solved the problem, because the meteorite belt continues to extend and bombards the area. Ningqing did not choose to sit and wait for death. He transformed into a bloody shadow and rushed towards the monster horde in front of him. Since we can't stop the meteorite, let's take the opportunity to kill more monsters and suck their blood. Big King Kong snorted coldly. Do you think you can escape? He manipulated the meteor belt to give chase. Ningqing landed in front of the monster horde, slamming his giant blade into the ground. The eruption of blood destroyed countless monsters and shattered the meteorite that crashed down from above. He then reached out and grabbed a monster, which involuntarily fell into his palm. Ningqing raised one hand to the sky, and with a bang, blood gushed out, washing over dozens of meters of ground and destroying another patch of meteorites. But then Ningqing found himself in a predicament. With all his skills on cooldown, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge into the monster horde, slaughtering them one by one with his slaughtering blade. The meteorite belt crashed down on him again, but Ningqing didn't care and continued to fight the monsters with all his might. Many students closed their eyes again, unwilling to witness Ningqing's gruesome transformation into a pool of blood and gore. They knew Ningqing had nowhere to go, and his only thought now was to kill as many monsters as possible before he died. This is exactly what many professionals do before they die. The so-called killing one results in a loss, killing two results in a huge profit. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of King Kong's mouth. The torture and killing of the human monster gave it a perverse pleasure. The next instant, the meteorite crashed down on Ningqing, and the students who hadn't closed their eyes witnessed Ningqing's flesh and blood explode under the pressure. Then, his bones were shattered, and his entire body quickly turned into a lump of minced meat. Many students wailed, unable to accept this cruel scene. A prodigy who should have illuminated the Federation in the future had fallen here, leaving not even a trace of his remains. The principal and teachers of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School roared through gritted teeth in the air. How could such a promising student be snatched away way right under their noses. Their hatred nearly tore them apart, driving them to launch suicidal attacks with utter disregard for consequences, their hearts filled with shame before the people of Jiangdong. The meteorite bombardment continued, and a huge crater appeared where Ningqing was, with thick smoke billowing out and obscuring everyone's view. But everyone knew that he had completely disappeared from the pit, leaving not even a trace of his remains. Mu Ziyun stared blankly at the tragic scene, a deep sorrow welling up in her heart. Perhaps it was a sense of shared grief, or perhaps it was a feeling of kinship with the demon. Shun Bujie knelt helplessly on the ground. The monster who had defeated him with just one move was gone. He simply couldn't accept it. Many students were completely devastated. Even such a prodigy had died. What hope was there left in this world? In stark contrast to their grief, the monsters were enraptured with ecstasy, letting out excited roars and celebrating to their heart's content. Ha ha ha! King Kong laughed loudly. The thrill of slaughtering the monster made him extremely excited, and he couldn't wait to announce this victory to the whole world. Above, the black dragon's lips curled into a mocking smile. Xia Ping, are you heartbroken that such a monstrous talent has fallen? Don't worry, all those little ones below will die, and you won't escape either. Ha ha. Xia Ping remains silent, his eyes bloodshot, radiating an aura of madness. Even if he dies today, he vows to drag this damned black dragon down with him. Amidst the starkly contrasting emotions of the professionals and the monsters, the meteor bombardment finally came to an end. A gust of wind blew by, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a huge crater with a diameter of over 100 meters and a depth of over 50 meters appeared before everyone's eyes. At the bottom of the pit lay a giant sword, surrounded by scattered broken bones, the last traces Ningqing left in this world. However, even this little bit of evidence was not enough for the Jin gang to let Ningqing leave behind. Boys, swallow those bone fragments, it coldly ordered. Upon hearing this, the teachers and students present were enraged and roared as they fiercely retaliated against the monster. However, they were extremely weak and were easily defeated by the monster. Some monsters descended to the bottom of the pit, opening their mouths to devour Ningqing's broken bones. At that moment, the giant blade of slaughter, which had been lying quietly, suddenly changed, turning blood red in an instant, and then slammed down hard on the ground. The burst of blood energy instantly destroyed all the monsters in the pit. This scene greatly shocked both the professionals and the monsters. No one understood what had happened. A giant sword can wield skills with ease? And those skills are actually its master's special techniques. What exactly is going on? Could that sword have come to life? Or did that person's soul possess the great sword? Many students whispered among themselves in confusion, their minds drifting to the plot of a fantasy novel. The monsters looked terrified, equally unable to comprehend the anomaly before them. Mu Ziyun's previously unfocused eyes refocused, staring intently at the giant sword, and the lifeless waves in her heart surged once more. Could he still be alive? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a voice came from where the slaughtering blade was located. Big King Kong, do you really think you can kill me like this? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone clearly recognized that it was Ningqing's voice. Exclamation point. Shun Bujie exclaimed in surprise, are there really ghosts in this world? Many students had the same thought and took a step back. Everyone is afraid of ghosts. Many of the monsters' fur bristled and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This bizarre scene utterly terrified them. Big King Kong's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets, and he gasped sharply, hiss, you're still alive? He didn't believe in ghosts at all. After ruling out all the impossibilities, his only conclusion was that the guy who had been reduced to bone fragments was not dead at all. What? He's not dead? How is this possible? My God, how can something shatter into pieces still survive? There's only one answer. His health hasn't run out yet. Anyway, it's great that he's still alive. The students gasped in surprise, experiencing a complex mix of emotions from sadness and despair to horror and ecstasy in a short period of time. You clumsy giant, you think you can kill me? Ningqing's mocking laughter echoed from the bottom of the pit, and then, under the watchful eyes of numerous teachers, students, and monsters, the bone fragments slowly pieced themselves back together. Soon, a shattered skeleton appeared before everyone. It reached out and grasped the great sword of slaughter, and surging blood flames ignited, making its aura even more ferocious than before. This time, everyone, including the monster, finally confirmed that Ningqing was not dead at all, even though the fact was absurd to the point of being unbelievable. After hearing Ningqing's words, the Jin gang gradually came to his senses from the shock, and the ferocity on his face became more obvious. How dare a mere second-stage ant mock him? Kid, I don't believe I can't kill you, he roared, and his fur suddenly emitted a dazzling earthy yellow light. Hairs began to fall from his body and fly down at Ningqing. The hair rapidly expanded in the air, instantly transforming into thick, long spears as thick as telephone poles. The spears rained down like raindrops, tearing the air apart and emitting a piercing shriek. Ningqing looked up at the falling spears, his arms outstretched, quietly awaiting their arrival. The next moment, the spear ravaged the area where Ningqing was, shattering his newly formed bones once again, and the ground beneath his feet cracked and splintered, filled with bottomless caves. The barrage of spears lasted for a full 20 seconds. When the rain of gunfire fire stopped, all that remained where Ningqing stood was shattered earth and scattered bone fragments the size of fingernails. To protect the equipment from damage, Ningqing had already put all the equipment back into his spatial backpack. Big King Kong stared intently at the bone fragments, refusing to believe that the kid was truly immortal. Although second-tier professionals have high health, it is ultimately limited. Even a second-tier mythical professional is destined to die once reduced to bone fragments. The teachers' and students' expressions turned solemn again, finding it hard to believe that Ningqing could survive such a severe injury. The monsters, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation, hoping that Ningqing would finally perish. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The bone fragments slowly coalesced again, and a broken skeleton reappeared before everyone. This massage was really thorough, leaving no corner untouched. It felt incredibly comfortable. Ningqing's mocking voice echoed across the silent earth. Big King Kong was completely broken, his facial features were twisted and ferocious, and his body staggered back several steps. He could not accept this result. How could you still be alive after all this? He roared shrilly, his aura violently fluctuating, his mind on the verge of collapse. The other monsters were no better off. Their faces were filled with fear, and the skeleton looked to them like a terrifying demon crawling out of hell. The teachers and students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School cheered with joy. Although they were full of doubts, it did not stop them from being happy for Ningqing. Shinbuji flicked his bangs, revealing a bewildered look in his right eye. Goodness, is this guy some kind of unkillable cockroach? Mu Ziyun stared intently at Ningqing, biting her lip so hard that a drop of blood slid down her cheek. What exactly is his profession and talent? His skills are ridiculously powerful, and yet he's still unkillable. How can there be such an unsolvable profession in this world? Her heart was filled with questions. Her former pride had been completely shattered by Ningqing, turning to ashes. Ah! Big King Kong roared madly, die, die! He shouted as he unleashed his skills, bombarding Ningqing relentlessly, almost crushing Ningqing's bones into powder. However, when King Kong's attack ended, the bone dust condensed again, turning into a skeleton. The giant dog was completely devastated. It couldn't accept the reality before it. A second-tier professional had been blasted into dust by it time and time again, yet it still hadn't died. Driven mad, it even forgot it shouldn't approach Ningqing, and roared as it charged at him. It refused to believe it could survive swallowing Ningqing's ashes. Even though Ningqing had turned into a skeleton, his jawline sagged slightly, revealing a smile. Ha! Big fool gang, you don't believe me when I say you're stupid. Just as Dejin Gang and the others were still confused, Ningqing finally made his move. A giant blade of slaughter appeared in his hand, turning blood red. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands and slashed at the great Vajra. A ball of blood swept through the air and swiftly crashed into the giant king. Big King Kong sensed an extremely dangerous aura. His mind instantly cleared, and his face showed terror, but then he roared in fury, I don't believe you can kill me. It roared and unleashed a punch that collided violently with the blood sphere, but what happened next made the hairs on its body stand on end. The blood sphere shattered the fist imprint as easily as it pierced through foam, landing before it. The intense aura of death terrified it. The giant golden man let out a piercing wail, only managing to cross his hands to protect his face. The next moment, the blood sphere exploded on its body with a deafening roar. Under the watchful eyes of many, the great Vajra turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a trace behind. A piece of equipment emitting an orange glow dropped, becoming the only evidence that the great King Kong had ever existed. Mu Ziyun swallowed hard, her expression a mixture of shock, confusion, admiration, and fear. A second-tier professional actually killed a level 120 epic boss in one move. This absurd thing, which was more like a fairy tale, actually happened right before her eyes. The other students felt the same way she did. The scene had a profound impact on them. Is this even human? Are mythical professionals really that strong? I suspect there is an even higher level above mythology. I'm starting to have doubts too. The student's worldview was once again completely overturned. Ningqing calmly caught the equipment, put it into his spatial backpack, and then took out a bottle of basic life potion and poured it onto his bones. Flesh and blood rapidly regenerated, allowing everyone to witness the entire process of a skeleton transforming into a human. The entire battlefield was silent as everyone struggled to process the bizarre events unfolding before them. It wasn't until a loud shout came from the distant sky that they were jolted out of their shock. Jiangnan University is here to help. Everyone turned their gaze to the distance and saw a group of about 50 students flying rapidly towards them. They're students from Jiangda University. We're saved. The rescue has finally arrived, sob. The students wept with joy, and the teachers breathed a sigh of relief as the rescue team finally arrived. Black Dragon's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He never expected that his perfect plan would fail at the last minute. It stared intently at Ningqing, its eyes filled with killing intent and a hint of fear. As a 6th-tier epic boss, it actually felt fear towards a 2nd-tier professional. This brat cannot be allowed to live. When I get back, I will definitely ask the Vermilion Bird Emperor to issue a kill order against him, and kill him at all costs. It made this death order in its heart. Black Dragon roared roared and ordered his men to retreat. The situation was hopeless. If they didn't leave, they would all be trapped here. Principal Xie Ping's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he roared, "Don't even think about escaping. Stop them." He then chased after the black dragon. Lin Kuang glanced at the Jiang University students rushing over, then quickly chased after the fleeing monster, wielding the slaughtering greatsword. Although their level is capped at 60, these monsters are extremely valuable health packs and gold bags. He was able to kill King Kong in one move thanks to his abundant health. He gathered a large amount of blood to unleash a desperate attack, which allowed him to easily kill King Kong. What followed was a slaughter. Lin Kuang's every skill could take away a large number of monsters, and his speed was astonishing. The monsters simply couldn't catch up with him. The students watched as Lin Kuang reaped the lives of monsters like a demon god, their expressions complex and unreadable. They were almost exhausted to the point of collapse, but the person in front of them kept charging at the forefront, delivering the strongest output, enduring the heaviest damage, and even being smashed to pieces by the giant king. Yet at this moment, he was still full of energy, as if he were a perpetual motion machine. With immense strength, incredible speed, astonishing endurance, and the ability to survive, this world truly has such an unbeatable professional. After the students from Jiangdao arrived, some of them stayed by the side of their classmates, while others followed their teachers to hunt down the mid-level monster. They are all senior students and are very capable. "Classmates, please hold hands, we'll take you back right away," a student called out to his classmates. The students gritted their teeth and began to hold hands with the students around them, waiting for Zhang Dasheng to drag them back. Mu Ziyun seemed not to hear, her gaze fixed on Lin Kuang, her expression gradually changing from complex to resolute. "My talent is growth-oriented, and I will never be worse than him. He dares to fight, and so do I." She mentally encouraged herself, raised her staff, and charged towards the monster. Her talent was just a step away from breaking through to the next stage. Master Xingyu exclaimed in surprise, then gritted his teeth and followed. "Wow, you two girls are working so hard. I feel so much pressure," Shen Bujie complained helplessly, drinking a bottle of basic life potion and following suit. Without a sound, Death's Thorn vanished, its dagger suddenly appearing on the back of a monster's neck. At this moment, Li Tsuanzhan also woke up. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, picked up his battle axe, and began to chase after the monster. Are they reckless and don't care about their own lives? They've been provoked. That person is even more monstrous than them, and even more hardworking. How could they possibly sit still? "Should we go too? Are you going to your death? You might as well go back home." The students from Jiangda University frowned when they saw Lin Kuang and his group still killing monsters. "Vice President, what should we do?" a student asked, and the others looked at the Vice President as well. The Vice President frowned as he looked at the battlefield in the air. The teachers and students from number 1 middle school had already gained the upper hand. "Don't worry about them, the teachers at number 1 middle school will take care of them. Let's take these people back first." He made the decision. So they dragged a large group of students and flew towards Jiangnan City. Although the students from number 1 middle school were dragged around in a disheveled state, they didn't stop talking and kept discussing Lin Kuang. The students at Jiangda University were increasingly confused. What kind of second-tier professional could repel a million monsters, survive being repeatedly blasted by a level 120 epic lord, and kill the opponent in one move? It sounds so absurd. Even novels aren't this outrageous. "Vice President, should we take them to the hospital? I suspect they have mental problems," a Jiangnan University student shouted earnestly. "Vice President, they've definitely fallen under an illusion spell. I suggest we find a priest skilled in soul magic to take a look," another Jiang University student seriously advised. The Vice President, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement, thinking that these students from number 1 high school were either mentally unstable or under a spell. The students from number 1 middle school were indignant, thinking to themselves, "You're the ones who's been bewitched. We're perfectly sober. We're not out of our minds. What we're saying is true." "Exactly. Who's under a spell? We're perfectly clear-headed. We've witnessed that man's power firsthand." The students from number 1 middle school defended themselves passionately, their faces turning bright red, their necks swelling, and their veins bulging. All right, whether there's a problem or not isn't up to you to decide, it's up to the doctor. Even a second-tier mythic class couldn't be that strong, capable of instantly killing a level 120 epic boss in one move. That's nonsense. Yeah, if there really were such a strong second-tier professional, I'd be crazy. No matter what the students from number 1 high school said, the students from Jiangda University just didn't believe it. The battle in the sky continued, but it was nearing its end. The black dragon had escaped. On the ground, Lin Kuang and his group chased the monster for dozens of miles. After discovering that the monster had completely dispersed, Lin Kuang was the first to stop the pursuit. He turned around and saw Mu Ziyun and the other 4 looking at him with complicated expressions. Lin Kuang had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with them and headed straight towards Jiangnan City. Shin Boji opened his mouth but ultimately didn't say anything, afraid of upsetting Lin Kuang and getting beaten up again. Mu Ziyun pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her complicated emotions. "What's your name?" she called out to Lin Kuang's retreating figure. Lin Kuang continued continued walking without turning his head, saying, "You'll find out soon enough." This answer clearly failed to satisfy Mu Ziyun. She wrinkled her nose, a look of displeasure on her face. Having always been the center of attention, this was the first time she had encountered such cold treatment from a boy her own age. She gently bit her lip, her white teeth clenching slightly, and said, "I will definitely beat you." Her talent has been upgraded, and her confidence has been reignited. However, upon hearing this, several of her classmates instinctively distanced themselves from her, not wanting to be implicated. "Ms. Mu, are you alright?" Shin Bujie asked carefully, his eyes filled with concern as he looked at Mu Ziyun. Mu Ziyun gave Shin Bujie a cold look, which made him involuntarily shrink back. Lin Kuang ignored it, firmly believing that no one in his class could defeat him. That was the source of his confidence. Mu Ziyun was so angry at Lin Kuang's attitude that her chest heaved rapidly, as if a storm was raging on the plateau. She vowed to make Lin Kuang suffer. Lin Kuang was anxious and hurried towards Jiangnan City, soon returning to the buffer zone. The place, which used to be overgrown with weeds, is now a scene of devastation, with huge pits everywhere, some of which are over a kilometer in diameter and hundreds of meters deep. Lin Kuang couldn't imagine how fierce the battle had been here before. He grew increasingly anxious, clenching his fists so tightly that he exhaled all the air from his palms. "I hope nothing bad has happened in the city." He prayed silently in his heart and continued to rush towards Jiangnan City as quickly as possible, worried about his parents' safety. When Lin Kuang saw the once majestic city walls now in ruins, his face turned pale, his eyes filled with fear, his lips trembled slightly, and his heart pounded violently. The war reached Jiangnan City, and he couldn't even imagine what he would do if something happened to his parents. He transformed into a blood-red shadow, passing through the shattered city wall, and immediately pulled out his phone. After the signal was restored, he saw a series of missed calls, all from his mother. He immediately called back, and the call was answered instantly. His mother's choked and anxious voice came through the phone. "Son, are you alright?" Hearing his mother's words, Lin Kuang's heart finally settled down a bit. He then realized that his back was already soaked with sweat and his legs were feeling weak. "Mom, I'm fine. Are you and Dad alright?" "We're fine. We're doing well at home. Where are you?" The mother's voice was filled with relief. When the beast tide occurred in the wild, she was so nervous that she almost fainted, fearing that Lin Kuang would be in danger. She and her father were like ants on a hot pan, anxious and restless, and almost fainted several times from anxiety. Now that she heard that her son was safe and sound, she finally felt relieved. Lin Kuang let out a long breath. "I'm back in Jiangnan City. I'll be home soon." He pressed the emergency button on his watch. A spaceship quickly took off from the parking lot not far away and then landed on Lin Kuang's head. The intelligent sprite, sensing something amiss, immediately returned to the city to await Lin Kuang's summons. Previously, Lin Kuang didn't dare to summon the spaceship at all. There were too many powerful monsters in the sky, and if the spaceship were summoned there, it would probably be destroyed. He boarded the spaceship and quickly returned to his neighborhood. As soon as he landed, Lin's parents surrounded him. Lin's mother's eyes were slightly red, and she hugged Lin Kuang tightly. Lin's father gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffed out, and patted his shoulder without saying a word. Lin Kuang gently patted his mother's back. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm all sweaty. Let me take a shower first." Upon hearing this, Lin's mother released him, silently turned her head, wiped her eyes, and gently sniffed. "Okay, go wash up first." When the family returned home, Lin Kuang immediately rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. He was covered in the smell of blood, which almost made him faint. Lin Kuang had just finished showering when he noticed unread messages on his phone. Upon opening the message, he found it was from Chu Yufay, inviting him to visit the job change tower. A smile appeared on Lin Kuang's lips. The job change tower is really convenient. No wonder it's called the Holy Land for long-distance relationships. After changing into appropriate clothes, he said goodbye to his parents and left. He drove to the class change hall, stepped into the teleportation array, and the scene before him changed. 6 class change towers suddenly came into view, and he had arrived at the class change plaza. Looking around, a cool and aloof figure stood out from the crowd. Particularly conspicuous, it was Chu Yufay. Lin Kuang smiled again and walked straight towards Chu Yufay. Perhaps sensing his gaze, she turned to look at him. When Chu Yufay saw Lin Kuang, her aloof aura gradually dissipated, and a stunning smile appeared on her lips. She then walked towards Lin Kuang. The boys who were secretly watching her felt their hearts skip a beat, and they were completely captivated by her. They were extremely surprised, because Chu Yufay, who was known for her aloofness, actually smiled. Following the direction Chu Yufay walked, they saw a handsome young man with a smile on his lips meeting her gaze. "Damn it, who's that pretty boy? Don't tell me Chu Yufay is waiting for him. Oh no, I'm going to be dumped. That guy is skinny and weak. What makes him so special?" Many boys glared at Lin Kuang through gritted teeth, their eyes filled with hostility. But Lin Kuang had no time to pay attention to them. His mind was already occupied by Chu Yufay. A delicate fragrance wafted into Lin Kuang's nose, and Chu Yufay was already standing in front of him, no more than 20 centimeters away. The two greeted each other happily, their smiles growing even brighter. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Kuang scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. "It's okay, I just just arrived too. What do you want from me? Chu Yufei's expression was slightly resentful. Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? She cursed the idiot in her heart. If he had taken the initiative, why would she have to ask him out? Ningqing scratched his head again, not daring to respond to that question. Chu Yufay complained irritably, and Ningqing could only smile and apologize. She rolled her eyes and changed the subject. How's the upgrade going lately? Not bad. It must have been very dangerous for you in Qingcheng, right? Chu Yufei's expression darkened, and her eyes lowered. What beast tide isn't dangerous? Many classmates are forever stuck there. Millions of monsters rushed in like a tsunami. I really hope you never encounter that scene. Ningqing wanted to say that he had experienced it before and had single-handedly killed a million monsters who had fled in terror, but he didn't say it, since that was in the past. Seeing that Chu Yufay was in a heavy mood, Ningqing changed the subject to something lighter. As the two began to chat, Chu Yufay shared her recent life, and Ningqing listened quietly, his gaze lingering on her face, unable to get enough of looking at her, even appearing somewhat dazed. Chu Yufay felt his gaze, her heart filled with shyness, her cheeks flushed, and she gently buried her head in her neck, but inside she was overjoyed. After chatting for more than an hour, Chu Yufay finally revealed the real purpose of inviting Ningqing here. 5 pieces of equipment radiating orange light appeared in her hand. It was a complete set of epic-level heavy armor. She handed the equipment to Ningqing, her tone gentle. The college entrance exam is coming soon. I hope this equipment can help you. A warm feeling welled up in Ningqing's heart. They were just friends, but Chu Yufay was helping him so sincerely. She had previously given him the slaughtering blade, and now she's given him a complete set of epic equipment. This set of equipment is extremely valuable. Although its level is only between 50 and 110, its total value exceeds 300 million. 300 million. How many people would give 300 million to a friend without hesitation? Especially since Ningqing, the blood demon god, is always seen as a piece of trash by everyone. This sentiment was so profound that Ningqing had to exert all his strength to support the equipment. He pursed his lips, his expression serious. I won't refuse anymore, because you said you can't refuse gifts from girls. Chu Yufay nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you know to take my words to heart. Of course, I've kept your words in mind, but it feels like I'm living off a woman, Ningqing teased with a smile. The words living off a woman made Chu Yufay blush and her heart race, and a bold idea popped into her mind. She shook her head, trying to dispel the random thoughts in her mind, and rolled her eyes at Ningqing. Young man, you're not learning anything good. All you know is how to live off a woman. Ningqing raised an eyebrow, his eyes growing increasingly intense. I don't just eat anyone's rice bowl. Chu Yufay couldn't resist his burning gaze. Her ears gradually burned. She lowered her head and crossed her hands tightly. I have to go back now. Good luck on the college entrance exam and try to get into the federal university. Her voice was soft, with a slight tremor. Ningqing suddenly leaned close to her ear and blinked. I promise I'll get into the federal university, but is there a reward if I do? The hot breath sent shivers down Chu Yufei's spine, and the intense masculine scent made her head spin slightly. Her small hands clenched tightly together, and she involuntarily lowered her head even further. What reward do you want? She asked in a soft, sweet voice. I want you, Ningqing blurted out, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Chu Yufei's blush instantly spread to her ears. She had never expected Ningqing to be so bold. Pa! Chu Yufay spat, then punched Ningqing hard in the chest. You wish. I'm not going to talk to you. Ningqing clutched his chest, looking pained. Ouch, it hurts so much. I wasn't finished speaking. I wanted you to take me on a tour of the federal university. Don't get the wrong idea. His tone was full of teasing. Chu Yufay rolled her eyes at him, almost to the point of bursting, and then punched Ningqing hard. This punch was quite forceful. Humph, she snorted sweetly. Let's talk about it after you get in. Federal university isn't easy to get into. If you don't, I'll come after you. Ningqing waved his hand dismissively. Fine, if you fail the exam, do whatever you want with me. Chu Yufei's eyes flickered as she carefully examined Ningqing. As if she had thought of something, a smile appeared on her lips again. You said it yourself. Ningqing raised his chin. A man's word is his bond. Chu Yufei's eyes flickered. I think you're a little man. Hiss. Ningqing shrank back. When did you see me? You must have seen wrong. Chu Yufay punched Ningqing again, and Ningqing became increasingly audacious. To onlookers, their flirting was clearly just playful banter, leaving countless boys heartbroken that their goddess was already taken. What makes a little kid so special? They questioned the heavens, asking themselves what they lacked compared to others, and whether being handsome could really put food on the table. After chatting for a while, Chu Yufay wished Ningqing good luck in his college entrance exam and then left in a hurry, as she was actually very pressed for time. Ningqing did not leave. Having reached level 60, he was ready to challenge the job change tower and complete his job change. He put on the equipment Chu Yufay had given him, and his whole body shone with an orange light. He had originally planned to buy a set for himself, but Chu Yufay had given it to him instead. Moreover, this set of equipment even comes with a lifesteal attribute, increasing it by 10%. Chu Yufay put a lot of effort into this set of equipment. Ningqing's eyes were firm. Yufay Yufay, I will repay your kindness 1,000-fold. He walked straight to the epic job change tower, glanced at the record tablet, and found that Chi Foam was still the first place in the second stage. Chi Foam, Wind and Thunder Swordsman, 59 minutes and 16.9 seconds. The record will soon be mine, Ningqing thought to himself, stepping inside and selecting Hell difficulty. Upon arrival, he found himself on the 31st floor, where 10 rare level 60 bosses awaited him, all equipped with basic items. 10 monsters charged toward him, but Lin Kuang's entire body was engulfed in blood flames, and he swept them all away with a single mountain-shattering slash. He traversed layer after layer, and no monster could stop him. In less than half an hour, he had reached the 60th floor, where 5 level 60 epic monsters came into view. It still features 1 tank, 1 assassin, 1 swordsman, 1 mage, and 1 support, all of whom are top-tier epic bosses. Even a level 60 legendary professional would have a headache facing this lineup. But in front of Lin Kuang, they didn't even have the thought of lasting a minute before being quickly killed by his sword. As the last monster fell, the epic record monument outside once again shone with orange light. The professionals in the square were immediately drawn to the monument and rushed towards it in a frenzy, creating a scene even more spectacular than a zombie horde. Someone broke the record again? What's going on lately? Records are being broken one after another. Is this really the arrival of a golden age? I thought it was some dark upheaval. You've been reading too many novels. Won't someone else break into the top 10 again? If you're so good at daydreaming, why don't you become an official? Do you really think it's so easy to be in the top 10? The professionals were discussing among themselves when a ball of light charged into the end of the second stage with an imposing presence, and then rapidly ascended upwards. The speed was astonishing to the onlookers. It was clearly a runaway top 30 contender. However, they were dumbfounded when they saw that the names and professions in the ball of light were still marked with asterisks. Hiding his identity again? Is this guy addicted to it? Damn, this is such an honor, and you don't even want it. Could it be that person again? No way. The professionals were furious. This record-breaking guy had given up such a rare opportunity to make a name for himself, and they wished they could take his place. You don't want fame and fortune, but we do. Isn't the purpose of life fame and fortune? What's the point of living without them? Lin Kuang certainly did not want fame and fortune. He simply postponed the announcement until the day the college entrance examination began. As the orb of light climbed higher and higher, the crowd grew increasingly frenzied and excited, their faces flushed and necks almost stiff. If he could break into the top 10 again, they too would become witnesses to history. Holy crap, 50 places already, and they're still moving this fast. With this kind of momentum, breaking into the top 20 shouldn't be a problem. Do you think that if that person from last time were to reappear, would they be number 1 again? You're dreaming. It's not that easy to win every time. Making it into the top 10 is already enough to go down in history. Amidst the discussions among the professionals, the ball of light steadily climbed, finally reaching the 20th position. At that moment, many people held their breath, their eyes burning with fervor, their breathing becoming heavy, as they sensed that they were about to witness the birth of another legend. 16th place, 13th place, charge, keep charging, oh my god, it's 10th. When they broke into 10th place, the entire square erupted in cheers and deafening noise. They had once again witnessed history. The orb of light continued to rise, causing the hearts of the many onlookers to pound wildly, almost as if they were about to leap out of their chests. Their breathing was rapid and heavy, their nostrils were steaming, and they were even more nervous than when they were spending the night with someone of the opposite sex for the first time. 7th, I'm going crazy. Could it be another top 3? My heart can't take it anymore. This world is too crazy. 5th place, and still climbing. 4th, holy crap, I'm 3rd. A new epic has been born. A restless energy erupted from the crowd, like a volcanic eruption, with many roaring to release their pent-up excitement. Finally, another member of this generation had broken into the top 3. They were under immense pressure, with people saying that each generation was worse than the last, that the current generation of young people was terrible, and that the Federation would collapse sooner or later with their generation. They'd heard these words far too often. Whenever they stood up to argue back, the older generation would simply say, your generation didn't even have a single person in the top 10 of the job advancement tower. What are you if not good for nothings? They were powerless to refute it, like Zhe during his sage time, because facts speak louder than words. They were incredibly frustrated, but no matter how hard they tried, the record remained unbroken. But now, following the last time, someone has broken into the top 3, no, the top 2. How can they not go crazy? Everyone stared intently at the second-ranked orb of light, their hearts screaming, charge, keep charging, charge, take first place. I must get first place, even if it costs me my life. Amidst their tense, expectant, and apprehensive gazes, the ball of light moved again, successfully squeezing out first place. A new epic has been born. Open it for me. Number 1. It really is number 1. My god, another new legend has been written. Let's see who dares to say that each generation is worse than the last. This era belongs to us young people. We haven't collapsed. We can lead the Federation to a new future. The young man roared excitedly, tears welling in his eyes, pounding his chest with his fists, breaths, finally releasing the pent-up grievances in his heart. Their faces were flushed, their voices were hoarse, and their eyes were filled with tears as they ran and shouted. Their excitement was beyond words. Finally, someone from this generation had stood up to prove themselves. Those dormant, repressed, and depressed souls were revitalized like a volcanic eruption. Their lost confidence returned, and they radiated vigorous vitality. The news that another mysterious person had reached the top of the second stage of the epic job change tower spread like wildfire throughout the Federation, quickly topping the trending search lists on major platforms. A handsome figure appeared at the entrance of the job change tower. It was Ningqing, once again attracting the attention of many onlookers. "Bro, did you break the record? I think he's an exceptional individual, definitely someone who'd say, 'Hey bro, was it you who broke the record? I think he's an exceptional person. It has to be him. Just admit it. Getting first place isn't something to be ashamed of.'" The onlookers eagerly questioned Ningqing, their eyes burning with a passion even greater than that of fans meeting their idol. Before Ningqing could respond, someone spoke up for him. "I remember now, he's that blood demon god, no doubt about it." "It's not him," someone shouted, attracting everyone's attention. "I remember that Chu Yufay used to stand up for him. This guy is just a gigolo. I could tell he was useless at a glance. What a waste of time. Why do I run into this guy twice? Why isn't the blood demon god working properly? What's he doing leveling up?" Upon hearing that Ningqing was the blood demon god, the onlookers' attitudes immediately changed 180 degrees. Their expressions changed from fervor, anticipation, and reverence to disgust and contempt. By this time, Ningqing had changed back into ordinary clothes, concealing his identity, and the group assumed he had failed the challenge again. He had no interest in paying attention to these guys. He was thinking that soon he would beat their faces to a pulp. A flash of light, and Ningqing disappeared, returning to the class change hall in Jiangnan City the next moment. Instead of going home, he went straight to the professional trading center. After changing jobs, he gained a new skill slot and prepared to purchase a skill he had already planned to acquire. He drove to the trading center and went straight into the Shengshi materials store. Upon seeing him, the shop assistant, Lao Feng, quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Mr. Lin, welcome. The skill book you ordered is ready." Ningqing nodded and followed Lao Feng into the store, where he spent 3 million to buy the skill book. By condensing blood energy into wings, it gains the ability to fly, increases agility by 500%, and can unleash a blood feather attack every 60 seconds, dealing 1600% damage with an attack range of 15 meters and lasting for 5 seconds. Ningqing's eyes gleamed. This was a skill he had carefully chosen to compensate for his greatest weakness. He had suffered enough from not being able to fly. With this skill, 4th-tier monsters and professionals could no longer kite him. He slapped the skill book onto his body, and with the help of the blood god's talent, his skills were enhanced. When bloodlust is at its peak, consume 10% of base health to condense wings, greatly enhancing flight ability, increasing agility by 1500%, reducing blood feather attack cooldown to 30 seconds, increasing damage to 2600%, and increasing attack range to 165 meters for 5 seconds. Ningqing did not leave immediately, but instead sold all the materials he had. Old Fong was stunned when he saw the mountain of materials, and almost suspected that Ningqing was a materials collector. He only knew that Ningqing's surname was Lin, but he had no idea about his given name. Otherwise, he could have guessed with his own eyes that this Ningqing was the same Ningqing who broke records one after another. In this world, money transfers only require an account number and last name. Full names are not required. The materials numbered over 2,000 pieces. Although the unit price was not high, most of them were third-tier materials, and they sold for over 20 million. Ningqing then left and went to the Shengshi equipment shop across the street, where he was warmly greeted by shop assistant Lu Feng. The two entered the reception room. Lu Feng originally thought that Ningqing would sell 20 or 30 pieces of equipment as usual and earn 2 or 3 million. Unexpectedly, a small mountain of equipment appeared before his eyes. His jaw almost dropped to the ground, and his Adam's apple bobbed repeatedly. At a glance, there are more than 300 pieces of equipment, of which more than 80% are third-tier equipment, the vast majority of which are elite level, and a few are basic and purple level equipment. Where did this come from? Lu Feng wondered to himself. He then became excited, his eyebrows twitching and his lips trembling slightly. "Mr. Lin, you have truly given me a wonderful surprise." Ningqing smiled without saying a word. This was just the beginning. The intelligent sprite quickly estimated the price of the equipment. Third-tier equipment was quite valuable, with basic equipment worth about 100,000, elite equipment about 500,000, and rare equipment around 1.2 million. The price was quickly calculated, and the total value exceeded 160 million. Just as Lu Feng was about to transfer money to Ningqing waved his hand, and another small mountain of equipment appeared. Lu Feng let out a curse, his eyes widened, his face quickly turned red, and his breathing became rapid and heavy. Ningqing looked at him, worried that he wouldn't be able to hold on and that his blood pressure would spike and he would faint. He patted his chest repeatedly, took deep breaths, and tried to suppress his excitement. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I lost my composure." He immediately bowed and apologized apologize to Lin Kuang. After all, he couldn't swear in front of his clients. In fact, Lu Feng had undergone rigorous training and rarely swore, but Lin Kuang's impact on him was simply too great. Lin Kuang smiled faintly. It's alright. Lu Feng and the intelligent elf got busy again, and after all the estimates were completed, the total price had increased by more than 170 million. Lu Feng cautiously glanced at Lin Kuang and found him quietly drinking water, concluding that Lin Kuang probably didn't have any more equipment. More than 600 pieces of equipment, how outrageous is that number? Most factions couldn't even muster that many. For Mr. Lin, at such a young age, to be able to produce so many is truly extraordinary. He bowed to Lin Kuang again. Mr. Lin, I will transfer the money to you right away. Lin Kuang slowly placed the cup back on the table and said calmly, no rush. Then he waved his hand. Lu Feng's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and the corner of his mouth twitched. No way, it's happening again? What exactly does he do? Just as he expected, there was another pile of equipment, forming a small mountain. Although it wasn't as much as the previous two piles, it still exceeded 200 pieces. My god, who exactly is this Mr. Lin? Lu Feng exclaimed inwardly, continuing to count the items with immense excitement. In fact, Lin Kuang killed more monsters in the Beast Tide than in the Wolf King's secret realm, but unfortunately the drop rate of wild monsters was low, so he only picked up more than 800 items. He didn't plan to sell the epic heavy armor that the Jingang dropped. He would wear it once he reached the required level. After all the equipment was appraised, Lin Kuang left with a huge sum of nearly 600 million and a diamond membership card. His transaction volume at the Shangshi store has exceeded 1 billion, officially making him a distinguished diamond member. Lin Kuang walked out of the trading center, turned his head to look in the direction of Ningqing, and knew in his heart that it was time to go back. The college entrance examination registration had begun, and some things are time to be resolved. The Wolfpack mercenary group has reached the point of becoming history. His indifferent voice drifted away with the wind and slowly disappeared. Lin Kuang returned home and told his parents that he was going back to Ningqing to register for the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, his parents were filled with worry and fear. They had heard about the Wolfpack mercenary group's infamous reputation for many years and were terrified that something would happen to Lin Kuang if he returned. Lin's mother gripped Lin Kuang's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Son, can't we stay here to register? Lin Kuang patted his mother's hand, his voice steady. Mom, we must go back to our school to register, and the preliminary exam must also be held at our school. That's the rule. Lin's mother grew anxious, her tone becoming urgent, but going back is too dangerous. The Wolfpack mercenary group is composed of 4th-tier teams, each member being a rare professional, and you're only a 2nd tier. Lin Kuang smiled and said, Mom, I've already reached the 3rd level of advancement, and I've also learned the skill of flight. If I can't win, I can still escape. Don't worry. When Lin's father heard that his son had already reached the 3rd level of advancement, he was stunned, his lips trembling. Son, you've actually reached the 3rd level? In less than a month, you've broken the federal record. Lin's mother glared fiercely at her husband. Is it appropriate to say this now? Even a 3rd level cultivator can't compare to a 4th level one. Mr. Lin shrank his neck, coughed twice in a tactical manner, and then hugged his wife. Wanting, our son has grown up and has his own ideas. Let's not worry about him unnecessarily. We can't just prevent him from taking the college entrance examination, can we? Upon hearing this, Lin's mother frowned and said hesitantly, it's not that I don't want him to, I'm just worried. Lin Kuang quickly assured her, Mom, don't worry, I won't leave Ningqing after I return. Even if I'm just a coward for the Wolfpack mercenary group, I won't cause any trouble in the city. Lin's mother struggled for a while, but finally sighed and gave in. She couldn't stand in her son's way. For professionals, getting into a good university is extremely important. The most valuable resources are not available on the market, only in universities. She held Lin Kuang's hand and solemnly instructed him, remember what you said, don't leave the city, and be sure to come back safely. Lin Kuang nodded emphatically, gave his mother a hug, and felt her selfless love. He secretly vowed that he would definitely return safely. Then, with his parents' worried and reluctant gazes upon him, he embarked on his journey home. Lin Kuang arrived at the parking lot, boarded his spaceship, and then used the intelligent assistant to navigate directly to the Ningqing Spaceship Center. The spaceship slowly took off, heading towards Ningqing. Looking through the porthole at the receding steel jungle below, Lin Kuang felt a surge of emotion. 20 days ago, he and his anxious parents boarded a public airship to escape their hometown and seek refuge here. Now, however, he is piloting his expensive private spaceship back to his homeland, ready to settle those grudges. In a short period of time, his strength has undergone tremendous changes. More than 3 hours later, the familiar scene finally came into view, and Lin Kuang returned to the place where he was born and raised. The spaceship landed slowly at the center of the spacecraft, but his home was in an old neighborhood with no place to park the spaceship. At this moment, the passengers in the center of the spaceship cast envious and jealous glances at Lin Kuang's spaceship. Spaceships are considered extremely rare and luxurious items in Ningqing. According to statistics, no more than 20 people in Ningqing own a spaceship. These people are all wealthy and powerful, and the mere mention mention of them would send shivers down Ningqing's spine. And today, they actually had the honor of seeing one of them. Whose spaceship is this? Who knows? We can't even begin to understand the world of these big shots. Don't talk too much, or you'll get yourself into trouble. Many passengers whispered among themselves, not daring to make a loud noise. When Lin Kuang stepped out of the spaceship, their expressions clearly turned to surprise. So young. Who is this young master from? It must be that damn rich kid. That kid is really lucky. He might just be a gigolo who got ahead by marrying a rich woman. The tourists' tone was sour, and most of them thought that Lin Kuang was just a rich second generation who was showing off by flying his elder's spaceship. Lin Kuang listened to their discussion with a mixture of helplessness and tacit approval. After all, he had indeed hooked up with a young rich woman. Chu Yufay's face appeared in his mind, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He left the spaceship center directly, took a taxi to Ningqing No. 1 Middle School, and planned to register his name first. Meanwhile, in the Wolfpack mercenary group's headquarters office, 5 people were sitting around discussing the group's affairs. They are the 5 founders of the Wolfpack mercenary group and the 5 members of the Wolfpack squad, all of whom are 4th-tier professionals. Suddenly, the tracking talisman hanging on the small shelf on the table began to vibrate, pointing towards the center of the spaceship. The 5 men were taken aback at first, then their eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent, and their faces became extremely ferocious. We've finally found the trail of the killer who wiped out our 3 Wolfpack squads. Find him and grind his bones to dust. His relatives and friends should not be spared either. Issue a kill order for Wolfwalker. The 5 of them quickly made a decision after exchanging words. Soon, the kill order for Wolfwalk was delivered to every member of the mercenary group, and everyone who received the message rushed back to headquarters to assemble. The issuance of the kill order signifies a decisive battle to the death. About 15 minutes later, apart from the Wolf squad, all the assembled mercenary members quickly set off, following the guidance of the tracking talisman to launch a rapid pursuit. At this moment, Lin Kuang had already arrived at the gate of Ningqing No. 1 Middle School. Looking at the school gate he used to pass through every day for the past 3 years, Lin Kuang was lost in memories. Those wonderful times were still vivid in his mind. He took a deep breath and felt that the air smelled sweet. With a smile on his lips, he walked toward the school gate but was stopped by the gatekeeper. "Hey, what are you doing?" the security guard asked impatiently, blocking his way. It would be truly strange if the gatekeeper didn't stop Lin Kuang from entering without him wearing a school uniform or carrying a teacher's ID. Lin Kuang's smile froze instantly. He realized that getting into the school wasn't so simple. "Hello Brother Wang, I'm a student who's repeating a grade and I'm here to register for the college entrance exam," Lin Kuang explained. "A student who repeated a grade?" The security guard scrutinized him carefully, his eyes full of scrutiny, but ultimately failed to detect any ill intentions. "Contact your homeroom teacher and have him call to release him." Helpless, Lin Kuang could only try contacting his homeroom teacher. He wasn't sure if the teacher would answer the phone, since his teacher had always paid him a lot of attention, but he has missed the exam for 3 years, which undoubtedly disappoints his homeroom teacher greatly. With trepidation, Lin Kuang dialed the number of his homeroom teacher, Su Lu, and to his surprise, the call was answered instantly. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from the other end of the phone, domineering and authoritative, a typical mature woman's tone. Su Lu herself is the mature woman type. Lin Kuang was surprised that his homeroom teacher still had his contact information, and quickly responded. "Hello, Ms. Su, it's me. Here's what happened." He explained the situation in detail, and there was a long silence on the other end of the phone, as if the person was processing his words. "You want to take the college entrance exam? Are you sure? Do you know that taking the exam again after 3 years is several times more difficult? Are you drunk?" The homeroom teacher's tone grew increasingly agitated, which showed just how much Lin Kuang's decision had shaken her. 3 years later, the re-examination was 125 times more difficult. No normal person would do that. "Teacher Su, I'm not drunk. I'm serious. Please ask the security guard to let me through," Lin Kuang said helplessly. A long sigh came from the other end of the phone. "Come directly to my office after you come in. It's room 201 in the senior high school building." Soon after, Su Lu notified the gatekeeper that Lin Kuang had been allowed to pass. 3 years later, Lin Kuang stepped onto the campus again. It was during class time, and no students were loitering outside. He arrived at the senior high school building and walked all the way to the door of office 201. The door wasn't closed, but Lin Kuang still knocked politely. "Come in," Su Lu's voice came from inside. Lin Kuang stepped inside and saw his homeroom teacher again. Her appearance remained unchanged. She was still as dignified as ever, exuding authority without anger, and her presence even surpassed that of the school leaders. "Teacher Su," Lin Kuang greeted respectfully. Su Lu carefully examined Lin Kuang, her most prized student 3 years ago. She had high hopes, but fate played a cruel trick on her, and Lin Kuang ended up becoming the blood demon god, a profession widely considered the worst. Her gaze was filled with complex emotions. If Lin Kuang had switched to another epic level class, he would surely be full of vigor and ambition now, just like his niece. But now he's been staying at home sponging off his parents, and she's learned a bit about Lin Kuang's current current situation. He sighed inwardly and gestured for Lin Kuang to sit down. Lin Kuang, why did you think of taking the college entrance examination? Isn't your profession supposed to prevent you from leveling up? Su Lu asked, voicing her doubts. Let alone the 125x difficulty, even on normal difficulty, given the characteristics of the blood demon god, it would probably not even pass the preliminary exam and would definitely be at the bottom. Teacher Su, life shouldn't leave regrets, right? Lin Kuang replied calmly. Su Lu was speechless. There are plenty of students who don't take the college entrance exam, and almost no ordinary professionals take it. So what's there to regret? You need to think this through. If you take the college entrance exam, you're almost guaranteed to be last, and you'll be the laughingstock of the whole year, Su Lu earnestly reminded her. Lin Kuang nodded firmly. I've thought it through very clearly. I've been a joke for the past 3 years, so one more year won't make a difference. Su Lu looked Lin Kuang over carefully again, a hint of heartache flashing in her eyes. Lin Kuang had fallen to rock bottom at the height of his career, and she knew he must have had a tough 3 years. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't stop you. Come with me to the registrar's office, that's where you register for repeat students, she said as she stood up. Lin Kuang followed the homeroom teacher down to the first floor and arrived at the academic affairs office. The teachers and director of the academic affairs office were all there, and when they saw Su Lu bring Lin Kuang in, they all cast curious glances at her. It's usually not a good thing when teachers bring students to the academic affairs office, since one of the responsibilities of the academic affairs office is to deal with problem students. Teacher Su, this. The director of the academic affairs office glanced back and forth between Su Lu and Lin Kuang, and asked tentatively. The director was a middle-aged man with a large belly, bigger than a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, and his eyes were small but exceptionally shrewd. Su Lu stated the purpose of her trip directly. Director Huang, this is Lin Kuang, a student from the class of 2022. He wants to register for the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Director Huang immediately frowned, his eyes revealing obvious displeasure. Taking the college entrance exam 3 years later is practically guaranteeing you'll be last in the Jiangnan region, isn't it? How will the news report about Ningqing No. 1 middle school then? What will become of the school's reputation? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his brows furrowed into a deep frown, and his round face turned serious. Lin Kuang, is it? I advise you to give up this idea. You definitely won't pass the preliminary exam if you take the college entrance exam, and you might even end up last place. What's the point? Even if you have no shame, have you ever thought about your parents and your alma mater? Ningqing No. 1 high school has never mistreated you, he said bluntly. Lin Kuang's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Registering for the college entrance exam was a right granted to him by federal law. Why should he be prevented? Su Lu, standing to the side, frowned slightly but didn't speak. She wanted to see just how determined Lin Kuang really was. Lin Kuang stared directly at Director Huang, and that sharp gaze made Director Huang's heart tighten, as if he were being stared at by a terrifying monster. Most students would be terrified of him, as if they had seen a ghost, so Lin Kuang's courage surprised him. Director Huang, my parents strongly support my participation in this college entrance examination, and it is a right granted to me by law, Lin Kuang replied coldly. Director Huang's face was ashen. He would never allow Ningqing No. 1 middle school to produce a student who ranked last. He snorted contemptuously. After a few years in society, you've completely forgotten how to respect your teachers and elders. Now you've learned to use the law to intimidate people? I'm telling you, I don't agree to your registration. Go ahead and complain or file a lawsuit. I'm waiting. Lin Kuang's fists clenched involuntarily. A mere third-tier elite professional, someone he could crush with a single finger, dared to act so arrogantly in front of him? He really wanted to punch Director Huang in the face, but he knew he couldn't. If he hit a public official, his dream of taking the college entrance exam would be completely ruined. Just as he was about to file a complaint with the education department, teacher Su Lu spoke up. Director Huang, please register him. It's not good if this gets out of hand. Her tone carried a hint of anger, showing none of the respect that an ordinary teacher would show to the director of the academic affairs office. Director Huang stood up angrily, his face flushed red, glaring at Su Lu. Teacher Su, are you going to go along with his nonsense too? Su Lu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she exuded a dangerous aura. The entire academic affairs office was instantly covered in frost, and the air was chilling. Director Huang trembled, his angry expression gradually fading, replaced by deep fear. He finally realized who he was yelling at. A teacher whom even the principal had to treat with respect, and he dared to yell at her. He took a deep breath, his face flushed with embarrassment, and then sat down dejectedly. Teacher Zhang, register that kid, he called to the woman beside him. Yes, the woman quickly replied. Lin Kuang glanced at the homeroom teacher in surprise, never expecting that such an ordinary teacher could suppress the director of the academic academic affairs office. That aura just now was extraordinary. He even sensed danger. It seemed the homeroom teacher had a secret behind him. That's true. How could Chu Yufei's sister-in-law be simple? Ningqing took out his citizenship certificate to register with teacher Zhang, and the registration was completed smoothly in no time. He took back his citizenship certificate and prepared to leave, thinking about settling his score with the Wolfpack mercenary group. Knowing that he would get last place in the exam, he still signed up. He must be out of his mind. Director Huang watched Ningqing's retreating figure and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was afraid of Su Lu, but not of Ningqing. Ningqing stopped and turned around, staring at Director Huang with a cold gaze. What if I wasn't last place? Director Huang glanced at him sideways, a slight smile playing on his lips. If you weren't last place, I'd apologize to you in public. But if you were? Ningqing's expression was cold and serious. If I'm last place, I'll apologize to you in front of the entire school and admit that I'm a failure. But what if I pass the preliminary exam? Ha ha. Director Huang laughed loudly. What a joke. If you pass the preliminary exam, I'll resign as the director of the academic affairs office, and I'll admit defeat. What if you don't pass the preliminary exam? 125 times more difficult, and they still want to take the preliminary exam? What a pipe dream. These young people these days are so arrogant, Director Huang thought to himself. If I fail the preliminary exam, you can do whatever you want with me, Ningqing replied without hesitation. Director Huang's face was full of sarcasm, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Fine, don't regret it later. I won't make things difficult for you. You can just take a megaphone and shout that you're a piece of trash from the school all the way to your house. Ningqing smiled, but his smile was cold. Fine, I hope you keep your word. The teachers here will all be witnesses. You'd better keep your word. Registration complete, the bet made. Ningqing turned and left immediately, not wanting to stay a second longer. Sulu followed him for about 10 steps, then suddenly called out to him. Ningqing, you're being too impulsive. Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. She felt that Ningqing's pride had probably been hurt, which was why he had acted so irrationally. She didn't stop him before because she knew that an impulsive young man couldn't be stopped at all. She had seen too many students who wouldn't turn back until they hit a brick wall. Ningqing turned around, his expression now calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. Teacher Su, I wasn't acting impulsively. You should have faith in your students. When have I ever let you down? Sulu glared at him, her tone even more displeased. You haven't asked about me once in 3 years, and you still expect me to have faith in you? Ningqing scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Sulu used to take good care of him, but since he changed jobs, he hadn't really paid much attention to her, which was something he felt bad about. Teacher Su, thank you for your help. I won't let you down. I will always be your pride. I'll be going now. He said this and left in a hurry. Sulu watched him go, her eyes full of confusion. Where does this kid get his confidence? Does he really think 125 times the difficulty is child's play? She muttered to herself, her tone full of incomprehension. Ningqing walked towards the school gate, where a group of people had already gathered on the opposite sidewalk. They all wore badges on their chests that read Wolfpack Mercenary Group. When Ningqing arrived at the academic affairs office, the Wolfpack Mercenary Group had already arrived. They never expected that the culprit who harmed their 3 teams was actually at Ningqing No. 1 Middle School. They dared not act rashly and first consulted their regimental commander, who instructed them to observe the situation and absolutely not to enter Ningqing No. 1 Middle School to arrest anyone. Schools are very sensitive places. If they attack rashly, the authorities will definitely treat them as terrorists and severely suppress them. As Ningqing approached the gate, he immediately spotted the Wolfpack mercenaries on the other side. Tsk tisk. Ningqing chuckled lightly. You're quite quick. He then continued walking towards the door. The tracking talisman in the lead mercenary's hand suddenly vibrated violently and then pointed directly at Ningqing. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he stared intently at Ningqing, and the other mercenaries also kept their eyes peeled. They were all shocked to see Ningqing's youthful face, which looked almost like that of a student. How could such a seemingly harmless pretty boy have killed 3 squads? They all suspected that the tracking talisman was malfunctioning. Even if they were wrong, they would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one go. The shock on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a strong killing intent. Ningqing seemed oblivious to them and continued walking towards the door. They muttered under their breath, he's really bold. Does he really think we wouldn't dare to make a move in the city? Ningqing arrived at the gate. Boldly glanced at the Wolfpack mercenaries, then turned his gaze to Ningqing. Leave as soon as you get out the door, and be careful, he whispered a reminder. Although he didn't know Ningqing was the target, he didn't want a student to get involved in the Wolfpack's conflicts. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Ningqing nodded in response, walked straight out of the gate, glanced at the group of mercenaries, and headed towards the outskirts of the city. It was inconvenient for Wolf to make a move in the city, and his actions were also restricted. You actually dare to come out? They're incredibly audacious. They don't take us seriously at all. I'll see how tough this kid is. The mercenaries spoke coldly, following closely behind Ningqing, their eyes revealing revealing no concealment of killing intent. The gatekeeper watched the mercenary follow Ningqing, his heart tightening, his expression turning worried. A student who had repeated a year had actually offended the infamous Wolf Walker. The outcome was self-evident. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "That student, do you want to go back to school?" He shouted at Ningqing's back, unable to bear watching such a young life wither away. Ningqing turned around and looked at the gatekeeper in surprise, not expecting him to be so enthusiastic. It's worth noting that not many people in Ningqing dared to provoke Wolfgang. The Wolfwalk mercenaries glared angrily at the gatekeeper, their eyes full of threat. How dare he ruin their plans? "Old man, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Focus on guarding your gate, don't cause trouble or you'll have no hope of retirement. Think about your family. Do they know you're so bold as to meddle in our business?" The gatekeeper frowned, pointed at the mercenaries, and roared, "My children are all teachers here, my whole family lives here, do you dare to lay a hand on me?" Upon hearing this, the men from Wolfpack's eyes burned with even more murderous intent, but before they could speak, Ningqing said first, "Uncle Wang, thank you for your kindness, I will handle it myself." Grandpa Wang's face turned ashen with worry, his expression full of disappointment and frustration. "How can you be so ungrateful? You want to handle this yourself? You're just a student who failed a year, how could you possibly stand up to Wolf Walker?" Ningqing smiled slightly, shook his head, and said nothing more. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. The world wasn't all heartless people. He continued walking forward and casually took out his phone to call a taxi. The car arrived quickly, and he got in, heading towards the city gate. The Wolfpack members also boarded the car and followed closely behind Ningqing. "Humph, no matter where you run to, your death is nigh. Today is your last day. I will not let you die easily." Inside the car, the wolves glared fiercely at Ningqing's vehicle, gritting their teeth. They followed along until they reached the city gate, at which point they were all somewhat bewildered. They had considered that Ningqing might seek help from official institutions or enter crowded public places like parks or shopping malls to make them wary, but they never expected that he would choose this place. They were even more shocked when they saw Ningqing walking towards the group leaving the city. Knowing full well that they were being pursued, they still dared to leave the city, which was tantamount to handing their necks to their blades. "I finally understand why he dared to attack us. He's a madman. Who cares if he's crazy or stupid? He's courting death. I'm going to pull out his fingers one by one and see how he can still go crazy." The members of the Wolfpack all revealed ferocious smiles, lined up behind Ningqing, with several standing on either side, completely blocking his retreat. A man who had been excitedly heading towards Ningqing suddenly stopped, his expression turning fearful. It was that shifty-eyed fellow. "It's over. How could Mr. Lin have offended Wolfpack? 5 third-tier squads and 13 second-tier squads. With this lineup, does he even have a chance of survival?" He sighed inwardly, not for Ningqing, but for his own money. Ningqing was an important client of his, and now he was probably going to lose him. He quickly turned and left, afraid of attracting Wolf's attention. He didn't want to be buried with him. The others were also wary of the wolf-walking people and subconsciously kept their distance. They also noticed Ningqing, secretly shaking their heads, convinced that he was already a dead body. Ningqing glanced at the people on both sides, completely unconcerned. These were just people on the verge of death, but the wolf-walking men refused to let him go, as if they were afraid he wasn't angry enough. "Boy, you dare to kill one of our Wolfpack members? You've got some nerve. Once we get out of here, I'll gouge out your tongue and eyes." The man on the left spoke cruelly, directly threatening Ningqing. The person on the right retorted sarcastically, "I'm going to cut off your fingers and toes one by one." The wolves behind him echoed his sentiments, determined to plunge Ningqing into utter terror. They relished seeing others in despair. "Not only you, but none of your family and friends will escape either. You better pray that none of your friends and family are beautiful women, otherwise we brothers will have to treat them properly. TSK. I've decided not to kill you yet. I'll let you watch as we entertain your female relatives and friends. Count me in, I'll join the queue too. I want one too. The members of the Wolfpack took turns speaking, their eyes filled with evil and lewdness. Ningqing's expression grew increasingly cold, emanating a chilling aura. He had initially intended to quickly eliminate these bastards, but now he changed his mind. These beasts would be relieved to die too quickly. He wanted them to suffer endless torment and die a miserable death. They remained silent the whole way until they arrived at the checkpoint, where Oldley recognized him at a glance. Oldley had already guessed Ningqing's identity, and seeing him surrounded by wolf walkers filled him with worry. It is extremely ironic that such a prodigy, who did not die in the battle with the monster, but instead died at the hands of his own kind. He gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at the wolf walkers, before turning his gaze to Ningqing. "Are you sure you want to go out?" "No one can force you if you don't want to go out," Oldley said seriously to Ningqing. Before Ningqing could even speak, the Wolfpack members were already furious. Another busybody had appeared. Did they really think the Wolfpack wouldn't dare to kill? "Aren't you, a mere city guard, being a bit too nosy? You're trying to stop people from leaving? Don't interfere too much, it won't do you any good. If you want to retire peacefully, then shut up." The Wolfpack members pointed at Old Li and angrily rebuked him, saying they didn't take a city guard seriously at all. What's all this noise about? How dare you point fingers at us city guards? Are you trying to betray the Federation? Do you really think your wolf pack is that powerful? Seeing this, Lao Li's colleagues surrounded him with their weapons, their tone extremely unfriendly and their eyes turning fierce. They were not city guards to be bullied easily. The two sides faced off, and the air was thick with tension. Ningqing didn't expect Old Li to care about him so much. After all, they were just nodding acquaintances, and their first meeting hadn't been very pleasant. The reason why the Federation has been able to stand firm despite the monster siege is probably because of kind-hearted people like Old Li and Old Wang, Ningqing thought to himself. However, he could only keep his gratitude to himself and would kill more monsters in the future as a way of repaying Old Li. Brother, I want to go out on my own. Nobody forced me, he explained to Old Li. Old Li got anxious when he heard this. They've already blocked it, and this isn't considered a forced entry? He suddenly remembered something and reminded him urgently, if your family members are taken hostage, we can help with that too. The federal government is the one that makes the decisions. Ningqing shook his head. No, don't worry, thank you for your kindness. Did you hear that? They want to go out on their own. Mind your own business. That's right, guard your gates properly. You're not taking taxpayers' money to meddle in other people's business. Get out of here. The Wolfpack members mocked the city guards, initially worried that Ningqing would be persuaded to retreat, but they were surprised by how effective he was. The city guards were so angry their eyes turned green, most of their anger being provoked by Ningqing. Kid, you're really biting the hand that feeds you. If you want to die, then go out and get out of here yourself. Old Li, how many times have I told you not to be a pushover? Nobody appreciates your kindness in this world. What a waste of my good intentions. Get out of here. The city guards were furious, their faces flushed, and they became extremely rude to Ningqing. They felt wronged for Old Li and for themselves. Old Li opened his mouth but didn't say a word, turning away and never looking at Ningqing again. Ningqing stepped out of the city gate and swayed as he walked forward. Wolf walkers slowly followed, but he was still not completely out of the city guard's sight, so they were in no hurry to make a move. Finally, the city gate was completely covered by grass, and the wolf walkers couldn't wait to surround Ningqing, their eyes flashing with cruel light. Kid, I'll break your arms and legs first, then I'll slowly teach you a lesson. Kid, if you listen to the city guards, remember to be smarter in your next life. The wolf-walking men spoke with either mockery or coldness, and a swordsman raised his long sword, preparing to cripple Ningqing's hands and feet. A ferocious smile appeared on Ningqing's lips. His killing intent was now uncontrollable. Blood flames erupted from his body, his eyes shot out materialized bloodlight, and a violent aura swept out, causing the wolf walkers to instinctively feel fear. Kill him! A third-tier warrior sensed something was wrong, shouted in terror, and swung his battle axe fiercely at Ningqing's head, but it felt as if he had been hit by a giant spaceship. Click click click. The ribs exploded like firecrackers, and all the ribs were instantly shattered. His back arched high, with a noticeable dent the size of a fist on his back. Blood and fragments of internal organs gushed from his mouth, and he flew out like a cannonball, knocking over several of his companions along the way. The other wolves who witnessed this scene had their pupils constrict violently. The lamb before them had suddenly torn off its skin and transformed into a ferocious wolf. All of you, let's not let him defeat us all by himself. Some people roared at the top of their lungs to embolden themselves and their teammates, and then they all unleashed their skills to launch a fierce attack on Ningqing. Ningqing moved, his figure transforming into a bloody shadow and vanishing abruptly. The wolf walkers flew backward like cannonballs, their blood and entrails splattering all over the ground. The wolf pack members were completely devastated. In their eyes, Ningqing was like a ghost, his movements elusive and impossible to fathom. They couldn't even track him down, let alone attack him. Even when Ningqing used his area of effect skills to hit them, it had no effect on them, as if it were just a tickle. Their impenetrable defense made them completely despair. How could he be so strong? Could he be one of those legendary professionals? Run! Get back quickly and inform the commander and the others. The wolf walkers were completely devastated. Faced with this invincible enemy, their former arrogance and cruelty were instantly replaced by fear. But escaping from Ningqing was nothing but wishful thinking. Their speed was as slow as ants compared to him. Before long, all of Wolfwalk's men collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Ningqing walked over to a Wolfpack member who had fallen to the ground, looking down at him from his superior position. Was it you who said you were going to pull out my tongue? He asked calmly, his eyes filled with coldness. The man looked terrified, his eyes brimming with tears, and struggled to back away, trying to distance himself from Ningqing. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was just following orders. I was just joking. Ningqing let out a cold laugh. Want to die? Not so easy. He swung the giant blade of slaughter, the tip of the sword slicing across the man's lips, cutting his mouth open, and in the process, severing his tongue. The man screamed in agony, the excruciating pain causing his entire body to convulse and him to be drenched in sweat. Ningqing ignored him and turned to walk towards another person. So you want to cut off my fingers and toes one by one? He asked coldly. No, it wasn't me, the man denied in a panic, his face ashen, and his crotch soaked. Lin Kuang revealed a look of disgust and swung the giant blade of slaughter, cutting off all of his fingers and toes. Ah! A shrill scream rang out again. The other members of the Wolfpack were terrified and filled with deep regret, never expecting to have provoked a devil. Lin Kuang walked up to another person, his eyes even colder, because this was the bastard who had threatened to harm his female relatives and friends. Please spare my life, I was wrong. The man scrambled to his feet, then knelt on the ground, his head banging against the earth repeatedly. His face was filthy, and his forehead was covered in blood. Ha! You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're about to die, Lin Kuang said coldly. He kicked the bastard to the ground, then swung his sword, sending a small bird flying, completing the gender reassignment surgery. The process was brief, but the pain was excruciating. Other men who were involved in the crime were even more devastated, as castration was undoubtedly one of the most feared tortures for any man. Lin Kuang approached the next person, swung his sword, and another small bird took flight. These guys even said they had to line up, so Lin Kuang made them line up to be castrated. As the birds took flight, everyone here underwent a gender transformation. They wailed and cursed, but Lin Kuang remained unmoved. He never showed mercy to scum. Lin Kuang didn't kill them. Killing them outright would be too easy on them. He waited quietly. Soon, he saw a leopard approaching, drawn by the smell of blood. Upon seeing the humans scattered on the ground, it revealed a bloodthirsty gaze. So many humans are truly a gift from God. It let out an excited roar and pounced on a mercenary. Ah, help! Damn it, he's going to make us monster food. The mercenaries fought back fiercely, but they were already seriously injured and could not exert much strength. The leopard pounced on a mercenary, opened its huge jaws, and bit off half of his body. The gruesome scene horrified the other mercenaries, and the thought of facing the same fate utterly broke them. However, the nightmare had only just begun. The screams attracted more monsters, who became extremely excited upon seeing them and quickly launched an attack. Mercenaries screamed as they were devoured, blood and bits of flesh splattered across the ground, their wails chilling to the bone. Lin Kuang remained calm and watched quietly until all the mercenaries were devoured by the monsters. Only then did he make his move, instantly killing all the monsters with a single sword strike. After cleaning up the battlefield, he continued deeper into the wilderness. Since he was already there, he might as well level up first. The rest of the Wolfpack mercenary group would deal with the situation later that night. A pair of blood-red wings stretched out from Lin Kuang's back. The blood-red feathers seemed to be carved from the teeth of a demon god, exuding a domineering and violent aura. Lin Kuang's figure suddenly shot into the sky, the air exploded, and the rolling airwaves swept out in all directions like a tsunami. His speed directly broke the sound barrier, estimated to have reached 3 times the speed of sound, a speed far exceeding that of 90% of 4th-tier professionals. Lin Kuang transformed into a blood-red afterimage and flew towards the depths of the wilderness. Not long after, he suddenly noticed a giant bird flying towards him at high speed. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the silver-winged eagle that had been chasing him for so long. When the old enemies met, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. Lin Kuang's eyes shot out a cold light. How could he forget that silver-winged eagle had once beaten him so badly that his bones were shattered? The silver-winged eagle's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. It was deeply impressed by Lin Kuang. An unkillable professional was a great threat to monsters. This time, it absolutely cannot let this human leave alive. The two sides quickly approached each other, and the silver-winged eagle suddenly flapped its wings, sending sharp feathers flying towards Lin Kuang like sniper bullets. Oomph, do you really think I'm still the same as before? Lin Kuang snorted disdainfully, and his blood wings suddenly vibrated, with dense blood-red feathers tearing through the air and whistling out, colliding fiercely with the feathers of the silver-winged eagle. The two sharp blades collided, sparks flying, and spraying dozens of meters away. The crisp metallic clang was like a metal storm. However, Blood Feather was clearly more powerful, easily shattering the silver-winged eagle's feathers and continuing to whistle towards it. The silver-winged eagle was startled and instantly snapped out of its rage, realizing that it was no match for the human before it. It immediately turned and ran away. Its experience in surviving in the wild told it that if it couldn't win, it had to run. Trying to leave now? Too late. Lin Kuang sneered, transforming into a blood-red afterimage as he swiftly approached the silver-winged eagle. Blood Feather continued to whistle out, eventually landing behind the silver-winged eagle. Knowing there was no escape, the silver-winged eagle flapped its wings again, unleashing a torrent of metallic energy that clashed violently with the Blood Feather. But it was all in vain. Blood Feather tore through the metal storm and slammed down on it. Feathers flew everywhere, blood splattered, and in an instant, the silver-winged eagle's body was riddled with holes like a sieve. It was utterly powerless to withstand Lin Kuang's desperate attack. Lin Kuang now possessed extremely high health and was full of confidence, allowing him to continuously unleash his desperate attacks. A piece of material fell from the silver-winged eagle's corpse. Lin Kuang quickly grabbed it, cursing it as a poor wretch with disgust. Lin Kuang then continued his ascent deeper into the area. As the saying goes, skill breeds daring, and this time he directly entered the area where mid-level monsters roamed. However, he didn't fly, as being in the air would make him too conspicuous, and being surrounded by mid-level monsters monsters would be troublesome. There were even 6th-rank monsters lurking in this area. This is a mountainous area. Ningqing traversed among the peaks and soon encountered a level 106 elite steelskin boar. The other party was overjoyed when they saw Ningqing, a 3rd-tier professional. Wasn't this a free meal delivered to their door? But it soon discovered that it was the prey. A blood sphere 6 meters in diameter hurtled towards it at high speed, easily shattering its defensive abilities. Faced with this exploding blood sphere, its defenses appeared incredibly fragile. The blood energy swept across a 100-meter radius, destroying everything in its path, even collapsing mountain peaks. After the 3rd job advancement, Ningqing's skills became even more powerful, with significant improvements in damage, attack range, and area of effect. At this moment, his attack range covered a distance of 200 meters, which was comparable to that of a 3rd-tier mythical mage, and he was originally a melee class. He looked at his personal panel, his expression extremely satisfied. Class: Blood Demon God, Epic. Talent: Blood Domination. Blood Frenzy. When cast, the caster enters a berserk state, losing 5% of their base health per second, while increasing critical strike chance, critical strike damage, bleed rate, and casting speed by 2,300%. In Blood Frenzy state, consumes 15% of base health to unleash a cross-shaped blade of energy, dealing 2,500% damage to the target. Attack range is 165 meters, and cooldown is 10 seconds. In Blood Frenzy state, consumes 15% of base health, slams the weapon heavily into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that deals 2,600% damage and launches the target into the air. Attack range is 176 meters, cooldown is 10 seconds. A Desperate Strike. By channeling health into the weapon, the next attack deals damage equal to the channeled health multiplied by 2,800%. Bloodthirsty Hand. In Blood Frenzy state, consumes 15% of base health to grab the target from a distance, then unleashes a surge of blood energy, dealing 2,500% damage. The attack range is 165 meters, and the cooldown is 12 seconds. This skill is a counterattack skill. In Blood Frenzy state, 15% of base health is consumed, but all 4 main attributes are increased by 1,800%, and agility is increased by 2,000%, lasting for 3,000 seconds with a 20-second cooldown. In Blood Frenzy state, consumes 15% of base health to unleash a blood orb that explodes violently upon hitting the target, dealing 2,800% damage. Attack range is 144 meters, coverage area is 100 meters, and cooldown is 30 seconds. In the Blood Frenzy state, consume 15% of your base health to condense wings, gaining the ability to fly and increasing agility by 1,500%. At the same time, you can unleash Blood Feather attack every 30 seconds, dealing 2,600% damage with an attack range of 165 meters and lasting for 5 seconds. Slaughtering Blade, Epic. Life Never Ends set, Epic. Ningqing spent the entire evening grinding monsters in the wild before returning at 7 p.m. A blood-red figure landed in the buffer zone, not directly at the city gate. It was Ningqing. He didn't want others to know he possessed the ability to fly. After all, the wolfwalkers hadn't completely disappeared. At the city gate, Oldley took out a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then exhaled heavily. He looked out into the wilderness and sighed silently. A prodigy died at the hands of a bunch of scum. This world can be truly disgusting at times. Seeing his expression, his colleagues guessed what he was thinking. Oldley, don't worry about that ungrateful brat. People who don't cherish their own lives won't live long, a colleague complained. His words sparked a discussion among the city guards, who joined in one after another. Yeah, that kid must be out of his mind. Wolfwalk mobilized so many people, and he still dared to leave the city. That's just asking for death. Is he out of his mind? Now that he's in Wolf's hands, he probably regrets coming into this world. It's just a pity for his parents. Do you think those scumbags like Wolfwalker will let his parents go? As soon as he finished speaking, the city guards shook their heads. They knew Wolf's methods all too well, and that man's relatives and friends were likely to suffer. Oldley remained silent and exhaled another smoke ring. Just as he was about to look away, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. His gaze sharpened, and upon recognizing the person, his mouth involuntarily gaped open, his eyes almost touching the ground. Look, isn't that the kid? He shouted excitedly, pointing at the figure. His colleagues followed his finger and looked in that direction. When they saw the figure, they were utterly horrified. That kid came back as a ghost? Where did this ghost come from? That kid isn't dead at all. Even more unbelievable than him turning into a ghost. He's still alive? What exactly is going on? The city guards were so shocked they were speechless. They had never seen anything so bizarre in their lives. They stared wide-eyed as Ningqing walked up to them, then revealed a faint smile. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost? Ningqing mocked. Ningqing's words brought everyone back to their senses from the shock, but the astonishment on their faces remained. Lin, you're actually alright? Oldley asked incredulously, voicing the question that had been on the minds of all the city guards. He had intended to call out Ningqing's full name, but then swallowed it back. He couldn't reveal Ningqing's identity, not only because it would violate the rules, but also because he was afraid of of displeasing Lin Kuang. "Ha, you want something to happen to me?" Lin Kuang asked with a chuckle. Oldly shook his head vigorously, denying it repeatedly. "Of course not, it's just that those wolves didn't lay a hand on you, right?" "Them?" Lin Kuang shrugged and said quietly, "They were unlucky and ran into a group of monsters, and were swallowed by them. Maybe I'm too handsome, and those monsters couldn't bear to kill me, so I came back." Old Li and the city guards didn't believe a word of it, but they knew they couldn't ask any more questions. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Old Li breathed a sigh of relief and checked Lin Kuang's citizen card before letting him into the city. The city guards watched Lin Kuang leave, their eyes filled with deep awe. One person actually killed 5 third-tier squads and 12 second-tier squads. Such strength was truly admirable. Ningqing, after Chu Yufay, this true phoenix, has finally produced another true dragon. Old Li sighed with emotion, and the other city guards nodded silently, their eyes filled with awe. Lin Kuang stepped into the city, but instead of going straight home, he headed towards the headquarters of the Wolfpack mercenary group. As the saying goes, if you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring breeze. Since things have come to this point of no return, let's make them disappear completely. As Lin Kuang entered the city, in the headquarters office of the Wolfpack mercenary group, 5 people who were blowing smoke rings were once again drawn to the tracking talisman on the table. The tracking talisman vibrated violently again, everyone's gaze sharpened, and the atmosphere instantly became heavy and oppressive. All the subordinates who went out to attack have lost contact, and now the tracking talisman has sensed the murderer again. The outcome is self-evident. All of their men died at the hands of the murderer. "Who exactly is it?" the swordsman asked, his voice tinged with coldness and a hint of apprehension. Even he couldn't guarantee a sure win against so many subordinates, yet the murderer did. "No matter who he is, since we're now locked in a life-or-death struggle, our only goal is to kill him," the mage said through gritted teeth. The priest frowned and offered his guess. "There are only a few mid-level professionals in Ningqing. They have no reason to attack us. Could they be outsiders?" His words made the others think, and more people tended to believe that the murderer was an outsider. The mid-level professional circle in Ningqing is small, and the distribution of benefits is already clear. There is no reason for them to take such a desperate action. The soldier exhaled another puff of smoke, his face flickering in and out of the smoke. "Regardless of whether he's an outsider or not, once he sets foot in Ningqing, the dragon has to be under my control, and the tiger has to lie low. How dare he make a move in the dead of night?" Yes, the others echoed in unison. However, they were unaware that the murderer was closing in step by step. About 20 minutes later, Lin Kuang drove to a restaurant near the Wolfpack mercenary group. He needed to fill his stomach before killing anyone. After finishing his meal at a leisurely pace, Lin Kuang walked out of the restaurant, went to a secluded corner, put on his mask, unfurled his blood wings, and quickly soared into the sky. He blended into the night and was almost impossible to spot. He flew to the rooftop of the Wolfpack headquarters, a 50-story building that served as the Wolfpack mercenary group's stronghold. The Wolfpack mercenary group had grown to its current size, extending its reach into multiple sectors and becoming one of the most powerful forces in Ningqing. Today, a student who repeated his senior year of high school is about to consign this force to the dustbin of history. If outsiders knew this, they would surely think Lin Kuang had gone mad. Lin Kuang arrived at the stairwell, but the door was locked. However, this was no big deal for him. With a gentle pull, the steel door was forcibly opened, and he stepped inside. Without triggering any alarms, the Wolfpack members had no idea that someone would break in from here. After all, this was the Wolfpack headquarters. Lin Kuang went straight down to the top floor, where, as far as he knew, the offices of the 5 founders of the Wolfpack mercenary group were located. It's not time to leave work yet, so they're probably still here. Lin Kuang walked into the stairwell and saw a spacious hall with several expensive sofas, clearly a place used by the Wolfpack squad to entertain distinguished guests. Today, an unexpected guest arrived here. Lin Kuang swaggered into the hall, and just as he was about to look for the Wolfpack squad, an office door suddenly opened, and 5 people quickly walked out. The leader held a violently shaking tracking talisman tightly in his hand, the talisman pointing to Lin Kuang's location. Their expressions were invariably filled with surprise and confusion, and they looked at Lin Kuang as if they were seeing an alien. The moment Lin Kuang stepped into the hall, the tracking talisman on the table vibrated violently, and the 5 members of the Wolfpack squad, who were discussing how to kill Lin Kuang, were stunned. The tracking talisman was shaking violently, which meant that the target was nearby. But this was the Wolfpack headquarters. How dare the murderer come to this area? This stunned them immediately. Just how bold was the murderer to dare to risk breaking into this place? Coming to his senses, the warrior grabbed the tracking talisman and hissed, let's go out and take a look." After saying that, he led his teammates out of the commander's office and saw Lin Kuang already standing in the lobby. The killer not only came to the vicinity of their headquarters, but even penetrated into the most central location, the VIP reception hall. That's why they were both surprised and puzzled. Although Lin Kuang was wearing a mask, they could still tell he was a young man, a very young lad. Who gave him the audacity? Lin Kuang certainly knew these 5 people. Their information could be easily found online. A smile crept onto his lips. Everyone was there, which saved him the trouble of searching. The Wolfang squad, TSK, just as the internet says, they're all making a fool of themselves. Ningqing mocked sarcastically. These words immediately darkened the faces of the Wolfang squad members. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to call them ugly to their faces. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent, and their hatred reached a new level. Kid, you've got some nerve. You killed so many of us, and you still dare to come in front of us, the soldier said coldly, his tone grim. Do you really think we Wolfang are without anyone? I hope your strength is half as great as your courage. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in his eyes piercing towards Ningqing. Ningqing shook his head and chuckled after hearing this. He was bold enough, and his strength was naturally not bad either. You'll find out soon enough. He drew his greatsword of slaughter, the unending life set already equipped on his body. The orange light was dazzling, and the pupils of the Wolfang squad members suddenly contracted. Epic equipment was not something that just anyone could withstand. Its owners were either rich or noble. After years of hard work, they only have 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. But when he realized it was third-tier equipment, the tension on his face lessened, his expression turned contemptuous, and his eyes were filled with jealousy. Hat kid, who gave you the guts to come looking for trouble with us when you're only at the 3rd level? The mage sneered. Probably some rich kid who's been overconfident since childhood, the assassin scoffed. Ningqing didn't waste any more words. Blood flames soared into the sky, his eyes shot out scarlet light, and a violent aura swept across the sky, as if a demon god had descended. The contempt on the faces of the 5 members of the Wolfang squad quickly vanished as they felt an immense pressure. The warrior roared and was the first to raise his shield, creating a defensive barrier that enveloped everyone. The defensive barrier isolated Ningqing's aura, giving them a sense of security. Swordsmen raised their longswords, their skills poised to strike. Assassins slip into the shadows, ready to ambush. Mages and priests whisper incantations, preparing to unleash control and amplification spells. They reacted quickly, but it was still too late. Ningqing raised the now blood-red giant blade of slaughter and slammed it heavily onto the ground. The blood energy exploded like a missile, instantly engulfing everything around it. The sofa, tea table, and walls turned into dust and were annihilated in the blood mist. The defensive barrier erected by the soldiers didn't even last a second before it was shattered instantly. Impossible. The warrior's eyes were filled with anger and fear. As a rare level 120 warrior, his defensive skills, which he had tried his best to maintain, were instantly broken by a 3rd-tier swordsman, which completely shattered his worldview. The other 4 were equally shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Their captain's defense had been broken in an instant? What kind of profession was this kid? The word myth flashed through their minds simultaneously, and regret welled up in their hearts. They had actually offended such an unparalleled genius. But no matter what they thought, they were torn to pieces by the blood energy in the next instant, dying completely. To ensure a one-hit kill, Ningqing expended a significant amount of health, unleashing a desperate attack. After the instant kill, he immediately interrupted his skill, and his blood energy dissipated in an instant. But in just a moment, most of this floor had been destroyed. If it is not cancelled, with the 176-meter attack range of the mountain crushing slash, Ningqing would probably be hard-pressed to escape. Ningqing is not a demon god after all, so naturally he would not do such a thing. The ground was blasted open by the bloody aura, and Ningqing's body fell through the hole, but with his wings spread, he hovered steadily in the air. On the next floor, the crowd cast bewildered, angry, and fearful glances our way. A stranger appeared before them in this way, the most secure top floor of the Wolfang headquarters, the place where the Wolfang squad was personally stationed, has now been mostly destroyed. With the fate of the 5 regimental commanders now unknown, how could they not feel confused and fearful? They were all gathered here by the leader, and were preparing to take action late at night, but unexpectedly, this accident happened. One of the mercenaries jolted awake and was the first to react, yelling shrilly at the top of his lungs, which startled the other mercenaries. Ningqing also noticed the group of people below, and a smile appeared on his lips. He didn't expect that the Wolfang mercenaries would all gather here. How thoughtful of them. The mercenaries below drew their weapons, preparing to unleash their skills against Ningqing. Ningqing merely flapped his blood wings, and the blood feathers instantly enveloped the area below, splattering blood and causing lives to rapidly wither. These mercenaries were at most at the 3rd rank, utterly insignificant compared to Ningqing. In an instant, the mercenaries below were turned into corpses with their eyes wide open in death. Ningqing took out a talisman, a high-level purification talisman that could remove all traces of himself. The reason he was being tracked by the tracking talisman was because he had never cleaned up the traces he left behind. Now that he has learned from experience, he will never make the same mistake again. Advanced purification talismans are known as essential tools for murder and arson, and have always enjoyed an excellent reputation and are trustworthy. Ningqing activated the Dao talisman, which spontaneously combusted without wind, and the flames spread rapidly, covering all areas of the top and second to top floors. The corpses melted away rapidly in the flames, as if they had never existed. Seeing this, Ningqing's body burst through the window, soared into the sky, and silently silently flew towards his home. He landed steadily on the roof of his own building and then went back inside the house via the stairs. Before long, alarms blared throughout Ningqing, clearly indicating that what had happened at the Wolfang headquarters had been discovered. Wolfang is now history. Ningqing chuckled and walked into the bathroom to wash away the blood. After washing up and returning to his room, he habitually checked his phone and, as expected, received a message from Chu Yufay. "How was your day?" "Not good," Ningqing replied with a wicked smile. "What's wrong?" Chu Yufay replied quickly, her message full of concern. "I haven't seen you for most of the day. How could you possibly be alright?" In a female dormitory at Federal University, Chu Yufay, dressed in her pajamas, nervously stared at her phone screen. When the other person sent another message, the tension on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by shyness and sweetness, and a blush spread across her cheeks. She covered her cheeks with her hands, feeling the heat on her face. "This idiot, where did he learn all this? Wasn't he always so clueless?" she complained. But a charming smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. She picked up her phone and replied again. "Where did you learn such sweet talk? Heaven can bear witness, these are my true feelings. I don't believe you." She sent a disdainful emoji. "Even if I were a ghost, I would still want to see you." Chu Yufei's cheeks burned even hotter, the heat spreading throughout her body as if she had been electrocuted. She buried her entire body in the blanket, too ashamed to show her face. After a while, she finally lifted her head from under the covers and grabbed a cushion from the side. "You silly boy, how come you're all so eloquent tonight?" She tapped the pillow's forehead, looking shy. On the other side, Ningqing saw that Chu Yufay hadn't replied to his message for a long time and thought he had scared her away. "Don't flirt too much, or you'll scare her away." Ningqing reminded himself that Chu Yufay appeared cold and aloof, but was actually extremely shy inside. Just as he was about to change the subject, Chu Yufay replied to his message. "Then you'd better work harder to get into the Federal University. I'll be waiting for you." Upon seeing this, Ningqing couldn't help but grin foolishly. Given Chu Yufei's personality, saying "I'll wait for you" was already a promise. "I will definitely pass the exam, just wait for me." The two continued chatting with smiles on their faces. Chu Yufay said she wouldn't be able to start her vacation until June 20th, and she would come to Ningqing after that. Ningqing thought for a moment and told her that he would go to Kyoto after the college entrance examination to familiarize himself with the environment of the Federal University in advance. Chu Yufay was overjoyed to hear this news and promised to take Ningqing to all the fun places in the Kyoto area. Ningqing was filled with anticipation, wishing he could finish the college entrance examination right now and board a spaceship bound for the Kyoto region. The two chatted until 2 a.m. before finally falling asleep, filled with anticipation for the future. While Ningqing and Chu Yufay were chatting happily, the entire Ningqing was plunged into violent turmoil. The news of the Wolfang mercenary group's annihilation spread quickly and could not be kept secret. Many people's first reaction upon seeing this news was skepticism. After all, fourth-tier professionals are top-tier experts in Ningqing, and the Wolfang mercenary group has 5 such teams. Who could easily wipe them out? Ha! You have to use your brain before spreading rumors. Who can destroy Wolfang? That's right, the 4th-tier squad is already the pinnacle of Ningqing. Only an idiot would believe such a rumor. However, as some members of the Wolfang gang uploaded videos to the internet, the confidence of some people began to waver. When the official announcement is made, even if you are unwilling, you can only accept reality. The entire city of Ningqing was instantly abuzz with excitement. Many people spread the news far and wide, overjoyed and celebrating. Most of them had been oppressed by the Wolfang mercenary group and had long endured humiliation. Now, upon hearing the news of the Wolfang's annihilation, they jumped and laughed with excitement, some even laughing wildly in public. "Ah, God has eyes. Those scumbags from Wolfang deserve to die. They deserve to die. Today is the happiest day of my life. The Wolfang gang seized my property, and they deserved it. Wah! My daughter's revenge is finally complete. They died for good. They died for good." The internet is filled with cheers. The annihilation of the Wolfang gang is a cause for celebration. However, the officials were deeply troubled. Although they also disliked Wolfang, the annihilation of dozens of Wolfang mercenaries in the city was no small matter. It was an extremely serious incident. Inside the city lord's mansion, the city lord put down the phone with a gloomy expression. He had just been reprimanded by the police superintendent in charge of security in the Gangnam area, and to make matters worse, the superintendent also demanded that he find out the truth within 3 days. What could he do? The murderer had already erased all traces, and the police superintendent had tried every means possible, but to no avail. At this time, the entire city was conducting a comprehensive investigation, and the only hope was for a breakthrough. He didn't have much hope, because he felt that it was impossible for someone from Ningqing to do this. He was the strongest in Ningqing, but even he couldn't wipe out the Wolfang squad without a sound. This must be a powerful outsider, the kind of powerful person who comes and goes without a trace. How can we investigate them? He sighed heavily, sat down helplessly, and reflected on whether his laissez-faire attitude towards the Wolfang mercenary group in order to stabilize the economy was right or wrong. The next day, Ningqing Quang got up full of energy. The sirens were still blaring. He pondered for a moment and told himself to keep a low profile in the near future. He had originally planned to break a dungeon record but decisively gave up. Breaking the third job advancement dungeon record at this moment would undoubtedly draw the official's suspicious attention to him. After washing up, Lin Quang had breakfast downstairs in the apartment complex, then took a taxi to the outskirts of the city, deciding to spend the next few days killing monsters there until the college entrance exams began. Upon arriving at the city gate and getting off the vehicle, I saw all the professionals discussing the annihilation of the Wolfpack mercenary group. Lin Quang remained calm and slowly walked into the procession leaving the city, pretending to be indifferent. A gaze filled with surprise and awe remained fixed on him. Although the owner of that gaze had a solemn expression, he could not hide a hint of lewdness. Could it really be him? Even if it wasn't him, he can't escape involvement, the man thought to himself. Yesterday, he witnessed Lin Quang being chased out of the city by the Wolfpack mercenary group, but when Lin Quang returned, the Wolfpack mercenary group members had vanished. Not long after, something happened at the headquarters of the Wolfpack mercenary group. How could there be such a coincidence? He quietly blended into the crowd, not daring to have any further contact with Lin Quang. He knew that he was of lowly status and not qualified to associate with the top figures in Ningqing. When Lin Quang arrived at the checkpoint, Lao Li and his colleagues were filled with surprise and awe. Old Li gave Lin Quang a deep look, then took his ID card for a routine check. When the green light came on, Old Li respectfully let him pass and wished him a safe return. Lin Quang smiled and nodded, knowing that Lao Li and the others had doubts, but doubts were not evidence. The law required evidence. After he walked away, Old Li's colleague whispered, "Old Li, do you think it could really be him? Be careful what you say, don't make things up without evidence." Old Li reminded him sternly. The colleague wisely shut up and said no more. Anyway, he didn't like Wolfpack, so it was good that Wolfpack was dead. After passing through the buffer zone, Lin Quang spread his blood wings, transforming into a blood-red afterimage, and swiftly pierced the sky, heading straight for the area where mid-level monsters were active. One monster after another fell under Lin Quang's sword. Not a single fourth-tier monster could withstand a single blow from him. A deafening roar came from the distant sky. Lin Quang stared into the distance and saw a fierce saber-toothed tiger roaring in the sky. It is enormous, over 50 meters tall, and stretches across the sky like a small mountain. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, Lin Quang could still feel its suffocatingly terrifying aura. Saber-tooth Epic. Level 137. Skills: Pounce, Charge, Sky Claw, Roar of the Tiger, Power of the Mountain and River. It's actually a 5th-tier epic boss. Lin Quang muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with intense fighting spirit. Let's see if we can take it down. The thought rose in his mind and could no longer be suppressed. With his current health, if he were to unleash a desperate attack, killing this saber-toothed tiger in an instant would not be difficult. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that his attack range is probably not as good as that of the saber-toothed tiger. If he is not agile enough, he is very likely to be kited by the opponent and suffer a beating for nothing. However, as long as he can get close to the saber-toothed tiger, his chances are very high. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Quang chased after the saber-toothed tiger, weaving through the jungle and clinging tightly to its tail. The saber-toothed tiger did not flee at full speed, and therefore failed to shake him off. As the distance continued to shorten, Lin Quang discovered that the monster density was getting higher and higher, and their levels were gradually increasing. He even encountered some 4th-tier monster groups. If it still doesn't land after another 500 li, I'll give up. It would be troublesome if we ran into a 5th-level race. Lin Quang thought to himself that going too deep was extremely dangerous, and he was not yet confident that he could roam freely in the mid-level monster zone. If he were to be surrounded by a dozen or so 5th-tier monsters, he couldn't guarantee he could escape unscathed. Fortunately, after chasing for only 200 miles, the saber-toothed tiger landed on the top of a mountain. Lin Quang stood on the canopy of a tree, surveying the location of the saber-toothed tiger. Then, he landed quietly and cautiously made his way towards it. We didn't encounter any other monsters along the way. Perhaps this was the territory of the saber-toothed tiger, and other monsters dared not approach. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Lin Quang, allowing him to safely infiltrate and approach. But when he reached the mountainside, he was in a dilemma. The mountain is over 3,000 meters high, and above the halfway point, it is covered with weeds and has almost no trees to provide shade. This means that it will be much more difficult for Lin Quang to sneak up to the mountaintop, and he will be very easy to be detected by the saber-toothed tiger. However, retreating was not his style. He bent down and slowly reached up until he was about 300 meters from the top of the mountain. The saber-toothed tiger's massive body was very conspicuous. It was lying on the ground, clearly resting. Lin Quang had already circled around to its back, which was the safest spot. However, he still dared not be careless. The senses of a 5th-rank monster are extremely sharp. Although it does not have the legendary divine sense, it can detect the slightest movement within a range of several hundred meters. He kept a close eye on the saber-toothed tiger out of the corner of his eye, slowly approaching without making a sound. If he took just one more step forward, he would be within the range of his blood explosion attack. Ningqing became increasingly cautious. After all, he didn't know how many people had failed at the last moment. However, what he didn't know was that when he approached the saber-toothed tiger about 500 meters away, a glint of light flashed in the tiger's eyes, and the corners of its mouth turned up slightly, revealing its extremely sharp fangs. Ningqing bent over and moved through the bushes, getting closer and closer. If he advances another 10 meters or so, he can unleash blood explosion and kill the saber-toothed tiger in one fell swoop. Just then, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly moved, its entire body flipping over abruptly, its gaze fixed on Ningqing, its eyes full of mockery and ridicule. Ningqing froze, his face immediately darkening. He realized that he had been made a fool of. "Kid, you must have never been to college, right?" Saber-toothed tiger said to Ningqing out of the blue. Ningqing frowned and glanced at himself, thinking, "Do I really look that unlike a college student?" "How did you know?" he asked back. "Ha!" Saber-toothed tiger sneered, "Because anyone who's been to college knows that approaching a 5th-tier epic boss so clumsily is practically suicide. If it were that easy to get close, wouldn't assassins be able to just jump on my head and pee at me anytime?" Ningqing never expected to be mocked for his low education by a monster, and at the same time, he was given a harsh lesson by it. However, upon reflection, I realized that I had indeed been too naive. Even assassins face numerous difficulties when ambushing monsters, let alone a swordsman who is not skilled in stealth. He was speechless, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. The saber-toothed tiger had taught him a lesson, and he decided to teach it a lesson in return. He turned and fled at an incredible speed, transforming into a bloody shadow that instantly covered hundreds of meters. The saber-toothed tiger sneered. "A mere 3rd-tier professional, trying to run away from it?" Its movement caused the air to explode as it rapidly approached Ningqing. Ningqing glanced back, his expression filled with terror and despair, as if he could see his impending doom. But in reality, he was filled with anticipation, hoping that the saber-toothed tiger would get a little closer and enter his attack range. Even a lion must go all out to hunt a rabbit. This is an instinct for almost all wild monsters, and the saber-toothed tiger is no exception. It opened its enormous mouth and let out a deafening roar. The terrifying sound waves were more frightening than missile bombardment, turning everything in their path into dust. Ningqing sensed the movement behind him and saw the sound waves rapidly approaching. He knew he had nowhere to escape. "Ah, I'll fight you to the death," he roared, suppressed his power, and unleashed a cross slash. A 10-meter-long cross-shaped sword aura swept out, colliding violently with the sound waves. This was his final counterattack. Unfortunately, the resistance seemed so futile. The cross-shaped sword energy was easily destroyed by the sound wave, and then Ningqing was swept up by the sound wave. His whole body exploded into blood mist and flew out like a cannonball. It crashed heavily to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to crack like a spider web. He lay there like a lump of mud, unconscious, but still gripping the giant blade of slaughter tightly in his hand. Seeing this, the saber-toothed tiger let out a contemptuous snort and slowly approached, preparing to enjoy the delicious meal that was about to be devoured. Ningqing had his eyes closed, but he could smell the strong stench of blood from the saber-toothed tiger. Knowing that it was getting close, he slowly opened one eye, and the saber-toothed tiger was already within 10 meters. The two stared at each other, and the saber-toothed tiger exclaimed in shock, "You actually survived one of my attacks?" Ningqing grinned. "Saber-toothed tiger, you love lecturing people so much. Today I'll teach you what all's fair in war means." The saber-toothed tiger roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? An ant trying to teach a tiger a lesson? What a joke!" Ningqing was too lazy to say anything more. His greatsword was instantly stained with blood red, and he slashed the ground with his right hand. The blood energy erupted, devouring everything. The terrifying aura of destruction made the saber-toothed tiger feel a great threat, and the intense sense of life and death crisis made it fearful. It roared in shock and anger, unable to believe that a third-stage human could unleash such a terrifying attack. The saber-toothed tiger instinctively retaliated, unleashing its strongest skill, aura that shakes mountains and rivers. The giant mouth opened again, and a solid column of air shot out. The energy column and the blood energy collided violently, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The earth was torn open with cracks 10 meters wide, which spread to more than 100 meters away. However, what terrified the saber-toothed tiger was that the pillar of energy was quickly annihilated by the blood energy, and the two were simply not on the same level. Impossible! It howled in despair, its eyes filled with disbelief. But no matter how much it couldn't believe it, the facts were undeniable. The blood energy tore through the column of energy and then surged into its body. It clearly felt its body being torn apart, eventually turning into a blood mist and merging into the blood energy. I actually learned a lesson. With this thought in mind, the saber-toothed tiger departed from the mortal world. A piece of equipment emitting an orange glow fell to the ground, and Ningqing's face lit up with ecstasy. A 5th-tier epic equipment. He'd really struck it rich this time. He grabbed it and found it was a level 130 to 180 light armor shoulder piece. Although it wasn't suitable for him, it could easily fetch hundreds of millions. I've made a fortune. It was worth the lesson I learned. Ningqing laughed as he put the equipment into his spatial backpack. He then quickly left left the area, fearing that the commotion would attract more monsters to investigate, and decided to proceed with caution. Just as he was preparing to leave, the sky in the depths of the wilderness suddenly changed, and a huge six-tailed fox demon shadow occupied that part of the sky. In front of the fox shadow, there was a tiny black dot, vaguely resembling a human. Several big question marks popped into Ningqing's head. A six-tailed fox demon, a legendary lord, actually appeared here? Shouldn't it be hiding deep in the wilderness? Who on earth provoked it? But he knew very well that this was not something he could interfere with. Who knew how high the level of that six-tailed fox demon was? If he ran into a big boss, wouldn't he be courting death? Moreover, Ningqing noticed that the monsters around him were starting to riot and were rushing madly toward the six-tailed fox, so he dared not make any rash moves. He moved through the jungle, fleeing towards the outskirts. But some things you can't avoid just because you want to. Ningqing unfortunately discovered that the battlefield between the six-tailed fox and that mysterious person was rapidly approaching him. It's over. Ningqing cursed under his breath and quickly changed direction to continue his escape. More and more monsters appeared in the sky, all of them mid-level monsters, with an estimated number exceeding 1,000, all heading straight for the mysterious human. Ningqing became even more cautious, fearing that he might be targeted by the monster horde. At this moment, the mysterious figure in the sky became much clearer. Ningqing recognized her as a female professional, and for some reason, he felt as if he had seen her before. This struck him as absurd. The strongest woman he knew was Chu Yufay, and Chu Yufay was currently still in Kyoto. That female professional's strength was unbelievable. Even when facing an attack from a six-tailed fox demon and thousands of mid-level monsters, she remained undefeated. She could be vaguely seen holding a long spear. As the spear swept across, sharp blade energy traversed thousands of meters, severing the bodies of countless monsters in half. She shone with an intense golden light, truly living up to her name as a golden goddess of war. Even from a distance, her fierce fighting spirit sent a shiver down Ningqing's spine. Despite being surrounded by monsters, she remained calm and fought her way through the monster horde with just her gun and a single spear, managing to break out to the outer perimeter. However, the six-tailed fox was no pushover either, manipulating massive light and shadow to block her path time and time again. If this continues, the female professional will eventually run out of mental energy. After all, this is monster territory, Ningqing muttered to himself, but he was powerless to do anything about it and could only continue to flee for his life. He ran towards the outer perimeter, while the female warrior was also breaking through. The battlefield was never far from him. Ningqing glanced at the battlefield every now and then, and as he expected, as time went by, the female war goddess's power began to weaken, and her breakout speed slowed down significantly. Led by the six-tailed fox demon, the monsters relentlessly bombarded the female warrior with their skills, causing blood to splatter and her to begin to injure herself. "Give me back my child, or I will destroy your soul and body." A sharp roar came from the sky, and Ningqing finally understood the root of the battle. "Humph, I advise you to let me go, otherwise I will make sure your two children are buried with me before I die." A domineering and powerful voice echoed between heaven and earth, causing Ningqing to show surprise. "Wait, why does that voice sound so much like Teacher Sue's?" he exclaimed. He then carefully examined the female warrior. Her figure was extremely similar to his, and he realized why she looked familiar before. She resembled his homeroom teacher. Impossible, how could Teacher Sue be so strong? She's just a teacher at Ningqing No. 1 Middle School, and the principal is only a 4th-level teacher. Ningqing shook his head, trying to shake off this absurd thought, but the thought was like a thorn in his side, impossible to shake off. He gritted his teeth, his face hardening. "Damn it, I have to bite the bullet and go in to see. If it really is Teacher Sue, I have to at least save her, even if it's just because she's Yufei's aunt." He changed direction and sped down towards the lower part of the battlefield. With his current eyesight, he could clearly see faces within a 5-kilometer radius. The battlefield was about 3 or 4 kilometers above the ground, and he could see it clearly even from his hiding place on the ground. As the distance closed, the figure became clearer and clearer, and looked more and more like Su Lu. "God, don't play this federal-level joke on me," Ningqing thought to himself. He just wanted to escape home safely and had no intention of fighting the monster. But as he got closer, and the woman's face came into clear view, his mind went blank. It really was Su Lu, his homeroom teacher. At this moment, she was clad in 6th-tier epic heavy armor and wielding a legendary weapon, exuding a heroic and imposing aura, just like a true Valkyrie. Could it be that Director Huang is so wary of her? Even the city lord of Ningqing would have to be mindful of her strength, Ningqing thought to himself. After confirming it was Teacher Sue, he was torn. If he stood by and did nothing, how could he face Chu Yufay in the future? However, he did not act rashly, for a hasty attack would only result in mutual destruction. That six-tailed fox demon was a legendary lord of level 180, far beyond his ability to contend with. Unless they can seize the perfect opportunity, gather a large amount of health, and launch a desperate sneak attack, they will have no chance of survival. However, given the power of the six-tailed fox, it is uncertain whether his attack will hit, so we must be extra cautious and try to create the greatest possible opportunity for ourselves. themselves. Lin Kuang moved closer to the battlefield above as it moved. All the monsters here had been summoned by the six-tailed fox, so he didn't encounter any new enemies, which made it easier for him to move around. Time ticked by, and Su Lu's condition worsened. She was no longer able to break through, surrounded by layers of monsters, and could only barely defend herself. If this continues, she will be surrounded and killed sooner or later. She should be landing soon. If she lands, she might have a chance of survival. Lin Kuang pursed his lips, secretly speculating in his heart. As expected, Su Lu unleashed her powerful skill once again, a 1,000-meter-long spear beam striking the ground like a towering pillar, forcefully carving a path through the monster horde. Then, she transformed into a golden streak of light and swiftly plunged into the mountains, not far from Lin Kuang. You can't escape. The six-tailed fox demon's killing intent echoed through the heavens and earth, leading all the monsters to charge down. The battle continued, with thousands of meters of peaks collapsing one after another, causing violent tremors that far exceeded the power of a magnitude 12 earthquake. This is a battle between a 6th-tier legendary professional and a 6th-tier legendary lord, possessing the power to destroy mountains and rivers. Lin Kuang slowly approached the battlefield. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. As the battlefield movement slowed down, Lin Kuang knew that Teacher Su was trapped again and unable to escape. Shortly afterward, the battle ceased, and Su Lu was seen holding a small six-tailed fox in each hand, openly threatening the six-tailed foxes. The threat was effective. The six-tailed fox spirit, mindful of the child, had no choice but to stop the monster. Lin Kuang concealed himself in the canopy of a large tree, taking in everything. Six-tailed fox demon, I advise you to let me leave, otherwise all your children will be killed along with me, Su Lu said coldly. The six-tailed fox's eyes were filled with murderous intent as it stared intently at its two precious children. Human, if even a single hair on my child is missing, you will regret ever being born, it said through gritted teeth. If you don't want anything to happen to them, you'd better step aside, Su Lu replied quietly. Do you think I'm a fool? I'd rather die with my children than allow them to become your playthings, the six-tailed fox roared, its eyes fierce as if it wanted to tear them apart. As soon as she finished speaking, the monsters charged towards Su Lu in unison, determined not to retreat. Su Lu was not afraid at all. With a gentle exertion of force, the two little foxes let out painful groans. The six-tailed fox demon glared angrily, roared bastard, and reluctantly ordered the cessation. She couldn't bear to watch her child die. This was her precious baby, whom she had carried for 5 long years. To lay a solid foundation for the child, it consumed countless medium and high-grade medicinal materials and devoted a great deal of effort. Its efforts were not in vain. The two children's bloodlines became purer, and they might even evolve into 9-turn demon foxes. Therefore, it absolutely will not allow any harm to the child. Su Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had made the right bet, and the fox demon wouldn't dare risk the children's lives. Her eyes flickered as she pondered a way out. Threats alone weren't enough. She needed to find a way to break through the monster's defenses. While the two were locked in a stalemate, Lin Kuang had already infiltrated underground and was quietly approaching the area below the battlefield, which was the perfect opportunity. Lin Kuang estimated the distance and stopped about 200 meters away from the battlefield, then began to crawl out of the ground. He poked his head out and observed the battlefield again. Fortunately, the mid-level monsters were all very tall, and he was able to peek at the entire battle through the gaps between his legs. Su Lu remained deadlocked with the six-tailed fox demon, who insisted that she leave one of her children before she could leave. Su Lu hesitated. Releasing a child would mean losing one bargaining chip, and she simply didn't believe the monster's words. Of course, the monster didn't believe a word she said either. Seeing this, Lin Kuang knew the time had come. At this moment, the six-tailed fox demon had entered his attack range. With a determined heart, he gave a silent shout and completely emerged from the ground. Then, he unleashed his blood chi frenzy, and blood flames soared into the sky. The sudden change startled the monster and Su Lu, who both turned their attention to this place. Lin Kuang was helpless. The drawback of the blood frenzy skill was that the blood energy soared into the sky, several meters high, making it almost impossible to avoid attracting attention. Su Lu's expression varied when she saw Lin Kuang. Her mouth was slightly open, her eyes wide, and she repeatedly checked before believing that she hadn't seen wrong. She gasped in shock, completely losing her composure. How could her repeat student, the blood demon god who couldn't level up, be here? And to cause such a huge commotion, this is simply courting death. She was both angry and worried. Run, she shouted anxiously. The monsters were taken aback at first, but when they saw Lin Kuang's full set of third-tier equipment, they were speechless and a little mocking. Isn't this a joke? There are hundreds of mid-level monsters gathered here, as well as a 6th-tier legendary lord. You, a 3rd-tier professional, come here and you're just asking for trouble. The six-tailed fox demon originally planned to send any monster to deal with Lin Kuang, but when she saw Su Lu call out Lin Kuang's name and look nervous, she changed her mind. Go, bring him here, it commanded. A level 5 epic golden ring serpent responded and quickly pounced on Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang wanted to retaliate, but upon hearing the fox demon's command, his eyes darted around and he abandoned the idea. At such a distance, using using skills might not be safe and the six-tailed fox could very well dodge. But if you can get him by your side, you'll almost always succeed. So Ningqing chose to turn around and run away, but he wasn't very fast. Soon, a huge snake tail wrapped around his entire body and lifted him up. A huge tongue lolled in front of him, its cold, serpentine eyes inspiring fear. But Ningqing was naturally not afraid. As long as the monster could not threaten his life, it could not truly frighten him. However, he feigned fear, his face turning deathly pale and his body trembling slightly. The golden ringed snake's eyes revealed contempt. If not for its lord's orders, it would have loved to devour this human to satisfy its craving. Soon, Ningqing was brought back by the golden ringed snake enthroned directly next to the demon fox. No monsters exerted any control over him. In their eyes, a mere third-tier human could be crushed with a flick of the wrist and posed no threat whatsoever. Ningqing and Sulu looked at each other, and she was both angry and worried. Ningqing, what are you doing here? She asked, both helpless and annoyed. She was already desperate and could only rely on the two little foxes as hostages to get by. Now, his own student has become a monster's hostage, and his most important bargaining chip has been greatly diminished. Teacher Su, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. You've already reached the 6th level. Ningqing exclaimed, seemingly completely unaware of his awkward situation. Aren't you also a third-stage cultivator? Su Lu pouted. Wait, you've actually reached the 3rd stage? Her tone changed, utterly shocked. She had been too anxious to think things through earlier. It's only now that I realize, wasn't Ningqing supposed to be unable to level up? How come he suddenly reached the 3rd job advancement and is carrying a full set of epic gear? Wasn't his family background just ordinary? A series of questions flooded her mind, making it difficult for her to comprehend Ningqing's achievements. I'm only at the 3rd level, while Yufay is already at the 5th level. I'm still far behind. Ningqing shook his head and mocked himself, clearly dissatisfied. Su Lu wanted to roll her eyes. Her niece was a legendary professional. How could he, the weakest blood demon god, compare? Enough. I'm not in the mood for your idle chatter. Human, since this kid is so important to you, give me back my 2 children, or I'll devour him. The fox demon said impatiently, its claws already on the back of Ningqing's neck, ready to crush his head with a single movement. Su Lu was furious and her face showed signs of struggle. The situation before her was completely unexpected. She couldn't abandon Ningqing, but exchanging him for the little fox would likely result in their deaths. Either choice led to certain demise. She gritted her teeth and glared at Ningqing hatefully. He then took a deep breath and finally conceded, I can only exchange it for one. A strange light flashed in the fox demon's eyes. With a gentle flick of its claws, a deep wound appeared on Ningqing's neck, and blood gushed out. Damn it, six-tailed fox demon, I'll kill you later. Ningqing cursed under his breath. Seeing this, Sulu shouted angrily and exerted force with both hands again, causing the 2 little foxes to whimper in pain once more. Damn it, stop right now. The fox demon was furious and tore off a piece of flesh from Ningqing's back with its claws. Stop it, Sulu shouted angrily, and before she finished speaking, she tightened her grip even more. You're the one who should stop, the fox demon roared, tearing off another piece of Ningqing's flesh. Ningqing felt numb, and his anger had reached its peak. These guys were arguing, but it was me who got hurt. Stop it, both of you. Ningqing shouted angrily, causing Su Lu and the fox demon to stop instinctively, a look of blankness flashing across their faces. The fox demon realized that she had been fooled by a mere 3rd-stage cultivator, and was so angry that she wanted to teach Ningqing a lesson. Kid, are you out of your mind? I'll slice you into a pulp first to bring you to your senses. The fox demon's eyes were cold and sharp as it swung its claws out again. Ningqing's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, and he said in a low voice, I think you're the one who doesn't understand the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant blade of slaughter in his hand was instantly stained crimson with blood. To be on the safe side, he directly consumed a third of his health, preparing for a desperate attack. Mountain-shattering slash. He slammed the giant blade down into the ground. In the eyes of the fox demon, his movements were not fast. It had plenty of time to smash Ningqing's head, but it didn't make a move, its face filled with sarcasm. A mere 3rd-tier professional, even if it stood there and let him cut it, it wouldn't be able to hurt a hair on its head. It was eagerly anticipating the human boy's expression when he realized he was harmless. It would surely be quite amusing. The other monsters sneered. Seeing the anger of a weakling is nothing more than a joke. Sulu sighed, feeling that Ningqing was so angry he was dizzy. It was utterly absurd that a 3rd-tier cultivator dared to attack a 6th-tier legendary lord. The giant blade of slaughter landed, and blood energy immediately erupted. The 6-tailed fox closest to Ningqing immediately felt an extreme threat of death. Its fur stood on end instantly, its limbs trembled, and the instinctive fear of survival made it unable to control its body. How is that possible? It screamed wildly in its heart, completely unable to accept that a mere 3rd turn could make it feel the crisis of death. However, everything happened too fast. Due to carelessness, he was completely unprepared, and his blood surged through his body in an instant. The hair gradually disappeared, followed by flesh and bones, just as it was about to turn into a blood mist. One of its tails broke off and transformed into a milky white light light shield that protected it, separating it from the blood mist. The light shield trembled violently. It knew it couldn't hold on for long. It stared resentfully at Lin Kuang's back, vowing to etch his image deep into its mind. It swore that if it did not avenge this grudge, it would not become a fox again. His eyes turned emerald green and shot out two beams of light, one landing on Lin Kuang and the other shooting towards the terrified and stunned Sulu. Immediately, it transformed into a streak of light and fled swiftly, disappearing into the blood mist. He cut off his tail to survive, but his bloodline power was greatly depleted. His body was extremely weak, and he even faced the risk of falling from the legendary level. This is also why it ran away, because it knew it was no match for Sulu, and this is also the root of its extreme hatred for Lin Kuang. It managed to escape, but other mid-tier monsters weren't so lucky. Even a 5th-tier epic level boss was reduced to ashes in the instant the blood energy swept over it. They lacked the life-saving abilities of legendary lords. Sulu stared blankly at everything before her. The six-tailed fox demon, who was her equal in strength, was forced to sever its tail and escape by her student in one move. As for the other monsters, regardless of whether they were 4th or 5th class, rare or epic, they were all instantly killed by her students, without even a chance to fight back. Even more unbelievable is that Lin Kuang, who is only at the 3rd level, has a destructive power that is more than 10 times greater than that of her, a legendary level 180 Skybreaker Spear Emperor at the peak of the 6th level. It was utterly absurd, like something out of a fairy tale, but it all actually happened before her eyes. She was so shocked that she was completely disoriented and didn't even have time to react to the six-tailed fox's attack before she was struck by its magic. As the emerald green light enveloped Lin Kuang's body, he felt as if his blood was boiling and his body temperature was rising sharply. He glanced at the status bar on his personal panel and saw a message that left him utterly speechless. Your desires will be amplified 100-fold by the deadly allure of the six-tailed fox spirit. Six-tailed fox demon, go to hell. Lin Kuang cursed, his voice filled with rage. His desires had been amplified 100-fold. He was a strong, healthy young man. His desires were already considerable. Amplified 100-fold, would he go insane? He instinctively looked at Sulu, and upon seeing her, his head felt like it had exploded. His eyes turned even more bloodshot, filled not only with savagery but also with intense aggression and possessiveness. Sulu was extremely beautiful, with a slender figure and a height of over 1.7 meters. Her long legs seem capable of breaking someone's lifeline, and her slim waist is paired with a full bust that almost bursts out of her clothes. In addition, her authoritative face and the aura of a mature woman make her incredibly attractive to men. If Lin Kuang were in a rational state, he could remain clear-headed, but now his desires have been amplified 100-fold, and he has only one thought in his mind: I must have her. I absolutely must have her. Lin Kuang, are you crazy? She's Yufei's aunt. He cursed himself fiercely, and with great willpower, turned his gaze away to look at the monsters that had not yet been killed. At this moment, the monsters, like Sulu, looked bewildered and terrified, their eyes glazed over. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. A tiny creature that they could crush at any moment had managed to make their lord sever its tail and survive with just one skill, while countless of their brethren were torn into a bloody mist. They woke up instantly when they noticed Lin Kuang's gaze turning towards them. If they didn't escape, they would surely die. So they scattered in all directions, desperately trying to save their lives. Lin Kuang roared and unleashed the blood explosion skill. A blood orb crushed the air, quickly caught up with a monster, and then exploded violently, sweeping away another group of monsters. Immediately afterwards, he used the bloodthirsty hand, and a rare 6th rank leader fell into his palm in despair, then turned into blood mist and dissipated. All of this constantly assaulted Sulu's senses, and her worldview completely collapsed. A 3rd-tier professional could slaughter 5th-tier and 6th-tier monsters like cutting vegetables. When she saw Lin Kuang unfurl a pair of blood-red wings and rise into the air, preparing to give chase, she suddenly realized what was happening. Lin Kuang, stop chasing. Be careful, the six-tailed fox might bring reinforcements, she shouted. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuang's mind cleared slightly, and he realized that the most important task now was to return to the city. He landed on the ground and quickly cleared the battlefield, not daring to look at Sulu even once. Sulu put the two little foxes into her pet bag, watching Lin Kuang clean up the mess. Lin Kuang is really handsome, and he's also quite domineering and has a strong masculine vibe. Such a thought flashed through her mind. Sulu, what are you thinking? He's your student. She cursed herself inwardly, embarrassed and annoyed. Then she realized that she seemed to have also been affected by the six-tailed fox's skill. When she looked at the status bar, her face immediately darkened. Damn six-tailed fox demon, how dare you resort to such despicable means? Next time we meet, I'll make sure you're skinned alive. Sulu cursed inwardly. She finally understood why Lin Kuang's gaze had been so aggressive before. It turned out he had fallen for the same trick. Thinking about how terrifying this skill was, she was extremely anxious. She knew that many 6th-tier professionals had fallen victim to this skill, completely losing their minds and succumbing to desire, seeing all beings of the opposite sex as objects of their venting, even monsters. What should we do? Lin Kuang is strong, but he's only at the 3rd level. He definitely won't last long enough enough to return to the city. Should we let him stay here and find a female monster to deal with him? No, if I do that, he'll definitely break down. Do you expect me to? No, I absolutely can't do that. I can't accept it. Sulu was in a state of utter confusion and completely lost. Even after everything she had been through, she was powerless to cope with the situation before her. On the other side, Ningqing's face was as red as a roasted pig, with smoke rising from his head, which showed how high his body temperature was. He had already cancelled the blood frenzy skill, but the crimson in his eyes had not faded. Various indescribable images kept flashing through his mind, with himself as the male protagonist and Sulu as the female protagonist. He slammed his right hand against his head, but no matter what he did, he couldn't erase those terrible thoughts. No, I can't stay here. I have to leave immediately. Ignoring his still unfinished equipment, Ningqing spread his blood wings and swiftly flew towards the outer perimeter. He had to get away from Sulu, otherwise, he couldn't even imagine what would happen next. Sulu stared blankly at Ningqing's departing figure, her heart churning with turmoil. She understood that Ningqing didn't want to implicate her. What should we do? Ningqing is about to lose his mind. If he really assimilates with the monster, how will he face himself in the future? He became like this to save me. If I stood by and watched him die, would I even be considered a human being? No, I'm his teacher. There's absolutely no affection between us. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch him sink into depravity? Would I still be a person with a conscience? Sulu was in a fierce internal struggle. She clenched her teeth, even biting her lip until it bled, but she didn't even realize it. Her eyes gradually turned red, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she quickly chased after Ningqing. She was much faster than Ningqing and quickly caught up with him. Ningqing, don't wander off. Come back to the city with me right now, she shouted. Ningqing was already on the verge of losing control, but Sulu's commanding voice caused his last shred of rationality to completely collapse. He turned to look at Sulu, his breath hot and pungent, his mind filled with desire, and pounced on her. Sulu was prepared and shouted loudly to Ningqing to calm down, while holding his hands tightly with both of her own. With her strength far surpassing Ningqing's, she easily controlled him. At first, Ningqing's struggles were firmly suppressed, and he was unable to break free. However, what she didn't expect was that Ningqing would actually use such a desperate attack, and his health was ridiculously high. Although he lost his mind, his fighting instincts drove him to unleash a blood frenzy, gathering his blood reserves for a desperate attack. His strength surged rapidly, and he instantly broke free from Sulu's control, pounced on her, and hugged her tightly. Her lips pressed against his immediately. Sulu was panicked and turned pale. Ningqing, calm down. I'm your teacher, she screamed. But Ningqing was completely devastated by this advice. He had succumbed to his desires. Sulu could only watch helplessly as Ningqing's lips stole her first kiss. He showed no tenderness whatsoever. His domineering and crude kiss nearly suffocated her. At the same time, her mind exploded, her eyes flashed red, and Ningqing's strong masculine aura ignited the suppressed desire in her heart. Her reason crumbled rapidly, and she struggled desperately but could not break free. Knowing she was powerless to resist, before her reason completely spiraled out of control, she led Ningqing in a different direction, heading straight for the mountainside. Near the mountainside, she struck out with her palm, blasting a hole in the ground, and then dragged Ningqing into the cave. There was a tent there, which she had prepared for sleeping in the wild all year round. After the two crawled into the tent and did all that, Sulu's eyes turned completely bloodshot. With a forceful flip, she pinned Ningqing beneath her. Her domineering nature wouldn't allow her to be at a disadvantage. Her equipment vanished, revealing a long dress. Ningqing gripped the sides of the long dress with both hands and ripped it apart violently. A body as white as jade was displayed before him, and his breathing became even heavier. His equipment had also disappeared, and just as he was about to take off his clothes, he discovered that Sulu had also torn his shirt to shreds in the same domineering manner. Her healthy complexion, rock-solid chest muscles, and well-defined 8-pack abs made Sulu's body even more alluring. Then, the two bodies became tightly entwined, completely succumbing to desire and forgetting everything else in the world. With a muffled groan, the battle intensified. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours passed. Finally, the commotion inside the tent gradually subsided. Then came 2 even breaths. The two, exhausted both physically and mentally, fell into a deep sleep. More than an hour later, Sulu slowly woke up, the sharp pain in her lower body causing her to involuntarily frown. She slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view was a sharply defined, flawless profile. She then realized that her hands were on his chest and her legs were straddling his. At this moment, she was holding the other person tightly in an extremely ambiguous posture. Her mind was initially blank, but then gradually filled with memories, and she finally remembered what had happened. She shrank back like a startled rabbit, then sat up, revealing Ningqing's naked body in full view. She quickly covered her eyes, but a pang of reluctance welled up inside her. With her eyes closed, she took a blanket out of her spatial backpack and covered Ningqing with it. Then she quickly found her own clothes among the messy clothes and put them on. After getting dressed, she stared at Ningqing with a complicated expression, her mind a complete mess. She had actually done this with a student in her class who had repeated a grade. She couldn't accept this reality, but it had indeed happened. Clutching her head in anguish, she was at a loss for what to do. She had always been strong-willed and domineering, yet the situation before her was still beyond her limits. Finally, she pursed her lips, looked up at Lin Kuang one last time, and then got up to leave. Unable to face Lin Kuang, she could only choose to escape, pretending that nothing had happened. Before leaving, she took a small fox out of the pet bag and left the pet bag behind. Consider that six-tailed fox demon is repayment for Lin Kuang saving her life. The debt of saving her life is immeasurable, but she has already sacrificed herself, so this legendary Lord Cub is more or less her debt. She stepped out of the cave, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she waved her hand, causing the elements to fluctuate and a gust of wind to blow into the cave, hitting Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang felt a chill, his eyes flickered, and his senses began to return. Sulu left only after seeing Lin Kuang wake up, as she didn't want him to be devoured by the monster while he was asleep. Lin Kuang vaguely saw a figure soar into the sky, and he thought he was seeing things. With my eyes fully open, all I could see was a tent. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Questions kept flooding Lin Kuang's mind, and his memories gradually returned. Although he had lost his mind at the time, everything was clearly etched in his mind. He opened his mouth to call out to Teacher Su, but when he turned around, he found that Su Lu had disappeared. Only a blanket and a pet carrier remained in the tent. Sigh. What on earth is going on? Lin Kuang sighed, equally confused and unsure of how to face the situation. He sat blankly in the tent for a long time before letting out a heavy sigh. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it for now, just take it one step at a time. Lifting the blanket, the bright red stain at the bottom of the tent was strikingly glaring, a mark left by the two's frenzy. Lin Kuang smiled wryly, picked up his clothes and put them on, tidied up all his belongings, hung the pet carrier on his waist and then left the tent. Lin Kuang landed swiftly in the buffer zone like a blood-red shadow, then rushed towards the city gate. When Old Li and his colleagues saw Lin Kuang, their expressions became respectful. After checking his citizenship certificate, they respectfully let him into the city. Lin Kuang went straight home and immediately went into the bathroom, intending to rinse himself with a basin of cold water to calm his mind. The deep nail marks on his upper body testified to Su Lu's madness at the time. He faced the showerhead, wanting to wash away those memories completely. However, those memories became increasingly clear and were completely out of control. He stood underwater and rinsed himself with cold water for more than half an hour, but his agitation still could not be relieved. What on earth is going on? Lin Kuang sighed, dried himself off, put on a towel, and walked out of the bathroom. He sat in a chair in the room, looking up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a loud knocking on the living room door. Lin Kuang, his brows furrowed, became extremely irritable. That familiar knocking sound, without a doubt, it must be his second aunt. The knocking on the door came in waves, growing louder and louder, and Lin Kuang was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. He changed into his pajamas, walked into the living room, and opened the front door. What came into view were two faces filled with disgust, belonging to my second aunt and my cousin Lin Shui. What's going on? Why haven't you opened the door yet? Auntie said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Lin Kuang was so angry he laughed. He retorted without any politeness, Second aunt, are you out of your mind? My house has a doorbell. Will pressing it break your hand? Second aunt and Lin Shui were enraged by Lin Kuang's words, and they reacted like a lioness with its fur standing on end. Lin Kuang, how can you talk to your second aunt like that? You have no respect for others. Is this how your elder brother and sister-in-law raised you? Second aunt pointed at Lin Kuang and scolded him angrily. Lin Kuang, you're too presumptuous. How dare you talk to my mother like that? Apologize right now, or I'll never forgive you. Lin Shui shouted angrily, clearly intending to make Lin Kuang suffer. Lin Kuang was too lazy to pay attention to this mentally challenged mother and daughter. He wasn't their son, so he didn't have to worry about such things. My parents aren't home, take care. After saying that, he tried to close the door and send them away. But Lin Shui reacted quickly, bracing herself against the door and storming in. Lin Kuang, this isn't over until you apologize to my mother, she roared again. Lin Kuang glanced at her disdainfully. Lin Shui hadn't hidden her personal information. She was level 31, just about to undergo her second job advancement. Lin Kuang could easily handle this kind of task with a single slap. Of course, he wasn't that violent, after all, she was his cousin. He turned away and walked towards the sofa, ignoring the mother and daughter. Lin Kuang, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Lin Shui shouted even more irritably. Lin Kuang picked at his ear and said disdainfully, hey, who's being rude and yelling? Lin Shui's chest heaved violently, she was on the verge of exploding with anger. The second aunt was also quite angry. After entering, she looked around, trying to find traces of Lin Kuang's parents. After failing to find him, she started yelling, Lin Hua, sister-in-law, stop hiding. Come out and see how you unfilial sons behave. How can you be so disrespectful to your elders? Is this acceptable? Back when Lin Shui's grandparents were seriously ill, my husband contributed money and effort entirely. It was 600,000 yuan, and your family only contributed 100,000 yuan. yuan. The remaining 500,000 yuan was all paid by my family. Now that both elders are gone, you're starting to abandon them after using them? She brought up old grievances again, and Ningqing was tired of hearing them. Because of this incident, Lin's parents felt indebted to their second aunt's family, so they were particularly accommodating to them, which only further emboldened their second aunt and Lin Shui's arrogance. As for his second uncle, he didn't say much. He was busy with business and rarely in Ningqing, but he took good care of Lin Kuang. If it weren't for his second uncle's sake, Lin Kuang would have kicked the mother and daughter out long ago. Lin Kuang then realized that even an upright official finds it difficult to settle family disputes. The relationships are so complex and complicated that they are impossible to unravel. Lin Hua, sister-in-law, come out. Auntie kept shouting. Lin Kuang grew increasingly irritated, his face showing impatience. Second aunt, I've already told you my parents aren't here. Don't mention that 500,000 again, I'll return it to you with interest right now. Auntie and Lin Shui were stunned for a moment when they heard this, then their faces were full of sarcasm. Lin Quan, are you alright? Don't we know your family's situation? At most, you can come up with 150,000 or 500,000? You'll pay with your head. Lin Shui sneered. Auntie's expression was full of disdain. At such a young age, not only is he sponging off his parents, but he also has no respect for his elders. Now he's spouting nonsense. He's hopeless. Lin Kuang directly took out a rare 4th-tier cloth armor top from his spatial backpack and slammed it on the table. This equipment is worth over 300,000. Take it and get out of here. He gave them a rude order to leave. Ha ha, this is hilarious. You dare to say a piece of junk is worth 300,000? Lin Kuang, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Second aunt pointed at the cloth armor and mocked it relentlessly. Lin Shui originally wanted to mock, but when she saw the equipment's attributes, her face immediately froze. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things, but no matter what, the equipment attributes remained unchanged. A 4th-tier rare cloth armor, she muttered to herself, her gaze turning to Lin Kuang again, a hint of surprise in her eyes. When her second aunt heard what she said, she immediately went over to check the equipment's attributes, and when she saw them, her face turned as if she had seen a ghost. A rare 4th-tier cloth armor. She cried out in surprise and immediately grabbed the equipment and hugged it tightly to her chest. Her love of money was ingrained in her very bones. Take it and leave quickly. Lin Kuang waved his hand, urging them on. Auntie raised an eyebrow. Lin Kuang, how dare you talk to your aunt like that? Don't think you're so great just because you have some equipment. This is something your family owes our family. Lin Kuang was so angry at his second aunt's shameless attitude that he couldn't help but laugh. He said sarcastically, Second aunt, our family only owes 200,000 yuan. This set of equipment is worth 300,000 yuan. If you are not satisfied, you can return it. What did you say? Borrowing money without interest? 300,000 is just right. Auntie replied domineeringly, and put away the equipment. Then, she pulled her daughter away, afraid that Lin Kuang would realize what was happening and ask for the equipment back. Lin Shui was dragged away by her mother, and only then did she remember the purpose of her visit to find Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang, the academic affairs director, announced to the whole school today that you will be taking the college entrance examination. Are you crazy? You're only level 1, and you're actually challenging a college entrance exam that's 125 times harder? Won't you just become the last one in the whole district? You may be shameless, but the Lin family still has a reputation. I don't know how many classmates laughed at me today. Being your cousin is the worst luck imaginable. She pointed at Lin Kuang and scolded him loudly. The second aunt also remembered the purpose of their trip and scolded Lin Kuang as she walked away. Lin Kuang, don't disgrace our Lin family. You've made Schwer suffer terribly. Do you know that? She's being ridiculed by her classmates every day. I advise you to cancel your registration immediately. Don't worry about me, just take care of yourselves. Lin Kuang replied impatiently, then chased after them, forcing them out the door before slamming it shut behind him. Even so, the two were still arguing outside the door. For the first time, Lin Kuang felt that his senses becoming more acute might not necessarily be a good thing. He went straight back to his room and closed the door, not wanting to listen to their nagging anymore. Not long after, Auntie and Lin Shui, feeling they had made a fool of themselves, left grumbling and cursing. Lin Kuang picked up his phone, opened the chat app, and stared blankly at Chu Yufay's profile picture. He doesn't know how to face Chu Yufay now, and is even a little afraid that she will send him a message. Just as I feared, Chu Yufay's message arrived as expected. Lin Kuang, how was your day? Lin Kuang didn't know how to reply for a moment. How was it? I had a misunderstanding with your aunt today. He rubbed his face vigorously with both hands, then punched his thigh hard. Never mind all that for now. It was an accident. I can't give up on Chu Yufay because of that. That would be truly despicable, he told himself. So they picked up their phones and started replying, chatting until late at night before saying goodbye and going to sleep. In the days that followed, Lin Kuang maintained a regular routine, spending his days killing monsters and leveling up in the wild, and his evenings chatting with Chu Yufay. The Ningqing Police Department continued its all-night investigation into clues related to the Wolfpack mercenary group, but still found no trace of Lin Kuang. After all, all, Ningqing's information was still at Ningqing number 1 high school. Who would pay attention to a level 1 blood demon god? Time flies, and the college entrance examination is just around the corner. After this period of hard work, Ningqing's level has risen to 67, making leveling up even more difficult. Early that morning, Ningqing got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and then rode his father's little donkey to school. Students and parents had already gathered at the school gate, with parents constantly giving their children instructions. Son, relax. You have a rare profession. Just do your best and you'll definitely get into a top university. Daughter, you are an elite professional. Whether you can get into a good university depends on these few days. You must pass the preliminary exam. Son, keep going. 12 years of hard work will be rewarded in these few days. Ningqing was speechless upon hearing these words. Wasn't this just adding pressure to the children? He arrived alone on a small donkey, which was already eye-catching, but his stunningly handsome looks made the girls turn their heads even more. Who's that? He's so handsome. Oh my god, I think I'm falling in love. I think you're starting to fall in love. The girls whispered among themselves, exchanging flirtatious glances, and some even boldly flirted with Ningqing. Hearing her friends chatter, Lin Shui followed their gaze. When she saw Ningqing, her eyes immediately turned to disgust. That guy actually came. He's shameless, she cursed. Her best friend was shocked when she heard what she said. Lin Shui, do you know that handsome guy? Can you introduce him to me? Her best friend shamelessly nudged Lin Shui's shoulder. Lin Shui poked her forehead in disgust. You're mistaken. What's so handsome about him? He's Lin Quan, the most useless class, the blood demon god, who failed 3 years in a row. He's a disgrace. Is he Lin Quan, the one who made the bet with Director Huang? Her best friend exclaimed. Her words were overheard by those around her, and the news spread quickly. All the classmates knew Lin Quang's identity, and their expressions immediately changed. Sympathy, contempt, disdain. Some boys were already annoyed that the girls were staring at Lin Quang, feeling that their limelight was being stolen. Upon learning Lin Quang's identity, their expressions turned mocking, and some of the boys even confronted Lin Quang directly. How dare a good-for-nothing show-off? He needs to be taught a lesson. He'll never know his place. An arrogant-looking boy blocked Lin Quang's path. Those around them immediately adopted a watching-the-show expression. This is going to be good. Wang Hao is the school bully. Lin Quang stole his thunder, so he's definitely going to get a lesson. They are both epic-level professions, but Wang Hao's Vajra warrior is a genuinely powerful profession, while the blood demon god is not even as good as an elite profession. Don't insult our elite profession. He's not even as good as an ordinary profession. Ha! A series of mocking laughs reached Lin Quang's ears. He shook his head inside, wondering why he couldn't escape this kind of dog-like judgment no matter where he went. Faced with Wang Hao blocking his way, Lin Quang's face darkened. He could kill a mere level 40 Vajra warrior with a single slap, yet he dared to block his path. Wang Hao glanced at Lin Quang with his nostrils. The blood demon god was trash that wasn't even worth his attention. Lin Quang, is it? I advise you to withdraw from the college entrance examination. You may be shameless, but I still have some dignity. I don't want Ningqing number 1 high school to produce a student who ranks last. He was arrogant and commanding. Get out of the way. Don't block your father's path. Lin Quang snapped impatiently. Wang Hao's face darkened. How dare they speak to him like that? Lin Quang, don't push your luck. Get out of here right now, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Lin Quang narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that so? Let's see how you teach me a lesson. If Wang Hao takes the initiative, he will definitely let him know why the flowers are so red. Wang Hao squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth, about to make a move to give Lin Quang a hard time. What are you doing? Trying to disqualify me from the exam, is that it? Just then, a shout interrupted the standoff between the two, and the police officers stationed there walked over. This is an important day. The gates are guarded by the judiciary police, and no accidents are to be allowed to happen. Wang Hao stared coldly at Lin Quang. Consider yourself lucky, this isn't over. After saying that, he turned and left, clearly not wanting to lose his college entrance exam qualification because of Lin Quang, that good for nothing. Lin Quang shook his head and chuckled, but inwardly he was eager to see how this matter would end. The police officer saw the two men separate, gave them a stern warning, and then returned to his post. Lin Quang continued walking towards the gate, not wanting to linger there any longer. The others watched his retreating figure, their voices rising in murmurs. TSK, not much skill, but quite a temper. Heh, no strength but still throwing a tantrum, serves him right for being a fool. He's offended Wang Hao, he's not going to have a good time. I heard he even made a bet with Director Huang, saying he could pass the preliminary exam. It's hilarious. Passing the preliminary exam with a difficulty level 125 times that of the college entrance exam? Does he think he's some kind of legendary professional? He's just an attention-seeking clown. If he hadn't come in last place today, I would have eaten. Son, never follow that example. It's one thing for him to lose face, but he also makes his parents lose face. No wonder his parents didn't come to see him off for the exam. They probably didn't have the face to do so. Being his parents must be so painful. They are truly unfilial children. Whether it was students or parents, their words were full of contempt for Lin Kuang. After the college entrance exam, I'll slap your faces until they're ripped off. Lin Kuang thought through gritted teeth, then pulled out his citizen ID, passed through the checkpoint, and entered the campus. After entering the school, Lin Kuang headed straight for the gymnasium, where the preliminary exam would be held. The content of the preliminary exam is fixed every year, entering a virtual world to kill monsters. You will receive points for each monster you kill, and your ranking will be determined by the number of points you have. Every year, approximately 500,000 students in the Jiangnan region take the college entrance examination, but only the top 100,000 can enter the final exam. The dropout rate is as high as 80%, which is extremely brutal, but federal resources are limited and can only train the best students. Because Lin Kuang took the college entrance examination 3 years later, the difficulty increased by 125 times, which meant that his score needed to be divided by 125 to get the result. That's why Director Huang and many students were certain he would be last. Others only needed 1 point, while Lin Kuang needed 125 points to barely tie. How could he not be last? Lin Kuang walked into the first floor of the stadium. The once empty space was now filled with seats, and each seat had a virtual reality headset on it, which was a device that connected to the virtual world. Many students were already seated, helmets in hand, quietly waiting for the exam to begin. He went to the last row of corners, picked up the helmet from the chair and sat down, then took out his phone to reply to Chu Yufay's message. Chu Yufay was encouraging him. Lin Kuang, don't be nervous, keep going, you can do it. Lin Kuang smiled and replied, with your encouragement, I think it would be difficult not to succeed. Just wait for my good news. Okay, I'm waiting. How cute. The two chatted animatedly, and Lin Kuang's smile never faded. Looking around the room, he was the most relaxed of all. The other students, however, were so nervous that they were sweating profusely and their faces were pale. As students entered the room, they would pause slightly when their eyes swept over Lin Kuang. Seeing him grinning foolishly, everyone thought Lin Kuang had gone mad. Only a madman could laugh in the face of a college entrance exam that was 125 times more difficult. At 7:30, with half an hour left before the exam, the gymnasium doors closed, and no more students were allowed to enter. Leaders from Ningqing No. 1 Middle School appeared on the stage at the front to begin their annual pre-exam encouragement ceremony. Lin Kuang glanced around and noticed that in addition to the principal and vice principal, the academic affairs director, Director Huan, was also present. Not seeing Teacher Su, and the fact that ordinary teachers weren't allowed to enter, left Lin Kuang with mixed feelings, both disappointed and relieved. The principal spoke first, and anyone who has been to school knows what he would say, so I won't go into details here. Next, the two vice principals spoke, and finally it was Director Huang's turn. I thought Director Huang would just read the same old script as last year, but I didn't expect him to come up with something new this year, and the content even directly targeted Lin Kuang. Students, when facing the college entrance examination, we must first maintain confidence, but we cannot be blindly confident, which is arrogance. For example, our student Lin Kuang took the college entrance examination again after 3 years. Faced with a difficulty level 125 times higher than usual, he ignored all advice and disregarded the school's reputation, insisting on his own way. He dared to bet with me that he wouldn't be last, that he'd pass the preliminary exam. That's the most ridiculous joke I've heard all year. He. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room burst into laughter, and all eyes turned to Lin Kuang. He remained calm, completely ignoring the gazes of the crowd, and coldly stared at Director Huang on the stage. Director Huang, cherish this hour. This is your last time as the director of the Academic Affairs Office. His icy voice echoed throughout the room. Since Director Huang was disrespectful to his elders and had no professional ethics, he didn't need to be polite. Director Huang's face was as gloomy as a rainstorm. He had been teaching for many years, and Lin Kuang was the first person who dared to contradict him in public. The principal and vice principal looked displeased and glanced at Lin Kuang with disgust. In their eyes, Lin Kuang was destined to be the worst in the region, and Ningqing No. 1 Middle School would definitely become famous in the Jiangnan region this time. Needless to say, criticism from the leaders was inevitable. They already had issues with Lin Kuang, and now that he dared to talk back in public, their resentment towards him deepened. Lin Kuang. Director Huang gritted his teeth and squeezed out the two words, I'm waiting to see you shout all the way home from school, I'm a piece of trash. His words finally made the students understand the specifics of the bet. Previously, they only knew that Lin Kuang and Director Huang had made a bet, but they didn't know the details. Upon learning the details, the entire audience erupted in commotion. The stakes are so high. Director Huang has staked his career, and Lin Kuang has staked his reputation for life. Director Huang is sure to win. Lin Kuang has absolutely no chance of passing the preliminary test. I really look forward to seeing him shouting, I'm a piece of trash all the way home. I'm definitely going to record it and post it online. Lin Kuang is completely insane, shameless, and has caused his family to be unable to hold their heads high for the rest of their lives. Mockery, ridicule, and insults echoed throughout the hall. Not a single student believed Lin Kuang could win. Lin Shui felt the strange looks from many classmates and wished she could disappear into the ground. Her anger and disgust towards Ningqing intensified. She stood up angrily, trembling all over, her eyes filled with rage and disgust, staring coldly at Ningqing. "Ningqing, from this day forward, I sever all ties with you as siblings. There will be no further connection between us." She shouted those words with all her might, instantly attracting everyone's attention. All eyes turned to her and Ningqing, their gazes filled with mockery and ridicule. They didn't think Lin Shui had done anything wrong. On the contrary, they felt it was better to sever ties early rather than be dragged down and humiliated by Ningqing later. Ningqing hadn't expected Lin Shui to do this. He shook his head and gave a wry smile. Today was truly a day of double celebration. He had long since stopped acknowledging this cousin. However, to outsiders, Ningqing's smile looked like a helpless, bitter smile, even carrying a hint of madness and foolishness, with a touch of pity in his eyes. The school leaders hadn't anticipated this turn of events, and their frustration eased slightly. Before the exams even began, Ningqing had already alienated everyone exactly what they wanted. Director Huang then stopped speaking, and the speaking session concluded. Afterwards, they left the examination room one after another. Then, a group of people walked in. Teachers from the Professional Association, the Academic Affairs Office, and other secondary schools would serve as invigilators for the exam. The examination room fell silent as everyone waited quietly for the preliminary exam to begin. At 7:50 a.m., with 10 minutes left before the exam, the proctor asked all students to turn on their virtual reality headsets and place their citizen ID cards in the sensor area. With a notification sound, Ningqing's personal information appeared on the helmet screen. The camera then performed facial recognition on him, and after confirming that he was correct, prompted him to put on a helmet. Ningqing put on the helmet and immediately found himself in a spacious hall. He gently squeezed his hands and feet, and the touch felt extremely real, just like his real body. A cute, intelligent sprite appeared before me. It was the instructor for the preliminary exam. "Dear Ningqing, welcome to the 2025 college entrance examination. I will now explain the preliminary examination rules to you. Please listen carefully and ask questions if you don't understand anything." "Do you understand?" the intelligent sprite said. "Understood," Ningqing replied. "The preliminary test consists of killing monsters, and the test time is 30 minutes. All monsters are of the same level as the test takers. Normal monsters get 1 point, elite monsters get 10 points, rare monsters get 100 points, epic monsters get 1000 points, legendary monsters get 10,000 points, and mythical monsters get 100,000 points. Monster scores are only related to rank, not level. The exam has 5 difficulty levels: normal, adventure, warrior, king, and hell. Students can choose their preferred level. Do you understand?" "Understood," Ningqing replied. "These rules have remained unchanged and are already familiar to all test takers. Monster points are unrelated to level and are an opportunity provided by the Federation government for children from ordinary families. Otherwise, the spots in key universities will be monopolized by the children of the privileged, which is not what the federal government wants. Of course, the hard work of leveling up will still be useful, as the final exam will test your overall personal strength." The intelligent sprite said no more and shot out a beam of light that shone on Ningqing. Ningqing immediately discovered that his level had increased to 67. He was equipped with a set of rare equipment, and all his skills had been unlocked. To ensure fairness, all equipment is classified as rare. Next, he waited quietly for the preliminary exam to begin, and stretched his limbs to familiarize himself with his body. Soon, the intelligent wizard began a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, the exam begins. Please select the exam difficulty. Hell difficulty. Ningqing answered matter-of-factly that he had never chosen a difficulty level below hell, and this time was no exception. A door then appeared in the main hall, and the intelligent spirit reminded him to go out through the door. Ningqing did as he was told, and stepped outside. What came into view was a desolate wasteland, with tens of thousands of level 67 monsters staring at him menacingly. There are 10,011 monsters, ranging from common to mythical level. This is the hell difficulty. There is 1 mythical lord, 10 legendary lords, 3,000 normal and elite monsters, and 2,000 rare and epic monsters. The National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, has been held for over 1,000 years, but no candidate has ever managed to kill all the monsters within half an hour. Defeating all monsters will earn you 2,433,000 points, but the highest score in history has only just surpassed 1 million. All the monsters roared in unison, the deafening sound instilling fear in many examinees, some of whom might even faint from fright. But to Ningqing, the scene seemed unremarkable. He had seen millions of monsters before, so these mere 10,000 were nothing to him. The monsters swarmed towards Ningqing, appearing in the sky and on the ground. To prevent any gaps in the students' learning of flying skills, 3,000 avian monsters were specially arranged here. Ningqing's blood surged, and his pair of blood wings suddenly unfurled, propelling him straight into the sky. Blood feather shot out with a whoosh, instantly tearing apart the surrounding birds, and Ningqing's score also rapidly increased. Then, he activated the blood explosion skill, and a blood orb shot out, sweeping away monsters within a 100-meter radius and clearing a large area of open space once again. No monster could withstand Lin Kuang's skill attacks, whether ordinary or legendary, they were all instantly killed. These electronic monsters are emotionless, otherwise, they would have been utterly defeated long ago. After unleashing a series of skills, the number of monsters rapidly decreased. After one round of skill usage, the number of monsters had been reduced by nearly 20%. Immediately afterwards, Lin Kuang moved like lightning through the monster horde, taking them down one by one with his sword. Once the skill cooled down, he unleashed it again, clearing the monsters out of the horde. Just 3 minutes later, only one monster remained on the field, the mythical golden-winged roc. Its entire body is covered in golden feathers that shimmer with a dazzling light. Each feather is a masterpiece of nature's artistry. With a wingspan of over 60 meters, it resembles a medium-sized spaceship, bringing an unparalleled sense of oppression. Even legendary-level professionals often find themselves struggling to breathe when facing mythical lords of the same level. Only mythical-level professionals can contend with them. But at this moment, an epic-level professional is looking down at this mythical lord with disdain. Although it was Lin Kuang's first time facing a mythical lord, he was full of confidence in victory. His health is extremely high. Once he unleashes a desperate attack, even mythical monsters will find it difficult to escape death. He glanced at the golden-winged roc's attributes to learn more about this mythical lord. Golden-winged roc, mythical level. Skills: Tear Claw, Feather Swarm, Phantom Kill, Slicing Cage. Like mythical professions, mythical monsters possess innate talents. Their exceptional speed talent is particularly outstanding, meaning they are unmatched in speed among monsters of the same level. The golden-winged roc and Lin Kuang faced off across the void. No matter how Lin Kuang slaughtered other monsters, the roc had never made a move. This was the magnanimity of a mythical lord, never joining forces with its subordinate monsters to surround an enemy. It let out a high-pitched cry, and without using any skills, it stirred up terrifying sound waves with its powerful four-dimensional attributes alone, comparable to the ultimate skill of a legendary lord. It then transformed into a golden phantom and shot swiftly toward Lin Kuang, its speed so fast that Lin Kuang had to squint slightly. In his berserk state and with the blood wings buff, Lin Kuang's speed was comparable to that of a 5th-tier monster, but he was still far behind the golden-winged roc. What incredible speed, Lin Kuang murmured to himself. Although he couldn't match the speed of the golden-winged roc, that didn't mean he was helpless. The golden-winged roc's approach was tantamount to walking into a trap. With a fierce flap of its blood wings, the blood feathers tore through the air and shot out at lightning speed. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun the speed of the skill. However, suddenly, the golden-winged roc split into 9 phantoms, making it difficult for Lin Kuang to distinguish the real from the fake. The blood feather pierced through one of the heads, but no blood splattered. It was just an illusion. Lin Kuang frowned and manipulated the blood feather to scatter towards the 9 golden-winged rocs. They were incredibly fast, each one slicing through the blood feather barrier and passing right by Lin Kuang. Their wings were as sharp as mythical swords, unparalleled in the world. Lin Kuang was immediately covered in deep wounds, blood gushing out, a horrifying sight. Something's got something, Lin Kuang muttered to himself. But the injury also brought gains, as Xueling finally found the true form of the golden-winged roc. A giant roc was pierced by a blood-red feather, gushing blood and letting out a painful cry. But it didn't die. Its defense, health, and recovery abilities are all top-notch. It suddenly flapped its wings and unleashed its flying feathers skill, sending countless golden feathers flying towards Lin Kuang like swords. Then it let out another cry, and countless golden threads surrounded Lin Kuang, forming a cage. The silk threads exuded a sharp aura, causing Lin Kuang's skin to sting slightly. He knew all too well that these golden threads could slice him to pieces. This skill is truly powerful, Lin Kuang murmured in admiration, his eyes showing no fear, for he knew that everything had come to an end. Blood explosion, let's end this. Lin Kuang shouted in a deep voice, gripped his longsword tightly with both hands, and slashed out a blood ball, aiming straight at the golden-winged roc. Then, his body was pierced by sharp feathers, as if cut into countless tiny pieces by golden threads, but none of that mattered. He was not dead at all. On the contrary, the golden-winged roc suffered a severe blow. It tried to tear apart the blood energy with its giant claws, but the explosive blood energy swept over and turned it into a cloud of blood mist. This desperate attack was so powerful that even a mythical lord of the same level was no match for it. Lin Kuang wiped out all the monsters in one fell swoop, and no more enemies appeared afterward. Perhaps even the leaders of the Ministry of Education did not expect that a candidate could kill all the monsters in half an hour, which was almost an impossible task. He shrugged and walked slowly towards the door. Although he couldn't get a higher score, with his grades, he would undoubtedly pass the preliminary exam easily. The total score is 2,433,000. Dividing it by 125 gives 19,464. To achieve this score, other students would need to kill 190 rare monsters or 19 epic monsters. Even epic-level professionals would find it difficult to achieve such a high score, and in the entire Jiangnan region, the number of students who changed to epic-level professions this year is no more than 1,000. 1,000. Lin Kuang has basically secured a spot in the top 1,000 in the region, and passing the preliminary exam is a foregone conclusion. Back in the main hall, he asked the intelligent sprite if he could submit his paper early. Dear candidates, you may only finish the exam 10 minutes early. Left with no other choice, Lin Kuang could only wait idly for time to pass in the main hall. While other students were fighting hard, he was leisurely lying on the ground, legs crossed, looking completely at ease. I wonder what other test takers would think if they saw this. In the virtual wilderness, a serious-looking girl is battling monsters. She chants incantations, and with each swing of her staff, a chilling aura spreads, freezing a group of monsters. She is Lin Shui, who has severed ties with Lin Kuang. She chose warrior difficulty, where the strongest monster was only of the rare level, and the rest were of the normal and elite levels. There are only 1,000 monsters, and the difficulty is far less than hell difficulty, which is why most rare professions choose this mode. Lin Shui's mind conjured up the image of Lin Kuang, and she showed a look of disgust. I've already reached 500 points. If this continues, I should have no problem getting into the final exam. That idiot Lin Kuang probably doesn't even get a 10. He plays a useless class like the blood demon god. Monsters don't even need to attack him. He just uses his skills and his health is depleted. This kind of good-for-nothing dares to take the college entrance exam and even dares to make a bet with Director Huang. He's utterly absurd. She secretly despised herself but was glad that she was smart and decisive enough to publicly sever her sibling relationship with Lin Kuang. Even if Lin Kuang lost face after the preliminary exam, it had nothing to do with her. In another virtual space, lightning raged across the wilderness, turning monsters struck by lightning into charred remains instantly, and even legendary lords could not withstand it for long. This person is Mu Ziyun, who is hailed as the most popular candidate for the top scholar in the Jiangnan region. At this moment, her expression was solemn, and the image of Lin Kuang, wielding a giant sword and repelling 1,000,000 monsters, appeared in her mind. I will never lose to you, she whispered, encouraging herself. Her gaze locked onto the golden-winged rock, her fighting spirit blazing. With the help of her talent upgrade, she was confident she could defeat a mythical lord of the same level. Time ticked by, and finally it was 8:20. Lin Kuang asked the AI assistant to end the exam. Okay, your results have been uploaded to the terminal. You are exiting the mental link, the intelligent sprite responded. Immediately, Lin Kuang's consciousness left the main hall and returned to reality. He took off his virtual reality helmet and slowly stood up. He glanced around and saw that the other candidates were still taking the exam. He put down his helmet and walked towards the exit. The proctors all looked on in surprise. These were people who had been proctoring exams for many years, and this was the first time they had ever seen someone submit their paper early. After all, students who give up won't take the college entrance exam. Those who participate are all aiming for good results. They wished the exam time could be extended, let alone hand in their papers early. It's one thing to slack off normally, but to slack off all the way to the college entrance exam is just outrageous. It seems that the last place position has been secured. Ningqing number 1 high school is about to become famous. The proctors thought to themselves, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt as they looked at Lin Kuang. Naturally, they hated a student who was just throwing his weight around like this. Lin Kuang didn't care about their thoughts or pay them any attention. When he walked out of the gymnasium, he saw that all the school leaders and teachers had already gathered there. Their eyes were all fixed on a large screen, where the scores of all candidates in the Jiangnan region would be published after the preliminary exam. Lin Kuang's gaze immediately fell on that familiar profile, and the crazy scene from that day flashed through his mind. Although nearly half a month had passed, the scene was still vivid in his mind. That figure was naturally Su Lu. As the head teacher of the graduating class, she would certainly not be absent. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Su Lu turned her face to look at him. The moment their eyes met, Su Lu's face showed embarrassment and helplessness. She quickly looked away, pretending not to have seen anything. She really didn't know how to face Lin Kuang at that moment, and just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. Lin Kuang also felt a little embarrassed and quickened his pace, as if he were fleeing in panic. However, his actions were noticed by some teachers. Whose class are those students? Why are they out so early? Is this an early submission? Isn't this a joke? If you want to give up on yourself, you shouldn't even bother taking the exam. You're just embarrassing our school. Discussions immediately arose, with many teachers venting their dissatisfaction with Lin Kuang. The school leaders also noticed Lin Kuang. When the principal and vice principal saw him, their expressions immediately turned extremely gloomy. The principal shouted angrily, throwing all his manners and self-cultivation to the back of his mind. When Director Huang saw Lin Kuang quicken his pace and leave, he assumed that Lin Kuang had discovered he wouldn't pass the preliminary exam and was trying to renege on his promise and run away. Lin Kuang, stop right there, he shouted, while quickly moving to block Lin Kuang. With a mocking smile on his lips, he was determined not to let Lin Kuang escape, no matter what Lin Kuang said. He was still waiting for Lin Kuang to apologize to him in front of the entire school, and then shout through a megaphone that he was a piece of trash and that he should go home. Lin Kuang frowned upon hearing Director Huang's voice, thinking to himself himself that this guy was truly persistent. Lin Kuang. Director Huang shouted, "Look at you, you must have realized you can't even beat a level 1 normal monster, so you handed in your paper early and tried to sneak away, right? Don't even think about running away. Until you fulfilled the bet you made with me, you'd better stand here and wait patiently." He's determined to utterly humiliate Lin Kuang today. Who dares disobey his advice? Does he really think the Dean of Academic Affairs is helpless against a student? So he's the student who made the bet with Director Huang and repeated 3 years? I thought he was a powerful figure, but he turned out to be a good-for-nothing. Could he be an idiot? The teachers were abuzz with discussion, their contempt for Lin Kuang growing even stronger. Not only are they useless, but they also don't realize it. They insist on taking the college entrance exam and even dare to make bets with others. Now they've even submitted their papers early and given up on themselves. They had never seen such a rare talent in all their years of coaching. Su Lu was the only one who didn't participate in the discussion. Listening to her colleague's words, she couldn't help but want to laugh. These short-sighted people have no idea how monstrous Lin Kuang is. With just one move, he forced a level 180 legendary lord to sever his tail and survive. These guys, even if they were tied together, wouldn't be a match for Lin Kuang, yet they still dare to talk so arrogantly here. She gradually developed an interest in watching the show and was very much looking forward to seeing how these guys would behave when the results were announced. She had a feeling that Director Huang, in particular, was going to be very interesting. Lin Kuang stopped in his tracks. Since Director Huang had brought trouble upon himself, he didn't mind making the other party lose face completely. He crossed his arms and stared coldly at Director Huang. "Director Huang, cherish these last 8 minutes. In 8 minutes, you should submit your resignation." Upon hearing this, Director Huang laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha, what a huge joke. Don't tell me you handed in your paper early because you killed enough monsters to secure your spot in the final exam. That's why you came out, right?" "Hee hee," Lin Kuang chuckled. "To be honest, that's exactly right." After hearing this, Director Huang laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore." "Lin Kuang, I really underestimated your shamelessness. You actually dared to say something like that. You're wasting your time as a professional. You should go into business. You might even make a name for yourself." The surrounding teachers burst into laughter. This was probably the funniest joke they had heard all year. Lin Kuang was also laughing, but his smile was full of sarcasm, and soon some people's faces were distorted by his slaps. After laughing enough, Director Huang took out a large loudspeaker from his spatial backpack. It was the most powerful loudspeaker in the school, which he had brought over specifically. "Lin Kuang, I've already prepared the megaphone for you. Think of your apology first, apologize to me properly, and then take this and shout 'I'm a piece of trash' all the way home." As he spoke, he handed the megaphone to Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang didn't take it. "You should keep it for yourself. I don't need it." "Ha!" Director Huang sneered, tossing the megaphone at Lin Kuang's feet. "Still being stubborn? Fine, then wait another 7 minutes, and I'll see how stubborn you are then." In Director Huang's eyes, the loudspeaker was already a gift for Lin Kuang. After all, he, as the director of the Academic Affairs Office, was very generous. Then, Director Huang didn't go anywhere. He just stood there staring at Lin Kuang, quietly waiting for the preliminary exam to end. Lin Kuang shrugged, walked straight to the flower bed next to him, sat down, and quietly waited for the exam to end. As time ticked by, many teachers on site began to feel nervous. The students' grades were their grades. Whether they could receive awards or get promoted depended entirely on how well the students performed on this exam. School leaders are the same. Good grades can earn them praise from superiors, promotions, and wealth. Poor grades can lead to criticism, stagnation, or even job reassignment. Parents at the school gate were so nervous that their backs were sweating and their breathing was rapid. Some even fainted because their hearts were beating so fast. As for the students taking the exam, they are naturally the most nervous, because they are the ones who are truly on the front lines. Throughout the entire scene, perhaps only Lin Kuang and Su Lu were completely relaxed. Their minds were not on the college entrance examination at all. Lin Kuang's gaze kept involuntarily sweeping over Su Lu, and he himself didn't know why he was doing this. Su Lu, with her keen senses, could always detect Lin Kuang's gaze. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and tensed all her muscles, appearing very uncomfortable. She always felt that Lin Kuang's gaze had X-ray vision, as if she were standing naked in front of him. "I'll leave here as soon as the college entrance exam is over, and we'll never see each other again. Let this incident fade from our memories," Su Lu thought to herself. She had already achieved her goal in coming to Ningqing. The small city was never meant to be the place where a true phoenix like her would reside. 5 years ago, she learned that the six-tailed fox was pregnant, so she tracked it all the way here. With nothing else to do, she became a high school teacher here, and also took care of her niece. "I probably won't go back to Ningqing again. This might be the last time I see Teacher Su. Perhaps letting this matter fade away is the best option." Lin Kuang sighed inwardly. Unexpectedly, his and Su Lu's ideas were remarkably aligned. Time slipped away quietly amidst his complex thoughts, and finally, the clock struck 8:30. Regardless of what the students were thinking or how well they did, the the exam was over. All the monsters vanished instantly, and the score was immediately transmitted to the terminal. Outside the gymnasium, the large screen that school leaders and teachers had been watching closely also lit up. The names scrolled by rapidly, but what surprised them was that the screen used to display students' names, schools, classes, and detailed grades. This year, however, all the results were replaced with asterisks and not displayed to anyone. 2 lines of large text were also displayed on the screen to explain the situation. All students on the list have qualified to take the final exam. The ranking is not in any particular order, but only by city. With the unanimous agreement of the district head, the president of the vocational association, and the director of education, the specific results will not be published. We ask for your understanding. What's going on? Why aren't the results being released? What's going on? What can't be made public? Is there some shady deal going on behind the scenes? Shu, watch your words. Do you want to get yourself killed? The teachers were immediately in an uproar, completely unable to understand why the grades were being blocked. And this matter even received the district head's approval? This left them even more confused. Ningqing was also a little confused. Everything was fine, so why were his scores blocked? The principal was the first to snap out of his confusion and immediately shouted at the screen to bring up the data from Ningqing No. 1 Middle School. The screen is quite intelligent. The list of Ningqing No. 1 Middle School students was displayed quickly, totaling 23 people. Ningqing quickly glanced at the list and saw his name. Although he had expected it, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasure. School leaders and teachers were also quickly browsing the student list, looking for students in their own classes. They called out the students' names one by one, and when they called out Ningqing's name, all the teachers seemed to have their throats grabbed at the same time, and they were speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, the scene suddenly erupted into a cacophony of noise, with faces filled with disbelief and shock. Ningqing, am I seeing things? Could it be someone with the same name? A teacher asked, full of doubt. There's only one Ningqing in my class, Sulu replied calmly, completely shattering their last glimmer of hope. All the teachers' eyes involuntarily turned to Director Huang, as they were well aware of the bet between Director Huang and Ningqing. Moreover, Director Huang was just being aggressive towards Ningqing, and now the situation has become quite interesting. Director Huang's face was also filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Hearing Su Lu's words, his last bit of hope was completely shattered. Not only did Ningqing not get last place, but he also qualified for the final exam. His mind was filled with doubt. Wasn't the blood demon god unable to level up? Wasn't it unable to kill monsters? How did Ningqing manage to pass the preliminary exam, which was 125 times more difficult than the college entrance exam? What was his secret? However, whatever the reason, the facts are clear: he lost. The thought of having to apologize to Ningqing in front of the entire school and resign from his position as director of the academic affairs office made his face as dark and ugly as if he had eaten shit. Just as he was trying to find an excuse to escape, Ningqing's mocking voice reached his ears. Director Huang, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I passed the preliminary test. You're not thinking about how to avoid the bet, are you? Director Huang's heart sank to the bottom, his face showing anger as he glared at Ningqing. Ningqing, why be so aggressive? I made this bet with you just to urge you to improve, and it seems to be working well. You should thank me. He gritted his teeth and forced out those words. Ningqing shook his head and chuckled, his tone full of disdain. Heh, if you're talking about being a leader, I really can't match your shamelessness. The other teacher's gazes toward Director Huang also became complicated and inexplicable. He dared to do it but not to take responsibility, which was truly despicable. Director Huang's face was frighteningly gloomy. The gazes of his colleagues made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. His eyes were filled with a ruthless intent to devour everything when he looked at Ningqing. Ningqing, I admit you have good grades, but as a student, the most important thing is good moral character. You're so disrespectful to teachers. If I were to write disrespectful to teachers in your file, I doubt any school would want to accept you. Ningqing narrowed his eyes. How dare they threaten him? Did they really think he was a pushover? He spoke calmly and coldly. Director Huang, I advise you to take the initiative to fulfill the bet. Otherwise, the news media in Ningqing will be very interested in our bet, and your name may be on the Ningqing hot search within an hour. Director Huang's face grew increasingly ferocious. Ningqing, do you really want to fight me to the death? He roared, his voice as cold as the winds of hell. Ningqing glanced at him disdainfully. A fight to the death? You, a mere dean of academic affairs, a mere third-level rare professional, dare to challenge me? Director Huang, you have two choices: fulfill the bet or make the news. Choose. Ningqing coldly issued his final ultimatum. Director Huang roared as he approached Ningqing, as if he were about to attack. Ningqing, however, was filled with anticipation. His sword was already itching for a fight. Just then, the principal couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. Ningqing, why be so aggressive? Director Huang is, after all, your teacher. Where did your moral character go during your 12 years of compulsory education? Such disrespect for teachers, do you really want a permanent stain on your record? You should know that records absolutely cannot be altered. If the evaluation says disrespectful to teachers and lacking in moral values, I guarantee no school will hire you, and no one will want you for a job either. It was another old trick of using power to oppress people. Ningqing narrowed his eyes. These guys really thought he was easy to bully. He didn't take the threats from the principal and Director Huang to heart at all. In this world, only strength matters. Once he becomes the top scorer in the college entrance examination, many schools will be eager to hire him. As for work, what need is there for him to participate? Principal, you'd better take responsibility for what you said, or you'll regret it later. The principal sneered at this, a mocking and contemptuous laugh. Ningqing, how dare you threaten me? Don't think you're superior just because you passed the preliminary exam. Even if you take the final exam, which is 125 times more difficult than the college entrance exam, you'll only be a filler and end up being just an ordinary person. Apologize to Director Huang right now, then get out of here, and I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, you can expect a permanent stain on your record. He threw out this ultimatum. With the principal's support, Director Huang stood tall, full of confidence. Clap, clap, clap. Good, good, good. Ningqing clapped his hands and repeatedly said good. He had a completely new understanding of the school leader's attitude. At this moment, the candidates filed out of the gymnasium, eager to know whether they had qualified for the final exam. They stared at the name on the screen, and when they saw the name Ningqing, they were all stunned. Ningqing? Which Ningqing? Isn't there only one Ningqing in class 1? It's that Ningqing. He actually passed the final exam. How did he manage to do something 125 times more difficult? Is this even human? Shocked gazes were cast toward Ningqing, their eyes filled with awe. When Lin Shui saw her name in the crowd, she jumped up excitedly. But when she saw the name Ningqing right next to hers, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. She stared in disbelief at the class information behind Ningqing, and when she saw that it was class 1 of senior 3, her hopes were completely dashed. Ningqing, how is this possible? How could that good-for-nothing pass the preliminary exam? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She murmured to herself blankly, as if under a spell. She couldn't accept that this good-for-nothing, this clown, had actually passed the preliminary exam despite the difficulty level being 125 times higher. This was simply unbelievable, as if fate was playing a cruel joke on her. At this moment, Wang Hao's face was ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. His initial excitement at passing the preliminary exam was completely shattered by Ningqing's news. Damn it, what right does he have? Is there something wrong with the system? He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white and the veins on his wrists bulged. The students also noticed Director Huang standing opposite Ningqing and remembered the bet. Ningqing won, so won't Director Huang have to apologize to him in front of everyone and resign from his position as director of the Academic Affairs Office? TSK. The show is about to begin. My phone was ready a long time ago. I'm the first to get this scoop. I've disliked Director Huang for a long time, so his resignation is a great thing. The students were whispering amongst themselves, and when these words reached Director Huang's ears, he was furious. He glared angrily at the students, but his usual intimidation was completely ineffective. These students have almost all graduated, so why would they care about the Dean of Academic Affairs? Some even dared to make fun of it. Director Huang, you lost. When are you going to honor the bet? Exactly, as a teacher, do you intend to renege on your promise? Don't you know our Director Huang? Playing the rogue is his specialty. Hearing these words, Director Huang flew into a rage and roared at them to shut up. But the students didn't listen and instead started making threats. Director Huang, you're not really trying to renege on your promise, are you? Let me tell you, my parents are both journalists. They'll definitely be very interested in this news. What a coincidence, my mom is a news anchor, so she can report on this. TSK, my sister runs a social media account with over 2 million followers. She'll definitely be paying attention to this. The students were all talking at once, ready to expose the matter, making Director Huang extremely anxious. The principal's face grew increasingly grim. With so many students, many of whom were already graduates, any attempt to use his power to intimidate them would only backfire. Ningqing sneered, glancing mockingly at Director Huang and the principal. The uglier their expressions, the happier he became. He crossed his arms and watched quietly as Director Huang struggled. Director Huang's forehead was etched with struggle. He knew that the matter could no longer be suppressed. Regardless of whether the bet is honored, the truth will eventually come to light. If he honors the bet, he can at least gain a reputation for being bold and decisive, and treat the incident as a joke. If he doesn't honor the bet, he will be labeled as unfit to be a teacher, let alone the director of the Academic Affairs Office. In order to quell this storm, even the teachers' positions will probably be taken away. Apologize and resign. Apologize and resign. Apologize and resign. It's unclear who started it, but almost all the students joined in the shout. Only then did Director Huang truly understand what it meant to be pushed around when someone is down on their luck. He closed his eyes in pain and took several deep breaths. When he opened them again, they were stained crimson, but his expression was unusually resolute. He stared stared intently at Ningqing, as if trying to etch his image into his mind forever. Ningqing, you win. I'll honor the bet right now. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out the words. Ningqing glanced at him in surprise, thinking to himself, as expected of a leader, the ability to bend and stretch is deeply ingrained in his bones. Just as Director Huang was about to apologize, Ningqing interrupted him. Director Huang, pick up that megaphone. You've already prepared it. Why waste your energy? Director Huang's face flushed red, his temples bulged, his neck was taut, and he shouted Ningqing's name in a hoarse voice, his face full of hatred. Hurry up. Ningqing urged him on, his intense hatred utterly insignificant in his eyes. Get the megaphone. Get the megaphone. The students joined in the commotion, their voices deafening. Director Huang almost ground his teeth to powder. He bent down and slowly picked up the loudspeaker, as if it weighed a ton. He used all his strength to bring it to his mouth. His left hand slowly reached for the switch, as if it were a matter of life and death. Pressing it would mean his demise. His hand began to tremble, and his face was filled with fear. The students kept urging him on, and mocking voices rose and fell. Director Huang knew he had no way out. He closed his eyes again, mustered all his strength, and used his left hand to control the switch, finally turning on the horn. The entire room fell silent instantly, everyone holding their breath and eagerly awaiting Director Huang's apology, afraid of missing a single word. Director Huang took a few deep breaths, his heavy breathing carrying through the loudspeaker to every corner of the surrounding area. This time the students stopped urging him, they enjoyed watching him struggle. Exhaling his last long breath, Director Huang gritted his teeth, his face bearing a desperate expression. Ningqing, I'm sorry, I was wrong. He shouted it out in one breath, not daring to pause even for a moment, because if he stopped, he might not be able to finish his sentence. After shouting those words, he went limp, and the megaphone fell to the ground with a piercing sound. Director Huang's eyes completely lost their luster, as if he had aged 20 years, and his once straight back had become bent. But Ningqing will not feel any sympathy for him, nor will he let him go. He brought this upon himself. Director Huang, stop standing there, hurry up and resign, he said jokingly. The students cheered again. Director Huang's eyes regained some focus, and his gaze, filled with hatred, regret, and helplessness, swept over Ningqing and the students who had gathered around him, finally settling on the principal. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. He had paid a huge price to get the position of director of the Academic Affairs Office, and now that he wanted to resign, it was tantamount to cutting off a piece of his own flesh. He could tolerate losing face, but he could not accept losing his official position. The principal glared at him, wishing he could scold him to his face. You're over 30 years old, what are you doing making bets? You've made such a scene, and in the end, no one can save face. Thinking of this, a surge of anger welled up inside him. Director Huang, effective today, you are no longer the director of the Academic Affairs Office, the principal announced directly, without waiting for Director Huang to speak. Director Huang felt all his strength drain away and collapsed to the ground, as if the sky had fallen. Ningqing chuckled lightly, not glancing at him again. His gaze unconsciously swept towards teacher Su Lu, only to meet a pair of complicated eyes. Those eyes, as bright as moonlight, quickly looked away. Ningqing shook his head, sighed, and turned to leave quickly. He knew that staying there would only make things awkward for the two of them. After turning the corner, Ningqing took out his phone and sent Chu Yufay the good news. I've passed the preliminary exam and am just one step away from entering the Federal University. The message was replied to instantly. Great news. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. I'll be waiting for you at the Federal University, so cute. Ningqing felt a warmth in his heart and smiled knowingly. The usually aloof Chu Yufay was gradually becoming more lively. He replied wait for me, and then shared the good news in the family group chat, telling his parents that he would be back that afternoon. Lin's parents sent out a series of emojis in the group chat, including firecrackers, fireworks, and drumming. The two congratulated Ningqing one after another, shouting that their ancestors had blessed him and that Ningqing had finally brought glory to his ancestors. Ningqing felt a warm glow in his heart. Wasn't this one of the driving forces behind his efforts? 5 minutes before the start of the preliminary exam, the Jiangnan City Education Bureau, the center of educational power over the entire Jiangnan region, welcomed a distinguished guest. Shi Feng, the head of the Jiangnan region, is the #1 person in Jiangnan. He descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the clergy. The director of education and the president of the Professionals Association were already waiting there. After exchanging brief greetings, the three of them headed together to the proctoring center, where the virtual world terminals for the preliminary exam were located. Here, they can view all students' performance and final scores in exams, and the final exam list is also published here. The three of them sat down and turned their attention to a large screen that displayed two images. In one of the scenes, a handsome young man is lying leisurely on the ground with his legs crossed, showing no signs of the tension of the college entrance examination. The three bigwigs from the Jiangnan region were speechless at the sight, thinking that this level of relaxation was going too far. This handsome young man is none other than Ningqing, but he is completely unaware that he has already been targeted by the big shots of the Jiangnan region. Since the last beast tide, Ningqing has come into the sights of the big shots in Jiangnan Xiangnan district. A second-tier professional, yet he was able to save the building from collapse, turn the tide, single-handedly repel a million monsters, kill a level 120 epic boss with a single move, and save the students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School from dire straits. How could such an extraordinary talent not attract attention? It's extremely easy for the Federation to investigate someone. Lin Kuang's detailed information is already on the desks of the bigwigs. The fact that Lin Kuang broke multiple dungeon records could not be kept from them. They only needed to check the surveillance footage near the dungeons to find out. Qi Feng's mind flashed through Lin Kuang's information, and looking at the leisurely Lin Kuang, he couldn't help but chuckle. This kid is really interesting. The president and director couldn't help but smile. It was the first time they had ever seen someone so relaxed during the college entrance examination. They couldn't help but recall the serious expression of the dignified Zixia Thunder God Mu Ziyun on another screen. The three bigwigs came here to watch the performance of the two most outstanding candidates in this year's Jiangnan region. The preliminary test began quickly. Although the three big shots were mentally prepared and knew that Lin Kuang was powerful, even though he was only an epic-level professional, he was stronger than a typical myth-level professional. However, when they witnessed Lin Kuang instantly kill a legendary lord of the same level with a single skill, they were still shocked. How can a level 67 professional have such attack power? The director exclaimed in amazement. The president and the district head did not respond, but their solemn gazes revealed their deep shock. Watching Lin Kuang slaughter monsters like harvesting wheat, their shock grew even stronger. Lin Kuang's reputation as a monster harvester was well-deserved. In just over 3 minutes, he almost wiped out all the monsters except for the golden-winged roc, a feat unmatched in the entire history of the Federation. Let alone 3 minutes, no one could do it even in 30 minutes. His skill range, damage, and cooldown time are far beyond what is normal. The guild leader clicked his tongue in surprise, his tone full of shock. When Lin Kuang used 2 skills to instantly kill the golden-winged roc, they were completely speechless, unable to believe what they were seeing. That was a top mythical lord of this planet, an invincible being. A peerless prodigy, whose only rivals are mythical-level professionals, was instantly killed in 2 moves by a professional of the same level. What kind of justice is this? What kind of law is this? Passing the preliminary exam in 4 minutes broke the record for the first time in the Federation's history. This ability is more mythical than myth itself, and it is even more divine than the gods. The district chief finally couldn't help but speak up. Today has truly been an eye-opening experience. To think that such a prodigy could be born among humankind is an honor for the Federation and a blessing for the human race. The chairman and director were deeply shocked by the district chief's words. They had never seen the district chief praise a junior so highly. The district head himself was a legendary figure. Even if it was a mythical professional, he never took it seriously. After all, mythical professionals who had reached the 10th level were extremely rare. But today, he actually gave such high praise to a junior of the epic profession, which shows that he values Lin Kuang very much. After a moment's thought, the district chief announced a decision. The results of this preliminary exam must be kept confidential. Lin Kuang's performance in the preliminary exam must not be revealed to anyone. Remember, anyone. His tone was serious, as if he were issuing a military order. The chairman and the director immediately stood up, snapped to attention, saluted the district head, and loudly replied, "Yes, sir." After giving his instructions, the district chief got up and left. He walked out the door, flew into the sky, and gazed in the direction of Ningqing. Suddenly, he sighed to himself. Why is Lin Kuang the blood demon god? This cursed profession, how unfair is fate to him, and how cruel to the human race. He looked up at the sky, questioning with resentment. As Lin Kuang walked out of the school gate, the parents shook their heads repeatedly, their eyes filled with disdain, when they saw him being the first to come out. They hadn't received the news yet, and they all assumed that Lin Kuang had come in last place and was too ashamed to face his classmates and teachers, which was why he had fled in panic and became the first to leave. Lin Kuang ignored them and went straight to his electric scooter, wanting to get home as soon as possible and then head to Jiangnan City, where the final exam would be held. Just then, a gruff voice called out to him. Lin Kuang's heart skipped a beat. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man wearing a suit and with his hair slicked back. The man looked 7/10 like his father. He was his second uncle. Lin Kuang greeted them politely. His second uncle and aunt had always taken good care of their family. When Lin Kuang changed jobs and didn't go back to school, his second uncle asked him to go into business together. He kept asking him for over a year, but Lin Kuang had to refuse because he needed to awaken his talent. Lin Kuang, what are you doing here? Are you taking the college entrance exam? Uncle asked in confusion. Before Lin Kuang could answer, his second aunt reluctantly jumped out from behind his second uncle and took over the conversation. You're only finding out now? Your good nephew is taking the college entrance exam after 3 years. The difficulty has increased by 125 times. Our Lin family is probably going to lose all face. She gave a forced smile, her voice high-pitched and sarcastic. Uncle frowned and immediately scolded, "Are your vocal cords damaged?" It's a good thing that Lin Kuang is taking the college entrance exam. It shows that he's cheered up. What's shameful shameful about it. You're just protecting your good nephew. I can't be bothered with you, Auntie said irritably, then turned to wait for her obedient daughter at the school gate. Ningqing smiled, thinking that only his second uncle could control his second aunt. Second uncle patted Ningqing on the shoulder. Ningqing, where are your elder brother and sister-in-law? Why didn't they come to see you off for the exam? My parents went to Jiangnan City, Ningqing explained. The second uncle was very surprised when he heard this. He knew all too well what Jiangnan City was. Although he made a good living doing business, he dared not go there. He knew his elder brother and sister-in-law's situation better. They were basically unable to survive in that place. Jiangnan City? What are my elder brother and sister-in-law doing there? Ningqing found it difficult to speak for a moment, as too much had happened during this period. Just as he was organizing his thoughts, his second aunt came running over with Lin Shui, her face beaming with excitement. Honey, good news. Lin Shui passed the preliminary exam. My aunt shouted, her tone so proud it was as if she were announcing it to the whole world. Hearing this, the surrounding parents cast envious glances at her, which made her feel very satisfied. Lin Shui jumped around happily, but when she saw Ningqing, her smile froze and her brows furrowed. When his second uncle heard the good news, he was all smiles. Shui, well done. You didn't embarrass your father. I'll get you a car as a reward later. Your brother is here too. Come over and say hello. Lin Shui reluctantly glanced at Ningqing with disdain. He's not my brother. Upon hearing this, the second uncle's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. You bastard, what did you say? Say it again. Lin Shui shrank back in fear. She had always been a little afraid of her father. The second aunt quickly protected Lin Shui and scolded her husband angrily. Lin Nan, why are you losing your temper? What if you scare Shui? Uncle's face twitched with anger. It's all your fault for spoiling her. Look at what she's become. She doesn't even recognize her own brother. She's utterly despicable. Upon hearing this, my aunt immediately flew into a rage, like an angry lioness. What do you mean I spoil her? You're never home, and I raised our daughter single-handedly. Do you think that was easy? Besides, she's doing so well academically now. When your parents were sick, who took care of them the most? Tell me. The second uncle pointed at the second aunt, his finger almost poking her face, but he was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute her. He snorted coldly and slammed his hand down. But she can't disown her brother. Blood is thicker than water. We're family. How dare she try to cause a rift? Lin Shui seemed to have gained some courage with her mother's support, and suddenly peeked out from behind. I have severed all ties with him as siblings. Upon hearing this, the second uncle was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. His chest heaved rapidly, his breathing became heavy, and smoke practically billowed from his nose. You bastard, I'll beat you to death, he roared, preparing to strike. Second aunt screamed with wide eyes, desperately trying to block second uncle. Ningqing looked at the farce unfolding before him and was so helpless that he almost shook his head. This scene was even more melodramatic than a TV drama. He quickly grabbed his second uncle and said, Second uncle, calm down. Don't forget that so many people are watching. I can't calm down. Uncle Air roared in a deep voice. Second aunt glared at her husband and Ningqing through gritted teeth. Shui, let's go. Let's ignore these uncles and nephews who claim to be loving and affectionate. Lin Shui looked at Ningqing with jealousy and hatred. Ningqing, you're the one who caused all this mess in our family. Don't think you're so great just because you passed the preliminary exam. You'll still be a runner-up in the final exam. When my second uncle and aunt heard the news, they were stunned, their anger frozen on their faces. Shui, don't talk nonsense. How could he possibly pass the preliminary exam? Auntie said incredulously. Uncle stared at Ningqing, his face full of disbelief. Ningqing, you really passed the preliminary exam? Lin Shui said with a sour look on her face. Mom, I don't know what kind of luck he had, that he actually passed. Ningqing answered his second uncle frankly. Yes, second uncle. How is this possible? 125 times the difficulty? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Second aunt thought it was utterly absurd. She would rather believe that the sun rises from the west than believe that Ningqing had actually passed the preliminary exam. Uncle was extremely excited, patting Ningqing on the shoulder. Ningqing, your uncle has always had high hopes for you since you were a child. I knew you would amount to something and bring honor to our Lin family. The parents who had been watching were stunned when they heard that Ningqing had passed the preliminary exam. They knew Ningqing's situation, a 3-year repeater, facing a 125-fold difficulty level, yet he managed to pass the preliminary exam. Everyone suspected there might be something fishy going on behind the scenes. Ningqing scratched his head modestly. Hee, just lucky. Second uncle, I have to go back and pack my things. Let's get together again later. If you have the chance, come to Jiangnan City to find me and my parents. Come on, let's all have a meal together. Uncle Air warmly invited. No need, I'm in a hurry. Ningqing waved his hand repeatedly, got on his electric scooter, and left. On the other side, the second aunt was still in a daze, unable to accept that her nephew, who was called a good-for-nothing, had actually passed the preliminary exam. The second uncle snorted coldly. You even look down on your own nephew. You're becoming more and more short-sighted. You'll see how short-sighted provided you are in the future. The second aunt opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Although she wasn't particularly bright, she knew how difficult it was to pass the preliminary exam, which was 125 times harder than the standard difficulty. Lin Shui, on the other hand, hadn't figured this out yet, and her face was full of resentment. Dad, I'll definitely be better than him in the future, just you wait and see. The second uncle blared at his daughter with exasperation. Fine, I'll wait and see. You'd better not regret it. I will never regret it, Lin Shui said firmly. Lin Qing returned home, took the things his parents had asked him to bring, cleaned the house again, and prepared to leave for Jiangnan City. Before closing the door, he glanced at the home where he had lived for 21 years with a complicated expression, silently thinking to himself, I don't know when I'll be able to come back next time. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Lin Qing hesitated for a moment, but answered it anyway. Hello, Lin Quan? Yes, may I help you? I am Han Lulu, your class monitor. Teacher Su asked me to inform you to come back to school to gather together and take a bus to the spaceship center, and then take a spaceship to Jiangnan City. Thank you, but I will go to Jiangnan City on my own. I don't need the school's arrangements, and I don't need accommodation either. Okay, I'll pass it on to Teacher Su. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qing shook his head helplessly again. Originally, this news should have been delivered by the homeroom teacher herself, but Ms. Sulu probably didn't know how to face him, so she simply had the class monitor relay the message. After locking the door, he went downstairs, got into a taxi, and drove towards the spaceship center. However, because many parents came to pick up and drop off their children today, the roads were heavily congested, and the car drove around the city for a long time. Lin Qing had no choice but to accept it. It took Lin Qing almost an hour to finally arrive at the spaceship center. He had just gotten off the bus and was about to enter the passenger hall when a bus happened to stop behind the taxi he had been in. Lin Qing glanced at it curiously and saw a banner hanging on the side of the vehicle that read Ningqing No. 1 Middle School Exam Transportation Vehicle. What a coincidence, Lin Quan thought to himself. The car door opened, and a woman with an elegant demeanor stepped out first. Lin Qing's heart skipped a beat. It was Su Lu, who had come to see him off to the exam. It makes sense when you think about it. Su Lu is the best teacher at Ningqing No. 1 Middle School, so having her escort the students to the exam would naturally ensure their safety. Su Lu felt Lin Quang's gaze and subconsciously looked at him. Their eyes met, and the air froze. Su Lu didn't want to see him off to the exam. She was afraid to face Lin Qing and couldn't even imagine how awkward it would be to be in the same space as him. But when she heard that Lin Qing had decided to set off on his own and arrange his own accommodation, she reluctantly agreed, because she was originally going to Jiangnan City anyway and did not plan to return to Ning City. But fate played a cruel joke, and this time they unexpectedly ran into Lin Qing. She instinctively avoided looking at Lin Qing, not daring to meet his gaze. Lin Qing originally wanted to leave as soon as possible, but avoiding this situation would only make things more awkward. He took a deep breath and greeted Su Lu. Teacher Su. Su Lu nodded, not daring to look at him. At this point, the students who had qualified for the final exam got off the bus one after another. When they saw Lin Qing, their expressions were complex: shock, disbelief, envy, jealousy, hatred. A mix of emotions revealed the turmoil within. Honolulu looked at Lin Qing with a puzzled expression. Lin Qing, didn't you say you would set off on your own and arrange your own accommodation? Her words drew the attention of others, among whom Wang Hao and Lin Shui laughed most sarcastically. What else could it be? Probably wanted to show off, but the spaceship tickets were too expensive, and the accommodation in Jiangnan City was too high, so they simply backed out, Wang Hao said with a sneer. Lin Shui wasn't about to let this opportunity to mock Lin Qing slip by. Her face was full of contempt and sarcasm. Lin Qing, if you want to show off, at least go all the way. Now you're trying to freeload on the boat tickets and accommodation. You're really shameless. Lin Qing glanced at Wang Hao and Lin Shui, his eyes looking at them as if they were idiots. Which ear of yours heard that I was going to ride a spaceship with you? His words left everyone even more confused. If he wasn't going to ride the spaceship with them, then what was he doing here? You should know that the spaceship they are about to board is the last one to Jiangnan City today. If they miss it, they will have to wait until tomorrow. The final exams start early tomorrow morning, so there's no time to waste. Wang Hao's eyes were full of mockery as he looked at Lin Qing. Lin Qing, are you out of your mind? What are you doing here if you're not taking a spaceship? Are you here for tourism? You're not trying to say you have a private spaceship, are you? Ha ha ha. Lin Shui laughed so hard she almost fell over. The other students laughed along. Private spaceships? That's really something. They're top-tier luxury items. There aren't even 20 in the entire Ningqing. They knew a little about Lin Quan's family background. They couldn't even afford the outer shell of a spaceship. Lin Qing ignored them, thinking that their expressions when they saw him board his private spaceship would be quite interesting. Su Lu, who had been keeping her head down and silent, finally couldn't help but speak up. Shut up. You haven't learned anything at school. All you do is mock your classmates? She gave Wang Hao and Lin Shui a cold look, her eyes full of warning. Wang Hao and Lin Shui wanted to retort, but when Su Lu locked their gaze on them, they panicked and dared not utter a sound. Su Lu withdrew withdrew her gaze, turned to look at Lin Kuang, her eyes becoming complicated. Lin Kuang, since you're here, let's go together. She didn't want Lin Kuang to miss the final exam because of his momentary emotions, and as for the awkwardness, let it be awkward. Seeing Su Lu's concern for him, Lin Kuang's emotions became even more complicated. He nodded and proposed another solution. Teacher, Su, you can go together, but you have to take my spaceship. You won't have to wait, and it will take you directly to the hotel. Upon hearing Lin Kuang's words, Su Lu and the students all showed expressions of surprise. However, Su Lu quickly realized that this was reasonable, since it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Kuang to acquire a spaceship given his strength. The other students found it hard to believe. The words Lin Kuang and spaceship seemed absurd even when put together. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and Lin Shui couldn't help but reveal a strong sense of sarcasm. They simply didn't believe that Lin Kuang really had a spaceship. Wang Hao's family, the Wang family, is the most powerful family in Ningqing. They do own a spaceship, but that's only for the patriarch. No one else has the chance to own one. What makes Lin Kuang so special? A poor boy from a working-class family dares to buy a spaceship? What a joke! Wang Hao sneered. Lin Kuang, I think you've gone mad. If you really have a spaceship, I'll eat it up. Lin Shui's expression grew even more disdainful. Lin Kuang, your brain is truly rotten. You dare to tell such an easily exposed lie. You have no shame. Lin Kuang glanced at the two scoundrels indifferently. You can leave now. My spaceship doesn't welcome you. After saying that, he left with a single sentence. The students were caught in a dilemma, all looking at Su Lu, waiting for her decision. Let's go with Lin Kuang. Su Lu hesitated for a moment, but finally made up her mind and took the lead. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Lin Shui was completely confused, unable to understand why Teacher Su was going crazy with Lin Kuang. Follow him. I refuse to believe Lin Kuang has a spaceship. I'll wait and see his lies exposed. I'll laugh him to death. Wang Hao said through gritted teeth with a cold smile. The students, each with their own thoughts, followed Lin Kuang into the passenger hall and watched him walk straight towards the VIP passage. Ha! Wang Hao scoffed. What's with the act of being a VIP? Let's see how he gets out of this mess once he's stopped. However, when Lin Kuang was allowed to pass by the checkpoint personnel, Wang Hao's face immediately turned ugly, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. Lin Shui also looked puzzled. Hiss. He can actually use the VIP channel. Does Lin Kuang really have a spaceship? That's impossible. A spaceship costs at least tens of millions. Where would Lin Kuang get so much money? You'll find out once you follow them. The students whispered among themselves as they followed Lin Kuang from the VIP entrance to the dock. Private and public spaceships are parked in different areas. There are currently 3 spaceships parked in the private spaceship area. The students looked around at the 3 spaceships and guessed which one belonged to Lin Kuang. After carefully examining the area, Wang Hao had a sudden thought and then revealed a mocking smile. You guys actually guessed? Let me tell you, I recognize 2 of these 3 spaceships. See that white Tier 4 spaceship? That belongs to our Wang family. It's worth 30 million. He paused deliberately as if waiting for praise. Lin Shui immediately offered her praise. Wang Hao, your Wang family is really amazing. You actually have a spaceship worth 30 million. The other students also fawned over him, as a spaceship worth 30 million was an astronomical figure to them. Wang Hao, your family is so rich. The Wang family is indeed the most prominent family in Ningqing. Wang Hao, don't forget to look after your classmates in the future. Wang Hao was secretly pleased and proudly replied, no problem, but I won't take care of some classmates. Although he didn't name names, everyone knew what he meant. Next, Wang Hao continued to introduce the remaining 2 spaceships. That purple Tier 3 spaceship belongs to Ningqing Group. I don't know whose the last black one is, but it's a Tier 5 spaceship. Do you know how much a Tier 5 spaceship is worth? He paused deliberately, whetting everyone's appetite. How much? A student asked curiously. 80 million. Immediately, gasps of astonishment filled the air around them. The price of 80 million was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Ha! Wang Hao sneered. Lin Kuang said he has a spaceship. Could it be that 5th tier spaceship? Ha! Lin Shui also laughed. I know Lin Kuang's family best. Let alone 80 million. They can't even come up with 8 million. The other students also began to waver, unwilling to believe that Lin Kuang could possess a spaceship worth 80 million. The Wang family, the most powerful family in Ningqing, only possesses a 4th tier spaceship. How could Lin Kuang, a poor boy, possibly achieve this? Looking back, they felt they had been absolutely insane to believe such an absurd claim as Lin Kuang having a spaceship. Lin Kuang, do you think it's fun to play tricks on us? Yeah, it's a waste of our time and emotions. Do you find it funny? I must have been out of my mind to believe he had a spaceship. Many students glared at Lin Kuang angrily, some even cursing him. They stood still, unwilling to follow Lin Kuang any further. Lin Kuang ignored them, believing or not was up to them. If it weren't for teacher Su Lu's sake, he wouldn't have bothered with these people at all. Su Lu didn't say anything either. Everyone is an adult and must be responsible for their own actions. She continued to follow Lin Kuang. Seeing this, 6 or 7 students gritted their teeth and followed as well. After all, following the teacher was definitely the right thing to do. The remaining students watched helplessly, wondering how even teacher Su had had gone mad along with Lin Kuang. Follow them, we'll have a good laugh at Lin Kuang later, Wang Hao said, leading the way. The other students thought about it and followed suit. Lin Kuang had wasted their time and energy, so they decided they would definitely embarrass him later. And so, each with their own thoughts, they followed Lin Kuang all the way to the 5th-tier spaceship. Ha ha ha, Wang Hao laughed wildly and mockingly upon seeing this. Lin Kuang, you really dare to bring us to a 5th-tier spaceship? Open the door and let us tour your luxurious spaceship. Hee hee. Lin Shui laughed contemptuously, staring at Lin Kuang with a mocking gaze. Let's see how you bastard, get out of this mess. The students following them also prepared their words, intending to give Lin Kuang a thorough dressing down. Lin Kuang calmly took out a key from his space backpack. After the spaceship sensed the key, the hatch opened automatically. This scene plunged the entire audience into a deathly silence. The spaceship door had actually opened. Just like that? Lin Kuang looked at Teacher Su and said politely, Teacher Su, please. Sulu nodded and walked up first. The 6 or 7 students who were following Sulu also snapped out of their shock and quickly followed after her. As for Wang Hao, Lin Shui, and the students who were with them, their mouths were agape, wide enough to fit an apple, and their eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets. How is that possible? Does he really have a spaceship? It's a tier 5 spaceship? That's impossible. 80 million? Does Lin Kuang's family have 80 million? This isn't rented, is it? The students' voices were filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and disbelief. They couldn't accept this fact. Wang Hao's face was ashen, as if his father had died. Lin Kuang actually possessed a spaceship, and a 5th-tier spaceship that even the Wang family had failed to obtain. What kind of joke was this from the Federation? Impossible, how could that be? What makes a poor wretch like him? He became increasingly agitated, almost losing control. Lin Shui, standing to the side, turned deathly pale and involuntarily took a step back. The jealousy, resentment, and disbelief on her face were more terrifying than a ghost. Impossible. That good-for-nothing Lin Kuang couldn't possibly own a spaceship. What makes him so special? What makes him so special? His family is just a bunch of paupers. She roared hoarsely, like a vengeful ghost, jealousy driving her mad. However, Lin Kuang didn't even glance at them. He boarded the spaceship and then closed the hatch. Inside the cabin, the students looked around in amazement, but dared not touch anything for fear of breaking it and not being able to afford the compensation. Sulu found a corner to sit down and played on her phone. When Lin Kuang boarded the ship, the students looked at him with awe for his wealth. Lin Kuang, you're amazing. You actually have a 5th-tier spaceship. Han Lulu said with admiration. Yeah, 80 million. I can't even imagine how you, Lin Kuang, earned that. Lin Kuang, you wouldn't happen to be a super rich 2nd-generation heir, would you? The students chatted amongst themselves, their voices filled with envy and admiration. Lin Kuang smiled and said, this is nothing to powerful professionals. You will be able to have it when you advance to the 5th level. After saying that, he sat back in his usual spot, told the smart assistant to start its journey, and navigated to the Tomorrow Hotel in Jiangnan District, Jiangnan City. Your Excellency, I will obey your command. The intelligent sprite projected from the table in front of Lin Kuang and said respectfully, wow, this is an intelligent elf? It's so cute. Oh my god, so cute. When the girls saw the smart elf, their eyes lit up and they cheered excitedly. Outside, it wasn't until Lin Kuang's spaceship took off that the students gradually recovered from their shock. Wait, I haven't boarded the ship yet. Lin Kuang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Please let me up. Lin Kuang, don't go. Wait for me. The students rushed to the spaceship with all their might and frantically pounded on the hatch. But all of this was in vain. Lin Kuang paid them no heed. The spaceship rapidly ascended, the violent shockwave hurling the students away before hurtling towards Jiangnan City, leaving them groaning in agony below. Wang Hao remained bewildered, muttering impossible under his breath, his expression almost frantic. Lin Shui collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with jealousy and bitterness. She couldn't accept the fact that Lin Kuang actually possessed a 5th-tier spaceship. This blow was heavier than death. Damn it! What's Lin Kuang pretending to be all high and mighty for? He must have rented the spaceship, maybe even bankrupted himself, just to show off in front of us. A boy scrambled to his feet, watching Lin Kuang's spaceship drift further and further away. His jealousy was about to burst forth, and he angrily cursed. Upon hearing this, the other students seemed to have grasped at a lifeline and echoed that Lin Kuang's spaceship must have been rented. Wang Hao was also startled by these words, and his eyes regained their light. Yes, he must have rented it. That poor bastard rented it on purpose to annoy us, he said through gritted teeth. A glimmer of light appeared in Lin Shui's eyes, and her strength gradually returned. That's definitely it. Lin Kuang's useless spaceship was rented, she said more and more firmly, as if it were irrefutable evidence. A boy glanced at the Wang family's spaceship and looked at Wang Hao with anticipation. Wang Hao, your spaceship is right here. Can you take us to Jiangnan City? Upon hearing this, the other students also looked on with anticipation and began to make their own requests. Lin Shui felt the same way. In her eyes, Wang Hao was 1,000 times better than Lin Kuang and was a true second-generation rich kid. Since Lin Kuang could have a private spaceship, Wang Hao could definitely do the same. Wang Hao looked embarrassed. Only the head of the Wang family could use the spaceship. He had no right to use it. Let's just take the public spaceship instead, he said, scratching his head in frustration. The students were immediately disappointed. It seemed they had overestimated Wang Hao's status at home. Lin Shui was filled with disappointment and resentment. Lin Kuang could ride in a private spaceship, but she had to ride in a public spaceship? How could she accept this fact? Meanwhile, Lin Kuang was already comfortably sharing snacks, cola, and coffee with his classmates on his spaceship. He had prepared plenty of these, and everyone was having a great time. Several students jumped up excitedly. This treatment was far more comfortable than riding a public spaceship. Sulu remained quietly in the corner, playing on her phone, though the screen was mostly off. The spaceship sped along, and the relaxed and enjoyable time passed in the blink of an eye. Before the students could even finish enjoying themselves, a towering steel forest stretched into the clouds before them. They arrived in Jiangnan City. Is this Jiangnan City? It's so prosperous. Our Ningqing feels like a small village. Han Lulu's eyes widened in amazement. The difference in prices here is huge. I heard that the cheapest houses here cost hundreds of thousands of yuan per square meter, and the expensive ones even cost 2 million yuan. Another girl said in surprise, "My God, the price of 1 square meter is enough to buy my whole house." There are plenty more. Are we really going to compete with the students here? I'm already thinking of surrendering. The students talked amongst themselves, their mood growing heavier. The students here were all rich and powerful, while they were poor and destitute. What right did they have to compete? Just as everyone was feeling conflicted, the spaceship traversed half the city and finally landed above the Tomorrow Hotel. To Lin Kuang's surprise, the Tomorrow Hotel was located in the commercial area opposite his house, something he hadn't noticed before. The spaceship landed smoothly in the hotel parking lot, and the students disembarked one after another, with Sulu following behind them. However, to her surprise, Lin Kuang also followed closely behind, clearly preparing to disembark. "Didn't you say you weren't staying at a hotel? Why did you come down here?" She wondered to herself, but didn't dare to ask aloud, as it was always a little awkward to talk to Lin Kuang. An enticing aroma wafted over, and as Lin Kuang smelled it, the wild scene from that day resurfaced in his mind. Lin Kuang shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, but they were like deeply rooted vines that he couldn't break free from no matter what he did. He followed teacher Sulu out of the spaceship, while the other students cast puzzled glances at him. "Lin Kuang, you haven't changed your mind and are planning to stay at the hotel with us, have you?" Han Lulu spoke first, expressing everyone's doubts. Lin Kuang shook his head in denial. "No, I live right across the street. I plan to walk back and let the spaceship dock on its own," he replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the students instinctively looked across the street. It was a residential area with exceptionally wide spacing between buildings. The buildings weren't tall, but the overall quality was superb, clearly a high-end community. "No, that's a residential area. Could Lin Kuang have a house there?" They were so surprised they could hardly speak, a terrible thought popping into their minds. They had just checked the property prices in this area, which were about 1.5 million yuan per square meter. "Lin Kuang actually owned a house here? Lin Kuang, is your house right across the street?" Han Lulu asked tentatively. Lin Kuang smiled, nodded, and then waved goodbye to his classmates. Everyone watched him leave until he crossed the road, passed through the parking lot, and reached the gate of the residential complex. The gate opened, and he walked straight in. At the same time, they also saw Lin Kuang's spaceship take off and land in the parking lot at the entrance of the residential area. Now no one doubted that Lin Kuang must be a resident of that community, otherwise how could he have a private parking space and pass through the access control at will? Wow, Lin Kuang actually owns a house in Jiangnan City. Just how rich is his family? Han Lulu exclaimed in surprise again. Is Lin Kuang some kind of super rich second-generation heir who just hasn't shown his face yet? Perhaps. I've heard that many wealthy people like to pretend to be poor and keep a low profile. Alright, stop guessing and let's go check in, Teacher Sulu urged, turning her gaze away and heading towards the hotel. When Lin Kuang returned home, he found that his parents had prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes, and there was also a bottle of fine wine on the table. "Lin Hua, the pride of our Lin family, is back." Lin's mother greeted him with a joyful expression as he entered the door, calling out proudly, "Ah, good son, you've made the Lin family proud. Have a good drink with your dad today." Lin's father greeted him warmly with a big smile. "Dad, Mom." Lin Kuang smiled knowingly and greeted them, then was surrounded by his parents and sat down at the dining table. Everyone was drinking and having a great time. Mr. Lin was a little drunk, and his excitement was palpable. The next day at the hotel, Ms. Sulu took her students to a restaurant for a meal. Wang Hao and Lin Shui also arrived, but they were almost an hour late. The restaurant was bustling with activity, and many guests were dressed impeccably, with men in suits and women in expensive gowns. In contrast, the students of Ningqing No. 1 Middle School were dressed in a rustic manner, looking just like country bumpkins, which attracted a lot of attention and scrutiny. Many students lowered their heads in shame, feeling out of place. Only Sulu remained calm. Although she was dressed simply, her noble temperament could not be concealed. She immediately overshadowed all the women in the room and attracted the attention of many men. They were seated seated at 3 tables. Sulu led 7 girls to one table, ordered set meals, and the students took out their phones to browse news about this year's outstanding candidates. Just then, a young man at the next table suddenly shouted excitedly, ! Startling everyone present. Many people looked displeased and were ready to speak up and stop it. But what the young man said next left everyone speechless. The information about the mysterious person who reached the top of the first and second stages of the epic job change tower record monument has been revealed. It's actually Ningqing. What? It's that mysterious person who won the championship from Chitsu number 1 middle school? He's Ningqing? The young man's friend was astonished. That's right, it's him. 2 minutes ago, the asterisk representing his name on the record tablet changed to the words Ningqing. Could it be that the person who's been breaking records in our Jiangnan city all along is Ningqing? I have a strong feeling that it's highly likely, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? No way, no matter how strong an epic level class is, it's impossible for them to break the record of a mythical class. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd began to argue, and the once quiet restaurant became noisier than a market. The students of Ningqing number 1 middle school were completely dumbfounded, utterly bewildered and at a loss for what to do. What did they hear? The person who broke the record for the first epic class change tower in the Qi region was actually Ningqing? Ningqing's face immediately flashed into his mind, and his body trembled involuntarily. He quickly suppressed this shocking thought. Could this Ningqing really be that Ningqing? Han Lulu murmured softly. Although her words contained some grammatical errors, the other students understood what she meant. It does seem possible, after all, Ningqing's professional blood demon god is epic level. A girl's voice was weak, and she herself was half believing and half doubting. Lin Shui was shocked when she heard the news, but she quickly calmed down and refused to believe that her good-for-nothing cousin was actually Ningqing. Yan Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking? The blood demon god is recognized as the worst class. It's hard to even level up, let alone break the record in the epic class change tower. You really dare to dream, she said with disdain. These words resonated with many students, especially those who had traveled with her on the public airship. Lin Shui is right, blood demon god breaking records? Don't be ridiculous, he can't even beat a normal dungeon, a boy said with a mocking expression. Exactly, hoping that the blood demon god will break the record is less reliable than hoping that an ordinary class will reach the 10th job advancement, another student joked. Yan Xiaoxiao was initially skeptical, but after hearing what they said, she became indignant. If Ningqing can't even level up properly, how could he pass the preliminary exam at 125 times the difficulty? And he even bought a spaceship and a house in the neighborhood across the street. Han Lulu, her best friend, immediately stood up for her. That's right, Ningqing is very powerful now. Stop looking down on him. Ask yourselves, could you survive the preliminary exam which is 125 times more difficult? She asked loudly. These words left many students speechless. They were already struggling to pass the preliminary exam, let alone the 125 times more difficult one, and they couldn't even handle the 2 times more difficult one. However, Wan Hao and Lin Shui looked down on Ningqing from the bottom of their hearts and were unwilling to take seriously the value of passing the preliminary exam, which was 125 times more difficult. Wang Hao snorted coldly. What do you mean by buying a spaceship or a house? I bet his spaceship is rented, and his house is rented too. Houses here cost hundreds of millions, and he's a poor bastard who can't even afford a toilet. Lin Shui chimed in, that's right. I know their family well. They live on the 7th floor of Peach Blossom Garden in Ningqing. It's an old neighborhood that's over 40 years old. Buying a house here is a joke. As Ningqing's cousin, she was the one who least wanted Ningqing to succeed, revealing the complexity of human nature. Han Lulu was so angry that her face turned red. You guys just can't stand to see others do well. You're so sour. Hey Han Lulu, you're so protective of Ningqing. Could it be that you two have some kind of relationship? Wang Hao teased, glancing sideways at her. Han Lulu's chest heaved with anger. She hated people who made baseless accusations the most. I think you and Lin Shui are having an affair. You two are a perfect match. Bang! Lin Shui slammed her hand on the table in anger. Han Lulu, what are you saying? Wang Hao didn't care at all. He thought Lin Shui was good-looking and didn't mind having an affair with her. He secretly plotted in his mind, and his eyes took on a different look. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, Sulu finally spoke up. Those who don't want to eat, go back to your rooms. When she spoke, the students had no choice but to shut up, but the air was already thick with tension. The other guests were still discussing the matter, and the rumors about Ningqing breaking records, sweeping away the beast tide, turning into ashes but not dying, and killing a level 120 epic lord with a single sword while in his second job advancement were all brought up. The students at Ningqing number 1 high school listened as if it were gibberish. How could such a terrifying professional possibly exist? However, they all agreed that the rumored Ningqing must be a mythical level professional, otherwise he could never be so powerful. Han Lulu and Yan Xiaoxiao's hearts also began to waver. They found it hard to believe that Ningqing was really that powerful. Sulu became more and more certain as she listened that the legendary Ningqing was indeed meet her student, Ningqing. Ningqing actually did so many earth-shattering things in silence. How did he, as the blood demon god, manage to do it? Su Lu was completely baffled. As someone who knew all kinds of professions, she knew that the blood demon god profession was really useless, so how could it have such amazing performance? This incident not only sparked heated discussions here, but also caused a stir throughout the entire federation. It was lunchtime at Jiangnan University, and the cafeteria was in an uproar over this incident, almost to the point of lifting the ceiling off. Zhang Meng watched his roommates arguing heatedly about Ningqing, their faces flushed, and couldn't help but smile without saying a word. He knew the truth, but didn't intend to reveal it. This feeling of keeping the secret to himself was exceptionally wonderful. In another corner, Su Yun and Chang Gang were having a meal together when they also heard the news. Su Yun frowned. Just hearing the name Ningqing made her feel uneasy, and lately she seemed to hear that name everywhere she went. It's so annoying. There's Ningqing everywhere, but why does he have to be called Ningqing? That name is so corny, she complained with a look of disgust. Cheng Gang grasped her hand, a gloating smile on his face. Yuner, though you share the same name, your fates are vastly different. The one who's suffering the most right now is probably that Ningqing, watching another Ningqing break all sorts of records and create new legends, while he's struggling to even level up. He's probably hiding under the covers crying right now. After listening to Cheng Gang's words, Suyin felt that they made a lot of sense. The gloom on her face disappeared and she smiled. Yes, he must be the one who is suffering the most. He is probably on the verge of a breakdown by now. Meanwhile, Ningqing, the protagonist of this story, was being interrogated by his parents at home. When Ningqing announced that he himself had broken the record, his parents jumped for joy, repeatedly chanting, "May our ancestors bless us." Ningqing shook his head and smiled, feeling that his parents' mindset had become much younger recently. He took out his phone and sent Zhang Meng a message, asking him to meet him at a coffee shop. "Okay, I'll be right there. You have no idea how famous you are now. Calling you a top star wouldn't be an exaggeration at all." Zhang Meng replied quickly. Ningqing smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Let things ferment for a day, and tomorrow would be the time to make his move. He then went out. The coffee shop he had arranged to meet was in the commercial area across from his apartment complex. When they arrived at the coffee shop, he ordered a private room. He had invited Zhang Meng this time for something very important. After the coffee was served, Zhang Meng arrived and joked as soon as he entered, "Ningqing, you're a big star now. Hurry up and give me 10,000 autographed photos. I can probably make a lot of money selling them." "Your business acumen has really hit me where it hurts," Ningqing replied irritably. Zhang Meng raised his chin, speaking with righteous indignation. "Aren't good brothers meant to be sold off?" After chatting for a while, Ningqing took a pet bag out of his pocket and placed it in front of Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng naturally recognized the item, but he was curious as to why Ningqing would give him a pet. "Why did you give me a pet?" Zhang Meng complained, but he obediently opened the pet bag and a six-tailed fox cub appeared in front of him. He curled his lip. "Huh, a fox? How strange is it for a man to keep a fox as a pet?" But when he saw the six tails on the fox's back, his expression instantly became exaggerated. Holy crap. Six tails, a demon fox," he exclaimed, his voice deafening. Fortunately, the private room was well soundproofed, otherwise everyone in the cafe would have been frightened. Ningqing silently took out his phone and recorded this scene, which will become an indelible black mark on Zhang Meng. Ningqing chuckled. "Look at your ignorant attitude. You're just a six-tailed fox demon." Zhang Meng almost rolled his eyes to the sky. "Big brother, this is a six-tailed fox demon, a legendary lord. Do you even know the value of a legendary lord?" Ningqing didn't care at all. What value is there in someone who can be killed with a single sword strike? "Brother, you're talking nonsense. One sword, one kill, you're chopping vegetables." Zhang Meng didn't believe it and thought Ningqing was bragging again. Ningqing smiled without saying a word, knowing that his brother would understand his prowess in the future. Zhang Meng scrutinized the six-tailed fox demon with the same look he had of the most precious treasure or the most beautiful woman in the world. His eyes looked like those of a 60-year-old bachelor entering a club. After a long while, he finally suppressed his inner shock and struggled to shift his gaze from the fox demon to Ningqing. "Ningqing, you actually possess such a powerful demonic pet. With its help, you'll be even more formidable. If Suyin knew you had this demonic pet, she'd probably regret it to death," Zhang Meng exclaimed, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. Ningqing glanced at him helplessly. It seemed that Zhang Meng hadn't grasped his meaning yet, or perhaps he didn't dare to think about it. "Zhang Meng, are you stupid? This fox demon is for you. Why would I want it?" he said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng's eyes widened in shock, even more so than when he first saw the demon fox. He pointed tremblingly at the fox demon, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard, his breathing becoming rapid and heavy. "Is this for me?" Ningqing picked up his phone and continued filming his brother's ghost-like expression, a smile playing on his lips. TSK, with that naive look on your face, don't tell anyone you know me when you go out." He then urged repeatedly, "Hurry up and acknowledge him as your master." Zhang Meng's Adam's apple bobbed once more, his eyes filled with disbelief, relief, and emotion. He pursed his lips, placed his right hand on the fox's back, and gently stroked its soft fur, the sensation making him feel intoxicated. Then, he pushed the fox demon back in front of Ningqing, shook his head and said, "Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but this fox demon is too precious. I cannot accept it." Ningqing's worst fears came true. If others saw this fox demon, they would not only refuse to give it away for free, but would also try to steal it. Brotherhood is easily fragile and heartbreaking in the face of a legendary pet, but Zhang Meng actually resisted the temptation of a legendary pet, which shows how much he cherishes the friendship between Ningqing and them. However, Ningqing already had a plan. Suddenly, a silver needle appeared in his hand and quickly landed on Zhang Meng's index finger. When the silver needle was pulled out, a drop of blood came out of the needle tip. Ningqing flicked the silver needle, and the drop of blood fell onto the fox demon's brow, where it was immediately absorbed and integrated. The ceremony of recognizing the Lord was completed just like that. Ningqing's movements were so fast that Zhang Meng was caught off guard. He had just felt a slight sting when Ningqing's action was already over. By the time he realized it, everything was already set in stone. His expression turned anxious, fearful, and absurd. His face was a jumble of emotions, making him look utterly comical. Ningqing's mockery deepened. "Oh ho, the deed is done, so you have no choice but to accept it now." Zhang Meng opened his mouth, but the overwhelming emotion he felt prevented him from uttering a single word. In the end, all the words boiled down to one sentence: "Ningqing, you've put me on the hot seat. I'm in a huge debt of guilt, and I probably won't be able to get a good night's sleep for a single day." Ningqing waved his hand. "Alright, stop being so dramatic. If you can't sleep, just find a girlfriend. Then, instead of saying you can't sleep, I'll be worried you won't want to sleep." Zhang Meng couldn't help but smile, but didn't say anything to express his gratitude, for such a great favor needs no words of thanks. He had secretly made up his mind that he would go through fire and water for Ningqing whenever he needed him, and would never refuse. He sat on the stool, picked up the fox spirit, stroked its fur, and couldn't put it down. Owning this legendary lord pet is like having an absolutely loyal legendary henchman. From then on, although he remained a rare professional, his status and strength were comparable to those of a legendary professional. This gift is one of the most precious gifts in the entire Federation, and its value cannot be measured in money. Even $100 billion couldn't buy such a treasure. Money can't buy something this rare. Ningqing was very gratified. He had promised to repay Zhang Meng's kindness 1,000-fold, and now he had done so. For Ningqing, besides his parents, the people he cares about most are Zhang Meng and Chu Yufay. This fox spirit cannot be given to Chu Yufay. If she asks where it came from, should he say it was given to him by her aunt? If Chu Yufay continues to press him on why her aunt would give him such an expensive gift, how should he explain it? If the truth is told to Chu Yufay, how will they get along? Therefore, this fox spirit had no choice but to be given to Zhang Meng. The two parted ways after spending about an hour together. Ningqing didn't go home. Instead, he went to a level 60 to 70 dungeon to level up and broke the record before returning home. The news of Ningqing breaking the dungeon record again swept through Jiangnan City like a hurricane, raising his fame to a new level. The students of Ningqing No. 1 High School were stunned. No matter where they went, they could hear Ningqing's name. Time passed, and the next day, the day of the final exam, arrived. The fate of many candidates would take a turn on this day. If you get into a top university, you can enjoy the best education, obtain the best equipment, skills and leveling resources, and become a powerful figure who can guard a region after graduation. The candidates are eager to compete and are ready to fight for their future with their strongest abilities and best performance. Ningqing left home amidst his parents' instructions and blessings, but instead of flying a spaceship or a flying car, he rode away on a small electric scooter. His home is not far from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, less than 2 kilometers away, and riding a small electric scooter is the most convenient way to get there. Sure enough, traffic was congested all the way, and Ningqing rode his electric scooter at high speed in the non-motorized vehicle lane, which made many drivers and passengers envious. When Ningqing arrived at the large square in front of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School following the navigation, he realized that the school was directly opposite Jiangnan University. At this moment, the square was filled with students, who were divided into small groups. Each group had a flag in front of it with the name of their respective middle school written on it. Ningqing scanned the flags and finally spotted the flag of Ningqing No. 1 Middle School in a corner. Under the flag, Sulu and the students of Ningqing No. 1 Middle School were quietly waiting for the inspection to begin. Ningqing left late and was pressed for time, so most of the students had already arrived. He walked toward the area where Ningqing No. 1 High School was located. The area in front of him was almost entirely filled with high school students from small towns. The students looked confused and lost. They were the pride of their hometown, but they realized how ordinary they were when they came here. The vast majority of the students from big cities were level 45 or above, and the worst equipment they wore was rare level. Many people wear a full set of epic gear, but what about them? Even if they exhaust all their resources, they can only own one set of elite gear. The huge gap in levels and equipment put put immense pressure on them, and their courage had already been dampened before the exam even began.
Ningqing, dressed in casual clothes, strolled leisurely through the crowd, his composure drawing the attention of the students.
Who is this? Why is he so relaxed, not even wearing any gear? Ningqing number 1 high school? Isn't that just a small place? What's with the arrogance? Some people are born with an overwhelming sense of self-confidence, but they don't have much ability. They just love to put on airs. Hee, these kinds of people are typical of being all bark and no bite. They'll probably panic as soon as the exam starts.
The surrounding examinees murmured amongst themselves. Originally feeling inferior, they found a sense of superiority in Ningqing and continued to mock him. Ningqing didn't bother with these people at all. They were no longer from the same world, and why would a dragon bother with insects? Upon arriving in the area where Ningqing number 1 middle school is located, the students cast strange glances at them. They had heard the name Ningqing so many times yesterday that they were sick of it, and coincidentally, one of their classmates had the same name. Therefore, when they saw Ningqing, their eyes became complicated, and they secretly sighed that they had the same name but different fates. Wang Hao stared at Ningqing with disdain, then his eyes darted around and a brilliant idea popped into his head.
He curled his lip into a mocking smile. Oh, isn't this our big star Ningqing?
His voice was loud and clear, and many of the other candidates could hear him clearly.
What? Ningqing? That Ningqing who broke so many records? He's actually a candidate this year? Where is he? I want to see the master's demeanor.
The once quiet square instantly erupted in excitement, with even the teachers leading the group turning their attention to Ningqing number 1 middle school. The students couldn't wait to crowd around, eager to see if this extraordinary person who broke the Qi district record had 3 heads and 6 arms, or a vertical eye between his eyebrows. They surrounded the students of Ningqing number 1 middle school, their expressions a mixture of fervor and awe.
Who is the great Ningqing?
My God, the genius Ningqing is actually from Ningqing number 1 high school. Just like us, he's from a small town.
Ha, let's see who dares to say that our small place can't produce talented people?
The examinees shouted excitedly, their eyes carefully scrutinizing the students from Ningqing number 1 middle school. Wang Hao's wicked smile spread wider and wider. He had achieved his initial goal, and now it was time to make Ningqing the object of everyone's ridicule. Lin Shui, who was standing to the side, probably understood what Wang Hao was thinking and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Her gaze toward Ningqing had become mocking and sarcastic. She was eagerly anticipating the sight of Ningqing being scorned by all the examinees. That would certainly be very interesting. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. Ningqing glanced at Wang Hao thoughtfully and roughly understood his intention.
He couldn't help but laugh.
Wang Hao wanted him to be ridiculed, but he would inevitably suffer the consequences.
Wang Hao raised his hands and clapped, attracting everyone's attention.
Seeing that all the candidates' eyes were on him, he began to speak. Classmates, this is the famous Ningqing, he said, pointing to Ningqing. Following his direction, all the candidates turned their gazes toward Ningqing.
A sense of fervor, worship, and awe filled the air. Wow, so handsome. He's definitely an exceptional person. Even dressed casually, her extraordinary temperament was still undeniable.
Just looking at him makes me feel immense pressure. I really want to kneel down and worship him on the spot.
Master Ningqing, could you please sign your autograph? I'm a huge fan. Master Ningqing, can I take a picture with you? I'll do anything you ask. The scene erupted into chaos, filled with deafening noise.
If it weren't for their awe of Ningqing's strength, many would have already rushed forward to attack him.
Wang Hao watched quietly as the situation gradually escalated.
Once the situation had stabilized, he spoke again, shouting at the top of his lungs, classmates, although his name is Ningqing, he is not that Ningqing. As soon as he finished speaking, the candidates all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with doubt and confusion.
What? Ningqing isn't that Ningqing?
They recognize each word individually, but they can't understand it when put together.
Isn't this a classic example of a grammatically incorrect sentence?
Wang Hao saw that the candidates' appetites had been whetted, and now it was time to bring Ningqing crashing down from the top. He continued shouting, classmates, his name is Ningqing, but unfortunately, it's a case of the same name but different fate. He is just the blood demon god. You heard me right, the blood demon god who is known as the most useless profession. Upon hearing this, the other examinees finally understood that this Ningqing was merely someone with the same name as the legendary Ningqing, and was actually a good-for-nothing.
Damn it, you wasted my time. Why isn't the blood demon god staying home? What are you doing here? That kid is obviously a good-for-nothing. You have the same name as the expert.
You should change your name right now. You don't deserve to use this name at all.
Damn it, are you kidding me? When the final exams start, you'll be the first one eliminated.
After realizing they had been tricked, the candidates' attitudes instantly changed 180 degrees, from awe to contempt, from fervor to anger. Wang Hao grinned from ear to ear, thinking he had achieved his goal. His gaze fell on Ningqing's face, wanting to see him break down, embarrassed and ashamed. Lin Shui even took out her phone to record the scene, wanting to save this wonderful moment so that she could watch it when she was bored in the future, and it would definitely sweep away the gloom in her heart. To their disappointment, Ningqing remained calm and composed, as if he hadn't heard lowered the candidate's scorn at all. Lin Kuang turned his gaze toward the school gate, where he met a pair of eyes flashing with lightning. The owner of those eyes was flapping his thunder wings, hovering in mid-air.
The moment his gaze met Lin Kuang's, he unleashed a breathtaking fighting spirit.
That person was naturally Mu Ziyun. Upon hearing Lin Kuang's name, her mind trembled violently, and her usually calm face was now filled with turbulent emotions. This name has been echoing in her mind constantly these days. The figure wielding the giant sword, both demonic and divine, is deeply etched into her memory, impossible to erase.
Upon hearing Lin Kuang's name, she immediately flew into the air and looked towards the direction where the examinees were crowding.
When her gaze locked onto that face already etched in her mind, her eyes flashed with lightning, and her fighting spirit soared into the sky. At the same time, she was quite surprised, not expecting that Lin Kuang came from such an obscure little place as Ningqing. His classmates, along with other test takers from small towns, mocked and scorned him. She was somewhat bewildered.
Just how audacious were these students? Didn't they know that the person had single-handedly repelled 1,000,000 monsters and instantly killed a level 120 epic lord, a peerless demon god?
Filled with various questions, she flew towards Lin Kuang's location. Behind her, Shinbuji, Li Tsuanjan, and two other legendary professionals followed closely behind. They all learned flying skills, making up for their last weakness. However, compared to Mu Ziyun's face full of fighting spirit, they were filled with more awe. As the only mythical professional among the candidates from the Jiangnan region this year, Mu Ziyun naturally became the focus of all the candidates, and her every move attracted attention. Even the four people behind her, including Shinbuji, were also renowned geniuses in the Jiangnan region and enjoyed great fame. Mu Ziyun's epic cloth armor radiated a dazzling orange light, her staff shone with golden light, and the magnificent lightning wings on her back made her look like a true thunder god descending to earth. Many candidates, like ordinary mortals meeting a deity for the first time, lowered their heads nervously, not daring to look directly at the divine face. Shinbuji and his three companions were like peerless emperors who followed the gods to conquer the world, their noble and extraordinary presence inspiring admiration in the examinees, who wished they could replace them.
My god, is that Mu Ziyun?
The purple heaven thunder god, an invincible mythical professional of the same level. Not only does she come from a distinguished family, but she also possesses unparalleled beauty and has even transitioned to a mythical
profession.
She was born to be the bright moon in the sky, with an insurmountable gap between the mortal and immortal realms.
Why is she heading towards Ningqing #1 high school? Could she also be attracted by the name Lin Kuang? TSK, if Mu Ziyun knew that Lin Kuang was nothing but a piece of trash like the blood demon god, what would she think?
If she got angry, Lin Kuang would be in for a world of hurt. The candidates lowered their voices, afraid of disturbing the gods and emperors in the sky.
Although their discussions were as quiet as the buzzing of mosquitoes and flies, they clearly reached the ears of Mu Ziyun and Shinbuji. Mu Ziyun frowned slightly.
What she hated most were people who made wild guesses without knowing the truth. Shinbuji secretly glanced at Lin Kuang, and seeing that he was calm, he felt relieved. He cursed those candidates who were spouting nonsense in his heart. If they angered that killing god, all the candidates in this place combined wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Li Tsuanjan and the other two looked strange, thinking to themselves that these people were truly courting death, daring to be so rude to that person. Under the watchful eyes of all the examinees, Mu Ziyun and her four classmates landed in front of the flag of Ningqing #1 Middle School. The students from Ningqing #1 Middle School consciously stepped back, exposing Lin Kuang, who was at the very back, to Mu Ziyun's view. At this moment, Wang Hao was trembling all over, and his teeth were chattering. He never expected that even Mu Ziyun would be attracted to him. If she found out that he had tricked her, his good days would be over. He was filled with remorse. If he had known this would happen, he would never have gone so far. Lin Shui, standing beside him, was completely captivated by Mu Ziyun's figure.
Worship, admiration, awe. Her expression was like that of a pilgrim.
Mu Ziyun was an idol in the hearts of almost all girls, and Lin Shui was no exception. She had longed to see Mu Ziyun, but she never expected that the other party would be so close to her, less than 5 meters away. Her face flushed red with excitement, her heart raced, and she breathed rapidly, almost fainting.
A woman should be like Mu Ziyun.
This thought flashed through her mind. Mu Ziyun strode toward Lin Kuang, and Shinbuji and the other three hesitated for a moment before following closely behind.
Even the most ruthless Lin Kuang wouldn't kill someone here, would he? With this thought in mind, they dared to approach Lin Kuang. All eyes were on this, including all the examinees, the teachers in charge, and even the leaders and teachers of Ningqing #1 Middle School. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mu Ziyun walked straight toward Lin Kuang, and some people seemed to sense a solemnity emanating from her. Shinbuji and his three companions seemed to emanate an aura of fear.
Seeing Mu Ziyun heading straight for Lin Kuang, Wang Hao felt a great weight lifted from his heart, but his face grew even more gloating.
Lin Kuang is doomed. He wasted Mu Ziyun and the others' good looks. He'll probably be easily dealt with in the final exam, and he'll be locked in last place in advance. Lin Shui was overjoyed. Compared to her idol, Lin Kuang was like an ant compared to a phoenix. A single breath from the phoenix could destroy countless ants.
months. She had already foreseen the scene of Lin Kuang being wantonly trampled on by his idol.
Amidst everyone's intense anticipation, those 2 short breaths felt like an eternity.
Finally, Mu Ziyun arrived in front of Lin Kuang, the two of them less than a meter apart. Seeing that Lin Kuang's face remained calm and unmoved, some people began to admire his composure.
Of course, many people believed that Lin Kuang was terrified.
Only Mu Ziyun and Shin Bujie understood that Lin Kuang was truly calm. It was the composure of a strong person. Mu Ziyun pursed her lips and said in a complicated tone, "Lin Kuang, we meet again." As soon as she finished speaking, all the other candidates widened their eyes.
Mu Ziyun actually knows Lin Kuang? No, wait, what makes Lin Kuang know him?
Mu Ziyun is a princess of the Federation's new generation, while Lin Kuang is just a country bumpkin from a small town, a blood demon god with no future.
Why should he know Mu Ziyun?
Thinking of this, countless candidates' faces twisted with jealousy, Lin Shui's being particularly noticeable.
How dare that good-for-nothing Lin Kuang get to know Mu Ziyun? He's not even worthy of carrying Mu Ziyun's shoes. What makes him so special?
Lin Shui's heart was filled with extreme jealousy and anger, unable to accept the reality before her. When Mu Ziyun greeted him, Lin Kuang simply nodded in response. This attitude nearly drove the test-takers crazy.
No, how dare he put on airs in front of Mu Ziyun? Shouldn't he be humble and smiling? Has he gone mad? However, the scene that Mu Ziyun had expected, striking Lin Kuang away with her cane, did not occur.
She showed no anger. Instead, she felt it was only natural.
Lin Kuang, I will defeat you in the final exam. The top scorer in the college entrance examination can only be me.
Her face was filled with intense fighting spirit, and her gaze was as firm as iron. This scene was like a heavy blow to the heads of the other candidates, leaving them in a state of confusion.
Mu Ziyun actually challenged Lin Kuang.
That purple heaven thunder god, destined to soar through the skies and look down upon all living beings, actually challenged the Federation's most useless blood demon god. They suspect the world has gone mad. Lin Kuang chuckled softly after hearing this. Heh. Then he replied calmly and firmly, the top scorer in the college entrance examination can only be me. These calm words, like a meteorite falling into a calm lake, stirred up towering waves.
The quiet crowd suddenly erupted into a deafening clamor. Lin Kuang, a blood demon god, dares to speak so arrogantly in front of Mu Ziyun? I must be crazy. How could the mighty purple heaven thunder god challenge a trashy blood demon god? What exactly is going on? Who is Lin Kuang? Could he really be Lin Kuang, the one who broke records? The commotion was filled with confusion and shock, mixed with awe. At this moment, the most terrified people were Wang Hao and Lin Shui. The thought that Lin Kuang might very well be the same Lin Kuang who had recently been making headlines drove them almost insane. Impossible, impossible. Lin Kuang is just a useless blood demon god. How could he be so strong? Wang Hao muttered to himself, his face deathly pale, his forehead covered in large beads of sweat, his lips cracked, his throat constricted, and his teeth chattering violently. The thought that Lin Kuang was the peerless genius who broke the record for the top spot in Qi district made him feel like the sky had fallen. He realized that he had offended an extremely terrifying person. With Lin Kuang's potential, he is destined to soar to great heights in the future. Not to mention him, even the entire Wang family is nothing more than ants that can be crushed at will in front of Lin Kuang. He felt that he had inadvertently driven his family to the brink of ruin. As for Lin Shui, besides being terrified, she was also filled with deep regret. Lin Kuang was actually a peerless prodigy capable of breaking the record for mythical professionals, and even her idol, Chu Yufay, took the initiative to challenge him. Lin Kuang was her cousin. Given their relationship, if Lin Kuang were willing to take care of her, she could rise to great heights. However, she not only repeatedly mocked and belittled her cousin, but even severed their sibling relationship. Thinking of all this, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She slumped to the ground, her expression blank, her eyes vacant, as if her soul had left her body. Her father's words, "You'll regret this someday," echoed in her mind. She had taken them lightly before, but now regret surged like a tidal wave, permeating her entire being. Lin Kuang once again became the focus of attention, but this time, all the examinees looked at him with reverence or awe. Those candidates who had previously mocked Lin Kuang now seemed to have their throats grabbed, their mouths opening and closing but unable to utter a single word. Intense fear and regret simultaneously eroded their minds. After issuing the challenge, Mu Ziyun turned and left.
She was not familiar with Lin Kuang and had no intention of exchanging more words with him. Shen Bujie looked at Lin Kuang awkwardly, recalling how he had previously made a fool of Lin Kuang as a clown and even made a 3-move agreement. He just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Goodbye, Master Lin. If we run into each other during the final exam, please let me off the hook, he pleaded with an awkward smile. Lin Kuang smiled, deeply impressed by Shen Bujie's comedic antics. It's not impossible, as long as you can withstand 3 of my moves. Shen Bujie was even more embarrassed. Lin Kuang was clearly targeting him. Li Tsuanzhan and the other two couldn't help but laugh. They had all witnessed the whole process of Shen Bujie's embarrassment back then. Lin Kuang's 3-move agreement brought back memories of that scene for them. Shen Bujie glanced at his classmates with annoyance. What are you laughing at? He then left with Mu Ziyun, and Li Suanjan and the other two also left together, but they all nodded to Lin Kuang before leaving. Their departure did not distract the other candidates. Everyone's eyes remained fixed on Lin Kuang, including the teachers. Lin Kuang was already used to being the center of attention, and stood there with his arms crossed, looking completely at ease. Aside from Lin Shui and Wang Hao, the people with the most complicated feelings were Han Lulu and Lin Kuang's classmates. In their school, the blood demon god, who had repeated 3 years and was the most despised student, had suddenly transformed into an unparalleled prodigy, which made them feel as if they were dreaming and found it hard to believe. Entry will now proceed in an orderly manner. With a command from the principal of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, all the students' attention was successfully diverted, but their eyes still kept glancing at Lin Kuang's face. The candidates lined up according to their school's formation and underwent entry checks. With 20,000 students, the authorities deployed 100 staff members to assist with the verification process to expedite the process. The inspection involves verifying the student's citizenship certificate and identity to prevent proxy test taking. Soon, all the students finished the checkup and stepped into the campus of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Students from other places looked at the 4-lane road network crisscrossing the campus, the precious and meticulously manicured greenery, and the high-end and impressive teaching buildings, and they all showed expressions of envy. Their alma mater is like the difference between a mud brick house and a luxury villa compared to this place. They were already reserved, and became even more restrained, their spirits seemingly dampened. This is also the root cause of why students in small towns often perform poorly in their final exams, leading to a mental breakdown. They arrived at a training ground covering more than 10 hectares, where 10 medium-sized spaceships were already docked. Upon seeing these spaceships, all the candidates knew that the venue for this final exam would not be nearby. At the same time, they also began to discuss how the final exam would be conducted, whether it would be a competition based on dungeon completion scores or a competition based on points earned by killing monsters in the wild. Sometimes it's a ring battle, but since the spaceship has come, it's definitely not a ring anymore, otherwise this would be the perfect ring venue. As the students were discussing amongst themselves, a figure stepped out from the top of a spaceship and appeared in midair in front of all the examinees. His appearance immediately sparked envy. No one would not want to have the ability to fly, and many classmates recognized his identity. He is the director of the education department of the Jiangnan region, the highest-ranking person in charge of education in the Jiangnan region, a 9th-level epic warrior, and an extraordinary figure in the entire federation. The director looked around at the candidates below, his gaze lingering briefly on a certain spot. Lin Kuang felt that the director seemed to have glanced at him a few more times, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Candidates, this year's final exam will involve slaying monsters in a newbie dungeon. The dungeon level requirement is 30 to 120, and a point system will be used. The exam will end at 5 p.m. tomorrow. For specific points rules and other details, you can consult the drone AI assistant below. Points are also calculated by the AI assistant. Now, please have the staff distribute the drones and distress bracelets, and then organize the students to board the ship. After the director finished his announcement, he returned to the top of the spacecraft to take charge. At this moment, the candidates burst into a commotion, their faces showing fear and timidity. Level 30 to 120? Are you kidding me? If we run into a 4th-tier monster, how are we supposed to survive? Exactly. Even if we had a distress bracelet, by the time the rescue team arrives, we'd already be torn to shreds. I've never seen such a difficult college entrance exam. What is the Ministry of Education thinking? The students complained bitterly, venting their dissatisfaction. However, all the staff present were soldiers of the Demon Hunter Army, the Federation's sharpest blade, responsible for conquering the wilderness, and each of them carried a strong killing intent. As they appeared, the students' voices gradually faded. After distributing the drones and distress bracelets, the Demon Hunters began organizing the students to board the ship. No candidate chose to withdraw. Once they entered Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, they completely lost the right to withdraw. From the moment they entered Jiangnan No. 1 High School until the end of the college entrance examination, they were directly under the jurisdiction of the Demon Hunting Army, and their status was equivalent to that of half a soldier. Soldiers are not allowed to retreat on the battlefield. Regardless of their feelings, the candidates had no choice but to obediently board the spaceship and head to the examination hall. After all the candidates had boarded, the spaceship took off and flew towards its destination. The cabin was quiet, almost no one was talking, as everyone was carefully reviewing the points rules. Lin Kuang was also carefully reading the rules, and he had the drone AI project the rules onto the screen. Points rules: from level 1 to 60, the monster's base score is equal to the monster's level. After that, for each level increase, the score is multiplied by 5, 10, 50, 300, and 3000 respectively. For example, a level 10 normal monster is worth 10 points, a level 10 elite monster is worth 50 points, a rare monster is worth 100 points, an epic monster is worth 500 points, and so on. For levels 60 to 90, the base monster score is level multiplied by 30. For each subsequent level increase, the score is multiplied by 100, 300, 300, 1000, 50,000, and 100,000 respectively.
For levels 90 to 120, the normal monster score is the level multiplied by 200.
After that, for each level increase, the score is multiplied by 600, 2000, 2000, 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million respectively. This rule is clearly intended to protect students from ordinary families, as students who can kill monsters of level 60 or higher are extremely rare. The point difference for those below level 60 is relatively small, preventing students from ordinary families from being left far behind due to their lower level. The point system for level 60 and above is tailor-made for geniuses who excel in all aspects, or prodigies who stand out in a particular area. Candidates who can kill a third-tier monster in just 1 month after changing jobs are no ordinary people, and the goal of these top candidates is almost without exception the Federal University. The spaceship flew towards the outskirts of the city, and just when the students thought it was about to leave the city, the spaceship stopped in the suburbs. Even the suburbs are more bustling than the city centers of many small and medium-sized cities. The spaceship docked at the parking lot, and the students disembarked one after another under the organization of the Demon Hunter Army. As soon as they stepped out of the cabin, everyone's eyes were drawn to an area tightly surrounded by numerous city guards and demon hunters. A teleportation vortex appeared there, clearly the location of their final exam. The director of education descended from the top of the spaceship and hovered in mid-air, saying, "We will now enter the Serpent King instance.
Everyone, please assemble at the entrance after entering. Once all candidates have arrived, the Demon Hunting Army will announce the official start of the exam."
Under the command of the demon hunters, the students walked towards the teleportation vortex in an orderly manner.
Many girls looked nervous.
This Snake King dungeon sounds like it's mainly about snake monsters, and snakes happen to be one of the monsters that many girls are most afraid of. Many of the boys were also pale-faced, their lips pressed tightly together, their eyes filled with fear. Ningqing frowned slightly. He still vividly remembered the scene from the last time he was in the wild, when the black python dangled from a tree with its mouth almost touching his head. To be honest, he didn't like snake-like monsters either. The candidates entered the instance with mixed feelings, and then waited quietly in their respective school formations.
Finally, after about 20 minutes, all the candidates entered the instance.
A level 120 demon hunter flew in mid-air and announced the official start of the exam. The students scattered immediately, some flying solo, others forming teams, and rushed towards the location of the monster. Meanwhile, drones followed behind, and the intelligent sprites automatically started a live broadcast, transmitting the students' performances to viewers throughout the Federation in real time. The live streams are automatically linked to their citizen accounts, and all proceeds during the streams belong to them. The platform takes no cut. Inside a female dormitory at Federal University, Chu Yufay was constantly refreshing the live streaming platform. Why hasn't the Jiangnan region started yet? She muttered to herself. She had skipped class specifically to watch Ningqing's livestream. She clicked refresh again and finally saw the live broadcast section for the college entrance examination in the Jiangnan region. She quickly clicked on the link and searched for the words Ningqing. The scene shifts to a strikingly handsome young man walking slowly. Compared to other candidates rushing around, he appeared calm and composed.
"So relaxed? Looks like you're very confident."
Chu Yufay muttered to herself, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on Ningqing, unwilling to look away even for a moment. The more she looked at him, the more handsome and charming Ningqing seemed, and a captivating smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. At the same time, Ningqing's parents and Zhang Meng also entered his live broadcast room immediately.
"Son, keep it up," Lin's mother shouted loudly at the screen, persisting even though Ningqing couldn't hear her. "Son, today is your chance to bring glory to our ancestors. Good luck," Lin's father said, his face full of excitement and nervousness. Zhang Meng had complete confidence in Ningqing. He gently stroked the fur of the fox in his arms, and then decisively sent Ningqing 10 rockets. A rocket costs 3,000 yuan, and 30,000 yuan was spent just like that. When Chu Yufay saw the rocket, she realized that this was a perfect opportunity to openly give Ningqing money. She quickly opened the gift list, clicked on Guardian Angel, and saw that it cost 5,000 each. "Let's start with 20 to get things going, then we can go all out once more people join in and get the atmosphere going," she muttered with a smile, before sending out 20 Guardian Angels. Mr. and Mrs. Lin stared intently at the rockets shooting out and the angels circling around the screen, their eyes widening even further. They also wanted to buy some gifts for their son to celebrate, and they already knew the prices of rockets and Guardian Angels. "Wow, there are only 4 people in the live stream. Besides the 2 of us, the other 2 are actually big spenders?" Lin's father said in surprise. But Lin's mother's attention wasn't on that. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the name of the person who had tipped the angel. "Honey, do you think this ice queen might be a girl?" she asked excitedly, grabbing her husband's arm. Mr. Lin was taken aback for a moment, then understood his wife's thoughts. It must be a girl. Could she be Ningqing's girlfriend? Lin's mother was even happier to hear this. So generous. Even if she's not his girlfriend, she must be interested in our son. We can't let our future daughter-in-law look down on us. in-laws. Let's send 50 rockets first and show her the strength of our in-laws. After saying that, she clicked on the rocket, entered 50 as the quantity, and then entered her citizen account password after confirming. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The rocket launched again with great force. Although there were only 4 people in the livestream, the sheer volume of gifts was even more impressive than in a livestream with 100,000 viewers. Just then, Lin's parents noticed that the number of viewers in the livestream was refreshing rapidly, increasing by thousands per second, with viewers flooding in like a flood. The number of participants quickly exceeded 10,000, then 100,000, 200,000, and soared to 1 million. Mr. and Mrs. Lin stared at the rapidly changing numbers, their faces flushed, their lips trembling slightly, filled with pride and joy. As the number of viewers surged, the barrage of comments scrolled by so fast that it almost completely obscured the screen. Lin's father and mother stared intently at the comments section, growing increasingly furious with each glance. How could these people talk about my son like that? Lin's mother angrily slammed her fist on the pillow in her arms. It was the first time Lin's father had ever seen his wife so out of control. His face was grim, his teeth clenched, and he wished he could punch those vicious people. A chill spread rapidly around Chu Yufay, causing the temperature in the entire room to drop sharply. These damned bastards, how dare they curse Ningqing like that? You bastards. She gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with cold light. Zhang Meng also cursed angrily, unable to bear the vicious words any longer. This is Ningqing? He doesn't look impressive at all. He's actually a useless class like the blood demon god. What a waste of my time. What a waste of space. Let's go see Chu Yufay. I knew Ningqing wasn't a candidate this year, otherwise he would have already distinguished himself. Blood demon god, TSK TSK. He must be the worst in the Jiangnan region, a good-for-nothing who looks like a human but isn't good enough. In the livestream, you can view the candidate's basic information, including name, occupation, and alma mater. The reason these viewers came in was entirely because of Ningqing's name. Curiosity drove them to give it a try. But when they saw that Ningqing was the blood demon god, they were greatly disappointed. As everyone knows, the blood demon god is the worst class, and it's impossible for him to be the record-breaking Ningqing. They concluded that this Ningqing was not a candidate of this year's exam, but perhaps a secret prodigy cultivated by some powerful force. Many talented individuals from powerful families do not take the college entrance examination route to university. They have abundant resources and grow faster through the cultivation of their families and powerful families. Many viewers chose to leave, but even more people flocked in. After all, Ningqing's name was too famous. He was the most well-known young person in the entire Jiangnan region, even surpassing Chu Yufay, the mythical professional. At this moment, Su Yun and Cheng Gang were also in the live broadcast room. Compared to Lin's parents' anger, the two showed happy smiles. Ha! Ningqing is starting to suffer the backlash of his fame, Cheng Gang said gloatingly. Su Yun's expression was laced with sarcasm. Sharing a name with a peerless prodigy, this outcome was bound to happen sooner or later. But this time, Ningqing has certainly become famous. Almost the entire region knows about this good-for-nothing. He. Instead of leaving the livestream, the two of them wanted to see what kind of foolish thing Ningqing would do. Su Yun even started screen recording, intending to save this amusing scene permanently and then send it to Ningqing to watch to his heart's content. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, amidst a chorus of disdain and ridicule, Ningqing began to put on his equipment. The orange light was so dazzling that it almost blinded many people. When they realized it was third-tier equipment, their eyes widened like saucers, their mouths gaped open wide enough to fit an apple, and they nearly fell out of their mouths in shock. Wow! This piece of epic gear, and this piece of trash is still so rich? The key point is the third rank. How could the blood demon god possibly reach the third rank? This has already broken the record of the blood demon god, hasn't it? Don't make a fuss. If you had a good father, you could reach the 5th job advancement even with an ordinary job. I really don't know how much manpower and resources he wasted to advance to the 3rd level. The comments section was filled with a strong sense of envy. They wished they could drag Ningqing down so they could enjoy the benefits of being a privileged second-generation rich kid. In front of the screen, Su Yun looked on in disbelief. She knew that Ningqing was not a privileged second-generation rich kid at all. His family was at the very bottom of the entire federation. Impossible. How could Ningqing be a third-tier character with a full set of epic gear? What makes this piece of trash like him so special? Su Yun became increasingly agitated as she spoke, finding it hard to accept the reality before her eyes. A good-for-nothing she had once abandoned had suddenly transformed into a rich and handsome man. Little did she know, this was only the beginning of her breakdown. On the screen, Ningqing's body was engulfed in towering blood flames, his eyes shot out crimson light, and he became ferocious, exuding a wild aura. His charm suddenly upgraded. Many female viewers started flooding the screen with comments, some urging him to debut immediately, others shouting that they wanted to be Ningqing's girlfriend, and some even saying they wanted to take care of him. Chu Yufay was so angry at the comments that she gritted her teeth. A bunch of vixens. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and wished she could rush into the livestream through the internet and beat up these people who were after Ningqing. Lin's mother was both angry
angry and amused as she watched the comments, as if she didn't need to worry about her son's marriage anymore, since there were at least 8 or 10,000 women who wanted to be Lin Kuang's girlfriend. Then, a pair of blood-red wings stretched out from Lin Kuang's back. With the flapping of his wings, his body quickly rose into the air, as if a blood angel had descended. This scene had a greater impact on the girls, who exclaimed how incredibly cool it was, and their eyes welled up with tears. Then, Lin Kuang rushed towards the center of the instance. He never intended to waste a single second on the outside. To become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he must seize every second to snatch all the high-level monsters and never give Mu Ziyun a chance. The girls screamed and cheered for Lin Kuang, while many boys couldn't stand it anymore, their faces full of sourness and looking ferocious.
So what if he's handsome? When he unleashes blood frenzy, he bleeds every second and consumes more health. Can he even last 30 seconds? What's the use of a guy who can kill in seconds? Exactly, it's laughable to let yourself be worn down.
The girls, of course, were not to be outdone and immediately retorted, causing the comments section to erupt into a heated argument. This is why many viewers are reluctant to leave once they enter. Whether they want to see Lin Kuang make a fool of himself or show off his prowess, everyone stays in the live stream room. The number of viewers in the live stream quickly surpassed 1 million, and the growth rate is getting faster and faster. At this rate, it will be close to breaking 10 million. Many girls with good financial means started showering gifts with gifts, creating a continuous stream of special effects. Under the watchful eyes of all the spectators, Lin Kuang went straight into the inner area of the dungeon, where 4th-tier monsters were already active. Seeing Lin Kuang swagger in, the monster naturally wouldn't stand for it, and a level 103 rare silver ring snake quickly shot out a silver thread. This scene was also broadcast live to the audience, making everyone's minds even more active.
Some people are worried, but many more are gloating. Ha! The blood demon god dares to charge into the inner perimeter? He's really courting death.
Little fairies, close your eyes quickly. What's coming next is a bloody scene of monsters eating people.
What good is being handsome if you'll eventually turn into monster excrement?
Off-screen, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were so nervous they barely dared to breathe, their hands clasped tightly together, their palms sweaty.
Chu Yufay's expression turned extremely solemn.
Her lips were tightly pursed, her hands were clasped together, and her breathing became rapid and heavy. Suyun's face was full of anticipation. She longed to see Lin Kuang become the prey of the silver-ringed snake. She had long since abandoned that person. She absolutely could not associate with her.
This humiliation was more unbearable than being killed outright. The audience members had different thoughts.
The silver-ringed snake quickly flew towards Lin Kuang, its blood-red mouth wide open, and poisonous mist gushed out like a torrent, rushing straight towards Lin Kuang. Just then, Lin Kuang moved, and the giant blade of slaughter in his hand unleashed a cross-shaped sword aura, slashing straight at the silver-ringed snake. The sword energy collided with the poisonous mist.
To everyone's surprise, the sword energy was not swallowed by the poisonous mist. Instead, it broke through the air and became unstoppable.
In a moment of astonishment, the cross-shaped sword energy struck the silver-ringed snake, instantly splitting it into 4 pieces. Blood splattered, and the corpse fell to the ground. The level 103 rare leader was instantly killed in one move. The viewers in front of the screen were dumbfounded, speechless, and staring in disbelief at what they were seeing. This scene had a tremendous impact on them. Like a 3-year-old child punching an adult, it was absurd beyond belief. The barrage of comments was initially silent, but then it flooded the entire screen like a torrent.
I must be seeing things.
Lin Kuang actually killed a level 103 rare leader in one move.
Is this still the blood demon god? I was watching a movie, not a live stream.
The comments section was filled with amazement and disbelief. Lin Kuang's strength had completely refreshed their understanding of the blood demon god. However, some people stubbornly refused to accept that Lin Kuang was so powerful.
It's probably his desperate fighting skills that are causing the problem.
The blood demon god already has a high critical hit rate and critical hit damage. With the addition of the desperate skill, it's not impossible for it to kill the silver ring serpent in one hit. I guess he knew he wouldn't last more than a few seconds, so he simply used up most of his health to kill the powerful enemy and save face. That's right, he revealed his true form in less than 10 seconds, and monsters immediately went to kill him. These comments have raised doubts among many people, and many have become skeptical. Off-screen, Suyun's teeth were practically grinding to powder, her face contorted with jealousy and rage into a ferocious expression.
Lin Kuang's public display of power was more painful for her than death. Damn Lin Kuang, I don't believe you can use the same move again. He will definitely die, absolutely.
Her voice was shrill and her expression was vicious. She was clearly a cruel woman. Cheng Gang watched this scene and felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that he had never truly understood this girlfriend. A spotted snake rushed toward Lin Kuang again. It was tens of meters long and covered with bright green spots, looking extremely venomous. This poison is indeed potent. A single drop is enough to kill hundreds of adults. It opened its mouth again, spewing out a turquoise poisonous mist, which hissed in the air, its toxicity even corroding the air itself. Lin Kuang stretched out his left hand, and the violent devouring power within his body erupted. The spotted snake had no power to resist and was grabbed by Lin Kuang. Blood and chi erupted, impacting a radius of 100 meters, causing the air to explode and unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The spotted snake instantly turned into a bloody mist, leaving no trace of its body.
This scene shocked the audience.
Lin Kuang once again killed his opponent in one move. This time, the opponent was a rare lord of level 106, and he still could not withstand his attack. Keep in mind that Lin Kuang is only at the 3rd level of the class advancement, yet his damage is almost comparable to, or even surpasses, that of a mythical professional of the same level. Wow, even if Lin Kuang is at full strength, he can only unleash 2 moves at most. He's really too strong.
Yes, he's practically a nuclear weapon from the old era. His explosive power is simply outrageous.
This time, there were more comments praising Lin Kuang, while the previous voices that were stubborn and belittling him had become weak and powerless. Lin Kuang casually picked up the fallen materials, his body breaking through the air as he continued forward. His actions were tantamount to urinating on a monster's head, and many 4th-tier monsters quickly surrounded him. This scene once again caused concern among those who cared about Lin Kuang, as there were as many as 7 or 8 monsters. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were so nervous that they were sweating profusely, as if they were about to faint at any moment. Chu Yufay was so nervous that her mouth went dry, and she felt even more tense than when she was being attacked by monsters. Zhang Meng muttered that he was willing to stay single for the rest of his life in exchange for Lin Kuang being able to safely pass this college entrance examination.
8 4th-tier monsters would give even a 4th-tier epic class a headache. I really don't believe Lin Kuang can come out alive this time.
Su Yun's voice was sharp like the howl of a vengeful ghost, and her face became ferocious and terrifying.
On the screen, Lin Kuang's expression remained calm, showing no concern whatsoever for the attack from the 8 monsters.
Bloodwing flapped its wings violently, and countless blood feathers sliced through the air like sharp sword energy, hurtling out directly at the attacking monsters. Sensing the intense aura of death, the monsters' eyes widened in terror, and they immediately activated their defensive skills.
However, in the face of Bloodfeather, those defenses that instinctively resisted missile bombardment were nothing but fragile bubbles.
Blood splattered, flesh flew everywhere, and the monster's body shattered like a sieve before finally falling helplessly to the ground. This scene almost made the viewers in front of the screen hold their breath. The ability to instantly kill 8 4th-tier monsters with a single move is something even Muziyun, the purple heaven thunder god, would find difficult to achieve. But Lin Kuang did it. This was the class that was widely considered the worst, a useless class that didn't need monster attacks but would bleed to death on its own. Many people repeatedly checked to make sure they had turned on a livestream, not a movie, as the scene was so exaggerated it was almost unbelievable. Those who had thought Lin Kuang would become the monster's meal felt as if someone had tightly gripped their throats, rendering them unable to utter a sound. Even though Lin Kuang was as fleeting as fireworks, they dared not doubt him in the slightest based on the strength he displayed. This explosive power, surpassing even that of mythical professionals, left them speechless.
Su Yun completely broke down.
Her legs went weak, and she slid helplessly off the sofa to the floor, utterly unable to accept the power of Lin Kuang before her. The good-for-nothing she saw as someone who needed to sponge off his parents now possessed the power to instantly kill her. The speculations about Lin Kuang's identity circulating in the comments section made her tremble all over. I'm starting to suspect that this Lin Kuang is the same Lin Kuang who broke countless dungeon records. I even suspect that he is the same Lin Kuang who broke the epic class change tower record.
If he can maintain this burst of energy, then it's almost certain to be him.
The audience went from initially looking down on and despising Lin Kuang to being shocked, stunned, and trembling all within just a minute or two. Lin Kuang brutally shattered all doubts with his strength. While some were still in a daze, the large corporations and powerful forces had already sprung into action. Suddenly, 100 guardian angels filled the entire screen. Immediately afterwards, a striking golden bullet screen slowly floated by. Starsea Spaceship Group has sent 100 guardian angels to protect Lin Kuang, the examinee. Then another 100 rockets were launched, accompanied by a dazzling golden barrage. Starnet Group sends 100 rockets, wishing Lin Kuang's achievements will soar like a rocket. Then another 100 spaceships filled the screen. Starship Group is sending 100 spaceships as a token of their best wishes for Lin Kuang's future, which may be as vast as the sky. The continuous stream of gift effects and golden bullet comments dazzled the audience, and many were so envious that their eyes turned red with envy. Whether it's a rocket, a spaceship, or a guardian angel, each item is worth thousands of yuan. 100 of them would be worth hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of donations came in waves, one after another, and the total amount of donations in a short period of time has exceeded 10 million.
Tens of millions.
That's money that's hard to earn in a lifetime, yet Lin Kuang acquired it easily in just a few minutes.
How could anyone not be envious and jealous?
They glanced at the audience count, which had already exceeded 8 figures. He thought to himself, with over 10 million viewers, it would be strange if those big corporations didn't advertise. Every year is the same. They invest huge sums of money in advertising for these top test takers. Compared to advertising fees for big stars or powerful figures, gifting here offers the best value for money.
A few million can get millions millions of viewers to see your message. Where else can you find a more cost-effective deal?
Let alone hundreds of thousands. If the number of viewers in the live stream exceeds 100 million, they are willing to spend millions or even tens of millions.
Lin's parents were thrilled as they watched the constantly updated gift effects.
Their son had finally made something of himself. He was truly remarkable. Chu Yufay's eyes sparkled, her face full of pride. Ningqing's excellence made her happier than she was. Then, her face hardened. Humph, so capable, and you kept it from me for so long. I was worried you wouldn't get into the Federal University, and I was prepared to contact Kyoto University and settle the score with you when I came to Kyoto. Although he complained, his eyes couldn't hide the satisfaction and smile. As she thought about it, her eyes involuntarily reddened. She knew how much heartache Ningqing had endured over the past 3 years. The gossip in the class group chat made her feel bad, let alone Ningqing, who was in the thick of it. He was once so proud and full of vigor. But in these 3 years, his pride was completely shattered. She didn't tell Ningqing that she had actually secretly gone back to see him. That time, she saw him sitting dejectedly against the wall in his room, hugging his knees, his eyes devoid of any light. At that moment, her heart was breaking, and she longed to rush into Ningqing's room and hug him tightly. But she didn't dare. By then, she was already a third-tier professional, and meeting Ningqing would only make him feel worse. In fact, she didn't even have the courage to contact Ningqing later on. Now, Ningqing has finally overcome his hardships, and the sparkle in his eyes has been rekindled, restoring him to the spirited young man he once was. The noise outside could no longer affect him. Ningqing saw a large swarm of snakes, numbering over 400, most of them third-tier monsters. It should have been led by a rare fourth-tier leader, but that leader had just been killed by Ningqing. Ningqing left a trail of blood as his body landed above the swarm of snakes. A blood sphere fell like a meteorite, creating a powerful shockwave. Before everyone's eyes, the blood sphere struck the ground and exploded. The violent blood energy that swept across a radius of 100 meters instantly melted the monsters, leaving the audience stunned and speechless once again. The barrage of comments became even more frenzied, exceeding 100,000 per second, demonstrating just how powerful the server was. Otherwise, the live stream would have crashed long ago.
Am I seeing things? Ningqing actually launched a missile? I'm seeing things too. A third-tier swordsman's skill range is even more outrageous than that of a mage of the same level.
The most crucial aspect is the damage. It directly turns third-tier monsters into a bloody mist.
Didn't you guys notice?
Ningqing's skills have an extremely wide range.
Could he be the legendary dual cultivator of magic and martial arts?
The audience was so shocked by Ningqing's performance that they were almost out of their wits and floated to the sky. This was just the beginning of Ningqing's performance. After picking up the equipment and materials, he shot out again, landing in front of a third-tier monster and beheading it with a single sword strike. When the audience saw that Ningqing's normal attack could instantly kill a third-tier monster, the entire live stream room went wild, and everyone hailed Ningqing as a god.
I must be dreaming.
A normal attack instantly kills a third-tier monster.
That damage is insane. When did the blood demon god become so powerful? Did the game get a new update? Are you guys out of your minds? Do you really think you're playing an online game? I'm completely convinced. Ningqing is absolutely cheating. Anyone who dares to say he's not the record-breaking Ningqing, I'll fight them. Dream on. You think you're so smart? Everyone's thought of that. The audience is now absolutely certain that this Ningqing is the same Ningqing who broke the Epic Tower record and set numerous dungeon records in Jiangnan City. With the terrifying strength Ningqing has displayed, breaking the record will be a piece of cake. Some people still held onto a sliver of hope, believing that the blood demon god's power would only last for a few dozen seconds before his health was quickly depleted. But as time ticked by, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Ningqing showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, he fought with increasing ferocity and his condition became more and more violent, completely shattering their last bit of luck. Clearly, Ningqing has solved the problem of the blood demon god dying from blood loss. However, the audience was left with another question. How exactly did Ningqing solve this problem? There are many theories, but the most common guess is that Ningqing's equipment all has lifesteal attributes. Some sharp-eyed viewers even recognized that lifesteal is the main attribute of his equipment.
The slaughtering blade, combined with the lifeless set, increases lifesteal by 15%.
With Ningqing's terrifying damage output, the lifesteal speed far exceeds the bleeding speed. However, this still cannot explain why Ningqing's skill damage is so astonishing.
Some viewers speculated that Ningqing might have obtained a talent, but they were ridiculed by the comments, as it is well known that talents are exclusive to mythical professionals. Many viewers were impressed by Ningqing's skills and showered him with gifts, bringing his earnings per second to over 100,000. At this moment, two people were on the verge of collapse. One of them was Su Yun, whose eyes were vacant, as if her soul had been completely ripped out. Impossible, impossible, Ningqing is clearly a piece of trash, he can't possibly be this strong. She kept muttering to herself as if she were chanting a sutra, and completely broke down. The good-for-nothing she had abandoned has now become a dazzling new star in the Federation.
Such a stark contrast strength is beyond her psychological limits. Another person is Lin Kuang's second aunt.
She herself did not watch Lin Kuang's live stream, but her husband did. He uses a dual folding screen phone, which allows him to see two screens at the same time, one for his daughter and one for his nephew. From the moment Lin Kuang passed the preliminary exam, he firmly believed that his nephew was no ordinary person. However, Lin Kuang's performance still left him speechless. His constant use of profanity drew his wife's displeasure and attention. When her gaze fell on the screen where Lin Kuang was displaying his prowess, she froze, her eyes fixed on Lin Kuang's livestream. Then, she completely broke down, unable to accept that her good-for-nothing nephew, who only knew how to sponge off his parents, was actually so powerful. Our Lin family has finally produced a true dragon, Lin Kuang's second uncle exclaimed with deep emotion. He glanced at his distraught wife, shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that this true dragon was driven out of the house by someone, and Shuer even severed her sibling relationship with him. That bit of blood ties is gone. Hearing this, Auntie's unfocused eyes finally regained some light. She scrambled to her husband's side and grasped his hand tightly as if it were a lifeline. Her expression was full of expectation and pleading. Husband, there's still a chance.
You've never really disliked that good-for-nothing Lin Kuang, have you? If you let him take care of Shuer, he definitely won't refuse.
Lin Kuang's second uncle flung his wife's hand away, his face full of anger.
How dare you say that? You've already squandered all my goodwill. I have no face to beg my nephew.
Auntie panicked, her face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. She got up again and grabbed her husband's hand tightly.
Lin Rong, Shuer is your biological daughter. It's all my fault. Shuer is still young and doesn't understand. Don't you even care about your own daughter? Anger flared in Lin Rong's eyes.
He forcefully shook off his wife's hand again, but without saying a word, he slammed his fist on the table. The tabletop made a muffled thud, followed by vibrations, and the cup emitted a piercing, vibrating sound. Lin Nan remained silent, his expression complex, filled with resentment and struggle, his fists clenched, veins bulging.
The second aunt knelt on the ground, staring pleadingly at her husband.
Lin Kuang's performance elicited strong reactions from many people who knew him. Some were excited and thrilled, while others were devastated and terrified. Meanwhile, the leaders of Ningqing No. 1 Middle School were filled with fear. At this moment, all the teachers and students, organized by their teachers and leaders, gathered at the entrance of the gymnasium to watch the performance of their students in the final exam. More than 20 ultra-high-definition projectors projected the live broadcast footage of each examinee onto the screen. Huang Wei, who was formerly the director of the Academic Affairs Office, wanted to embarrass Lin Kuang, so he projected Lin Kuang's live broadcast room onto the central screen from the beginning. Lin Kuang, I'm going to make you look like a fool in front of the whole school. You'll never be able to hold your head up in Ningqing again. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words, his face contorted with rage.
The principal and vice principal knew Huang Wei's ulterior motives, but they tacitly approved of his actions.
They disliked Lin Kuang as much, and it was quite amusing to embarrass him in front of the entire school.
The students roughly understood the leader's intentions and watched Lin Kuang with a playful attitude.
When Lin Kuang appeared wearing a set of third-tier epic equipment, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence, and the air was filled with extreme oppression.
When repression reaches its extreme, it erupts into a strong reaction. Am I seeing things? Lin Kuang has actually reached the third stage of cultivation? Isn't the blood demon god unable to level up? Isn't he from an ordinary family? How come he has a full set of epic gear?
The noise was deafening. The students were talking wildly, making an incredulous racket.
Huang Wei's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with disbelief, his lips trembling. Impossible, how could this be?
His voice grew louder and louder, until it was almost a roar, his face distorted by shock, fear, and jealousy. The trash he considered the worst, the one ranked last, had actually reached the third stage of cultivation, and his realm was on par with his own.
It was utterly absurd. The principal and the two vice principals stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly agape, their expressions changing drastically.
They have been teaching at Ningqing No. 1 High School for many years, and this is only the second time that a student has achieved a third-degree transfer in the college entrance examination.
The last time was when Chu Yufay achieved this.
But Chu Yufay is a legendary professional with a distinguished family background, while Lin Kuang is a blood demon god who cannot level up and has no background, yet he has also reached the third job advancement. Initially, like some netizens, they held onto a sliver of hope, thinking that the blood demon god's bleeding properties meant it couldn't kill monsters normally and could only last for a minute at most. As Lin Kuang continued to instantly kill rare fourth-tier monsters, they all felt a chill run down their spines and trembled all over. The strongest among them, the principal, was only a fourth-tier rare professional, his strength comparable to those monsters.
This meant the principal couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Kuang.
The two vice principals and director Huang were even more insignificant than ants in front of Lin Kuang. The principal and director Huang felt a chill run down their spines when they thought about the insults, injustices, and slanders they had inflicted on Lin Kuang, and their jaws trembled violently.
It's over.
I actually agreed to let Huang Wei write a comment about disrespecting teachers in Lin Kuang's file.
I'm completely finished now.
The principal People muttered to himself, his face pale, his forehead covered in large beads of sweat, and he slumped helplessly in his seat. Given Lin Kuang's current performance, the Ministry of Education will definitely take it very seriously, and his file will certainly be carefully examined. Once it is discovered that his academic performance evaluation is so poor, it will inevitably trigger a thorough investigation. His threats to Lin Kuang in front of everyone yesterday, based on his school evaluation, cannot withstand scrutiny. He can already foresee his ultimate fate. This wasn't just a simple dismissal, it could very well mean imprisonment. The thought of going to jail filled him with dread. What made him most desperate was that even if he wanted to change it, he couldn't. The files of the candidates who took the final exam yesterday had already been sent to the Ministry of Education by Su Lu. Director Huang realized this as well, and his strength seemed to be drained away. He collapsed to the ground, knowing that he was completely finished. At this moment, he was filled with remorse, regretting that he had been too impulsive, stubborn, and self-righteous. Tears streamed down her face, they were tears of deep regret. Regardless of external reactions, Lin Kuang continued to relentlessly kill monsters in the dungeon. He ventured deeper and deeper, and no monster could stop him. Soon he arrived at the central area of the dungeon. This is already the territory of the 4th-tier epic boss. For the vast majority of test takers, this is an absolute forbidden zone. Entering means death. Even those legendary 3rd-tier professionals are cautious when entering this place, fearing that they might cause too much of a commotion, as angering the monsters would only lead to their death. But Lin Kuang didn't care at all. He flew directly into the sky and fought the monsters in the air, attracting the attention of all the monsters. He wished all the monsters would attack him, because the more monsters there were, the better it would be for him. Lin Kuang's high profile undoubtedly became a serious provocation to the monsters here. Epic bosses are the kings of monsters, and the dignity of a king must never be violated. Therefore, all the epic leaders within sight gathered around Lin Kuang. Their mouths were menacing, their eyes were filled with bloodlust, and they hissed and roared in their throats, warning Lin Kuang. Hiss! A thick golden ringed snake flicked its tongue, its cold eyes fixed on Lin Kuang. Human, a mere 3rd-stage cultivator, dares to swagger into our territory like this. Do you really think the humans hiding here can protect you? It is a level 117 epic boss with terrifying strength, possessing the power to destroy mountains and split peaks. Moreover, its venom is considered one of the most potent poisons in the world. The air around the snake's forked tongue continuously emits a hissing sound, and when a drop of venom falls to the ground, the soil quickly turns black and spreads outward. Where the ground was charred, the flowers, grass, and trees withered instantly, as if they had been burned by a raging fire. Soon, a black circle with a diameter of more than 10 meters was imprinted on the earth. Life within the black circle was completely extinguished, devoid of any vitality. Such terrible destruction was caused by just a drop of venom. Lin Kuang looked arrogant. How dare a mere 4th-rank leader threaten him? He coldly replied, "Die." He immediately made his move, his blood wings flapping as he transformed into a streak of blood and shot swiftly toward the golden-ringed snake. The golden-ringed snake's eyes grew even colder, and its tail lashed out at Lin Kuang. A thick tail, its shadow stretching 200 meters, crushed the air and lashed fiercely at Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang's eyes blazed with crimson light, and his giant blade unleashed a cross of sword energy, tearing the air apart and emitting a piercing shriek. The sword energy and the tail light and shadow collided violently. The golden-ringed snake thought that the sword energy would be easily crushed by the tail, but unexpectedly, the tail light and shadow was easily torn apart by the sword energy. Impossible! It let out a sharp screech, its cold eyes flashing with horror. How could a mere 3rd-tier professional overwhelm it in attack? It suddenly realized something, and its eyes flashed with murderous intent. "You're a mythical professional?" His words shocked the other 4th-tier leaders, and then, intense killing intent erupted simultaneously. Human mythology practitioners are destined to become the mortal enemies of monsters. Lin Kuang ignored the monster's thoughts. No matter what they thought, they would eventually become the dead under his sword. He swiftly closed in on the golden-ringed serpent, his massive killing blade already stained with blood. He unleashed a desperate attack, determined to bring the serpent to its knees with the next strike. The banded krite's forked tongue flickered incessantly as it roared, "Attack together! Kill him!" Needless to say, the other epic leaders also rushed towards Lin Kuang, a total of 9, all of whom were at the 4th level of cultivation. This lineup is intimidating. With over 50 million viewers in the live stream, almost everyone's heart was racing. Was Lin Kuang too impulsive? Even if his attack power is strong, his defense is limited. Can he really withstand the siege of 10 4th-rank leaders? He's too confident. Most snake-like monsters are highly venomous. Once poisoned, their strength will be greatly weakened, and they will continue to lose health. Basic antidotes are completely ineffective against the poison of mid-level monsters. Moreover, the monsters can cooperate. If Lin Kuang Ruwa is controlled, the situation will be extremely critical. The comments scrolled rapidly, with many viewers believing that Lin Kuang was acting irrationally and putting himself in danger. Chu Yufay clenched her hands tightly, her palms soaked with sweat, holding her breath and staring intently at the screen. In the scene, Lin Kuang cleaved out a huge blood sphere, like a meteorite streaking across across the sky, stirring up a violent shockwave. The golden banded kite opened its blood-red maw, and a torrent of emerald-green venomous mist surged forth, sweeping towards the blood sphere. The moment the two collided, the space suddenly tightened, and then the violent blood energy rapidly spread, covering an area of 100 meters. Wherever the blood energy passed, the air violently trembled and rippled, followed by a terrifying shockwave that swept in all directions, unleashing a violent storm. The leaders were shaken to their core. Such an explosive skill was actually wielded by a third-tier professional. Even mythical professionals would find it difficult to match such terror. Facing the blood-red aura of the golden-ringed snake, it was as if possessed by a dead soul, its entire body stiff with the aura of death. Its rich combat experience prompts it to instinctively use defensive and amplification skills. Its body rapidly shrank, its scales became increasingly dense, exuding an aura of resilience, and a layer of elemental barrier firmly protected its body. It once survived a bombardment from a level 120 legendary lord thanks to these two skills. But at this moment, these two skills could not bring a sense of security, and the surging blood energy released a world-destroying power. The blood energy bombarded the barrier, causing it to shatter like glass. It let out a mournful howl, trying to escape, but it was too late. The elemental barrier shattered instantly, blood mist enveloped its entire body, the scales as tough as an epic weapon crumbled instantly, flesh and blood scattered, bones turned to ash, and there was no trace of it left in the world. Both the epic lords on site and the viewers in front of the screen fell into a deathly silence. Their throats bobbed, and they unconsciously swallowed, trying to moisten their almost parched throats. The barrage of comments overwhelmed the viewer, leaving them deeply shocked and in dire need of expressing their emotions through words. To kill a level 117 epic lord in one move, are you even human? I just want to know, can any other mythical professional of the same level achieve this level? It's difficult. Unless you're a mythical professional with exceptional talent, it's absolutely impossible. TCH, you think you know everything now? I am Jiang Haoyang from the Federal University, a professional sun mage. Wow, even the great Jiang watches live streams? Even the great Jiang said it was impossible. How can Lin Kuang, an epic level professional, be so powerful? Because of Jiang Haoyang's first-hand account as a mythical professional, the barrage of comments became even more heated, and everyone was amazed by Lin Kuang's strength. Even a mythical professional was ashamed of his own inferiority, which was truly remarkable. Jiang Haoyang's remarks propelled Lin Kuang's fame to new heights. Whether they believed it or not, everyone flocked to Lin Kuang's livestream with curiosity. Upon entering the live stream room, a white screen came into view, with dense, layered barrages of comments, making it almost impossible to see anything else. They subconsciously glanced at the number of viewers: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 digits, a full 100 million people. With over 100 million viewers, what an amazing achievement this livestream has made. They turned off the bullet comments and then saw a berserk figure engulfed in blood flames, with a pair of crimson wings unfurled behind him, wielding a giant sword, swiftly descending before a fourth-tier epic boss. The greatsword left a bloody afterimage as it slashed across the leader's head, leaving a bright red line of blood. Blood gushed out, and the leader's body was instantly severed in two, falling to the ground. Everyone was stunned. They had thought someone was bragging. How could a mere epic-level professional, especially a character like the blood demon god who was considered trash, possibly be stronger than a mythical-level professional? But the reality before them forced them to believe it. A third-tier character had actually killed a fourth-tier epic boss with a single sword strike, something even mythical professionals would find difficult to do. Lin Kuang moved swiftly, his body suddenly exploding with energy, creating a column of air that continued to spread, and once again caught up with the other leader. With his left hand outstretched, a terrifying devouring power erupted, and no matter how the leader struggled, he could not escape the fate of falling into Lin Kuang's hands. Blood gushed out, and the leader turned into a cloud of blood mist. Another swift and deadly strike, annihilating a leader completely. This terrifying scene left many new viewers stunned and speechless for a long time. This is simply a true demon god. The thoughts simultaneously crossed their minds. In their eyes, Lin Kuang had transcended humanity and become a demon god who controlled the power of killing, and all life could only obediently submit to him. Soon, the epic boss disappeared from Lin Kuang's sight. He flapped his wings and continued forward, the powerful sonic booms deafening and constantly alarming the surrounding monsters who came to stop him. But they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Lin Kuang killed them one by one with a single sword strike, his movements swift and decisive, as if he were chopping vegetables without any hesitation. This invincible figure is deeply imprinted in the minds of countless viewers, becoming an unforgettable image. Whenever they recall this scene, they can't help but show a look of awe. Lin Kuang has already secured the top spot in the Jiangnan region. Although Mu Ziyun is strong, her monster killing speed is ultimately no match for Lin Kuang. This comment resonated with many viewers, who mostly use dual-fold or triple-fold screens to watch the live stream simultaneously, with one screen showing Lin Kuang and the other showing Mu Ziyun. Mu Ziyun performed exceptionally well, like a god who controlled thunder. Every time she raised her staff, pale purple lightning instantly hastily spread out, covering a large area of space. Wherever the lightning struck, no monster was spared. They were all reduced to charred remains. Even the rare level 120 leader could not withstand it for more than 2 seconds. She was able to contend with and defeat 4th tier epic bosses, but her efficiency was far inferior to Ningqing's. Ningqing was instantly killed, while she needed to fight for a while.
This is already quite remarkable, far surpassing ordinary mythical professionals of the same level, but compared to Ningqing, the gap is still obvious.
Ningqing is faster, has an advantage in skill casting and cooldown time, and most importantly, his skill coverage and damage are superior.
The fact that a legendary mage was suppressed by a swordsman in his most advantageous area left many viewers sighing. How can a melee class have skills that are even more overpowered than a mage's? Is there a bug in this world? The live chat was filled with cheers, with everyone agreeing that Ningqing was destined to be the top scorer in the region. However, when some insiders revealed that Ningqing had repeated a grade for 3 years and that the difficulty of the college entrance examination was 125 times that of the normal one, the audience was speechless. They never expected that the terrifying Ningqing was actually a student who had repeated 3 years. Then they changed the subject. 125 times the difficulty means that Ningqing's score has to be divided by 125 to get the result. Forget about being the top scorer in the region, even being in the top 10 will be difficult. Why did Ningqing repeat a year? Does he like challenging himself with difficult tasks? Who knows? He has his freedom. Why should he care about what we outsiders think? Only 3 transformations in 3 years. That's not that impressive. That's right. Prodigies his age have already reached the 5th level. At his leveling speed, by the time he reaches the 5th level, those prodigies will probably already be at the 7th level. After learning that Ningqing had repeated a grade for 3 years, the awe in the comments section noticeably decreased, since it takes 3 years to complete 3 promotions, something many people can achieve. They didn't know that Ningqing had only been leveling up for a little over a month, otherwise they would never have underestimated him like that. In short, the audience reached a consensus: Ningqing could not possibly be the top scorer in the region, let alone the top scorer. It is extremely difficult to even squeeze into the top 10 or even the top 30. Even the largest number becomes insignificant when divided by 125. Ningqing, who was still frantically killing monsters at this moment, was seen by many viewers as just making a futile struggle. Many people were even gloating, unaware that as the top scorer in the region, he received completely different treatment at the Federal University. Ningqing is incredibly strong, far surpassing other mythical level professionals of the same level, but he is destined not to enjoy top-tier treatment, which makes those who are jealous of him even more gloating. Time passed slowly, and Ningqing spent 2 whole hours in a frenzy of killing. Despite the relatively sparse distribution of monsters in the central area, Ningqing still managed to kill more than 200 monsters, almost all of which were 4th tier monsters. The majority of the monsters are rare, but there are also more than 60 epic bosses. The 2-hour mark is a crucial moment for the release of exam scores and rankings. The drones nearby immediately notified the test takers that they could check their scores and rankings. The test takers naturally checked immediately, and the intelligent assistant began broadcasting the information. Ningqing listened quietly to the sound of the drone. Ningqing, your score is 1,263,000, ranking 2nd. Upon hearing the result, a sense of urgency flashed in Ningqing's eyes, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Not being number 1 put him under immense pressure. The top scholar position is not only related to godlike talent and immortality, but also to his life safety. He knew that after advancing to the 4th rank, the curse of the gods would be activated. Without immortality, he had no confidence in resisting the power of that curse. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and his gaze returned to calm. Who is in first place? What are their scores? Ningqing asked the drone. The first place is Mu Ziyun, with a current score of 4,654,000. This news made Ningqing clench his fist even tighter, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. Mu Ziyun's points are more than 3 million higher than his, and it would take almost 400 million points to catch up, which is extremely difficult. The 4th tier monsters in the central area have been decimated, and he will soon have to head to the inner area to hunt 3rd tier monsters. The points required for level 3 monsters are simply too low, making it virtually impossible to catch up with Mu Ziyun. Moreover, Mu Ziyun is also going all out to kill monsters, so the gap will only widen. So it still doesn't work? Ningqing muttered to himself, his scarlet eyes turning dark red, his teeth clenched, his cheeks puffed out, his face full of resentment. His performance was witnessed by over 1 billion viewers, and many people felt sorry for him. He was clearly stronger and killed far more monsters than Mu Ziyun. Unfortunately, he was a repeat student for 3 years, facing a hellish challenge that was 125 times more difficult. To be honest, Ningqing's 2nd place finish surprised many people. After all, those legendary professionals are no pushovers. Although they mostly fight in areas with monsters that have reached the 3rd job advancement stage, their points increase at a relatively fast rate. Several people have more than 900,000 points, and the gap between them and Ningqing is not
large. Lin Kuang's ability to accumulate such a high score is due not only to his fast monster-killing speed but also to his enormous advantage of never taking a break. All other candidates, regardless of who they are, need to rest and drink medicine to recover their mental strength and injuries after a fierce battle. But Lin Kuang doesn't need that. He's like a perpetual motion machine, never getting tired. His skills do not consume mental energy, and the health consumed by the skills is quickly replenished by the lifesteal effect. No matter how many injuries he suffers, he seems to feel nothing and continues to maintain the highest output intensity. Those viewers who initially mocked Lin Kuang, the blood demon god, for not even lasting a minute, now wished they could disappear into the ground. This ability to sustain combat operations far exceeded their understanding. They had never even heard of it, let alone seen it before. Some people felt sorry for him, while others gloated. The more resentful Lin Kuang looked, the more smug they became. TSK. Even the best actor couldn't pull off that look of resentment. Despite being the strongest, he couldn't become the top scholar. With the reduction in the number of monsters, he might even be overtaken by those legendary professionals. He brought this on himself. Repeating a grade for 3 years, who in their right mind would repeat a grade? The live chat was filled with mocking comments. They knew that no matter whether Lin Kuang was the top scorer or not, he wouldn't be someone they could graduate from, but that didn't stop them from ridiculing him in the moment. This is the world of the internet. Unless you're a high-level professional, you have to practice like crazy. Lin Kuang slowly closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and finally exhaled a long breath, which relieved the pressure in his heart a little. He opened his eyes again, the dark red in them had faded, his expression had returned to calm, and his clenched fists slowly loosened. He was unwilling and frustrated, but none of that could solve the problem. He could only do his best to seize that slim chance. To be honest, if it weren't for the prohibition against candidates fighting each other, he would have already suppressed Mu Ziyun and those students who might threaten his top spot. Unfortunately, the rules are clear. Attacking other candidates will result in the cancellation of your exam results. Lin Kuang continued his search for monsters, but the monsters in the central area were either killed or escaped, making them difficult to encounter again. He prepared to leave the central area and enter the inner perimeter to hunt level 3 monsters. Many viewers discussed that other candidates gradually advanced from the outer perimeter to the inner perimeter, while the outstanding candidates would come to the boundary between the inner perimeter and the central area and carefully hunt level 4 monsters. Lin Kuang, on the other hand, boldly charged into the central area, acting extremely flamboyantly, even flying in the sky as if he wanted all the monsters to see him and come to attack him. The monsters did indeed launch an attack on him, but he slaughtered them like cutting leeks, clearing out most of the monsters in the central area with his overwhelming strength. Don't forget, the final exam has only been going on for 2 hours, and there are still 22 hours left. This speed of killing monsters is simply unbeatable. Now, he can only do the opposite, fighting his way back from the center to the inner perimeter. At his speed, he should be able to clear out the monsters in the inner perimeter very quickly. Perhaps in 2 or 3 hours, there will be very few monsters left in the entire Serpent King's secret realm, and then all the examinees will be able to get a good rest. This exam format has been held 1,000 times, and there has never been a precedent of the exam hall monsters being completely cleared out. Everyone felt that they were about to witness history. A bloody shadow streaked across the sky, leaving a long white trail. Such a high-profile move should have alerted all the monsters within a radius of dozens of miles, yet no monster dared to stop him. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the southeast of Lin Kuang, attracting his attention. He turned his gaze in that direction and saw that about 20 miles away, the ground suddenly erupted with intense lightning, and a jet-black dragon was churning in the thunder. The dragon was enveloped in a thick black mist. Lightning struck the mist but did not cause the slightest ripple. The black mist possessed a terrifying corrosive power, capable of even eroding the most intense and yang lightning. At this moment, Mu Ziyun's live stream room exploded with activity. The barrage of comments was like snowflakes, and it was incredibly lively. Although the general consensus among viewers is that Lin Kuang is stronger, Mu Ziyun's audience is not much smaller than Lin Kuang's. One reason is that mythical professionals have an inherent aura that greatly attracts the public. On the other hand, Mu Ziyun is stunningly beautiful, with a face like a fairy, and the popularity brought by her good looks is self-evident. More importantly, she is the princess of the Thunder Mage Guild, and her noble status further enhances her charm. The comments section was almost entirely focused on the black dragon that Mu Ziyun was facing at that moment. I really don't know if Mu Ziyun is lucky or unlucky. She actually encountered a dungeon boss, a level 120 legendary lord, and Mu Ziyun is only level 62. Even for a mythical professional, such a large level difference would be extremely difficult to overcome. Mu Ziyun was already at a disadvantage, but she was able to hold on and not lose, which is really remarkable. The audience watched the screen intently, eager to see how Mu Ziyun would handle the crisis. Meanwhile, Lin Kuang's livestream was buzzing with discussion as they saw him suddenly turn and dash towards Mu Ziyun's location. Lin Kuang's goal was very clear: to steal monsters. It's worth noting that a level 120 legendary lord has a whopping 12 million points. Even if Lin Kuang divides that by 125, he would still get 96,000 points.
Lin Kuang absolutely cannot miss this opportunity to accumulate points.
Judging from Lin Kuang's attitude, he's determined to take down the Black Dragon. Although Lin Kuang is very strong, a legendary lord and an epic boss are not on the same level.
Can he even compete with him? It's not easy.
The Black Dragon's four-dimensional attributes are definitely far superior to Lin Kuang's.
It's faster and has a longer attack range.
It can kite Lin Kuang to death. Like now, Mu Ziyun has no chance to escape. The speed difference is too great.
Many viewers were not optimistic that Lin Kuang could defeat He Jiao.
In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through, and He Jiao is the epitome of speed. Furthermore, the attack range advantage makes it difficult for Lin Kuang to even get close to the Black Dragon, unless the Black Dragon is careless and allows him to get close. As Lin Kuang Yue approached the battlefield, his brows furrowed slightly, for he discovered that he had been poisoned.
Moreover, the closer one is to the battlefield, the more severe the poisoning.
He looked down and saw that the surrounding flowers, grass and trees had withered and turned into charcoal, and large areas of land had become a dead end for life. The Black Dragon's poison is truly deadly. It's already starting to have an effect 2 or 3 miles away. Lin Kuang couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
However, this did not shake his determination to kill the Black Dragon.
He stared at the battlefield in front of him with a firm gaze.
On the battlefield, Mu Ziyun was completely at a disadvantage.
Black mist completely surrounded her, and the lightning shot out by her staff did not spread far before dissipating. The Black Dragon merged into the black mist, moving like a ghost, and attacks were smashed towards Mu Ziyun.
Mu Ziyun's defensive skills were completely shattered.
She was seriously injured and poisoned, and her condition was extremely poor. She could only rely on various medicines to prolong her life. The Black Dragon was in no hurry to swallow her. Like a cat playing with a mouse, it neither rushed to kill her nor completely blocked her escape route. A sharp claw ripped through Mu Ziyun's body again, leaving a deep wound that gushed out blood, which quickly turned dark under the influence of the black mist. Mu Ziyun frowned, her cold gaze sweeping around, trying to find traces of the Black Dragon, but the Black Dragon was integrated with the black mist and could not be detected at all. She could only try to use her skills to bombard the black mist, but it was like throwing stones into the sea, unable to create even a ripple. Just as she was fretting, the black mist suddenly churned violently, and a burst of violent blood energy exploded within it, engulfing the black mist. A violent shockwave struck her body, like a spaceship crash, causing her blood to churn and her body to involuntarily stagger backward. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning deathly pale. Mu Ziyun murmured a name with a complicated expression. Although she couldn't see it, she would never mistake that blood aura. It belonged to Lin Kuang. A high-pitched and furious dragon roar pierced the sky, making Mu Ziyun's eardrums ache and her blood surge within her body. She spat out another mouthful of blood. The Black Dragon erupted in fury, unleashing its full power without reservation, and Mu Ziyun finally realized the gap between herself and it. Even through the screen, many viewers were so shocked by the dragon's roar that their faces turned pale. Their hearts felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, and they were in unbearable pain. This gave them a completely new understanding of the Black Dragon's strength, and it was hard to imagine the immense pressure that Mu Ziyun and Lin Kuang endured when facing this Black Dragon. Back on the battlefield, Lin Kuang flapped his blood wings, stirring up a storm, and quickly approached the rolling black mist. The Black Dragon's scales and claws were vaguely visible in the black mist, but they vanished in an instant, making it difficult to pinpoint their exact location. The black mist covered an area of 300 meters. Although Lin Kuang's blood explosion skill blasted a large hole in the black mist, it could not completely eliminate it. Moreover, he missed with that attack just now. Otherwise, the Black Dragon would have been seriously injured if not killed, because that was a blood explosion he unleashed after a desperate attack. As he sped along, Lin Kuang felt a chilling, bone-deep cold. His heart tightened, and he saw a gigantic, towering claw suddenly emerge from the black mist, viciously grabbing at him. The air was torn apart, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept in all directions, even scattering clouds a kilometer away. The audience had no doubt that this giant claw was powerful enough to crush a mountain hundreds of meters high.
My god, this giant claw is at least 200 meters wide. The legendary lord is indeed terrifying. With one strike, an entire large residential area could be razed to the ground. I suddenly felt incredibly uneasy. Ordinary people like us have no chance of survival against such a monster. Can Lin Kuang really contend with the Black Dragon? After all, Mu Ziyun is powerless to even retaliate.
Many viewers were uneasy, as they had no grudge against Lin Kuang and naturally did not want to see him get into trouble. The stronger Lin Kuang is, the better he can guarantee their safety. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the giant claw landed in front of Lin Kuang, quickly clenching its grip as if to crush him like an ant. Many viewers closed their eyes in fright, unable to bear witnessing the bloody scene. However, Lin Kuang remained calm, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He brandished the giant blade of slaughter, unleashing a cross-shaped sword aura that slashed fiercely at the giant claw. The cross-shaped sword energy stretched for 60 meters, and although its momentum was astonishing, astonishing, it seemed somewhat insignificant in front of the giant claw.
Bigger doesn't necessarily mean more powerful.
Durability, attack power, critical hit rate, and critical hit damage are equally important, as those in the know understand. Blinding sparks erupted at the point of impact, flying hundreds of meters away, and a crisp roar, like the sound of a great bell, was deafening. Both the sword energy and the giant claws are as tough as intermediate alloys. Immediately afterwards, a piercing sound of steel cutting echoed out, and the cross-shaped sword energy, like a sharp high-pressure water jet, cut a cross-shaped notch in the giant claw. Lin Kuang's body swiftly emerged from the gap, completely unaffected by the black dragon's attack, which was powerful enough to crush a mountain peak. This scene had a huge impact on the audience, as Lin Kuang's performance and skill attacks actually surpassed that of the black dragon. Lin Kuang is an epic level class, the blood demon god, with a level of only 71. Black dragon, on the other hand, is a legendary lord at level 120, far ahead in both level and rank. Lin Kuang actually managed to overcome such a huge gap.
My god, Lin Kuang must be cheating. How did he do that? Could the blood demon god actually be a mythical level profession? Who knows? After all, it's called the demon god. Even a mythical profession is too outrageous. Look at Mu Ziyun, she's no match for the black dragon at all. The comments section was buzzing with discussion, even attracting the voices of many experts, and the barrage of red comments made the viewers' eyelids twitch. The red bullet comments represent high-level professionals at level 7 or above. They are all pillars of the Federation, and at this moment they not only take time to watch Lin Kuang's livestream, but also actively participate in the discussion. This situation is unprecedented. High-level professionals are always aloof. Even for candidates with mythical professions, they only pay slight attention and would never send any comments.
But with Lin Kuang, they were no different from ordinary netizens, their hands flying across the keyboard, engaging in heated discussions, and even arguing without regard for their image. Some netizens have compiled statistics showing that more than 30 high-level professionals have spoken out, while countless others are lurking.
Wow, Lin Kuang has stirred up a hornet's nest among high-level professionals. Many viewers were secretly shocked.
The number of comments gradually decreased, until only the gold comments for sending gifts and the red comments for high-level professionals remained. No one else dared to speak, fearing that they might inadvertently offend these big shots. In reality, the number of powerful individuals watching Lin Kuang's livestream far exceeded public expectations. In the capital city of Jiangnan, in the district head's office, Shifeng put down all his work and focused intently on the tablet in his hand. The tablet was displaying Lin Kuang's livestream. His eyes were deep, with a sharp glint occasionally flashing in them.
In the office of the Jiangnan Regional Professionals Association, the president was also keeping an eye on Lin Kuang.
There was also the director of education, the director of police, the commander of the city guard. All the high-ranking officials in the Jiangnan region are currently paying close attention to Lin Kuang. Even the federal headquarters, the city guard headquarters, the demon hunter army headquarters, the professionals association, the ministry of education, the judiciary police department, etc. in Kyoto. These most powerful federal departments all have high-ranking officials secretly monitoring Lin Kuang's livestream. As for the major guilds and corporations, there are countless powerful individuals who pay attention to Lin Kuang, and most of the powerful individuals who send bullet comments come from these forces. They also ordered the advertising department to transfer all of the guilds or groups' advertising funds for the next 6 months to Lin Kuang. As a result, gifts poured into Lin Kuang's livestream like a shower of flowers, with special effects dazzling the viewers. They can no longer count how many gifts were given in the livestream, but it certainly exceeded 100 million. The number of viewers, the number of people giving gifts, and the amount of gifts in Lin Kuang's livestream directly broke the livestream records of major platforms in the Federation. Even candidates specializing in mythology cannot compare to him. Many powerful factions have already identified Lin Kuang as the most economically valuable candidate and are holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to bring him into their fold, or at least have him endorse their products. Despite the various discussions from the outside world, it did not affect Lin Kuang's battle with the Black Dragon in the slightest. After passing through the giant claw, Lin Kuang continued to approach the black mist. The Black Dragon stopped attacking. It was shocked by Lin Kuang's strength. How could such a small guy break through its skills?
As Lin Kuang approached the black mist, the Black Dragon finally reacted. Its body swam, the black mist churned, and swept towards Lin Kuang. Against a swordsman like Lin Kuang with explosive attack power, the most suitable approach is to unleash area of effect attacks. It simply doesn't believe a swordsman could possess such formidable defensive skills.
Lin Kuang indeed didn't. Faced with the sweeping black mist, he could only use the mountain-shattering slash, his blood energy erupting once more to break through the black mist. However, the duration of the mountain-crushing slash was very short, lasting only 1 second before the blood energy began to dissipate, and the black mist swept in once again. Lin Kuang scanned the black mist, trying to find the black dragon's whereabouts, but the dragon was extremely well hidden. He frowned slightly. Sure enough, high-level monsters were difficult to deal with, possessing a wide variety of methods.
No matter how strong the attack, it was was useless if it missed. To the black dragon, he was nothing more than a sitting duck. As the black mist churned, a massive dragon tail suddenly burst through the mist and slammed down on him. Lin Kuang's attack skills were still on cooldown, so he could only desperately attack, swinging his normal attacks at the dragon tail light and shadow. The light and shadow were split open, but they still lashed at Lin Kuang. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking was as dense as firecrackers exploding, and a mouthful of blood rushed out of his throat. Lin Kuang's body was sent flying, crashing through the air like a cannonball and slamming heavily to the ground. Dust billowed, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, stretching for hundreds of meters. Ouch, it must hurt a lot. As expected, it won't work. The level difference is too great. The question now is not whether we can win, but whether Lin Kuang can escape. Seeing him rush to the black dragon, I thought he was some kind of powerful figure, but it turns out he was just looking for a beating. It's hilarious. Many viewers secretly chuckled, as this kind of scene of a monster being tortured was exactly what they loved to see. The black dragon's offensive did not stop. The sky suddenly changed, thick dark clouds gathered, and a suffocating atmosphere filled the air. A sudden gust of wind swept across the land, turning the already blackened plants into ashes that were scattered by the wind. The wind grew stronger, and the ground looked as if it had been scraped by a knife, leaving long, continuous marks. Black raindrops fell from the dark clouds, and under the blowing wind, they transformed into bullets that swept across the earth. These raindrops aren't very powerful. The venom is the real problem. Although she didn't directly target Mu Ziyun, the elemental barrier she erected quickly dimmed and collapsed under the corrosive influence of the raindrops. Raindrops fell on her, and her fair skin was quickly carbonized as if corroded by sulfuric acid, losing all vitality. The rapid rate at which the venom was penetrating made Mu Ziyun feel extremely threatened. She drank a mouthful of intermediate-level antidote, but it had little effect. She could clearly feel the venom seeping through her skin into her flesh, eroding her internal organs and bones. What worried her most was that the venom had seeped into her brain, and the excruciating pain made her furrow her brow and show her pain. A blank mind, a standstill in thought, and the loss of many memories are extremely dangerous signs. Once the brain is completely eroded, there is no way to reverse the damage. She wanted to use her skills, but she had forgotten most of the spells. Am I going to die here? Fear rose in Mu Ziyun's mind, and her face grew paler and bloodless. Lin Kuang, who was also attacked by the poisonous rain, suffered far more damage than Mu Ziyun. These were no longer raindrops, they were so dense they resembled a waterfall, pouring down on him. Lin Kuang had no defensive skills, and the poisonous rain poured down on every inch of his skin again and again. His body rapidly carbonized, as if burned by a raging fire, making him look horrifying. Many people couldn't bear to look at it, and some young girls were even frightened to tears. Chu Yufay, watching from the screen, gasped in surprise, her eyes instantly turning red, tears streaming down her cheeks like broken pearls. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were also heartbroken, and Mrs. Lin broke down in tears. Although she had heard that injuries were common among professionals, witnessing her son suffer such a serious injury was still far beyond her psychological limits. Lin's father hugged his wife tightly, his lips pressed together, his eyes red-rimmed. Zhang Meng stared intently at the screen, gripping the tabletop so tightly that he cracked the wood without even realizing it, and he held his breath completely. Under the ravages of the storm, Lin Kuang's skin and flesh were completely scraped off, revealing his carbonized internal organs and bones. This scene was extremely terrifying, and many viewers fainted on the spot, including Lin's mother. Many people believe that Lin Kuang is dead. After all, how could a normal human being survive such a severe injury? Originally, there were only red and gold bullet comments in the livestream, but now a large number of white bullet comments have appeared, and ordinary viewers can't help but question it. What on earth are those demon-hunting soldiers responsible for protecting the examinees doing? Aren't they going to save people? That's right. Whether it's Lin Kuang or Mu Ziyun, they are both outstanding individuals among the human race. How can we just stand by and watch them be killed? That's outrageous. The screen was filled with accusations. Although some explained that the demon hunters could not act because the distress watch was not pressed, the anger of the masses could not be quelled. Some were worried, while others were secretly pleased, with Suyun's joy being particularly evident. Seeing that Lin Kuang was about to be reduced to ashes, her unfocused eyes gradually regained their light, and her despairing expression radiated new life. Ha ha ha, good riddance, Lin Kuang died well, ha. Her laughter was filled with resentment and ferocity, more chilling than the wails of a vengeful ghost. Shen Gang instinctively took a few steps back towards her, and looking at his girlfriend who looked like a vengeful ghost, he made a decision in his heart. Lin Kuang's bones gradually turned into black powder under the scouring of the poisonous rain, flowing to the ground with the rainwater. It seemed that Lin Kuang was about to be completely obliterated, but at that moment, a pair of pale golden vertical pupils appeared from the dark clouds, vaguely revealing the head of a ferocious dragon. A look of disdain flashed in his vertical pupils, and a cold smile appeared on the dragon's lips. Ha! Humans who overestimate themselves, thinking themselves peerless geniuses, how laughable. It concluded that Lin Kuang was dead, and then generously exposed its entire body. Just as it was gloating, Lin Lin Kuang's family and friends were devastated, and the audience was filled with regret.
Lin Kuang, who was already reduced to mere bones, suddenly underwent a transformation. His bones ignited with a soaring surge of blood energy, and the giant slaughter blade he gripped with his finger bones became stained with blood before bursting into flames. The skull gripped the giant killing blade tightly with both hands and slashed fiercely at the black dragon.
Bloodthirsty demon ceiling slash. A deep shout echoed between heaven and earth, reaching the ears of all the viewers in front of the screen.
Lin Kuang's blood flames continuously gathered on the giant blade of slaughter, which burned with raging blood flames, tearing through the air.
Then, a blood-red sword aura that stretched for hundreds of meters shot into the sky.
The sharp aura emanating from the sword energy sent chills down the spines of viewers, even those watching from behind a screen, as if the screen itself couldn't withstand the sword's sharpness and was on the verge of shattering. As the sword energy drew closer, the black mist above was torn apart by the sharp aura, completely exposing the black dragon's body to everyone's eyes. Faced with the sword energy, the contempt and mockery on the black dragon's face froze instantly, and his eyes were filled with shock. Its scales are as hard as a 5th-tier legendary light armor, and its defensive power is exceptionally strong, enough to withstand the attacks of a 5th-tier professional. Even with such tough scales, it offered no sense of security. A sharp aura struck the scales, unleashing a dense shower of sparks that felt like 1,000 cuts, causing excruciating pain to its flesh.
Impossible! The black dragon let out a terrified roar, finding it hard to believe that a mere third-stage human, a weakling it had once easily torn apart, possessed the strength to threaten it.
The sword energy was extremely fast, and it had no way to dodge it. It could only take the hit head-on. The dark golden horn on its forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling light, followed by a dark golden beam of light. This is its strongest technique. It once used this move to pierce through a 1,000-meter-high mountain. The beam of light flashed and disappeared in an instant, piercing through the air and creating a surging shockwave. Under the watchful eyes of millions of viewers, the sword energy and the beam of light collided violently. The world fell silent instantly, the air boiled and exploded like a volcanic eruption, and surging waves swept in all directions. Mu Ziyun was struck by the powerful shockwave. A certain part of her towering figure collapsed, her face contorted in unbearable pain, her body was thrown into the air, and blood splattered all around her.
A dignified third-tier mythical professional is not even qualified to withstand the aftershocks of battle.
The black dragon originally thought that this move would definitely block Lin Kuang's attack, but to its shock, the dark golden light pillar collapsed under the impact of the sword energy.
Impossible! The black dragon roared again, completely unable to accept the reality before its eyes.
The sword energy continued to sweep across, its sharp aura chilling the body and causing a stinging pain in the flesh as if it were being pricked by needles. It instinctively activated its defensive skill, dark golden light swirling across its scales. Then, sword energy suddenly descended upon it. The dazzling sparks were brighter than thunder, and the dark golden light instinctively resisted the continuous bombardment of the super missiles, but in the face of the sword energy, it was as fragile as a rotten wooden board.
Scales shattered, flesh tore, bones broke, blood splattered.
The sword energy swept across, and the black dragon's corpse was severed into several pieces and fell to the ground. At the same time, a staff shimmering with golden light also fell to the ground. On the other side, Mu Ziyun, who was still flying backwards, witnessed this scene firsthand. A deep sense of defeat appeared on her face, and her expression was full of bitterness. She thought that after her talent was upgraded, she would be able to compete with Lin Kuang, but reality dealt her a heavy blow. Her inner pride was shattered once more. She drifted helplessly in the wind, crashing heavily to the ground, limbs pointing upwards, her eyes devoid of all light.
Though not dead, she seemed to be already dead.
Off-screen, the audience who witnessed all of this were equally stunned, their eyes glazed over, their mouths agape in an O shape. I thought Lin Kuang had perished, but I never expected that he could unleash such a powerful attack with only his broken bones remaining. Even more astonishingly, this attack instantly killed a level 120 legendary lord. It's important to understand that the Black Flood Dragon's strength surpasses that of many 5th-tier monsters, meaning Lin Kuang already possesses the power to instantly kill a 5th-tier monster. He had only undergone 3 transformations, yet he managed to cross 2 major realms and instantly kill his enemy.
Even movies wouldn't dare to portray such a plot, but that's the truth.
The comments paused for several seconds, then poured down again like a torrential downpour.
Am I really watching a live stream, not a movie? Can anyone tell me if Lin Kuang has turned into a zombie or if he's still alive?
A third-stage transformation realm cultivator, instantly killing a level 120 legendary lord in one move. This.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing history.
I declare Lin Kuang to be the Federation's #1 prodigy.
Who agrees? Who disagrees?
If you object, prepare to get slapped. Everyone was so shocked they were speechless, excitement and disbelief filled their hearts. Many people slapped themselves, wondering if they were dreaming, but the stinging pain on their faces clearly told them that it was all real. On the screen, Lin Kuang, now only a skeleton, took out 2 bottles of basic antidote from his pocket and poured them onto the skeleton, followed by 2 bottles of basic life potion. Lin Kuang spends 300,000 yuan a bottle of medicine without a second thought thought, because his earning speed is truly astonishing. Moreover, a legendary staff was just revealed, which is a super treasure worth at least 2 billion. Of course, Lin Kuang had no intention of selling it. He would not forget Chu Yufay's kindness to him, and now that he had a suitable weapon for her, he naturally wanted to give it to her. Lin Kuang's dark bones gradually turned white and strands of flesh began to grow back. His whole body was rapidly recovering. The audience witnessed this amazing change and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the rules. In the novel, the ability to bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded is a skill possessed only by great cultivators. However, in this world, anyone can do this after drinking a potion, as long as they have enough blood. Lin Kuang walked towards the legendary staff, picked it up, and the barrage of comments exploded once again. They were unaware that Lin Kuang intended to give away the staff. They only knew that the staff in his hand was incredibly valuable. How much does a legendary staff cost? It's worth at least 100 million. You're kidding me. This should be a level 120 to 180 staff, worth at least 2 billion. 2 billion? You mean Lin Kuang earned 2 billion in such a short period of time? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. Don't forget he also looted a lot of equipment before, probably worth hundreds of millions. Ahem. Don't forget Lin Kuang also receives live stream donations. I calculated that he receives over 100,000 gifts per second, so his live stream revenue is estimated to be over 500 million now. Wow, professionals make money so fast. Sob, why am I not a professional? Don't overthink it. You can make money even if you're not a professional. I've already completed my 4th job advancement, and I still owe millions in equipment loans. Who isn't? I'm at level 5 and I owe over 100 million. Sigh. Never mind, I'm going downstairs. I won't take the stairs or the elevator. The comments section was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. 2 billion, an amount that many people couldn't earn in a lifetime, was now in Lin Kuang's hands. Among the crowd, the one who harbored the most resentment was undoubtedly Su Yun. The ecstasy on her face had not yet completely faded. She had previously thought Lin Kuang was dead and had jumped and cheered excitedly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Kuang not only emerged unharmed but also killed the Black Dragon and even obtained a legendary magic staff. As a 4th-tier professional, Su Yun knew the value of that staff. The person she had once discarded like trash had not only seen his strength skyrocket and earned him the title of the Federation's #1 prodigy, but he was also incredibly lucky to have obtained a legendary staff. With that amount of 2 billion, plus other equipment and livestream revenue, Lin Kuang conservatively estimated that he earned at least 3.5 billion in just 3 hours. 3.5 billion, such a huge fortune. Su Yun knew she could never earn it in her entire life. Because she wasn't confident she could complete the 5th job advancement quest, her highest achievement in this lifetime might be level 120. Although her life was better than most people's, she was not satisfied, otherwise she would not have chosen to abandon Lin Kuang and rely on Cheng Gang instead. Even her carefully chosen boyfriend would find it difficult to earn such a huge sum of money in his lifetime. Moreover, 3.5 billion was earned by Lin Kuang in 3 hours. The difference between wealth that takes a lifetime to earn and wealth that can be obtained in an instant is like heaven and earth. Given Lin Kuang's monstrous strength, as long as he doesn't perish, his advancement to a high-level professional is a foregone conclusion. At that time, Lin Kuang will transcend worldly wealth and stand at the top of the Federation. With a single command, professionals like Su Yun will only be his vanguard, or even cannon fodder. If I hadn't abandoned him. This thought involuntarily surfaced in Su Yun's mind. If she hadn't left Lin Kuang, she would have been the wife of that high-level professional in the future, with a noble status, able to live freely not only in Jiangnan City, but also in the capital. Thinking of this, she felt immense regret, her eyes filled with pain, and she covered her face with her hands and wailed. Cheng Gang stood silently to the side, his feelings a complex mix of emotions. The good-for-nothing he once looked down upon had now reached such heights that he could only look up to him, and in the future, he might not even have the right to look up to him anymore. They are no longer in the same world. Besides Su Yun feeling deep regret, Lin Kuang's second aunt also broke down in tears, knowing full well what she had missed, especially his daughter. If her relationship with Lin Kuang is like that of normal siblings, her future will surely be bright. With a little support from Lin Kuang, his daughter will definitely shine. Returning his gaze to the screen, Lin Kuang put the staff back into his pouch, stood quietly, and waited for his flesh and blood to recover. On the other side, a glimmer of hope finally appeared on Mu Ziyun's face. She supported herself with her hands and slowly climbed out of the pit. Her gaze immediately fell on the figure who held a greatsword and stood tall and proud. Although his body was broken and miserable, the aura he exuded was exceptionally domineering and noble. It was an unparalleled domineering aura, a sense of prestige unmatched among his peers. He didn't rely on any background or status, his mere presence inspired awe. The place where he stood was the center of this world, and no matter who came here, they couldn't help but focus their attention on him. Mu Ziyun's expression was complicated. She had always regarded Lin Kuang as a formidable rival, and had simulated the duel with him countless times in her mind. What she longed for most was to fight him fair and square, but everything that had happened before had completely shattered her confidence. confidence. Now, even looking Lin Kuang in the eye required immense courage. The more she looked at him, the greater the pressure became, as if meeting his gaze directly was an offense. She knew that fear had taken hold of her, and her Dao heart was shattered. If it could not be repaired, even as a mythical professional, her future would be limited. Feeling her own vulnerability, Mu Ziyun clenched her teeth, and blood seeped from her gums due to the excessive force. No, her soul roared. I am the thunder god of purple heaven. I will never allow myself to be defeated before the battle even begins. These words echoed in her mind, awakening her slumbering soul. Her lifeless eyes regained their light. Her expression hardened, and she gripped her staff tightly in her right hand as if she wanted to crush it. His gaze was fixed on Lin Kuang, as if he were the only person left in the world. Pale purple lightning flashed in his eyes, the lightning spreading from his pupils to the corners of his eyes, then to his cheeks, and down his neck, covering his entire body. As her fighting spirit grew, the thunder became increasingly dazzling, and her will to fight intensified. She forced out a furious roar from her throat, her voice filled with thunderous power that shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Kuang turned his face to the side, his empty eye sockets staring straight at her. This scene was extremely eerie, and the audience in front of the screen was quite frightened, even more so than a horror movie. However, Mu Ziyun was fearless. She was covered in lightning, and her body slowly rose up. Do you dare to fight me? She shouted with all her might, releasing all the distracting thoughts in her mind and leaving only pure fighting spirit. Lin Kuang turned his head slightly, withdrawing his gaze from Mu Ziyun, and said indifferently, not interested. He hadn't forgotten that Mu Ziyun's points were far higher than his own. The Black Flood Dragon had only given him 96,000 more points. At this moment, his priority was accumulating points, not pointless battles. Besides, Mu Ziyun is an invincible opponent to other candidates, but to Lin Kuang, she can be defeated in one move. It's no fun to bully a noob. The lightning on Mu Ziyun's body dimmed slightly. She hadn't expected that the response she received for mustering her courage and risking her Dao heart and pride in this battle would be no interest. Are you scared? She said coldly, using the most basic provocation tactic. Ha! Lin Kuang shook his head and chuckled. I am indeed afraid that you won't be able to withstand one of my moves and will start crying. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, blood-red wings unfurled from his back, and his body soared into the sky, ready to leave. I'll bet my points. A sharp shout caused Lin Kuang to plummet as if his plane had crashed just as he took off. There was no way around it. This condition hit him where it hurt. Lin Kuang turned to look at Mu Ziyun again, this time with a much gentler attitude. His jawline slowly parted, and although there wasn't much flesh or blood, the audience knew he was smiling. Ha, such a shameless face. I've already made peace with myself. If Mu Ziyun can't do it without points, then it's normal that I can't either. I never expected you to be like this, Lin Kuang. How to make Lin Kuang stop in his tracks with just one sentence. The live chat immediately buzzed with excitement, and Lin Kuang's completely different reaction was hilarious. Mu Ziyun, it is my honor to fight against a mythical level professional like you, Lin Kuang said sincerely. The entire live stream was flooded with this sentence. Mu Ziyun rolled her eyes helplessly. Men's words are such deceitful tricks. Tui, defeat me, and all my points will be yours, and I promise that I will never surpass you in points again, she solemnly promised. Lin Kuang's jawline opened even wider. These were undoubtedly the most beautiful words he had heard in a long time. Mu Ziyun, I admit my attitude was bad before, and I apologize to you. You are a heroine, and the future will definitely belong to you. The audience was stunned again, and the word hypocritical quickly flooded the screen. Mu Ziyun took a deep breath, composed herself, and said, enough talk, let's get started. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly leaped backward, widening the distance between herself and Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang did not immediately give chase. Since the other party was cooperating so well, he decided to give Mu Ziyun 3 seconds as a sign of politeness. Seeing this, Mu Ziyun frowned deeply. Lin Kuang, you have no need to hold back. I want you to use your strongest power, or you will be insulting me. Lin Kuang shrugged. Why bother? But he still acted immediately. After all, points are king, and he unconditionally met the other party's demands. With a flap of his blood wings, his body transformed into a blood shadow and rapidly approached Mu Ziyun. Ripples appeared in front of him, causing his body to distort. In berserk mode, enhanced by blood wings, his agility was off the charts. Even though Mu Ziyun had stronger base stats and better equipment bonuses, she still couldn't match his speed. Mu Ziyun's expression was solemn, but she was not afraid at all. Her staff glowed with purple light, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down, hitting Lin Kuang like a laser beam. Faced with this single target attack, Lin Kuang remained calm, unleashing a cross-shaped sword aura that powerfully shattered the lightning. Immediately afterwards, he swung the slaughtering blade, and a huge blood sphere crushed the air, hurtling towards Mu Ziyun like a meteorite. The overwhelming sense of oppression almost suffocated Mu Ziyun, and the feeling of crisis made her skin tingle. She knew she absolutely could not let Lin Kuang's moves hit her, or she would surely be defeated. She was surrounded by lightning, and an arc of lightning streaked across the sky, instantly teleporting her 100 meters away. The blood sphere exploded at its maximum distance, the churning blood vapor forming a terrifying mushroom cloud cloud, and the air was whipped up by a violent shockwave, as shocking as a super missile explosion. A series of arc-shaped lightning bolts ripped across the sky. Mu Ziyun kept moving and escaped to a distance of over 1,000 meters, successfully avoiding the core area of the bombing. At the same time, she kept chanting incantations, and the light from the staff in her hand grew increasingly dazzling, with a powerful pressure pressing down on Lin Kuang. Suddenly, the sky changed, and thick dark clouds instantly obscured Lin Kuang's head. A deafening roar echoed across the earth, and lightning tore through the sky, striking directly at Lin Kuang. This bolt of lightning was like a horn, unleashing a raging torrent of thunder, with continuous bolts of lightning falling and turning the area where Lin Kuang was located into a lightning domain. The lightning bolts were extremely fast and were area of effect skills, so Lin Kuang couldn't completely dodge them. He could only use the mountain-shattering slash to clear out a large area of lightning first. However, the lightning continued relentlessly, and Lin Kuang was eventually struck. The attack power of a mythical professional was extraordinary. Despite Lin Kuang's extremely strong defense, it was still breached. His skin gradually turned black, then was torn apart by lightning, and his health began to drop steadily. But that didn't matter to him. With his current health, even if he were struck by lightning for half an hour, he might not be knocked down. What bothered him was that the lightning had a paralyzing effect, causing his whole body to convulse uncontrollably as he plummeted to the ground. Dust billowed as Lin Kuang crashed heavily to the ground, feeling the all-around massage brought by the lightning, his injuries becoming more and more serious. But Mu Ziyun did not let her guard down. She had personally witnessed Lin Kuang turn to ashes but still survive, so what was this little injury compared to that? She recited the incantation again, knowing that time was running out. The thunderous bombardment lasted for a full 20 seconds. The duration of a mythic prose skill was indeed extraordinary. During this time, Mu Ziyun unleashed 3 more skills, bombarding Lin Kuang once more. Lin Kuang took the full brunt of the attack, his newly recovered flesh rapidly peeling away, revealing his skeletal form once more. But as the dark clouds dispersed, Lin Kuang shook his frame and stood up again. He thought to himself, my next skill must have a super armor effect, otherwise my weaknesses will be too obvious. Despite being mentally prepared, Mu Ziyun still couldn't help but feel frustrated when she saw Lin Kuang stand up again as if nothing had happened. She bit her lip tightly, gripped her staff firmly, and vowed in her heart never to admit defeat. Lin Kuang, wielding the slaughtering greatsword, soared into the sky, heading straight for Mu Ziyun. Currently, all of her powerful skills were on cooldown, leaving her only able to use her weaker abilities to deal with the situation. However, her minor skills posed no threat to Lin Kuang. After condensing some of his health to unleash a desperate attack, he shattered her skills with just a normal attack. Lin Kuang quickly closed in, but Mu Ziyun unleashed 10 lightning bolts in quick succession and fled 1,000 meters away. This was merely a precarious existence. Before long, Lin Kuang appeared before her, brandishing his giant blade of slaughter, aiming straight for her neck. The intense killing intent turned Mu Ziyun's face pale, her body stiffened, and a strong aura of death enveloped her. Her mind seemed to have been taken away by a soul reaper, leaving her completely blank and unable to resist. Off-screen, countless people gasped in shock, some even closing their eyes in fear of witnessing Mu Ziyun's beheading. After all, Lin Kuang was like a demon god, his whole body burning with blood flames, his eyes shooting out scarlet bloodlight. More terrifying than a demon, killing people was simply a piece of cake for him. A drop of blood fell onto the magnificent robe. Following the bloodstain, one could see a line of blood drawn across the flawless white neck. The culprit behind all of this was that broad greatsword, gripped tightly in the blood-soaked demon god's hand. The giant sword paused slightly, but did not stop completely, and just managed to cut Mu Ziyun's skin. You lost, Lin Kuang said softly. Mu Ziyun showed no reaction, her eyes were empty, and her soul seemed to have been ripped out. Although her body was still there, her heart was dead. She had previously mustered her last bit of willpower to fight Lin Kuang, but that willpower has now been completely shattered. Although Lin Kuang was just a skeleton, the audience could still feel his dissatisfaction. Hey, stop playing dead. What happened to the points? Transfer them to me now. The screen was instantly flooded with comments, all unanimously declaring Lin Kuang a beast. In the eyes of the audience, Lin Kuang's behavior had long since transcended the realm of humanity. Such a stunningly beautiful goddess, yet Lin Kuang showed her no pity whatsoever. Upon hearing the word points, Mu Ziyun snapped out of her daze and numbly waved to the drone, which then flew to her. Transfer all the points to him, she said weakly, as if saying those words had exhausted all her strength. The intelligent sprite did as instructed and successfully transferred 4.76 million points to Lin Kuang, but unfortunately, after dividing by 125, only 38,080 points remained. Lin Kuang didn't mind, since he was already in first place and had a great chance of winning the top prize. He turned and left, intending to hurry up and kill monsters to avoid being caught by those legendary professionals. At the same time, the word beast was scrolling across the screen at an even faster pace. Lin Kuang was unaware that when those legendary professional examinees saw Mu Ziyun's points drop to 0 while Lin Kuang's points suddenly increased by more than 30,000, they almost immediately understood something. Somewhere in the the inner circle, near the center, a candidate with slicked back hair and a blade of grass dangling from his mouth shook his head.
Forget it, let's leave it at that.
If I steal Lin Kuang's title of top scholar, it won't be very valuable, and it will only attract the attention of that devil Lin Kuang.
I might as well go pick up girls.
This person was Shin Buji, who had decided to give up killing monsters. After his points stopped increasing, the other legendary professionals also stopped, and everyone began to give up and stop competing. Lin Kuang noticed that the scores of the dozen or so people behind him had stopped increasing, and he roughly understood their thoughts, so he simply stopped as well. The situation became strange. Many people had watched the final exam live multiple times, but this was the first time they had seen all the legendary candidates collectively give up. Some people went to pick up girls, some went out to eat, and some even went to find a place to pitch a tent and sleep. Bored, Lin Kuang took out a tent from his spatial backpack, but the moment he did, a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face.
Because this tent belonged to Su Lu, he wasn't sure if Su Lu was looking at it, or how she would react if she did. Su Lu was of course looking, and when she saw the tent, she was first embarrassed, her face turning red, and she gritted her teeth and cursed, "This bastard, why did he take my tent out?"
Chu Yufay looked at the tent, a thoughtful expression on her face.
"Why does this tent look so much like my aunt's?" Lin Kuang couldn't make up his mind. He couldn't accept it, nor could he not accept it.
In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided not to accept it, since accepting it would seem like he was doing it on purpose. Afterwards, he crawled into the tent to rest, casually taking out snacks and soda, looking relaxed and carefree. Of course, he wasn't asleep. He was still watching the rankings, absolutely determined to make sure he won first place. His immortality was of paramount importance.
He is already level 71.
He only needs to level up 19 more times to advance to the 4th job advancement. At that time, the curse of the gods will be activated, and his immortality will give him more confidence. What pleased Lin Kuang even more was that those legendary professionals had stopped grinding monsters, allowing him to finally rest. The viewers in the livestream watched Lin Kuang lying down eating snacks and shook their heads helplessly, wondering if he was on vacation or taking his final exam.
This is a crucial moment that could determine one's fate, yet some people are leisurely eating snacks.
Many viewers recalled how desperately they studied for their final exams, and felt a pang of sadness. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. Seeing that there wasn't much to see, many viewers began to leave Lin Kuang's livestream and instead turned their attention to other test takers. Time ticked by, and Lin Kuang, having rested long enough, prepared to go out and search for resources. After all, this was a new instance, so the resources were bound to be plentiful. But he soon realized he was overthinking it. The resources here had been almost completely looted. Many of the monsters may have been left behind specifically for the final exam. With nothing to do, Lin Kuang could only lie on the grass on the hilltop, watching the clouds drift by. Finally, the moment of the final exam arrived, and all candidates' scores were fixed and then transmitted to the terminal. A pleased smile appeared on Lin Kuang's lips, because the mission was completed and the reward had been credited to his account.
Mission complete.
The divine talent immortality has been awarded. He opened his personal panel and carefully examined the attributes of immortality, becoming more and more satisfied with each look.
Immortality.
Feature 1, increases health, defense, and recovery by 1000%. Feature 2, when health drops to 1 point, health is locked for 10 seconds. Feature 3, immune to 1 fatal attack per day.
With this talent, he became practically indestructible.
If he were to fight Mu Ziyun again, it wouldn't be so easy for her to break through his defenses. Moreover, the second characteristic essentially grants him 10 seconds of invincibility, greatly increasing his chances of turning the tide or escaping. As for the third trait, it grants him an extra life every day, making it a truly godlike talent.
Lin Kuang was not so arrogant as to think he was invincible.
Any professional at level 7 or above could instantly deplete his health. If a super strong person were to make a move in the future, at least some time would be left for him to react, which is crucial. Given his current monstrous strength, the monsters will definitely see him as a thorn in their side and will try every means to get rid of him. It is possible that they will send super strong individuals to assassinate him. Even more dangerous are the traitors hidden everywhere, impossible to guard against. In any world, spies are always emerging, and the Federation is no exception. There are quite a few traitors who have defected to the monsters. At the same time, Lin Kuang discovered he had a new task. He clicked on the task details, and his expression immediately turned serious.
Within 3 months, find the traitor lurking in the Federal University. Friendly reminder, the traitor must be a non-student.
Completing the mission will reward you with the God-tier talent, Heart of the Demon God. Lin Kuang never expected the mission to be so difficult. Even the Federation University, as the Federation's top institution of learning, had a traitor hiding there. The individuals involved are not students, they could be staff members, mentors, or even school leaders. The range is wide, making it extremely difficult to ascertain their identities. Moreover, while ordinary employees might be alright, if a supervisor or school leader discovers his actions, his life could be over in an instant.
It's important to know that all the instructors at the Federal University are 7th level professionals. professionals. The leadership is at least 8th level. The dean is 8th level, the vice principal is 9th level, and the principal is a 10th level mythical professional, making it one of the strongest in the Federation. If there really is a traitor hiding in the upper echelons, the difficulty of this mission is no less than that of Ben Borba killing Tang Sanzang and his disciples. Moreover, the mission only has a 3-month time limit, which doesn't give him the opportunity to investigate at his own pace after he becomes stronger. Thinking of this, Ningqing felt a heavy weight in his heart, as if he were carrying his head in courting death. He took a deep breath and decided not to think about it for the time being. Then he opened the heart of the demon god and carefully examined the attributes of this talent. Heart of the demon god. Feature 1, when subjected to control skills, the control effect is reduced by 70%. Feature 2, abnormal status effects are reduced by 70%. Feature 3, possesses 9 opportunities to resurrect via blood. If the soul is obliterated, resurrection is impossible. Ningqing was increasingly amazed as he looked at the talent. It was truly powerful, a god-level talent in every sense of the word. He currently lacks immunity to control effects, and this talent can directly reduce the enemy's control effects by 70%, greatly enhancing his combat power and survivability. The 70% reduction in abnormal status effects is equally crucial, as abnormal statuses often cause continuous damage. For example, poisoning and bleeding. Although Ningqing has plenty of health, if he is constantly depleted by these two conditions, he may run out of health. In addition, there are states such as weakness, confusion, paralysis, and stiffness, which can cause people to lose most of their combat abilities. It is conceivable how important it is to reduce the effect by 70%. Most importantly, this talent actually grants 9 chances to resurrect. This is the ability to come back from the dead, one of the most coveted abilities of all living beings, and Ningqing now possesses it. No matter how difficult the mission is, I will complete it. The heart of the demon god is too crucial. Ningqing made up his mind, clenched his fists, and looked determined with a resolute expression. Then, he flapped his blood wings and quickly flew towards the dungeon exit. The final exam was over, and all he wanted to do was go home, have a meal with his parents, and then hurry to the Kyoto region to share his joy with Chu Yufay. Ningqing flew at an extremely high speed, and the deafening sonic boom attracted the attention of many examinees below. When they recognized Ningqing, they all showed expressions of awe. It's Ningqing, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. To defeat numerous legendary and mythical professionals with the Blood Demon God class and become the top scorer in the college entrance examination is simply amazing. We have witnessed the birth of a new epic. The candidates were filled with emotion, and Ningqing's achievements inspired their admiration. Those candidates who had previously mocked Ningqing immediately lowered their heads and trembled upon seeing him, fearing that Ningqing would come after them. Given Ningqing's strength, if he were to target them, the consequences would be dire. The two most frightened were Wang Hao and Lin Shui, who had formed a duo for various reasons. When Ningqing flew over their heads, Wang Hao was so scared that he immediately darted into the bushes. He hadn't forgotten how harsh his sarcasm towards Ningqing had been. Putting himself in Ningqing's shoes, he would have crushed him without hesitation. He had absolutely no belief that his status as the most powerful family in Ningqing could protect him. With Ningqing's strength and extraordinary talent, those large corporations and guilds would definitely be vying for him. There's no need for Ningqing to take action personally. With just a word from him, the Wang family would be unable to move an inch, and it's not impossible that they could even be completely wiped out. Lin Shui didn't hide. She wasn't worried that Ningqing would kill her, since her father still had some influence and points with Ningqing. But when she saw Ningqing, she couldn't help but feel fear. It was an instinct towards a strong person, because he had the ability to easily take her life. More than fear, she felt regret. She had completely forgotten how many times she had embarrassed Ningqing. She had looked down on this cousin since childhood and had even severed their sibling relationship a few days ago. Ningqing was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, the strongest candidate in the entire Jiangnan region this year. Especially considering that this year's candidates also had the support of a mythical professional, Ningqing's top scorer status was extremely valuable. She couldn't even imagine how bright Ningqing's future would be. If he didn't fall, becoming a high-level professional was almost a certainty. If she and Ningqing maintained a normal sibling relationship, her life would be completely different in the future with just one word from Ningqing. Perhaps she could soar to great heights and become a phoenix, but she ruined it all with her own hands. Now her classmates look at her like she's a clown. She's become the biggest fool in the world. Ningqing naturally had no interest in paying attention to them. How could a divine dragon bother with ants? He strode to the exit and slipped out. As soon as he emerged, the eyes of numerous demon-hunting soldiers fell upon him, filled with admiration and a thirst for battle. A gaze was also fixed on him from the sky. It belonged to the director of the Department of Education. The director's expression was complex, a mixture of emotion, relief, and a hint of confusion. Ningqing looked up at the director and asked, "Director, may I leave on my own?" He didn't want to wait that long. Waiting for all the candidates to come out would take too much time. After a moment's thought, the
director said, considering various factors, I suggest you come back with us. Lin Kuang felt somewhat helpless. The official's suggestion was actually an order, and he couldn't very well contradict him directly. So he agreed with a okay and went back to sit down in his spaceship. He took out his phone from his spatial backpack and found several messages waiting for him, all congratulating him on becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination. There are his parents, Chu Yufay, Zhang Meng, and his second uncle. After replying to his parents' messages, Lin Kuang opened Chu Yufei's chat window. Lin Kuang, congratulations on becoming the top scholar in the Imperial Examination/Fireworks. Lin Kuang laughed and replied, I said I would get into the Federal University, and I will definitely do it.
When are you coming to see me? How was tonight? Do you want me to go tonight? Would you like to come tonight?
Lin Kuang's smile grew even brighter. Chu Yufay had already learned how to flirt back. Time slipped away quietly in the pleasant chat, and Lin Kuang's eyes were only on Chu Yufei's chat box. He didn't even notice that many examinees were returning to the spaceship one after another. He only snapped out of his daze when the students from Ningqing No. 1 Middle School returned to the seat next to him and greeted him. However, only a few classmates, such as Han Lulu and Yen Xiaoxiao, dared to greet Lin Kuang. The others wished they could stay far away from him, as they had mocked him before. Wang Hao and Lin Shui, in particular, were extremely restless, feeling like they had thorns in their backs. They kept their heads down, and didn't say a word the whole time. The stares from the classmates around them made them wish they could crawl under the spaceship. The two were constantly worried that Lin Kuang would come after them. On the way, their faces were pale, their lips trembled, and they were covered in cold sweat, as if they were sitting next to a devil. To their relief, Lin Kuang didn't even glance at them until he got off the spaceship, and instead quickly walked out of the gate of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Many teachers had gathered at the school gate to see their children off to the exam. Lin Kuang looked around but didn't see teacher Sulu. He let out a long breath, unsure whether to feel relieved or regretful. Riding his electric scooter, Lin Kuang sped home.
As soon as they entered, Mr. and Mrs. Lin cheered and fired a celebratory cannon.
Excitement was written all over their faces. Lin's mother skipped and jumped to squeeze next to her son. Son, you are amazing.
You actually got the top score in the high school entrance exam.
Lin's father was so excited that he kept patting Lin Kuang's shoulder, his cheeks trembling, and said, Son, you have really brought honor to our ancestors this time. I have decided to create a separate genealogy for you. Lin Kuang never expected his father to make such a decision.
To have a separate family genealogy is an unparalleled honor for a boy.
A smile spread across his face. Mom and Dad, your son has not let you down.
Lin's mother's eyes reddened again.
She hugged Lin Kuang, her voice choked with emotion. Son, I have never been disappointed in you.
You have always been my pride.
Seeing this, Lin's father quickly turned away to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes.
After wiping them away, he looked at his son with
a face full of apology. Son, he called out hoarsely, Dad has been too mean to you in these 3 years.
I was wrong. I'm really sorry.
Lin Kuang's eyes reddened as he listened. He recalled the torment he had suffered over the past 3 years and the sadness his parents had endured. Fortunately, all of that is now in the past, and their family has experienced a dramatic change. He fought back tears, put one arm around his father's shoulder and hugged his mother tightly with the other.
Dad, don't say that. I know you're just worried about me. Mom, don't cry. Today is a joyous day. How can you cry?
Lin's father reached out and wiped away his tears, his nose twitching.
Yes, today is a joyous day. We should be happy.
Lin's mother wiped her face with both hands, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, it's a joyous day. We should be happy.
Come on, let's eat. The food has been prepared for a while.
The couple led Lin Kuang to the dining table, where a sumptuous meal was already laid out. The table even had a heat-keeping function, so there was no need to worry about it getting cold. Lin's father was the first to open the wine, first pouring a glass for Lin Kuang, and then filling the glass for his wife and himself as well. He raised his glass and said, Son, congratulations on becoming the top scholar in the Imperial Examination. Cheers! Lin's mother also raised her glass. Son, congratulations on becoming the top scholar in the Imperial Examination.
You are my greatest pride.
Lin Kuang raised his glass and lightly clinked it against his parents' glasses.
Mom and Dad, you are my pride too.
Cheers!
Amidst laughter and chatter, the Lin family quickly finished their baijiu. Lin's father, drunk, kept repeating I'm sorry.
Lin Kuang pursed his lips, his nose slightly sore. After helping his father back to his room, he and his mother cleaned up the dishes. Then he told his mother that he had to rush to the Kyoto area that night.
Lin's mother looked bewildered. Son, why are you going to the Kyoto area so late?
Lin Kuang's eyes flickered, but he pretended to be calm.
Mom, something's come up. I'll probably have to stay there for a few days.
Don't worry, I'm all grown up now and I'll take good care of myself.
But isn't there a need to be in such a hurry? Mom, I can't talk to you anymore. I have to catch the spaceship.
Lin Kuang said decisively, then jumped off the balcony guiltily. Lin's mother's face turned pale instantly, but when she saw the blood-red wings unfolding behind Lin Kuang, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was slightly relieved. She then realized that her back was soaked with cold sweat.
Lin Kuang's actions were terrifying. Why would he jump jump off a building.
This kid, so anxious and so guilty, just like before when he made excuses to see Su-yun, Lin's mother muttered, a smile playing at the corners of her eyes. No one knows a son better than his mother. She already had a guess in her heart. Today is truly a double celebration, she said in a light tone, her steps becoming lighter as well. Meanwhile, Ningqing had already boarded his spaceship and was heading to the nearest spaceship transportation center. The Kyoto region is far from the Jiangnan region, and piloting his own spaceship would be too slow. He needs to take a super spaceship. Soon after, a seventh-order spaceship shot into the sky at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, hurtling toward the north. Inside the spaceship, a young man wearing a mask was holding a mobile phone, his hands typing rapidly, a happy smile on his face. I've already set off and will arrive in about 2 hours.
Which space station? Kyoto Central Station. I'll pick you up then.
Looking at the chat history, Ningqing's heart raced, his palms sweated slightly, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his mouth went dry. Even when facing a million monsters, he, as a legendary lord, had never been this nervous. I've seen him several times in the job change square before, so why am I so nervous this time? Perhaps it was because they met at night, or perhaps it was their first date? Ningqing wasn't the only one feeling nervous. In a girls' dormitory at the Federal University, although there were only 2 people, it was unusually lively. Yufay, tell me honestly, what exactly did you borrow the cosmetics for? Wei Tian, with her hair in pigtails, cornered Chu Yufay, her face fierce, but her eyes gleaming with gossip. Chu Yufay avoided Wei Tian's gaze, not daring to look directly at her. She didn't know how to explain whether her date with Ningqing could be considered a date at all, or whether it was a date that spanned thousands of miles. The thought made her face burn, and her ears turned red all the way down to her neck. Being pressed by her best friend like this made her even more flustered. Seeing this, Wei Tian's gossip-fueled desire burned brighter and brighter, almost overwhelming her reason. After all, her best friend and roommate never wore makeup, had absolutely no interest in any men, and was as aloof as an ice queen. No matter how handsome, charming, or dazzling the guys were, she wouldn't give them a second glance. But today, Chu Yufay specifically asked to borrow her cosmetics, and even put on a shy look, which completely changed Wei Tian's perception of her.
Wei Tian leaned closer, almost touching Chu Yufay. Yufay, something's not right. Confess now, are you getting dressed up to meet a man?
As she spoke, her face drew closer and closer. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought she was about to kiss Chu Yufay. Chu Yufay bit her lip and turned her face away, not daring to look at Wei Tian at all.
Are you going to lend it to me or not? If not, I'll buy it myself.
As she spoke, she shifted her body, trying to escape from Wei Tian's encirclement.
Wei Tian wasn't about to let her go, clinging to her like an octopus. Don't even think about running away. Besides, you've hardly ever worn makeup before. Do you even know how to apply it properly? Come to my room, I'll help you myself.
Helpless, Chu Yufay had no choice but to be carried by Wei Tian to her room. Then Chu Yufay was pressed down on a stool by Wei Tian, who took out cosmetics and began to carefully apply them to her face. Chu Yufay was a stunning beauty, with skin as white as snow, delicate and flawless, a high nose bridge, and eyes as bright as the silver moon.
Even a girl like Wei Tian was stunned when she saw Chu Yufay up close. Chu Yufay's beauty was enough to captivate both men and women. Wei Tian pouted, which bastard man actually stole my Yufay away? Boo-hoo. Chu Yufay didn't dare to respond and could only pretend she hadn't heard.
Wei Tian suddenly leaned close to her ear, her breath soft and teasing. It's not that Ningqing, is it?
Chu Yufay's ears instantly turned bright red, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her neck.
She buried her head deep into her neck.
Wei Tian was secretly delighted, and she no longer doubted her guess.
Her gossipy expression grew even stronger. This kind of old news from
high school was the most exciting. TSK, it really is that guy. The person you like when you first fall in love is the most unforgettable.
Chu Yufay lowered her head, her eyes darting away, her hands clasped tightly together, not daring to utter a sound. Wei Tian reached out and lifted her chin, a sly smile playing on her lips.
Oh my, our ice queen can be shy now. I wonder how heartbroken those guys who were coldly rejected by you will be to see you like this. Chu Yufay turned her head. Aren't you going to do your makeup yet? If you don't, I'm leaving. Wei Tian's mischievous smile deepened, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. Makeup, you absolutely have to. I guarantee I'll make you look gorgeous, so that Ningqing will fall for you at first sight and won't want you to come back tonight.
Upon hearing this, Chu Yufay's mind was filled with shy images, her body temperature rose rapidly, and her breathing became rapid and hot. Wei Tian's eyes widened, and she suddenly grabbed Chu Yufay's shoulders, bringing her head closer.
Yufay, you're not really planning to stay out all night, are you?
The inappropriate images in Chu Yufay's mind became increasingly vivid, making her so ashamed she wanted to disappear into the ground. She tried to get up and run away, but Wei Tian held her tightly. You, what nonsense are you talking about? She stammered, her voice very weak. Wei Tian grabbed her tightly, her gossipy nature sending shivers down her spine.
Yufay, look at yourself now, so worthless. You're completely smitten.
Chu Yufay forced herself to stand up.
I'm leaving. No, I won't say anymore. I haven't put on my lipstick yet. Can I please stop talking? Wei Tian coaxed Chu Yufay back onto the chair and continued continued her makeup routine.
30 minutes later, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, like a fairy, appeared before Wei Tian. Wei Tian was stunned and couldn't help but hug Chu Yufay, wanting to kiss her, but Chu Yufay stopped her in time.
Wei Tian pouted again, her eyes welling up with tears. Wah, you used to let me kiss you, but now you're disgusted with me.
Ningqing hasn't even arrived yet, and I've already lost my position as the main wife.
Chu Yufay flicked Wei Tian's forehead in annoyance.
You should go to the film academy next door, don't come here. As time passed, a metropolis even more prosperous than Jiangnan City came into Ningqing's view, Kyoto. Soon, the spaceship landed smoothly on a huge landing pad, but Ningqing's heart pounded uncontrollably. Chu Yufay had texted him half an hour earlier to tell him that she was waiting for him in the parking lot at the passenger center entrance. The thought of seeing Chu Yufay soon made Ningqing's heart pound like a deer's, and his mouth go dry. At this moment, at the entrance of the passenger center, many people are holding up signs with their names on them and waiting. Some people even put up banners with all sorts of funny welcome messages, clearly wanting to embarrass their friends in front of everyone. However, as a woman, seemingly detached from the world and dressed in a pristine white fitted dress, slowly approached, everyone lost interest in the sign. Their eyes were all drawn to her, their gazes glazed over, and the signs in their hands slipped from their grasp and fell to the ground. The square lights were still bright, but the moment she appeared, they seemed to dim slightly. The woman was Chu Yufay, floating quietly in mid-air, her gaze fixed firmly on the exit, unmoved by the stares of others.
Hiss. Floating in mid-air, this is a mid-level professional. She's so beautiful, even more stunning than the new generation of actresses. Her temperament is simply unparalleled. Nonsense, a mid-level professional this young is either a genius or a second-generation powerhouse.
Keep your voice down, that's Chu Yufay, the campus belle of the Federal University, a fifth-tier legendary professional, the Ice Queen. Upon learning her identity, everyone became respectful and kept their distance, none daring to approach her easily, let alone speak to her.
Besides awe, everyone was also filled with curiosity. Who was Chu Yufay waiting for?
Ningqing followed the flow of people toward the entrance of the visitor hall. The closer he got to the entrance, the more rapid his heartbeat became, his mind went blank, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed again. Finally, he stood at the doorway, his eyes immediately drawn to that aloof and cold figure. The other person's gaze immediately fell on him, and even though he was wearing a mask, Chu Yufay still recognized him. A captivating smile bloomed on her face, causing those secretly watching her to skip a beat. A smile appeared in Ningqing's eyes. He leaped into the air, jumping several meters high, and unfurled a pair of blood-red giant wings on his back, flapping them as he swiftly swept towards Chu Yufay. Chu Yufay also stepped into the void to meet him. Their gazes were fixed on each other, and everything around them seemed to be blurred. The distance between them quickly closed until they were about 30 centimeters apart. Their eyes were gentle and affectionate, sparks flying between their pupils, drawing them tightly together. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts were shattered into pieces.
I'm heartbroken. The school beauty, Chu, was actually waiting for a boy. So Chu, the school beauty, can smile.
Rumor has it that she is the most aloof goddess and has never smiled at anyone. I heard she even rejected the advances of a mythical professional.
Could it be that she truly has someone she loves? The murmurs and chatter interrupted the tender moment between Chu Yufay and Ningqing. Chu Yufay blinked. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me.
After saying that, she turned and led Ningqing toward the spaceship. The two arrived at a pristine white spaceship, its design resembling an elegant white swan. Ningqing recognized it, the swan, a super-luxury spaceship, a synonym for luxury. Not only is its speed comparable to a 6th-tier legendary bird, but it also possesses powerful attack and defense capabilities, enabling it to contend with 6th-tier epic bosses. Its price starts at 3 billion, with the top-of-the-line version even exceeding 5 billion.
Ningqing was once again impressed by Chu Yufay's financial resources. TSK. Yufay, you're such a little rich girl, Ningqing teased. Chu Yufay's smile slowly blossomed. Isn't this perfect? You do have the potential to be a gigolo. He. Ningqing chuckled.
Although I've always been a man of high moral character, if you really want to take care of me, I wouldn't mind, and I can even give you a discount.
Chu Yufay's cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes were lowered.
Ningqing's words were too blunt, and she was a little overwhelmed. She quickly went through the hatch, with Ningqing following closely behind. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by a surprisingly spacious duplex hall. It didn't feel like entering a spaceship at all, but rather like stepping into a villa. This spaceship uses the Federation's most advanced space technology, so there's a reason why it's priced this way. The interior was decorated mainly in white, as Chu Yufay had always favored white. Ningqing remembered that she had mentioned more than once that her favorite thing was watching the snow.
Sit wherever you like. What would you like to drink? Chu Yufay invited.
I'm not going to stand on ceremony, Ningqing replied with a chuckle, then plopped down on the sofa.
A milk tea, please. Chu Yufay rolled her eyes. You really have no manners. Why haven't I ever seen you drink milk tea before?
Ningqing tapped the armrest with his fingers.
Don't other young people drink milk tea on dates? I'm just following the trend. Upon hearing this, Chu Yufay's gaze became somewhat unfocused, a strange light flickering in her eyes. The blush on her face spread again, but she couldn't help but smile. She instructed the AI to prepare 2 cups of milk tea and then sat down on the large sofa where Ningqing was. As soon as he sat down, Ningqing lightly stepped on his left foot, slid his body, and moved closer to Chu Yufay, stopping when the distance was less than 5 centimeters. Feeling the strong masculine aura emanating from Ningqing, Chu Yufay felt slightly dizzy, her hands clenched tightly together, and her skin felt a slight numbness. "Why are you sitting so close?" she muttered softly, not daring to turn her face towards Ningqing. So close, she didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if they made eye contact. Wei Tian's words, "not coming home at night," echoed in her mind, and her body grew increasingly hot. Ningqing's gaze lingered on Chu Yufay's profile. Her fair skin shone even brighter under the light. His gaze became intense, his breathing grew heavy, and his mouth grew increasingly dry. He felt like he was playing with fire, and he didn't understand why he was so bold as to suddenly move closer. But now that he's here, he has no intention of backing down. Ahem. He cleared his throat as if to say, "I'm used to it. We used to be deskmates and always sat very close to each other." Chu Yufay wanted to argue that they weren't that close, but she swallowed the words back. Ningqing's approach made her feel shy, but mostly happy. Otherwise, with Ningqing's strength, she would have been frozen solid long before he even got close. She twirled her 2 thumbs together. "Where are we going now?" "This is your territory. I'll follow you wherever you go," Ningqing replied softly, his tone full of submissiveness. Chu Yufay's thumb spun even faster. "How about going to see a movie?" Ningqing raised an eyebrow. "Great, that's perfect for keeping up with the current dating trend." He readily agreed, his gaze fixed on Chu Yufay with increasing intensity. Chu Yufay felt like her face was being burned, so she quickly stood up, looking like she was about to flee, and said, "I'll go get the milk tea." Ningqing smiled. Chu Yufay was still as shy as ever, her aloofness was just a facade. Chu Yufay brought out 2 cups of milk tea, placing one in front of Ningqing while she herself took the other and sat back down in the main seat. She didn't dare sit on the same sofa as Ningqing. His aura made her feel hot all over, and she was afraid he would do something even bolder if she got too close. "I don't know what to do then. If I refuse, I'm afraid of hurting his feelings. If I don't refuse, what will he think of me? Will he think I'm too easy?" As a girl, she naturally had her own sense of propriety. Ningqing smiled, knowing it was time to rein himself in, or he would really scare Chu Yufay away. He picked up the milk tea, took a sip, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. It's so delicious, even the cup smells good." Chu Yufay knew that Ningqing was implying something, but she pretended not to understand and tactfully took a sip of milk tea. It really does taste good. I never thought so before," she thought to herself. After drinking the milk tea, her restless mood gradually calmed down, and the lingering heat on her face slowly subsided. She raised her milk teacup and clinked it against Ningqing's. "Ningqing, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the Jiangnan region's college entrance examination. I'll toast you with tea instead of wine." Ningqing picked up his milk tea and gently clinked glasses with her, his face full of smiles. "You said you'd get a reward if I got into the Federal University. How could I not work my hardest?" Chu Yufay's gaze wandered again. Her heart, which had just calmed down, began to pound rapidly once more, and a blush rose on her cheeks, making her even more beautiful and charming. She remembered Ningqing's words, "I want you." The words kept echoing in her mind, making her feel dizzy and momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Yufay, you're not trying to renege on your debt, are you?" Ningqing's slightly resentful voice gently woke her. She pursed her lips, bit them lightly, and asked in a soft voice, "What reward do you want?" A malicious glint flashed in Ningqing's eyes. "Any reward will do?" Chu Yufay's face was almost buried in the ground. Ningqing's words were too ambiguous. She felt she couldn't let this drag on any longer. If she didn't make things clear, Ningqing might really take advantage of her, and she would be powerless to fight back. She secretly used an ice-based skill to rapidly cool her skin, causing her body to gradually slip out of her control and become reliant on external forces. After calming down, she also composed herself, slowly raised her head, and her expression returned to its usual calm. "Since it's a reward, then of course I'll decide. Watching a movie tonight will be the reward." Ningqing had just sensed the fluctuations of the ice element when he noticed Chu Yufay's subtle movements. He couldn't help but smile. "This is the top scorer. There are only 33 in the entire federation. We'll have to watch at least 33 games." Chu Yufay rolled her eyes inwardly. She realized that Ningqing had not only improved his strength considerably, but his skin was also incredibly thick. "You might as well say you want a yearly subscription," she said irritably. Ningqing's expression was deep and mysterious. "I still want to keep her for the rest of my life." Hearing this, even if Chu Yufay activated her cheat code, it wouldn't work. Her body temperature soared again, and wisps of steam rose from her body, making her look exactly like a steam kettle. "Tsk tisk," Ningqing teased. "Yufay, are you running a fever? I know a little about medicine. How about I take a look at you?" As he spoke, he reached out to Chu Yufay's wrist, as if preparing to take her pulse. Chu Yufay naturally didn't believe it. She tried to move her hand away, but was surprised to find that she
had lost control of her hand and could only watch helplessly as Lin Kuang's hand rested on her wrist. The smooth, tender touch made Lin Kuang's heart skip a beat. He had thought Chu Yufay would avoid it, but she didn't move at all. His body temperature rose rapidly, and his atoms apple bobbed. Now that he had his hand on the pulse, he had no choice but to pretend to take it seriously, even though he knew absolutely nothing about it. Both of them felt the heat of each other's skin. Chu Yufei's body stiffened, her skin tingled, and she jerked her hand back as if she had been electrocuted. Cough cough. Lin Kuang awkwardly withdrew his hand. It's nothing serious. Just drink more water and get enough rest. He spoke as if he could actually diagnose pulses. Chu Yufay glanced at him sideways. You can diagnose in a second? I didn't expect you to be such a miracle doctor. I dare not call myself a miracle doctor. I only have a superficial understanding of medicine. Ha! Chu Yufay smiled with a hint of amusement. Lin Kuang, you're clearly so strong, yet you've been hiding it from me all this time. How do you plan to settle this score? Lin Kuang scratched his nose, unable to explain himself, so he could only stubbornly insist. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Humph. Chu Yufay snorted coldly. You lied to me and still want a reward? No way. Lin Kuang's face immediately fell. He quietly moved closer to Chu Yufay, his face close to hers. Yufay, don't try that. Chu Yufay said sweetly, trying to stop her. Lin Kuang forced a smile and said, okay, then I'll change into another set. But Chu Yufay couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Kuang's shamelessness left her helpless. The spaceship arrived at its destination while the two were chatting, landing smoothly in the parking lot of a super-large commercial complex. To avoid attracting attention, Chu Yufay also wore a mask. However, the swan was too conspicuous, and the two attracted a lot of attention as soon as they got off the spaceship. Moreover, their demeanor was extraordinary. Even with masks on, their stunning looks could not be concealed. Her eyes, as bright as stars on the moon, alone captivated many. However, the two were already used to being watched by others and calmly walked into the business building. They went up to the top floor and followed the signs to find the movie theater. Lin Kuang browsed through the upcoming films, mainly looking at comedies, feeling that other genres didn't seem quite right. How about this one? Lin Kuang asked, pointing to a comedy film. Chu Yufay nodded and softly hummed in agreement. Lin Kuang bought a ticket, and with 20 minutes to spare before the movie started, he decided to wander around the area first. The two had no specific destination in mind, strolling aimlessly, enveloped in a gentle, warm atmosphere. Although it was just a casual walk, both of them were in exceptionally pleasant spirits. As Chu Yufay passed by a men's clothing store, she glanced at Lin Kuang a few times before going inside. Lin Kuang raised an eyebrow slightly and followed him inside. Chu Yufay led Lin Kuang to the casual suit section, and she was very curious about how Lin Kuang looked in a casual suit. With his physique, he would definitely look elegant and handsome in a casual suit, Chu Yufay thought to herself. An image involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Lin Kuang was wearing a sharp black suit, his hair styled in a mature and composed manner, while she was wearing a pure white wedding dress, holding his arm. The couple walked slowly down the red carpet, surrounded by family and friends who witnessed their journey into the Hall of Happiness. Thinking of this, Chu Yufay felt hot all over, her cheeks flushed, and the blush spread from her cheeks to her ears and then to her neck. She unconsciously lowered her head. Chu Yufay, what are you thinking? She silently berated herself. Lin Kuang was somewhat surprised to see Chu Yufay suddenly lost in thought, her cheeks flushed. He moved closer, his gaze falling on her rosy skin. He could tell that Chu Yufay was wearing light makeup today, making her already stunning beauty even more like a fairy descended from heaven. A faint warmth emanated from her face, and Lin Kuang couldn't help but smile, not understanding what she was shy about. Yufay, what are you thinking about? Lin Kuang woke her up with a joking tone. Chu Yufay was startled and quickly turned her head away as if she had done something wrong. Ah, it's nothing. I wasn't thinking about you. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately realized what she had said, quickly covered her face with her hands, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This was so embarrassing. Lin Kuang smiled, finding Chu Yufay incredibly cute, so adorable that he couldn't resist pinching her cheeks. Oh, so I'm not in your heart after all. He pretended to have a sudden realization, but the smile in his tone was unmistakable. Chu Yufay became even more shy, feeling her face burning hot, her hands almost burning, but she dared not move them away, knowing in her heart that her face was probably as red as a ripe apple. Lin Kuang stopped teasing her, afraid she wouldn't be able to take it and would run away. I'll go pick out a few clothes first, he said, changing the subject and starting to choose. On the other side, Chu Yufay secretly opened a crack in her fingers and saw Lin Kuangjin picking out clothes, which calmed her down a little. Wah, this is so embarrassing. Chu Yufay had never felt so embarrassed. Her heart rate and body temperature both reached new highs. About 2 minutes later, the numbness on her face gradually subsided. She let go of her hand, took out her phone, and looked at her face. Seeing that only a faint blush remained on her face, she let out a long breath and leaned closer to Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang had been keeping an eye on her out of the corner of his eye. When she approached, he took out the black blazer he had his eye on and held it up to his chest. Yufay, what do you think of this one? As soon as Chu Yufay saw the black suit, the previous scene reappeared in her mind, especially especially since she was wearing a pure white dress. Fantasy and reality intertwined, and the blush on her cheeks deepened instantly. Lin Kuang was at a loss with Chu Yufay, thinking to himself, how can she blush like this? However, this time Chu Yufay stubbornly refused to lower her head. She knew she couldn't lose face again, otherwise how could the rest of the dates continue? Her eyes still darted away.
This one's nice too, why don't you try it on?
Okay, help me pick out a pair of pants. These sweatpants don't match, Lin Kuang said with a smile.
Chu Yufay didn't refuse and began to carefully select a pair.
After her eyes swept over more than a dozen pairs of trousers, she picked one up and nodded in satisfaction. Then she put it down again, picked out a similar one based on Lin Kuang's height, and handed it to him, saying, try this one. Lin Kuang took it immediately, saying, the one you chose must be the best looking. Chu Yufay pursed her lips, suppressing a smile. Where did you learn such sweet talk? Lin Kuang said sincerely, this is the truth from the bottom of my heart. After saying that, he took the clothes and walked quickly towards the fitting room. Chu Yufay gently parted her lips, her mouth curving into a crescent moon, and her eyes slightly upturned. Her gaze remained fixed on the fitting room door, eagerly anticipating seeing Lin Kuang in that black suit. She imagined he would look incredibly handsome. Even though she was mentally prepared, Chu Yufay was still stunned when the fitting room door slowly opened and Lin Kuang's figure was revealed in a sharp suit. Her eyes glazed over as she stared at him blankly. Lin Kuang is over 1.8 meters tall and has a slightly thin build, but broad and powerful shoulders. The suit fits him even better than the models. His chiseled face, deep eyes, resolute expression, and tailored suit made him look like a domineering CEO who had stepped out of a novel. Seeing Chu Yufay's expression, Lin Kuang was overjoyed. It seemed she was very satisfied with him.
He casually flicked his bangs and said, how about it, handsome or not?
Chu Yufay finally snapped out of her daze. Facing Lin Kuang's teasing gaze, her eyes darted around again.
It's SOSO, she said, clearly not speaking her mind. Suddenly, two voices came from not far away, attracting Chu Yufay's attention.
She turned her head and saw two girls in JK uniforms staring intently at Lin Kuang. One of them, holding a mobile phone, strode towards Lin Kuang, clearly intending to strike up a conversation and ask for his contact information. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yufay's eyes, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a chill emanated from her entire body. She instantly appeared beside Lin Kuang, her gaze fixed coldly on the girl. The girl was startled to see a woman with an ethereal beauty suddenly appear next to the handsome man, staring coldly at her. She immediately realized that the other party was asserting their dominance, and an embarrassed look appeared on her face. Then, she turned around gracefully and hurriedly fled. Her best friend fled in panic, showing no loyalty whatsoever. Lin Kuang chuckled inwardly. Chu Yufay's assertive manner was simply too adorable. Feeling the warmth from Lin Kuang's arms, Chu Yufay realized that she was pressed tightly against him. The chill on her body instantly dissipated, replaced by a wave of heat. She even wanted to run away like the two girls. Then this one will do, Lin Kuang said, interrupting Chu Yufay's wild thoughts. Okay, sure, Chu Yufay replied absent-mindedly.
Lin Kuang secretly glanced at her. Aren't you going to pick out a few sets?
Chu Yufay shook her head.
I have a lot of clothes.
Lin Kuang muttered, feigning dissatisfaction. One thing at a time, those weren't things I bought. Chu Yufay glanced at him quietly, surprised that Lin Kuang had such a domineering side, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. You pick out a couple more sets, and I'll pick one out too, she said softly.
Lin Kuang raised an eyebrow. Okay, you pick one for me, and I'll pick one for you.
Chu Yufay crossed her arms in front of her and nodded gently in response. Her gaze swept across the suit rack, picked up a white suit, and naturally placed it in front of Lin Kuang's chest to examine it closely, her eyes revealing satisfaction and a hint of excitement. He looks just like a prince on a white horse, she thought to herself. Lin Kuang tactfully took the clothes and held them in his hands, saying, Yufay, your taste is impeccable. Chu Yufay gave a proud snort, then picked up the matching pants and handed them to him.
Lin Kuang took the outfit into the fitting room.
When he came out, Chu Yufay's eyes immediately lit up with a dazzling light, and her white teeth were revealed. It seems that when you see a handsome guy, your smile comes naturally. She pursed her lips, trying to hide her smile, but the crescent-shaped smile at the corner of her eyes couldn't be concealed.
Not bad. This outfit wasn't wasted.
Lin Kuang raised his chin, his face beaming with pride. Of course, the one you chose is the most suitable for me. Chu Yufay pretended not to understand his subtext, lowered her head, tapped her fingers lightly, and walked briskly towards the women's clothing section.
She instinctively walked to the skirt section and came to the white skirt rack.
Lin Kuang was carefully selecting, his gaze shifting back and forth between Chu Yufay and the white dress, meticulously comparing them. Looking at Lin Kuang's focused expression, Chu Yufay felt as if he were helping her choose a wedding dress, and her heart was filled with emotion. She bit her lip gently, then lowered her head again, feeling a pang of guilt. She didn't come to her senses until a long dress was handed to her. She hurriedly took the dress, turned around and walked towards the fitting room, not daring to look Lin Kuang in the eye.
Lin Kuang couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze silently following her retreating figure.
Several minutes later, the fitting room door finally opened, and Chu Yufay, with a faint blush on her face, carefully walked out. The moment their eyes met, she immediately lowered her head. In that single glance, she caught the burning gaze in Lin Kuang's eyes and the wide, unrestrained smile that stretched to the back of his head. Her heart trembled with sweetness, and she felt that this white dress was more beautiful than all her other clothes.
Wow! Lin Kuang exclaimed dramatically, which fairy has descended to earth? But Chu Yufay couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although the praise was old-fashioned, she just felt extremely happy. She felt she should be more reserved, so she covered her mouth and glanced at Lin Kuang with feigned calmness, saying, "You smooth talker." Lin Kuang met her gaze, his eyes full of admiration. "I was just being glib with you." Chu Yufay felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Her feigned calmness quickly vanished, and a smile gradually spread, revealing her clean, white teeth. But she quickly forced a stern face and said, "Humph, where did you learn this trick?" Lin Kuang ignored these words and continued to admire Chu Yufay, sincerely praising, "So beautiful." Chu Yufay's face flushed with a delicate blush once again, her eyes sparkling with a bright light, making the surrounding lights seem dim in comparison. She looked in the mirror and silently turned around. Although she couldn't see her reflection behind her, she knew she wasn't turning for herself. With her long dress fluttering gently, Chu Yufay resembled a fairy dancing gracefully, and Lin Kuang's heart was completely captivated. Chu Yufay secretly glanced at Lin Kuang, her heart filled with sweetness, and muttered to herself, "Fool." The two returned to the fitting room to change back into their own clothes and went to the counter to pay. Chu Yufay insisted on buying 2 suits for Lin Kuang, and Lin Kuang understood her intentions and didn't insist on paying for them himself. He bought a dress, and the two handed the clothes to each other, thus completing the gift exchange smoothly. The two then went to the movie theater together, where the movie had already started. The two of them could hardly remember the plot of the movie because their minds were not on it at all. Lin Kuang only remembered drinking water non-stop, but no matter how much he drank, his throat remained dry. His gaze kept drifting to his side, where Chu Yufay's perfect profile was even more captivating than any scene in a movie. Chu Yufay's face was rosy and she looked great all night. After the movie ended, the two walked out of the cinema. It was past midnight and it was time to rest. A subtle, ambiguous atmosphere surrounded the two of them. Lin Kuang felt his throat getting drier, while Chu Yufay felt her cheeks getting hotter. Cough cough. Lin Kuang started his tactical coughing again and said, Yufay, it's getting late. How about I take you back to school first?" A strong sense of reluctance welled up in Chu Yufay's heart. She crossed her hands tightly behind her back, gently bit her lip, her eyes flickered, and she said as if possessed, "The dormitory is closed, I can't get in." Lin Kuang looked surprised. "The dormitories at the Federal University are closed? Jiangnan University never closes them." Chu Yufay wished she could explode on the spot. She didn't understand why she had to lie. If she was found out, how could she live? She buried her head in her neck, her voice barely audible. "The Federal University is more strictly managed." Now that the lie has been told, she has no choice but to go all the way. Lin Kuang scratched his head, speechless for a moment. He couldn't very well suggest that everyone go to a hotel together, could he? What would Chu Yufay think of that? He thought for a moment, then handed the choice to Chu Yufay. "Shall we continue shopping, or?" Chu Yufay's mind went blank at that moment, and she had no idea what to do. She just lowered her head and didn't reply. An intimate atmosphere filled the air, and the two seemed like a young couple spending their first night out together. Chu Yufay pursed her lips and remained silent for a long time, her toes unconsciously rubbing against the ground as if she were painting. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind, biting her lip. "Why don't you come stay at my place?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Chu Yufay immediately regretted it, feeling like she had gone mad by inviting Lin Kuang to her house. This time, not only were his face and neck bright red, but his entire body was burning red. Chu Yufay's words stunned Lin Kuang. His eyes widened, his lips parted slightly, and he stared at her intently. His heart pounded, and his throat went dry. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his lips trembled. Stay at your place?" They brought him home so quickly, and he wasn't prepared at all. Is it really okay for him to go to meet Chu Yufay's parents empty-handed? And it's late at night. Are you sure he won't get beaten half to death? Chu Yufay realized that Lin Kuang had misunderstood, and explained in a flustered tone, "I bought the house myself, and I live alone." After explaining, she felt it was better not to say anything more, since inviting Lin Kuang home alone as a man and a woman made the intention sound far from pure. Lin Kuang's heart pounded like thunder. In the dead of night, a man and a woman alone in a room, this scenario inevitably stirred up all sorts of thoughts. He was only 21, the age when his hormones were at their peak. He felt his whole body burning, and his blood was flowing faster than when he unleashed blood frenzy. He opened his mouth slightly, and hot breath escaped from it as if he were breathing fire. Then, we go back now?" Lin Kuang was a little dizzy, but he still instinctively wanted to go back with Chu Yufay. He wasn't stupid, so of course he wouldn't refuse. Chu Yufay dared not look at Lin Kuang anymore, nor did she dare to respond. She simply walked silently toward the entrance of the commercial complex. The invitation had already been sent, and she couldn't go back on her word, especially since she didn't want to. And so, the two of them boarded the spaceship in a daze, returned to Chu Yufay's neighborhood in a daze, and then entered the neighborhood in a daze, arriving at the door of her house. The moment Chu Yufay opened the door using
using facial recognition, she suddenly realized that she had brought a boy home. She closed her eyes tightly, slammed her head against the door, and used her head to push the door open. She felt like she had gone crazy for doing something so daring. Ningqing touched his nose and silently followed inside. At this point, even if Chu Yufay changed her mind and kicked him out, he wouldn't leave. Chu Yufay pinned the door against the wall with her head and stood there motionless, showing no intention of leaving. Ningqing took off his shoes, stood next to the shoe cabinet and glanced at the bottom of the cabinet. There were only 2 pairs of small slippers, so he had to go in wearing socks. He walked to the sofa and sat down, quietly watching Chu Yufay's conflicted expression, his smile growing wider. The restlessness in his heart gradually subsided, replaced by an indescribable sweetness. He wished this moment could last forever. Bang bang bang. Chu Yufay gently knocked on the door with her head, wishing she could crack open her own head to see what was inside. She had actually brought a boy home on their first date. Now that she and a man are alone in a room, how should she face the situation? She dared not look Ningqing in the eye, so she stood by the door, deliberately letting her disheveled hair cover her face so that Ningqing would not see her already flushed face. Ningqing found Chu Yufay extremely cute and couldn't help but tease her. Yufay, you're not planning to just stand there all night, are you? Chu Yufay knocked on the door more frequently, striking it heavily like a wooden fish, then covered her face with her hands and turned to look at Ningqing through her fingers. Ningqing, otherwise, hey! Ningqing quickly raised his hand to make a stop gesture. I don't want to listen. I'm already here. I'm not leaving. Chu Yufay panicked. How could you do this? This is my house. He. Ningqing chuckled mischievously. I know. Didn't you say you'd let me stay at your place? Chu Yufay stomped her foot. I regret it. Is that not allowed? Ningqing leaned back on the sofa and stretched. Ah, this sofa is so comfortable. I don't want to move once I sit down. Ningqing was clearly cheating, and Chu Yufay cursed herself for letting a wolf into her house. She turned and walked out, saying, you can stay here by yourself. I'm going back to school. Ningqing crossed his legs, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh, didn't you say the dorms were closed? Yufay, you didn't deliberately trick me into going home, did you? What are you up to? Chu Yufay then remembered the lie she had told earlier and truly felt the pain of shooting herself in the foot. She pounded on the door a few more times, wishing she could knock a hole and crawl inside. I forgot. I'll go stay at a hotel then. Ningqing picked up the pillow next to him. Its fragrance was so pleasant that it made him slightly dizzy. You go ahead. I'll sleep in your room. Chu Yufay pictured Ningqing lying on her bed, using her pillow, covered by her blanket, and hugging her body pillow. Oh right, a throw pillow. Chu Yufay instantly snapped back to reality, her mind reeling. She couldn't even imagine how she could go on living if Ningqing saw her pillow. She might as well just jump off the 36th floor. Ignoring her embarrassment and shyness, she immediately straightened up, slammed the door shut, glared at Ningqing, and then stormed off to the sofa. She would rather be alone with Ningqing in a room than allow him to see her body pillow. Ningqing stroked his chin. He had only been joking earlier, but seeing Chu Yufay's attitude, he became genuinely curious and wanted to go to her room to see what secrets she was hiding. Chu Yufay sat down in the main seat, crossed her arms, and stared at Ningqing with pouting lips. 3 years had passed, and Ningqing's skin had only gotten thicker. Ningqing braced his left foot on the edge of the sofa and slid his body to the other end, closer to Chu Yufay. He rested one hand on the coffee table, his chin on his hand, and quietly gazed at Chu Yufay. Chu Yufay glared angrily at Ningqing, engaging in a fierce stare contest, but quickly lost. Ningqing's gaze was too intense, as dazzling as the sun, and she couldn't withstand it at all. She lowered her eyes and curled up, but still stubbornly insisted, if you stare into my eyes again, I'll gouge them out. Ningqing shrugged. Go ahead and dig, but I have one condition. You have to carry my eyes with you at all times so I can keep an eye on you. These straightforward words of love made Chu Yufay's cheeks flush red and hot. She buried her head in her knees, hugged her legs with her hands, and dared not reply. She was afraid that if she continued talking, the situation would completely spiral out of control. What if Ningqing really confessed his feelings? She was completely unprepared. Ningqing continued to prop himself up, quietly staring at her, while Chu Yufay remained nestled on his lap. The two remained silent, and time ticked by, as if it would continue like this until dawn. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yufay's phone suddenly started vibrating continuously, and messages flooded in like a tidal wave. She then snapped out of her nervousness, shyness, sweetness, and embarrassment and took out her phone. Upon opening the app, I found more than 10 messages from my best friend. Chu Yufay, you're incredibly bold. He didn't come home all night, leaving me sleepless and alone. It's only our first date. Can't you be a little more reserved? Don't be fooled by Ningqing. Even if you're willing to be scammed, you still need to take safety precautions. Upon seeing the words take safety precautions, Chu Yufay immediately conjured up images unsuitable for minors, feeling as if thorns had sprouted all over her body, and her skin burned with pain. She was terrified of being seen by Ningqing, and didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. She covered her face and ran away. I'm going back to my room. Her steps were quick, and the last came from inside the room, followed by a bang as the door slammed shut.
out. After closing the door, Chu Yufay couldn't help but let out a shy scream, then collapsed onto the bed and covered her head tightly with the blanket. Chu Yufay, you're such a disgrace. Wei Tian, I'm going to give you a good beating when I get back. Her voice, filled with gritted teeth, came from under the covers. Beside the blanket, a long white throw pillow bore witness to everything. A photograph was pasted on the pillow. If Ningqing were there, he would certainly recognize himself in the photo. In the photo, he looks a little green. It was a solo photo Chu Yufay took of him on the day of his high school graduation. Ningqing couldn't help but chuckle at Chu Yufay's disheveled escape. He sat up straight and got up to take a shower. His personal belongings and clothes are all kept in a special backpack, so there is no need to worry about inconvenience. Upon entering the bathroom, he found it filled with various daily necessities, all in pink packaging, clearly purchased by a girl. But Ningqing felt this didn't seem like Chu Yufay, because she didn't like pink and only loved white. A girl with pigtails flashed through his mind. She was Chu Yufay's roommate. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, Ningqing picked up his toiletries and began to take a shower. Not long after, he returned to the living room in his pajamas. This was a 3-bedroom apartment, and since Chu Yufay hadn't made any special arrangements, he didn't dare to sleep anywhere else, lest he end up in the twin-tailed girl's room. He planned to first look at the information on the Kyoto region instance, and then ask Chu Yufay, who he estimated was now calmer. The information Ningqing was looking up was the auction information for the legendary heavy armor. The curse of the gods was like a sharp blade hanging over his head, and he had never forgotten it. He is about to undergo his 4th transformation, at which time the curse will surely descend, and he must make thorough preparations. Equipment is the most crucial external aid for improving a professional's strength. Now that he has a large sum of money, it is only natural that he should buy the top-of-the-line equipment to enhance his strength in order to cope with the impending curse. During the final exam, in addition to giving Chu Yufay the legendary staff, he also obtained a lot of equipment, with a total value of about 1 billion. His live streaming income far exceeded everyone's expectations. Many people guessed it was around 500 million, but it was much more than that. A whopping 2.2 billion yuan, a single livestream generating tens of figures in revenue. No one would dare to imagine that, but Ningqing did it nonetheless. The livestream reached a peak of over 1 billion concurrent viewers, and the big companies, not wanting to miss the opportunity, directly donated their entire 6-month advertising budget to Ningqing. The sums ranged from several million to tens of millions of yuan, and it was these funds that created the 2.2 billion yuan live streaming miracle. Ningqing made live streaming history. There is no one like him before, and it is unlikely that anyone will be able to do it again. Now that he has over 3 billion yuan in his hands, buying legendary equipment is no problem at all, provided there is a sufficient supply. Pulling his thoughts back, Ningqing recalled the information he had found online about the blood demon god. From the Federation to the present, including himself, there have been a total of 9 blood demon gods, and he was the 9th. Of these 9 blood demons, the highest level is exactly 90, and 2 of them have reached that level. Although the blood demons aren't particularly strong, they can still manage to level up by equipping themselves with lifesteal gear. Both of those blood demon gods who reached level 90 came from well-off families. One of them was even the offspring of a high-level professional, so buying lifestealing equipment was no problem for them. Even so, their level only remained at 90, and they perished not long after reaching level 90. The official explanation is that the 2 died at the hands of a monster, but Ningqing doesn't believe it. He suspects that their real cause of death was the curse of the gods. However, the official authorities probably did not reveal the truth for some reason. After all, the curse involves legendary gods, and the official authorities have always claimed that there are no gods in the world and that the peak level of a professional is only 300, which is still within the realm of humans. The authorities were clearly aware of the existence of the gods, but chose to conceal it, and the reasons behind this remain unknown. But Ningqing knew very well that gods must be extremely terrifying. The Federation had many 10th-level professionals in charge, but they didn't even dare to announce the existence of gods, which showed how deep the Federation's fear of gods was. He carries the curse of the gods and is very weak. To overcome this difficulty, he must do everything in his power. As his thoughts raced, Ningqing's mood suddenly turned heavy, and he sighed inwardly. He wasn't sure if it was right or wrong for him to intrude into Chu Yufay's life again. The road ahead was full of uncertainties, and if he couldn't overcome the curse, he would face certain death. But he couldn't bear to sever all ties with Chu Yufay. Ningqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm just a selfish mortal. He logged into the professional forum and went to the auction section, where he could find a list of items to be auctioned by all the auction houses in the Federation for the next month. Technology is so convenient. He typed heavy armor into the search bar, then selected the legendary tier in the filter bar, and clicked confirm. A total of 4 legendary equipment items appeared, and only a handful of legendary equipment items were auctioned in the entire Federation within a month. 2 of the items have too high a level requirement and are not suitable for Ningqing at the moment, so there are 2 items left to choose from. One is the Lava Beast King armor, with a level restriction of 70 to 120. The other is the Earth Giant shoulder armor,
armor, with a level restriction of 90 to 150. Although Lin Kuang is only level 71, he will soon reach level 90. If he has the chance, he must get that shoulder armor. He checked the auction details for the 2 pieces of equipment. The Lava Beast King armor would be auctioned for cash, and the auction was scheduled for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. The Earth Giant shoulder armor, however, requires a barter system, requiring the exchange for a legendary cloth armor of the same level. The auction will take place in 5 days. Seeing this, Lin Kuang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Where was he going to find a legendary cloth armor of level 90 to 150? Thinking it over, he changed the search criteria to cloth armor, and found that only 3 pieces were up for auction, none of which matched the level range of 90 to 150. The method of exchanging for them was simply not feasible. Sigh. Lin Kuang sighed. It really isn't that simple. Lin Kuang began searching for a suitable place to level up in the Kyoto region. The Kyoto region wasn't connected to the wilderness, making it impossible to find a suitable route to grind monsters outside the city. In any case, leveling up is the top priority, and Chu Yufay also has to attend classes and level up, so she can't stay with him all the time. Soon, a post caught Lin Kuang's attention. The best leveling dungeon for players of level 60 to 90 in the Kyoto region. He clicked on the post, which introduced a special dungeon, Purgatory. It is considered special because this instance has 9 levels, each with a larger space than the previous one. The area of the 9th level is even comparable to that of a large city. The number of monsters also increases with each level. Choosing Hell difficulty, the first level has 1,000 monsters, the second level has 3,000, the third level has 5,000. With each floor you descend, the number of monsters increases by 2,000, reaching 17,000 on the 9th floor. If you can clear the level, you can kill a total of 81,000 monsters, a number that is difficult to match even when playing in the wild. As the center of the Federation, it's no wonder that the professionals here can level up at a speed that ranks among the top in the entire Federation, given how much resources they possess. Lin Kuang made a decision and decided to spend his time in the Purgatory secret realm leveling up during his time in the Kyoto region. After checking the information, he prepared to go find Chu Yufay and ask her to help arrange a room for him to rest. It was almost 2 o'clock. Arriving at the door of the master bedroom, Lin Kuang knocked. Soon, the door was pushed open a crack, and Chu Yufay peeked out, staring at him with slight nervousness. What's wrong? Lin Kuang gripped the doorframe and brought his face close to the crack in the door. Chu Yufay immediately became alert and shrank back slightly. Lin Kuang, don't do anything rash. You're no match for me. Ha! Lin Kuang chuckled. You mean just because I'm stronger than you, I can do whatever I want? Chu Yufay pouted and glared at him. You've become bad. Oh, Lin Kuang teased. Am I the bad one, or are you impure? I just wanted to ask which room I should sleep in. Judging from your wariness, anyone who didn't know better would think I tricked you into coming home. Chu Yufei's eyes flickered, her lips were tightly pursed, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face, as if she really was the one who had tricked Lin Kuang back. She smoothed the strands of hair that had fallen across her face. You can sleep in the room opposite mine. Nobody's ever slept there before. Lin Kuang's gaze swept lightly across Chu Yufei's face, every inch of it so perfect. On the surface, he remained calm and composed, but his heart was already pounding over 180 beats per minute. You're not planning to sneak into my room pretending to sleepwalk after I fall asleep, are you? Lin Kuang said jokingly. Chu Yufay glanced at him sideways. Dream on, go to sleep. Lin Kuang smiled, his eyes softened, and his voice was deep and magnetic. Good night, Yufay. Chu Yufay felt a tingling sensation all over her body. His voice was like gentle hands caressing her skin, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, irresistible and completely captivating her. Although she was a little stunned, she still instinctively replied with a good night. Looking at Chu Yufei's appearance, Lin Kuang found her both cute and adorable. He involuntarily raised his hand and gently flicked the tip of her nose. After he finished the action, he realized what he had just done. His hand froze in midair, his eyes darting around, and he dared not look directly at Chu Yufay. It took Chu Yufay a while to react to Lin Kuang's actions. Her cheeks immediately flushed red, the blush spreading to her neck. Her whole body felt weak, and she could only barely stand by holding onto the door. She stared blankly at Lin Kuang, almost unable to believe that what had just happened had actually occurred. Lin Kuang pulled his hand back to his mouth, coughed lightly, then quickly turned around, walked to the door opposite, turned the knob and went inside, then closed the door behind him. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. He took several deep breaths, trying to suppress his excitement, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly to moisten his parched throat. A chill ran down his spine, and he realized he was covered in cold sweat. After a while, he slapped his right hand in frustration. What was I doing? What if I scared Yufay? On the other side of the room, after seeing Lin Kuang rush into the room as if his life depended on it, Chu Yufay finally understood what he had just done. She subconsciously touched the tip of her nose, as if she could still feel the lingering warmth of Lin Kuang on it. Her body temperature rose rapidly, and she felt as if she were steaming. She hurriedly covered her face with her hands, trying to cool it down. Then she turned around, leaning her back against the door, just like Lin Kuang, pressing her body against it. Why is my face so hot? I could boil an egg on it. Her voice trembled slightly, like plucking a taut guitar string. After a long while, her body temperature gradually decreased, her restless heart slowly calmed down, and her body finally recovered from its limp state. She ran quickly to the bed, leaped onto it, and buried her head under the covers. You stinky Lin Kuang, you've got some nerve. How dare you take liberties with me like that? I'll settle this score with you tomorrow. A voice, a mixture of shyness, embarrassment, and secret delight, came from under the covers. Lin Kuang also lay down on the bed, but he was not sleepy at all. The scene of him pinching Chu Yufay's nose kept replaying in his mind. Tonight, two people are destined to have sleepless nights. At 6:30 the next morning, Lin Kuang got out of bed. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he decided to get up and make breakfast. After washing up, he went to the kitchen and found that there was only one bag of noodles left in the refrigerator, but fortunately most of the seasonings were still there. Cooking vegetarian noodles is very simple. The noodles will be cooked in no time. Lin Kuangxing placed the noodles on the table and was about to call Chu Yufay when he saw her come out of the room. She had finished washing up and was wearing a pure white silk nightgown. The nightgown was smooth and clingy, perfectly outlining Chu Yufay's graceful figure. Moreover, because the design is close to the skin, the curves and bulges are particularly noticeable. Lin Kuang was stunned, his eyes were glazed over, his lips trembled slightly, and his breath became hot, as if he might have a nosebleed at any moment. Chu Yufay was also taken aback when she saw Lin Kuang in a daze. She had thought that Lin Kuang hadn't gotten up yet, since he didn't have to go to class, which was why he was wearing his pajamas. She followed Lin Kuang's gaze downwards, and the exaggerated curves stung her eyes, as if two grates were placed in the middle. She frantically clutched her chest, screamed, and then ran back to her room as fast as she could. Bang! The door slammed shut. The door seemed to mutter innocently, "How can I be so innocent?" Lin Kuang touched his nose and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no bleeding. Thank goodness, I didn't embarrass myself too much. To be honest, Yufei's figure is indeed a bit unfair. He sat back down in his chair and waited quietly for Chu Yufay to come out so they could have breakfast together. This wait lasted for more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, the table had a heat preservation function, otherwise the noodles would have gotten cold. The door opened, and Chu Yufay walked out cautiously with her head down, as if afraid of being seen. Lin Kuang turned his head and, upon seeing the white dress she was wearing, raised an eyebrow and revealed a satisfied smile, because that was the dress he bought for Chu Yufay last night. Although it wasn't the first time they had met, Lin Kuang's heart was still completely captivated, and he could only see Chu Yufay, with no room for anyone else. Chu Yufay secretly glanced at Lin Kuang, and when their eyes met, she quickly looked away as if she had been electrocuted. The awkwardness she felt earlier left her unsure how to face Lin Kuang. She slowly moved towards the door, wanting to go back to school to avoid the storm. Lin Kuang quickly waved, "Yufay, let's have breakfast before going back to school." Chu Yufay wanted to say she wasn't hungry, but she swallowed the words back and moved to the dining table involuntarily, sitting down opposite Lin Kuang. However, she kept her head down the whole time, burying her face in her neck. Sitting across from Lin Kuang to eat breakfast had already exhausted all her courage. Lin Kuang remained silent, quietly enjoying the warmth of the moment. Breakfast ended in an awkward yet slightly ambiguous atmosphere, with Chu Yufay silently taking away Lin Kuang's bowl and chopsticks. The breakfast was delicious, thank you, she said in a soft, sweet voice. Lin Kuang pinched his chin, letting out a soft, cheerful breath. If you want to eat, I can keep making it for you. Chu Yufay lowered her head even further. I'm going to wash the dishes, she said hesitantly, as she took the bowls and headed towards the kitchen. After washing the dishes, she walked straight from the kitchen to the front door, took out her shoes from the shoe cabinet, and changed into them. Then, she took out a card and a key from her spatial ring and placed them on top of the shoe cabinet. Lin Kuang, I've left the room card and spaceship key here. Remember to take the room card with you when you go out. Before she could even finish speaking, she hurriedly left without waiting for Lin Kuang's response, her speed so fast that one might mistake her for a thief. Lin Kuang chuckled. Chu Yufei's skin was indeed too thin. He stood up from the sofa, stretched, and prepared to level up. After changing his clothes, Lin Kuang took his room key and spaceship key and walked out the door. He arrived at the place where the Swan had docked yesterday, only to find that the Swan was no longer there, guessing that Chu Yufay had sailed away. Lin Kuang took out his spaceship key, just as the hatch of a luxurious white spaceship next to him opened. About 20 minutes later, Lin Kuang arrived at the parking lot at the entrance of the Purgatory instance. At the same time, Chu Yufay returned to her dormitory and was immediately cornered by Wei Tian as soon as she entered. Wei Tian leaned closer to Chu Yufei's neck and sniffed, her expression immediately turning serious. She put her hands on her hips and said, "You smell like a man. Tell me honestly, what did you do with Lin Kuang last night?" Chu Yufei's eyes flickered, and she hurriedly denied it. "You're talking nonsense, nothing happened between us." "Tsk tisk." Wei Tian sneered. "Yufei, you sound quite disappointed." Chu Yufei blushed with embarrassment and took the opportunity to slip under Wei Tian's arm, saying, "I'm going to get my book, I'm going to be late." The camera returns to Lin Kuang, who has entered a dark and oppressive environment. The atmosphere so heavy it's uncomfortable. A piercing scream rang out, making him frown. The sound was even more chilling than a ghost's wail. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a skeleton charging towards him with a bone knife in its hand. Pale white flames burned in the skull's empty eye sockets, creating an eerie scene.
With a roar, filthy bone hands emerged from the ground.
Ningqing felt something strange under his feet and his heart tightened. His gaze fell, and he saw a bony hand emerge from the ground, gripping his ankle tightly.
Ningqing's eyes narrowed. The scene looked just like a horror movie.
Although it was scary, he didn't panic. His eyes shot out a scarlet light, and blood flames surged, illuminating the surrounding space.
A tyrannical aura swept around, and the skeletons froze in their tracks. The evil creatures sensed an evil aura that was purer and more powerful than their own. The white flames in their eye sockets flickered violently, revealing their inner turmoil. Ningqing unfurled his blood-red wings, and with a flap of his wings, he soared into the air, taking the skeleton that was gripping his ankle with him. He wielded the slaughtering blade, instantly severing the still bewildered skeleton. The level 85 elite monster couldn't even cause a ripple in Ningqing's hands.
Ningqing's actions seemed to have angered the other side. Skeletons sprouted bone wings from their backs, flapped their wings, and quickly soared into the sky, surrounding Ningqing. These skeletons have all mastered the skill of flying, so it's impossible for them to sneak through any gaps by flying. However, Ningqing didn't care at all and sneered, "You've come at the perfect time." He hurled the blood orb into the air, where it fell like a meteor, violently bombarding the skull leader and completely crushing its skill defenses. Blood splattered everywhere, and the skeleton leader and many other skeletons around him were caught in the blast, turning into ashes and dropping their equipment and materials. The great battle officially began, and Ningqing responded with a one-sided massacre, each sword strike taking away one or even more skeletons. The skeletons' attacks only caused him minor damage, and his injuries healed at a visible speed, without even needing healing potions.
This is the power of immortality. Ningqing's defense is now probably no less than that of a 4th-tier tank-type epic boss. Ordinary monsters simply cannot break through his defenses.
Of course, the biggest advantage of immortality is that he is immune to fatal attacks every day, which means he goes out with 2 lives every day. Ningqing, his body engulfed in blood flames, was like a dazzling sun, hovering in midair, visible even to the skeletons in the distance. A constant stream of enemies rushed towards him, only to become his health packs and experience packs. While Ningqing was wreaking havoc, Chu Yufay was quietly listening to the lecture in her classroom at the Federal University. The boy behind her, however, had no interest in listening to the lesson. The boy's eyes remained fixed on Chu Yufay, and he didn't even look up at the teacher on the podium. His face was gloomy, his eyes were as cold and sharp as snakes, his clenched fists made his cheeks bulge, and the veins on the back of his hands stood out.
"Chu Yufay, you actually went on a date with that bastard Ningqing and didn't come home at night. You've treated me coldly for the past 3 years. So it turns out you like a good-for-nothing."
The scene of Ningqing and Chu Yufay being intimately entwined kept flashing through his mind, his eyes burning with jealousy and anger, and his reason almost completely collapsed. For 3 whole years, he had been incredibly attentive to Chu Yufay, but each time Chu Yufay's reaction to him was one of utter disgust.
That's not all, because Chu Yufay was equally indifferent to other men.
But the news that came last night left him both incredulous and furious. Chu Yufay waited for a boy at the spaceship center.
The two then went shopping for clothes and watched a movie together. In the end, Chu Yufay even took the boy home. He only returned to school this morning. With his abilities, even if Ningqing was wearing a mask, it would be easy for him to find out his identity. After all, Ningqing had used his signature blood wings at the entrance of the spaceship station. Last night, Ningqing's detailed information from childhood to adulthood was already laid out in front of him, and Ningqing's family background was as poor as a beggar's in his eyes. The profession blood demon god was utterly worthless in his eyes. Even though Ningqing became the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the Jiangnan region, he was nothing more than a tiny ant in his eyes. After all, there are 33 top scorers in the college entrance examination every year, but very few of them can make it all the way to the top of the federation. Most of them end up either joining the government or joining a powerful force. The StarNet Group, founded by the Li family, is the dream destination for many top scorers in the college entrance examination. Therefore, in his eyes, Ningqing was just an ant that he could crush with a single step. "Ningqing, I will make you utterly disgraced and die a horrible death." Li Tianming thought fiercely. Killing people was never a psychological burden for him. He took out his phone and sent a message to someone: "Go challenge Ningqing, defeat him, and ruin his reputation." He not only wanted Ningqing dead, but also wanted him to be utterly disgraced and suffer unbearable pain. This was merely the first step in his plan. Received, the other party replied quickly. On the other end of the message, a young man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes logged onto the website, ready to watch Ningqing's final exam live. "Ningqing, we have no enmity. It's just that you offended the eldest son of the Li family. Like me, you are an ant with no background," he muttered to himself. He is Liu Yu, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in the Kyoto region. His profession is Hell Lord, a mythical level professional with
with a level of 75, which is even higher than Lin Kuang's. On the day he changed jobs, he signed a contract with StarNet Group, and with the group's strong support, his career advancement was rapid.
StarNet Corporation is a top giant in the Federation, monopolizing the entire Federation's network.
Of course, gaining support means paying a price, and his price was to work for StarNet Group.
Therefore, he could not disobey Li Tianming's orders. As a direct descendant of the Li family, Li Tianming has been a high-ranking executive in the StarNet Group since birth.
At this moment, Lin Kuang, engrossed in slaying monsters, was completely unaware that someone was secretly watching his life the moment he stepped
into the capital.
If he had known, he would have sighed. The capital is indeed the capital. There are so many spoiled young masters here. Lin Kuang cleared away layer after layer of monsters, and after about 5 hours, he finally reached the 9th floor. The main problem is that this area is too vast, so most of the time is spent traveling, while killing monsters doesn't take much time. For Lin Kuang, even monsters at the 3rd rank were easy targets, capable of being killed in a single blow. The 9th floor is even more spacious, with a higher sky and a wider land. As soon as Lin Kuang stepped in, he was attacked by more than 100 skeletons. The leader was a level 90 epic boss, along with about 10 rare bosses, and the rest were elite monsters. This lineup of monsters, which would give an epic team a headache, was easily defeated by Lin Kuang, who treated them like dirt chickens and clay dogs. Lin Kuang swept his way to the center of the secret realm, and after more than an hour, he found the dungeon boss, a level 90 legendary skeleton. Without a word, the battle erupted instantly. Lin Kuang flapped his blood wings, stirring up a storm like tempest, and charged straight at the Skeleton King. The flames in the Skeleton King's eye sockets suddenly surged and spread rapidly throughout his body, transforming him into a Hell Knight. The flames spread along the hand bones to the bone knife, which was also engulfed by the flames, but the flames were not scorching. Instead, they were eerily cold. Blue ice rapidly formed on the ground where the skeleton monster stood, and blue ice crystals condensed in the air, slowly falling down. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it concealed a deadly danger. The white flames sent a chill down Lin Kuang's spine, a coldness rushing straight to his mind. The flames could even harm the soul. Lin Kuang roared and swung the slaughtering giant blade. A blood sphere streaked across the sky like a meteor, heading straight for the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King remained silent, his bone blade flashing with a sharp light, a fiery blade of energy traversing dozens of meters, tearing through the air as it slashed towards the blood orb. The two forces collided in mid-air, creating a deafening roar that shook the space. Blood flames surged, and a violent shockwave swept across the heavens and earth. The Skeleton King staggered back several steps, its white flames churning violently, a testament to its inner shock. Before it could even ponder why a third-stage human could be so powerful, a sword aura spanning 100 meters slashed through the air and descended upon it. That was the bloodthirsty demon ceiling slash, Lin Kuang's strongest technique to date. He wanted to use this sword to send the Skeleton King to his grave. Feeling a strong threat to his life, the Skeleton King let out a deep roar, venting his fear. The roar was like a ship's horn, deep and loud. Lin Kuang felt a sharp pain in his head, as if he were being pricked by needles.
His face turned pale instantly, and his body swayed. Soul attacks, what a nuisance, he couldn't help but complain.
On the other side, the Skeleton King gripped the bone blades tightly with both hands and swung them repeatedly. The bone blades turned into phantoms, and continuous blade energy tore through the sky, meeting the demon ceiling sword energy. But what broke it was that the blade energy was like a bubble that burst at the first touch in front of the sword energy, which was unstoppable and struck its body directly. The bones, as hard as legendary plate armor, shattered instantly, and the flames burning its entire body vanished abruptly, leaving only 2 pieces of skeleton and a piece of material falling to the ground. At the same time, Lin Kuang received a notification that a record had been broken, and the system asked him if he wanted to announce it.
Lin Kuang chose to announce it without hesitation. He was already famous enough and didn't mind becoming even more famous.
Outside the dungeon, a large number of third job players are forming teams to prepare. This is the most popular third job dungeon in Kyoto, and almost all third job players stay here. The square was packed with more than 100,000 people. If Lin Kuang hadn't been able to fly, it would have taken a long time to squeeze into the instance. Suddenly, the recording stone burst forth with dazzling golden light, which, despite the intense sunlight, could not be concealed. Instantly, all the professionals in the room were drawn to the golden light, staring at it in disbelief before realizing what had happened.
Someone has broken the record for the purgatory dungeon. Impossible. That record was left by the marshal. Who could break it? Who on earth broke the record that had stood for over 300 years? My God, I'm witnessing history today.
The already noisy square suddenly erupted into chaos as the crowd surged toward the recording stone, nearly causing a stampede. Fortunately, the professionals were resilient, otherwise an accident would have already occurred. The stone was surrounded by a crowd of people, their eyes filled with fervor and their expressions of reverence, like cult fanatics awaiting the arrival of their god. As the golden light gradually dimmed, the writing on the recording stone began to appear, with names emerging first.
Lin Kuang. Who is Lin Kuang? Could it be Lin Kuang from Jiangnan? That top scorer in the college entrance exam? He actually came to Kyoto?
No matter how strong he is, he's just the blood demon god.
Can he break the record left by the marshal? Impossible.
Since the purgatory dungeon was introduced, more than half of the mythic-level professionals have challenged it.
How could Ningqing, the blood demon god, possibly overpower hundreds of mythic-level professionals?
The deafening murmurs echoed across the square, leaving those who hadn't managed to squeeze to the front of the row completely bewildered.
Isn't the blood demon god the worst class? How can anyone believe that this class can break the purgatory dungeon record? Are they out of their minds?
Ningqing is indeed quite famous, but he is not yet a household name. Many people simply have no interest in paying attention to someone younger than themselves, which is a common human failing.
Immediately afterwards, another deafening scream came from ahead, shocking everyone even more.
It really is the blood demon god. That's right, it's Ningqing from the Jiangnan region.
I knew it was him. Ningqing is about to ascend to immortality.
As expected, the blood demon god, the most notoriously useless class, has actually broken the dungeon record left by the marshal.
Who is the marshal?
He is the Federation's most recognized leader, in charge of the Federation's army, and the most powerful weapon to deter the wilderness. Since changing his profession, he has been recognized as the most monstrous professional, creating countless records that no one has
been able to break to this day.
He is hailed as the chosen one of the human race, a talent that is unprecedented and unparalleled. Now, his record has been broken by an epic-level professional.
Isn't that just a fantasy?
Just as their brains were about to collapse, the recording stone roared once again. The record is 7 hours, 5 minutes, and 29.6 seconds.
My god, he's 2 whole hours faster. How did he do that?
I now suspect there's a bug in the dungeon.
There must be a bug.
I don't believe anyone can be this much stronger than a marshal of the same rank.
The scene immediately descended into chaos. Some were overjoyed, some couldn't believe it, and some were disheartened.
Many of them regarded the federal marshal as their lifelong faith, the only true god, and believed that he was unprecedented and unparalleled. However, today, the record he left behind has been broken, and he was defeated by a blood demon god. The tall and majestic image of the marshal in their hearts has begun to crack, their faith has wavered, and their Tao heart has shattered. In the parking lot, Lu Yu was leisurely waiting for Ningqing inside the spaceship. His spaceship was parked next to Ningqing, so he could detect Ningqing's return immediately. He didn't have the time or inclination to stand in the square waiting for someone. His spaceship was a Tier 6 spaceship with excellent soundproofing, but as the noise in the square intensified, the sound still managed to get through.
He frowned. A 6th-tier spaceship has such poor sound insulation?
He initially intended to ignore it, but the continuous noise aroused his curiosity, so he stepped out of the spaceship. When the hatch opened, he realized he had wronged the spaceship. The noise outside almost shattered his eardrums. His brow furrowed, and he grew increasingly agitated, but when he overheard the conversation among the professionals, his agitation vanished instantly. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his mouth opened into an O shape. Ningqing actually broke the record for the purgatory dungeon, and more than 2 hours ahead of schedule.
What kind of joke is this from the Federation?
He was so shocked that he lost his voice hoarse and shrill, like a gust of wind whistling through a ripped leather bag. His throat had never been so dry. He had run the purgatory dungeon 6 times and knew its difficulty well. His fastest completion time was 26 hours, while Ningqing only took 7 hours, which was a world of difference.
Initially, he didn't think much of Ningqing.
Even though the blood demon god was considered a useless class, and even though he had gotten lucky and solved the bleeding problem, and had considerable attack power by relying on high critical hits and critical hit damage, he didn't take him seriously. Even though Ningqing defeated Mu Ziyun, the purple heaven thunder god, he didn't think much of it. He just felt that Mu Ziyun was too useless and hadn't explored the potential of the purple heaven thunder god, thus disgracing the mythical profession. Besides completing the task assigned by Li Tianming, Lu Yu's mission is also to vindicate the mythical professions. Mythical professionals are the strongest of their class, soaring dragons through the heavens, while other professionals are nothing but ants. However, this news completely shattered his confidence and pride. All his strength was drained, his legs went weak, and he fell down the steps off the ship. He fell face first into the mud in a sorry state, but he didn't care about saving face. He lay quietly on the ground, like a puddle of mud. At the exit of the instance, a handsome young man in a white suit slowly appeared, a faint smile on his lips, clearly in a good mood.
It was Ningqing.
But his smile quickly froze. The cacophony made him frown slightly. The frenzied crowd made him feel as if he were in the headquarters of a cult, witnessing an evil sacrificial ritual.
Are the professionals in Kyoto really this crazy?
Ningqing thought to himself. He wanted to leave quickly, but the frenzied crowd in front of him was running around wildly, making it difficult for him to fly away. Moreover, the moment he appeared, numerous burning gazes immediately focused on him, the heat seeming to melt him. Ningqing took a small step back, his expression wary, ready to draw his sword at any moment.
Who wouldn't be afraid under the intensely aggressive gaze of a group of men?
Even men in the BDSM community would feel their legs go weak in such a situation. A sharp, piercing scream, even more piercing than a eunuch's, stabbed Ningqing's eardrum. eardrums. His brows furrowed even more, and he was somewhat confused.
Ah, Lin Kuang is out.
Immediately afterwards, the crowd surged forward and rushed towards Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang was startled. The slaughtering giant blade suddenly appeared in his hand, blood flames soared into the sky, and his eyes shot out scarlet light. A violent aura swept across the heavens and earth, like a hellish wind ravaging the land. The fanatical professionals felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies turning cold, their faces pale, their lips trembling, and their throats feeling as if they were being tightly gripped by a giant hand, all falling silent. The professional flying through the air froze, then plummeted from the sky. Lin Kuang seized the opportunity, unfurled his blood wings, and soared into the sky, stirring up a violent shockwave, quickly flying towards his spaceship. Those professionals were stunned for a long time, their eyes filled with deep awe. Lin Kuang flew above the spaceship and glanced at a certain spot with surprise, only to find a person lying face down on the ground. If he hadn't sensed that the person was still alive, he would have almost thought that the person was dead. The mindset of Kyoto's professionals is so ahead of its time, they do all sorts of bizarre performance art. Lin Kuang couldn't help but complain again. Just then, the person seemed to sense his gaze, and with a struggle, turned over, meeting his eyes. The man's face was horribly pale, like a corpse that had been submerged in water for 3 days. His eyes were empty and unfocused, and although he was looking at Lin Kuang, they were completely unfocused. Lin Kuang withdrew his gaze, not paying any attention to the strangers. He landed next to the spaceship, took out his key, and opened the hatch. Just as he was about to board the ship and leave, a hoarse and weak voice called out to him.
Lin Kuang, wait a minute. Lin Kuang was slightly taken aback. He looked up and saw that the person who had been lying on the ground earlier was now above him and slowly descending. He stared at the other person, not recognizing him, but guessing that the other person might have watched his final exam livestream and thus recognized him. What is it? Lin Kuang asked calmly.
Lu Yu pursed his lips, his eyes flashing with fear, awe, doubt, resentment, and jealousy. His eyes revealed the complexity of his feelings at this moment. He took a deep breath, landed in front of Lin Kuang, and his unfocused gaze gradually sharpened.
Lin Kuang, do you dare to fight me?
Lin Kuang stared at him. Since he dared to step forward and challenge him, he was obviously not simple. But no matter how simple he was, it was none of his business. He withdrew his gaze, casually tossed out at not interested, and stepped onto the spaceship's stairs.
Lu Yu's lips twitched, and anger flared in his eyes.
He never expected that Lin Kuang would ignore the challenge he, the dignified king of hell and the top scholar of the Kyoto region, had personally issued. Lin Kuang, are you afraid? He shouted. Lin Kuang naturally ignored such a clumsy attempt to provoke him and continued walking forward.
The anger in Lu Yu's eyes intensified.
Since he changed jobs, no one had ever dared to ignore him like this. A katana engulfed in black flames appeared in his hand, a chilling aura emanating from the flames that seemed capable of freezing the soul. The flames were as sinister and terrifying as hellfire. Lin Kuang sensed the threat, and the slaughtering giant blade appeared in his hand.
He turned around and stared coldly at Lu Yu, his eyes
narrowed, radiating a chilling light, and a violent killing intent soared into the sky.
He once again transformed into the blood demon god.
Under Lin Kuang's overwhelming killing intent, Lu Yu's mind, which was shrouded in rage, cleared slightly, and he suddenly realized what he was doing. He had attacked others in the city, and they had the right to kill him. Thinking of Lin Kuang's ruthless strength, his heart trembled.
He quickly sheathed his katana, indicating that he would not make a move.
Humph! Lin Kuang snorted coldly, sheathed his giant blade, and turned to leave.
Lu Yu took a deep breath and pulled out an orange glowing piece of equipment from his spatial backpack.
A 4th-tier epic heavy armor belt.
Beat me, and it's yours.
Lin Kuang paused, turned around, and looked back with a keen interest.
Seeing this, Lu Yu secretly rejoiced.
Just as he had expected, he had known all along that Lin Kuang would be moved. As someone who also came from an ordinary family, he knew best what could move Lin Kuang.
This is the helplessness of poor children.
What others get easily, they have to fight with all their might, and they can't let go of any opportunity.
He gave a mocking smile, half of it self-deprecating. Tell me, what's your battle strategy?
Lin Kuang said calmly, although he didn't recognize the person in front of him. Judging from the weapon, he was at most a 3rd-tier cultivator. He was not afraid of anyone, even though they were both at the 3rd level of the rank. That was his confidence.
Lu Yu's expression was solemn. Let's go to the battle arena for a ring battle. Lin Kuang nodded. Lead the way.
After saying that, he stepped into the spaceship. Lu Yu took a deep breath, his heart heavy. He wasn't confident he could win, but it was Li Tianming's order, the price of signing with the group, and he had to fulfill it. He returned to his spaceship, took off, and flew towards the nearest battle arena.
Lin Kuang's spaceship automatically followed, staying close behind. When news of the duel between the two spread, many professionals witnessed the entire process.
Lin Kuang and Lu Yu were both renowned figures, and their every move was enough to cause a stir. This duel further ignited the passion of the professionals. Lu Yu challenges Lin Kuang to a duel, the top scholar from the capital versus the top scholar from Jiangnan, an event not to be missed. Although I'm from Kyoto and I support Lu Yu, I really don't understand how he won.
Killing monsters is one thing, and competition is another. Lu Yu is the underworld lord, and his one-on-one strength is formidable. It's
it's really hard to say who will emerge victorious. Hurry up, or there won't be any seats left. In the parking lot, cars and spaceships drove away one after another, and the originally crowded crowd dispersed instantly, leaving the empty space unusually quiet. The news of Ningqing breaking the purgatory dungeon record, along with Lu Yu's challenge to him, swept through Kyoto like a hurricane, and then spread rapidly to even more distant places. A storm was brewing in Kyoto as many professionals rushed to the fighting arena, causing traffic jams in many places and even creating a scene of spaceship congestion in the sky.
Ningqing's spaceship followed closely behind Lu Yu's and stopped in a parking lot.
He stepped out of the spaceship, his gaze falling on the enormous clubhouse in front of him. The battle arena is a place specifically designed to provide a fighting arena for professionals. Since fighting is prohibited within the city, the battle arena has become the preferred choice for professionals to settle their scores. By this time, a large number of professionals had already gathered in the plaza in front of the arena, and the plaza was teeming with people. When Ningqing and Lu Yu appeared, the crowd immediately erupted in excitement.
Ningqing and Lu Yu have really arrived. A battle of the top scorers, full of hype. Lu Yu, don't let the Kyoto region lose face. Lu Yu, go for it. Teach that southern barbarian a lesson.
The professionals shouted at the top of their lungs, and the vast majority supported Lu Yu. After all, he was their fellow townsman.
Moreover, many Kyoto residents look down on people from other places from the bottom of their hearts.
Apart from Kyoto, other places are considered uncivilized lands, and the Jiangnan area is even labeled as southern barbarians. A strange smile appeared on Ningqing's lips. He was going to show these people in the capital what the southern barbarian label was all about. What he despises most are those who discriminate against others based on their region and believe that one's birth determines one's status and worth. Despite the surging crowd, they tacitly left a passage for Ningqing and Lu Yu.
After all, both of them were present, and how could things be lively if they were blocking the way?
The two traveled together, but received vastly different treatment. Lu Yu was greeted with cheers of support and encouragement, while Ningqing was met with boos and disdainful looks. When they arrived at the entrance of the arena, they were already surrounded by a group of reporters with long lenses and microphones, eagerly waiting. Reporters blocked the entrance. Clearly, interviews before the station were an essential part of the process. As soon as Ningqing and Lu Yu approached, microphones were thrust in front of them.
Ningqing, are you confident in this battle?
Ningqing, you broke the record for the purgatory dungeon.
Did you discover a loophole in the dungeon? Ningqing, how did you solve the problem of bleeding in the blood demon god? Could you reveal some of your methods and point the way for other blood demon gods? Ningqing, why are your skills so powerful? Is there a secret behind them?
A barrage of questions flooded Ningqing's mind, his brows furrowed, and his gaze grew increasingly cold. These reporters' interviews didn't seem like proper questioning, they were more like pressuring him to reveal secrets.
The federal constitution
explicitly states that the privacy rights of all citizens must be respected, and that no one may pry into someone's privacy without permission. The reporters couldn't possibly be unaware of this, and their public questioning was clearly a deliberate attempt to embarrass him. If he were to confess that he had awakened his talent, he would be caught in a huge storm.
It's common knowledge that talent is exclusive to mythic-level professionals. Ningqing, an epic-level professional, has awakened a talent. Does this mean others can do the same?
No professional can resist the allure of talent, especially high-level professionals. If Ningqing dares to reveal it publicly, his chances of survival tonight are slim. But if he doesn't respond, reporters will definitely seize the opportunity to make a big fuss, criticizing him on so-called righteousness and morality, and ruining his reputation. Although Ningqing didn't care about his reputation, he wasn't stupid and had no reason to ruin his future. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The reason why my skills are so strong is naturally due to some coincidences. Ningqing paused slightly at this point, and the scene immediately fell silent.
The reporters' eyes shone, and their faces were full of excitement and anticipation.
They originally thought Ningqing wouldn't reveal anything. After all, it was his most important secret. The reason they asked the question was only because they were instructed by someone to create trouble for Ningqing.
Ningqing's decision to reveal the truth surprised everyone.
Although they secretly cursed him for being foolish, no one wanted to miss this explosive news. The reporters who were originally interviewing Lu Yu all turned their microphones towards Ningqing, and their cameras quickly pointed at him as well. Lu Yu's gaze also fell on Ningqing, his eyes flashing with surprise.
The onlookers quickly quieted down, holding their breath, eagerly awaiting Ningqing to reveal the secret.
After whetting everyone's appetite, Ningqing continued, because I spent 3 years awakening the berserker bloodline. Upon hearing this, everyone looked on with sudden realization. They didn't find it unbelievable, because many people had long suspected that Ningqing had awakened his bloodline.
Since the change of profession, many professionals have shone brightly because of the awakening of their bloodline. Among the current high-level professionals, there are several who have awakened their bloodline.
Now we finally got a definite answer from Ningqing. In addition, his story of living off his parents for 3 years after changing jobs, and then starting to awaken awaken on the day he changed jobs this year has already spread on the internet. Everything corroborates each other. Envy and jealousy flashed in everyone's eyes, and their emotions surged once again.
Damn!
Lin Kuang, that southern barbarian, actually awakened his bloodline.
He's got incredible luck. What makes him so special? I'm so jealous. How exactly can this bloodline be awakened?
I'd trade my brother's lifelong celibacy for it. The reporters' faces flushed with excitement. The news about Lin Kuang had become a treasure trove of big news for them. They practically shoved the microphone right up to Lin Kuang's mouth.
Lin Kuang, may I ask what abilities the Berserker bloodline possesses? Lin Kuang, how did you awaken the Berserker bloodline? Lin Kuang, do you think bloodline is more important than talent? A series of pointed questions came one after another.
Lin Kuang gestured, and the reporters immediately quieted down, not wanting to miss a single word he said. I don't know exactly how I awakened my bloodline. On the day I changed jobs, I felt extremely tired and had no energy to do anything.
All I wanted to do was sleep. For 3 years, I slept more than 16 hours a day.
It wasn't until this year's job change day that I realized I had awakened my bloodline.
Alright, that's all I have to say. I'm going to fight now.
After speaking, Lin Kuang ignored the reporters' reactions and walked straight ahead. The reporters, though unwilling to give up, tried to stop him, but to no avail.
Lin Kuang broke through the obstruction and entered the battle arena.
The reporters dared not follow. The arena staff would kick them out. They had no choice but to point the microphone at Lu Yu, who had been ignored, and ask him what confidence he had in this battle. Lu Yu's face showed a resolute expression. I will make everyone understand that the value of the top scorer in the Kyoto region is unmatched by any other place.
After saying that, he pushed past the reporters and entered the arena.
On the ring, Lin Kuang and Lu Yu stood face to face, waiting for the referee to give the order to begin.
To prevent accidental deaths, the fighting arena has specially arranged for strong individuals to serve as referees to ensure safety. The arena was set up with a spatial array by an array master.
On the surface, it was only 30 meters square, but in reality, the space expanded to 3,000 meters, enough for 2 people to fight fiercely. The arena was packed with spectators, all ready to enjoy the showdown between the 2 champions. The battle arena also launched a live stream for this event, attracting hundreds of millions of viewers who flocked to the live stream to watch this grand occasion. The revenue from the live stream is split between the Dojan Hall and the winning side at a 20-80 ratio, which is a reasonable revenue sharing method. The live stream was incredibly lively, with comments flooding the screen like a waterfall. The audience was already in a heated argument, with fans from the Kyoto region and viewers from other regions engaging in a war of words.
Lin Kuang, that southern barbarian, is bound to lose. Does he really think that the top scorer from another region can compare to the Kyoto region? Go to hell. Where does this sense of superiority come from? What's so great about the Kyoto region? Hey, I'm from the Kyoto region. We're the center of the federation.
Whether it's strong individuals or prodigies, the Kyoto region has the most.
Wow, how many of those powerful and monstrous talents are locals? Most of them are from out of town. Lin Kuang will definitely beat Lu Yu to a pulp later. Let's see how arrogant you Kyoto people will be then. Lin Kuang's battle has expanded from personal grudges to regional conflicts.
People outside Kyoto have long harbored resentment towards Kyoto residents. After all, Kyoto residents enjoy the Federation's best resources and often put on an arrogant attitude towards outsiders. Those who take advantage of others and then act innocent are naturally disliked. Regardless of whether Lin Kuang or Lu Yu loses this battle, they will both suffer a tarnished reputation. On the arena, Lu Yu's gaze was deep and his expression was solemn. Lin Kuang was putting immense pressure on him. Lin Kuang, on the other hand, was completely different. He crossed his arms and looked relaxed, not at all like someone preparing to fight in the ring.
3 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1, go.
As soon as the referee announced the decision, Lin Kuang and Lu Yu immediately took action. Lin Kuang instantly pierced through his equipment, his blood energy erupted violently, soaring into the sky, his eyes shooting out tangible bloodlight, and his violent aura permeated the entire arena.
With a deep shout, the berserk skill was activated, greatly increasing the 4-dimensional attributes.
Blood wings unfurled and flapped, crushing the air in front of them and creating a violent shockwave. Lin Kuang swiftly closed in on Lu Yu, his massive blade stained with blood as he unleashed a desperate, all-out attack. In any battle, he would fight with all his might, regardless of whether his opponent would die as a result. Lin Kuang's speed caused Lu Yu's pupils to shrink sharply.
This speed far exceeded his own.
In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through, and Lin Kuang had gained an absolute advantage with his speed.
But Lu Yu remained calm.
As the undisputed king of one-on-one combat, he had his own confidence. Moreover, his weapon and upper garment were legendary equipment, giving him a clear advantage in terms of equipment.
The realm of darkness.
Lu Yu shouted coldly, and from him, a radius of 200 meters suddenly fell into absolute darkness, and Lin Kuang's figure suddenly disappeared. Lin Kuang's eyes were solemn as he swung a blood ball towards the center of the dark barrier. The blood sphere fell like a meteorite, its roar shaking the entire arena space. Blood energy surged, blasting a huge blood hole in the dark dark barrier. However, Lin Kuang knew he hadn't hit Lu Yu, and the battle log didn't update with any information. Suddenly, a dark vortex burst forth from the barrier like a rolling wheel, crushing towards Lin Kuang. The dark vortex carried a terrifying devouring power, and Lin Kuang felt as if he were being dragged by a train, irresistibly pulled into the vortex. Even more terrifying, he felt as if his soul was being forcibly pulled away. This dark vortex actually possessed the ability to harm the soul. He frowned slightly. Soul skills are the most difficult to deal with, and it is extremely difficult to recover from a soul injury. The slaughter blade was swung out, its cross-shaped sword energy slicing through the air and cleaving towards the vortex. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two skills collided. However, it was not as earth-shattering as expected. The cross-slash cut the dark vortex into 4 pieces as if tearing rags. The onlookers were stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Kuang's skills are so much stronger than Lu Yu's. Who is the true myth, and who is the epic? The Berserker bloodline is actually this powerful? The battle arena was in an uproar. The sound was deafening, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were also in an uproar, with the barrage of comments pouring down like a torrential rain. Inside the dark barrier, Lu Yu was shocked and his eyelids twitched wildly. This scene was also beyond his expectations. The cross-shaped sword energy tore a huge cross-shaped gap in the dark barrier, but still failed to hit Lu Yu. Lin Kuang's blood wings flapped suddenly, creating a storm of air. Countless blood feathers swept across the entire dark barrier like sniper bullets. He didn't believe Lu Yu could dodge this move. Suddenly, a series of mournful howls echoed from within the dark barrier, and countless vengeful spirits flew out, rushing towards Lin Kuang. The vengeful spirits had ferocious expressions, and a chilling aura permeated the surroundings, as if hell had descended upon them. Mountain-shattering slash. Lin Kuang wielded the slaughter blade, his blood energy exploding like a missile, destroying everything within 100 meters. The vengeful spirits swept by the blood energy instantly turned into blood mist, but the vengeful spirits continued to emerge. When the blood energy dissipated, the vengeful spirits surrounded Lin Kuang again and pounced on his body. The vengeful spirits' damage to Lin Kuang was relatively minor. Lin Kuang had plenty of health, and even if he stood there, it would take Lu Yu half an hour to kill him. But after being haunted by vengeful spirits, a chilling aura entered his body, causing a cold sensation in his internal organs and brain, and Lin Kuang was immediately plunged into a cursed state. The 4-dimensional attributes have been reduced by 50%, and the cooldown and casting time of skills have also been increased by 50%. No wonder the Underworld King is known as the king of one-on-one battles. This one move is enough to cut off most of his opponent's strength. Within the dark barrier, a glint of light flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He had expected Lin Kuang to use a defensive skill to block the attack, but unexpectedly, Lin Kuang didn't have any defensive skills at all. Ha! He sneered, without guidance from a strong person. The skills are just randomly combined. How pathetic. This is also one of the key reasons why he chose to join a faction. With the guidance of a strong person, he can learn more comprehensive skills and will not leave any obvious weaknesses. The seriousness on Lu Yu's face gradually faded, replaced by a relaxed expression. Having been hit by his possessed by vengeful spirit move, Lin Kuang was no longer a threat. Viewers familiar with Lu Yu's skills began to discuss it. Lin Kuang is going to lose. He's been afflicted by the ghostly possession, which has halved his 4 main attributes and increased his skill cooldown and casting time by 50%. His strength has been significantly weakened. Lin Kuang is already level 70, and he still hasn't learned any defensive skills. The training methods in the southern barbarians are really backward. That's how it is in small places. Without the guidance of renowned teachers and experts, skills are mixed up haphazardly, wasting talent. With this level of skill, you think you can challenge our Kyoto region's top scorer? You'd better go back to the south and train for a few more years. People from the Kyoto area swarmed forward, speaking without restraint, which angered many viewers from other regions. They were furious, their faces red and necks bulging, gritting their teeth. How could they take the best educational resources for granted? Immediately, an even fiercer war of words erupted. The unequal distribution of educational resources has always been a deep-seated concern for non-Kyoto residents, and this battle became the fuse that ignited public opinion. Another unexpected turn of events occurred on the arena. 3 enormous tombstones slowly emerged, forming a triangle around Lin Kuang and trapping him inside. An invisible pressure enveloped Lin Kuang's soul. He felt his head was unusually heavy, as if he were dizzy and lightheaded when he had a high fever. This skill targets the soul again. The Hell Lord class is indeed sinister and ruthless. Lin Kuang felt his strength had been weakened by more than half again. In a short period of time, his overall combat power was only 70% to 80%. He frowned, not because he was troubled by the current predicament, but because he was thinking about whether he should learn a defensive skill when he reached level 80. Not having a defensive skill would ultimately be a weakness. Seeing that Lin Kuang was firmly trapped by the tombstone of the dead, Lu Yu finally relaxed completely, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. He originally thought the battle would be difficult, but it turned out to be so easy. He felt wronged for almost having a mental breakdown earlier. A country bumpkin is
a country bumpkin. Even if he awakens his bloodline, he's still a piece of trash. That mocking voice came from the dark barrier, reaching Lin Kuang's ears and spreading to all the spectators. Lin Kuang narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth slightly. This arrogant sense of superiority was truly annoying. Lu Yu, it's not too late to boast after you win. If you lose, you'll be a quail for the rest of your life, he replied calmly. Hoof. Lu Yu sneered and said disdainfully, Lin Kuang, if you've been hit by these two skills of mine, I could crush you with one hand. Just admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark blade of light spanning 100 meters slashed out from the barrier and fiercely struck down towards Lin Kuang's head. This move not only has the power to split mountains and shatter peaks, but it can also attack the soul. Lu Yu simply did not believe that Lin Kuang could block it. Lin Kuang knew that he wouldn't die even if he turned to ashes, but if his soul was destroyed, his health would automatically reset to zero no matter how high it was. This was his only source of confidence. Lu Yu's expression turned ferocious, his eyes as cold as knives. His goal was not only to defeat Lin Kuang, but to kill him with his own hands. As for whether the referee would intervene, he wasn't worried at all, because Li Tianming had already made arrangements. The referee was one of their people. The audience in the Kyoto area cheered excitedly upon seeing this, as if they could already see the gruesome scene of Lin Kuang being cleaved in two by a single blow. This is Lu Yu's strongest move, the soul-splitting blade. Wherever the blade's energy reaches, the soul is shattered. No matter how high your health is, it's useless. You really think you're invincible just because you have high health? How naive. Lu Yu used this sword to shatter the soul of a level 120 legendary lord during the final exam. Lin Kuang's soul is not even as strong as that lord's horse, so he is doomed. They shouted deafeningly, chins held high, eyes filled with arrogance, their inherent sense of superiority displayed without reservation. Many spectators outside the Kyoto area clenched their fists and puffed out their cheeks, partly worried that Lin Kuang would fail, and partly extremely angry at the Kyoto audience's attitude, wishing they could punch them hard in the face. The calmest person in the entire arena was probably Lin Kuang, the person in question. He gripped his fists tightly, the giant blade of slaughter already stained with blood, and suddenly swung it out. Bloodthirsty demon sealing slash. Lin Kuang shouted in a deep voice, which echoed in the arena and shook the hearts of the audience. His voice was as wild and domineering as a demon god, instilling a sense of awe in everyone. The blood-red sword energy, stretching for hundreds of meters, was like a scythe that reaped the lives of all living beings. Just looking at it made people turn pale and their teeth tremble. The sword energy, imbued with the demon god's will to slaughter all living beings, was unstoppable. Neither the tombstones of the dead, nor the soul-splitting blade energy could withstand its power. They were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, instantly shattered. Impossible. A series of synchronized and horrified roars erupted from inside the arena. The audience's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Their bodies staggered, and their breathing became rapid and heavy. They simply could not comprehend what they were witnessing. Lu Yu was in the same situation, his face pale and his eyes unfocused. He was completely unable to withstand this heavy blow and staggered backward. He was momentarily distracted and didn't notice the demon-sealing sword chi descending upon him. Only when his soul trembled violently and his body was chilled to the bone did he realize what was happening, but it was too late to make any move. No! Help! He cried out in despair. Just at this critical moment, a thick elemental barrier enveloped him, blocking the sword energy attack, and the referee intervened in time. The referee is a 6th-tier epic warrior with exceptionally powerful defensive skills. To date, no professional below the 4th tier has been able to break through his defense. However, today, something happened that completely surprised him. Click, click, click. The sound of shattering glass rang out, not loud, but it shook his eardrums like a thunderclap. His pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints, and his breath hitched. Impossible. He's a 3rd-tier professional. How could he break through my defense? The roar within him echoed wildly. He simply refused to believe it. Just as Lu Yu was about to catch his breath again, the sound of cracking from the elemental barrier tolled like a death knell. The tiny cracks were like incredibly sharp blades of space, ready to fall and tear him to shreds at any moment. Sweat rolled down his forehead, his teeth chattered, his eyes were filled with fear, and the wetness in his crotch continued to spread. Just then, the referee reached out and made a grabbing motion in the air, and Lu Yu was lifted up and slammed down heavily beside him. A foul stench of urine assaulted his nostrils, causing him to frown. He glanced at the wet stains on Lu Yu's crotch and a look of disgust crossed his face. Lin Kuang glanced coldly at the referee, secretly noting that the referee was clearly biased and he wouldn't forget it. Then his gaze shifted to Lu Yu, a cold glint flashing deep within his eyes. He could sense Lu Yu's murderous intent, which was why he had just chosen to kill without hesitation. Anyone who dares to kill him will be killed without hesitation. Then, his gaze involuntarily fell on Lu Yu's crotch, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. The top scholar from the capital, remember to wear diapers when you go out in the future. His words, amplified by elemental vibrations, reverberated throughout the entire arena, instantly turning the audience's faces ashen, as if they had eaten excrement. The southern barbarians they despised from the bottom of their hearts had actually beaten their proud top scholar from the capital so badly that he wet himself and lost
lost all face. They couldn't help but imagine how the outside world would laugh at Lu Yu. At this moment, viewers in the regions outside the live stream are mocking and ridiculing the stream. Wow, this is the top scholar from Kyoto? TSK. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Don't laugh at him. It's hard on him. He's such a big guy and he can't even afford diapers. I never imagined that life in Kyoto was so hard. Even the top scholar couldn't afford diapers. How could other people in Kyoto not even afford tea eggs? Is there a channel for donating to the people of Kyoto? I'd like to donate 1 cent. I'll donate diapers. The Kyoto viewers in the live stream fell completely silent. The barrage of comments was like a series of loud slaps to their faces, leaving them red and swollen. They directed all their anger at Lu Yu because it was this good-for-nothing who had brought them shame. The audience members had already started pointing at Lu Yu and cursing him incessantly, their necks stiff, faces flushed red, and teeth clenched. Lu Yu, I'll fuck your ancestors, you piece of trash. Lu Yu, why don't you just die? You've utterly disgraced the people of Kyoto. Damn it, you're such a useless piece of trash, you actually peed your pants from fear. Are you a eunuch? The shouts and curses came one after another, growing increasingly offensive. Lu Yu lowered his head, his face flushed red, looking exactly like a monkey's bottom. He rushed out of the ring at top speed and then quickly left the fighting arena, completely ashamed to face his fellow villagers. He knew his reputation was ruined, and this battle would be a stain on his life. Whenever anyone saw him or mentioned him, they would point and whisper. Perhaps in the future, even his own name will be forgotten, leaving only the nickname Scared Up Guy. Ningqing also flew off the stage, walked straight to the front, picked up the epic heavy armor belt left by Lu Yu, and received his share of the live stream revenue. Although the battle was simple, the rewards from the gifts were substantial. On one hand, there was a large audience. On the other hand, it was a regional competition. People from Kyoto, wanting to demonstrate their wealth, continuously sent gifts to support Lu Yu. Meanwhile, viewers outside of Kyoto were also busy sending gifts to support Ningqing in order to prove them wrong. In a short period of time, the live streaming revenue exceeded 200 million, and Ningqing received more than 170 million. Ningqing's eyes lit up, and he secretly calculated that this way of making money was too good. If he could do it from time to time, he would have so much money that he would need sacks to carry it all. He then left the scene and walked along the road. The audience in Kyoto automatically made way for him, forming a passage without daring to obstruct him. Their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Ningqing. In this world where strength reigns supreme, their so-called Kyoto identities were utterly insignificant in front of Ningqing. Ningqing first went to the supermarket to buy some groceries, then returned to Chu Yufay's house, took out his phone, and sent her a message, "Come home for dinner tonight." Chu Yufay, who was in class, felt her phone vibrate. A thought struck her, and she secretly took out her phone, glanced guiltily at the teacher, and then looked down to unlock it. Her phone was set to Do Not Disturb mode, and it would only vibrate when her parents or Ningqing sent messages. Since her parents rarely sent messages, she guessed it must be Ningqing. Upon seeing the message, she was indeed greeted by Ningqing. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips and her eyes sparkled with delight. Upon opening the message, Ningqing's words immediately caught her eye, and her eyes lit up, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Ningqing's words were like a husband gently calling his wife home for dinner. The word home carries an extraordinary meaning. A heartwarming scene flashed through Chu Yufay's mind. She was in the living room with her 3 children, while Ningqing was busy in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous meal for them. Lost in thought, she didn't notice that Wei Tian had come closer and was carefully examining her phone screen. Wei Tian revealed a gossipy expression, TSK. He really sounded like a gentle husband talking to his wife when he came home for dinner tonight, she thought to herself. She turned to look at Chu Yufay and saw that her cheeks were flushed and she was lost in thought, clearly daydreaming. Wei Tian waved her hand in front of Chu Yufay's eyes, then waved it again, but Chu Yufay didn't react at all. She sighed and thought, this aloof best friend has actually been completely distracted by a single message from Ningqing. She couldn't even imagine how her best friend would refuse if Ningqing made any unreasonable demands. Wei Tian nudged Chu Yufay with her shoulder, which startled Chu Yufay. Chu Yufay turned off her phone screen guiltily, like a thief, her eyes darting around as she secretly glanced at Wei Tian. Wei Tian rolled her eyes. Come on, you're more guilty than a thief. Then she leaned close to Chu Yufay's ear and whispered, do you know why Ningqing only called you to eat? Because you're his type. These words carried a hidden meaning, causing Chu Yufay's face to instantly burn bright red, her ears turning bright red as well, and her voice trembling slightly. Nonsense. Behind him, Li Tianming saw Chu Yufay acting like a little girl, and he crushed the pen in his hand, his face as dark as rain. Although he didn't see the content on Chu Yufay's phone screen, he could guess with his brain that the message was sent by Ningqing. Damn Ningqing, I'll kill you. Lu Yu, you piece of trash, you wasted so many of my resources, you can't even beat a country bumpkin, and you even peed your pants in fear, you're truly a piece of trash. Li Tianming grew angrier the more he thought about it, his teeth grinding together with a harsh sound, almost as if he were about to crush them. After the heat from Chu Yufay's cheeks subsided, she replied to Ningqing's message, okay, I'll probably be back around 6. Upon receiving the reply, Lin Kuang's smile softened, and he nestled into the sofa, feeling more comfortable than ever before. At 5:50, Lin Kuang brought the last dish to the table, for dishes and a soup were enough for the two of them to eat their fill. In the center of the table, Lin Kuang had carefully placed a vase filled with fresh roses. He had also lit candles. After all, dining with such a beautiful person should be a feast for the eyes. The sound of a lock being opened came from the other side of the door, attracting Lin Kuang's attention. The door slowly opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, causing Lin Kuang's heart to skip a beat. His gaze was fixed on Chu Yufay, unable to look away. Chu Yufay also looked at him immediately. Seeing Lin Kuang staring blankly, she lowered her eyes and smiled sweetly, her heart filled with honey. Lin Kuang saw Chu Yufay changing her shoes and suddenly realized that he should greet her. He quickly picked a rose, stood up and walked towards her. He specially wore the white suit that Chu Yufay had chosen for him last night. With his broad shoulders, slender figure, and resolute, chiseled face, he seemed to be the real-life embodiment of a domineering CEO from an urban novel. Chu Yufay changed her shoes and turned around, and the straight-looking Lin Kuang immediately filled her entire field of vision. This was the first thought that flashed through her mind, and her heart began to pound wildly like a deer. Lin Kuang's gaze was as fiery as the sun, so intense that it made her body feel hot. She clasped her hands tightly together, lowered her gaze, and took small, quick steps toward Lin Kuang. As they drew closer, their heartbeats grew stronger, and an atmosphere of ambiguity filled the air, casting a faint pink hue over everything. A fragrant rose was offered to Chu Yufay. Yufay, flowers are offered to a beautiful woman. This rose is for you. Lin Kuang's voice was magnetic and gentle, soothing Chu Yufay's heart. She accepted the roses with both hands, holding them to her chest as if they were the most precious treasure in the world. Her gaze lingered on the roses, her eyes sparkling brightly, clearly showing her great delight. She looked up and met Lin Kuang's gaze, her eyes filled with tenderness. Lin Kuang, the flowers are so beautiful. Thank you. Lin Kuang's eyes became as deep as the starry sky. Even the most beautiful flower cannot compare to 1,000th of you. Chu Yufay smiled, instantly brightening the entire living room. She raised her chin and said with feigned pride, "You really know how to talk." Ha ha. Lin Kuang was amused by Chu Yufay's adorable appearance. He placed his left hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and made a gentlemanly gesture. "Miss Chu Yufay, the most beautiful woman in the world, may I invite you to dinner?" Chu Yufay was amused by his appearance and burst into laughter, her smile as radiant as rippling water, revealing her clean, white teeth. She raised her left hand and handed it to Lin Kuang, saying, "I'm honored." Lin Kuang stared at Chu Yufay's slender, soft hands, his mind momentarily dazed. Her skin was crystal clear and white, and her fingertips shone with a translucent luster in the setting sun. Yufei's hands are simply a masterpiece of nature, Lin Kuang thought to himself. The thought of holding those flawless hands made his Adam's apple bob involuntarily, and his mouth went dry. But Chu Yufay couldn't help but laugh when she saw him staring blankly, and then teased, "Silly boy." Lin Kuang raised an eyebrow, reached out and tightly grasped her delicate hand. He was no fool. Chu Yufei's hands were so soft they seemed boneless, and the wonderful touch stirred ripples in Lin Kuang's heart. Chu Yufay also felt her heart touched. The warmth of Lin Kuang's palm traveled through her hand to her heart, making her feel numb all over. She bit her lip lightly, her eyes lowered, a faint blush rising on her face. Her mind was a little fuzzy as Lin Kuang led her to the dining table. Lin Kuang, suppressing his reluctance, released her hand. Both of them felt as if their souls had been ripped away, and a sense of loss washed over them. He pulled out the chair next to Chu Yufay, his expression full of doting affection. "Beautiful lady, please sit down." Chu Yufay looked at him with tenderness and softly replied, "Thank you." Then she sat down. Lin Kuang sat down opposite her, their eyes met, and a romantic and warm atmosphere quickly filled the entire living room. Looking at the delicious-looking and fragrant dishes, and the carefully arranged candles and flowers, Chu Yufay felt as if her heart was soaking in sweet honey. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Lin Kuang with tender affection that almost melted him. "Lin Kuang, you've worked hard." Lin Kuang pondered, blinking, "Just a simple thank you for your hard work, no real reward in mind?" Chu Yufay slightly pursed her lips, glancing sideways at him. "What kind of reward do you want?" Lin Kuang stroked his chin, his gaze carefully examining Chu Yufay's flawless face, finally settling on her rosy, glossy lips. "There has always been only one thing I've wanted." Chu Yufay couldn't help but recall Lin Kuang's meaningful words, "I want you." Those words felt like an electric current coursing through her body, sending a shiver down her spine. She quickly reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear, trying to hide her nervousness, and averted her gaze again. She simply didn't have the courage to look directly into Lin Kuang's burning eyes, eyes that made her heart race. She was afraid that if they continued to look at each other, something bad would happen, and she lacked confidence that she could control herself. Ahem. She coughed lightly twice, picked up her chopsticks, put a piece of meat into Lin Kuang's bowl, and said, "Alright, that's your reward." "That's all." Lin Kuang smiled slightly, then picked up the piece of meat from the bowl and put it in his mouth. "Ah, it's so delicious, sweet and fragrant, with an enticing color, smooth skin and tender meat." He chewed on the meat, but his gaze never left Chu Yufei's face. It was unclear clear whether he was looking at the meat or at the person. Chu Yufay lowered her head and buried it in her bowl, concentrating on eating her rice, but her mouth was dry, making it difficult to swallow. She only raised her head slightly when a piece of meat was placed in front of her. Ningqing smiled mockingly. "Ah, open your mouth." Chu Yufay was a little dazed, and reflexively opened her mouth. Ningqing then gently put the meat into her mouth. This intimate gesture stirred her heart and flushed her cheeks. She lowered her head and savored the meat in her mouth, finding it indeed sweet and delicious. The meal ended in this enchanting atmosphere. Ningqing was about to clear the dishes when Chu Yufay stopped him, saying, "You can just sit here." "I can't just sit there doing nothing." Ningqing paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that Chu Yufay had naturally entered a certain role. He then leisurely walked to the sofa and sat down. After Chu Yufay finished cleaning up the dishes, she walked to the sofa, took out a document from her spatial backpack, and handed it to Ningqing. Ningqing glanced at the document first, then his gaze fell on her, with an inquiring look. "This is your indenture," Chu Yufay said in a soft, sweet voice. Ningqing wore an amused expression, took the document, flipped directly to the last page, took out a pen, and prepared to sign in the Party B section. Seeing this, Chu Yufay felt a surge of emotion. Ningqing trusted her so much that he was willing to sign without even looking at the document. Her gaze softened further. "You're not even going to look at it? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you off?" Ningqing shrugged, looking indifferent. "I'd be happy to sell it to you even if it cost me money." Chu Yufay rolled her eyes with a charming expression, grabbed his pen to stop him from signing, and then explained, "This is a top-tier training contract from Xinghai Group, but unlike other top-tier contracts, your only task from now on is to be my bodyguard. No one else in Xinghai Group has the authority to order you around," Chu Yufay said softly. Upon hearing this, Ningqing wore a teasing expression. "Yufay, there's really no need to be so formal. Even without this contract, I would still listen to you." Chu Yufay looked down at the tips of her shoes, her toes unconsciously bringing together. "Ningqing, as the top scorer in the college entrance examination and having defeated Lu Yu, you must have many companies wanting to sign you. Their harassment will cause trouble for you and your aunt and uncle. On the other hand, some companies have the mentality of destroying you if they can't have you, which may even threaten your safety." After signing the contract with Xinghai Group, they had no choice but to abandon the idea. Xinghai Group's deterrent power made them dare not act rashly. "I will not use this contract to restrict your freedom in any way, but Xinghai Group will not skimp on the benefits and treatment that a Class A contract should offer." Chu Yufay explained her intentions in a gentle tone. She knew that doing so was actually a huge effort to side with outsiders. Xinghai Group has paid a huge price for cultivating top-tier geniuses. In terms of funding, the university invests 1 billion yuan in the first year, 2 billion yuan in the second year, 3 billion yuan in the third year, and 4 billion yuan in the fourth year. In terms of equipment, each job advancement provides a set of epic-level equipment and a legendary-level weapon, which lasts until the 6th job advancement. In terms of skills, you can choose any skill from the warehouse until the 6th job advancement. Regarding housing, a luxury villa will be provided, and the house will remain yours as long as you do not leave the group. Each month, there is also an opportunity to consult with senior professionals within the group. A typical Class A contract has requirements for the signed geniuses. They must start serving the group after 5 transformations, and after 7 transformations, they must serve the group for another 4 years before they can apply to leave the group. However, the only requirement of Ningqing's contract was that he be Chu Yufay's bodyguard and could only take orders from her. Other senior executives of Xinghai Group had no right to command him. Chu Yufay is now a 5th-tier legendary professional, with overall strength far surpassing Ningqing, so she doesn't need him as a bodyguard at all. It's obvious that this contract is a cushy job where you get paid but do no work, something hard to find even under the sun, and Ningqing just happened to stumble upon it. Ningqing was familiar with the top-tier contracts of large corporations, and he knew the immense pressure Chu Yufay faced in drafting this contract. Xinghai Group is owned by the Chu family. As the daughter of the chairman, she is undoubtedly the princess of Xinghai Group, but this does not mean that she wields much power. Large companies have their own rules and regulations. Anyone who violates them will face heavy pressure. Otherwise, wouldn't the whole company be in complete chaos? A surge of deep emotion welled up in Ningqing's heart. Chu Yufay had sacrificed so much for him. How could he let her down? He would do everything in his power to demonstrate his worth and silence the higher-ups at Xinghai Group. He quickly signed his name, handed the contract to Chu Yufay, and smiled faintly. "Yufay, from today onwards, I am yours, and I belong to you alone." Chu Yufay lowered her head and gently moved her toes, as if there was something interesting hidden on her toes. Her heart was filled with sweetness, and she couldn't help but smile. She didn't take the contract, but pursed her lips slightly and said softly, "You can keep the contract." Ningqing was taken aback, his expression filled with emotion, his eyes brimming with tenderness. With only this one contract, if he were to truly take advantage of her and then tear it up, Chu Yufay would be completely helpless. She handed all the initiative to him. This trust and affection were heavy, but Ningqing accepted it willingly. He picked up the contract, but instead of putting it back in his spatial backpack, he placed it on the bookshelf in the tea room. Then he leisurely walked back to the sofa and sat down again. He rested his chin on his hand, staring intently at Chu Yufay. Yufay, the unimportant things have been done, but the important things haven't even started yet. Chu Yufei's eyes were blank.
If this matter concerning a contract worth hundreds of billions was not important, then what was important?
What's so important? She asked, puzzled. Ningqing smiled faintly and said, of course we're going out on a date.
The night is long, and I can't sleep.
Chu Yufay buried her head in her knees and hugged them tightly. Ningqing's words reminded her of how she had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep at all. A man and a woman alone in a room, and they even have feelings for each other. It's no wonder they can't sleep peacefully. Where to? She asked softly.
Ningqing pondered for a moment. How about going to an amusement park?
Okay, sure, Chu Yufay replied softly.
Let's go then.
Ningqing walked ahead, with Chu Yufay following closely behind, looking just like a little follower. Ningqing stopped and looked at her helplessly. Yufay, you're acting more like my bodyguard. Chu Yufay shrank back and moved closer to him. If someone who knew her well saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Chu Yufay is known for her aloofness and domineering personality, even more so than most boys.
How could she possibly have such a delicate and gentle demeanor?
Ningqing smiled indulgently and didn't tease her any further, afraid that if he continued, she would really want to crawl into a hole.
The two arrived at Kyoto's largest amusement park in a spaceship, and to avoid attracting too much attention, they tacitly put on masks. Like any ordinary couple, they enjoyed all sorts of activities.
Ningqing even bought a cute headband for Chu Yufay to wear while they ate ice cream and watched the park performances.
During the performance, many actors wore various masks, jumping and hopping around, which was funny and amusing, making many children laugh happily.
Suddenly, a person wearing a large doll mask, with eyes as cold as a venomous snake, swept across Ningqing's face. Ningqing and Chu Yufay got a good spot, right near the barrier, allowing them to watch the performance from the closest distance. The person wearing the doll mask hopped and skipped along, interacting with the audience, and slowly walked to Ningqing's side. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A dark dagger suddenly appeared in the masked man's hand and stabbed straight at Ningqing's eyes. The sudden turn of events was completely unexpected by Ningqing and Chu Yufay. The attacker was incredibly strong and fast. Ningqing couldn't react in time and could only barely create some distance. The dagger grazed his eye, leaving a bloody mark. Blood slowly trickled down Ningqing's cheek, turning a purplish-black color. The status bar showed he had been poisoned with intermediate-level poison. His four main attributes were rapidly declining, and his health was rapidly decreasing. Even mid-level professionals would find intermediate-level poison difficult to withstand, and Ningqing, only at the third rank, was naturally powerless to resist. Beneath the mask, the assassin's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the dagger slashed fiercely at Ningqing's eyes, as if to slice off half of his head. At this moment, Ningqing could only hurriedly put on his equipment and unleash his bloodlust rage, unable to dodge in time. Just as half of his head was about to be severed, Chu Yufay suddenly made her move. Chu Yufay's face was as cold as ice, her eyes filled with murderous intent. An extremely cold aura erupted from her body, sweeping around like a cold current. She formed a hand seal, and a beam of icy blue light shot towards the assassin's right hand. The ice spread rapidly, instantly freezing the assassin's hand. The assassin's body trembled involuntarily, his movements were greatly restricted, and he could only leave a wound about 1 centimeter deep on Ningqing's face. Ningqing's body burst into blood flames, his eyes flashing with scarlet light, and he mercilessly slashed at the assassin's neck with the giant blade of slaughter in his hand. His expression was as cold as ice, radiating murderous intent, as if a god of death had descended. The surrounding tourists felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, trembling uncontrollably. Murder! The tourists then realized what was happening, and screams erupted one after another, plunging the scene into extreme chaos. The crimson, slaughter-inducing giant blade tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Ningqing was going all out with this attack. Even if his opponent was a fifth-tier professional, he was confident he could kill him with a single blow. However, the assassin was clearly a veteran of countless battles. His body quickly blurred, turning into a shadow, and then into a streak of light, swiftly passing through Ningqing's body. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout Ningqing's body. The assassin's attack had shattered his internal organs. Fortunately, Ningqing had enough health, so although the attack was severe, it was only a superficial wound for him. What's truly worrying is the poisoning. If it's not treated promptly, who knows how much health it will consume. Ningqing shouted in a deep voice, unleashing his berserk skill, which greatly increased his 4 attributes and agility. He swiftly turned, slashing his massive, killing blade backward, and retaliated with another normal attack. There were too many innocent spectators present. He was unwilling to indiscriminately kill them. Perhaps the assassins were aware of this, which is why they dared to act here. Ningqing's skills are ridiculously powerful, a fact understood by almost everyone who knows him. The assassin who killed Ningqing naturally knew everything about him. Chu Yufay also put on her equipment, and with a heavy slam of her staff into the ground, a thick layer of solid ice immediately enveloped and protected her and Lin Kuang. The assassin's dagger was about to reach Lin Kuang's head again, but it was blocked by solid ice. Although it's just an instant cast skill, Chu Yufay, as a legendary class and a prodigy in the top 10 of the job advancement tower, coupled with the epic and legendary bonuses of her equipment, is not someone that a 5th job epic level assassin can easily break through. Bad woman, then I'll kill you first. A cold voice came from behind the assassin's mask. The dagger spun and stabbed straight at Chu Yufei's back. The dagger gleamed with a dark light. This was a control skill. As long as he could control Chu Yufay, he was confident he could take her away. Assassins are a class that naturally counters mages, especially now that they are already in close combat. But his action aroused Lin Kuang's killing intent to surge tenfold, and his blood flames surged like a demon god descending to earth. Lin Kuang spun around, his left hand forming a claw, unleashing a powerful surge of devouring energy. The assassin was like a lone boat caught in a whirlpool, on the verge of capsizing. The assassin felt as if his throat was being tightly gripped, the suffocating sensation making his scalp tingle, his heart pound, and cold sweat pour down his face. He knew that if he were to fully absorb Lin Kuang's skills, he would surely die. Having experienced countless battles, his body transformed into black mist and dissipated, successfully breaking free from Lin Kuang's lock. Lin Kuang frowned. This assassin's profession was thief, and his escape skills were truly astonishing. His gaze swept over the still panicked crowd nearby, and he barely resisted the urge to unleash his skill. Even if he could precisely control the range of his skill, the shockwave it generated would be enough to take the lives of these tourists. Just then, Chu Yufay made her move. She raised her staff high, and a beam of icy blue light shot into the black mist. The frigid cold spread rapidly, as if the region had entered an era of ice and snow. Centered on the black mist, thick, solid ice began to condense and spread. In the blink of an eye, a huge block of ice, about 5 meters in diameter, appeared before Lin Kuang. Within the solid ice, the assassin had regained his human form, his eyes filled with terror, and he had completely lost the ability to move. Lin Kuang wasn't in a hurry to kill him, he was more interested in figuring out who wanted to kill him. He had only been in Kyoto for a day, and yet he had already encountered such a thing. He had initially thought that Kyoto, as the center of the Federation, would be a place where all factions would be cautious and act discreetly, but now it seemed he had been too naive. Some people's arrogance had reached a point of utter recklessness. He drank a bottle of basic antidote to alleviate the symptoms of poisoning, but since it was still intermediate poisoning, it could not completely cure the poisoning. As a low-level professional, he cannot use intermediate or advanced potions. This is the rule of this world. Otherwise, with his wealth, he could have bought boxes and boxes of intermediate potions long ago. Seeing Lin Kuang's still gloomy expression, Chu Yufay knew he was still poisoned. Her expression hardened, and her eyes flashed with a ghostly blue light. This assassin had touched a raw nerve, and she was filled with barely suppressed rage. Lin Kuang noticed her worry and explained softly, "I'm fine. A mere poisoning can't do anything to me." Chu Yufay nodded. After all, she had personally witnessed Lin Kuang turn into a skeleton and still survive, which eased the tension in her heart. She chanted a spell, and a few seconds later, the staff once again emitted an icy blue light that pierced through the solid ice and shone on the assassin, then transformed into an icy blue band of ice that firmly bound him. Then, Chu Yufay lightly tapped the solid ice with her staff, and the ice instantly turned into ice elements and dissipated, exposing the bound assassin naked in front of Lin Kuang and the other two. "Which faction are you from?" Lin Kuang asked in a deep voice. The assassin now knew he was doomed. The fear in his eyes vanished, replaced by mockery. "Lin Kuang, you are going to die today. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld." As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin's life force vanished rapidly, and his eyes became empty and lifeless. Lin Kuang's expression grew increasingly solemn. A force capable of cultivating a 5th-tier epic-level assassin was no ordinary force. Chu Yufay understood this as well, and her killing intent intensified. "No matter who it is, if they dare to touch my people, I will make them pay the price." Her tone was resolute, and no one doubted her determination. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Kuang's heart. This was the first time he had seen Chu Yufay lose her composure and reveal such a chilling killing intent. Just as he was about to speak, screams and wails suddenly came from all around the amusement park. Lin Kuang unfurled his blood-red wings, his body rapidly ascending into the air, his gaze sweeping over the entire amusement park. He discovered that blood mist permeated many parts of the amusement park, and wherever the blood mist passed, the flesh and blood of the customers quickly decomposed, turning into withered bones and falling to the ground. What an evil method! Lin Kuang was secretly shocked. At this moment, Chu Yufay also flew to his side. Witnessing the rapid and tragic deaths of the people under the rampant blood mist, the killing intent in her eyes condensed into a tangible bloodlight. "It's actually a sacrificial method. Damn cultists!" Lin Kuang frowned. This was the first time he had heard of cults, but now was not the time to investigate. Saving lives was the top priority. In the face of natural disasters or man-made calamities, professionals are obligated to provide assistance to ordinary citizens. This is an explicit provision of the federal constitution. Whether one wishes to do so or not, this obligation must be fulfilled, or the consequences
consequences will be severe. Save them! Chu Yufay shouted in a deep voice, and quickly flew towards a patch of blood mist. Ningqing flew off to another location. The two were so powerful that they didn't need to travel together. Ningqing landed above a blood mist, where professionals were already using their skills to attack the blood mist, but to no avail. Their skills were like stones sinking into the sea, causing no ripples whatsoever. A third-tier mage attempted to use control skills to seal the blood mist, but the blood mist was extremely corrosive, and the elemental barrier was like a bubble in front of it, shattering instantly. The professionals noticed Ningqing's arrival and all looked at him. After recognizing him, the fear on their faces eased slightly. It's Ningqing. He's here too. That's great. Ningqing, act quickly and extinguish this blood mist. We must not allow the blood mist to continue to spread, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone spoke up to make their requests. Ningqing had long been their pillar of support. Ningqing nodded, his expression grave, and said, "You all step back first." The other professionals quickly retreated, stopping dozens of meters away. Ningqing brandished his slaughtering giant blade, and a burst of blood energy suddenly fell to the ground, triggering a terrifying explosion. The earth shook violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Those professionals who experienced the power of Ningqing's skills realized that the rumors circulating online were not unfounded. Ningqing's skill damage was indeed the strongest among those of the same rank. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they stared at the churning blood energy. Such terrifying blood energy, like the blazing flames of the sun, would surely annihilate the eerie blood mist. However, their expressions quickly changed from anticipation to disappointment. Even after the blood aura dissipated, the blood mist continued to spread without any sign of slowing down. Ningqing frowned, sensing that the blood mist was almost immune to physical damage. Given the current situation, he could only do his best to get the ordinary tourists away. He glanced around at the professionals and said in a deep voice, "Get people out of the amusement park first." The professionals responded, which suited them perfectly. They didn't want to stay there any longer, but the constitution required them to deal with the blood mist. Ningqing unfurled his blood wings, and his body shot out suddenly. The burning blood flames on his body rapidly spread, forming a blood mist that swept the panicked crowd below into the air. This is precisely a clever use of blood and qi, which played a huge role at a critical moment. Soon, Ningqing led hundreds of tourists at breakneck speed across the amusement park's boundaries. However, just as they approached the edge, a sudden change occurred. A massive crimson barrier suddenly appeared, sealing off the entire amusement park. At the same time, the blood mist on the ground spread at an accelerated rate, engulfing numerous tourists. The screams grew increasingly shrill, and the tourists scattered in all directions like ants on a hot plate. Ningqing's face was cold and his eyes were deep. He gripped the bloodstained giant blade of slaughter tightly and slashed out with both hands. Bloodthirsty demon sealing slash. A deep shout echoed between heaven and earth. Faced with the predicament before him, Ningqing condensed 1/10 of his health and unleashed a desperate attack, releasing his strongest skill to date. This sword energy, stretching 100 meters, carried the power to tear apart thousands of mountains, and slashed fiercely at the blood-red barrier. The deafening roar and violent shockwaves swept across the heavens and earth like a Category 20 hurricane raging. However, the barrier remained unmoved. Even though Ningqing's skill power far exceeded that of ordinary abilities, he still could not shake this blood-red barrier. He knew in his heart that the mastermind behind the scenes was determined to kill him, and had actually resorted to such a ruthless move in Kyoto. The tourists led by Ningqing were plunged into despair, choking back sobs and weeping, tears falling like raindrops. What should we do? How could this happen? This is Kyoto. How dare someone commit such heinous acts here? Who will save us? I don't want to die. Where are the police? Where are the city guards? Where have they all gone? The tourists screamed in terror, powerless to resist. Their psychological defenses completely collapsed. Ningqing surveyed the amusement park, seeing numerous professionals desperately attacking the barrier, but to no avail. Even the fifth-tier ice queen Chu Yufay couldn't budge it an inch. On the ground, a blood mist mercilessly eroded the lives of tourists, leaving mountains of white bones. What was once a place of joy had instantly transformed into a living hell. An eerie, ominous, and evil aura permeated the air. Ningqing felt his killing intent burning like a raging fire, his eyes shooting out blinding bloodlight, wishing he could kill everything and tear all life in front of him to shreds. He secretly realized that the environment here was abnormal and could amplify one's negative emotions. Just as he was on guard, he noticed some professionals looking crazed, their faces flushed, their expressions ferocious like beasts, letting out wild roars as they pounced on the surrounding crowd. The tourists were terrified, never expecting that the heroes who had protected them would become their executioners. They fled in panic, but before professionals, ordinary people were nothing more than ants. Ningqing felt a heavy weight in his heart. If things continued like this, tens of thousands of tourists, including himself, would likely become sacrifices to the cult. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, a loud shout echoed throughout the amusement park. "Everyone, proceed to the shelter." The shout came from a warrior wearing 6th-tier equipment. He was the only 6th-tier professional in the area, as well as the captain
captain of the amusement park's security team and was currently serving as the overall commander of the battlefield. The situation is dire, and Ningqing can only hope that the refuge center here will be of some use. The blood mist is spreading into the sky, and the entire amusement park will soon be turned into a living hell. Ningqing led hundreds of tourists to the evacuation center quickly, and many professionals did the same.
Fortunately, this is Kyoto, a city teeming with powerful individuals. There are 20 or 30 mid-level professionals in the amusement park. Each of them can escort at least 100 people, and now thousands of people are floating in the sky, heading towards the refuge center in a grand procession. The shelter was not a basement or a building, but a plaza. It was designated as a refuge center because the square was set up with a formation designed by a formation master, which has strong protective capabilities. At this moment, a barrier of milky white light enveloped the refuge center, and Ningqing breathed a sigh of relief. The barrier had successfully blocked the invasion of the blood mist. A gap was opened at the top of the barrier, and Ningqing led hundreds of tourists through it, followed by other mid-level professionals. After settling the tourists, Ningqing's figure soared into the sky again, flying out of the gap in the barrier to continue rescuing more people. But to his dismay, there were very few survivors left, and the ground was almost completely covered by blood mist. He had only managed to rescue about 10 people. The number of people rescued by other mid-level professionals was about the same. When Ningqing arrived at the refuge center, the ground was completely shrouded in blood mist. The blood mist is rising rapidly. At this rate, it will be submerged in the blood mist in less than a minute, except for the area of the refuge center that is isolated by the blood-red barrier. Everyone quickly moved to the emergency center. The security captain shouted anxiously as the blood mist was rapidly spreading to the top of the milky white barrier. The mid-level professionals, carrying the rescued tourists, plummeted like meteorites to the refuge plaza, where the milky white barrier instantly closed in. Inside the square, heart-wrenching cries echoed everywhere. Many tourists had come with their relatives and friends, but they never expected to be separated by death here. The amusement park usually attracts about 50,000 visitors, but fewer than 5,000 survived. In just a few minutes, more than 40,000 lives were lost. Thinking of this, Ningqing's heart trembled. These were all vibrant lives. They were someone else's children, parents, and loved ones, yet they vanished so silently. What pained him even more was that they did not die at the hands of monsters, but at the hands of their own kind. This thought made Ningqing grit his teeth, his temples bulge, his fists clench, and the veins on his neck and arms stand out. A raging fire of anger and overwhelming killing intent ignited in his heart. Just then, a cold hand gently grasped his fist. Ningqing turned his head and saw Chu Yufay looking at him with worry. Ningqing, the most important thing now is to survive. Only by living can we take revenge. Hearing her words, the crimson in Ningqing's eyes gradually faded. Anger could not solve any problems. The crisis is far from over. The blood mist is growing thicker and its erosion of the array barrier is becoming more and more intense. The light of the barrier is beginning to dim, and it is estimated that it will not last much longer. If the barrier breaks, even if Ningqing possesses an immortal body, there's no guarantee he'll survive. The blood mist is extremely strange and continuously erodes physical strength. Even with high health, it will eventually be depleted. He pursed his lips, his expression resolute. He was determined to live on with Chu Yufay no matter what. Seeing that Ningqing had calmed down, Chu Yufay said softly, "Let's go find the security captain and see if she has any way to contact the outside world." Ningqing nodded and followed Chu Yufay toward the security captain, while the other professionals also gathered around. With cell phone signal completely lost, Ningqing and his group were unable to make calls for help and could only hope that there was still a way to contact the outside world. They approached the captain, who was holding a Taoist talisman and speaking into it. This was a communication talisman, drawn by a professional Taoist priest, and possessed the function of transmitting messages. Unfortunately, no matter how the captain called out, the communication talisman did not respond at all. The blood-red barrier even blocked the talisman's signal. The captain, furious, threw the talisman to the ground and stomped on it several times. Damn it! This thing always fails at crucial moments. Seeing this, the other professionals' faces darkened. They had nowhere to turn for help. Those outside had no idea what was happening inside. If high-level professionals weren't dispatched in time, and the best opportunity for rescue was missed, would they even have a chance of survival? "Captain, how long can this formation last?" A tall professional asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. The captain did not answer immediately, but instead waved his hand to set up an earth elemental barrier, tightly enveloping all the professionals, not wanting ordinary people to hear their conversation. He then let out a heavy breath, releasing the frustration in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Judging from the current rate of erosion by the blood mist, it can only last for 10 more minutes at most." The words 10 minutes weighed heavily on everyone's chest like a boulder. For men who value speed, 10 minutes is an incredibly long time, but at this moment it seemed exceptionally short. Once outsiders noticed the anomaly, they began to report it. The police arrived to investigate, and the report was relayed up the chain of command. By the time the news reached the ears of high-level professionals,
professionals, it had probably already exceeded those terrifying 10 minutes.
Moreover, who can guarantee that the blood mist will maintain its current intensity?
The captain gritted his teeth and revealed even more despairing news. This blood mist is a high-level power. I tried to stick my finger in, and within seconds, my finger was melted away.
What? You're a level 175 epic warrior, and you can't even withstand it? If the formation breaks, won't we immediately turn into withered bones? It's over, I'm doomed. Which high-level professional dares to make a move in Kyoto?
The professionals at the scene were in a state of collapse, their faces pale, their lips trembling, their bodies shaking. Almost no one could calmly face death. Ningqing clenched his fists again, feeling an immense pressure. High-level power involves profound mysteries, and professionals below that level are simply powerless to resist it. At this moment, his health is no less than that of a legendary lord at the 8th or even 9th level, but against the power of the ultimate level, his defense seems insignificant, and he probably won't last more than a few minutes. What should have been a romantic date turned into a hopeless situation. Now, there's nothing we can do but pray that the authorities can come to our rescue in time, the captain said helplessly. As a 6th-tier warrior, he felt utterly powerless in the face of this situation.
Chu Yufei's eyes narrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind. Shouldn't amusement parks of this level be required to have teleportation arrays? Don't you have one here?
Upon hearing this, the captain gritted his teeth, his expression filled with resentment. The group's higher-ups thought the cost and maintenance of the teleportation array were too high, so they just installed a fake teleportation array to get by. A cold, eerie blue light flashed in Chu Yufei's eyes as she gripped her staff tightly, but she said nothing. After all, the Federation, though outwardly powerful, was already riddled with holes.
Other professionals launched into a tirade of curses, insulting the amusement park's management and their ancestors.
But soon, everyone fell silent, because the blood mist had changed again. A terrifying aura pierced through the array barrier and struck their minds directly, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats, preventing them from making a sound. The blood mist churned violently like boiling water, and the array barrier began to flicker, clearly reaching its defensive limit. Amidst the churning blood mist, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted, even more chilling than the roar of a 6th-tier legendary lord. As Ningqing and the others watched with solemn expressions, all the blood mist began to rapidly converge in one place. In just a few breaths, most of the blood mist had dissipated. At the center of the gathering blood mist, a blurry figure appeared, spreading its arms and roaring to the sky, swallowing all the blood mist into its body. Although the threat of the blood mist had disappeared, no one could breathe a sigh of relief.
The aura emanating from that blurry figure was suffocating even through the array.
2 breaths later, all the blood mist was completely swallowed by the figure, and the figure was fully revealed to everyone. Ningqing's pupils contracted sharply, his heart trembling. It was the assassin who had tried to kill him earlier, who was clearly dead, yet was now standing alive before his eyes. To be brought back to life, such an incredible event is actually happening right now. He wasn't resurrected, rather, he was transformed into an evil spirit under the influence of sacrificial power, and can no longer be considered a life form. Chu Yufei's voice rang in Ningqing's ears, seemingly seeing through his doubts and providing an explanation. The shock in Ningqing's heart gradually subsided, and he secretly lamented his own ignorance, as he had never heard of such a bizarre existence. But listening to the discussions of other professionals, Ningqing gradually realized that the problem was not his own lack of knowledge, but that Chu Yufei knew far too much. Those professionals knew nothing about the evil spirit either, and they all speculated about his profession and identity. Chu Yufei just told Ningqing through elemental telepathy, but no one else could hear it. Perhaps it involves some secret that makes it inconvenient for others to know the truth. Everyone watched in horror as the evil spirit's body flashed and appeared in front of the array barrier. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, he let out another beastly roar, and then his fist, enveloped in a crimson mist of blood, slammed fiercely into the array barrier.
The deafening roar caused everyone's eardrums to ache. Many ordinary people couldn't bear it, their ears bled, and they fainted as soon as their eyes rolled back.
But what was truly terrifying was not the sound itself, but the crackling sound of shattering glass, which sounded like a ghostly siren calling to their deaths.
The array barrier, centered on the evil spirit's fist, was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. It's over, the formation is about to collapse. We're doomed.
This guy has mastered the power of profound arts and his strength has reached the 7th rank.
We have no way to fight him. Where are the federal officials? Why haven't they come to our aid yet? Wailing cries rose and fell. Many people broke down in tears, their bodies convulsing in despair.
Many professionals turned their attention to the captain, as he was the most capable person present, and everyone hoped he could come up with a solution. But they were disappointed, because at that moment the captain's face was pale, his lips were trembling, and his face was full of despair and terror.
Captain, are there any other defensive measures? The formation is about to break. Captain, what should we do?
The professionals asked with their last glimmer of hope, but the captain remained silent, knowing full well that he had no other options. As a professional, he hadn't experienced a life-or-death struggle for many years, and his fighting spirit had long since faded. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, there was only one thought in his mind: escape. Lin Kuang was not disappointed when he saw the captain's appearance, because he never placed his hopes on others. He silently gripped the massive blade of slaughter, preparing for a desperate fight. He knew that the evil spirit would never let him go, and escape was impossible. Chu Yufay, standing to the side, also gripped her staff tightly, ready for battle. She would never abandon Lin Kuang at this critical moment. Lin Kuang noticed Chu Yufay's actions, his eyes filled with tenderness and gratitude. He felt he had no regrets in this life for meeting someone like Chu Yufay, but he didn't want Chu Yufay to take any risks. He was immortal, while Chu Yufay wasn't. Yufay, this evil spirit is after me. Once the formation breaks, you should leave first. His voice was gentle yet firm. Chu Yufay turned her head and looked at Lin Kuang with a determined gaze. How could I possibly abandon you? Besides, the evil spirit will never let anyone go. Everyone is its sacrifice. Lin Kuang didn't say anything more, but held Chu Yufay's hand tightly, vowing that he would never let anything happen to her. Just then, the evil spirit punched the array barrier again, and the barrier finally broke completely, exposing everyone to the evil spirit. The aura of evil spirits swept over them. Before, even through the array barrier, the aura was enough to suffocate them. Now that the barrier was gone, the aura was like a raging sea, violently impacting everyone. Not to mention ordinary people, even professionals below the 4th level, except for Lin Kuang, all fainted as soon as their eyes rolled back. Apart from a few mid-level professionals, everyone else instantly became lambs to the slaughter. That's how terrifying the power of someone who has mastered profound techniques is. With a furious roar, the captain leaped into the air and fled in panic. As the highest-ranking person in the area, he was the first to choose to run away. He would rather be tried under federal law than die at the hands of evil spirits. With the captain gone, the other mid-level professionals had no qualms whatsoever and scattered in all directions to escape. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Yufay and a young, fat man remained in the arena. Lin Kuang looked at the fat man in surprise. In this era, apart from soldiers, there were indeed very few people who were not afraid to sacrifice themselves. The fat man seemed to understand Lin Kuang's thoughts, shrugged and said, "I'm not that noble. I just know I can't escape, so I might as well stick to Senior Chu's leg." His gaze fell on Chu Yufay, and even though she was wearing a mask, he recognized her at a glance. After all, her figure, demeanor, and attire were all highly distinctive. The moment he finished speaking, the evil spirit moved. It simply extended a finger and lightly tapped the air, and then streaks of scarlet light shot towards the fleeing enemy at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. A series of screams rang out, their final lament. Their bodies instantly turned into a bloody mist, converging towards the location of the evil spirit. In the blink of an eye, only one escapee remained, the captain. As a 6th-tier epic-level professional and a warrior specializing in defense, it would be no easy task for the evil spirit to kill him instantly. However, his injuries were also quite severe. Blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered through the void, continuing his escape. Seeing this, the evil spirit let out an angry growl and suddenly reached out to strike the captain. A massive, blood-red handprint that blotted out the sky descended from the heavens, carrying earth-shattering power, and slammed down on the captain. The captain, his face filled with horror, braced himself against his shield and roared, "100 mountains." He roared and unleashed his strongest defensive technique, with layers of mountain shadows, each 1,000 meters high, appearing to firmly protect him. The blood-red hand that blotted out the sky collided with the 100 layers of mountain shadows, shaking the heavens and earth, as breathtaking as a nuclear explosion. A powerful blast of air swept across the sky and earth, instantly reducing many buildings in the amusement park to ruins. The mountain shadow couldn't hold on for long before it shattered with a crash. The blood-red hand that covered the sky landed on the captain, causing him to explode and bleed all over, falling heavily to the ground like a meteorite. Dust billowed, and a deep pit appeared before everyone's eyes, with cracks several meters wide spreading like a spider web hundreds of meters away. A weak cough came from the giant pit. The captain struggled to crawl out of the pit with his hands and feet. The soldier's tenacity kept him from dying. However, he was in extremely poor condition, his eyes filled with deep fear and despair, and there was no sign of life. Lin Kuang looked at him and said, "If you don't want to die, come and fight with us." The captain's gaze shifted from the evil spirit to Lin Kuang. When he saw that Lin Kuang was only wearing 3rd-tier equipment, his expression immediately turned contemptuous and disdainful. A mere 3rd-tier cultivator, ignorant of his own limitations. What right does he have to command me? This evil spirit can destroy you with a single breath. How long can you hold off it even if you fight desperately? You won't last a second. Lin Kuang was too lazy to say more. Such a professional who had completely lost his fighting spirit was ultimately just a useless person with empty power. His body erupted in crimson flames, his blood wings flapped, ripples spread through the air before him, and he charged straight at the evil spirit. At this moment, only a desperate fight remained. Chu Yufay chanted a spell in a low voice, and ice elements quickly gathered on the staff. The chill instantly enveloped the surroundings, as if they had entered the Cambrian era. The fat man patted his spatial backpack, and a flying sword hovered in front of him. He formed a hand seal, and the flying sword spun rapidly. Then, he he pointed 2 fingers together at the evil spirit, and the flying sword shot through the air like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a white trail as it flew straight towards the evil spirit. "Thank goodness it wasn't a 7th level cultivator, otherwise we would have been waiting to die," he muttered, his eyes still fixed on Ningqing out of the corner of his eye. "This Ningqing is really bold, daring to charge at an evil spirit that has mastered profound mysteries when he is only a 3rd level cultivator." Under his gaze, Ningqing had approached the evil spirit by about 100 meters. He suddenly slashed out with his giant sword, and a blood-red sword aura that stretched for 100 meters split the heavens and earth, fiercely striking the evil spirit. The aura emanating from that sword energy made the level 110 epic swordsman's heart tighten, and he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The captain also stared at Ningqing and sneered, "TCH. He thought Ningqing was courting death and would soon see him turn into a bloody mist." The evil spirit's gaze remained fixed on Ningqing, and when it saw him take the initiative to attack, a cruel glint flashed in its eyes. A strange blood mist erupted from his body, quickly condensing into a blood-red dragon 500 meters long, whose sheer size made it difficult for people to breathe. The blood dragon, like a mythical dragon, exudes the domineering aura of the king of beasts, born to reign supreme among all living beings. However, within this blood dragon's domineering nature lies a profound evil. The blood dragon swung its massive tail, and wherever the tail swept, a 100-meter-high wave of air surged up, slamming into the sword energy. The collision of the two forces was even more spectacular than the previous battle between the captain and the evil spirit. The shockwaves swept across the sky and the entire amusement park was completely destroyed, with no building remaining intact and the ground covered in cracks. It was even more terrifying than a missile bombing. The fat man was even more surprised. Ningqing's skill damage far exceeded his expectations. He sighed inwardly, thinking that his level was practically a death trap. The captain's sneer froze, his eyes bulged, his jaw dropped, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He felt an unusual dryness in his throat. Is this still a 3rd-tier recruit? His skills are even stronger than mine. Having spent many years in Kyoto, he had seen many prodigies at the Federal University and considered himself well-informed and not easily impressed by a junior. But today, he was deeply shocked by Ningqing. Chu Yufay's eyes flashed with surprise. Ningqing's skill damage had also exceeded her expectations. But then came deep worry, because Ningqing couldn't withstand the shockwave and was vomiting blood as he flew backward, with blood gushing from multiple places on his body, looking quite miserable. After retreating a few meters, the blood dragon swayed its body and quickly swam towards Ningqing. Its enormous mouth, large enough to swallow a house whole, was already open, and it would swallow Ningqing whole and annihilate him completely in the next moment. Chu Yufay flew quickly towards Ningqing. After finishing her incantation, she raised her staff and shouted, "Ice Emperor descends." The staff emitted a dazzling icy blue light, and extreme cold descended, with snow falling from the sky and the heavens instantly covered in goosefeather snow. Amidst the heavy snow, a colossal figure radiating a deep blue light appeared. The figure wore a phoenix crown and held an ice crystal staff, exuding an imposing imperial majesty that made it impossible to look directly at. With a simple gesture, the ice elements in the world automatically gathered in her hand. Then, she reached out and slapped her hand, and a wall of ice 100 meters thick materialized, separating the blood dragon from Ningqing. The blood dragon's face contorted in a ferocious expression, and its massive maw spewed forth a mist of blood that surged like a great river, crashing violently against the ice wall. Splash! Icy rain fell from the sky, and the ice wall melted rapidly under the erosion of the blood mist. The power of the profound technique was simply too strong, and even Chu Yufay, the 5th-rank ice queen, could not withstand it. You should know that Ningqing had already condensed 1/5 of his blood to unleash a desperate attack, and with the power of the bloodthirsty demon sealing slash, he was confident that the power of that sword strike would not be weaker than a nuclear bomb. However, it is still no match for the ultimate technique. The ultimate technique is far stronger than the power of the elements, like the difference between steel and cotton. Ningqing's skill damage is indeed high, and the raw numbers may be higher than blood dragons, but when 100 pounds of cotton collides with 10 pounds of steel, the cotton will definitely lose. Ningqing crashed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge crater more than 10 meters deep. Blood spurted from his body, instantly staining the bottom of the crater red. Ignoring the pain, he soared into the sky once more, charging towards the evil spirit. If 1/5 of his health wasn't enough, he would go all in. He wanted to break the chasm between realms with absolute numbers. In the sky, under the attack of the blood dragon, the Frost Emperor was forced to retreat. At this moment, his body was completely bound by the blood dragon. The blood dragon roared and tightened its body, and the Frost Emperor turned into ice elements and quickly dissipated. The blood dragon swung its body again, crashing straight into Chu Yufay like a meteorite as large as a mountain. Even before it arrived, its aura was enough to overwhelm the mountains. Chu Yufay's expression was solemn. A pair of ice blue wings extended from her back, flapping at an extremely high frequency. Her body retreated at an extremely fast speed, trying to increase the distance between herself and the blood dragon. Unfortunately, the blood dragon dragon still has the upper hand in speed, and if a mage is caught in close combat, their strength will be greatly reduced. She did not panic. Her eyes remained fixed on the blood dragon as she chanted incantations, preparing her powerful skills once again. A flying sword tore through the air, striking the blood dragon's head from the side like a streak of light. Dazzling sparks erupted from the point of impact, and then the flying sword shot back at an even faster speed. As for the blood dragon, it was as if it had been bitten by a mosquito, with no effect whatsoever. Although the fat man didn't have high hopes for his attack, he still couldn't help but feel frustrated upon seeing this. Both are epic level professionals, but I'm only at the 4th job advancement while Ningqing is only at the 3rd. How come there's such a big difference between us? He pointed 2 fingers together at the flying sword again, stopping the flying sword's backward motion and sending it hurtling towards the blood dragon once more. At the same time, the flying sword shone with silver light, and streaks of sword energy shot out from the flying sword, instantly forming a river of sword energy that roared towards the blood dragon. But with just one breath from the blood dragon, the river of sword energy was instantly shattered, and the blade of the flying sword was riddled with countless pits. The level 110 epic flying sword was thus damaged. The fat man's face fell. This flying sword was something he had earned after completing many missions, and now it was gone just like that. The blood dragon continued to approach Chu Yufay, its massive maw opening wide, and blood mist surged like a great river, rapidly rushing towards Chu Yufay. Seeing the blood river approaching Chu Yufay, Ningqing was extremely anxious, but he was too far away to provide timely assistance. At this critical moment, Chu Yufei's skill was ready, and the staff in her hand shone brightly with blue light, illuminating the surrounding area of 1,000 meters in a deep blue color. Then an ice phoenix with a wingspan of over 200 meters appeared above her head. With just a flap of its wings, it could stir up an ice storm. Under Chu Yufei's control, the ice phoenix charged towards the blood river amidst a blizzard. The ice phoenix opened its beak, and a torrent of icy cold water gushed out, colliding with the blood river. Blood mist billowed into the sky, and a chilling aura surged. Blood-red snowflakes drifted throughout the amusement park, creating a poignant and beautiful scene. But within this poignant beauty lies a deadly crisis. Snowflakes fall to the ground, corroding small holes in the earth. Fortunately, the captain knew he couldn't escape and couldn't bear to see so many people die tragically, so he used his defensive skills to protect all the unconscious tourists and professionals. His face was bitter, and he gave a bitter laugh. Ha! I thought it would be a job to retire in, but I never thought my life would be in danger. But with so many people with me, I'm not so lonely. And there are 2 prodigies as well, one of whom is the eldest daughter of the Chu family. It's a good deal, he muttered to himself, not believing that Ningqing and the others could stop the evil spirits. He knew the power of the profound meaning was immense, a power he could only dream of. The difference between the 6th and 7th stages of the cosmic transformation was like heaven and earth. If this evil spirit weren't only superficially versed in the profound mysteries and possessed limited intelligence, unlike a true 7th level being, there would be no survivors in the arena right now. The frosty river retreated step by step before the blood river, and the blood dragon, carrying the surging blood river, savagely crashed into the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix's massive body was riddled with cracks. Chu Yufay gripped her staff, which emitted a beam of blue light that illuminated the ice phoenix, sustaining its existence. However, this greatly depleted Chu Yufei's mental energy, and the impact on Bingluan would also be transferred to her. With just one impact, her body trembled, her face turned pale, sweat beaded on her forehead, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The ice phoenix flapped its tattered wings, and a massive ice storm appeared, engulfing the blood dragon. But the storm contained a raging river of blood, forming towering waves hundreds of meters high that crashed against and destroyed the storm. A surge of blood crashed down upon the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix only had time to condense thick, solid ice to protect itself, but as the blood wave struck, the ice shattered, and the ice phoenix developed even more cracks. Chu Yufay coughed up another mouthful of blood, her body unable to maintain its balance as she fell more than 10 meters. Ningqing finally arrived nearby, his body engulfed in a raging inferno of blood flames. The crimson light shooting from his eyes pierced through several meters, his face cold and stern, his killing intent reaching its limit. Chu Yufei's injury undoubtedly offended him, and he let out a deep roar, concentrating all his health into the slaughtering giant blade. The slaughtering blade turned deep red, with crimson blood flowing across its surface. The next strike would be Ningqing's strongest strike ever. He didn't know how powerful it would be, but he knew that numerically it would definitely surpass the skill damage of a 7th-tier mythical professional. It's just that without the blessing of profound meaning, it's not as good as it used to be. Ningqing roared and slashed fiercely with the slaughtering greatsword in both hands. The greatsword tore through the air, and then the blood flowing on the blade condensed into a huge blood sphere. If the previous blood sphere was gaseous, this one is now solid, containing power 1,000 times stronger. The blood sphere resembled a nuclear bomb about to explode, emanating an aura that instilled fear. The captain stared blankly at the blood sphere that pierced the sky. Merely looking at it filled him with immense terror. His intuition told him that the power contained in this blood sphere could easily blast him into blood and gore. His eyelids twitched violently and his lips trembled.
What's wrong with this third-tier kid? How could he possibly unleash such a terrifying attack?
The fat man let out a strange cry and quickly plummeted from the sky to the side of the captain, shouting anxiously, "Quickly activate the strongest defensive skills, or our lives will be in danger." He felt a chill run through his body. The intense life-or-death crisis made his soul tremble.
Chu Yufei's eyelids twitched slightly, and then she quickly shot towards Lin Kuang.
She knew that Lin Kuang's skill damage was strong, but his defense was far from up to par. She had to protect Lin Kuang, otherwise the shockwave could kill him. After activating the blood orb, Lin Kuang's body retreated rapidly.
He now only had 11 points of health left. Although he was immortal,
he still did not want to face the aftermath of the battle directly, as he might not be able to withstand the short 10-second health lock. The blood sphere kept approaching the evil spirit. Although the evil spirit had limited intelligence, it instinctively sensed the danger and immediately manipulated the blood dragon to return to its aid. The blood dragon, carrying a sea of blood, crashed down and collided with the blood sphere, plunging the world into a deathly silence. The next instant, the blood sphere shattered, and a blood-red mushroom cloud rose up, like a nuclear explosion. From within the surging blood energy, a mournful dragon roar rang out, and the exposed dragon tail thrashed wildly, like a snake's tail that had just been severed. The evil spirit was also swept up by the blood energy, and its condition was unknown, but a faint roar full of pain could be heard. A surging airwave swept across the sky and earth, shattering the ground below and completely destroying any remaining buildings, which were then engulfed in the smoke and dust. Lin Kuang watched the shockwave rush towards him, bracing himself for being torn to shreds, but at that moment, a cold, aloof figure stood in front of him.
"Yufei!"
Lin Kuang shouted anxiously. Chu Yufay did not turn around, but instead raised her staff and summoned the shattered ice phoenix to block in front of her. The ice phoenix, which was still struggling under the blood dragon, was quickly shattered by the shockwave and dissipated into ice elements in the air.
Chu Yufei only had time to erect an ice elemental barrier before the shockwave struck.
The barrier shattered in the blink of an eye, and Chu Yufay faced the shockwave head-on, her blood blooming like roses. Lin Kuang's pupils were dilated, his face was deathly pale, his heart was pounding, his blood was flowing at an incredible speed, and he was extremely terrified. He had never been so afraid before. "Yufei!" he exclaimed, then grabbed Chu Yufay, who was crashing into him. Lin Kuang spat out blood as if he had been hit by a hypersonic missile. All his ribs were broken, and almost all of his internal organs were damaged. His immortality was triggered, forcibly locking his blood for 10 seconds. But Lin Kuang ignored the pain. Looking at Chu Yufay, whose body had multiple tears in her arms, Lin Kuang felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Lin Kuang endured the pain, turned around and shielded Chu Yufay in his arms, his back bearing the brunt of the shockwave. Lin Kuang felt as if his back was being repeatedly crushed by a bulldozer, his flesh was being crushed and his bones were riddled with cracks, and he coughed up blood repeatedly. Chu Yufay exclaimed, but her voice was weak, her eyes were filled with fear, and her face was full of worry. She struggled to flip over again so that she could be the one to bear the shockwave.
"No, I'm fine. You have 8 seconds to cast your skill. Hurry!" Lin Kuang's serious yet urgent voice rang in her ears.
Chu Yufay was no ordinary woman. She chose to believe Lin Kuang and began chanting incantations. Ice elements rapidly gathered on her staff, and 5 seconds later, the staff burst into a dazzling light, then a thick, diamond-shaped block of ice enveloped her in Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang felt the pressure ease, his clenched teeth loosened slightly, the energy he had been holding in dissipated, his body went limp, and he collapsed uncontrollably. Chu Yufay sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around, pulling Lin Kuang into her arms. Looking at Lin Kuang, who was in a state of utter disarray, tears welled up in Chu Yufay's eyes, revealing her vulnerable side for the first time. But she didn't break down because of this. Instead, she immediately took out a basic life potion and handed it to Lin Kuang's mouth. Lin Kuang opened his mouth and drank the medicine. Under the influence of the medicine, his pale face finally regained some color. Chu Yufay hugged Lin Kuang tightly, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with sobs. "Lin Kuang, you scared me to death." Lin Kuang looked at Chu Yufay with heartache and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes.
"Yufay, it's my fault for not protecting you well. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to die."
Chu Yufay pressed her face against Lin Kuang's forehead, her voice even more choked with emotion. "It's my fault for not protecting you." The large block of ice protecting Lin Kuang and Chu Yufay crashed heavily to the ground. The ice, which was already on the verge of collapse, shattered, exposing Lin Kuang and Chu Yufay to the air. The churning, vibrating air made their clothes rustle, but the strongest shockwave had passed, and neither of them was harmed.
Lin Kuang nestled in Chu Yufei's arms, feeling the intense, soft embrace, his Adam's apple bobbing incessantly, moistening his dry throat. He was actually able to stand up, but he pretended to be exhausted. Unfortunately, an angry, violent roar interrupted Lin Kuang's enjoyment. Lin Kuang raised his gaze and looked up at the sky. The blood energy had stopped surging, the blood dragon had disappeared, and a broken figure was suspended in the sky. At this point, most of the evil spirit's body had disappeared, leaving only its chest and above, and the remaining parts were also broken and tattered, with its head mostly shattered. The captain, who was kneeling on the ground, exhausted,
exhausted, stared blankly at the evil spirit, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's simply unbelievable that someone who has mastered profound mysteries could be injured like this by a third-tier professional. Recalling the shockwave from before, he still felt extremely uneasy. If he hadn't been far enough away, his strongest defensive skills would have been completely ineffective. Even so, he was exhausted after defending the ball, and at this point, even standing was a luxury. He, a 6th-tier epic warrior, couldn't even withstand the aftershocks of a 3rd-tier professional's battle. He was filled with mixed emotions and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The fat man collapsed helplessly to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had been assisting in the defense, but the shockwave had instantly shattered his defenses, and his body, unable to withstand the recoil, had lost most of its life. His eyes were lifeless, completely unfocused. He opened his mouth, and a faint, cracked voice escaped his lips. The difference is so huge, is he even human? Ningqing struggled to get up. Even though the evil spirit was in a terrible state, he still dared not underestimate it. Even though it was broken, it was still a being that controlled profound mysteries. He had only recovered about 100 points of health, and he couldn't even unleash blood rage. He had almost completely lost his ability to attack. Chu Yufay helped him to his feet, then held her staff in front of him. Her injuries were severe, but her body was upright, exuding an imposing aura. Yufay, Ningqing opened his mouth. Ningqing, leave the rest to me, don't be reckless. Chu Yufei's unquestionable voice entered Ningqing's ears, and then her body soared into the sky, taking the initiative to meet the evil spirit. The evil spirit was filled with murderous intent, its body churning with blood mist, and its violent aura soared into the sky. He let out a roar like a wild beast, then charged straight at Chu Yufay, carrying a cloud of blood, intending to destroy all life before him. Chu Yufei's eyes were cold, her face icy, and she calmly chanted the incantation. The blood mist surrounding the evil spirit condensed again into a blood dragon, but the blood dragon was much smaller, only a little over 300 meters long, and the evil spirit's strength was affected. The blood dragon roared toward Chu Yufay, getting closer and closer. Before the blood dragon arrived, a violent gale made Chu Yufei's robes rustle loudly. Ningqing's heart clenched. He gripped the slaughtering blade tightly in his right hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. His teeth were clenched. He was extremely worried. Seeing that the blood dragon had closed to within 10 meters of Chu Yufay, Ningqing's heart jumped into his throat. Fortunately, Chu Yufei's skill was ready. An ice lotus that covered the sky bloomed below the blood dragon and then closed up instantly, trapping the blood dragon. The blood dragon struggled wildly inside the ice lotus, which turned blood red and began to melt away. Dan Shufei gritted her teeth and exhausted her mental energy to support the ice lotus, trapping the blood dragon tightly. But at that moment, the evil spirit's expression hardened, and it directly detonated the blood dragon. A roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the blood mist raged, shattering the ice lotus. Chu Yufay coughed up blood again, her face turned pale, and she looked pained as she fell from the sky. The blood mist surrounding the evil spirit was also extremely dim, but it still maintained its mobility and rushed straight towards Chu Yufay. Chu Yufay wanted to use her skills, but her head was throbbing, her mental energy was exhausted, her staff fell from her hand, and she was completely powerless, becoming a lamb to the slaughter. She turned her head and looked in Ningqing's direction, only to see that Ningqing was already flapping his blood wings and rushing towards her. Ningqing's face was anxious and his eyes were filled with fear. She had never seen Ningqing so afraid before. Her eyes softened, filled with affection and reluctance. She never imagined that they would face their final farewell after only 2 days of reunion. The aura of the evil spirit had already reached her from behind, and a strong sense of life and death enveloped her. She was powerless to resist. She opened her mouth slightly. Ningqing, take care. Of all the words she wanted to say, only this one remained. Her gaze was fixed on Ningqing. In the final moments of her life, all she wanted to see was Ningqing. A chilling wind swept from behind, stinging her back. Her eyes widened with reluctance. She knew she was about to be torn to pieces. Just then, she saw Ningqing reach out his hand to her, and then she felt a terrifying suction force fall on her, and her body uncontrollably and rapidly fell into Ningqing's hand. The sound of tearing came from the back of her robe, and her skin stung. She was just a hair's breadth away from being cut in two. Seeing the duck and the beak fly away, the evil spirit let out another angry roar, and pointed its finger, now only a skeletal finger, at Chu Yufay. As he gathered blood energy in his fingers, a red ray shot out, causing Ningqing's pupils to contract and everything in his eyes to seem to slow down. Chu Yufay landed in his hands. He immediately cancelled the bloodthirsty hand, then grabbed Chu Yufay and turned around, taking the fatal blow from the evil spirit with his back. A line of blood shot into Ningqing's neck from the back, then emerged from his throat, leaving a trail of blood. Chu Yufay, who was in his arms, turned pale and panicked when she saw this. Ningqing. She let out a mournful cry, her voice shrill and desperate. The usually aloof woman was now as helpless as a little fox caught in a trap. Cough. I'm fine. Ningqing coughed up a mouthful of blood and then spoke, flapping his blood wings and quickly fleeing with Chu Yufay. A wave of fear washed over him. If it weren't for his immortality, which made him immune to fatal attacks, he would already be a corpse. But he did not not relax. The crisis was not over. The evil spirit was not dead yet, and he could not maintain it for long. Bloodwing needed to consume blood to maintain itself, and the basic recovery potion he drank was only a drop in the bucket. Seeing that Lin Kuang was alright, Chu Yufei's heart, which had been pounding outside her body, calmed down, but her whole body was trembling. She was terrified, but she knew that now was not the time to talk about anything else. With trembling left hand, she held a bottle of intermediate-level life potion to her lips and drank it down, the bottle making a clattering sound as it hit her teeth. The evil spirit was much faster than Lin Kuang, and the distance was rapidly closing. Just as it pointed its finger out again, Lin Kuang's muscles tensed up suddenly, and a strong aura of death enveloped him. But he had no other options left. With his remaining health, he couldn't even use a single skill. Chu Yufay struggled anxiously to get up and fight, but her injuries were too severe, and her whole body went limp with the slightest movement. Lin Kuang looked down at Chu Yufay, and Chu Yufay was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and their eyes were full of love and tenderness. Lin Kuang lowered his head and placed his lips on Chu Yufei's soft lips. In this last moment, all he wanted to do was kiss his beloved. Chu Yufay responded awkwardly, wrapping her arms around Lin Kuang's neck and greedily enjoying his affection. They were only focused on each other, completely unaware that a sword aura was rapidly approaching from afar, piercing through the barrier at the speed of light and striking the evil spirit. The evil spirit froze, its raised finger falling limply to the ground. Lin Kuang and Chu Yufay were still kissing, and they felt as if time was stretching out, and the evil spirit's attack did not come for a long time. No wonder they say kissing your loved one can prolong your life. It turns out that time is slowed down in terms of sensory perception. A thought arose in Lin Kuang's mind. It wasn't until a chilling aura emanated from beside him that he suddenly realized someone had arrived. The aura was unfamiliar, unlike that of an evil spirit, but its killing intent and aura were countless times stronger than those of an evil spirit, not even on the same level. But he didn't care anymore. Since he couldn't resist anyway, he would kiss her for as long as he could before he died. But after sensing the presence, Chu Yufei's body suddenly stiffened, her dazed mind instantly cleared, and she pushed Lin Kuang away, looking at the figure standing next to them, seemingly intent on killing. The person who had always been kind and approachable in her memory was now so murderous. His face was more gloomy than ever before, his cheeks bulged, his temples protruded, and his breathing became heavy. Chu Yufay pursed her lips, her eyes flickering, and lowered her head guiltily, calling out, "Dad." Lin Kuang was still a little dazed when Chu Yufay pushed him away, but when he heard her address, he was jolted awake. "Father-in-law is here?" That's what he thought, and that's what he shouted. When Lin Kuang blurted out those words unconsciously, the atmosphere froze. Then Lin Kuang felt an even more surging killing intent, 10,000 times stronger than his own. Lin Kuang's body stiffened, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How could he have blurted out what was on his mind? Chu Yufei's face flushed red. The word father-in-law made her feel hot all over. She never expected Lin Kuang to use this title. Feeling both shy and sweet inside, she subconsciously buried her face in Lin Kuang's chest. "How much longer are you going to hug?" The angry shout squeezed out from between his teeth finally brought Lin Kuang and Chu Yufay back to their senses, making them realize what they were doing. Lin Kuang gently put Chu Yufay down, and seeing that Chu Yufay was able to maintain her position in midair, he slowly let go. He could feel a chilling, icy gaze fixed on him, making him feel like he was being pricked by thorns. Chu Yufay lowered her head, clutching the hem of her robe with both hands, not daring to look up at her father. Being caught kissing someone of the opposite sex by your father is the most infuriating thing ever. Lin Kuang felt awkward, unsure whether to stand or sit, but out of politeness, he forced himself to call him uncle. Humph. He was met with a heavy, cold snort. "Yufay, come with me." Chu Yufei's father suppressed his rage and said in a deep voice, then turned and flew to the side. At the same time, a sword aura appeared beneath Chu Yufei's feet, carrying her along. Chu Yufay hung her head and obediently followed, looking just like a child who had done something wrong. Lin Kuang scratched the back of his head, awkwardly watching the two leave, before slowly landing on the ground. His gaze remained fixed on Chu Yufay and her father, Chu Xiaoyun. Although he couldn't hear their voices, he could tell from their expressions that their conversation was unpleasant. Later, Chu Yufay even showed anger and yelled at Chu Xiaoyun. Chu Xiaotian's chest heaved with anger, his face was as dark as a storm cloud, he gritted his teeth, and the veins on his neck stood out. Finally, Chu Xiaoyun turned his head, gave Lin Kuang a fiery look, and then transformed into a streak of swordlight and left. Lin Kuang's lips twitched, and he touched his nose. "My future father-in-law seems to have a lot of opinions about me." Chu Yufay slowly flew towards Lin Kuang. Her eyes were red and lifeless, and she looked worried. Lin Kuang flapped his blood wings and quickly approached her. Before he could even speak, Chu Yufay threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly, as if Lin Kuang would leave her at any moment. Lin Kuang's body stiffened, and his heart ached as if it were being pricked by needles. He gently hugged Chu Yufei's waist and rested his face on the top of Chu Yufei's head. The two remained in each other's arms for a long time without speaking, until a series of whooshing sounds were heard and a large number of police officers arrived, at which point they slowly let go. Chu Yufay grabbed Lin Kuang's hand and whispered, "Let's go home." Then, Lin Lin Kuang was led by her all the way to the parking lot, where they boarded a spaceship and flew home. On the spaceship, Chu Yufay sat close to Lin Kuang on the sofa, wrapped her arms around his arm, and buried her face in his shoulder, like an extremely affectionate kitten, a complete change from her previous behavior. Lin Kuang reached out and took her hand, his face full of tenderness. Yufay, what's wrong? Chu Yufay didn't speak, her eyes welled up again, and tears slid down her cheeks onto Lin Kuang's shoulder. Lin Kuang felt extremely distressed, pressed his lips tightly together, and hurriedly wiped away her tears. Chu Yufay hugged him even tighter. Lin Kuang sensed that Chu Yufay was very afraid of him leaving. He sighed inwardly and understood why. At this moment, Lin Kuang was filled with self-reproach. He blamed himself for being selfish. Despite being burdened by the curse of the gods and facing an uncertain future, he still provoked Chu Yufay. His nose stung, his eyes turned red, and a dry, cracked breath rose from his throat. He pressed his head against Chu Yufay's head and said remorsefully, Yufay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it from you. I bear the curse of the gods, and even though I know the future is uncertain, I still clung to you. Chu Yufay slowly raised her head, looking at Lin Kuang with heartache, tears falling like broken pearls, but her eyes were firm. Lin Kuang, this is not your fault. I like it when you pester me. I need you to pester me, because I like you. I've always liked you. I like you a lot, and I've been waiting for you all these years. The sudden confession deeply touched Lin Kuang's heart. The words that were about to come out of his throat were swallowed back down. Chu Yufay was so determined to him. What reason did he have to give up? He reached out and hugged Chu Yufay tightly, holding her close in his arms, his voice choked with emotion. Yufay, I love you too. I love you so much. I will definitely overcome the curse of the gods. I will. His tone was more resolute than ever before. If the gods cursed him, then he would bring about Ragnarok. No one could stop him from being with Chu Yufay forever. Chu Yufay reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Kuang's waist, nodding repeatedly with all her might. Yes, I believe you. We will be together forever. Lin Kuang stroked Chu Yufay's forehead with his chin. It definitely will. Forever and ever. The two embraced tightly. The spaceship had already landed in the community parking lot, but neither of them wanted to let go. They held each other like that, reluctant to leave each other's arms as they began to build their relationship. The two reluctantly parted ways only when Chu Yufay's phone rang. Chu Yufay took out her phone and saw that it was her mother calling. She pursed her lips and clicked to answer. Fair, come home. I need to talk to you. Chu Yufay remained silent for a long time before finally saying okay. After the call ended, Chu Yufay slowly placed her phone on her lap, turned to look at Lin Kuang, her eyes filled with tenderness and determination. Lin Kuang looked at her gently and reached out to brush the stray hairs from her forehead. Go on, don't keep Auntie waiting. Chu Yufay reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Kuang's neck, then pulled him towards her with all her might. Lin Kuang lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers. The two kissed passionately, expressing their love completely in their kiss. After a long while, their lips parted and their foreheads were pressed tightly together, the glistening threads exuding an ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Kuang, I've made up my mind about you for life, and no one can stop me, Chu Yufay said resolutely. Lin Kuang reached out and cupped her face in his hands, gently stroking it with his fingers, his tone equally firm. Me too, no one can stop me. He gave Chu Yufay a deep look, then released her. Go on, don't keep Auntie waiting too long. Chu Yufay nodded, and then Lin Kuang got off the spaceship and watched it leave. Lin Kuang did not leave the parking lot because he knew someone would arrive soon. Sure enough, the space around him distorted, and then a cold figure appeared beside him, staring at him with extremely unfriendly eyes. It was Chu Xiaoyun. Lin Kuang turned around and calmly met the other person's gaze. Without giving Lin Kuang a chance to greet him, Chu Xiaoyun cut to the chase. Stay away from my daughter. Lin Kuang wasn't angry. He had already guessed that the other party would come and what they would say. A father would certainly not want his daughter to get entangled with someone who could die at any moment. But despite his understanding, Lin Kuang would not agree to the other party's request. Chu Yufay was unwilling to give up on him, so how could he give up on Chu Yufay? I can't do it. That was his answer, brief and powerful. The anger in Chu Xiaoyun's eyes rose at a visible speed, and a vast aura, as powerful as the ninth heaven, erupted from his body and pressed down on Lin Kuang. In Lin Kuang's eyes, Chu Xiaoyun's body suddenly became incredibly tall, like a giant 10,000 meters tall, and a sense of insignificance rose in his heart. A nine-turn mythical profession is indeed incredibly powerful, but Lin Kuang remained upright with a calm gaze. As the blood demon god, he had no respect for heaven and earth or the gods, let alone a ninth-level professional. Chu Xiaoyun's anger intensified. He gritted his teeth, and his murderous aura, capable of killing billions of enemies, pressed down on Lin Kuang like a giant wave. You know you are burdened with the curse of the gods and will not live past the fourth level, yet you still entangle yourself with Yufay. What kind of man are you? Lin Kuang's eyes were deep and serious. Although he was like a lone boat being hit by a 10,000-meter high wave under the overwhelming killing intent, his face remained unmoved. Uncle Chu, how do you know I won't survive past the fourth level? Ha! Chu Xiaoyun sneered upon hearing this. The last blood demon god couldn't overcome the curse even with the protection of a group of 10th level experts from the Federation. What makes you think you can? Do you think you can overcome
overcome this ridiculous courage?
Lin Kuang hadn't expected such a thing to happen, but his firm resolve wouldn't waver.
Just because a 10th level expert couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't.
What if I break the curse of the gods?
He didn't argue with Chu Xiaoyun, but instead asked a question in return.
Seeing Lin Kuang's unyielding attitude, Chu Xiaoyun clenched his fists tightly, making crisp cracking sounds.
He couldn't help but want to slap Lin Kuang to death. Lin Kuang remained calm. Uncle Chu, how is it? Chu Xiaoyun's eyes darkened. Kid, do you not understand what I'm saying? What makes you think you can get through this? I could crush you with one finger. Do you think you're stronger than a 10th level expert? What if I get through it?
Lin Kuang still only asked this question. Chu Xiaoyun's forehead veins bulged and his temples throbbed.
He raised his hand and then slapped Lin Kuang on the head.
Lin Kuang felt as if the entire world was covered by Chu Xiaoyun's palm, leaving him with nowhere to hide or escape.
A 9th level mythical professional possesses immense power in every move they make.
Even without using skills or wearing equipment, they can still kill beings below the 8th level. Lin Kuang knew he would surely die if this palm strike landed, but his gaze remained calm. The hand stopped just a hair's breadth away from him, and the strong wind blew Lin Kuang's hair so hard it almost flew off his scalp, causing a stinging sensation.
Humph!
Chu Xiaoyun snorted coldly and withdrew his hand heavily.
If it weren't for the fear that Feier would hate me, you would be a pile of minced meat by now. If I survive, what then?
Lin Kuang still only asked this question. Chu Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes, his pupils shooting out two tangible beams of cold light.
If you can overcome the curse twice, I won't stop you from being with Feier. I'm warning you, if you dare to hurt Feier before you overcome the two curses, even if Feier hates me, I will make you regret ever being born.
Chu Xiaoyun coldly uttered these words and left.
Space distorted, and he vanished.
Lin Kuang understood what the other party meant. Before overcoming the second curse, he would not allow him and Chu Yufay to break through to the final step.
The reason he needed to break the second curse was probably because he didn't want to entrust his daughter to a useless person who couldn't become a high-level professional.
Lin Kuang curled his lips, thinking to himself that his future father-in-law was really nosy.
What era is this? How can boyfriends and girlfriends resist each other?
He and Chu Yufay were both 21 years old, the age when hormones were exploding, and their love for each other was so overwhelming. How could they resist?
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He vowed that if he ever reached the 8th level, he would definitely let his future father-in-law experience his power. Did he really think he had no temper?
Filled with resentment, Lin Kuang returned to Chu Yufay's home. Well, it can also be considered his home now, since he and Chu Yufay are now in a relationship.
Although they didn't confess their feelings, they hugged and kissed. If they're not a couple, then what are they?
Lin Kuang first took a shower to cleanse himself of the blood and qi, and then waited for Chu Yufay in the living room in his pajamas.
About 20 minutes later, Chu Yufay returned.
Although she immediately smiled at Lin Kuang could sense her unhappiness. I guess her mother was also advising her to break up with her, because being with someone who was cursed by the gods is destined to have no good outcome. Lin Kuang went to greet Chu Yufay with his arms outstretched, and Chu Yufay took the initiative to throw herself into his arms.
Two young people who have just started a relationship naturally want to be inseparable.
Lin Kuang gently stroked Chu Yufay's hair at the back of her head to soothe her emotions.
After a while, Chu Yufay finally left Lin Kuang's embrace and looked at him tenderly. I'm going to take a shower first. I've gotten your pajamas dirty.
Lin Kuang smiled and rubbed her forehead.
It's okay, just change your clothes. Okay. Chu Yufay nodded gently. I'm going to take a shower first. In the soft light, a young man and woman in pajamas were snuggling together on the sofa. The woman was wearing a white nightgown, and her bare hands glowed in the light. The boy's hand kept squeezing the girl's boneless little hand, as if he couldn't get enough of it. The two were Lin Kuang and Chu Yufay. At this moment, Lin Kuang was telling Chu Yufay his biggest secret, the two god-level talents, Blood Dominator and Immortality.
Chu Yufay was willing to risk her life to save him when facing the evil spirit, so Lin Kuang naturally had complete trust in her.
Chu Yufay's eyes shone brightly. She was very happy for Lin Kuang after learning that he possessed two god-level talents.
She also revealed her trump card to Lin Kuang. She had awakened the legendary Ice Phoenix bloodline with the help of blood crystals in the ancient battlefield secret realm and obtained the Ice Phoenix's inherited skills, which was why she was able to rank 10th on the legendary Job Change Tower record tablet.
I have some understanding of the secret realm forest. It is a special kind of dungeon with a wide level restriction.
It is full of dangers and is even more dangerous than the Hell Dungeon, but the rare treasures inside are truly plentiful, far surpassing those in the new player dungeons.
For example, the blood crystals in the ancient battlefield secret realm have a chance to awaken the bloodline of a professional, and the inherited skills are also extraordinary, far more powerful than ordinary skills. Otherwise, Chu Yufay wouldn't have been able to contend with the evil spirit at the 5th level, considering that the evil spirit's strength was comparable to a 6th level mythical lord. Do you want to go to the ancient battlefield secret realm?
Chu Yufay asked, changing the subject as she grabbed Lin Kuang's hand, which was trying to place on his thigh. Lin Kuang wasn't embarrassed by his little scheme being exposed.
After all, they were a couple, so how could they not be affectionate?
A Upon hearing Chu Yufei's words, his heart stirred. It would be a lie to say he didn't want to go. His bloodline and inherited skills greatly enhanced his strength, increasing his chances of surviving the curse. However, the ancient battlefield secret realm is one of the most core resources controlled by the Xinghai group. Although he has signed a contract, he has not yet made any contribution, and it will not be so easy for him to enter. Although Chu Yufei is the princess of Xinghai group, signing the top-tier contract with him was already excessive for the senior management of Xinghai group, seriously damaging the group's interests. If Chu Yufei were to grant him the qualification to enter the ancient battlefield secret realm, it would likely severely impact the morale of the Xinghai group. Moreover, he has already become a thorn in the side of Chu Yufei's parents. If he takes advantage of Chu Yufei again, his impression on his future in-laws will be even worse. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "I want to get in, but I have to earn it myself." Chu Yufei understood that Ningqing didn't want her to further diminish her prestige within the group, and her heart softened even more. She blushed and released Ningqing's hand. Ningqing's hand naturally landed on Chu Yufei's thigh. Even through the silk nightgown, the feel of it still made Ningqing's heart flutter, and then his hand became restless. Chu Yufei's body temperature was rising rapidly, her breathing became rapid, and she buried her head in Ningqing's chest, not daring to look at him. Ningqing's heartbeat roared in her ears, growing increasingly rapid, and she could clearly feel that his chest was burning and his breathing was becoming heavy. Ningqing felt his reason slipping away, and he quickly stopped. He wasn't sure if he could control himself if he continued touching him. The threat from his future father-in-law still echoed in his ears, bringing Ningqing to a slight sobering state. A nine-turn mythical professional was a man of his word. If he dared to do anything, he might not live more than 2 days. Ningqing touched his nose, the lingering fragrance on his hands making him slightly dizzy and his eyes unfocused. Cough cough. Let's go to sleep. It's getting late. After Ningqing stopped, Chu Yufei felt a sense of loss. She moved her head, made a hum sound, and then got up. Ningqing led Chu Yufei by the hand to the door of the room. He turned to face Chu Yufei, his gaze tender and gentle, and leaned down to kiss her forehead. The two went to their respective rooms, and were destined to toss and turn, unable to sleep. Ningqing put his hands behind his head and stared blankly at the ceiling, while Chu Yufei hugged a pillow, her face flushed and her eyes shimmering. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, after breakfast, Chu Yufei gently kissed Ningqing's lips before going to class, while Ningqing followed her to the purgatory dungeon to level up. Although he knew he was being watched by the Demon God Society and that going out would be dangerous, he couldn't just stay at home forever. Last night, he learned a lot of unknown information from Chu Yufei. The evil spirit last night was the work of the Demon God Society. The Demon God Society, a cult that worships demon gods, is the greatest enemy within the Federation and has committed heinous crimes within its borders. However, because the public could not be made aware of the existence of gods, the existence of the Demon God Society was always suppressed by the authorities, and only a few people knew about it. As for why the public cannot know about the existence of gods, Chu Yufei does not know the truth. The Demon God Society has been able to act arrogantly and domineeringly in the Federation for many years, so its strength is naturally extremely powerful. Ningqing now has another sword hanging over his head. "Quite a few people have tried to kill me," Ningqing muttered. "I wonder if that traitor at the Federal University is a member of the Demon God Society. Is he involved in last night's assassination attempt?" he wondered to himself. The spaceship landed in the parking lot, and Ningqing's appearance caused a sensation, with many awe-inspiring gazes falling upon him. "I heard that Ningqing killed a powerful expert who had mastered profound techniques at the amusement park last night." "Really? He's only at the 3rd stage of cultivation. Even if he's strong, it can't be that bad, right?" That's the gist of it. The whole amusement park was destroyed, which gives you an idea of how intense the battle was last night. Wow, Ningqing is practically cheating. Amidst numerous exclamations, Ningqing entered the purgatory instance. "I still chose hell difficulty. Although I only have basic health, with his damage output, I can still quickly kill monsters without having to use a desperate attack." Upon entering, the blood explosion skill was used, and the health bar suddenly dropped by a significant amount. Then, the blood orb landed among several level 90 rare monsters. The blood energy surged, instantly killing the monsters swept by it. Ningqing's health increased significantly, and he finally regained a lot of his sense of security. Once you have enough health, the rest is much simpler. Unleash a desperate attack to quickly clear out the monsters. More than 7 hours later, Ningqing emerged from the dungeon, and the professionals in the square erupted in excitement once again, because Ningqing had broken the record again, albeit his own. The second time was much easier as I was more familiar with the process, so I cleared the level much faster. I went to the supermarket to buy groceries and returned home. Then I sent a message to Chu Yufei, asking her to come home for dinner. Around 6 o'clock, Chu Yufei returned, and they hugged each other again. Ningqing was thirsty, so he kissed Chu Yufei's lips to relieve his thirst. That evening, the two snuggled on the sofa. Ningqing logged into the professional forum, went to the auction section, and bought the Lava Beast King's armor for 2.1 billion. Ningqing felt a pang of pain at losing half of his assets, but for the sake of strength, it was all worth it. As for the armor, someone will deliver it to him tomorrow. The two lingered until late at night before reluctantly returning to their room to sleep. It was another sleepless night, only because they were both so strong that not sleeping didn't have much of an impact on them, otherwise they would have dark circles under their eyes every day. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the Lava Beast King's armor was delivered to Ningqing. Lava Beast King's armor, legendary, level 70 to 120. Feature 1, when attacked, damage is reduced by 50% and 50% of the damage is reflected. Feature 2, attacks have fire attribute enhancement plus 200 points. Feature 3, can summon a Lava Beast King of the same level to fight, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. Ningqing looked satisfied. As expected of a legendary equipment, its attributes are indeed powerful. Then Ningqing went out to continue farming the purgatory dungeon. Once inside, he put on his gear, and a suit of armor burning with flames made him look exceptionally brave. He summoned the Lava Beast King directly. A small mountain, hundreds of meters high, appeared next to Ningqing. Its body was made of incredibly solid lava, and blazing flames burned fiercely. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius in a short time. The Lava Beast King roared, the air exploded, and the violent shockwave sent the charging rare leader flying. Such was the domineering power of the legendary lord. The Lava Beast King raised its hands to the sky, and fiery meteors, as large as small mountains, fell, directly hitting the rare leaders and smashing them into mincemeat, causing terrible explosions that were even more terrifying than a missile strike. Ningqing nodded, not bad, not bad. It saved me a lot of trouble, and I can use it as a meat shield in the future, giving me the opportunity to unleash my full power. With the addition of a legendary armor, Ningqing broke the record once again. The professionals at the exit were somewhat numb, feeling that Ningqing was getting stronger every day. Ningqing's level has reached 80, and he has an extra skill slot. However, he did not immediately buy a skill to learn. This skill slot is reserved for a skill passed down through generations. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Chu Yufay will take him back to the Qinghai Group headquarters to compete with other contracted prodigies for the opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield secret realm. The next morning, Ningqing and Chu Yufay arrived at the headquarters of Qinghai Building, one of the tallest buildings in Kyoto, which is over 1,000 meters high. Chu Yufay led him without any hindrance, all the way to the top floor of the headquarters and into a conference room. There were already 5 people waiting in the conference room. As soon as Ningqing and his companion entered, they attracted their attention. They all stood up to greet Chu Yufay, then their gazes fell on Ningqing, their eyes mostly filled with disdain and disgust. Chu Yufay asked Ningqing to wait there, as she was going to attend a shareholders meeting. She had automatically become a shareholder of Qinghai Group from the day she changed jobs. As soon as Chu Yufay left, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense. The 5 contracted prodigies present made no attempt to hide their disgust and hostility towards Ningqing. Ningqing glanced at them. He had already learned about these people last night. 5 people, 2 mythical professionals and 3 legendary professionals. Among the 5 people, 2 of them are this year's candidates, just like him, and they are also the top scorers in their respective regions. One is Chao Minghao, the top scorer in the southern Xinjiang region, a mythical professional, the god of poison, and the other is Gu Shangnan from the Xinjiang region, a legendary professional, the Titan War Emperor. Both of them are currently at the 3rd job advancement and are around level 70. The other 3 are all 3rd-year students at the Federal University. One is a mythical professional at level 122, and the other 2 are legendary professionals, both at the 4th job advancement and around level 110. The mythical professional among them was named Dugu Xiong, whose profession was the god of heaven-breaking blade. His blade was so powerful that the entire 3rd-year students of the Federation could hardly lift their heads. Ha! Dugu Xiong let out a disdainful sneer. It's disgusting that a pretty boy who got in through connections has snuck in. Dugu Xiong's words completely broke the silence, and the other prodigies also joined in mocking Ningqing, all of them seething with anger. Chao Minghao crossed his arms, his eyes cold. That's right. All of us have paid a heavy price for this opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield secret realm. Or like me and Gu Shangnan, we signed the most demanding contracts with Qinghai Group, which are basically like indentured servitude, meaning we'll have to work for Qinghai Group for the rest of our lives. Either you 3, like senior brother Dugu, risk your lives for Qinghai Group over the past 3 years to earn this one chance to compete. And someone signed a top-tier contract that was basically a freebie, and then did nothing, yet got this opportunity to compete. All our hard work is less effective than a gigolo's flattery. It's disgusting. Chao Minghao grew angrier and angrier as he spoke, eventually gritting his teeth. The intense sense of disparity left him seething with anger. Humph. Gu Shangnan sneered at Ningqing, a 7-foot-tall man like you, bowing and scraping to a woman like a gigolo, I spit on you. The other 2 legendary professionals also spoke up, their words filled with disdain and anger towards Ningqing. Ningqing's expression remained unchanged as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. He had long anticipated that many people within Qinghai Group would be dissatisfied with him as he signed the class
Class A contract.
Now, the competition for entry into the ancient battlefield secret realm will naturally escalate the discontent of these people to a new level. He came here today for two reasons. Firstly, to compete for the qualification to enter the ancient battlefield secret realm, and secondly, to prove himself and break through all dissent with absolute strength. In a world where strength reigns supreme, as long as he is strong enough, others will shut up. And Chu Yufay, who signed him, will not only be blameless within the group but will also be credited. The mocking and disdainful voices were endless. The five prodigies showed no mercy in their words, calling Ningqing a duck.
Ningqing's eyes shone with indifference.
He could understand these people's feelings, but that didn't mean he would be willing to be insulted by them. He, Ningqing, was not a person without temper. He stopped tapping the table and let out a sneer. All the differences in treatment stem from the differences in strength. There is naturally a gap between geniuses and trash.
What's there to be upset about?
He said quietly, glancing sideways at the five people present. Chow Minghao slammed his hand on the table, standing up abruptly. The chair behind him was sent flying by his legs as he glared angrily at Ningqing.
You dare call me trash?
Hey! Ningqing raised his hand to stop and grinned. I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I'm saying everyone here is trash.
Bang bang bang.
The sound of slamming the table echoed through the conference hall, and the table, unable to withstand the weight, shattered. 5 pairs of eyes, burning with fire, were fixed on Ningqing. The owners of these eyes had bulging cheeks and prominent veins on their foreheads. Ningqing, you're just a spineless coward who lives off women.
What right do you have to call us trash?
Ningqing, don't think that just because you've awakened your bloodline, the blood demon god isn't a piece of trash.
I'm going to beat the shit out of you later.
Ningqing, if it weren't for Miss Chu protecting you, I could crush you with one hand. They roared angrily, their voices nearly shaking the ceiling off. Ningqing picked at his ear, completely unconcerned. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't fight here, these 5 guys would already be lying on the ground. But he wasn't in a hurry. He would settle things with his own hands later anyway. While the argument raged on one side, a conference room not far away was also bustling with activity. Since Chu Yufay came in, the atmosphere of the shareholders' meeting, which was originally somewhat serious, has become strange. Those present were either members of the Chu family or powerful individuals above the 8th level from the Xinghai group. Each of them was a remarkable figure in the Federation, while Chu Yufei's father, Chu Xiaoyun, sat in the chairman's seat. Chu Yufay sat down at the end of the seating area, where she was the least senior.
As soon as they sat down, a shareholder launched an attack.
A middle-aged man who looked somewhat like Chu Xiaotian spoke in a controlled tone. Niece Yufay, the Class A contract you signed with Ningqing has seriously affected the group's interests.
What is your explanation for this?
The others watched with expressions of amusement, their eyes fixed on Chu Yufei's face, eager to see how she would explain herself. Chu Yufay maintained her usual indifferent expression, showing no fear despite the large number of high-level professionals present. She turned her gaze to the speaker. Uncle, each shareholder has one opportunity to independently sign a top-tier prodigy.
This is a rule set by the ancestor, and I don't think I need to explain it. Chu Yufei's uncle's eyes flashed with a sinister light.
Yufay, the ancestors set a rule to open a green channel for us to sign super prodigies, but, if I may be frank, given Ningqing's situation, let alone a Class A contract, he can't even get a Class C contract.
I think you should know that.
Chu Yufay understood her uncle's meaning. Ningqing was burdened by the curse of the gods, and he would either remain at the 3rd level for life or he would die if he entered the 4th level, with no future whatsoever. She pursed her lips, her eyes resolute. I believe in him, she said firmly.
He. The uncle shook his head and let out a strange laugh.
Young man, don't let love cloud your judgment.
Let's not talk about this for now.
After all, you do have the right to sign a contract with Ningqing. But your decision to have Ningqing participate in the competition for the ancient battlefield secret realm has made those who already had reservations uncomfortable, and has once again seriously affected the group's interests and fairness.
I do not agree to this.
Yes, it's a repeated breach of fairness, and there's been a lot of gossip within the company.
I also disagree with this. I disagree as well.
The other shareholders all spoke up, expressing their opposition. They were already dissatisfied with Chu Yufay signing a Class A contract with Ningqing, but they had no choice due to the rules. They had the right to decide whether Ningqing wanted to enter the ancient battlefield secret realm, so naturally they disagreed.
Chu Yufay watched quietly.
At this point, more than half of the shareholders disagreed.
If there were no changes, then Ningqing's plan to enter the ancient battlefield secret realm would fall through.
Of course, Chu Yufay had anticipated this situation before she came. She dared to bring Ningqing because she had her reasons. She glanced at her father, Chu Xiaoyun, who was leaning back in his chair, pretending to doze off, clearly not wanting to get involved. Chu Yufay didn't want to ask her father for help, rather, she knew that what she was about to say would enrage him. I am willing to give up my shareholder dividends for the next 3 years in exchange for Ningqing's chance to compete for entry into the ancient battlefield secret realm. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Chu Xiaoyun, who had been pretending to be asleep, glared at Chu Yufay with a furious look, veins popping on his forehead and his eyes twitching. I disagree, he gritted his teeth. teeth and squeezed the words out. Chu Yufay remained calm and fearless. No matter how strong Chu Xiaoyun was, possessing the ability to split 1,000 miles of mountains with a single sword and turn a city into ruins, to her, he was just her father. It is well known that daughters are mostly not afraid of their fathers. The other shareholders were taken aback at first, then a strange light flashed in their eyes, and they showed interest. It's important to know that although Chu Yufay only owns 1% of Xinghai Group's shares, Xinghai Group has a market value of over 100 trillion yuan and annual profits of around 2 trillion yuan. Even 1% is 20 billion, and in 3 years that's 60 billion. By all accounts, everyone present could get a considerable share. They are the wealthiest people in the federal government, but they spend money quickly, and nobody cares if they have more money. Chu Yufei's uncle spoke again, but his tone changed. Xiaoyun, Yufei has the right to decide her own share dividends, that's her right. With him taking the lead, the other shareholders also started to chime in, all saying that Chu Yufei had this right. Chu Xiaoyun was trembling with rage. He desperately wanted to rush into the conference room next door and kill Ningqing with a single blow. His usually rational daughter had completely lost her mind. Chu Yufei, he called his daughter by her full name. You better think this through carefully. Chu Yufei's attitude was firm. I've thought it through very carefully. Chu Xiaoyun completely lost his composure, slamming his fist on the table in anger, the first time he had ever lost his composure since becoming chairman. The rest was simple. Most of the shareholders agreed to Chu Yufei's proposal and paid 60 billion to secure Ningqing a chance to compete for the ancient battlefield secret realm. It was just a chance, not a qualification to enter, and it was already an astronomical price. Chu Xiaoyun had a dark expression throughout, while Chu Yufei remained calm. Most of the shareholders smiled, though their glances at Chu Yufei were occasionally mocking. Chu Yufei's uncle picked up the tea in front of him, took a sip, and put the teacup down with a soft sound. Niece Yufei, I have to remind you that the competition is based on age, not cultivation level. At Ningqing's age, he needs to compete with Duguxiong. Chu Yufei was already aware of this, and simply said, I know. Seeing this, the uncle shook his head again. Love makes people blind. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so it's normal for my niece Yufei to think that Ningqing is the best among his peers. A third-level blood demon god fighting against a fifth-level sky-breaking blade god. I really can't think of how to win. Consider this 60 billion as tuition for my niece Yufei. People have to experience setbacks to grow. The shareholders chimed in, each offering their own opinion. Although they refrained from saying anything too harsh due to their status, their underlying sentiments all implied that Ningqing was destined to fail. Chu Yufei didn't argue with them, leaving behind the words we'll wait and see before getting up and leaving. Chu Xiaoyun then announced the end of the meeting, and all the shareholders got up and left, ready to enjoy a good show. When Chu Yufei arrived at the door of the conference room where Ningqing was, she could hear the noise inside even through the door. Her face turned cold after hearing just a few words, all of which were insults directed at Ningqing. She pushed the door open and went in. When the 5 men saw her come in, their faces stiffened, and they sat down awkwardly. Ningqing smiled when he saw her. The insults from those people did not anger him at all. A dragon soaring through the 9 heavens would not care about the attitude of ants at its feet. Ningqing's smile instantly brightened Chu Yufei's mood, and a smile also appeared on her lips. Let's go, the competition is about to begin. Ningqing got up and left with her, and the other 5 people followed. After descending the stairs to the 4th floor and exiting the elevator, you'll see a series of arenas set up, typical of large corporations. All 6 contestants and all shareholders were present, and the selection process officially began. The rules were very simple. Ningqing, Duguxiong, and 2 other 21-year-old legendary professionals competed for a spot through combat. Chao Menghao and Gu Shangnan, both 18 years old, competed for 1 spot, and a total of 2 people were qualified to enter the battlefield secret realm. After the rules were announced, Ningqing took the lead, jumping onto a platform and then looking down at Duguxiong and the other 2 competitors with disdain. I'm in a hurry, all 3 of you come at me together. This attitude enraged Duguxiong and his 2 companions, who already looked down on Ningqing. How dare a mere 3rd-level cultivator be so arrogant? The others exchanged bewildered glances, surprised that Ningqing was so arrogant. Chu Yufei's uncle's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Not much ability, but a big mouth. Heh, young man, you don't know your own limitations. Perhaps he just wants to show off in front of his niece Yufei, but if he can't even last 1 move, he'll lose face in outer space. My niece Yufei has really good taste. She doesn't like Li Tianming, but she has taken a liking to Ningqing. The shareholders spoke sarcastically, their words filled with disdain for Ningqing and ridicule for Chu Yufei. Chu Xiaoyun's disgust for Ningqing reached a new level. He couldn't understand why his daughter would like such an arrogant and conceited guy. While the shareholders were discussing, one of the legendary professionals had already jumped onto the arena to confront Ningqing. He was a level 112 swordmaster, whose flying sword could take a person's head from 1,000 meters away, making him a well-known figure at the Federal University. His gaze was icy, his expression cold and stern. Ningqing, you think you can take us all on at once? You really think you're invincible just because you defeated that
good-for-nothing Lu Yu? I'll kill you in 3 moves.
Lin Kuang chuckled upon hearing the familiar 3-move agreement and beckoned to the other party with his finger. Such a contemptuous attitude enraged the Sword Emperor, who turned red with anger. He pierced through the air with his legendary flying sword and shot it toward Lin Kuang at a speed comparable to a missile. Many shareholders nodded silently, satisfied with the Sword Emperor's strength, which reminded them of their own youthful vigor. I don't think it will even take 3 moves for Lin Kuang to block this sword. The speed is too fast. Even a 3rd-tier legendary professional probably can't react in time.
Someone's face is probably going to be rubbed into the ground.
Discussions arose, with everyone favoring the Sword Emperor to win easily. Lin Kuang's strength lay in his skills, but his attack range was
a weakness.
Under the effect of the formation, the two were 1,000 meters apart, making Lin Kuang a mere target for the Sword Emperor. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Kuang's body burst into flames of blood, and a blinding red light shot out from his eyes like 2 infrared beams, his violent aura like that of a demon god descending. He let out a deep shout, like the roar of a demon god, and his aura intensified once again. Faced with the flying sword that instantly crossed 1,000 meters and landed in front of him, Lin Kuang simply swung the slaughtering
giant blade.
A bloody shadow sliced through the air, sparks flew everywhere, and then a crisp metallic clang echoed in everyone's ears.